Chapter 1, The Genius Who Never Rose. Jiangnan City, 3rd Beastmaster High School. Sweat, youthful hormones, and cheap fantasies called the future. Only Lin Xuan was different. He was squeezed into the farthest corner of the crowd, hands in his pockets, eyes empty, as if he were thinking about whether to have pig trotters for lunch or Lansao ramen. Ah, the annual Fate Wheel Lottery, classic beginning. Next, the genius will appear, the crowd's focus, the useless will embarrass themselves, becoming the laughingstock of all. 30 years of East River, 30 years of West River, can we change the scriptwriter for this one? He internally complained wildly as the principal continued his speech on the high platform, spitting with enthusiasm. Students! Today, the door of destiny will open for you. Lin Xuan scratched his ear and flicked away a small piece of fantasy earwax. The awakening stone will summon the spirit most compatible with your soul, based on your mental power talent. Talent is rated from S to F, and the higher your rating, the broader your future. The temperature of the crowd instantly rose a few degrees, almost setting the air on fire. Except for Lin Xuan. 3 days ago, the result of his mental power test, F level. A number that shattered the lowest record in the school's history, as clear as a brand burned into his forehead. Hey, look, isn't that Lin Xuan in the corner? I heard his mental power test was only F level. F level? No way. Doesn't that mean even summoning a slime would be a struggle? A particularly sharp voice cut through the murmurs and accurately struck Lin Xuan. It was his cousin, Lin Wei, the genius of the direct Lin family line. He was surrounded by a group of followers, the center of attention, like a local emperor surrounded by stars. He didn't hide his mockery as he pointed directly at Lin Xuan, his mouth curling into a sneer. F level, what a disgrace to the Lin family. I've always said, a side branch bastard doesn't deserve to carry the Lin family blood. Lin Xuan didn't even raise his eyelids. Oh wow, classic villain speech, way too sharp. It burns the eyes even from 30 meters away. The teacher in charge of maintaining order, Teacher Wang, clearly heard Lin Wei's yelling. Instead of stopping him, it seemed like he found an opportunity to establish his authority and quickly walked up to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan. He lowered his voice, but his contempt was practically overflowing. Go to the back of the line. Don't stand here in the way. He didn't even give Lin Xuan a chance to move by himself, pushing him out of the crowd with his thick elbow, impatient. Lin Xuan stumbled a few steps and steadied himself at the very back of the line. As soon as he regained his balance, a massive figure squeezed through. It was his best friend, Wang Dali. A warm feeling flashed in Lin Xuan's heart. Look, the script still has a bit of humanity in it. The whole world may betray me, but my good brother should. Lin Xuan. Wang Dali's voice cut through the warmth instantly, freezing it into sharp ice shards. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an anger of betrayal and deep disappointment, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Lin Xuan. I really didn't expect you to be so useless. F level? How can you even show your face? He wasn't here to comfort, he was here to judge. Wang Dali's lips trembled, and the gazes from around him felt like needles. He glanced at the mocking looks coming from Lin Wei's group not far away and finally made up his mind. I can't be friends with you anymore. I can't afford to lose my face. With that, he turned around like avoiding a plague, quickly weaving through the crowd and deliberately put a safe distance of more than 10 meters between them. Lin Xuan's calm mask cracked for the first time. He looked at Wang Dali's resolute back, feeling the roar of blood rushing to his head. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palm. The sharp pain brought a fleeting clarity to his chaotic mind. Damn it! You said we'd walk together for life, but you let go the moment my talent hit F level? This time, the defenses were truly broken. The gazes around him shifted from mere spectators to naked pity and ridicule. Lin Xuan stood at the end of the line, completely becoming an island of solitude. At that moment, a wave of gasps erupted throughout the crowd, like a tsunami. Oh my god! It's Su Qingxue. The school beauty, Su Qingxue, stepped onto the high platform. Dressed in a white dress, her aura was cold and distant, like a snow lotus that had never touched the mortal world. She never glanced at any of the people below, as if the 1,000 students were nothing but a vague background. She placed her delicate hand on the awakening stone. Buzz! The stone monument emitted a dazzling blue light, and a beam of light shot into the sky. In the magical array, a small bird made entirely of ice crystals, radiating an overwhelming cold, took form and elegantly landed on Su Qingxue's shoulder. A-grade contracted spirit, ice crystal bird. The entire place erupted in chaos. Countless boys screamed like groundhogs. Su Qingxue finally shifted her gaze away from the contracted spirit and glanced lightly over the crowd below, enjoying the worship like the roar of a tsunami. Her eyes slid over the spot where Lin Xuan stood, without stopping for a moment, as if that place were just an empty patch of land. Well, the classic scene of a goddess and ants is here. Looks like everything is in place today, Lin Xuan said, mocking himself, pulling his hand away from his pocket, hiding the crescent-shaped mark left by his nails digging into his palm. The ceremony continued, and one student after another took the stage. Finally, the assessing teacher weakly called out a name. Next, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan stepped onto the high platform, instantly becoming the only focus of attention in the entire place. Thousands of gloating eyes shone on him, like spotlights, everyone craning their necks, waiting for the birth of the biggest joke of the year. Lin Wei's laughter was no longer concealed. Look, look. The epic F grade is coming. Witness the moment of history. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and placed his hand on the cold awakening stone. The next second, a faint, nearly invisible gray light flickered on the stone tablet. The light was as fine as a strand of hair, dark as a flickering candle in the wind, perfectly embodying the standard, textbook F-grade reaction. The entire crowd first fell into a deathly silence. Then, put. It was unclear who started first, but a snicker ignited the fuse. Ha 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 ha. Deafening laughter instantly drowned the entire square. Some people laughed so hard they pounded their chests, others laughed until tears streamed down their faces. In the summoning array, the light flickered. A jelly-like blue mass, about the size of a fist, trembling with fear, slowly appeared. It looked weak, helpless, even shaking harder from the surrounding laughter. The assessing teacher glanced at it and, using the last of his professionalism, weakly announced. F-grade contracted spirit, slime. The laughter grew louder. Despite this public execution, Lin Xuan showed no shame or despair on his face. He calmly stepped down from the platform, ignoring everyone's gaze, and walked toward the trembling slime, squatting down in front of it. Under the stunned eyes of the crowd, he extended a finger and gently touched the slime's jelly-like body. A faint glow flashed, and the contract was formed. This irrational calm made Lin Wei's mocking laughter get stuck in his throat. In the distance, the always cold and indifferent school beauty Su Qingshui also, for the first time, truly looked at him with a hint of surprise. This guy, could he have been laughed silly? Someone muttered in a low voice. On the observation platform, an elderly man dressed in the clothes of a Lin family elder turned pale, suddenly slammed the table, and stood up abruptly. A great disgrace. He flicked his sleeves and stormed off without a second glance. Lin Wei, standing below the high platform, immediately realized this was his perfect opportunity. He put all his strength into it, shouting at the top of his lungs to announce to the entire crowd. I, as the legitimate son of the Lin family, declare. From today on, Lin Xuan no longer exists in the Lin family. He will be expelled from the main household, and his monthly resource allocation will be reduced to the minimum. This was clearly meant to destroy him. Lin Xuan, holding the cold, still trembling slime in his arms, said nothing. He, surrounded by countless mocking, disdainful, and pitying gazes, turned alone and left the square. His back was bleak, yet he stood straight. He walked into a deserted corner, where the sun was blocked by a tall building, casting him completely into the shadow. His life, it seemed, was just like this moment, falling into the deepest abyss. He leaned against the wall, his body slowly sliding down, hugging the slime and squatting down. The little creature in his arms seemed to sense his emotions, rubbing its bouncy body against his chin. Lin Xuan's tense nerves finally loosened, and an indescribable exhaustion surged up. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Detected that the host has achieved the hidden achievement, forsaken by all, mocked by thousands, and fallen to the bottom. Activation conditions have been met. Ding! God-level lottery system, officially activated. Lin Xuan. He slowly raised his head, looking at the innocent slime in his arms, a mad curve forming at the corner of his mouth. So this is why I've been so unlucky. You've been waiting for me here. Chapter 2, All In. The Lin family's estate was vast. And Lin Xuan's new home was in the most inconspicuous corner of the entire estate. It was a rundown little house. The walls were so worn and torn, it looked like something had scratched at it countless times, heavy spider webs hung from the eaves, and slimy moss had grown in the cracks of the stone steps. This place was the kind of storage room where even rats would have to bring their own food and cry kind of place. Walking from the square, Lin Xuan's treatment was something special. Every servant he encountered would instinctively bow first. But once they looked up and saw it was him, the respectful expression would instantly melt away, replaced by a face full of disdain, with a touch of smugness. Their eyes were nakedly mocking, as if saying, "Oh, isn't this our once genius young master? How did he end up like this?" Lin Xuan never glanced to the side. His heart was unmoved, and he even felt like laughing. The speed at which their expressions changed could have won them an acting award. Complimenting me is worth less than a fat check, he thought. In his eyes, their rolled eyes were nothing but useless electronic pickles, not even worth a single furrow of his brow. Creak. He pushed open the wooden door that would shed paint with the slightest touch. A musty, moldy smell mixed with the scent of dust hit him hard in the face, this must be what people called the fragrance of history. Bang! The door slammed shut, cutting off all the mockery and disdain from the outside world completely. Inside the room, the furnishings were so simple, they could be called the pinnacle of minimalist design. A bed, a table, a chair. That was it. Lin Xuan placed the shivering slime on the table. The little thing immediately plopped and spread out like jelly, its big blue eyes full of terror, still not recovering from the loud laughter that shook the square. Don't be afraid. Lin Xuan reached out a finger and poked its bouncy, cold body. I've got your back from now on. He paused, then added. Don't worry, you're not the only one unlucky. With that, he cleared his mind, sank his consciousness into his brain, and silently whispered, System. The next moment, a blue virtual interface that only he could see suddenly unfolded before his eyes. The interface had an extremely minimalist design, or rather, it looked like a cheap version of a newbie PowerPoint template. At the top were 3 large module buttons, personal panel, lottery wheel, system tasks. Lin Xuan was familiar with this, so he clicked on personal panel first. A line of data was clearly displayed, each word seemed to be a precise personal attack on him. Name, Lin Xuan. Mental power, F. Beast tamer rank, none. Contract spirit, slime, F rank. Skills, none. Lin Xuan's eyelid twitched. Good grief, this panel was as clean as his washed face, and as poor as the pockets he's washed before. Double F warrior, now stacking negative status effects? The ceiling of battle power must be written backwards. At this moment, that cold mechanical voice rang again. System rule explanation: lottery tickets can be obtained by completing system tasks, achieving special achievements, or using money to exchange at a rate of 1 to 10,000. Lin Xuan's eyes instantly lit up. You can spend money? This is great. Money power truly is the #1 productivity in the universe. Special warning: in high-level lottery pools, there are also many thank you for your patronage options. Luck is not the only deciding factor, certain disturbances of world laws will greatly affect the lottery result. Please be cautious, host. Lin Xuan's smile instantly froze. Damn. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. What is this? A lottery with mysticism involved? So before I spend money, do I need to bathe in incense and pray to the god of wealth? Is this system even legit? I seriously suspect you're running a telecom scam. The system remained silent, cold, and aloof. Lin Xuan snorted and clicked on the System Tasks module. It was empty, cleaner than his wallet, with only one solitary line of small text in the center. Please explore on your own and trigger the task. Lin Xuan's temples throbbed. Explore on my own? Are you trying to make me play an open-world game? Could you at least give me a beginner's guide? Not even a go to the village and kill 10 chickens starter quest? Terrible review. Must leave a bad review. He grumbled, but his gaze finally landed on the center of the interface. There, a lone icon was flashing with golden light. It was a gift box that looked dazzlingly precious, with 5 bold words written in a cool, flashy font: Beginner's Big Gift Bag. This thing was his only lifeline at the moment. Please, give me something useful. Lin Xuan pressed his hands together, bowed in all 4 directions, and then, with the most sincere devotion in his life, clicked on the gift bag. Open. A burst of golden light exploded. The brilliance was blinding, so much so that Lin Xuan almost thought he was going blind. However, when the light faded, the expected world-destroying artifact, the 999-level experience elixir, or the mighty SSS-level divine beast. None of that appeared. Instead, 10 ancient bronze coins clinked as they fell into the virtual inventory, each radiating a cheap, I'm very affordable vibe. Congratulations, host, you've obtained Beginner's 10-time lottery voucher X10. Lin Xuan stood dazed. Lin Xuan looked down. Lin Xuan's blood pressure skyrocketed. I've even taken off my pants, and this is what you show me? After all this, it's not direct equipment but lottery tickets? System notification: Beginner's 10-time lottery voucher can only be used in the Beginner's limited pool. This pool contains everything from a pack of tissue to SSS-level mythological manifestations. Friendly reminder: the chance of winning an SSS-level reward in the Beginner's limited pool is 0.0001%. This pool is a one-time use only and will be permanently closed after use. 0.0001%? The corner of Lin Xuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This probability is even lower than the chance of getting hit on the head by a meteor when walking out the door. This damn planner. They must be some revenge from a game designer from a past life trying to get back at society. He turned his head and looked at the pitiful slime on the table. The little guy seemed to be hungry, struggling to swallow a piece of wood that was bigger than it. It tried several times, but each time the wood poked it, making it jump and look so pitiful that its body almost became transparent. Lin Xuan had given it a name, Little Soft. He looked at Little Soft struggling to eat the wood and then at the 10 bronze coins in the inventory that would decide their fate. He knew very well that this was not just his chance to turn things around. It was the only chance for this little thing, which had just been bound to him and was being mocked by the whole world. Little Soft, Little Soft. Lin Xuan murmured, but his gaze became extremely determined. Whether we get 4 dishes, whether we have meat for every meal, all depends on this one round. Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. He no longer hesitated, his chest heaved heavily. Clear all distractions and focus your mind on the lucky draw wheel. In the next moment, his thoughts surged, throwing all 10 newbie 10 draw coupons into it. Give me all of it, all in. V-room. A roar, as if from ancient chaos, exploded in his mind. A huge, unimaginable bronze wheel shadow instantly filled his entire vision. The wheel was covered with countless grids, too many to count, where light and shadows swirled. Some grids were as small as a grain of sand, others as big as a star, encompassing everything in the universe. At the center of the wheel, an ancient pointer began to spin at an almost invisible speed the moment the coupons were thrown in. The pointer turned into a beam of light. A beam of fate carrying all the hopes of Lin Xuan and Xiaoruan. Come on. Lin Xuan stared intensely at the light, his heart pounding like a drum. Give me gold. Chapter 3, Sacrificing a Partner? No, I want to become a god with it. Lin Xuan stared intensely at the spinning beam of light, his heart almost leaping out of his throat. Give me gold. Before the words even finished, the ancient pointer, as if drunk, wobbled through one gray and white grid after another, precisely avoiding all areas that sounded potentially useful. Finally, with a light ding, the pointer helplessly stopped at a grid flickering with cheap white light. Congratulations, host, you have won, perfect flawless pebble X1. The expectation on Lin Xuan's face instantly froze. He lowered his head and saw Xiaoruan, using its bouncy body, cautiously rubbing against the pebble that had just appeared in the inventory. Its pure big eyes reflected Lin Xuan's shadow, as if silently asking, Master, can this be eaten? Lin Xuan felt a lump in his throat, his body going numb. Damn you, system. I thank your whole family. He roared inside, this stupid stone wouldn't even be good for skipping rocks. And flawless? Do you think I haven't cursed enough for it to be flawless? This start, what is it if not hellish difficulty? Damn planner, do you even know how to torture people? The pointer spun again, this time much smoother, as if it couldn't wait to get off work. Congratulations, host, you have won, Rusty Iron Sword X1. The blade was twisted like someone's curling iron, rust all over it, and Lin Xuan had no doubt he could snap it with just a little force. The recycling center would probably charge me to get rid of this, right? His blood pressure started to hurt. Third draw. Congratulations, host, you have won, a bottle of purified water X1. Lin Xuan remained silent. Fine, at least it's not a loss, I can drink it if I get thirsty. Fourth draw. Congratulations, host, you have won, a pair of torn straw sandals X1. Whose leftovers are these? A caveman's? By the fifth draw, Lin Xuan's heart had turned calm, and he even began considering whether to sleep in a tunnel or a subway station tonight. Congratulations, host, you have won, a thank you letter from the system developer X1. Lin Xuan opened the letter, and golden characters appeared before him. Dear host, thank you for your support of this system. Every draw you make is our motivation to move forward. We wish you a pleasant game experience. Lin Xuan's fists tightened. What's this luck you gave me, do you even want it? The first 5 draws were all industrial garbage, incredibly insulting. Just when he was on the edge of breaking down, the 6th draw's pointer finally struggled to draw a different kind of light. Congratulations, host, you have won, F-class skill crystal, Harden X1. Lin Xuan's breath suddenly caught. He stared intensely at the semi-transparent crystal, his heart pounding violently after a moment of stillness. Holy crap! This is from the mortal world. He grabbed the crystal from the virtual inventory and crushed it in his palm. A stream of light immediately entered the little soft body that was resting at his feet. Xiaoruan's body suddenly stiffened, its original jelly-like texture instantly turning as hard as a stubborn stone. Though only for a moment, the feeling of solidity was unmistakable. Lin Xuan immediately pulled up Xiaoruan's panel. Skill, Harden, Beginner. A change from nothing to something, a leap in essence. Lin Xuan's tightly strung nerves finally relaxed for a moment. This round wasn't a loss, he even earned a little. However, that joy didn't last long. 7th time, Moldy Bread X1. 8th time, a bottle cap that says try again, prize already claimed, X1. Lin Xuan's eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. Dog system, are you fucking playing with me? Only 2 chances left. 9th draw, the pointer trembled, and stopped on a grid glowing faint green. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-Class Evolution Material Moss Stone X1. Evolution Material? Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Just the name sounded higher grade than all the trash before. Moss stone, a mineral containing weak water element energy. Can be used for the evolution of water-type contracted spirits, with a very low chance to trigger a superior mutation. Note, ineffective for non-water-type contracted spirits. The smile on Lin Xian's face froze inch by inch, until it turned completely to ice. Little Soft was a slime, the most basic, attribute-less spirit body. For it, this thing was nothing more than a stone with some green hair that looked a bit prettier. So you give me hope first, and then crush it, huh? Lin Xian felt a rush of blood shoot straight to his head. This was even more painful than getting pure trash. He looked at the green, shiny stone in his item bar, then at Little Soft rubbing against his pant leg. The little one seemed to feel his disappointment. It rubbed harder against him, its round eyes full of pure trust and reliance, as if saying, "Master, don't be sad. We still have a chance." Lin Xian's heart was hit hard by that silent comfort. He only had one last chance left. Just as he was about to make the final draw, a cold, emotionless system voice sounded in his mind. "Detected, host possesses F-class contract spirit slime. Would you like to sacrifice this spirit to raise the probability of an SSS class reward to 0.01%? 0.01%. 100 times increase." It was a temptation straight from the devil, using his only companion to trade for a vague, heaven-defying chance. Lin Xian shuddered violently. He looked down at Little Soft, who was gazing up at him, eyes full of him. It had just been comforting him, and now the system wanted him to erase it himself. The struggle in Lin Xian's eyes lasted only 1 second, then was replaced by an unshakable resolve. "No." He spat out the word in his heart, firm as a blade. "I choose to fall with it or..." Lin Xian bent down, reached out, and gently touched Little Soft's cool, bouncy body, his gaze soft enough to melt water. "Together, we will stand on the peak of the world. We are partners, not a sacrifice for my path to heaven." Little Soft seemed to understand. It rubbed back harder against Lin Xian's finger, letting out a joyful gulu. At that moment, the faint contract rune between Lin Xian and Little Soft suddenly burst into a blinding light. That light wasn't from the system, it came from the two of them. Sensing it deep inside, Lin Xian threw his final hope into the roulette. "Come on." Wah! This time, the pointer didn't hesitate or shake at all. It turned into a golden lightning bolt that tore through everything, skipping past all the gray, white, green, blue, even leaping over the dazzling zones for A-class and S-class. Finally, it slammed into a grid dark as the cosmos, black as eternal night. Boom! A soul-shaking roar exploded in Lin Xian's mind. The next second, an indescribable 9-colored divine light broke through the roulette, piercing the heavens and earth, bathing the whole room like a kingdom of gods. That light was vast, holy, carrying the endless mystery of the birth of the universe itself. A line of ancient, majestic golden words slowly appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. Detected mythical grade manifested object. Lin Xian's pupils quaked, his whole body's blood set aflame. Holy shit, Little Soft. We've taken off. Gulu. Little Ruan also excitedly jumped up, her body glowing with an unprecedented brilliance. Chapter 4, The Birth of the SSS-level Chaos Baby Dragon. 9-colored divine light shot up to the sky, instantly tearing through the ceiling of the rental apartment, creating a massive hole that pointed straight to the night sky. If it weren't for the space laws of the system quietly distorting reality, the alarms of the entire building would already be echoing through the heavens. At the center of the light, a rune, swirling with 9 colors of divine aura, was rapidly gathering and taking shape at an astonishing speed. It started as a tiny light spot, which rapidly expanded and stretched, eventually transforming into an ancient, weathered dragon egg. On the eggshell, countless intricate and mysterious symbols flickered unpredictably, emitting an aura that made Lin Xian's soul instinctively tremble. It was the majestic force from chaos in the primordial world, an ancient will that stood above all things, overlooking the river of time. What is this? Lin Xian's brain completely stopped thinking, the gears of his mind locked by the overwhelming aura, leaving him staring at nothingness. At that moment, the system panel in front of him flashed wildly, and for the first time, the cold electronic tone carried a touch of madness. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the exclusive newbie pool's only mythical grand prize SSS-level contract spirit, Chaos Baby Dragon, Infant. Lin Xian's mouth slightly opened, but no sound escaped. SSS level? Mythical grand prize? Chaos Baby Dragon? Every word felt like a mental bomb, creating a tidal wave in his understanding, shattering the worldview he'd built over the past 20 years. A Chaos Baby Dragon? Isn't that the ultimate creature from the creation myths, the background being of the world itself? The devouring laws, the ruler of chaos, a forbidden existence even gods must look up to. And now, it has turned into an egg, appearing right in his rented room that costs only 800 a month? The script of fate was violently torn apart by an invisible hand at this moment, replaced by a heavenly book he could not comprehend. Before he could even rejoice, a deadly chill suddenly surged from his spine, shooting up to the top of his head. Warning! The SSS-level contract spirit's aura has leaked, triggering the attention of multiple high-level existences. Warning! The time-space coordinates have been locked. It is advised that the host immediately disguise themselves, or they will be obliterated within 10 seconds. Lin Xuan's ecstatic expression instantly froze, replaced by bone-chilling fear. Obliterated? A game-changing start, and the price is being blasted away along with the card itself? He hadn't even touched the dragon egg, and the countdown to his death had already started. Disguise. Immediately disguise. Lin Xuan's survival instincts overwhelmed everything, and he shouted toward the void, his voice hoarse with fear. Use my current contract spirit as a template. Quick! Right now! Immediately! His gaze shot down to the small Ruan, who was lying on the ground, her round eyes filled with worry and confusion. Disguise as what? The answer was obvious. Who would have thought that an F-level slime, commonly seen and measured as a soft combat unit, would harbor a creation dragon inside? This was the perfect camouflage, a disguise capable of deceiving even gods. Activating mythical disguise requires massive energy. The host's current energy reserves are insufficient, and 99% of the host's life force will be extracted as a substitute energy source. Do you agree? Lin Xuan's eyes twitched sharply. 99% of his life force? This wasn't just a price, it was asking him to trade his life. But the cold countdown, like a guillotine hanging over his head, flickered with its final light. No choice. Agree. Lin Xuan squeezed those two words through his teeth. In that instant, an indescribable feeling of detachment swept through his body. It wasn't pain, but a kind of emptiness. His body temperature drained away, his blood seemed to turn into solid lead, his skin quickly lost moisture and luster, becoming like the bark of a dead tree. His consciousness was forcibly dragged into the abyss. The world before his eyes lost all its colors, turning into a dead, silent gray and white. It felt as if a bottle full of water had been emptied in an instant, even the vapor on the bottle's wall scraped clean. In the very last second before his consciousness completely sank, Lin Xuan vaguely saw that 9-colored dragon egg rune turn into a streak of determined light, shooting straight into Little Soft's transparent body. Little Soft, from now on work hard for me, okay? That was his final thought. The 9-colored divine light completely wrapped around Little Soft, the space twisting violently, and in the end, all the light was devoured, folding back into that tiny body. Everything returned to silence. No one knew how long it had been before Lin Xuan struggled to open his eyes. What came into view was still that familiar, couldn't be more familiar, blue slime lying on the table. That's it? A sound like a broken bellows came from Lin Xuan's throat. He felt his breath catch, he almost passed out right there. He had staked half his life, yet it didn't even change color? But soon, he noticed something different. In Little Soft's pure eyes, there seemed to be a faint, indescribable spark of spirit, perhaps even a trace of worldly wisdom. System prompt, your contract spirit information has been updated. Lin Xuan summoned the panel with his mind. Contract spirit, Little Soft, fake. Race, Chaos Young Dragon, slime form. Rank, F. Attribute, Chaos/none. Skills, Devour, fake, Regeneration, fake, Slime Impact, fake. Note, a creation divine beast wearing the skin of a slime. It may be stronger than you think or more abstract than you can imagine. Lin Xuan stared silently at the line Chaos Young Dragon, slime form. Good grief. This wasn't pretending to be weak anymore. This was a divine dragon pretending to be a slime, overturning the entire food chain. At the same time, high above Jiangnan City, several terrifying divine senses, powerful enough to crush mountains, swept across every inch of space like invisible storms. Deep inside the Alchemist Association, the president suddenly opened his eyes before the furnace, his brows furrowed. The tremor in my soul just now, was it an illusion? In the city lord's mansion, an old worshipper held a whisk, his face grave as he gazed into the sky. Heaven and earth changed for but a flash, yet that pressure, even I felt my soul tremble. What in the world has descended? In an ancient cave outside the city, a demon beast that had slept for 1,000 years was startled awake. It turned over irritably, a flash of confusion passing through its murky eyes. Finding nothing, it cursed under its breath and fell back into slumber. In the rented room, before Lin Xuan could even study his F-grade divine dragon, a new prompt popped up again. Anti-cliché, disguise side effect. Due to severe energy shortage, the disguise has undergone unknown mutation. Part of the Chaos Young Dragon's instincts will manifest randomly in slime ways. Dragon instincts in slime ways? Lin Xuan muttered, a sense of absurdity flooding his mind. What would that even look like? Spitting out sticky dragon breath? Using a bouncy body for a dragon charge? As he thought that, Little Soft slowly wriggled toward the rusty iron sword on the table. Then, under Lin Xuan's stunned, frozen gaze, The front of Little Soft's body suddenly split open, like a mouth. Awum. It swallowed the half-meter-long iron sword in one bite. Lin Xuan's eyes almost popped out of his head. After swallowing the sword, Little Soft's body didn't change at all, just wobbled in satisfaction. The next second. Burp. A crisp, loud belch echoed through the silent room. Chapter 5, The Brothers' Unwillingness and Reverse PUA. Lin Xuan lay paralyzed on the bed, feeling every bone in his body hollowed out. He was now like a human machine completely drained of power, unable to move, even thinking felt like a burden. He looked inward. His meridians were empty, his dantian as dry as a plundered treasure vault. 99% of his life force had been extracted. The system didn't just draw blood, it drained him dry. All my blood and money gone. Lin Xuan's cracked lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. This move, it was like the system had not only taken the principle but also the interest, packed up, and cleared it all. Right now, he desperately needed a huge amount of resources to recover, or else forget the Chaos Hatchling Dragon. Even getting out of bed to drink water might kill him on the spot. Just as he was wondering where to optimize some resources to extend his life. Boom! The door was blasted open from the outside with brute force, the shattered wooden board smashing against the wall and leaving a fierce, gaping hole. Lin Xuan! Get your damn ass up! A furious roar exploded beside his ear. Lin Xuan turned his head with difficulty. A burly figure, as massive as a small mountain, blocked the doorway. His face was full of rough flesh, veins bulging and throbbing on his forehead. It was his childhood friend, Wang Dali. The awakening ceremony ends and you disappear? You're not eating either, what, trying to ascend to immortality? Wang Dali took 2 steps in 3, rushed to the bed, and grabbed Lin Xuan by the collar. The force was so great that Lin Xuan's fragile neck gave a painful creak sound. Lin Xuan weakly raised his hand to push him away, but only a wheezing, leaking sound came from his throat. His pale face, bloodless lips, and those eyes exhausted beyond limit, all these, in Wang Dali's eyes, became iron-proof signs of despair and self-abandonment. So what if you awakened a slime? You gotta fall apart like this for that? F rank, so what? My D-rank Earth Rock Turtle still trains fine. Stand the hell up. Wang Dali roared in rage, his voice shaking the whole room with a buzzing echo. Hearing the brotherly rage, full of gold content, Lin Xuan actually wanted to laugh. My good man, if you knew my so-called F rank was actually a Chaos Hatchling Dragon, slime form, you'd probably ascend to heaven on the spot. You think I'm broken because of a slime? I'm broken because the system drained me dry. What a beautiful misunderstanding born from information gap. Seeing Lin Xuan still looking like he was about to die any second, Wang Dali's chest heaved violently. In the end, he couldn't keep yelling. He gave a heavy snort, pulled out a rough cloth bundle from his chest pocket, and slammed it onto the bedside table with a loud thud. The bundle opened, revealing several bottles of low-grade blood and energy potion with worn labels, and a few dark, compressed rations. These are what I've saved these past months. Your contract spirit may be trash, but you can't collapse first. Take it, don't starve to death. After shouting that, Wang Dali turned his head away. His voice turned hoarse, his eyes slightly red. Looking at those few bottles of cheap potion, Lin Xuan felt a stream of warmth flow through his dried-up heart. That was his brother, mouth hard as stone, heart soft as tofu. He was just about to say something, when a cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding! Key story node detected, God-level choice activated. A translucent panel unfolded before Lin Xuan's eyes. Option A, accept Wang Dali's help and reveal part of the truth. Reward, Wang Dali Loyalty Max, Body Enhancement Potion X1. Option B, refuse Wang Dali's goodwill, maintain aloof persona. Reward, slight mental power increase. Option C, accept his help and give back an even rarer item. Reward, Wang Dali Loyalty Max, his contract spirit awakens the talent Giant Spirit Stomach, system points plus 100. Lin Xuan's pupils shrank suddenly. The reward of option C, it was made for Wang Dali. Giant Spirit Stomach, just by the name, you know it's a terrifying talent that can devour everything and make it its own. This wasn't just making a friend, this was creating a future god-tier teammate. What he wanted was never pity, it was a partner who could keep up with his steps and fight by his side. Lin Xuan made his decision. He raised his hand with effort, pulling all the potions and rations Wang Dali brought to his bedside. Then, under Wang Dali's puzzled gaze, he reached under the bed, fumbling for a while. A stone glowing faintly with pale blue light was pulled out by Lin Xuan and handed to Wang Dali. E-level evolution material moss stone. Wang Dali's contracted spirit is a D-level earth rock turtle. This moss stone is enough to purify and evolve its bloodline. Its value is dozens of times that of the few vials of vitality potions. Wang Dali stared at the stone, frozen in place. His rough face was filled with shock and confusion, glancing at the stone, then at Lin Xuan's pale face, his mouth opening and closing without a word. He couldn't understand why Lin Xuan, who had awakened the F-level slime, would have such a thing. And even less so, why he would give his last trump card to him. Lin Xuan met his confused gaze, exerting all his strength to speak, word by word. This is my last asset. You need it more than I do. If you want to help me, first become stronger. Wang Dali gripped the cold moss stone tightly, the stone pressing painfully into his palm. He looked at Lin Xian's calm and deep eyes, as if those eyes contained stars and seas he could never understand. He gritted his teeth, nodded silently, turned, and strode out of the room. Ding! Core supporting character Wang Dali's loyalty has been locked at max, and the talent giant spirit stomach has been implanted into his contracted spirit's bloodline, to awaken at a specific time. Lin Xuan looked at the system prompt, his pale lips finally curving into a faint smile. This was a win-win. Chapter 6, Thank you for the copper coin that gives me startup capital. The next day, Lin Xuan dragged his nearly falling apart body into the classroom. The backlash's aftershocks were still wreaking havoc inside him, and each step felt like overdrawing his life. He was going to attend the Beastmaster theory class. Once the top student of the whole school, now, even sitting steadily felt like his soul was being gradually stripped away. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, dozens of eyes immediately fixed on him. These gazes mixed with pity, schadenfreude, but more than anything, naked disdain. The glances seemed to silently declare, look, the trash who awakened an F-level slime is here again. Lin Xian's face showed no expression, but his heart was icy cold. The sting of these gazes was even sharper than the pain from yesterday's contract backlash. His gaze swept across the front row, where the campus belle, Su Qingxue, was quietly chatting with a few female companions. Upon noticing his arrival, Su Qingxue's lips curled into the faintest of smiles, not a mockery, but a more painful and complete indifference. As if he were just a speck of dust that accidentally entered her sight, unworthy of any emotional investment. Lin Xian's seat was thoughtfully arranged by the homeroom teacher in the farthest corner of the classroom, right next to a garbage bin that emitted a foul odor. He didn't care in the least, walking over and sitting down. At his feet, the jelly-like little soft lay quietly, unaware of everything around it, its expression peaceful and naive. At the podium, the theory teacher was passionately explaining contract spirit's energy absorption and conversion efficiency. The dry theory made Lin Xuan drowsy, and the weakness from the backlash surged like a tide within him. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, the little soft at his feet suddenly twitched ever so slightly. It seemed to react instinctively to the phrase energy absorption. In the next moment, a tiny whirlpool appeared in the center of its featureless body. Hum. A low, almost illusory hum echoed in Lin Xian's mind. The thin spiritual energy floating in the air, invisible to the naked eye, was instantly captured and pulled by an invisible force, forming a mini spiritual vortex. This spiritual vortex was swallowed at an unbelievable speed, its entirety flooding into the small soft's tiny body. The whole process occurred in the blink of an eye, fast and secretive beyond comprehension. Apart from Lin Xuan, the contract master, no one noticed a thing. The entire classroom of students, including the teacher at the podium, were oblivious to the earth-shattering anomaly. Lin Xian's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He immediately focused his mind and checked the system panel. Chaos Young Dragon, disguised form, slime. Experience points, 7 out of 100. Just now, with that one inhale, his experience points jumped by a full 3 points. This is actively devouring the surrounding spiritual energy to level up. Lin Xian's heart raced wildly. Others needed to meditate, expending great effort to draw a single thread of spiritual energy into their bodies, yet his little soft one only needed a thought to completely plunder the surrounding spiritual energy. This is no longer just a talent, it is plundering. It's a miracle. The Chaos Young Dragon, even in its infancy, even disguised as the weakest slime, already has the instinct to devour everything, engraved deep within its bloodline. Lin Xuan desperately suppressed the ecstatic joy that almost burst from his throat. Growth. This is true low-key development. The school bell signaling the end of class rang throughout the campus. Just as Lin Xuan was about to head to the cafeteria, a tall shadow suddenly loomed over him. Hey, isn't this our genius Lin Xuan? Didn't your worthless slime suck you dry today? The speaker was Lin Wei, his clan's sworn enemy, a so-called genius who had climbed up using family resources. Behind him were a few lackeys, all wearing the same disgusting sneers. Lin Wei's gaze fell on the little soft one at Lin Xian's feet, filled with disgust. He lifted his foot and maliciously kicked the little soft one with his shoe tip. The little soft one rolled over from the kick, curling up into a ball and letting out a soft, trembling whimper of grievance. Lin Xian's eyes instantly turned cold. A violent killing intent surged from deep within him, his veins on the back of his hand standing out, almost bursting with rage. But he held it in. Rationality told him, now is not the time. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes 10 years. A small moment of patience prevents the destruction of a grand plan. Lin Xuan, look at you now, you sickly mess. You're truly embarrassing the Lin family. Lin Wei said, becoming more smug when he saw Lin Xian's lack of response. I'll tell you, even the black dog guarding my family is 100 times stronger than your lump of mud. Saying that, he actually pulled out a copper coin from his pocket. Clang! The copper coin made a sharp sound as he flicked it with his finger, spinning in a perfect arc and landing precisely at Lin Xian's feet, spinning on the ground and emitting a harsh sound. Here, a reward for you. Lin Wei pointed his chin toward the copper coin, his tone full of the satisfaction of charity. Take it, buy yourself, or your pet, some of the lowest grade nutrient paste. The students around them instantly erupted in loud laughter. Mocking, taunting, and amused laughter, like sharp needles, densely pricking at Lin Xian. Just then, Su Qingxue and her friends walked by. Qingxue, look, that useless Lin Xian is being bullied by Lin Wei again. It's both pitiful and deserved, one of the girls laughed lightly, her voice not too loud but just enough for everyone to hear clearly. Su Qingxue's steps paused for a moment. She glanced at the copper coin on the ground, its faint glow catching her eye, then looked at Lin Xian, whose face was as pale as paper. Her brows furrowed slightly, but her eyes remained as calm as an unmoving icy lake. She didn't stop, not even pausing for another second, and simply moved her gaze away, walking straight through the crowd. It was as if everything happening in front of her was merely a boring farce. Under everyone's watch, Lin Xian moved. He didn't explode in anger, didn't argue, not even a trace of humiliation showed on his face. He bent down and calmly picked up the copper coin, which was covered in dust, amid countless mocking gazes. Then, he slowly straightened up. He raised his head and met Lin Wei's startled gaze, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. That smile was very faint, yet it made Lin Wei's heart skip a beat, a cold shiver running up his spine. Thank you. Lin Xian said softly. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly entered the ears of everyone present, calm as if he were merely stating a fact. After speaking, he no longer looked at anyone, took the little wand by his side, turned around, squeezed through the crowd, and left silently. His back looked a bit thin under the light and shadow of the corridor, yet it carried an unshakable toughness. Lin Wei froze in place, feeling as if the punch he had gathered all his strength for had landed solidly on a ball of empty air. That pleasure of humiliating others was not satisfied at all, instead it turned into a nameless evil fire, stuck in his chest, making his face turn blue and white in turns. Su Qingxue, who was walking away, turned her head back as if driven by a ghost, and glanced at that back. For the first time, a question rose in her heart. Could a true waste, after suffering such ultimate humiliation, really stay so unmoved? Or was it that he simply never cared about any of this at all? This Lin Xian seemed completely different from the boy she remembered. Chapter 7, Humiliation in Public? A god-level choice appears. The afternoon sunlight cut slantwise into the classroom. A warm golden glow filled the room. Yet it could not warm Lin Xian's heart, which was cold from the failure of the canteen sprint. He was thinking whether to fight for food at the window next meal, or be luxurious for once and order takeout. The bell for the combat practice class rang. Sharp and piercing. Damn! Lin Xian cursed in his heart. He knew that Teacher Wang's personal stand-up comedy show was about to begin again. Teacher Wang, a middle-aged man whose hairline was in grave danger, had eyes mixed with cunning and vulgarity. Whenever he looked at Lin Xian, his gaze was always so deep and sincere. He both loved that Lin Xian provided a perfect negative example for his class, and hated why this trash, who kept breaking the school's lower limits, had not voluntarily dropped out yet, making him an indelible stain in his teaching career. Teacher Wang walked in with his lesson plan under his arm, not even giving students time to sit down before clearing his throat. His voice seemed to come with a built-in loudspeaker. Students, today we will discuss the ultimate question that decides your future, the strengths and weaknesses of contract spirits. In the corner, Lin Xian silently rolled his eyes. Here it comes. Old Wang's annual bloodline determines everything tour lecture. Next, he would start praising the top students while selling his Ace Spirit Beast Fast Track class. He knew the routine well. As expected, Teacher Wang's gaze swept across the classroom and stopped precisely on Su Qingxue in the front row. The wrinkles on his face bloomed into a chrysanthemum-like smile. Look, Su Qingxue's a great ice crystal bird. Excellent talent, pure bloodline. This is the grand path of a true beast master. A wave of suppressed awe and envy rose around the room. Lin Xian curled his lips. A great ice crystal bird? Got it, a public show-off class. Then, Teacher Wang's gaze turned to Lin Wei, the cousin who had humiliated him with copper coins yesterday. Now look at Lin Wei's C-grade flame dog. Though its aptitude is C-grade, with proper training it can also become a strong master. Teacher Wang spoke passionately, as if already seeing Lin Wei standing proudly to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award of the Beast Taming World. Lin Wei puffed up his chest in pride and cast a provocative glance at Lin Xian across the crowd. Lin Xian sneered inwardly. Hard work makes up for weakness? More like money makes up for weakness. After setting up enough tension and atmosphere, Teacher Wang's gaze finally turned, like a nail, nailing itself firmly into the corner of the classroom. Onto Lin Xuan. However, Teacher Wang suddenly raised his voice, making the whole classroom buzz. To help everyone understand more clearly what the harm of a low-grade contract spirit is, I specially invited a negative example today. Lin Xuan's heart suddenly tightened. A bad feeling crawled up his spine. He didn't even have time to curse in his heart. Don't tell me that unlucky guy is me. Teacher Wang's finger pierced through dozens of meters, like an invisible poisonous thorn, and precisely nailed between his eyebrows. Lin Xuan. Bring your slime and come up to the battle stage. That tone, that posture, it was as if announcing, congratulations, you have become the brightest sacrifice of today's class. Lin Xuan. He began to calculate whether the mental damage fee from this class could buy him a tube of top-grade nutrient paste. Swoosh. The gaze of the whole class instantly gathered into two searchlights, locking firmly on him. In those eyes mixed excitement of watching a show, undisguised mockery, and the joy of others' misfortune. Lin Wei laughed so hard his shoulders shook, the corners of his mouth stretching so wide it was as if he wanted to announce to the whole world, yes, I arranged this. Lin Xian's heart was as clear as a mirror. Yesterday's humiliation didn't break him, instead, his strange smile made Lin Wei lose face. That guy held his anger inside. Today, he spent money to bribe Teacher Wang, to give him a live lesson, to take back the dignity he lost yesterday, with interest. Very good. This debt, I've remembered it. Expressionless, under dozens of stares, he stood up in silence. Step by step, he walked toward the battle stage at the center of the platform. At his feet, the blue little slime bounced and wobbled beside him, innocent and clueless, perfectly showing what it meant to use the sky as a blanket when it falls. Teacher Wang looked at Lin Xuan walking up to the stage, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. He pointed at the little slime and began his so-called lesson. Class, look. This is the most typical F-level contracted spirit, a slime. Simple structure, no attack power, almost zero evolution potential. Skill slots, pathetically only one. Lin Xian's ears automatically blocked out that useless talk. Just then, Teacher Wang's tone suddenly turned cold and sharp. To make everyone deeply remember what no cultivation value means, I will personally give you a demonstration. He waved his hand sharply. A flash of light and a huge B-level windblade mantis appeared on the battle stage. The mantis was entirely bluish-green, its two forearms like sharp scythes, shining with cold metallic light. Windblade mantis, Teacher Wang commanded, with a hint of playful malice in his voice, use your weakest windblade on that slime. The windblade mantis swung its arms. A pale blue windblade shot out with a sharp whistling sound. Lin Xian's pupils shrank suddenly. Something's wrong. The trajectory of that windblade, it was aimed at him. He could even see the fast trembling pale blue airflows along the edge of the blade, carrying deadly sharpness, enlarging rapidly in his sight. Chie! A cold sharp pain burst open from his cheek. A few strands of black hair were neatly cut off and floated down. A thin line of blood slowly oozed from his cheek. The warm liquid slid down his skin. 1 drop, 2 drops, fell on the dusty floor, spreading into small, piercing red stains. He didn't break down. He was just ignited. That madness and violence, which he had pressed down under reason ever since crossing over, finally found a perfect outlet. The little slime, frightened by the sudden gust, let out a chirp and instantly shrank into a trembling blue ball. Teacher Wang saw the scene, and the smile on his face grew even darker. He pointed at the trembling little slime and shouted to the class. Do you see this? This is F-level. It doesn't even have the courage for the most basic fight. A contracted spirit like this will only be your burden, destroying your future. The entire classroom turned into a cage made of roaring laughter. The laughter crashed against Lin Xuan like waves. Lin Xuan raised his hand and wiped the blood from his cheek with his fingertip. The warm, sticky touch was so clear, like a burning mark. He lowered his head, his bangs casting a shadow over his eyes. No one saw that deep inside his black pupils, something shattered. But beside him, the little slime suddenly stopped trembling. The blue, jelly-like body surface flickered with a dark golden light, flashing in an instant. Just as Teacher Wang was about to continue his long-winded speech, savoring the pleasure of public execution, Lin Xuan slowly raised his head, meeting Teacher Wang's smug, nauseating face. Then, he smiled. A silent smile, soaked in the scent of blood. His blood-stained fingertips lightly brushed his lips. It's coming. In Lin Xian's mind. That cold, mechanical prompt sound finally arrived as expected. Detection of extreme humiliation to the host, counterattack willpower reaching threshold. God-level choice, activated. Chapter 8, Swallow a pebble and then crush you. The dead, mechanical sound echoed in Lin Xian's mind. At this moment, this sound was more pleasant than any heavenly music in the world. The golden finger, finally loaded. In Lin Xian's vision, 3 twisted light curtains tore open, the special effects as cheap as a pop-up ad on a website. Option A, endure. Temporarily avoid the sharp edges, turn today's humiliation into training motivation. Reward, endurance state, training speed plus 10% for 3 days, but... A cold gleam flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Endure? That word didn't exist in the dictionary of his past life. It certainly wouldn't exist in this life. Option B, argue. Expose teacher Wang's bribery and settle a personal score in public. Reward, beginner skill rhetoric, teacher Wang's reputation damaged. Interesting. But what's the use of just talking? Spitting saliva won't drown anyone, it'll just make this old weasel's skin thicker in the process. It's a temporary fix, not a real solution. Lin Xian's gaze finally locked onto the last option, burning with golden flames. Option C, fight. Accept duel, use your slime to crush his Windblade Mantis. Completion reward, SSS level skill, Chaotic Devour, beginner, unlocked. Teacher Wang expelled on the spot. Your reputation in the academy soars. Lin Xian's chest tightened violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand. SSS level skill. Chaotic Devour. That was the innate divine power of the Chaos Dragon Hatchling. Even that after-sales service had been arranged clearly. Why hesitate? Risk? When the reward is so great that it could change your fate, risk becomes the greatest opportunity. I choose C. Lin Xian roared silently in his heart. At this moment, he felt an unspoken, evil consensus with this mysterious system. He raised his head. His fingertips wiped away the warm bloodstain on his cheek, the sticky sensation igniting the last bit of reason in his eyes. He stared calmly at Teacher Wang, who was gloating and enjoying the attention of the crowd. Teacher Wang. His voice was not loud, but it was like a needle, precisely piercing through the noisy atmosphere. Thank you for your guidance. There was a strange smile in Lin Xian's tone. In order to better understand your teachings on trash, I would like to duel with my slime against your Windblade Mantis. As soon as the words left his mouth, the air in the entire combat hall was sucked out. All discussions and mockeries were choked in an instant. Gazes focused on Lin Xian, from initial disdain, to astonishment, and finally to the bewilderment of thinking he was a madman. Using an F-grade slime to challenge a B-grade Windblade Mantis? He must have been scared stupid, or the Windblade just now knocked his brain out of his head. The smug smile on Teacher Wang's face froze. 1 second later, he burst into an intense, almost convulsive laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke since the dawn of time. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. He laughed so hard that tears flew out, pointing at Lin Xian, gasping for breath. Lin Xian. I really underestimated you. Fine. Since you want to humiliate yourself so badly, I'll grant your wish today. His laughter stopped abruptly, his face suddenly turning sinister. I'll stand right here. If your slime can even touch my Windblade Mantis once, I'll admit defeat. Good. The death flag stands tall and steady. Lin Xian silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Teacher Wang, you are truly a good comrade who sends people to their doom. However, Lin Xian did not immediately accept the challenge. Instead, he showed Teacher Wang a polite smile. Don't rush, Teacher Wang. Before the battle, I need to let my contract spirit recover some strength. This is fair, right? As you wish. Teacher Wang impatiently crossed his arms, snorting coldly. He really wanted to see what this useless person could come up with. Giving a puddle of mud some energy? Even if it swallowed an elephant, it would still be a puddle of mud. In front of hundreds of absurd gazes, Lin Xian slowly rummaged through his pocket. Is it a high-grade energy cube? Or a concentrated nutrient solution? No. He pulled out a stone. A smooth pebble that glowed softly under the light, commonplace everywhere. Perfect, flawless pebble. The audience? A huge question mark appeared on everyone's forehead. What kind of bizarre pre-match ritual is this? Feeding a slime a stone? This recipe is too hardcore. Lin Xian ignored the surrounding eyes that looked at him as if he were crazy and nonchalantly tossed the pebble in front of the little slime. The little slime, which had just been shivering, seemed to smell an incredible delicacy and jumped up suddenly. It squirmed, opening its invisible mouth. In one gulp, it swallowed the pebble, which was harder than its own body. Gulp. A barely audible sound. Then, there was nothing else. The little slime's body merely swelled slightly for a moment before returning to its original state, still bouncy and harmless. Are you done making a scene? Teacher Wang's patience was completely worn out. All right. Lin Xian looked up, the curve of his lips carrying a hint of unexplainable cruelty. The good show. Now, let the performance begin. Chapter 9, One thick phlegm and you're done. As the battle began, the air tensed like a bowstring. Teacher Wang crossed his arms and raised his chin, his posture seemingly not presiding over a teaching duel but reviewing his own divine ceremony. He was even too lazy to let the wind blade mantis take an attacking stance. The mantis's signature sharp arms hung loosely, its crimson compound eyes holding human-like contempt, looking at the little slime as if examining a pile of blue jelly not worth slicing. The outcome of this battle, to him, was already determined the moment he took the first sip of goji berry water. An F-grade slime getting within 3 meters of his B-grade windblade mantis would be a miracle of physics. TSK, the opening move is the standard setup for a villain. Lin Xuan laughed coldly in his heart. Teacher Wang was just short of tattooing the words "I am a pretentious fool" on his forehead. Little slime. Lin Xuan's voice rang out sharply in the deathly quiet battle arena. Use hardened dot. The command was given. On the surface of the little blue jelly's body, a very faint glow appeared, like it was coated with a thin layer of crystal. It looked, indeed, somewhat sturdier than before. Put. In the audience, someone burst out laughing first. Shortly after, uncontrollable snickers spread like a plague. Harden? An F-grade slime's hardening? Is this trying to evolve from jelly to super Q-bouncy version jelly? I'm laughing so hard it hurts my stomach. That defense against a B-grade windblade mantis is even flimsier than paper. This guy really doesn't leave himself any way out, he's all about breaking it and letting it fall. Lin Xuan turned a deaf ear to the surrounding mocking. Laugh all you want. The louder you laugh now, the more your face will swell later. This is called show effect. Are you done or not? Teacher Wang's patience was completely gone. He waved his hand irritably, as if shooing away a buzzing fly. Stop wasting everyone's time. Finish it. The command was given. The windblade mantis's crimson compound eyes instantly locked onto the little slime. Buzz. The air was torn apart. It swung its arms violently, and 2 half-meter-long, solidified green windblades immediately formed. With the deadly intent of complete annihilation, the attack crossed toward the small blue figure at the center of the field. It has come. All the students' breaths paused at that moment. They could almost see, in the next second, that poor slime being ruthlessly sliced into pieces, blue liquid splattering everywhere. However, in the face of this lethal attack, Lin Xuan not only didn't let Xiaoruan dodge, but instead gave an order that sent everyone's minds into a frenzy. Spit it out. Spit? Spit what? Xiaoruan seemed to receive a grand command, its body suddenly puffed up, opening its invisible mouth, aiming at the whistling wind blade. Whoosh! A piercing sound of something cutting through the air. What it spat out was not a skill wave, nor was it an acid spray, but a plain, ordinary pebble that it had just swallowed. The pebble turned into a gray-white cannonball, spinning at high speed, crashing straight toward the first green wind blade. What kind of bizarre operation is this? Using a stone to fight a skill? Everyone's brains collectively short-circuited at that moment. In the blink of an eye. Clang! A crisp and piercing metallic explosion. The pebble collided with the first wind blade in midair, the hard stone and condensed energy both shattered. Fragments of stone and green light flew out in all directions. It actually, really blocked it. Though it was just a brief moment, it successfully halted the offensive of the wind blade, buying Xiaoruan that crucial 0.5 seconds. But the second wind blade came immediately, its speed unchanged, its power still strong. Put. The wind blade accurately struck Xiaoruan's body. It's over. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. But the bloody scene they expected, where its body was split in two and liquid flew everywhere, did not happen. That sharp wind blade, at the moment of piercing into Xiaoruan's body, seemed to plunge into a quagmire with infinite suction power. Xiaoruan's body softened and caved inward, not only remaining uncut but also successfully packaging the entire green energy wind blade, swallowing it tightly. Immediately, a nauseating sizzling sound echoed. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of wide-eyed students, that energy wind blade, capable of cutting through gold and jade, was rapidly dissolving and devoured within Xiaoruan's body at a visible speed. In just a few breaths, it disappeared without a trace. Teacher Wang's face, bearing a smile of everything is under control, froze completely. The muscles on his face twitched wildly, the disdain and contempt in his eyes were swiftly replaced by an emotion called unbelievable. F-class slime's mucus, corroded an energy body? What kind of principle is this? This was not taught in the beast control textbook. This is unscientific. This is not beast control. Impossible. Teacher Wang, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exploded instantly, screaming hysterically, "Wind blade mantis! Get close! Use your blade arms! Tear it apart for me! If the skills don't work, then use pure physical attacks." He didn't believe that this puddle of mud could withstand the invincible blade arm of a B-class battle pet. Swish! The wind-blade mantis became a blurred green shadow, its legs kicked fiercely, instantly crossing a distance of several meters, appearing ghost-like in front of Xiaowan. It raised its other intact blade arm, gleaming with a metallic luster, and swung it down toward Xiaowan's head. This strike carried a fierce wind that tore through the air. Now! Lin Xuan's gaze was sharp to the extreme. Mucus. Xiaowan's body puffed up again, a fist-sized blob of blue mucus precisely sprayed out from within. It struck accurately, hitting the wind-blade mantis' descending blade arm. And then, an unforgettable scene for everyone in the audience happened. Sizzle! That blue mucus, seemingly harmless and even a bit bouncy, unleashed an indescribably terrifying reaction the moment it touched the wind-blade mantis' B-class hardened shell. A thick, green smoke, mixed with a sharp burnt smell, soared into the sky. Screech! The wind-blade mantis let out a piercing, distorted shriek, filled with endless pain and fear. In the complete silence of the crowd, its proud, indestructible blade arms were corroded and melted by that massive slime at an impossible speed. Its hard shell became as soft as a candle, the sharp blade bubbling fiercely, and in an instant turned into a puddle of greenish liquid, dripping to the ground. In the whole arena, dead silence. A silence so profound, even the sound of breathing vanished, like a grave. All the students, including Lin Wei and Su Qingxuan in the front row, turned into stone sculptures. They gaped with mouths open, eyes wide, expressionless, like a group of puppets with their souls pulled away. Teacher Wang, even more, looked as if struck by lightning. He stood stiff, his pupils shrank to the most dangerous pinprick, staring intensely at the puddle still emitting green smoke. His B-class battle pet. Half its life was wasted by an F-class slime with just one mouthful of slime? This world has gone mad. Chapter 10, Strength Must Be Built by Money, the system issues an extreme mission, brave the black market. The dead silence was torn apart by hurried footsteps rushing in through the doorway. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with an extremely unique hairstyle. A bald head. And it's the brightest area of that bald head. The reflection effect rivals a military searchlight. He was afraid others wouldn't know he was an expert of baldness. The principal of Qingting Academy. Behind him followed the frowning director, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom. The two immediately saw the tragic scene before them. The puddle still bubbling with hiss and emitting green smoke. Beside it, the wind-blade mantis, with one arm broken, looked dazed, filled with philosophical reflections of who am I, where am I? And Teacher Wang, frozen in place, looking like a dried wax figure. Veins on the principal's forehead bulged one after another. One. Jian. Gua. A roar that shook the dust from the ceiling, as if questioning life itself. Teacher Wan was startled awake. His whole body trembled. His unfocused pupils slowly came into focus on the principal's face. Principal I. What do you mean, what? The principal was so angry that his fingers trembled. Improper teaching. Fighting with students. Abusing authority. Do you think my position as principal is just for you to wipe your backside? Security. Throw him out. Immediately suspended. Take him to the investigation room. Two security guards moved at the command. They flexed their arms. And directly lifted the dazed Teacher Wang. No. No way. An F-class slime, corroding an energy body. This is unscientific. This is not beast mastering. Teacher Wang muttered nervously as he was dragged away mercilessly. His worldview was probably completely shattered. Lin Xuan watched the satisfying scene with a calm expression. The villain died from talking too much and being stubborn. The ancients did not deceive me. Lin Xuan, classmate. The principal's gaze turned to him, forcing a kind smile through his anger. The switching process was slightly awkward, but the acting was still on point. Your slime. Here it comes. The classic reserved segment, how do you explain your cheat? Lin Xuan's mind raced. Nowadays, even having a cheat requires making excuses, it's too hard. His face instantly filled with confusion and surprise, wearing an innocent expression of I know nothing at all. He scratched his head and honestly explained, Principal, I am also very surprised. I suspect Little Soft may have, undergone some kind of benign mutation. It seems that a bit, just a tiny bit of corrosive property has developed in its slime. As he spoke, Lin Xuan extended his pinky and index finger. He gestured at just a little bit distance. Afraid that the principal would not believe him. Minor? A little bit? All the teachers and students instinctively glanced at the large pit on the ground still corroding the floor and emitting eerie green smoke. Then they looked back at Lin Xuan's sincerely innocent face, comparable to a top 10 touching figures of China. The entire scene fell into a strange silence again. Bro, you call this weak? This corrosiveness would make even concentrated sulfuric acid hand over a cigarette and shout "Big Brother." The muscles on the principal's face twitched wildly. He really wanted to ask everything. But rationality told him that if he asked further, his decades-long worldview of beast taming might just collapse right there. He did not want to follow in Wang Jiangluo's footsteps. Surely, he couldn't admit that an F-grade slime could dissolve the arm of a B-grade battle pet on the spot, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If this got out, the entire beast-taming world would shake. It would be too outrageous for him to be the principal. Ahem. So it's a beneficial mutation. The principal swallowed hard, reluctantly accepting this explanation. And he decided to have the education director collect all cases of slime mutations for thorough research when he got back. This is a good thing. A wonderful thing. This is the pride of our academy. Lin Xuan, you take it back to rest and check its health. If you need anything, just tell the school anytime. Okay, principal. Thank you, principal. Lin Xuan bowed at a 90-degree angle. His pose was flawless. Then he moved quickly, bending down to scoop up the little soft, which was still gurgling innocently on the ground. Turning around, he hurried away, escaping like the wind. If he didn't leave soon, with this group of overly curious classmates surrounding him, he wouldn't be able to get out of this door today. Just thinking about being surrounded by a crowd asking, "How did you do this with your slime?" sent shivers down Lin Xian's spine. He ran all the way home. Lin Xuan slammed the door shut with a bang, leaning against it, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Phew, showing off is exhausting. He tossed Little Soft onto the bed, immediately sinking into his thoughts and opening the system panel. Sure enough, in Little Soft's skill bar, the icon for Chaos Devour, Beginner, was glowing brightly. But the energy bar below the icon was now dark red. Completely drained. Damn. The blue bar was emptied in an instant. It turned out that it was not an infinite fire mode but a bolt-action rifle that needed reloading after a shot. That earlier attack had completely drained all the energy it had accumulated from consuming Windblade and Pebbles. Looks like this big move can't be used like a normal attack. Got to save it. At that moment, the system's cold electronic voice rang out again. Warning, the growth of the Chaos Young Dragon requires massive energy. The host's feeding efficiency is too low. It is recommended to quickly obtain high-energy materials or large amounts of wealth to meet its growth needs. Suggestion, provide high amounts of wealth to the Chaos Young Dragon as an alternative to ineffective emotional support. Lin Xuan. You're a system, and you understand PUA? But the system wasn't wrong. Lacking money. His biggest problem right now was being short on cash. Lin Xuan patted his pocket. He dug around for a long time. Finally, he opened his palm. Looking at the few jingling copper coins, he fell into deep thought. With this little money, let alone paying for Little Soft, he had to think twice about whether to buy a bag of spicy strips or add a sausage. A strong desire for money shone in Lin Xian's eyes. I want to make money. Make big money. As if he heard the roar within him. The system interface flashed suddenly. Detected the host's strong desire to make money. The strength of the desire has crossed the threshold. Anti-routine task generating. Task released, extreme task brave the black market. Task description, as a man with a golden finger, how can you be troubled by money? Go, young man, to that chaotic land of danger and opportunity, and earn your first pot of gold. Task requirement, earn 10,000 gold coins in the underground black market of Jiangnan City within 3 days. Task rewards, 1. Opens the wealth section of the system mall, 2. Golden lottery ticket X1, 3. Mysterious item disguise mask X1. Failure punishment, randomly strip the host of one ability or item already obtained. Lin Xian's breath halted instantaneously. High risk, high return. This is a win. His gaze fixed firmly on the item called Disguise Mask. Disguise Mask, wear it, and you are the most inconspicuous guy in the crowd. The mask can change the wearer's appearance, body shape, and aura at will, making it undetectable by any beast masters below the king level. I'm thrilled. Isn't this the legendary disguise artifact, the savior for socially anxious people, the special suit for stirring up trouble? With this thing, he can confidently roam anywhere without worry. No need to fear exposing his identity. He's definitely going to claim this reward. But, in the black market of Jiangnan City. That place is not a beginner's village. A mix of dragons and snakes, and chaos reigning. It's a gray zone that the authorities acknowledge but cannot control. Every day, some people make fortunes there, and every day, some people get fortuned as well. It's definitely wealth comes with risks. With his current F-grade strength and being from a collateral branch of the Lin family, entering is like a little lamb walking into a wolf pack's barbecue buffet. And it's the kind that comes with its own seasoning. The challenge is huge. But in Lin Xian's dictionary, there is no word retreat. He didn't rush out impulsively. That reckless behavior is not acceptable. He thought for a moment, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Hello? Doli? On the other end, Wang Deli's excited voice came through. Xian Gu. Wow. You've become famous. You're really famous. F-grade slime defeated B-grade windblade mantis in seconds. Now the whole school forum is exploding. You are my god. Calm down, it's basic operation. Lin Xuan said calmly, but inside he was complaining, God my foot, I almost ran out of health points and had to keep going. Dili, do me a favor. Xian Gu, you say it. Up the knife mountain or down the fire sea, if I, Wang Dili, frown even once, I'm not your brother. No need to be that dramatic, Lin Xuan chuckled, I'm planning to visit the black market, can you help me gather some intel on it, like the entry lingo, the divisions of each area, and any recent noteworthy transactions? Chapter 11, Wearing the Faceless Mask, I become the most mysterious passerby in the night. Wang Dili sent an encrypted map, with a red dot marking the abandoned warehouse area in the south of the city. Lin Xuan took 7 or 8 turns, finally reaching this desolate place where even the navigation would get lost. The air mixed with the smell of rust and mold, not even wild dogs would dare to pee here. Empty and desolate. Lin Xuan had a thought. System, claim the reward. As soon as the words fell, his palm felt a chill. A pure black mask appeared out of thin air. The mask was completely black, its surface as smooth as a mirror, yet without any facial features, like a black hole that sucked in light. Concealment mask can change the wearer's appearance, body shape, and aura at will, making it undetectable by any beast masters below the king level. Lin Xuan did not hesitate and directly put it on his face. Buzz. A wave of icy energy surged from the mask, instantly spreading throughout his body. His bones made subtle snap sounds. His height increased by half a head. His slightly thin figure became tall and slender. The contours of his face began to blur, eventually shrouded in mist. His aura changed completely. From an ordinary student, he transformed into an unfathomable mysterious person. On the system panel, a parenthesis appeared next to his name. Host, Lin Xuan, faceless. Lin Xuan walked to a puddle and looked down. The water reflected a stranger's silhouette, a tall figure, a cold demeanor, and a face obscured by mist, with features unclear. Perfect. From now on, Lin Xuan goes to school, and faceless stirs up trouble. With enough disguises, he won't fear a backlash. Following the map, he arrived in front of an abandoned factory. 2 strong men stood at the entrance, muscles rippling, their eyes fierce. Lin Xuan walked over. Stop. The strong man on the left shouted fiercely, his palm as big as a fan blocking the way. Lin Xuan said nothing, just quietly looked at them. The 2 strong men's gazes fell on the black mask covering his face. The next second, their fierce expressions froze. They exchanged glances, their pupils shrinking. Please, come in. Their attitude instantly turned respectful, and they quickly stepped aside. Lin Xuan's heart stirred. This mask can make people unable to read him? Interesting. He nodded subtly and stepped through the iron gate. Inside is another world. The smell of blood, herbs, and low-quality alcohol mixed together, hitting his face. In the vast underground space, the light was dim, and the noise of voices was chaotic. Everywhere were stalls. The stall owners were fierce, their eyes alert. The beast tamers passing by mostly wore hoods or masks, moving quickly. This is the black market of Jiangnan City. Lin Xuan had just taken a few steps when a figure hurriedly bumped into him. Sorry. The person was in a black robe, with a crow emblem embroidered on the chest, quickly apologized and vanished into the crowd. A system prompt suddenly echoed. Ding. Detected special energy fluctuations. Contacted a member of the Night Organization. This organization is the actual controller of the black market in Jiangnan City, acting secretly and ruthlessly. Lin Xuan paused in his steps. He ran into the local biggest snakehead right at the entrance? His expression remained unchanged under the mask, but he firmly remembered that crow emblem in his mind. The Night Organization, not something he could mess with for now. He suppressed his thoughts and began weaving through the stalls. The goods here were absurdly outrageous. Ancient dragon egg, fake 1 compensation 10. Only 998. The stall owner spat as he pointed at a dirty egg. Lin Xuan glanced at it, that egg looked no different than the village's local chicken eggs. B-grade fierce beast flame crazy lion's fangs. Comes with burning effect. Another stall owner held up a yellowish fong, wildly bragging. Lin Xuan glanced over. This thing probably came from a wild boar, it didn't even have the tartar cleaned off. After a stroll, Lin Xuan understood. Want to rely on eyesight to pick up treasures here? Dream on. This group of old scammers, every single one a master actor. System, activate appraisal function. Appraisal function activated. Each use costs 1 system point. Current point balance, 100 points. Only 1 point? Not expensive. Lin Xuan's gaze swept across the nearby stalls again. This time, the world changed. Above each item, semi-transparent information boxes floated. Withered iron wire grassroot, worthless. Abandoned mechanical puppet parts, recommended to sell as scrap iron by weight. Ordinary black iron or, too many impurities, recommend remelting. A series of prompts flashed by. All scrap. Lin Xuan continued walking, his eyes landed on a stall in the corner. The stall owner was a one-eyed dragon, wearing a buy it or not expression. The stall displayed a pile of junk, a few pitch black stones, some withered plant roots, and rusty metal parts. Lin Xuan activated appraisal, slowly scanning. Withered iron wire grassroot, worthless. Abandoned mechanical puppet parts, recommended to sell as scrap iron by weight. Ordinary black iron or, too many impurities. All scrap. Just as he was about to shift his gaze away, his eyes suddenly fixated on a fist-sized black stone. Ding! Detected special item. Chapter 12, Black Market Frenzy. 5 copper coins for 100,000 dragon saliva grass. The one-eyed dragon dropped his jaw. Lin Xuan stared at that black stone, sweat already dripping from his palm. In the system interface, a golden information box flashed wildly on the retina. Dragon blood-soaked star iron ore. Top-tier forging material, containing a faint dragon's might, can be used to strengthen weapons or as an evolution main material for gold attribute contract spirits. Estimated value, over 50,000 gold coins. 50,000. Lin Xuan nearly broke down on the spot. All his belongings combined couldn't even gather 5 copper coins, and yet here, a casually discarded piece of junk stone is worth 50,000 gold coins? This black market, indeed a paradise for poor people to turn over a new leaf, and a hell for fools to go bankrupt. But he did not move. Not a single motion. Even his breathing was deliberately slowed down. Lin Xuan knew very well that if he charged over right now, pointing at that stone saying I want this, it would plainly tell others, this thing is valuable, right? At that point, don't even mention 50,000, 100,000 wouldn't secure it. More likely, he would be silenced directly. Wang Dali's words still echoed in his ears, the black market rule is, whoever covets it must be ready to be eliminated. Lin Xuan forced himself to look away. He pretended not to see anything and continued to walk forward, his eyes casually scanning the street stalls, like a clueless rookie. After walking past several stalls, he stopped at a place selling herbs. The vendor was a small, skinny old man with a goatee and shifty eyes, obviously a seasoned player in the black market. On the stall lay a pile of wilted herbs, most of them droopy and looking like they were about to die completely. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over them. The system identification function activated automatically. Withered wireweed, worthless. Inferior coagulant grass, medicinal effect below 30%. Ordinary spirit recovery grass, very poor quality. All junk. Just as Lin Xuan was about to leave, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a yellowing grass in the corner. The grass had curled leaves and blackened roots, looking deader than the others. But in the system interface, golden light erupted again. Ding! Detected special item variant dragon spittle grass, wilted. True quality, legendary herb. Effect, main ingredient, can be used to refine various high-level potions. Due to improper storage, it has lost its activity, but its core medicinal properties still exist. If activated, its value is incalculable. Lin Xuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Dragon spittle grass. This thing is a legendary treasure. Even if wilted, as long as it can be activated, its value would definitely be over 100,000 gold coins. 2 treasures, colliding together? Lin Xuan felt his heart racing as if it would explode. But his face still showed no expression. Can't panic. The more it's like this, the less he can panic. Lin Xuan's brain was working at full speed. Buy it directly? No way. Buying the star iron was risky enough, buying the dragon spittle grass would make even a fool of a vendor catch on. So what to do? Lin Xuan's gaze swept around and suddenly landed on a stall selling potion formulas close by. A thought sparked in his mind. Got it. He turned around and walked toward the formula stall. The vendor was a fat man with a round face, looking tough to deal with. What do you want? The fat man asked with a hoarse voice. Do you have any cheap formulas? Lin Xuan lowered his voice, trying to sound like a poor student, the lowest grade ones. Lowest grade? The fat man snickered, a broke person wants to learn potion making? He casually tossed a yellowed piece of paper. Hemostatic powder formula, 10 copper coins. Lin Xuan took it and glanced at it. Hemostatic powder formula, low level. Effect, can stop bleeding after refinement, success rate 30%. Required materials: coagulant grass X3, clear water X1, moderate heat. A junk formula. But just right for his needs. Lin Xuan pulled out the few copper coins he had left, gathered 10, and handed them to the fat man. The fat man took the money, waving him off in disgust. Get lost. Lin Xuan took the formula, turned around, and returned to the herb stall. The old man was bored, picking at his nails. Seeing him come back, his eyes lit up. Little brother, found something you like? Lin Xuan squatted down and pointed to the droopy coagulant grasses. How much for these? 5 copper coins each, the old man said immediately. Too expensive. Lin Xuan shook his head and showed the hemostatic powder formula. I'm a novice potion maker, just want to buy some cheap stuff to practice. These grasses are almost dead, can you lower the price? The old man peeked at the formula and instantly became cheerful. Oh, you really are a novice. He looked Lin Xuan up and down, seeing his ordinary attire and weak aura, and relaxed his guard. Alright, you don't have it easy either. The old man waved his hand. I'll package these coagulant grasses and that wilted grass in the corner for you, 5 copper coins. Wilted grass. He was talking about the dragon's spittle grass. Lin Xuan's heart raced, but his face showed a hesitant expression. That wilted grass, is it still usable? Usable my ass. The old man waved his hand impatiently. It's almost rotting, keeping it is just taking up space. If you want it, take it, if not, forget it. Lin Xuan pretended to hesitate and nodded. Then, fine. He pulled out 5 copper coins and handed them to the old man. The old man took the money, casually tossed the herbs along with the dragon's spittle grass into a ragged bag, and handed it to Lin Xuan. Take it, don't say I cheated you. Thank you. Lin Xuan took the bag and turned to leave. The steps were neither fast nor slow, like a true novice alchemist. But his grip on the cloth bag was so tight that his hand turned white. 5 copper coins in exchange for a dragon's saliva grass worth over 100,000. This deal was a huge profit. After leaving the herb stall, Lin Xuan didn't linger and continued to wander around the black market. He wanted everyone to think that he was just a lost novice wandering around. After browsing for a few more rounds, he returned to the stall that displayed star iron. The one-eyed dragon stall owner was smoking, looking impatient. Have you seen enough? If you're not buying, then get lost. Lin Xuan squatted down, his gaze sweeping over a pile of junk on the stall. How much for these ores? Flat price, 50 copper coins. The one-eyed dragon exhaled smoke. Take them all, no bargaining. Lin Xuan frowned. Too expensive. Take it or leave it. The one-eyed dragon rolled his eyes. Lin Xuan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly pointed to a piece of star iron. Can that black stone be sold separately? The one-eyed dragon was taken aback, looking down at the jet black stone. You want this? Yes. Lin Xuan nodded. I think its color is quite special. I want to take it home as a decoration. Decoration? The one-eyed dragon almost laughed out loud. This fool wants a broken stone as decor? He looked Lin Xuan up and down, noticing his ordinary clothes and weak aura, immediately concluding this was just a clueless rookie. All right. The one-eyed dragon grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Since you're new, I'll give you a favor. This stone, along with this pile of ores, totals 30 copper coins, and you take them all. 30 copper coins. Lin Xuan scoffed inwardly. This one-eyed dragon really thought he was an idiot. But he still wore a look of hesitation on his face. 30, a bit pricey. Then go away. The one-eyed dragon waved his hand impatiently. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth, pretending to show a strong determination. All right. I'll buy it. He pulled out a handful of copper coins from his pocket and counted them, exactly 30. This was his seed money borrowed from Wang Dali earlier. The one-eyed dragon took the money, casually tossed the piece of star iron and a pile of broken ores into a sack, and handed it to Lin Xuan. Hold it well, don't say I ripped you off. Thank you. Lin Xuan took the sack and turned to leave. His steps were still neither fast nor slow. But his hand holding the sack was trembling slightly. 30 copper coins for a piece of star iron worth over 50,000. This deal was a huge profit beyond measure. After leaving the stall, Lin Xuan didn't immediately exit the black market. He knew that walking straight out now would be too conspicuous. He continued to stroll around the black market, making a few more rounds, confirming that no one was paying attention to him, before slowly walking towards the exit. Just as he was almost at the exit, a figure suddenly blocked his way. Stop. Lin Xuan's heart suddenly contracted. Here it comes. Black on black? He looked up and saw who it was. It was a young man, in his 20s, dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, a short knife hanging from his waist. His aura was not weak, he was at least a C-grade beastmaster. The young man looked Lin Xuan up and down, his gaze falling on the sack and cloth bag in Lin Xuan's hands. New here? Yes. Lin Xuan nodded. First time on the black market? Yes. The young man grinned. Then you're lucky. Lin Xuan's heart raced. What did this guy mean? The young man suddenly reached out, pointing at the sack in Lin Xuan's hand. What's inside? Oregon. Lin Xuan tried to keep his voice calm. Or. The young man raised an eyebrow. Let me see. Lin Xuan didn't move. Why not? Because. The young man's smile vanished, his eyes instantly ice cold. This is the black market. He placed his hand on the short knife at his waist. I suspect what you have is stolen. Lin Xuan scoffed inwardly. As expected. The rules of the black market were that there were no rules. But he still maintained a calm expression. I bought it with money. Bought with money? The young man scoffed. Do you have a receipt? Lin Xuan fell silent. Seeing Lin Xuan not speak, the young man's smile became even broader. No, right? Then it's stolen. He reached out to snatch the sack from Lin Xuan's hands. At that moment. Hold it. A cold voice suddenly came from the side. The young man paused and turned his head. He saw a figure dressed in a black robe, with a crow symbol sewn on the chest, slowly walking over. It was the member of the night organization whom Lin Xuan had bumped into when he first entered. The young man's face changed instantly upon seeing the crow symbol. Sir! He immediately retracted his dagger and respectfully bowed his head. The black-robed man approached Lin Xuan, his gaze sweeping over the sack and cloth bag in his hands. I saw what he bought. The black-robed man's voice was cold, like it came from an ice cellar. It wasn't stolen. The young man's face stiffened. It's my mistake. He lowered his head and sheepishly retreated to the side. The black-robed man glanced at Lin Xuan, said nothing, and turned to leave. Lin Xuan stood there, dazed for a few seconds. What is happening? The night organization's person is helping him? He looked down at the mask on his face. Could it be because of this? Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding! Stealth mask carries special effect, deterrence. Effect, the wearer's aura is unfathomable, Beastmaster below the king level will instinctively feel awe. Lin Xuan understood in his heart. So that's it. This mask can not only conceal identity but also make people unable to see through his depth. No wonder those two strong gatekeepers and this member of the night organization treated him so politely. They thought he was a hidden big boss. Wonderful. Lin Xuan was overjoyed. This mask is simply an essential artifact for the black market. He no longer hesitated, lifted the sack and cloth bag, and quickly left the black market. He ran all the way until he confirmed no one was following before he stopped. Lin Xuan found a secluded abandoned warehouse and walked inside. He closed the door, confirmed there was no one around, then let out a long breath. Finally safe. He placed the sack and cloth bag on the ground and opened them. Starry iron and dragon's saliva grass lay quietly inside. Lin Xuan stared at these two treasures. Starry iron worth over 50,000 gold coins. Dragon's saliva grass worth over 100,000 gold coins. Combined, it was at least 150,000. The task only required 1,000 gold coins. He had directly completed it 15 times over. But Lin Xuan did not immediately feel happy. He fell silent for a moment and gave the system an order. Analyze dragon's saliva grass and starry iron, seeking the plan for maximum profit. Ding. Analyzing. Consuming 10 points of system points. Analysis complete. Plan 1, directly sell. High risk, unstable profit. Estimated profit, around 150,000 gold coins. Plan 2, extract the dragon blood aura from the starry iron, activate the dragon's saliva grass, and refine it into the lost ancient potion dragon blood regeneration liquid. Effect, can treat all non-lethal injuries, enhance contract spirit qualifications, market value exceeds 500,000 gold coins. Note, the potion formula is incomplete and needs to be completed before refining. Lin Xuan's breath suddenly caught. 500,000. And it could enhance contract spirit qualifications. If used on Little Soft, wouldn't it directly take off? But the formula is incomplete. Lin Xuan frowned. System, how to complete the formula? Ding. Detecting host needs. Suggestion, go to the deep area of the black market, look for the night auction. This auction is held once a month, selling various rare items, including lost refining formulas. Next auction time, 3 days later. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. 3 days later? Just in time for the task deadline. He clenched his fists, eyes determined. Let's do it. Since he had come this far, if he didn't go big, would it be worth this adventure? Lin Xuan put away the starry iron and dragon's saliva grass, turned, and left the warehouse. He needed to return and prepare well for the auction 3 days later. He must obtain that formula. Chapter 13, Golden Roulette, A-class potion formula in hand. Lin Xuan leaned against the wall, his mind racing. The incomplete formula was like a lottery ticket that had been scratched halfway. It looked tempting but couldn't be redeemed for a prize. He took out his phone and opened the banking app. Balance, 3.2 copper coins. He was so poor he couldn't even reach the threshold of the system mall. The task required him to earn 1,000 gold coins, and now he didn't even have a fraction of a fraction. Lin Xuan suddenly remembered something. In the task rewards, there was a golden lottery ticket. His eyes instantly lit up. The beginner 10 consecutive draws could give him SSS-level divine powers. This golden lottery ticket, which sounded awesome, had to be even more outrageous. System, I want to use the task reward in advance. Ding. Detected host's request to withdraw task rewards in advance. Risk warning, if the task ultimately fails, the punishment will double. Confirm application? Lin Xuan did not hesitate. Confirm. He was confident in himself. This would surely be a guaranteed win. Application approved. Golden lottery ticket has been issued. Use golden lottery ticket. Buzz. The space before him suddenly twisted. A huge golden wheel appeared out of nowhere, radiating a luxurious golden glow, densely engraved with names of various prizes. This was on a completely different level than the previous bronze beginner's wheel. Lin Xuan took a glance. D-level enhancement potion. C-level skill scroll flame bomb. B-level equipment shadow blade dagger. A-level formula perfect evolution potion. S-level. Wait a minute. A-level formula? Lin Xuan's breath caught in his throat. Did this thing start at D-level at the very least? Golden lottery truly lived up to its name. Spin. The golden wheel began to spin frantically. The light was blinding. Lin Xuan almost thought he was ascending. The speed slowed down. The pointer passed through one area after another. D-level enhancement potion, skipped. C-level skill scroll, skipped. B-level equipment, skipped. Lin Xuan's heart was in his throat. Please don't be garbage. Please don't be garbage. The pointer slowed down even more and finally stopped at a shimmering golden area. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn an A-level formula perfect evolution potion. Lin Xuan was stunned. What the hell? A-level? He originally just wanted something to complete the ancient formula, but instead, he got a complete A-level formula? This was a huge profit. The system interface popped up detailed information. Perfect evolution potion, A-level. Effect, can ignore bloodline shackles, forcibly increasing the contract spirit of D-level and below by 1 rank, with a very low probability of triggering its hidden bloodline. No side effects. Main ingredient, Dragon Spittle Grass X1. Auxiliary ingredients, Starlight Iron can be substituted, Moonlight Dew X3, Spirit Spring Water X5. Refining difficulty, high. Market value, inestimable, due to the formula being lost. Lin Xuan's hands began to tremble. Ignore bloodline shackles? Forcefully increase rank? And no side effects? If this was taken out to sell, forget 500,000, even 5 million, there would be people fighting over it. Even more outrageous was main ingredient, Dragon Spittle Grass. Auxiliary ingredient, Starlight Iron. He just happened to have these two things in his hands. Lin Xuan felt like his luck had exploded. This wasn't just a lucky find, it was like a pie falling from the sky, hitting him right in the mouth. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He laughed like a madman. But he couldn't care less at this point. So refreshing. So damn refreshing. At that moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Detected host has obtained A-level alchemy formula. Side job system alchemist module has been activated. Transferring alchemy knowledge. Buzz. A massive stream of information burst into Lin Xuan's mind. Control of heat. Processing medicinal materials. Energy guidance. Formula analysis. Countless alchemy-related knowledge flooded into his brain like a tide. Lin Xuan's forehead broke out in cold sweat, gritting his teeth to hold on. Minutes later, the stream of information finally stopped. Lin Xuan gasped for breath, but his eyes became incredibly bright. He was now a theoretical alchemist with complete knowledge. Though lacking practical experience, as long as he had tools and materials, he could start refining. Lack of tools. Lin Xuan calmed down, starting to take stock of his resources. An alchemy furnace, a must. Auxiliary materials, he needed to buy as well. But all of these needed money. Lin Xuan looked at the sack in his hand. Inside, besides starlight iron, there was a pile of real worthless ores. Can these trash be sold? He remembered the vendors he saw in the black market earlier. They were all masters of deception. Garbage could be turned into treasure. If that's the case, why couldn't he learn a thing or two? Lin Xuan's mouth curled up. As the faceless one, he thought. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan appeared again in the black market. This time, he did not wander around, but went straight to a corner and set up a stall. On the stall, there was a pile of useless ore. Lin Xuan sat on the ground, crossing his legs, with an aloof attitude of buy it or not. Passers-by took a look and shook their heads to leave. Another one selling junk. These ores look like garbage. Lin Xuan was not in a hurry. He was waiting. Waiting for that real fool. Sure enough, after a short while, a middle-aged man with an anxious face rushed over. Brother! Are you selling these ores? Here he came. Lin Xuan looked up and gave him a casual glance. Yes. How much? The middle-aged man asked eagerly. Lin Xuan extended one hand. 50 gold coins. What? The middle-aged man widened his eyes. You want 50 gold coins for this junk? Lin Xuan's expression under the mask remained calm. If you don't buy it, then leave. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and suddenly lowered his voice. Brother, to be honest, I'm a blacksmith. I just received a rush order, and the client wants a batch of impure ores as filler material. Your ores are just right. But I can only give you 30 gold coins at most. Lin Xuan sneered inside. Sure enough, he was a fool in urgent need of materials. But he still looked calm. 40. 35. Deal. Lin Xuan nodded decisively. The middle-aged man sighed in relief, took out his money pouch, counted out 35 gold coins, and handed them to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan accepted the money and packaged the pile of useless ore for him. The middle-aged man took the ore and hurriedly left. Lin Xuan looked at the gold coins in his hand. 35 gold coins in hand. Next was those few herbs. He took out several wilted blood coagulation herbs from his cloth bag and placed them on the stall. He naturally wouldn't take out the dragon spittle herb to sell. That was the main ingredient for alchemy. But these few blood coagulation herbs, although of very poor quality, might still be able to fool some outsiders. Lin Xuan cleared his throat and started to shout. Mutated herbs. Rare variety. Don't miss it when you pass by. His voice was not loud, but it sounded harsh in the quiet black market. Soon, a young man wearing a hood walked over. Mutated herbs? The young man squatted down and carefully examined the few blood coagulation herbs. Lin Xuan's eyes turned. Here came an outsider. That's right. Lin Xuan said seriously, these blood coagulation herbs were found by me in the suburbs. Due to special growth conditions, they mutated. Although they look wilted, their effect is 3 times stronger than ordinary blood coagulation herbs. The young man's eyes brightened. Really? If you don't believe me, you can try it. Lin Xuan shrugged. The young man hesitated for a moment, then suddenly pulled out a small knife and made a cut on his finger. Blood poured out. He picked up a blood coagulation herb and squeezed its juice onto the wound. A few seconds later, the wound really started to heal. Although the speed was very slow, it was indeed effective. The young man was excited. How much? Lin Xuan extended 2 fingers. 20 gold coins. Deal. Without any more words, the young man took out the money and bought all the blood coagulation herbs. Lin Xuan looked at the gold coins in his hand. 35 plus 20, 55 gold coins in total. Enough. He packed up the stall and quickly left the black market, heading straight to the tool shop. The tool shop was located on the edge of the black market. The shop was not big, but it was filled with various alchemy tools inside. Lin Xuan walked in, scanning the shelves. Basic alchemy furnace, 50 gold coins. Intermediate alchemy furnace, 200 gold coins. Advanced alchemy furnace, 1000 gold coins. Lin Xuan did not hesitate and chose the cheapest basic alchemy furnace. Although it was cheap, it was enough for him. He also bought some auxiliary materials, moonlight dew, spirit spring water, etc. At checkout, he spent all his gold coins. Lin Xuan carried the alchemy furnace and materials, leaving the black market. He rushed all the way back to his little house. He shut the door, pulled the curtains, and after confirming no one was around, he finally sighed in relief. Finally. I can start. Lin Xuan placed the alchemy furnace on the table and laid out the star iron, dragon spittle herb, and other materials one by one. His gaze became incredibly focused. Tonight, he would create the world's first perfect evolution potion. This potion could not only allow Little Soft to evolve directly but also help him earn enough money to complete the task. More importantly, this was his first step toward the peak. Lin Xuan's hand pressed on the lid of the potion furnace. Come on. Let the world see what a true divine medicine is. His eyes burned with fiery passion. Chapter 14, Little Soft spits and explodes the furnace to refine the divine pill. The night was as dark as ink. Inside the small room, Lin Xuan firmly locked the door with a bolt and then struggled to move a table to block the door securely. Still not reassured, he tore off a few strips of ragged cloth and stuffed the gaps between the windows tightly. After doing all this, he didn't forget to search the corner for a few broken bowls, awkwardly placing a tripwire array at the door and under the window. Anyone who dared to stumble in would definitely experience the thrill of being airborne for 3 seconds before hitting the ground. The sense of ritual must be fully in place. Lin Xuan patted the dust off his hands, then solemnly placed the cheap potion furnace he had bought from the black market in the center of the room. Beside him, Little Soft lay like a puddle of melted translucent jelly, curiously wriggling. Its round, shiny big eyes revealed a clear yet pure foolishness. Let's get to work. Lin Xuan exhaled a deep breath, the mockery in his eyes vanished in an instant, leaving only cold focus. He first picked up the star iron ore. According to the system's manual, he closed his eyes and an invisible psychic force gently penetrated the ore, inch by inch, like an ant's feeler exploring a hole. Step 1. Extract the essence of the stone. Lin Xuan's lips moved slightly, his psychic force precisely navigating through the complex structure of the ore. Found it. Under the hook of his psychic force, wisps of pale golden breath, like a startled school of fish, were accurately separated from the ore. Step 2. Strip away the dragon's blood essence. This was hidden deeper, and the breath was fainter. Lin Xuan's forehead beaded with fine sweat, his psychic force highly concentrated, as if he were challenging a billion pixel find the difference. Finally, in the core region of the ore, he caught a thread of red light that was finer than a spider's silk. This is it. Gather. Lin Xuan whispered, and his psychic force suddenly withdrew. Sizzle. A drop of strange liquid, golden with a hint of red, materialized in his palm, radiating ancient and scorching waves of energy. Done, as long as I have hands. Lin Xuan curled his lips into a smile and carefully placed this precious liquid into a jade bottle. Next, it was time for the few mutated dragon spittle grasses he had traded from the foolish big spender. Brother, your 20 gold coins have passed on peacefully, and have honorably contributed to the cause of human evolution. Lin Xuan observed a moment of silence for that unknown young man for half a second. Then he got ruthless. He used a special method to grind the dragon spittle grass into a fine dark green powder, and then summoned the slight spiritual energy within him to cover it like spring rain. A marvelous thing happened. The moisture-deprived herbal powder, astonishingly, regained a plump and lustrous appearance at a visible speed. An indescribable herbal fragrance spread throughout the small room, with just one breath making one feel invigorated. All preparations were complete. Open the furnace. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened as he tossed dozens of auxiliary materials, such as moonlight dew and spiritual spring water, into the potion furnace in a specific order, creating a clink-clink sound. He pressed his hands on the cool furnace body, pouring out his psychic force unreservedly, transforming it into an invisible flame to begin heating the potion furnace. The temperature of the flame, under his psychic control, fluctuated sharply, with each moment's change being precisely accurate. This operation consumed an alarming amount of psychic energy. Within half an hour, Lin Xuan's face had turned as pale as paper, beads of sweat dampening his dark hair. Damn! What was promised as alchemy, how does it feel like it's refining me? His mental strength was like a phone battery, going from full charge to the red warning zone. Just at the last moment when all the potions were about to merge, an unexpected change occurred. The drop of dragon blood aura that he threw into the furnace suddenly became wildly violent without any warning. It was like an ancient fierce beast, completely enraged, creating a devastating clash with the gentle power of the dragon saliva grass. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cheap alchemy furnace let out a sorrowful wail under the unbearable strain, instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Dazzling light burst out from the cracks, and the entire furnace looked like it was about to explode. What the heck? Exploding furnace? What happened to the newbie protection period? The system manual didn't mention this. 1-star review. I have to give the customer service an epic bad review. In a moment of life and death, a flash of lightning struck Lin Xuan's mind. He suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on the nearby jelly. Chaos Young Dragon. Chaos devours all things, encompasses everything. Let's take a gamble. Little Soft. Lin Xuan shouted with all his might, spit. Give me a huge spit. The dazed Little Soft on the ground was startled and shivered, but it seemed to understand its master's call. It tried hard to curl up its body, then suddenly opened its mouth wide. 2. A crystal-clear droplet of saliva, still holding some unclear sticky threads, arced perfectly through the air, accurately shooting into the violently shaking alchemy furnace. A giant spit prevented the explosion. A miracle happened. That droplet of chaotic aura instantly transformed into an invisible giant net the moment it entered the furnace. In an absolutely overbearing and unreasonable manner, it tightly wrapped and forcibly pressed the wild dragon blood aura and the medicinal power of dragon saliva grass. The two forces that were just fighting fiercely a second ago became as obedient as two students caught by a strict teacher in front of the higher dimensional chaotic aura, instantly tamed. Merging. Buzz. The vibration of the alchemy furnace suddenly stopped. A fragrance 100 times richer than before wafted out, fragrant and rich, as if washing away the dust of the soul. At the bottom of the furnace, a bottle of potion glimmering with colorful glass-like flashes lay quietly there. Around the potion, the spiritual energy in the air even formed tiny visible whirlpools, hurriedly gathering towards it. It appeared with its own background music and special effects, creating a full display. Lin Xuan gasped for breath, stretching out his still trembling hand to take the bottle of potion. Ding! System identification in progress. A line of virtual text appeared before his eyes. Item, Super Perfect Evolution Potion. Quality, A+. Effect, can allow any F-rank contracted spirit to evolve perfectly and has a high probability of triggering its hidden bloodline. Due to an accidental infusion of a trace of chaotic aura, its potency has gained an epic enhancement, ensuring the 100% activation of the contracted spirit's hidden bloodline. Evaluation, a rookie's wild operation, inadvertently creating an epic-making masterpiece. Lin Xuan. I, Lin Xuan, the contemporary god of alchemy, officially debut today. He looked at the shimmering potion in his hand, almost bursting into a performance of the Thomas spin for Little Soft. This is his lever to shake the entire Jiangnan city. Lin Xuan carefully stored the potion and then looked at the system panel. The countdown for the task, braving the black market, still had 1 day left. The corner of his mouth lifted, harder to suppress than a fully equipped M4 in his special forces soldier's hands. The first bucket of gold? No, it's the first mountain of gold, soon to be in his hands. Chapter 15, a drop of divine medicine exploded the identification device. The steward slipped and knelt, 1% commission, please sell it, the first bucket of gold? The pattern is small. Lin Xuan looked at the countdown of just 1 day left for braving the black market on the system panel, the curve of his mouth lifted higher than an M4 in a special forces soldier's hand. This isn't called gold mining. This is called directly moving the gold mine home. He tucked the shimmering, super perfect evolution potion into his arms, moving gently as if calming a rare treasure. How to sell it? Setting up a stall? Too low in ambition. Going to the small shop? It's just delivering vegetables. The principle of having a treasure is a crime, a time traveler like him, who has read countless web novels, could not understand? If you want to play, play the biggest. Lin Xuan took out an ordinary black iron mask from his backpack. The moment he put it on, his presence seemed to be erased, turning into a shadowy void. It was not about showing off or being cool, but an absolute mystery of I am here, yet you cannot see me. He walked straight through the noisy and chaotic outskirts of the black market. He did not glance at the flashy heirloom treasures and clearance sales on those stalls. There was only one target, the official auction house run by the night organization at the center of the black market. If you want to sell, go to the highest-end platform. Let the most powerful figures in the entire Jiangnan city be rolled over by this bottle of potion. In the appraisal room of the auction house, there was a distinctive smell of disinfectant mixed with fermenting money in the air. The person in charge of the evaluation was a middle-aged man with a shiny face and half-dropped eyelids. He looked at Lin Xuan like he was a stray cat that wandered into the wrong place, filled with programmed disdain. Take the item out. He weakly tapped the table. Let me say up front, we won't accept items of poor quality, don't waste everyone's time. Lin Xuan felt no waves in his heart, and even wanted to laugh a bit. Here it comes, here it comes. The classic, don't underestimate the poor young, you know the rest segment. He was not interested in small talk and directly placed the bottle of potion that emitted a colorful glass effect on the table. Bang. A light sound. The man's drooping eyelids finally lifted a tiny crack. Oh, the bottle looks pretty fancy. He curled his lips with an expression of just another flashy item and slowly put on a monocle. Lin Xuan crossed his arms and watched, internally starting a countdown. Please start your performance. In 3 seconds, I want to see the expression of your worldview collapsing, or else it means your business skills are unqualified. The man picked up a pair of tweezers, skillfully grabbed a drop of the potion, and dripped it into the nearby basic appraisal device. 1 second. 2 seconds. Beep 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 beep. A piercing alarm suddenly erupted, sharp enough to tear through eardrums. The decibel level was so high that it seemed to want to lift the entire appraisal room's roof. The needle on the device swung wildly to the right, crashing hard at the end of the scale. Then, bang! With a crisp sound, the needle broke immediately. A wisp of blue smoke leisurely rose from the damaged device, emitting a burnt smell. The man? The disdain on his face instantly froze, shattered, and then turned into extreme blankness. The device exploded? This broken device had been with him for 10 years, it was stable with even C-grade potions, let alone F-grade, and today it actually died on the spot? Holy crap! The man blurted out a curse, and his plump body exploded with unprecedented agility, scrambling to the corner of the wall and tearing off a thick dusty black cloth. Under the black cloth was a silver-white metal magic array engraved with countless mysterious runes. An advanced appraisal magic array. His hands trembled violently as he held the bottle of potion, reverently as if offering it to a deity. He carefully placed the potion in the center of the array, then bit down on his back molars and forcefully pressed the activation switch. Vroom! The entire array suddenly lit up. But the light that shone was not the usual white or blue. Instead, it was a dazzling, overwhelming, and almost blinding pure gold. The golden light beam soared high, illuminating the entire room as if a deity had descended upon a sacred temple. This was a supreme phenomenon that only appeared when appraising A-grade or above legendary treasures. The man's mouth was agape enough to fit a fist, staring blankly at the astronomical numbers being generated by the array, completely stunned. Every character on the data panel was familiar to him, but when combined, he felt his brain could no longer understand. Perfect quality. Awakening hidden bloodlines. Probability. 100%? Is this something a human can refine? This is a miracle. This is a bug walking among humans. He suddenly raised his head, looking up at the faceless one wearing a black iron mask with a gaze full of reverence. In his eyes, there was awe, fear, and the shock and tremble of a mortal seeing an extraordinary being. Wait a moment. The manager scrambled towards an internal communicator, his voice shaking as if it had a motor, as supervisor. Come quickly to room 3. Something divine has happened. Less than a minute later. A middle-aged man in dark golden luxurious clothing, with sharp eyes like lightning, pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, his gaze locked directly on the bottle covered in golden light at the center of the magic array, as if there were no other objects in the room. This man was the head of the black market auction house in Jiangnan City and also a senior member of the night organization. He did not even glance at the manager who was nearly collapsing on the ground, walking straight to the magic array to personally read the astonishing data. After a long time, he turned around, facing the masked Lin Xuan, and actually bowed slightly, giving a respectful greeting. The level of respect was such that the manager's eyes almost popped out in shock. Your Excellency. The head's voice was deep but held an uncontainable excitement. It is our ignorance and rudeness. May I ask, what is the name of this divine potion? What is the base price you expect? Lin Xuan maintained his cold, lofty demeanor. Inside, the little man was already rolling with laughter. Awesome. So damn awesome. Is this the ultimate joy of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He used a deliberately disguised, hoarse, and plain voice to utter 5 words. Perfect evolution potion. He extended a finger. Base price, 100,000 gold coins. 100,000. The manager gasped and felt as if he would have a heart attack in the next second, passing away outright. However, the head not only did not find it expensive but instead revealed a bitter smile. Your Excellency is joking. This epic-making masterpiece, 100,000 gold coins even as its starting point, feels a bit humiliating. A flash of brilliance crossed his eyes, and his attitude became increasingly sincere. Our auction house is willing to promote this potion with the highest standards. And we will only charge a 1% commission. Far below the usual 10%. Not for profit, but seeking to build a good relationship with a future master alchemist like you. Oh really? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow and sighed. Not bad, brother, your ambition is broader than the Pacific Ocean. I'll take this, friend. He slowly nodded, speaking little. Okay. That evening, an urgent announcement exploded through the night organization's pervasive intelligence network, instantly shaking the high society of Jiangnan City. Emergency auction. Tomorrow night at 8. Grand finale. Epic-making divine potion, perfect evolution potion refined by the mysterious master alchemist Faceless One. Effects, 100% allows any F-class contract spirit to evolve perfectly. 100% awakens its hidden bloodline. Night organization guarantees with 100 years of credibility. Unprecedented. Only this one bottle. Jiangnan City, Alchemist Association. The gray-haired President Li Dihai was leisurely savoring his favorite Yunding Shueya. When his deputy handed him this message, he just glanced at it and scoffed dismissively. Perfect evolution? 100%? Nowadays, young people will say anything to grab attention, no matter how outrageous. It's simply. Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze froze on the line the Knight organization guarantees with 100 years of credibility. The smile on his face stiffened inch by inch. Crack! The priceless ancient Celadon teacup in his hand shattered at once. Scalding tea splashed all over his hand, but he was completely oblivious. The other senior alchemists in the association were also in an uproar. What a joke! Perfect quality potions only exist in theoretical speculation in textbooks. Which madman dares to say he can 100% awaken bloodlines? Am I really the god of medicine descending from the heavens? But that's the guarantee of the Knight. They never make false claims, that's the rule. In the midst of the chaos, Li Dihai suddenly stood up, his aged face filled with shock and disbelief. Prepare the car. His voice trembled with emotion. I want to see with my own eyes which madman dares to joke with the knowledge and dignity of our entire medicine refining world. Lin Xuan had already left the auction house, walking back on the road to the slums. The evening breeze was cool, but his heart burned hot, as if it could ignite. Ding! Congratulations, host, the mission Brave the Black Market has been exceeded. The final rewards will be calculated after the auction ends. New identity faceless legendary status plus 100. Lin Xuan looked up at the night sky, painted in vibrant neon lights by the city, a faint smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Starting tomorrow, the name Faceless will no longer be unremarkable. It will become a legend. A myth. A storm that will sweep through the entire Jiangnan city. Chapter 16, Cousin, are you trying to ruin me with drugs? Sorry, your trump card is just my toy. In the slums night, the air was filled with the scent of cheap perfume mixed with damp earth. Lin Xuan turned into the narrow alley of his home, walking at a steady pace. The noise of the black market, along with the waves stirred up by the codename Faceless, were left behind him. He closed the door. Locked it. He transformed back into the ordinary and unremarkable Lin Xuan, a side-branch disciple of the Lin family, contracted to an F-level useless slime. Okay, the actor is in position, please give the stage light over here. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers in his mind, ready with a background score. From legendary alchemist to a small transparent figure in the family, a seamless switch. With my acting skills, if the Oscars don't give me a little gold man, it would just show they are unprofessional. Early the next morning, a knock on the door sounded right on time. It was the Lin family steward, a middle-aged man with a jaw that seemed to poke the sky. He pinched his nose, a look of disgust on his face, as if inhaling the slum's air would poison him. A shabby cloth bag was thrown to the ground. With a few clinks, it was the crisp sound of copper coins hitting the ground. Lin Xuan, this is your share for this month. The steward glanced at him from the corner of his eye, his tone like he was dismissing a beggar. Spend it carefully, or you might starve to death before the end of the month, bringing shame to the family. Next to the bag, there was a small pack of blackish, moldy-looking granules. What the heck? Is this some new type of eco-friendly coal? Lin Xuan thought wildly in his mind. Oh, this is animal feed. If I fed this to the rats in the sewer, they'd cry and beg me to let them go, then move away overnight, right? Seeing Lin Xuan remain silent with his head down, the steward thought he was feeling humiliated, and the sneer on his lips became more apparent. Look at you, what have you become? Even worse than the servants. I advise you to be sensible and voluntarily withdraw from the family. Don't waste the family's valuable resources. Here it comes, the classic PUA segment. Lin Xuan felt no waves in his heart, he even wanted to laugh. You're spouting nonsense like you're here for a research exam? Just then, from behind, a more arrogant voice interrupted the steward's tirade. Steward Zhang, what's the point of talking to a useless person? Lin Wei came over with two lackeys, arms crossed, strutting confidently. Having been lucky enough to win against Lin Xuan in class once, that incident had stuck in his throat like a fishbone since then. He looked down at Lin Xuan, his gaze like surveying a pile of rotting garbage. Lin Xuan, I forgot to tell you, 3 days from now is the family monthly assessment. Lin Wei's lips curled into a malicious grin. I'm kindly reminding you that according to family rules, side-branch disciples who are at the bottom for 3 consecutive assessments will have their Beast Master qualifications revoked and be sent to the northern mines to dig coal for a lifetime. He deliberately emphasized the words 3 consecutive. And you, not more and not less, this just happens to be the 3rd time. Oh, delivering a helping hand in the snow, huh? You're just here to pour oil on the fire, right? Lin Xuan silently gave him a thumbs up. This villain really takes his job seriously. To heighten the feeling of oppression, Lin Wei winked at the contract spirit beside him. Roar! A blazing fire dog sprang out, standing nearly 1 meter tall, with muscles bulging, its entire body covered in fiery red fur, flames dancing around its 4 claws. Peak C rank. Half a foot already stepped into upper C rank. Oh whoop puff. The fire dog opened its huge mouth, shooting out a scorching pillar of fire that hit the sickly little tree in front of Lin Xian's door with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The little tree instantly carbonized, breaking into a piece of charred wood, emitting thick black smoke. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning wood. Lin Wei was very pleased with his masterpiece, turning to Lin Xian, hoping to see fear, despair, or anger on that face. However, there was nothing. Lin Xian's expression was as calm as a still pond. Under Lin Wei and his followers' astonished gazes, he silently turned back into the house, grabbed a broom and dustpan, and came out. Then, he began to sweep the ashes off the ground. His movements were serious and meticulous, as if he was not the one being humiliated, but a dedicated sanitation worker. Destroying public property, extremely poor quality. This fire's temperature isn't enough, it's not even as fast as boiling water in my alchemy furnace. While sweeping, Lin Xian calmly conducted a technical evaluation in his heart. Lin Wei felt like he had swung his hardest punch and hit a blob of cotton. No, it's worse than cotton. This feeling is like you meticulously prepared a grand fireworks display, but the audience only cares about whether the fireworks debris will fall into their bowls. Extreme frustration. You worthless fool. Are you completely numb now? Lin Wei yelled, his finger trembling with anger. Lin Xian finally looked up, his eyes clear yet a bit foolish, and slowly said. Huh? What did you say? The wind is too strong, I can't hear you. Puff. Lin Wei nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. He glared at Lin Xian with eyes that could kill, then stormed off with his followers, furious. If he stayed any longer, he feared he would die from anger. As soon as Lin Wei left, a robust head poked out from the corner of the wall. Wang Dali snuck over like a thief, his face full of urgency. Xian Gu. Big trouble, he whispered, I just heard someone say that dog Lin Wei spent a lot of money on the black market to get a raging pill to crush you in the assessment. That thing can greatly increase his fire dog's strength in a short time. He really wants to ruin you. Oh? Too weak to win, so he turns to drugs? Young people today don't respect martial ethics. Lin Xian swept the last little ashes into the dustpan, brushed his hands, and still appeared carefree. Got it. He turned back into the house, took out a small porcelain bottle, and stuffed it into Wang Dali's hands. This is for you, take it to nourish your family's turtle prime minister. Wang Dali uncorked the bottle, an indescribable medicinal fragrance instantly filled his nostrils. With just one whiff, he felt all his limbs and bones relax, a warm current spreading throughout his body, as if boundless strength was growing. Shengu, this is too precious. I just mixed it casually with the leftover materials from alchemy. It's not worth much, Lin Xian said lightly, his tone as if he were casually dropping a royal line. Wang Dali's eyes instantly turned red. Is leftover material this powerful? Shengu, my superhero. He tucked the potion away like it was a priceless treasure, his admiration for Lin Xian soaring to the sky. After sending Wang Dali away, Lin Xian shut the door. The entire room fell completely silent. He looked down at the little soft creature lying by his feet, sleeping soundly and blowing bubbles from his nose. In that moment, all the nonchalance and indifference on his face faded away completely. What replaced it was a chilling coldness. I originally just wanted to quietly level up, yet there's always a fly buzzing around. Lin Wei, you are quite something. You keep pushing, again and again. Repeated provocations have successfully caught my attention. He crouched down and poked the soft, jelly-like body. Since you want to embarrass yourself in front of our whole family, as your dear cousin, I must fulfill your wish. I have decided that in this assessment, I will give you a lesson you won't forget in your lifetime. A ghostly blue system panel quietly appeared before Lin Xian. His fingers glided over the virtual screen, the corners of his mouth curling up, that arc carrying a hint of playfulness and a bit of cruelty. Simple victories lack artistry. I must win in the most humiliating, incredible way, overturning their worldview. It's settled then. On the day of the assessment, I will show you what it means to strike down from a higher dimension. Chapter 17, A Heap of Mud? Take a good look at what it is. It was the Lin family's monthly assessment day. The training ground was filled with people, a sea of black. On the podium, a row of family elders stroked their beards, their expressions solemn, scanning the young, anxious faces below. Oh, an all-star lineup. Lin Xian stood in the corner of the crowd, lazily yawning, his eyes showing a hint of leisure as if watching a show. Those who didn't know might think a clan meeting was about to be held, with a dramatic scene of family betrayal playing out live. The atmosphere was so serious it felt almost frozen. This was a critical moment deciding whether the younger generation of the family would feast on meat or drink soup. The one hosting the assessment was the manager, Zhang, who had previously withheld his training resources. He cleared his throat, picked up the draw tube, his expression as solemn as if he were conducting a sacrificial ceremony. The first match, Lin Wei vs. He deliberately prolonged the sound, his cold gaze scanning the crowd, finally locking precisely on Lin Xuan. A cruel smile unmistakably crept up the corners of the manager's mouth. Lin Xuan. As the words fell, the crowd fell into a deathly silence, then like oil splashing into water, erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Wow, what a surprise, I'm so shocked I could almost fall asleep. Lin Xuan felt no waves in his heart, even wanting to applaud this clumsy performance. Dude, the level of this backroom operation is even more obvious than winning a grand prize at my last company's annual meeting. Next time, at least reach in and stir it up a bit, okay? Under the gazes of countless people, Lin Wei strode onto the fighting platform. His new and splendid martial arts uniform shone with golden edges under the sunlight, each move flaunting his extraordinary self. He didn't look at Lin Xuan but turned to the elders on the podium and loudly clasped his fists. Honorable elders. Today, I Lin Wei, am going to clear the house for the Lin family in front of all the clansmen. I will eliminate this waste who only brings shame to our family and tarnishes the honor of the Lin clan. His voice was loud, every word resonating with a hypocritical sense of righteousness. Here it comes, the first paragraph of the villain's standard speech, seizing the moral high ground, building a monument for himself. Next, isn't it time to say, I do all this for the family now? To wrap up the humiliation show, Lin Wei turned around sharply, pointing his chin at Lin Xuan and roaring each word clearly. Lin Xuan. I give you a chance. Let's have a duel for our dignity. If I lose, I will offer all my resources for this month, plus that precious C-class magic core, both hands delivered. If you lose, he grinned, showing his white teeth, a smile as malicious as a demon from hell, you and that disgusting slime of yours will bark like dogs 3 times in front of me, then roll out of the Lin family forever, never to return. Boom! This bet was like a heavy bomb, instantly igniting the entire venue. Everyone was stunned by Lin Wei's cruelty. This was no longer a spar, it was about trampling a person's dignity into the mud and cutting off all escape routes. On the podium, several elders, who usually favored Lin Wei, watched with intrigue. Gently stroking his beard, a comforting expression of the child can be taught appeared on his face, tacitly agreeing to this cruel gamble. No one spoke for Lin Xuan. In this large family, he, having lost his parents, was like an unvisited island. Nice, brother, going this big? The small man in Lin Xuan's heart was already laughing wildly on the ground. Sending resources, sending magic cores, and even cleaning up my trash for free? Is there such good fortune in this world? Caring and inquiring doesn't compare to a big sum of money. You truly are my second parents. Amid the complex gazes of sympathy, schadenfreude, and disdain, Lin Xuan finally lifted his head. He calmly gazed at the seemingly mad Lin Wei on the stage and uttered a single word. Good. The voice was not loud, yet it clearly spread to every corner of the martial arts arena. His decisive answer made Lin Wei, who had been prepared to enjoy the sight of hesitation, fear, and struggle, momentarily freeze in place. Something was off. How is this waste not afraid at all? The battle begins. The steward impatiently struck the gong, its sharp sound pierced the air. Lin Wei quickly regained focus, his eyes growing even fiercer. Show off. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Xiaoruan, go. Lin Xuan said lightly. A jelly-like creature was summoned. It was the legendary F-rank chaotic young dragon. No, it was an F-rank useless slime. Put. The entire audience was stunned for a moment, then erupted into laughter like a flood. Ha 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 ha. It's really a slime. I thought it was just a rumor last time. Using a slime to battle a peak C-rank firehound? Has he gone stupid? It's over, we're in for a good show today. Annual best comedy. Lin Xuan ignored the piercing ridicule, as if he were an outsider. Come on, Xiaoruan, whether or not we can bring home an Oscar gold statue depends on your performance today. Act 1, Scene 1, Fear. Action. On the arena, upon seeing the magnificent firehound radiating intense heat, Xiaoruan started to uncontrollably shiver violently. Its originally crystal-clear body quickly faded in color, as if scared into losing its color. In its round, big eyes shone with the light of fear and helplessness, and a sticky liquid even seeped from its surface, looking as if it were scared to cold sweat. Ha 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 ha. Look at that cowardly look. Lin Wei laughed so hard he almost fell over, feeling extremely triumphant. He raised his hand and pointed, giving the command, Firehound, use intimidating roar to get it warmed up. Roar. The firehound opened its wide jaws, a roar accompanied by rolling heat waves surged forward like an invisible shockwave, crashing towards Xiaoruan. Xiaoruan was hit directly by this wave, its body went limp from fright, and it let out a soft pft. It collapsed on the ground, turning into a puddle of translucent, slightly trembling mud, completely motionless. Good. Well performed. This detail of scaring it stiff on the spot was handled perfectly. This transformation from solid to liquid is filled with a sense of despair. I give full marks. I'll throw in 2 extra drumsticks for you. Lin Xuan was frantically giving thumbs up in his heart. The audience's laughter grew louder, disdainful gazes pierced through Lin Xuan like knives. Lin Wei felt he had already secured victory. He didn't want to waste any more time with this waste, he would end this farce in the most violent and spectacular way. He raised his finger, pointing at the puddle of mud, issuing the execution order. Firehound, use flame charge. His voice turned sharp with extreme excitement. Completely vaporize that disgusting thing. Oh whoa! The firehound howled, flames burst forth from its 4 claws. In an instant, its entire body was engulfed in flames, transforming into a fierce fiery line, charged towards the still, motionless Xiaoruan with a brutal momentum. At that moment, the very air seemed to ignite. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide open. It was as if they could already see the bloody scene of that puddle of mud being evaporated by flames and ripped apart by claws. However, just 1/10 of a second before the fire line was about to hit Xiaoruan, Lin Xuan's mouth curled up silently in the shadow where no one could see. The show is now starting. Chapter 18, The Divine Slide, Your Dog Has Flown. At that moment, the air was ignited. The flame dog transformed into a savage fire line, carrying the cruelty that crushed everything, charging straight at the immobile Xiaoruan. The entire venue stopped breathing. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the scene, as if they had foreseen the bloody image of that puddle of mud being evaporated by flames and shredded by claws. However, 1/10 of a second before the fire line arrived. In the unnoticed shadow, Lin Xuan's mouth silently lifted. Lights. Sound. Props. Final shot ready. Actors in place, final scene, action. In his heart, the command was like electricity. Xiaoruan, slide left, fall. Action. In the next moment, a scene that challenged everyone's perception occurred. That pool of slime, which was scared to the brink of death, unexpectedly slid half a meter to the left. It was not rolling, nor jumping, but simply moving in mid-air. Silky, strange, and as swift as a ghost. Even more terrifying was that along its sliding path, a layer of crystal clear, greasy slime suddenly seeped out, turning the cobblestone ground into an absolutely smooth mirror. Beautiful. This unexpected slip comes with a lubrication effect, truly a chaotic level actor, even the side effects are this dedicated. The Oscars owe you a little golden statue. The flame dog's flame impact was already like an arrow on the bowstring, all its strength and speed concentrated in a single line, absolutely unable to change direction. In its vision, the target vanished into thin air. Its burning claws heavily stepped down. Right onto that freshly made, absolutely smooth slime. A what? The flame dog let out a short cry of pure confusion and despair. Its entire body lost control in an instant. The huge inertia sent it soaring into the sky, making a very awkward spiral in mid-air. The flight posture was ugly to the point of being unbearable to look at. And its landing point, the edge of the battle platform, that wall made of hard green rock. All the spectators' eyes followed the out-of-control fire line, completing a perfect parabolic arc. Then, boom! A deafening crash. It was the intimate contact between a skull and a rock wall. That sound was solid, dull, filled with pure physical brutality aesthetic. The entire martial arts field violently trembled. The flame dog emitted a short and mournful wail, rolling its eyes back, its body softening, sliding down weakly against the wall. On its back, for legs in the air, unconscious. Only its body continued to twitch unconsciously. On its smooth forehead, a large, red, steaming bump was swelling rapidly. It fainted on the spot. The entire venue was silent. One could hear a pin drop. The shouts and taunts from a second ago were cut off by an invisible hand, choking their vocal cords. Everyone's mouth was agape, their eyes hollow, expressions frozen. Their brains refused to process the information before them. What just happened? Am I blind? An F-level worthless slime, with a single slip, knocked itself unconscious against a C-level pinnacle flame dog? What the hell is this kind of combat style? On the battle platform. Lin Wei's maliciously twisted smile stiffened inch by inch, cracking apart, ultimately turning into a deathly pale white, an extreme absurdity. He stared blankly at the twitching flame dog at the corner, then looked at the other side. That slime was unharmed, even curiously extending a tentacle to poke playfully at the slime it just secreted. The entire world fell apart in his eyes. Punking. Barefaced punking. Look at its innocent little eyes. It just slipped a little, your dog couldn't keep its balance, what does it have to do with our little soft? Lin Xuan crazily threw the blame in his heart, but on his face, he appropriately revealed an innocent and bewildered expression of oh, how lucky. Lin Xuan, victory. Manager Zhang on the podium trembled as he shouted out this result that even he couldn't believe. As soon as these words were spoken, all the elders on the podium, whoosh, stood up in unison. The comforting look of this child can be taught on their faces had not yet faded, and was immediately replaced by a shocking surprise as if they had seen a ghost. Their gazes towards Lin Xuan, for the first time, bore an unfathomable suspicion and scrutiny. In the crowd, the always aloof cousin Lin Ruoshua's beautiful eyes shimmered with ripples called unexpected. Lin Xuan ignored all of this. He walked calmly to the podium, directly to Lin Wei, whose face was ashen and trembling. He stretched out his hand, his movements calm, his expression calm. Then, he uttered 2 words. The wager. These 2 words were a judgment, an ice pick, stabbing brutally into Lin Wei's heart. Under the gaze of the entire clan, he lost not only resources and magic cores, but his pathetic and laughable, all of his dignity as a direct bloodline genius. Chapter 19, Perfect Potion Auction, Rich Sister Snatches It for 1 million. The farce at the Lin family martial arts arena had just ended. And the true storm center of Jiangnan City had quietly shifted. That night, the black market auction. Lights tore apart the darkness. Beneath the booming voices, there were dark undercurrents of money and desire, mixed with a faint smell of rust. Lin Xuan, or rather, the faceless one, was sitting in an independent room with an excellent view. He crossed his legs, leisurely tasting the top-grade juice specially provided by the auction house. TSK, this place is way more exciting than Lin family's broken martial arts arena. Look at the people below: President of the Alchemist Association Li Dihai, head of the Wang family in the south of the city, head of the Li family in the north. Goodness, it's a superstar lineup in Jiangnan City, like holding a G20 summit here? They each sit there with a serious demeanor, their eyes filled with "I'm noble, you are all mere mortals," but inside, they're calculating away like crazy. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere grew more and more intense. Finally, the moment of the grand finale arrived. A sultry auctioneering lady stepped onto the high stage, holding a crystal-covered tray, and in the center lay Lin Xian's bottle of perfect evolution potion. Honorable guests. The auctioneer's voice carried a unique allure. Next up is the much-anticipated, epic-making miracle drug. The crowd below instantly buzzed with excitement. What a load of hype, who knows if it's real or not? Yeah, 100% perfect evolution? Even the medicine god wouldn't dare to say that. Don't rush, Nightfall has a solid reputation, let's see what they say. The auctioneer smiled charmingly, seemingly having anticipated the crowd's reactions. She snapped her fingers. A waiter immediately pushed an iron cage onto the stage. Inside the cage was a trembling D-level contract spirit, the mountain rat. Oh, a live drug testing segment? Exciting. It's just that this little test subject looks a bit shabby, affecting the style of my potion. In front of everyone, the auctioneer used a slender silver needle to draw just 1 drop from the potion bottle. Then, she dripped that single drop into a large cup of clear water. The clear water was instantly dyed with a layer of dreamy shimmering light, the potion diluted at least 10 times. She fed this diluted potion to the poor little mountain rat. The president of the Alchemist Association, Li Dihai, laughed out loud at that moment, his tone filled with disdain. Diluted 10 times? What nonsense! The medicinal properties are lost, what could possibly? Buzz. His words were abruptly cut off by a violent buzzing of energy. A dazzling, pure light of evolution suddenly erupted from the mountain rat. The brilliance was blinding, illuminating the entire auction stage. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, the body of the mountain mouse began to undergo a violent transformation. Its bones cracked loudly, and its size crazily expanded. The originally gray and dull scales began to spread out glorious golden patterns from the gaps, like the strokes of a divine being, lavishly splattering across its surface. Roar! A roar completely mismatched with its original size shook the entire place. The light faded away. A brand new, imposing fierce beast appeared before everyone. Its body had grown several times in size, covered in golden patterns, exuding a wild aura, with 1 foot already stepping into the peak of level C. Golden patterned pangolin. The bloodline, awakened. The level, breakthrough. The entire venue fell silent. In the next second, a roar akin to a landslide and tsunami of gasps flooded the room, almost blowing off the roof of the auction house. Holy crap! It's real. It actually is real. Does diluting it tenfold have such a miraculous effect? Those golden patterns, they are a sign of ancestry. A sign that the bloodline has been forcefully purified. Chairman Li Dihai suddenly sprang up from his seat. His dragon head cane slammed onto the ground with a loud thud, and his wrinkled old face twisted in extreme fervor and shock. He knew this was not a potion. This was a miracle. This would rewrite the power dynamics of Jiangnan City, no, the entire kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen. The auctioneer's voice rose high with excitement. Perfect evolution potion. Starting price, 100,000 gold coins. Now, let the bidding begin. 110,000. I bid 150,000. 200,000. This potion, we in the Wang family want it. 300,000. Li Dihai's eyes turned crimson, directly yelling out a price that left everyone breathless. 400,000. 500,000. The price surged like a runaway wild horse, instantly breaking through the barrier of 500,000 gold coins, setting a new record for the highest single item transaction in the history of Jiangnan City's black market. Everyone had gone mad. As the price soared to 600,000, the major families prepared to stake everything they had in a last-ditch battle. On the second floor, in a VIP box that had remained silent, a bidding light screen suddenly lit up. There was only one number on it. A cold, yet sufficiently powerful number to silence the entire room. 1 million gold coins. Hiss. The entire auction house was so quiet that a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone crazily looked up, staring intently at that box, trying to see who was inside. 1 million. This was not bidding. This was using money to slam all competitors down, crushing them to death. What kind of financial power? What kind of dominance? Holy crap. A rich lady. Definitely a rich lady. Lin Xuan's juice cup shook slightly in his hand. Sister. Hungry. Want food. I don't want to work hard anymore. The auctioneer was stunned into silence by this price, and the head of the auction house rushed to the stage, respectfully bowing toward that box, shouting with all his might. VIP number 2 bids 1 million gold coins. Is there any higher bid? The entire room was silent. Higher? Higher my ass. 1 million going once. 1 million going twice. 1 million, sold. Bang. The gavel sound confirmed the birth of a legend. The name Faceless One was forever stamped in the hearts of all high-ranking figures in Jiangnan City, along with the astronomical price of 1 million gold coins. The auction was over. The head of the auction house personally came to Lin Xuan's private room, his posture 100 times more respectful than before. He held a pure black crystal card in both hands, presenting it to Lin Xuan. Your Excellency, the Faceless One, after deducting a 1% commission, here is 990,000 gold coins. He paused and added, additionally, VIP number 2 asked me to convey that she highly appreciates your work and hopes to have the opportunity to continue purchasing your potions in the future. Any price can be negotiated. Lin Xuan's inner self was already doing backflips in joy, but on the surface, he only coolly took the crystal card, speaking very little. Okay. After sending off the head of the auction house, Lin Xuan was left alone in the private room. He felt the astronomical number in the crystal card that made his head spin, a surge of pride shooting straight to the top of his head. I am rich. I am finally a wealthy person. Poverty limited my imagination, but now, my imagination can begin to soar freely. A thought crossed his mind. A deep blue system panel appeared before him. His gaze was firmly locked onto that shining golden option, Supreme Luxury 10 consecutive draws. In Lin Xuan's eyes, there sparkled a light called money power. Come on, system. It's time to show true financial strength. Give me my draws. Chapter 20, Spending Lavishly, Diamond 10 Draws, SSS Class Treasure. Lin Xuan returned to that drafty little broken house with walls that leaked everywhere. He pulled out that pure black crystal card from his pocket. Under the dim light of an oil lamp, the card shimmered with a dark glow, as if it sealed a beast that swallowed gold. Wow, is this the world of the rich? One card, 999,000 gold coins. Lin Xuan pressed it to his forehead, feeling its icy touch, as if he could hear the delightful sound of gold coins clinking inside. In my past life, I never even set a 6-digit bank card password, because my savings never exceeded 5 digits. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 6 zeros. Wow, so many zeros, just the interest if left in the bank would be enough for me to lie flat until the next life. He foolishly laughed for a while, then suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes sharpening. Money only has meaning when converted into power. Otherwise, it is just a string of numbers that make people anxious. He skillfully opened the system mall and clicked on the lottery interface. That once golden 10 draws icon now appeared so plain and even a bit rustic in his eyes. Golden lottery? Not even a dog would draw it. I am a wealthy person now, I need to play with something that matches my status. His finger swiped across the screen, revealing a hidden, even more luxurious option. Diamond lottery. The entire icon was made up of countless brilliant virtual diamonds, radiating a proud aura of I am expensive, you can't afford me. Lin Xuan clicked on it and his eyelids jumped violently. Single draw, 100,000 gold coins. 10 consecutive draws, 1 million gold coins. What the heck? This is blatant robbery. This price is 100 times blacker than the shady agents I saw in my past life. But when he saw the item list in the diamond price pool, his throat felt like it was being choked by an invisible hand, and even his heartbeat slowed half a beat. The lowest prize was all A grade. A grade equipment, Boots of the Windwalker. A-grade skill book, lightning flash. S-grade potion, dragon blood strengthening liquid. S-grade skill, frozen throne. SS-grade contract spirit egg, abyssal dragon. SS-grade skill, absolute territory. SSS-grade divine phoenix feather. Lin Xuan's blood began to heat up, and his heart pounded like a drum. This is not a prize pool. This is clearly a treasure trove of gods. Just taking out one item could make the entire Jiangnan city go crazy. He hesitated no longer. System, recharge. Ding. Detected that the host has 999,000 gold coins, recharge the entire amount? All of it. Recharge successful. Current balance, 999,000 gold coins. Lin Xuan looked at the 1,010,000 draw button, frowning slightly. Still short 1,000. At that moment, a line of shimmering platinum text popped up on the system interface. Detected that the host is participating in the diamond lottery for the first time, triggering the Destiny's Favor mechanism. Mechanism 1, the first diamond 10 consecutive draws enjoy a significant discount, only need 999,000 gold coins. Mechanism 2, guaranteed reward upgraded, must include S-grade or above items. Lin Xuan was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Oh wow! There's new player protection and first charge discounts? I am crying. This system, it is really so gentle. 1,000 times better than that boss in my past life who only knew how to paint cakes. All his last traces of doubt vanished into thin air. His eyes burned with a hot light called all in. As long as I draw fast enough, poverty won't catch up with me. Come on, baby. Give me my draw. He slammed down on the Diamond 10 consecutive draws button. 990,000 gold coins instantly evaporated, transforming into a blinding torrent of energy, fiercely surging into the lottery interface. A massive whirlpool made of countless diamond fragments unfolded explosively before him, so magnificent it was nearly divine. The needle turned into a streak of light, spinning wildly at a speed almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, stirring up a mesmerizing storm of light. Ding! The first ray of light exploded, surrounded by purple glow. Congratulations, host, you have obtained A-level equipment, Shadow Cloak. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained A-level equipment, Windwalker Boots. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained A-level skill book, Lightning Flash. The light flashed continuously 9 times. 3 pieces of A-level equipment, 2 A-level skills, 4 bottles of S-level rare potions. Any one of these things could make so-called geniuses like Lin Wei kneel and call him daddy. But Lin Xian's expression showed no ripples, he even felt a bit sleepy. A-level? It's okay, barely usable. S-level potions? Not bad, not bad, I'll let little Juan drink them as juice later. His gaze fixed firmly on the final, most dazzling grid at the center of the whirlpool. Finally, the needle slowly came to a stop. The 10th grid, radiant and magnificent. It was no longer gold or purple, but a deep, heavy dark golden light, as if containing the mighty power of the universe's stars. The entire system interface violently shook with the appearance of this light. The system notification sound also became unprecedentedly passionate and solemn. Heavenly Mandate Award triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained SS level item, left arm of the Titan Giant Ape. The light dissipated. A section of the giant ape's arm, like black iron forged, full of explosive power, quietly floated before Lin Xuan. It was not huge, but exuded a terrifying pressure capable of crushing mountains. Every inch of muscle line on the arm seemed to contain the power of creation. System information then appeared. Item, left arm of the Titan Giant Ape, can be fused. Level, SS level. Description, remains of the ancient divine beast Titan Giant Ape, the left arm contains a trace of the remaining law of strength fragment. Can be fused with the host or contract spirit, after fusion will gain the passive ability Titan Power, physical attack, physical defense, and strength attribute will receive devastating enhancement. A flash of shock crossed Lin Xian's eyes. Devastating enhancement. Law of strength. He reached out to touch the arm. I use it myself? This thought just popped up, and he quickly extinguished it himself. No way, my little body is like paper, forget about fusion, just a touch might blow me up on the spot like a splendid firework. If I get sent off before I even start showing off, that would be too humiliating. His gaze fell at his feet. Little Ruan was curiously rubbing against his pant leg, her bright round eyes full of innocence. Little Ruan is different. The physique of a chaotic young dragon, not to mention an SS-level arm, even sticking in the whole Titan Giant Ape would just give her a satisfied burp. Decision made. This powerful weapon is prepared for Little Ruan. However, Lin Xuan did not immediately start the fusion. With a thought, he stored the Titan Giant Ape's left arm along with the other 9 spoils into the system space. The faint energy released during the lottery gave his long-lacking foundation a bit of nourishment. But he knew this was far from enough. Now, he had more important things to do. No rush to level up, first let's deal with some buzzing flies. A meaningful smile curved his lips. Those old folks from the Lin family, and that mysterious rich lady in the second VIP room. Hey, this Jiangnan city is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 21, Smash out 100,000 to give brothers a bright future. Lin Xuan stood in his small broken house, staring at the titan giant ape's left arm shimmering with black iron luster in the system space. Swallowed silently for 3 minutes. SS level, fragment of the law of strength. If I could install this on myself. He raised his arm to gesture, then quickly put it down. Forget it, with my paper-like body, as soon as it's installed, if my arm remains, I'll be cremated on the spot, soaring away. Better give it to Xiaowan, the chaotic young dragon's physique is the perfect incubator. Good steel should be used on the blade, good arms must be installed on the slime. He joyfully planned Xiaowan's ultimate transformation route, when suddenly a simple face flashed in his mind. It's better to share joy than to be solitary. If I take off, I can't let my bro, the grievance-filled one, crawl on the ground. Wang Dali, that guy, is probably thinking about his family heirloom turtle shell right now. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan took a new crystal card and walked out calmly. In Wang Dali's yard, the air was as oppressive as a mop that can't be wrung out during the plum rain season. Wang Dali squatted on the ground, smoking one cheap cigarette after another, staring at the moss-covered stone as smoke curled around him, filled with sorrow. His contracted spirit, a soil rock turtle, lay quietly beside the stone. It seemed to sense its master's despair, stretching its wrinkled neck, nudging against Wang Dali's pant leg, making a pitiful goo-goo-goo sound in its throat. One person and one turtle, two faces filled with sorrow, formed a true picture named the sadness of poor father and son. Old buddy, it's all my fault for not having the ability. Wang Dali fiercely extinguished the cigarette but, running his rough hand over the turtle's hard shell, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. Evolution needs earth dragon root, thick earth crystal, stone milk essence. Any one of these would be enough for our family to eat for a year. Where the hell can I get this for you? Here it comes, a classic tearjerker scene. Look at how troubled the kid is, his hairline is almost retreating to the back of his head. Lin Xuan listened at the door and shook his head. He no longer hid and strutted into the yard. Wang Dali heard the footsteps and looked up just in time for a cold card to slap perfectly onto his forehead. The action was clean and the sound was crisp. Wang Dali was shocked, his whole mind blank. Shengu, what are you doing? For you. Lin Xuan spoke briefly, crossing his arms. Wang Dali took the crystal card, puzzled. Just one glance, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. He felt like he was hit by a high-voltage electric shock, jumping up from the ground, holding the crystal card like it was a hot iron, almost throwing it away on the spot. Count, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 100,000? Wang Dali's voice cracked from extreme shock, his body uncontrollably shaking violently. Xiangu. He suddenly grabbed Lin Xuan's arm, his eyes not filled with joy, but unprecedented fear and seriousness. Did you rob a bank? Bro. Being poor is one thing, but we can't take the wrong path. Tell me the truth, where did this money come from? If you broke the law, Wang Dali will risk my life to drag you in to confess. What a guy, that sense of justice is almost on par with the city guard's political commissar. No wonder I've got eyes for this man, his values are even more correct than his looks. Lin Xuan silently gave a thumbs up in his heart, while a meaningful smile crept across his face. He patted Wang Dali's tense shoulder, lowering his voice as if sharing an earth-shattering secret. Dali, have you heard the name from the black market recently? Who? Wang Dali was stunned. Lin Xuan slowly uttered 3 words. Faceless one. Faceless one? These 2 words were like a thunderbolt, making Wang Dali gasp in shock, and the terror in his eyes was quickly replaced by a wild admiration. Of course I've heard of him. The mysterious alchemist selling a potion for $1 million. My goodness, that's our deity, the god for all of us ordinary beast tamers. The divine dragon shows its head but not its tail, with means reaching the heavens. Some say he is a peerless genius from a hidden family, others say he is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. Okay, my fan filter is thick enough, an old monster has come out. Lin Xuan nodded with satisfaction and continued to bluff without changing his expression. As for me, I was lucky enough to be an acquaintance of this master through a middleman. Wang Dali's mouth slowly opened, big enough to fit an egg. Lin Xuan cleared his throat and began his Oscar-worthy performance. A few days ago, didn't I mention the talent giant spirit's stomach? I sold this information to Master Faceless through that middleman. The master was very interested in this information, so this is the reward. This explanation was flawless. It perfectly explained the source of the huge amount of money without revealing anything, while also elevating his own sense of mystery and giving his disguise a boost in legend. Perfect. I'm truly an ordinary genius at story-making. Sure enough, after Wang Dali heard this, his gaze towards Lin Xuan had completely changed. It was no longer admiration between brothers. It was a kind of awe and shock, like a mere mortal gazing up at a divine being in the clouds. To connect with a legendary figure like Faceless and to exchange an information for a whopping 100,000. What kind of unfathomable character is my brother Xian? Take it. Lin Xuan shoved the crystal card back into his hand, his tone leaving no room for discussion. Go, buy all the materials your old buddy needs for evolution. If you're going to buy the best. If there's not enough money, I'll think of a way. Wang Dali wanted to decline, but Lin Xuan directly pulled out another list from his pocket and slapped it on his chest. This is the optimal evolution route I exchanged for your old buddy with 100 points from my information source, cough, for you. Damn, almost slipped. Following this list not only ensures its successful evolution but also maximizes the effect of your giant spirit stomach talent. Wang Dali trembled as he picked up the list filled with unheard of rare materials and detailed steps, then looked down at the heavy 100,000 crystal card in his hand. His eyes instantly turned red. This 1-meter-80 man was now trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. This was not just money in a list. This was a grand opportunity to change his and his contracted spirit's life forever. Brother Xian. Wang Dali's voice choked, and the next second, he suddenly knelt on one knee, his right fist thumping hard against his left chest, making a dull sound. I, Wang Dali, am not good with sweet talk. From now on, my life belongs to you. Oh no, don't do that, what's with the bowing? We're brothers, if I have a meat to eat, you at least have to gnaw on a bone with meat. Lin Xuan quickly pulled him back up. Alright, a big man crying like what? Hurry up and get to work, don't delay this serious business. Under Lin Xian's urging and guidance, the two immediately set off in different directions. Wang Dali, carrying an excited heart, was responsible for sweeping the goods at the official herbal medicine market. While Lin Xuan, holding the most rare materials from the list, turned and headed straight to the most chaotic place in Jiangnan City, a hidden dragon and tiger black market. He went straight to the biggest trading center of the black market, Night Auction House. When he showed a special spiraled black emblem at the entrance to the indifferent manager, the manager's expression changed instantly. The arrogance of the previous second turned into flattering fear in an instant, bending his waist at a 90-degree angle while respectfully inviting Lin Xuan into the top-level VIP room. In less than half an hour. The few rare materials that could trigger a minor family conflict in the market were personally presented to Lin Xuan with utmost respect by the chief appraiser of the auction house. Not even daring to mention money. This is the privilege represented by the name Faceless in the black market. That night, in the small, rundown house of Lin Xuan, which had not been this lively for a long time, Wang Dali, following the instructions on the list, carefully set up a simple yet mysterious evolution array with a near-religious devotion. As all the rare materials were placed into the core of the array one by one, the entire array suddenly shone brightly. The materials were instantly dissolved and vaporized, transforming into a torrent of colorful energy, like a fierce dragon awakening, roaring furiously as it surged into the body of the earthrock turtle at the center of the array. Buzz! The dazzling light of evolution erupted instantly. The radiance was so magnificent that it seemed as if a small sun had risen in the room, illuminating the entire shabby dwelling to brightness like noon, revealing the cracks in the walls. Wang Dali clenched his fists nervously, his knuckles turning white as he stared intently at the center of the light, which was no longer visible to the naked eye. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, stood casually by, arms crossed, protecting him. Come on, little turtle. Let me see if spending 100,000 gold coins can smash out a glorious future for you. Chapter 22, Smash the turtle shell and spend 100,000 for my brother to defeat the world-devouring demon turtle. At the center of the light, the earthrock turtle let out a cry of extreme pain. Crack! A crisp, teeth-grating cracking sound pierced through the humming energy, stabbing into Wang Dali's eardrum. He stared at the light cluster, his heart suddenly gripped by a cold hand. Cracks like spider webs appeared on the indestructible shell of the earthrock turtle. Xian, brother Xian. Wang Dali's voice trembled uncontrollably, his face turning pale. It's cracked. My buddy's shell is cracked. It can't take it anymore. He was so anxious that he paced in place, at a loss, wishing he could rush in to bear all of this for his contracted spirit. What are you panicking about? It's a small scene. No pain, no gain, big breaks lead to big breakthroughs. If you want to cheat, you have to first experience system crashes, right? This is called technical adjustment. Lin Xuan's expression showed no signs of fluctuation as he accurately sensed the energy of the array about to erupt, decisively shouted. Don't panic. The moment has come. Throw in that deep-sea sinking iron. Hurry. Oh. Oh. At this moment, Wang Dali was completely flustered. Lin Xuan's words were his only lifeline. He clumsily grabbed that pitch-black, heavy metal and with all his strength, he smashed it into the dazzling light cluster. As soon as the deep-sea sinking iron entered the array, it was instantly melted by the raging energy. Black flowing light burst forth, forcefully injecting itself into the runaway energy torrent. Ah! The earth-rock turtle's painful cries abruptly stopped. In its place was a satisfied, deep rumbling sound. Centered on it, a terrifying suction suddenly erupted. The energy of the entire evolution array, along with the elements drifting in the room, transformed into visible colorful air currents, forming a giant vortex, crazily pouring into its body. It no longer trembled, no longer cried out in pain, but began to crazily and greedily devour all surrounding energy. Here it comes, buffet time. Little turtle, give it your all. The more you eat, the more the return. Wang Dali stared in astonishment at this scene. He saw that the cracks on the earthrock turtle's shell not only did not expand but were instead filled, connected, and reorganized by mysterious silver light. Those cracks had become the most splendid embellishments on its newly evolved shell. The radiance gradually receded. When the last streak of light also faded into the turtle shell, a brand new contracted spirit appeared before the two of them. Wang Dali was stunned. Gee! Why has it gotten smaller? The contracted spirit before him was actually a whole size smaller than before evolution. The originally yellow turtle shell had now become as deep as the night sky. The surface was covered with mysterious silver patterns, flowing with colors, as if an immense galaxy was stamped onto its back. The essence is concentrated, do you understand, big brother? This is called low-key luxury with depth. Your earthy yellow grinding plate is what true earthiness looks like. In front of Lin Xuan, a brand new data panel clearly appeared. Name, Devouring Demon Turtle. Rank, Peak Sea Level. Talent, Giant Spirit Stomach, Initial Awakening. Skills, Energy Devouring, Gravitational Field, New. Oh, not bad. Not only has it advanced to peak sea level but also activated its talent, gaining a field skill in the process. This 100,000 gold coins were well spent. At that moment, Wang Dali shook violently. A powerful and unprecedented spiritual link came from the devouring demon turtle, instantly penetrating his limbs and bones. Sea level peak, my old buddy, has reached sea level peak. Feeling that surging power, Wang Dali's eyes instantly turned red. Two streams of hot tears could no longer be controlled, streaming down his rugged cheeks. He knew that the leap from sea level to sea level peak was an enormous difference. His battle pet had crossed a giant threshold that countless ordinary beast tamers could never hope to reach in their lifetime. Stop crying. Come on, let's test the new function. Lin Xuan crossed his arms and nodded at the small soft creature by his feet. The small soft creature understood, opened its mouth, and with a poof, spat out a small blob of black smoke, releasing a pungent smell of corrosive slime, accurately shooting towards the devouring demon turtle. Be careful! Wang Dali instinctively shouted. However, the next second, a scene that made his eyes nearly pop out appeared. The starry-backed devouring demon turtle slowly opened its mouth and suddenly inhaled the corrosive slime with force. Whoosh! The slime traced an arc in midair and was swallowed whole. Burp! The devouring demon turtle let out a satisfied burp, completely unharmed. Wang Dali felt shocked as it seemed its aura had even slightly strengthened. Wang Dali's mind went blank. Wow, it's fearless, it can swallow everything. In battles from now on, if an opposing mage painstakingly casts a big fireball, you can just open your mouth and eat it, conveniently replenishing your mana. Isn't that opponent's mental state going to explode? With maxed physical defense and immunity to magical attacks, how are we even going to play? Lin Xuan nodded with satisfaction. He possessed the Chaos Dragon with SS-level Titan arms and a fortune of 990,000 gold coins. Wang Dali had an endlessly potential mutated magic turtle that could swallow all. Their small two-man team already possessed power that far surpassed their peers, even making some small families feel wary. Alright, there are follow-up processes. Lin Xuan's mind stirred as he directly took out several pieces of equipment from the system space and threw them all to Wang Dali, who was still in shock. Shadow Cloak, Windrunner's Boots, Lightning Flash Skill Book all A grade. Brother Xian. This is too precious. I can't accept. Wang Dali held these dazzling pieces of equipment, feeling his hands incredibly heavy. Shut up. Lin Xuan said concisely. A strong meat shield that can take hits is worth more than these pieces of junk equipment. This is called risk investment, understand? My first foundation must be armed to the teeth. Wang Dali stopped speaking and just heavily nodded, burying this immense gratitude deep in his heart. He immediately equipped the new gear and learned the new skills. Dressed in a black shadow cloak, stepping in Windrunner's boots, holding the family heirloom heavy shield, standing beside the starry devouring demon turtle, his entire demeanor dramatically changed, resembling an indestructible mobile fortress. He turned, facing Lin Xuan, his gaze filled with unprecedented determination and resolution. He suddenly knelt on one knee, his right fist slammed heavily on his chest, making a muffled sound. Brother Xian. From now on, I, Wang Dali, will be your strongest shield. Whoever wants to touch you, step over my dead body, Wang Dali. Lin Xuan looked at his brother in front of him, a slight smile on his lips. His team finally had its first piece, the most reliable cornerstone. Chapter 23, The Icebird is dying, the school beauty weeps blood. The mysterious person arrives, your god has come. Wang Dali was kneeling on one knee in a pose so standard it could be printed on a recruiting poster. That shout, whoever wants to touch you, they must step over my dead body first, was powerful enough to make the roof of Lin Xian's small shabby house hum. Lin Xuan reached up to his ears. Oh wow, this sense of ceremony. No wonder he's my faithful brother, his awareness is even higher than my boss at last year's Monday morning meeting. He looked at the refreshed Wang Dali with satisfaction. The A-level shadow cloak granted stealth and breath concealment. Standing in the corner, he was like a top shadow assassin. The A-level windwalker boots made his feet swift as the wind, making him top-notch whether chasing or escaping. Added to that was the sea-level peak devouring demon turtle that could absorb everything, and the ancestral heavy shield Wang Dali carried himself. A perfect, indestructible, uncontrollable super meat shield that could also cause psychological harm to the enemy was officially born. My first team member is finally armed to the teeth. Lin Xuan patted Wang Dali's shoulder and pulled him up. Alright, let's stop with the fluff. In the future, we fight together and bear responsibilities together. Wang Dali nodded heavily, the gratitude and resolve in his eyes almost tangible. Just as Lin Xuan and Wang Dali were both elevating their powers and planning where to stock up in the secret realms tomorrow, a piece of news swept through Jiangnan City's 3rd middle school like a Category 12 typhoon overnight. Have you heard? The school beauty Su Qingxue is in trouble. No way? Isn't she the top genius of our school? That's her. Her A-level ice crystal bird failed to evolve into S-level bloodline. It's barely hanging on by a thread. The news came from Wang Dali, who had just returned from outside, still wearing an expression of shock that hadn't yet settled. Lin Xuan was pondering how to use the several bottles of S-level potions in his system space as drinks for Xiaoruan when he heard this, pausing slightly. Oh, is the plot arriving? The genius school beauty falls, the lofty flower tumbles from its pedestal? I'm familiar with this script, isn't it time for me, the Dragon King pretending to be a pig, to make my dazzling entrance? What exactly happened? Lin Xuan asked. Sigh. Wang Dali plopped down, full of regret. I heard that Su Qingxue forcefully stimulated the ice crystal bird's bloodline evolution to take a good place in the national competition in a few months, but the cold backlash froze her entire life source. He lowered his voice, the expression on his face serious. Now her ice crystal bird's meridians are frozen, it looks like an ice sculpture. The Su family has called in all the best healing beast masters in Jiangnan City, even the vice president of the Alchemist Association has gone, but everyone came out shaking their heads, declaring, it can only last 3 more days at most. 3 days. This was no different from a death sentence. Overclocking led to the CPU's burnout, and even the motherboard got damaged in the process. Now, it's unsalvageable, all they can do is wait for it to be scrapped. Lin Xuan stroked his chin. A cold and proud figure flashed through his mind. Su Qingxue, the school beauty of 3rd middle school, from a prestigious family, with extraordinary talent, lived up to her name, like an ice lotus blooming atop a snow mountain, a dream unreachable for countless boys. Of course, this included her cousin Lin Wei. Wang Dali seemed to have thought of the same person, angrily cursing, Brother Xian, you don't know. When I just got back, I bumped into Lin Wei and his gang. That guy was completely gloating, almost ready to pop open some champagne to celebrate. He said, genius? Now she's nothing but a waste, it made me clench my fists. A pathetic guy who can't get the goddess hopes for her to fall just to stomp on her. It's truly low, buried to the core of the earth. Lin Xian's heart was calm, and he even felt a bit like laughing. His thoughts sank into the system space. Among the pile of ANS-grade equipment and potions, there was a vial, quietly lying in the corner, radiating a unique light that even the SS-grade Titan arm could not overshadow. Super Perfect Evolution Potion. Description: contains a trace of chaotic origin, can ignore all bottlenecks, forcibly enhance the target's evolution success rate by 100%. This thing is the only cure to save that ice crystal bird. But once taken out, his identity as the Faceless would be directly exposed to the sunlight. After all, who else besides that mysterious alchemist who stirred up huge waves in the black market could casually bring out such a divine potion? Save or not save? If I save her, trouble comes knocking. If I don't save, I watch a beautiful girl cry tears like rain, and a poor little bird passes away. Lin Xuan, once a corporate slave in his previous life, now a carefree person, fell into a brief contemplation. Mainly because Lin Wei's smug face is too damn annoying. Forget it, watching someone die without helping is not my style, slapping a little man's face is. System, come out to work. Lin Xuan called in his heart, is there any way to deliver the potion without exposing my cover? Ding. Analyzing the best plan for the host. Plan generated. Through system power, the super perfect evolution potion can be reconstructed. Erase the traceable chaotic energy within it, transforming it into a mysterious healing potion with diminished effects and unclear origin. Expected effect: can perfectly heal the target's injuries, and has a high chance of facilitating bloodline evolution. Final quality rated as S grade. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. Wow! This system even has a one-click desensitization and encryption function? Disguising a nuclear bomb as a tomahawk missile, the power is small, but it's worth it for the concealment. Great work! Let's do it! No sooner said than done. Lin Xuan willed it, and in an instant the super-perfect evolution potion within the system space radiated brilliantly. A trace of mysterious chaotic aura was precisely stripped, reorganized, and concealed. 1 minute later, a new potion, glowing with a soft icy blue light, appeared in his hand. After doing all this, Lin Xuan did not rush to leave. He opened the anonymous communication channel of the black market, switched to the identity of Faceless, waved his hand, and directly published a bounty task. Bounty: seeking ancient recipes that can stabilize ice bloodlines and treat cold backlash, a reward of 10,000 gold coins for adopted clues. He also seriously wrote several incorrect pharmacological directions in the task description, such as using fire to overcome ice and young flame grass neutralization, perfectly creating an illusion that even a faceless master was troubled by this issue and actively researching solutions. First, stir the water to muddy, making everyone focus on chasing those illusory recipes. When everyone feels hopeless, my genuine potion can appear quietly and skillfully. Finally, he spent 100 gold coins to buy the latest defense structure diagram of the Su family mansion from a black market informant, clearly marking every corner's surveillance lagging 3 seconds. Everything was ready. Su family mansion, brightly lit. But in the special cold protection ward on the top floor, the atmosphere was as cold as the polar winter. Su Qingxue wore a plain white home outfit, her expression haggard as she leaned against the specially made icy jade bed. She looked at the ice crystal bird next to her, covered in frost and breathing weakly to the point of being almost undetectable, with unending despair and guilt in her eyes. For 18 years of proud life, for the first time, she encountered a hurdle she couldn't cross. Xiaoxue, I'm sorry I was too anxious. She reached out to caress her companion's feathers, but her fingertips were frozen painfully by the biting cold. Tears silently fell down. Night grew deeper. Just as Su Qingxue leaned beside the bed. Exhausted in body and mind, her consciousness began to blur. Creak. The window of her room was quietly pushed open by a gentle breeze. Su Qingxue suddenly raised her head. Under the moonlight, a tall, dark figure had silently appeared by the window. It seemed he was part of the night itself, arriving without a sound. Dressed in black, he wore a pure white mask with no features, emanating a cold, distant mystery that made others wary. Su Qingxue's pupils instantly contracted, her heart racing. Before she could scream, the dark figure slowly raised his hand. In his hand, he held a glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a shimmering icy blue liquid, softly radiating a dreamlike light, illuminating a corner of the desperate darkness. Why cry? Lin Xuan silently voiced in his heart. Your god has arrived. Chapter 24, a glamorous script and a perfect opening. Why cry? Lin Xuan stood at the window's edge, the moonlight like frost, spotlighting his inner theater. Your god has arrived. He looked down at the slender figure in the room, trembling with despair, and a fleeting amused smile, like that of a director admiring an actor, passed through his eyes. Su Qingxue abruptly stood up. The battle instincts of an A-grade beast master made her spiritual power surge instantly, ready to strike. But in the next moment, she froze. The man in the pure white mask and black clothing showed no trace of murderous intent, not even the faintest bit of malice. He simply stood there, his figure blending with the night, exuding an aloofness and indifference as though he looked down on the mortal world. Not bad, quick reaction, not a flower in a greenhouse. You are qualified to be the star of my show. Lin Xuan silently appreciated Su Qingxue's alertness, then began the solo performance he had long rehearsed. Without a word, he casually tossed the vial of potion forward. The vial, glowing icy blue, traced an almost perfect arc through the air. Unerringly, it quietly landed on the cold jade table in front of Su Qingxue. Thud. A soft sound, barely audible. Perfect. Power, angle, timing, all without flaw. After completing this most critical scene, Lin Xuan showed no signs of lingering. If he stayed even a second longer, the air of mystery would fade away. He turned and his figure faded like ink dissolving into water, merging into the vast night beyond the window. With a light tap of his toes on the windowsill, he vanished like a phantom. Only a proclamation transmitted through psychic energy remained, processed by the system into a tone neither male nor female, cold and dry, exploding in Su Qingxue's mind. Give it to her, or wait for death together. The curtain falls, the audience's reaction is just beginning. On another rooftop 100 meters away, Lin Xian's figure re-solidified, sitting leisurely in the audience's seats, hidden from fame and acclaim. In the room, Su Qingxue stared intensely at the dreamlike potion on the table, then suddenly lunged toward the window. The night sky was silent, nothing but the sound of the wind. Her mind was blank. But the potion continued to emit a powerful life force, so real, so warm, contrasting starkly with the chilling deathly aura of the ice crystal bird next to her. Who is it? A loud shout echoed, and a shadow in black suddenly appeared in the room, eyes like lightning. The guardian of the Su family, a peak B-grade powerhouse. His immense spiritual power swept over the entire Su mansion in an instant, missing no inch of wall, no shadow at all. The result sent chills down his spine. Nothing. Not a trace of intrusion, not a hint of residual spiritual energy. It was as if that mysterious person had truly been an illusion created in Su Qingxue's extreme sadness. The middle-aged man's expression grew serious to the extreme. This only meant one thing: the visitor's strength was far beyond his own. It had reached a realm he could not comprehend at all. The unimaginable realm of terror. Facing this bottle, which might be a lifesaver or a deadly poison, the elders of the Su family were in an uproar. Qingxue, you can't use it. This is definitely a trap. Is it the Lin family or the Wang family's conspiracy? Right. It's of unknown origin, its intentions must be sinister. Su Qingxue did not speak. She just lowered her head, looking at the ice crystal bird on the freezing jade bed, its life force already so faint it was about to extinguish. Then she raised her head, looking at the bottle on the table that emitted the hope of life. In her mind, the cold, domineering, unyielding words of that man echoed repeatedly. On the distant rooftop, Lin Xuan's lips curled into a slight arc. Hesitating? Good. In the face of absolute despair, any seemingly absurd hope becomes infinitely magnified. Now, make your choice. Finally, Su Qingxue raised her head. In her eyes, always as clear as autumn water, burned a determination and madness never seen before. Rather than watching it die in despair, I choose to bet on this thread of life. She no longer paid attention to the elder's cries and objections, resolutely picking up the potion, unscrewing the cap, and carefully feeding the ice blue liquid into the ice crystal bird's already stiff beak. A miracle, in front of everyone's eyes, boldly descended. The moment the potion entered its body, an indescribable surge of life erupted like a rising sun, exploding within the ice crystal bird. The frozen, solidified veins inside it made a series of cracking sounds like ice melting under pressure, crack, crack. The cold air of death was madly driven away, devoured, and transformed by an even purer, more vast source of life. Sheep. A clear and high-pitched cry filled with endless joy echoed through the night sky of the Su family. The ice crystal bird suddenly awakened, flapping its wings, scattering ice shards like diamonds all around. Not only had it fully recovered from its injuries, but its once dim ice blue feathers now shimmered with vibrant colors, crystal clear, as if carved from the finest sapphire. The cold aura around it no longer erupted wildly, but instead contained pure power, mastered from the heart. Its life source, in this rebirth, had not only not been damaged but had been reborn, even better than before. This is impossible. The vice president of the Alchemist Association, rushing over after being alarmed, looked at the lively ice crystal bird, whose breath even surpassed its pre-injury state, and his eyes nearly bulged out. He rushed up to examine it, completely froze, muttering repeatedly, "A miracle, this is the wonder of life. This goes against pharmacology. What is this?" A group of authoritative healers fell into madness and stupor, as if witnessing a deity walking among them. And Su Qingxue quietly stroked her restored companion, feeling the soul bond that had reconnected. Tears finally streamed down her face. But in her mind, that mysterious figure wearing a pure white mask was imprinted over and over again. That man who descended from the heavens, granting miracles, and quietly left. Who exactly is he? Why does he want to help me? She wiped away her tears, her gaze returned to its usual clarity, but with a newfound determination and persistence. She turned around and issued orders to her guardian beside her. Activate the highest intelligence authority of the Su family. At all costs, find out the identity of tonight's faceless one. Her interest in him had grown intensely. Chapter 25, Useless Captain in the Wild, Schoolflower asks for help, the whole school is shocked. The miraculous recovery of Su Qingxue's ice crystal bird caused quite a stir in the elite circles of Jiangnan City. A week later, the heat of this incident was strongly overshadowed by another piece of news. Jiangnan City's third middle school, the annual outdoor training officially commenced. Location, outside the city, Black Wind Mountain. Results are directly linked to the resource distribution for the final exams. As soon as the news came out, the entire grade was in an uproar. Outdoor training, free grouping. Groups of 3 to 5 people. As soon as the head teacher's words fell, the whole room exploded into noise. Every small circle of friends almost instinctively formed their own groups, terrified of being left alone. Lin Wei and his little followers were the first to form a so-called elite squad. The way he looked at Lin Xuan was like looking at a pile of disgusting trash, full of naked contempt. Most students avoided Lin Xuan like he was the plague, circling far away from him. Yo, here we go, the classic school bullying scene isolating the main character. These guys' acting is so exaggerated, they're scared I won't notice they don't want to team up with me. Lin Xuan yawned lazily, bored out of his mind. Wang Dali slapped his chest with his fan-sized palm, making a dull thud. Brother Xian, count me in. Lin Xuan nodded. My cursed brother, forever my first pick. Just when Lin Xuan thought it would be another me and my unlucky brother two-man act, a cold, quiet figure walked straight through the noisy crowd toward him. The noisy classroom seemed to be muted all at once. The whole place fell dead silent. The newcomer wore a plain white tracksuit. Her long hair was tied high, showing a beautiful, snow-white swan neck. It was the school beauty, Su Qingxue. Under hundreds of stunned, bewildered, and unbelieving gazes, she stopped in front of Lin Xuan. Her voice was cold and clear, without a trace of emotion. I will join your team. Boom! The crowd exploded completely. Everyone's jaws dropped, their worldview shattered on the spot. The untouchable school beauty Su Qingxue, who never walked with ordinary people, wanted to join the most infamous trash Lin Xuan and the newly famous silly shield warrior Wang Dali? Was this some kind of hellish joke? Did the sun rise from the west today? Lin Wei's face instantly turned dark. Then from dark to green, from green to purple, and finally to a disgusting liver color, his teeth grinding loudly. He felt like an invisible hand was slapping his face left and right, burning hot with pain. Su Qingxue, the woman he had chased for 3 years without getting a single kind look, had just publicly chosen a piece of trash as her teammate. This wasn't a choice. This was humiliation. Naked, brutal humiliation. Wow, classic drama scene unlocked. The goddess of the simp ran off with the loser. This plot is wild. I love it. Lin Xuan looked at Su Qingxue with interest. This girl was no love-struck fool. A week ago, the Su family had used all their intelligence networks, yet couldn't even find a single hair belonging to the faceless one. But she was a smart one. Smart people never let go of any suspicious clue. For example, someone like him, a so-called trash who, during the same period, had also created a miracle. So this isn't a secret crush, this is a female detective going undercover. She suspects I'm connected to the faceless one? Or that I am the faceless one? Interesting. Very interesting. Lin Xuan saw through the probing and testing behind her cold eyes, but he didn't reject her. He also wanted to observe this future female lead up close. And maybe tease her a little. Okay. Lin Xuan nodded calmly, spitting out a single word. His calmness, standing against the roaring storm of reactions around, made even Su Qingxue freeze for a second. And just like that, one of the strangest training teams in history was officially formed. Captain Lin Xuan, with a contracted spirit, a slime. Main attacker Su Qingxue, with an A-rank peak ice crystal bird. Main tank Wang Dali, with a C-rank peak devouring turtle. A recognized loser, a cold genius, and a newly risen meat shield. This combination had attack and defense, but no matter how you looked at it, it just didn't match, quickly becoming the laughingstock and hottest gossip of the entire grade. A slime as captain, commanding an ice phoenix and a black tortoise? That image is too beautiful, I can't bear to watch. The night before departure. Lin Xuan switched to his identity as the Faceless One. Logging into the VIP channel of the black market. He clicked on the arms dealer's interface and began to frantically shop. 1 deluxe wilderness survival kit, 10 A-grade trap devices, 20 B-grade explosive runes. He spent money so fast that the black market arms dealer thought he had met a god of wealth, nearly clearing out the entire stock. Then, he spent 500 points to exchange for the most detailed map of the monster distribution around the Black Wind Mountains from the system shop. On the map, even the location of a rabbit hole under a tree was marked clearly. Everything is ready, just waiting for the show to start. The trial began. The Black Wind Mountains were dense with trees, the light dim, and sunlight was cut into fragments by the layers of tree canopies. Lin Xuan, Wang Dali, and Su Qingxue's small team walked at a slow but steady pace at the back of the group. Su Qingxue seemed to be keeping watch of the surroundings, but her peripheral vision was always focused on Lin Xuan. Finally, she couldn't hold back and spoke, her voice still cold. Lin Xuan, your slime seems very special. Here it comes, she's starting. Lin Xuan thought to himself, but his face remained calm, just got lucky, mutated. This vague answer made Su Qingxue fall silent for a moment. She changed the topic, have you heard of the Faceless One? That mysterious pharmacist who cured my ice crystal bird. As she spoke, her gaze was fixed on Lin Xuan's eyes, trying to catch any trace of emotional change. Lin Xuan didn't even raise his eyelids. I've heard rumors, seems like a very powerful person. Not a single leak. His performance was flawless, like a typical student who truly didn't care about the outside world. But the more he acted like this, the heavier the suspicion in Su Qingxue's heart grew. A real good-for-nothing would never remain so calm and composed when faced with her taking the initiative to talk. Just as she was preparing to continue probing, Lin Xuan suddenly raised his hand and made a stop gesture. "There's something." His voice wasn't loud, but it made both Wang Dali and Su Qingshua's hearts tighten at the same time. As soon as the words were spoken, a commotion came from the forest ahead. In the depths of the woods, pairs of green eyes suddenly lit up. It was like ghostly fire, drifting in the darkness. Then came the second pair, the third pair. 1, 2, 10. At least 30 to 40 large black wind wolves suddenly sprang out of the bushes from all directions, surrounding the three of them. Each one was a D-grade monster. The lead wolf was even bigger by a whole circle, its breath fierce, clearly a peak D-grade. Wang Dali's face changed drastically, and he immediately raised his heavy shield, holding it like a wall in front of Lin Xuan. Su Qingxue instantly entered battle mode, cold air emanating from her, and the ice crystal bird on her shoulder let out a sharp warning cry. "Oh ho, appetizers are here." Lin Xuan looked at these uninvited guests, his expression unchanged, even wanting to give them a thumbs up for their dramatic entrance. The setup, the aura, those little green eyes. Very professional. Wang Dali's face immediately turned pale. In an instant, he slammed his ancestral heavy shield onto the ground. Boom! With a dull thud, he stood like a copper wall, firmly guarding Lin Xuan's front. "Xiangu, be careful. It's a black wind wolf pack." The devouring magic turtle was also summoned, its back glittering with stars, its small body radiating an unexpectedly heavy presence as it stood shoulder to shoulder with its master. Su Qingxue reacted with extreme speed. Her beautiful face hardened, cold air radiated from her, and the ice crystal bird on her shoulder gave a sharp cry as it flew into the air, preparing to control the situation. Not bad, one tank, one mage, both with acceptable reaction speeds. Lin Xuan stood leisurely, as if he were a proctor overseeing an exam. Su Qingshue's expression became serious. Just about to command the ice crystal bird to unleash a widespread ice sealing rain to completely cripple the wolf's movements. However, the leading wolf let out a suppressed low growl. The wolf pack moved instantly. They didn't choose to charge mindlessly, but rather cunningly spread out. Each wolf used thick tree trunks and bushes as cover, swiftly darting in the darkness, constantly changing positions. The entire encirclement tightened, yet it left the ice crystal birds in the sky unable to find a perfect angle to cast their group spell. Damn! This wolf is a tactical master? It even knows how to use the terrain for guerrilla tactics to stall the mage's AoE skill cooldown? Are wild monsters this competitive now? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Su Qingshue's expression turned colder. She had to give up on area attacks and instructed the ice crystal birds to perform precise strikes. Sharp ice spikes fell from the sky, continuously shooting at the occasional exposed black wind wolves. The battle erupted in an instant. Whoa! 3 or 4 black wind wolves fearlessly pounced on Wang Dali, their sharp claws crashing against the star river shell of the devouring demon turtle. Clang, clang. A series of metallic clashing sounds exploded, yet not a single white mark was left. Wow, is it physical immunity? My 100,000 gold is well spent. Wang Dali stood at the front like an unconquerable mountain. Su Qingshue's ice crystal birds circled in the air, ice spikes like a sudden downpour, each one accurately claiming a life. The situation seemed to have reached a stalemate. But that peak D-level head wolf did not move at all. Its green, menacing eyes looked past the meat shield Wang Dali, locking on Su Qingsue, who was continuously casting spells in the back. In its gaze was a bone-chilling killing intent. This little wolf isn't playing by the rules. Not attacking the tank, trying to cut straight to the backline? Have you played MOBA games? Just at the moment Lin Xuan was internally complaining, the head wolf moved. It did not launch an attack from the front. It transformed into a bolt of black lightning, bringing a few other elite black wind wolves, perfectly bypassing Wang Dali's defense from an extremely tricky flank. The target was aimed straight at the team's absolute damage core, Su Qingsue. The killing intent was evident, as swift as thunder. Be careful. Wang Dali's eyes widened, wanting to fall back, but was tightly entangled by 7 or 8 black wind wolves, unable to escape. Su Qingshue's ice crystal birds were restrained in the air by other monsters, also unable to return for support. In the blink of an eye, she could only hurriedly conjure a translucent ice shield in front of her. Bang! The head wolf's sharp claws came crashing down, shattering the ice shield with one strike. Ice fragments flew everywhere. The foul-smelling wolf claw, accompanied by a wind that tore through the air, aimed straight at Su Qingshue's white and fragile throat. The shadow of death instantly enveloped this proud daughter of heaven. Wang Dali roared in desperation, and Su Qingshue's pupils suddenly contracted at the approach of death. At the moment when everyone thought she was undoubtedly doomed. The useless captain who had been standing still as if stunned finally moved. No, he didn't move. He didn't even lift his head, just giving a shockingly simple command to the harmless blue jelly at his feet. Slap it. The show is over, time to wrap it up. The moment the words fell. Buzz. Little Soft's body suddenly expanded, instantly turning from the size of a basketball into a huge millstone. Then, it transformed into a blue afterimage that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, rushing towards the imposing head wolf with a terrifying speed that was completely inconsistent with its cute appearance, and brutally slapped it. This slap produced a piercing sonic boom. The head wolf felt a deadly crisis, its fur standing on end, instinctively trying to dodge. But it discovered in horror that the space around it had solidified like amber, and every movement of its body was slowed down by more than half a beat. Welcome to my realm of power, though it is just a passive one. Lin Xuan silently thought to himself. The SS-level Titan Giant Ape left arm brought a passive domain effect, a slight suppression of the law of power. Bang! A loud crash echoed through the mountains and forests. The sound was crisp like a person swatting a mosquito in summer. In Su Qingshue's shocked and dazed gaze, the formidable D-level peak Wolf King, which had pushed her to the brink, did not even have time to let out a scream before being swatted away by that blue jelly. It drew a perfect parabola in the air and with a loud crash, broke down 7 or 8 giant trees in its path. Finally, like a clump of violently squished mud, it was deeply and perfectly embedded into a rock wall 100 meters away. It twitched a couple of times and then went silent. The entire place fell into silence. The remaining dozens of black wind wolves all stood frozen, their green eyes filled with immense fear of, who am I, where am I, what just happened? Su Qingxue was shocked. She looked at the blue slime that had swatted away the Wolf King and then shrank back to its original size, rubbing against Lin Xian's feet as if seeking praise. Her mind was blank. Has this world gone mad? Chapter 27, One Slap to Kill, Do You Believe It Is a Talent? The forest was utterly silent. The wind had stopped, the leaves were motionless, and even the loudest insect chirps suddenly fell silent. The air was thick enough to suffocate. Dozens of black wind wolves, which had just been fierce and bloodthirsty, now stood still like living statues. The cunning and brutality once reflected in their green pupils were washed away, leaving only a pure, almost broken fear from deep within their souls. Clearly, these beasts' minds had been completely burned out by the earlier scene. Where is the Wolf King? Our massive D-level peak Wolf King? Oh, over there. All eyes mechanically turned to 100 meters away. On the cold rock wall, there was a perfect, wolf-shaped dent. Wow, the impact, the fit, a perfect sculpted work. Lin Xuan gave a highly professional artistic critique in his heart. Wang Dali's mouth was wide open, big enough to fit his own fist. He looked at the cute blue jelly by Lin Xian's feet, then turned back to fixate on the wolf-shaped mark on the distant wall. His worldview was being repeatedly torn apart and twisted by a slime, ultimately disdainfully swept into the trash heap of history. He knew Xian-Ge's slime was strange. It could corrode, it could change shape. But damn it, who could tell him why this thing's physical attack power could be terrifying enough to subvert the common sense of physics? This was no longer a mutation. This was perversion. As for Su Qingxue, this proud daughter of heaven, she had just stepped back from the gates of hell. The gratitude of surviving barely made it to her heart before being completely overwhelmed by an even more absurd and unfathomable shock. Her eyes were glazed over, blankly watching that blue little creature that had ended the battle with a single slap. It had shrunk back to the size of a basketball and was affectionately rubbing against Lin Xian's pant leg, looking like a good pet wanting praise from its owner. Corrosive slime. World-destructive power. An F-level slime? She felt a serious deviation in her understanding. No, there was something fundamentally wrong with this world. In this eerily extreme silence, the little slime moved. It humanized its jelly-like body, shaking as if to shake off non-existent bloodstains on its hands. Then, it turned around, facing the entire pack of black wind wolves with its small body. It let out its signature soft and harmless sound. Bo. A soft sound that rang particularly clear in the dead silence of the forest. This sound had no deterrent power, yet it became an invisible death warrant, crashing down the tightly stretched nerves of the wolf pack. A whoa! A mournful howl, sharp enough to change pitch, shattered the night sky. The remaining dozens of black wind wolves seemed to have heard the divine command for annihilation, instantly breaking camp. They tucked their tails, turned their wolf heads, and scattered in all directions, trampling over each other, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs, as if what chased them was not a blue jelly, but the source of fear engraved deep within their veins. The crisis was thus resolved. But the atmosphere on the scene was 1,000 times heavier than when they were surrounded by the wolves. Wang Dali and Su Qingxue, 2 gazes, pierced into Lin Xuan like swords. That look clearly wrote 4 big words: give me an explanation. Here it comes, the classic interrogation segment. After the thrill, there's a mess to clean up. I know this script too well. Lin Xian's inner drama was rich, but on the surface, he knew that the 3 words good luck definitely wouldn't fly today. He cleared his throat. On his face appeared a mix of surprise and confusion, just right. First, he looked down at his hands, then at the little soft one at his feet, and finally gazed at the two of them. I seem to not quite know what happened. He began to speak, his tone carrying 3 parts uncertainty, and 7 parts the shock of discovering a new world. The situation was too urgent just now. In a moment of desperation, I seemed to awaken my beast master talent. Su Qingshua's brows furrowed tighter, her cold eyes filled with scrutiny that seemed to say, "You'd better continue making this up." Lin Xuan completely ignored her doubts and continued to talk, his expression growing increasingly confident. "Yes. It's talent. I felt my power, at that moment, seem to surge into the body of the little soft one. My talent should be some kind of power amplification or something." He wore a face of "I have understood," perfectly portraying a male lead who just discovered he was a genius. This explanation was utterly absurd, yet carried a twisted logic. After all, beastmaster talents are all kinds of strange is a consensus in this world. Compared to when F-grade slime has natural strength to smash a mountain, the option its owner awakens some rare amplification type talent is more easily accepted psychologically. Wow! Wang Dali was the first to believe it, his gaze towards Lin Xuan changed from looking at an alien to looking at a living deity. "Brother Xian. You actually awakened such a monstrous talent? Transferring your power to your contracted spirit? So awesome. Well, my reliable bro will always be the best sidekick in the world." Lin Xuan silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. He knew this temporary fabricated reason had countless flaws, and would definitely not fool someone as smart as Su Qingxue from a top university. But that was okay. What he wanted was not for her to believe, but to give her a way down. After all, Little Soft will definitely cause more trouble in the future, why not push it all onto my non-existent talent? One layer of disguise is not enough, then add another layer. The essence of playing dumb is to make others forever guess whether you are a pig or Godzilla in disguise. Su Qingxue looked deeply at Lin Xuan. Those cold eyes were like a bottomless cold pool, swirling with exploration, doubt, and a current of curiosity that even she herself had not noticed. She did not press further. But in her heart, what was originally just a vague guess had now become incredibly clear. Lin Xuan was definitely not a waste. The secret he hid was much deeper and far more interesting than she imagined. She made a decision. In the upcoming trials, she would closely follow him, observing his every move. She did not believe things could be so simple. This man, she must dig out all his secrets. Chapter 28, Public Execution? My worth is 90,000, you can do as you please. In the following days, the training continued. The Heifeng mountain range told everyone in its own way that the wolf pack was just an appetizer. Groups of D-grade monsters, shadow cats, became the new nightmare. They wove through the forest, so fast that only after images remained, attacking from tricky angles, specifically targeting the weak points of the team's defenses. Su Qingshue's ice crystal bird provided aerial fire cover, but most of the ice spikes only shattered a series of shadows. Wang Dali curled up behind his heavy shield, immobile, like an unyielding rock, causing the shadow cat's sharp claws to bounce off ineffectively. The three of them worked together, growing more skilled through each perilous situation. Lin Xuan. The leader is about to escape. Use your talent. As the largest shadow cat missed its strike and transformed into a black line, ready to vanish into the depths of the dense forest, Su Qingshue's urgent voice rang out. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Xuan, carrying an unmistakable intensity and urgency. Here it comes, the detective's deadly series of tests again. Do they really think my talent is an unlimited firepower mode? Is my energy bar free? Lin Xuan silently cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he was already in character. His face turned pale, he staggered back a step, instinctively clutching his chest. No, the cost is too high. His voice was weak, as if he was about to faint the next second. If I use it again, I'm afraid I will fall here. This performance was dramatic yet sincere, weak yet resolute, truly perfect. He shouted that it was impossible, but at his feet, the little soft creature made a delightful sound. A small bit of inconspicuous corrosive slime was spat out. The slime traced an almost invisible parabolic line, accurately landing on the dry leaves where the leader's shadow cat was about to step. The rushing shadow cat completely failed to notice this change. It stepped down. An extreme slickness surged through its feet. The shadow cat lost its balance entirely, spinning wildly in midair, and lastly tumbled to the ground in a clumsy heap. The next second, the ice spikes from the ice crystal bird came crashing down, precisely pinning it to the ground, ending its evil life. Su Qingshuei. She turned her head, deeply looking at Lin Xuan. The emotions in her gaze were more complicated and enigmatic than the path of the shadow cat's movements. Lin Xuan returned her a pale smile, as if he had survived a calamity. Stop guessing, I'm really not some big shot. I'm just an ordinary support who creates opportunities for my teammates to deliver killing blows. The training ended, and all the teams returned to the camp to tally their gains. The head instructor held the registration book, calling out names one by one, his voice booming, resembling a public execution. Su Qingshua's team killed 5 D-grade monsters and C-grade monsters, collected several rare materials, comprehensive evaluation, worth 3,000 gold coins. Excellent. Wang Dali, as the main tank, faced damage head-on, personal gain worth 1,500 gold coins. Good. A collective gasp of surprise rose around, mixed with uncontrollable envy. Then it was Lin Xuan's turn. The instructor's pen hovered in the air, watching Lin Xuan pull out a few wilted herbs from his backpack, falling into a long silence. Lin Xuan, 5 iron leaf herbs, 2 ordinary mushrooms. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound less awkward. Total value, 20 gold coins. Well, emphasis on participation, emphasis on participation. Put. Lin Wei and his gang could no longer hold back, bursting into sharp laughter. Right, you all deal with life and death, I just emphasize participation. We all have a bright future. Lin Xuan looked calm, silently putting away his loot, ignoring the ridicule around him. No one knew that in his system space, a different scene unfolded. A group of blind fools. During the battle, in a corner brushed by the shockwaves, an inconspicuous 7-star vine had been casually plucked by him. In the crevice of the mountain stream, a small handful of sparkling century stalactites was silently swallowed by Xiaoruan. And that Wolf King. While Su Qingxue and Wang Dali were clearing the battlefield, Lin Xuan just let Xiaoruan slip to the concave mountain wall. Corrosive ooze silently seeped through, opening a pinhole at the deepest part of the wolf-shaped pit. A fist-sized, fully emerald crystal core, swirling with gusts of wind inside, was swallowed whole by Xiaoruan and sent directly into the system space. B-level wind spirit crystal core, market price starting at 50,000 gold coins, priceless. Thanks to the Wolf King for delivering this super rocket, much love. Lin Xuan had just finished showing his appreciation to the Wolf King when the system's settlement notification rang in his mind. Ding! The settlement of this outdoor training is visible earnings, iron leaf grass X5, common mushroom X2. Total value, 20 gold coins. Hidden earnings, wind spirit crystal core X1, 7-star vines X3, century stalactite X1. Total value, 87,500 gold coins. Comprehensive evaluation, S+. The host's understanding of the survival path has exceeded 99% of peers, suggested to maintain. Reward, system points 500. A genuine smile curved at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. Showing concern doesn't compare to hitting a huge sum. System, you are on the right path. After returning to school, the final results of the training were announced. On the huge electronic screen, the top position in the comprehensive ranking of the team boldly refreshed with 3 names, Lin Xuan, Su Qingxue, Wang Dali. The whole grade instantly erupted. First place? A-level evaluation? I must be seeing things? That useless vase and brute combination actually took first place? There's definitely something fishy. The Su family must have bribed the school. Lin Wei's face was as black as a pot bottom. He stared fixedly at the glaring name on the screen, feeling that his 3 years of flattery towards Su Qingxue had turned into a complete joke. Not far away, Su Qingxue's gaze crossed the noisy crowd and landed on Lin Xuan. In her cold eyes, confusion, inquiry, curiosity, countless emotions intertwined, finally transforming into a strange brilliance she herself had not noticed. She had to admit, this man she once thought was a burden had played some decisive role throughout the training. The mystery surrounding him was like a bottomless whirlpool, drawing her closer and closer. Her opinion of him had long changed from useless to mysterious and unfathomable. Just when Su Qingxue was about to step forward to say something, Lin Xuan yawned, put his hands in his pockets, and strolled away. Don't be infatuated with me, I'm just a legend. That night, at the Lin family villa. Lin Xuan looked at the astonishing numbers displayed on the system panel, rubbing his hands excitedly. More than 90,000 gold coins. Over 500 points. Another day to thrill in spending. Come on. System. Diamond 10 consecutive draws. Give me the goods. His finger hovered over the glittering lottery button, about to press down. Bang. 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 A series of urgent knocking echoed, almost like a door crashing. The butler's trembling voice came from outside the door, excited to the point of shaking. Young master. Young master. A big shot is at the door. He's holding the highest grade golden invitation from the Alchemist Association, specifically asking to visit our Lin family, the alchemy master. Lin Xian's finger instantly froze in midair. What the heck? They came knocking so soon? Which disguise fell off? Chapter 29, God-level imagination. The whole family kneels, begging me to be the prince. Lin Xian's finger hung over the shimmering 10 consecutive wishes gold button, just 0.01 millimeters from pressing it. Come on, my SSR. My limited character. My wife. Produce. Give me a strong output. Just as he was about to complete this sacred draw. Bang. Bang. Bang bang bang. A loud pounding at the door abruptly interrupted this solemn ritual. The butler's voice, completely changed due to excessive excitement, came through the thick wooden door, trembling as if almost in tears. Young master. Young master. Not good. Ah no, it's very good. A huge shot has come to the door. He held the highest specification golden invitation from the Alchemist Association, explicitly asking to visit our Lin family, the alchemy master. Lin Xian's fingers froze in midair. The fervor on his face instantly solidified, slowly forming a question mark. What the heck? They came knocking so soon? Which mask came off? Is it the faceless one or the team leader king of survival? No, Alchemist Association? Looking for a master? Are mushrooms growing on our Lin family's ancestral grave? By the time Lin Xian leisurely strolled into the main hall, all the senior members of the Lin family had gathered. The atmosphere was solemn and grave, quiet enough to hear each other's heartbeat. His father, Lin Zhangnan, the head of the Lin family, was currently bent at a 90-degree angle, his usually stern face smiling like a blooming old chrysanthemum, warmly chatting with an old man in a moonwhite long robe. The old man had white hair and beard, a thin face, and wore a badge made of 7 different metals on his chest. At the center of the badge, a golden flame burned slowly like a living creature, exuding an invisible pressure. Vice President of the Jiangnan City Alchemist Association, Senior Alchemist, Feng Wei. A true big shot who could shake the prices of herbs across Jiangnan City with just a stomp. The elders of the Lin family, including Elder Lin Wei, Lin Xian's father, shrank back like quail, lowering their heads, even their breathing deliberately slowed. Wow, this scene. One would think the emperor is secretly visiting incognito. Lin Xian found a shadowed corner, preparing to immerse himself in observing the event. Vice President Feng Wei took a sip of the top-grade cloud mist tea served by the trembling servants, then set down the cup. He got straight to the point, his voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable weight. Lin family head, let's not beat around the bush. Today, I come on behalf of the Alchemist Association to visit one of your esteemed alchemy masters. He paused for a moment, his seemingly murky old eyes suddenly sharpening, locking onto Lin Zhangnan. We've traced back to the unique aura of several auxiliary materials from the batch of perfect evolution potions that recently flowed onto the black market, and they all point to your residence. To concoct such a divine item, only a master could do it. Boom! This statement was like a thunderclap, exploding in the silent main hall. The head of the Lin family and the group of elders were instantly dumbfounded. Perfect evolution potion? Alchemy master? In our Lin family? How come we didn't know? Everyone exchanged glances, their faces filled with collective confusion, written all over them. Who am I, where am I, and what are you talking about? Cold sweat dripped down the head of the family in an instant. If they answered incorrectly, it would be a heinous crime of deceiving the Alchemist Association. Just when the atmosphere had become awkwardly frozen, the second elder, also Lin Wei's father, suddenly trembled. A flash of lightning struck through his mind. He remembered. He recalled Lin Xian's recent strange behaviors. That suddenly mutated slime. That piece of moss stone that even he couldn't recognize. That astonishing bet worth 100,000 gold coins. And during this adventure, Lin Xian's astonishing talent of power amplification. All the seemingly unreasonable events, in that moment, were perfectly connected by an invisible thread. The second elder trembled with excitement, boldly, no, incredibly confidently drawing a conclusion. Behind Lin Xian, there must be a reclusive alchemy master guiding him. That potion was probably casually concocted by that master as a snack for his own disciple. Holy cow! A divine teammate. Lin Xian in the corner was stunned. Brother, don't come up with your own ideas, just write the script for me. This logic loop, this spirit of actively patching for me. Yes, it's exactly as you said. My master behind me has a big temper, he loves watching me act. The second elder excitedly exchanged glances with several elders, revealing his stunning discovery. Everyone instantly felt as if they had opened their vital channels, revealing expressions of sudden realization. Reasonable. So damn reasonable. This is the only answer that can explain all the problems. The head of the Lin family, an old fox, immediately received the signal. The confusion on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a respectful yet troubled expression. To be honest with Vice President Feng, there is indeed an elder in my family, but he has a strange temper and dislikes seeing outsiders. That medicine was indeed made by him, just a little trinket for the younger generation. As soon as these words were spoken, the aura of a master and a high figure was instantly established. Hearing this, Vice President Fong's expression immediately transformed into one of deep respect. This is the true demeanor of a master. He quickly stood up, took out a highly respectful, gold-embossed invitation letter from his pocket, and presented it with both hands. I have been rude. Please convey this letter to the elder, and whenever the master is available, the association will warmly welcome him. After saying this, he waved his hand, and several heavy wooden boxes were carried in from outside. Just a small gift, not a great respect, merely a meeting gift for the elder. As the boxes opened, the rich scent of medicine mixed with spiritual energy immediately filled the entire front hall. A blood-red plant shaped like a dragon, a century-old dragon blood vine. A crystal-clear, chilling 1,000-year iceberg snow lotus. And various rare medicinal materials that had never been seen or heard of, each glimmering with precious light. Goodness, oh my goodness. This is professionalism. The enemy not only helped me write the script but also sent over the salary and props. Lin Xuan looked at those boxes of treasures, nearly drooling. The news spread like wildfire, and the Lin family was in an uproar. The Lin family had a pill-refining master as a backer. And Lin Xuan was the most valued successor of that master. In an instant, all eyes looking at Lin Xuan changed. The former disdain, ridicule, and contempt all transformed into awe, flattery, and a hint of unavoidable fear. He went from being a waste young master whom everyone could bully to a crown prince that nobody dared to offend. That night, in Lin Xuan's room, for the first time, a blushing maid respectfully brought in a top-tier dinner made from demon beast delicacies and spiritual grains. He played along and calmly accepted it all. Caring and warmth are no match for a huge sum of money. From today on, I am the top person in the Lin family. Just as he finished his meal, there was a knock on the door again. Standing outside was Lin Wei, with a pale face and tightly pursed lips. Behind him, the second elder was giving his son a murderous glare. Lin Wei took a deep breath, as if using all his strength, squeezing out 3 words from between his teeth. I am sorry. Oh, come to apologize? Look at that little look in his eyes, unwillingness, jealousy, anger, his buffs are almost full. Lin Xuan leaned against the doorframe, smiling warmly. It's okay, hold it in, young people have a lot of anger, holding back is good for your health. A new storm surrounding the mysterious master was quietly brewing within the Lin family. Chapter 30, just became the crown prince, and the city's #1 genius is blocking my door to mess with me? In the Lin family meeting hall. The air was dead silent, even the sound of breathing felt particularly harsh. The head of the family, Lin Jiangnan, along with several elders, sat upright, their backs straight, and their expressions serious, like a group of prisoners awaiting judgment. Today's meeting had only one topic. How to flatter. No, how to establish a good, stable, and sustainable deep strategic cooperative relationship with the mysterious pill-refining master behind Lin Xuan. This matter concerns the prosperity and decline of our Lin family for the next 100 years. Lin Jiangnan slammed his palm on the table, his voice heavy, making a final conclusion. We must spare no expense to tie this master elder thoroughly to our Lin family's war chariot. The second elder, who was also Lin Wei's father, had a radiant old face, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had relaxed, and he nodded vigorously, his voice booming. The head of the family is wise. Xian'er is our only link to that revered elder. From now on, we must treat Xian'er like a living ancestor. Here it comes, a classic plot of family status reversal. Yesterday you ignored me, today I am too high for you to reach. I am familiar with this script, according to the process, isn't the next step to call me on stage and give me an award? Just as Lin Xuan finished his inner sarcasm, the heavy pearwood door of the conference hall was respectfully pushed open by a servant from the outside. Young master, the head of the family and the elders request your presence. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Lin Xuan was invited into the conference hall. In that instant, dozens of mixed gazes, filled with eagerness, flattery, and reverence, concentrated on him like searing spotlights. Lin Jingnan's usually dignified face now forced itself into a bunch of wrinkles, his smile as hollow as a mask hanging on his face, and he even personally left his seat to approach, his tone so gentle it could drip honey. Xian'er, before, the family has wronged you. Regarding your master, that esteemed elder, you see. Acting mode, activate. A look of just the right amount of difficulty suddenly appeared on Lin Xuan's face, mixed with a touch of youthful stubbornness that refused to compromise. He remained humble yet proud, neither directly acknowledging nor outright denying it. Head of the family, esteemed elders. He slightly bowed, assuming an appropriate posture. My master prefers tranquility and does not wish to be disturbed by worldly matters. In one sentence, 8 words, but the information was explosive. Master, I admit it, there really is such a person. That revered elder of high rank and great strength, you all must show respect. Prefers tranquility, do not come to disturb me, nor disturb him. Does not wish to be bothered, anyone who dares to disturb will bear the consequences. This vague, clouded language was like a powerful heart tonic, instantly allowing the Lin family's upper echelons to conjure an image of an eccentric, incredibly powerful recluse who also fiercely protected their own. Yes. That's the essence. A true master should have this kind of aura. Understood. We all understand. Lin Zhengnan excitedly slapped his thigh. We will absolutely not disturb the elders' meditation. He immediately turned to all the elders and announced loudly. From today onward, restore Lin Xian's status as the direct heir. All resources in the family treasury will be provided to him without limit. Any requests he makes must be met with the highest priority. Hooray! Finally, I can honestly be a resource king. Lin Xian's heart was filled with wild joy, yet his face still maintained an unsuited calmness for his age. He climbed the ladder smoothly and said, to avoid disturbing my esteemed master, while researching new pill formulas, I need an independent courtyard, preferably with an alchemy room. Also, I do not wish for anyone to approach casually and disturb the tranquility. Arranged. Immediately clear out the best Qingzhou courtyard for Xianer. The head of the family waved his hand decisively. Also assign him 2 of the most intelligent top-level servants to handle all his chores. This luxurious request was met with lightning speed. Lin Xian, with almost no effort, created a perfect, absolutely undisturbed secret development base for himself using the information gap. On the first day of gaining power, Lin Xian's first act was not to rush into the treasury for a shopping spree. He walked leisurely, slowly making his way to the outer courtyard's management office. The fat steward, who had previously arbitrarily withheld his resources and deliberately made things difficult for him during assessments, immediately broke into a flattering grin, swelling like a dog as he approached Lin Xian. Oh, isn't this young Master Xian? Look at you, your esteemed presence, please feel free to instruct me with whatever you need. Lin Xian smiled. That smile was as warm as the spring breeze in March. He neither hit nor scolded. Only in front of all the servants who stretched their necks to watch the fun, did I issue the coldest order in the gentlest tone. Zhang manager has worked hard for the family, it's time for him to go to a peaceful place to enjoy life. From today on, you will guard the family cemetery on the back mountain. The feng shui there is good, quiet, and the best place for you to retire. The smile on the fat manager's face instantly froze, then shattered like glass. Family cemetery? What kind of place is that? A godforsaken spot where not even a bird would poop, and you wouldn't see a living person for 10 years. The bottom of the barrel for the entire clan, a dead end with no future. This was not just a demotion. It was a direct cremation of his career. Thud. The fat manager's legs went weak, crumpling to the ground like a pile of mud, tears streaming down his face, banging his forehead on the flagstone floor, begging wildly. Lin Xian, however, didn't even spare him a glance from the corner of his eye, turning around and leaving gracefully. This act of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys was fast, precise, and ruthless. The entire servant circle of the Lin family fell silent in an instant. Everyone clearly understood that this previously bullied waste of a young master was now the true crown prince of the Lin family who had the final say. Not far away, Lin Wei happened to pass by the corner of the corridor and witnessed the scene in its entirety. His face turned from pale to purple, then from purple to black, his fists were tightly clenched, knuckles white from the strain, and the jealousy and anger in his eyes could almost burst into tangible flames. But he didn't dare to let out even a single fart. TSK, young man, you need to learn emotional management. Breathe it in, maybe you'll manage to produce a pearl from all that pressure. Lin Xian happily moved into his exclusive Qingzhou courtyard. He immediately used the vast resources provided by the family to upgrade the shabby alchemy room into a well-equipped top-tier laboratory. Now, he could safely and efficiently refine medicines, continuously providing products under the alias of the Faceless One, forming a perfect positive cycle. He even borrowed power, requesting a large amount of information about the various forces and peculiar happenings in Jiangnan City from the family archives, by claiming my master needs to reference ancient texts. These precious pieces of information gave him a much clearer understanding of the entire Jiangnan City situation than his peers. Of course, Lin Xian was clear in his mind. This mysterious master facade was imposing, but ultimately, it was fake. There would always be a day when it could be pierced through. He had to elevate his strength to a level where he could overturn any table before this cover was pulled away. In the stillness of the night, Lin Xian sat in his room, staring at the over 500 points and nearly 90,000 gold coins on the system panel, rubbing his hands in excitement. Come on, my precious system. It's time to show the real skills. Diamond 10 draws. Give me some goods. I'm not asking for much, just an SSR beautiful girl. His finger hovered over the golden 10 consecutive wishes button, ready to press down with all his might. Bang! 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 Once again, a barrage of urgent knocking that was annoying to the ears. Damn it! What kind of plant is this? Did I install a reverse card draw alarm on my door? Does it only go off when I'm drawing cards? Outside, the school's instruction director, with his distinctive loud voice, called out, but this time there was a hint of uncontrollable flattery and nervousness in his tone. Lin Xuan. Are you there? A big shot wants to see you. Lin Xuan impatiently opened the door. Who? Even the king of heaven has to wait in line, can't you see I'm busy? The instruction director was sweating all over, suddenly leaning in closer, lowering his voice to a near whisper, emphasizing every word. It's that one from the Qin family, the #1 genius of Jiangnan City. Qin. Ao. Tian. He, specifically wants to see you. Lin Xian's finger instantly froze in midair. Qin Ao Tian? That name sounds like a standard cliché of a dragon. The first genius of Jiangnan City? He wants to see me, this waste who just turned things around? Oh no, I know this plot, this is aimed at Su Qingxue, right? A classic scene where the genius fiancé discovers a wild man by his fiancé's side and comes to assert his dominance? What the heck? Am I turning into a yellow-haired person? Chapter 31, 10 million slapped in the face. Tear off my disguise? The icy school beauty shields me. Damn. Is my house equipped with a reverse alarm system? It only goes off when I draw cards? Lin Xian's mind was flooded with 1,000 alpacas racing by, and he impatiently yanked open the door. Who is it? Even if the king comes, he has to stand in line. Can't you see I'm busy? His words suddenly stopped. Outside the door stood the head of the department, a face full of flattery and tension, glistening with so much sweat it could make dough. Seeing him, the head of the department rushed over, his voice lower than a mosquito's buzz, as if each word weighed 1,000 pounds. It's that person from the Qin family, the first genius of Jiangnan City. Qin. Ao. Tian. He specifically wants to see you. After saying this, the head of the department seemed to have completed some life-threatening task and immediately dashed aside, wishing to shove himself into a crack in the wall. A figure stood firmly in the doorway. It was a young man. He wore a pure white custom Beast Master combat uniform, the fabric shimmering with a pearl-like glow under the lights, cut sharply and spotless. His stature was tall and his features handsome, yet that innate pride seemed ready to overflow from his brows. Behind him, 2 bodyguards in black stood motionless, their presence heavy enough to make one's chest feel tight. Oh, does he even have his own entrance music? This white combat uniform, spotless, did he just step off the runway? With 2 bodyguards, is he afraid people won't know how rich he is? Qin Ao Tian? This name sounds like the standard Dragon Ao Tian template. The first genius of Jiangnan City? He wants to see me, this waste who just turned things around? Lin Xuan was internally mocking, his mind swirling with various melodramatic plots. Qin Ao Tian didn't even glance at Lin Xuan, ignoring the department head who was bowing and scraping beside him. His gaze penetrated the whole room and fixated firmly on a photo hanging on the wall. That was a team photo taken after their training, which the school forced every team to snap. In the photo, Su Qingxue was as cold as ever, Wang Dali was grinning honestly, and Lin Xuan stood right next to Su Qingxue. Oh no, I know this plot, this is aimed at Su Qingxue, right? A classic scene where the genius fiancé discovers a wild man by his fiancé's side and comes to assert his dominance? What the heck? Am I turning into a yellow-haired person? Just when Lin Xuan thought the other party would start spewing classic lines like, the toad wishes to eat the swan's meat, Qin Ao Tian's actions completely exceeded his expectations. He wore no anger nor disdain on his face. He simply calmly took out a card from his pocket, entirely black, with fine gold lines on the edges. He walked to the table and casually pushed it. Clap. The card slid across the table, stopping perfectly in front of Lin Xuan. An unnamed black gold card. 10 million. Qin Ao Tian finally opened his mouth, his voice as flat as if discussing tomorrow's weather. This is your compensation. He paused, finally looking up at Lin Xuan, his gaze devoid of contempt, only indifference as if viewing a piece of gravel by the roadside. The condition is, you voluntarily withdraw from school and leave Jiangnan City forever. In an instant, the room was filled only with the sound of breathing. No, not even a breath could be heard. The head of the department next to them directly short-circuited, his eyes fixed on the black gold card as if they might pop out of their sockets. He desperately signaled at Lin Xuan, his expression twisted as if he were screaming, "Take it! Take it now! That's 10 million! Enough for you to live worry-free for several lifetimes! What the heck, this incredible wealth just landed here! Wait, that's not right, this isn't a breakup fee, this is a severance pay for me to get lost. Money to smash me? This way of humiliation, I can only say, can you bring more?" Lin Xuan did not look at the card, appearing calm on the surface, but inside, he had already quietly activated the system. System, scan this walking RMB player for me. Ding. Scan successful. Character, Qin Aotian. Strength, C-level peak. Contract spirit, golden three-headed dragon, A-level bloodline. Evaluation, an ultimate cash warrior, his cash ability is proportional to his strength. It is recommended that the host temporarily avoid his sharpness and wait for a miracle from 10 consecutive draws. A-level bloodline golden three-headed dragon? Good fellow, isn't this like directly spawning a world boss in the novice village? This guy must be cheating, right? Oh, his family is a cheat. Lin Xuan felt assured, and his smile became even warmer. He was just about to say something. But Qin Outyan spoke again, and this time his words were like a bucket of ice-cold water, pouring down on him. Stop acting. Qin Outyan's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Behind you, there is no so-called pharmacist master. The president of the Pharmacist Association, President Fong, is my father's close friend. If there really was such a person in Jiangnan City, my father would be the first to know. Boom. Lin Xuan's smile froze on his face. What the heck? It's a disaster. The disguise was exposed on the spot. This guy isn't following the script. Shouldn't it be mindless mockery first, then me acting like a pig to eat the tiger and hitting back? Why did he just flip the table? A villain with high IQ is the most hated. Pressure surged over him like a tidal wave. Qin Outyan stepped forward, looking down at him condescendingly, his voice completely cold. I give you two choices. 1. Take the money and leave gracefully. He elongated his tone, the arrogance in his eyes transformed into a tangible sense of oppression. 2. I will make you, and your backing Lin family, completely unable to stand in Jiangnan City. This is bad. Not only do I have to roll, but he also wants to mess with my whole family? You can't say that, brother. Lin Xuan's brain raced, frantically thinking of a countermeasure. This facade was punctured too quickly, he hadn't even had the chance to grow. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the doorway. Qin Outyan, what are you doing? Su Qingxue had arrived at the entrance without him noticing. Her brows slightly frowned, looking at the tense scene in the room, a hint of obvious anger flashed in her clear eyes. She didn't hesitate at all. She walked straight to Lin Xuan, using her body to shield him, facing Qin Outyan alone. This is my friend, please leave. Wow, the main character has arrived. I love this hellish scene. The Ice Queen stands up for me, I love this script. Lin Xuan felt at ease hiding behind Su Qingxue, acting like a delicate flower being protected. Qin Outyan saw Su Qingxue defending Lin Xuan, and the always indifferent expression on his face finally showed a crack. A trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. He withdrew the black gold card from the table, finally looking at Lin Xuan one last time. That gaze was as if he was looking at something that had already died. Very well. He did not say another word, just turned around, leaving a comment to Su Qingxue. Qingxue, you will understand. Some people stand between us and an unbridgeable chasm. After speaking, he left without looking back, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Chasm? Fine, you wait. Let me draw an SSR beautiful girl in 10 consecutive draws, let's see who really stands on the other side of the chasm. Chapter 32, Killing and Heart-Piercing. A single word inferiority breaks the pride. Wow, the main character has arrived. I love this hellish scene. The Ice Queen stands up for me, I love this script. Lin Xuan felt at ease hiding behind Su Qingxue's somewhat thin figure. He instantly got into character, imagining himself as the poor victim who had been bullied by a tyrant, finally waiting for the big sister to back him up. Qin Outyan saw the way Su Qingxue defended Lin Xuan, his expression, which had always been apathetic, changed for the first time. He completely ignored Su Qingxue, even too lazy to look at her again. He simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. No magic circle, no incantation. A terrifying pressure from the depths of his bloodline suddenly descended, instantly gripping the entire bamboo courtyard. The air became thick and heavy, breathing became a burden. The space in the courtyard was twisted and compressed by an invisible force, groaning under immense strain. Roar! 3 deep dragon roars intertwined, as a massive creature tore through the space and appeared out of thin air. It was a giant dragon more than 5 meters long. Its entire body was covered with palm-sized golden scales, each as sharp as a knife, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. 3 fierce dragon heads were held high, 6 lava-like vertical pupils, indifferent as gods, surveyed everything in the courtyard. A-grade bloodline, golden 3-headed dragon. Pure dragon might transformed into a tangible hammer, smashing brutally into the depths of every soul. Gulp. The director beside them rolled his eyes, his legs went completely limp, and he slumped to the ground. A foul liquid quickly soaked through his pants. He was so scared that he peed himself alive. Wow, this can be done? Direct space-linked summoning? No martial ethics. This modeling, this special effects, is this a limited edition skin for wealthy players? It's cool, but it's really expensive. Qin Outyan did not order an attack. He just pointed with his chin at the several-ton fake mountain in the corner of the courtyard. His tone was very flat, as if he was asking a servant to bring a glass of water. Make it quiet. The middle dragon head of the golden three-headed dragon lazily opened its mouth. There was no roar, and no flames. A golden beam as thick as a finger shot out silently. The hard blue stone fake mountain did not even last a second upon contact with the beam. It did not explode, did not shatter, and did not even raise a speck of dust. It simply melted into a pool of blazing red lava without a sound. The lava hissed on the ground, emitting white smoke. From several tons of fake mountain to a pool of lava. The entire process was eerily quiet. This extreme destructive power and terrifying control over energy was far more hair-raising than any bombardment. Su Qingshue's face tightened. She could clearly sense that her S-grade ice bird in the contracted space was emitting cries of despair. That was not fear, but an instinctual tremor from the life rank, a bloodline suppression that could not be suppressed by lower-level lifeforms when facing top predators. Qin Outyan finally allowed his proud gaze to settle on Lin Xuan. That gaze examined him like a bug that could be crushed at any moment. He curled his lips in undisguised contempt, clearly enunciating every word. Did you see that? This is the chasm of heaven. Your F-grade slime doesn't even qualify to be a dessert for my dragon. Here we go, the classic step on one and lift another segment. You say my slime is unworthy to be a snack? You're right. My little treasure is for picking up leaks, not for giving away. Just when Qin Outyan and Su Qingxue thought Lin Xuan would show fear, unwillingness, or anger. Clap. Clap. Lin Xuan suddenly raised his hand and clapped twice vigorously. There wasn't a trace of negative emotion on his face, instead, it was a look of I see now, his eyes shining with sincere brilliance. Impressive. So impressive. He gave Qin Outyan a thumbs up, his tone filled with admiration and amazement. Young Master Qin, you truly deserve to be young Master Qin. This dragon, this special effect, this destructive power. I declare that from today on, I am your dragon's #1 fan. The air fell into an eerie silence once again. The entire set of taunts, humiliations, and disdain Qin Outyan had prepared instantly choked in his throat, unable to utter a single word. He felt that the punch he had gathered all his strength for landed solidly on a ball of cotton. No, it was like hitting the air itself. That strong sense of weightlessness and powerlessness made his handsome face twist slightly. Something was wrong with the script. He should not have reacted like this. Lin Xuan did not pay any attention to his constipated expression. He simply shook his head and let out a sigh filled with deep emotion. Ah, what a pity, what a pity. Then his tone changed, and with a voice full of regret and a teacher's calmness, he slowly said, My master once taught me. A true strong one never shows off his claws easily, because his heart is strong enough, he doesn't need to use anything outside himself to prove anything. He paused, lifted his eyes to look straight at Qin Outyan, and in his gaze there was a clear pity that said, I see through you. Only those whose hearts are deeply inferior need to keep showing off their toys again and again, just to cover the emptiness and fear in their bones. Inferior. These two words were like two invisible poison needles, piercing straight into Qin Outyan's heart. He, Qin Outyan, the first genius of Jiangnan City, the one admired by everyone under the heavens, was actually called inferior by a man recognized as a useless waste, right in front of Su Qingxue. Boom. All expression vanished from Qin Outyan's handsome face, replaced by an icy coldness. The air around him suddenly changed, his killing intent burst out without the slightest restraint. He gave up on words of humiliation. He realized that the face and calm of this waste in front of him were beyond his imagination. Against this kind of thick-skinned rogue, all words were useless. Only the most direct, the most brutal physical method could crush him, together with his ridiculous dignity, into powder. Qin Outyan withdrew the golden three-headed dragon and gave Lin Xuan one last deep look. The killing intent in his eyes almost took solid form. You talk well. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. Chapter 33, holding her hand right in front of you. Qin Outyan took back the golden three-headed dragon. On that unmatched handsome face, all pretense of gentleness was peeled away, leaving only the coldness of a predator. He gave Lin Xuan one last look, without anger or contempt, only the calm that one gives to a corpse. You talk well. His voice was not loud, yet it made the air in the courtyard drop a few degrees. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. After that, Qin Outyan ignored Lin Xuan completely. As if looking at this waste one more second would be an insult to his noble identity. He turned around and walked straight toward Su Qingxue, his face cold as frost, his tone full of command. Qingxue, enough of this. Come here. Don't mix with this kind of low thing. You're lowering your status. Oh, live PUA teaching in action? First he calls it nonsense, then he degrades her friend to a thing, and finally he uses status to chain her down. Smooth combo. Unfortunately, our Qin Shuai is a max-level boss immune to mental control. Lin Xuan thought silently in his heart, already ready to watch Qin Outyan fall flat on his face. Sure enough, Su Qin Shuai's pretty brows furrowed even tighter. Her cold voice carried a sharp edge. Qin Outyan, I'll say it again. Lin Xuan is my friend. My business is not something for you to point fingers at. Those words were like an invisible slap, striking hard across Qin Outyan's proud face in front of everyone. Good, very good. Qin Outyan's handsome face twisted completely, all his patience burning away in that instant. Boom! A power even more terrifying than before exploded from within him. This time, it was no longer a test. That pressure carried pure malice, the kind meant to crush a man into bloody paste, locking firmly onto Lin Xuan. The air in the bamboo courtyard seemed sucked dry, the bamboo leaves in the corners froze instantly. The halo of the lantern faded, and even the dust on the ground stopped swirling. Beside him, the head teacher could not even scream, his legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air like a fish on the brink of death. Damn! This crazy man is serious. The full pressure of a sea-level peak is trying to force me to bow down on the spot. Lin Xuan felt as if a heavy truck was pressing down on his shoulders. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and his bones groaned under the overwhelming weight, the flow of his blood sluggish. But he did not back down. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to straighten his spine, which could snap at any moment. He even took half a step forward. With his not-so-wide body, he shielded Su Qingshuai more securely behind him. Just then, a golden light curtain appeared suddenly before his eyes, visible only to him. God-level choice triggered. Facing the overwhelming pressure of Jiangnan City's #1 genius, Qin Outyan, and his desire for your friend, you choose. Option A, endure, retreat, and admit that you and Su Qingshuai are just ordinary classmates. Reward, 1 A-level defensive skill stone unmoving like a mountain. Option B, stand firm, declare that your friendship with Su Qingshuai is not to be provoked. Reward, 1 SS-level mental shock, one-time use, and 1 mystery treasure chest. Here it comes, here it comes. The choice question is back. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up, as bright as they could be. Option A is a life-saving skill, but at the cost of being trampled on and leaving Su Qingshuai with an everlasting mark of being a softie. He would never be able to lift his head again, his will would shatter completely. Option B, the reward is explosive. An SS-level one-time big move, plus a blind box to open. This is the correct way to unlock the main character script. Retreat? The more I think about retreating, the angrier I get. Let's do this. Lin Xuan's heart had an instant answer. But his capitalist heart led him to think a little deviously. System, option B is just stand firm, the scope is too small. If I not only stand firm but also infuriate that Qin guy to the point of a heart attack, wouldn't the performance credit be S+, and the reward doubled? The system interface flickered, and a line of cold text appeared. Ding! The system will evaluate rewards based on the final task completion level. Wow, so you've even set up performance KPI assessments? Alright, I'm very familiar with that. Just wait and see. Lin Xuan's brief silence became a testament to weakness and fear in Qin Outyan's eyes. A smirk of triumph finally appeared on his face, and the terrifying pressure surrounding him diminished somewhat. He didn't even bother to look at Lin Xuan again, reaching out to grab Su Qingshuai's wrist. Qingshuai, you see, bugs are still bugs, scare them a little, and they behave. Let's go, don't waste time in a place like this. Damn! He still wants to lay hands on her? You're finished. Even the King of Heaven can't save you now. Just as Qin Outyan's fingertips were about to touch Su Qingshuai's sleeve, Lin Xuan moved. He didn't shout angrily as Qin Outyan had predicted, nor did he rush forward like a hot-blooded fool. He made an unexpected move that shocked everyone present. He stepped forward, right into the unease that had yet to fully dissipate. Not towards Qin Outyan. But precisely and forcefully, he grabbed Su Qingshuai's cool, delicate little hand. Then, in Su Qingshuai's momentary shock, he pulled her tighter behind him. After doing all this, Lin Xuan slowly raised his head. He faced Qin Outyan's eyes, which were momentarily frozen in surprise, then quickly turned to rage, and he smiled brightly. Action is always more powerful than any words. This grip is worth more than 1,000 arguments. This pull is the most direct declaration of sovereignty. The most domineering proclamation. Ding! Detecting that the host's actions have far exceeded the expectations of option B. Task completion assessment in progress. Assessment, Super God level. Reward upgraded. Chapter 34, Fingers tightly intertwined, the reward is Super God. Your fiancé's hand is truly soft. The touch at the fingertips is delicate, slightly cool, and incredibly smooth. Lin Xian's large hand precisely grasped Su Qingshue's delicate hand, as if it were made of nothing but bone. He even took a step further, his long fingers sliding into the spaces between her fingers, locking their 10 fingers together. The feeling is nice, but it's a bit cold. Is she chilly? I need to buy a hand warmer later. Su Qingshue's body suddenly stiffened. A wave of unfamiliar excitement surged from their clasped hands, rushing along her arm to her brain, leaving her completely dazed. On her eternally frozen beautiful face, 2 charming shades of crimson rapidly spread, visible to the naked eye. She instinctively wanted to break free. But Lin Xian held tightly, with a force that reflected undeniable dominance. Strangely, the strength of her struggle disappeared in the next moment, leaving her frozen, allowing him to grip her firmly. This scene pierced into Qin Outyan's eyes like a burning steel needle. His hand, stretched in the air, froze. The mocking smile on his face, which held all the cards, shattered and peeled away inch by inch. The coldness in his eyes evaporated in an instant, transforming into a pure black, unmasked intent to kill. The temperature in the courtyard suddenly dropped, and a layer of white frost even formed on the corners of the stone table. Oh, does this come with a cooling effect? If that gaze could generate electricity, Jiangnan City wouldn't even need to pay for power. This expression change is truly the best material of the year. I've already thought of a title, about my mistaken belief in a devoted admirer, who NTR'd me in front of my face. Lin Xian completely ignored the murderous glare that seemed to want to skin him alive. He even couldn't be bothered to look at Qin Outyan's already twisted handsome face. He simply spoke calmly, his voice low but clear enough for the entire crowd to hear a pin drop. Su Qingshu can choose to be friends with whoever she wants, that is her freedom. This matter does not concern you. He paused, his tone suddenly becoming heavy. It certainly does not concern the Qin family behind you. They don't have the right to dictate things here. Every word struck the hearts of everyone present like nails hammered in. This was not just a public retort, it directly pulled the massive Qin family to the opposing side. How arrogant! But Lin Xian felt that this was not enough. To strike the snake, aim for its core, to kill, attack its heart. I must crush his ridiculous sense of superiority at its root. He shifted his tone, and a hint of helplessness appeared on his face, as if stating a regrettable truth. By the way, let me correct a misunderstanding. My master does exist. Lin Xian finally lifted his gaze, staring directly at Qin Outyan. The look in his eyes was that of an elder pitying and forgiving an ignorant junior. It's just. You and your father's level are not qualified enough to meet him. This sentence was like a silent slap in the face that made Qin Outyan's soul tremble. It directly shattered the family background that Qin Outyan held so proudly, denying the very foundation of his existence. Weren't you boasting that your father is close friends with the city lord? I'm sorry, that is merely a mundane relationship. My master is a being above the clouds, you ants don't even have the right to look up at him. Once these words were spoken, even the 2 steady black-clad bodyguards behind Qin Outyan could not help but have their pupils constrict, exchanging bewildered glances. They began to reassess at a frantic pace, what kind of extraordinary figure stood behind this young man. And just at that moment, the golden light curtain that only Lin Xian could see finally yielded its final feedback. Ding! Detecting that the host's actions have far exceeded the expectations of Option B. Task Completion Assessment, Super God Level. The rewards have been epic enhanced. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SS level Spiritual Shock, one-time use, Legendary Mysterious Treasure Chest. Wow! Legendary. System, you really understand me. I must give you full marks for this KPI. Lin Xian felt overwhelming joy, and this joy became the last straw that broke Qin Outyan's sanity. Ha! He. Qin Outyan laughed in anger, too lazy to say another word. He realized that any words were powerless in front of this situation. Then let's fight. Break his bones. Tear his mouth. Make him kneel on the ground and spit out every word he just swallowed. Golden 3-headed dragon. Qin Outyan let out a beast-like low roar, filled with cold murderous intent. Give him a little lesson. Break his legs. Roar. The golden giant dragon that had just disappeared tore through space and roared out again, its most menacing dragon head suddenly opened wide. A fireball, the size of a basketball, compressed to the extreme, began to rapidly form in its mouth. A scorching wave spread wildly around, the air violently warped by the intense heat, letting out a piercing shriek. An A-level contract spirit's full power strike. Ice bird. Su Qingshue's face turned pale instantly. Without thinking, she immediately summoned her contract spirit. An S-level ice bird, completely translucent, cried out mournfully as it blocked in front of Lin Xian, cold air radiating from its body, ready to take on this devastating blow. But she knew better than anyone that, under the dual pressure of bloodline and level, her ice bird would absolutely not withstand it. This strike would leave the ice bird either dead or crippled. At this critical moment, a warm hand pressed down on her shoulder. Lin Xuan gently pulled her back, while he stepped forward once again, facing that terrifying fireball capable of flattening the entire courtyard alone. There was not a trace of fear on his face. He didn't even look at the arrogant golden giant dragon. He only gazed at Qin Outyan, looking at that handsome face twisted with rage, as a peculiar smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. That smile held a hint of pity, a touch of mockery, and a sense of expecting a good show to come. Chapter 35, The Lin family arrives, young Master Qin performs the White Lotus, and I force him onto the life-death stage. That basketball-sized red-golden fireball was already a concentrated force of destruction. The light and heat it emitted made the entire courtyard's air begin to burn, emitting high-pitched wails. An A-level contract spirit's full power strike. Target, Lin Xian's legs. What the hell, can't talk it out so you resort to violence, can't play just flip the table? Want to break my legs? This isn't the script we discussed, where's the rescue team? Why is my VIP family bodyguard service delayed? Lin Xian's inner alarm flashed wildly, but the smiling expression on his face grew even stronger, as if mocking his opponent's furious incompetence. Su Qingshue's S-level icebird let out a mournful wail, spreading its icy wings, determined to block in the front. It was ready to defend its master's dignity with its life. At the very moment the destructive fireball was about to erupt. A son of the Qin family, thinking he can touch my people on the territory of the Lin family? An old voice suddenly resonated from nowhere. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority, like an invisible iron claw instantly strangling the throat of the entire space. The brutal fireball in the mouth of the golden three-headed dragon dimmed at a visible speed. Energy overflowed wildly. Finally, with a poof, it burst like a punctured balloon, transforming into a wisp of harmless blue smoke, dispersing. Words carry power. The courtyard door creaked open. A group of people walked in. At the forefront was an elder dressed in traditional attire, his hair meticulously combed, with a face that commanded respect without anger. He simply stood there calmly, and the entire courtyard's aura seemed to be suppressed by him alone. He was the current head of the Lin family. Lin Jiangnan. Behind him stood several elders from the Lin family, their presence imposing, and further back was a whole squad of Lin family guards clad in black combat uniforms, their eyes sharp as daggers. The weapons at their waists glimmered with metallic coldness, their steps synchronized, radiating a chilling air of death. They were not here to mediate. They were clearly here to crush the Qin family. Oh. The payment has come through. My VIP family monthly service has been successfully renewed. Grandpa's phrase "my people" was truly skillful, raising my identity and status to the fullest. From today on, I, Lin Xian, am also a person of the organization. Lin Xian's heart blossomed with joy, and his back instinctively straightened even more. Qin Outyan's face, twisted in rage, completely froze the moment he saw Lin Jiangnan. He could never have dreamed the Lin family would set up such a terrifying display for a waste who had been expelled from the family. Even the family head, who had been in closed-door training for years, had personally come out. His wary gaze swept over Lin Jiangnan and then slid past the group of fierce guards, ultimately waving his hand reluctantly. Roar! The golden three-headed dragon let out a deep, displeased roar, its massive body turning into a sea of golden light, unwillingly vanishing. Just when everyone thought he would throw down a harsh word and leave, Qin Outyan's expression dramatically changed. The icy chill that could freeze the air on his face melted in an instant, replaced by a gentle, humble smile that even carried a hint of apology. As if the madman who wanted to cripple someone's legs just moments ago was not him at all. He respectfully performed a standard junior gesture towards Lin Jiangnan. "Uncle Lin, you misunderstood." He smiled flawlessly, his tone sincere. "I merely saw Brother Lin Xian awaken his pack spirit and, feeling the itch to test my skills, wanted to have a friendly match with him. Since Brother Lin Xian is unwilling, then let it go." Wow! A master. This is definitely a master graduated from the highest level of T-Arts. In one sentence, he twisted intent to injure into a friendly spar, making being interrupted by an elder sound like my own cowardice. This inversion of truth is so skillful that it's a waste not to work as a spokesperson in the Foreign Affairs Department. Trying to smear my reputation and portray me as a bully relying on my power? You're not good enough to play the public opinion game with me. Without waiting for Lin Jiangnan to speak, Lin Xian stepped forward directly, his voice not loud, yet clear enough to overshadow the discussions in the entire venue. "A spar is fine." His gaze passed over everyone, like two nails, firmly driving into Qin Outyan's face. "But not now, and not here." Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile, containing unhidden provocation and arrogance. 1 month later, the Jiangnan City High School League. On the arena, we shall see who is stronger, how about it? The moment these words fell, the venue fell into dead silence. Even Lin Jiangnan and the several elders showed undeniable shock on their faces. Qin Outyan first froze. Then, a wave of uncontrollable joy erupted from the depths of his eyes. This was the very phrase he had been waiting for. Privately breaking Lin Xian's legs held no significance. It was merely a release of momentary anger. What he wanted was to humiliate this ignorant waste in front of all the media, all the powerful individuals, and all the teachers and students of Jiangnan City. On that stage, which drew everyone's attention. To crush this clueless waste, along with his ridiculous dignity, and the illusory master behind him, into powder. To make him and his family never rise again. Ha 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 ha. Good. What a Lin Xian. Qin Outyan laughed loudly, his voice filled with disdain and bloodthirsty delight. I await you. I hope by then, your F-class slime can last more than a second under my dragon's mouth. His laughter abruptly stopped, his eyes suddenly turning cold and piercing, he added slowly and distinctly. By the way, the league arena has an unwritten rule. Life and death, no discussion. These 4 words carried no emotion. But like 4 icebergs, they crashed down on everyone's hearts. This is not a duel. This is a life and death contract. Lin Jiangnan and the others' faces fell completely. They looked at Lin Xian with eyes filled with heaviness, confusion, and even a trace of anger for his foolishness. They couldn't understand where this newly risen grandson got the courage to sign such a deadly pact with Qin Outyan, who possessed the A-grade golden 3-headed dragon. We're leaving. Qin Outyan walked away with satisfaction, followed by his 2 bodyguards, not looking back, as if he could already see Lin Xian's tragic death a month later. In the yard, the atmosphere became unbearably tense. Yet Lin Xian seemed unfazed. He felt the small hand in his palm twitch slightly, realizing he was still holding Su Qingshua's hand, and hurriedly let go. Oh no, I was so caught up in showing off that I forgot I was still holding her hand. This feeling, so smooth and tender, I must ask her later what brand of hand cream she uses. He gazed at the disappearing figure of Qin Outyan, his eyes as calm as an abyss. A month? That's enough. From this moment on, between him and Qin Outyan, only one person could walk out of the league match alive. And that person could never be Qin Outyan. System, open my newbie gift package. With a thought, Lin Xian ignored all the worried and confused gazes around him, sinking all his consciousness into the system space. A box quietly floated in front of him. It did not emit blinding light, but displayed an ancient dark golden color, with wisps of indistinct mist swirling around it as if hiding the secrets of the universe's beginning. Legendary mysterious treasure chest. This level of style was more than 10,000 times higher than Qin Outyan's bling bling golden dragon. Lin Xian rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with endless anticipation for the future. Come on, my treasure. Let me see what incredible thing you can give me. Chapter 36 B-Class Skill, Absolute Defense. Qin Outyan, you're doomed. Qin Outyan left with a smug air, full of pride. As he walked away, the atmosphere in the yard seemed to have the air sucked out of it, so oppressive that one could squeeze water from it. Lin Xian remained unfazed, even taking the time to appreciate the sunset. At that moment, he felt the delicate little hand in his palm twitch again. Only then did he belatedly realize, caught up in showing off, he had forgotten that he was still tightly holding Su Qingshua's hand. What a faux pas. This feeling, so smooth and tender, I have to ask her what brand of hand cream she uses, and get a set for my non-existent master as well. Lin Xian quickly released his hand, showing no embarrassment at all. However, Su Qingxua recoiled her hand as if shocked, quickly hiding it behind her, her beautiful, delicate face flushed like it was on fire, her ears turned tempting pink, and her gaze drifted, unable to meet his. Just then, a gaze as imposing as a mountain finally landed on Lin Xian. Lin Xian, come with me. The head of the Lin family, Lin Jiangnan, spoke, his tone revealing no joy or anger, yet carrying an irresistible authority. Here it comes, the family tribunal's reserved segment. The 3 halls will question me with one question: why are you so brave? Lin Xian was clear in his heart, yet he wore a compliant look on his face, obediently following Lin Jiangnan to a nearby secret chamber. Once the secret chamber door closed, the atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. Lin Jiangnan and several elders of the Lin family sat on either side, their stern expressions looking less like an interrogation and more like they were about to hold a memorial service for Lin Xian. Nonsense! An elder with a fiery temper slammed the table, standing up abruptly, and pointed a finger at Lin Xian's nose in anger. Do you know what level Qin Outyan's golden 3-headed dragon is? A grade. Pure bloodline dragon. What are you going to use to fight him? Are you planning to use your F-grade slime to fill its teeth? Signing a life and death agreement, are you tired of living? Still feel that our Lin family's 100 years of face has not been thoroughly lost enough? Lin Jiangnan did not speak. He just stared at Lin Xian with sharp eyes like an eagle, with disappointment and anger swirling in his murky old eyes, waiting for an explanation. The pressure is on my side now. Lin Xian ignored the elder's roar, not even lifting his eyelids. He just calmly looked at Lin Jiangnan on the main seat and asked a question that instantly silenced the entire secret room. Grandpa, what if I win? With this one sentence, it was as if a thunderbolt struck everyone's heads. The few elders, who were glaring and puffing, were all stunned, their mouths opened, unable to say a word. Win. That word had never even crossed their minds. Lin Jingnan's body trembled, and suddenly, two terrifying beams of light exploded from his murky old eyes. Yes. What if? What if Lin really wins? A waste abandoned by the family, ridiculed by the entire city, using the universally acknowledged worst F-level slime, to directly crush the #1 genius of Jiangnan City and his immensely noble A-level golden three-headed dragon on a live broadcast league stage that everyone was watching. What an incredible miracle. At that time, the reputation of the Lin family would reach an unprecedented peak. And that mysterious master behind Lin Xuan would have enough weight to crush all the forces in Jiangnan City. The invisible benefits and immense deterrent power contained within were simply immeasurable. It's done. This is called a risky investment. The stake is my life, the profit is the future of the entire family. This pie is big enough, I'm not afraid you won't take it. Lin Xuan watched the two flames in his grandfather's eyes burning brighter and brighter, knowing that his crowdfunding had succeeded. He immediately seized the opportunity and took out a folded paper from his pocket, handing it over. This is the list my master prepared for me to get ready for the battle. He said that as long as the materials are gathered, within a month, there will be remarkable results. An elder took the list with suspicion. After just a glance, his hand gripping the paper started to shake violently. Tianshan Snow Lotus, Millennium Ginseng King, Deep Sea Dragon Essence. My heavens, each of these on the list is priceless. Together, these resources could empty half of the Lin family's vault. Armed military forces? That's too small a vision, this is called investing for the system to boost performance. Lin Xuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking profound. The methods of my revered master are not something ordinary people can fathom. Give it to him. Lin Zhengnan slammed the table suddenly, his voice firm and decisive, carrying an air of unchallengeable determination. Everything in the storeroom, all of it. What we don't have, no matter what, we have to gather it within 3 days. Half an hour later. Lin Xuan returned to his small bamboo courtyard, completely satisfied. Looking at the mountain of rare materials piled in front of him, he smiled so wide that his mouth almost reached his ears. Talking about caring for one another is not as good as writing a big check. Grandpa, you're really my good grandpa. Without hesitation, he thought to himself. System, recycle everything, turn it into gold coins and points for me. Ding. Resource exchange successful. Congratulations to the host on obtaining 1,888,888 gold coins and 20,000 points. Wow. Rich overnight. This feeling of spending other people's money is simply too enjoyable. Lin Xuan rubbed his hands, sinking his entire consciousness into the system space. Open the box. That ancient dark golden treasure chest floated quietly, the chaotic mist swirling around it, exuding an aura of I'm very expensive, come open me. Legendary level mysterious treasure chest. Come on, my treasure. He reached out and tapped. Open. The treasure chest opened with a sound, without any earth-shattering special effects, only two soft rays of light flying out and quietly hovering in front of him. Ding. Congratulations to the host on obtaining Golden 10 Draw Lottery Ticket 1 and Soul Power Training Primer Ancient Book 1. Oh? A 10 draw ticket plus a skill book? Not bad, let's see what this book is for. Lin Xuan opened the book Fundamentals of Mental Power Cultivation and discovered it was a manual teaching how to cultivate and utilize mental power. He immediately sat down cross-legged and, following the book's instructions, tried to guide his vague mental power. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered a meditative state, he felt his mental power break free like a wild dog. No, it was like suddenly connecting to a gigabit fiber optic cable, instantly coursing through his limbs and bones. In just one night, he directly entered the threshold, successfully condensing the massive mental power into a nearly invisible thread. Damn! So I'm not only a cheat but also a rare talent for cultivation? I love this setup. He could clearly feel an unprecedented close connection established between himself and the little softy in the contract space. Before, giving commands relied mostly on shouting, but now it was a direct mental link with almost negligible delay. Preparations complete. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, a bright light flashing briefly in his gaze. System, log in. Start the draw. He directly used the golden 10 draw ticket. Buzz. 10 thick golden light beams shot up into the sky, almost blowing the roof off the Qing bamboo courtyard. Come on. Give me a miracle. As the first beam of light faded, consolation prize, strong healing potion X3. Alright, an appetizer. As the second beam faded, rare material, a piece of 100-year-old tortoiseshell, already moldy. Somewhat useful, but not much, and it's moldy? As the ninth beam faded, thank you for your patronage, a bag of expired spicy flavored potato chips. Lin Xian's face darkened completely. Dog system. Did you swallow my guaranteed reward? I used a gold 10 draw ticket, and this is what I got. Expired potato chips or something people can draw? Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the last and thickest golden light beam finally slowly faded. A unique B-grade light shone brightly, instantly illuminating the entire system space. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained B-grade skill stone absolute defense. Lin Xuan's breath caught sharply, and he immediately checked the skill description. Absolute defense, B-grade active skill, consumes a massive amount of mental power and energy, creating an absolute shield that can withstand an attack far exceeding one's own level. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Looking at this short yet incredibly powerful description, the constipation-like expression on Lin Xuan's face instantly turned into uncontrollable joy. A one-hit kill defense shield. Isn't this just the perfect insurance tailored for Qin Outyan's full-force strike of the golden three-headed dragon? The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth stretched wider, his gaze cold and mad. Qin Outyan, you think you have it all in the bag? Just wait, in a month, I'll show you what a top-tier player's game understanding looks like. Chapter 37, 1 month. I have earned enough money to crush Qin Outyan. There is still a whole month until the Jiangnan City High School League. During this month, under the massive resources of his family, Qin Outyan entered a crazy closed-door state, trying to forcibly raise the strength of his golden three-headed dragon another level. Su Qingxue was also practicing hard, her S-grade icebird's aura growing sharper day by day. All the senior students in Jiangnan City were making their final sprint for this life-changing big exam. And Lin Xuan. He leisurely opened the System Mall in Qing Bamboo Courtyard, like he was strolling through a vegetable market. System, give me the recipe for A-grade perfect evolution potion. Alright, also give me some B-grade ones, with a variety of types, like invisibility, speed enhancement, poisoning, focusing on surprising and winning. What are you kidding? Fighting and killing is so boring? Struggling hard, what's the point? What era is this? Making money is the way. What is meant by dimensionality reduction strike? Use my grandfather's money to earn all of Jiangnan City's money, and then use this money to smash you, Qin Outyan, into the ground, so deep you'll never get out. This is the art of a top-tier player. So, in the following days, Lin Xuan completely transformed into a heartless alchemy machine. During the day, he practiced initial enlightenment of mental power, refining the threads of mental power he had condensed to become tougher, manipulating them as easily as moving his fingers, precise enough to perform eye surgery on a fly. At night, the small courtyard was no longer quiet. He treated the rare materials sent by the Lin family as if they were cheap cabbages, tossing them in heaps into the system's alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace shimmered, operating with astonishing efficiency. Ding! A-level perfect evolution potion, successfully refined. Quality, perfect. Ding! B-level powerful invisibility potion, successfully refined. Quality, perfect. Ding! B-level truth teller potion, inferior version, successfully refined. Quality, perfect. Note, 30% chance to make the user uncontrollably start singing, dancing, or rapping. Ding! Bottles of shimmering, star-like liquid potions were casually stacked on the table. That scene looked less like a mysterious alchemy workshop and more like a stall at a Yiwu small commodity wholesale market waiting to be shipped. On a dark and windy night, Lin Xuan skillfully pulled out a plain bronze mask from the drawer and put it on. From this moment, he was the faceless one. He logged into the underground black market website hidden in the depths of Jiangnan City's internet, without hesitation, directly uploading the 20 freshly made A-level perfect evolution potions and 50 varying B-level potions for anonymous auction in batches. Starting bid, 100,000 gold coins per bottle. The bait is cast, let's see if the fish in this pond can recognize its value. The post was published. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The entire anonymous forum of the black market instantly exploded. Damn. Stop chatting. Quickly check the auction house. Someone is selling perfect quality A-level evolution potions. Perfect quality. What? Is this real? I just spent a lot of money to buy a bottle of excellent quality. Where's the screenshot? Hurry, send the screenshot. Don't go upstairs, the first batch of 5 has already been snatched up. Transaction price, an average of 1,200,000 gold coins per bottle. Crazy. This world has gone nuts. 120,000 for a bottle of potion? I can't afford that even with all my life savings combined. Lin Xuan looked at his black market account, the number skyrocketing from a lonely 0 to 6 million in an instant. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Don't rush, this is just the beginning. He leisurely put another 5 bottles up for auction. This time, the bidding area completely turned into a battlefield. Prices started at 100,000 and within 10 seconds, shot up to 150,000. And it was rising crazily at an unreasonable pace. 160,000. The Wang family from the west side wants it. No one else can contend. Shut your mouth. I offer 180,000. This potion can help my son's spirit contract break through the bottleneck. Anyone who dares to fight me will face a real battle to the death. 2 million. I am the vice leader of the Blackfire Mercenary Corps. Everyone here, give me some face. Face? How much is your face worth in the black market? I'll bid 250,000. A war without gunpowder completely erupted in the small auction house. Lin Xuan could even imagine that behind the screens, those usually high and mighty heads of families and leaders were now red-faced, nearly ready to come to blows over the potions he casually refined. In just a few days, Lin Xuan used a hunger marketing strategy to release the potions in batches, each time stirring up a storm in the city. His black market account balance soared like a rocket. Tens of thousands, millions, tens of millions. The speed of the number jumping was faster than his heartbeat. Meanwhile, a vast number of perfect potions of unknown origin flooded the market, finally attracting the attention of the true giant of Jiangnan City, the Alchemist Association. In an ancient meeting room, the air was stifling. At the head of the table, an elderly man with white hair was holding a bottle of potion that shimmered with a rainbow sheen. His fingertips trembled slightly. Have we found anything? He spoke in a hoarse voice. Who exactly is this master alchemist, known by the codename Faceless One? One person at the table was drenched in sweat, unable to look him in the eye. President, the other side's counter-tracking ability is top-notch. We have used all our technology but found no clues. Waste. The president did not slam the table but gently placed the vial of potion down, his movement tender as if handling a rare treasure. But we must find him. His gaze swept over everyone present, his eyes filled with uncontainable fervor and reverence. The means to produce perfect quality potions 100% of the time. This is not a skill, this is a miracle. It is a revolution for our entire alchemy system. It is a blessing. He paused for a moment, his tone growing incredibly serious. Send my orders, immediately establish the highest level special task force, and at any cost, contact this Faceless One master. Tell him, as long as he is willing to join our association, honor, status, resources, whatever he wants, we will give it. Oh? It's not about competition among peers, but rather a thirst for talent? This president of the Alchemist Association has a remarkable vision. Lin Xuan looked at the insider information that the black market informant sold to him at a high price, smiled, and closed the dialogue box casually. Cooperate? Not needed for now. He gazed at the shining number in his account balance. After yet another auction ended, he finally crossed a crucial milestone. 100 million. A whole 100 million gold coins. 9 digits. From today on, please call me Lin, rich as a Sultan Xian. The happiness of the wealthy is so simple and mundane, yet so dull. Lin Xuan stretched lazily. Possessing this immense wealth didn't spark any impulse to buy luxury cars or mansions. He leisurely opened the bounty section of the black market. Sometimes, money is a better weapon than fists. His fingers danced on the virtual keyboard, quickly posting 2 bounties topped out with gold coins. Bounty 1, high price for all intelligence related to the Qin family's business dealings, especially clues related to various contraband and gray transactions. Price, it's up to you. Bounty 2, high price for all ancient books, insights, notes, and even fragments regarding spiritual power training available on the market. Requirement, whatever you have, we want it. Once the tasks were posted, the bounty hunters and informants in the black market instantly caught the scent of money, going completely insane. Lin Xuan leaned back in his chair, watching encrypted messages flood into his email, a cold curve slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. Qin Outyan, oh Qin Outyan, do you think we are just going to determine life and death on the arena a month from now? No, your vision is still too small. While you are secluded in practice, I have already prepared to steal your home. Chapter 38, I offer a bounty to exterminate the Qin family, and even the queen of the black market helps me hand over the knife. Jiangnan City, underground black market. This is a place where sunlight can never reach, a lawless land where desire and money grow wildly. At the top level of the black market, in a hall that overlooks the entire underground kingdom, there was an eerie silence. In the center throne of the hall, a figure leaned back, her curves astonishing. She was languid, but it felt as if everything in the hall was pressed down by an invisible weight. A gorgeous dark golden mask covered most of her face, revealing only a pair of slightly upturned phoenix eyes and a fiery red lip. She is the only queen of this dark world, queen of the night, Yi Mei. Your Majesty. A black-clad subordinate knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head, reporting on a matter regarding the Faceless One. Within 72 hours, the Faceless One sold 20 bottles of perfect grade A evolution potions in batches, and 50 bottles of perfect grade B special potions. The total transaction amount, 136 million gold coins. When the subordinate reported this number, their voice trembled uncontrollably. This amount is enough to buy half of the black market. The technology department used all means to track its IP in fund flow, but each time the traces were erased. The opponent's technology, we cannot understand. Night Charm remains silent. She simply traced the eye socket of a skull gem embedded in the armrest of the throne with her index finger, clad in silk black gloves. That movement was very light, very slow. But the subordinate kneeling on the ground felt cold sweat instantly soaking the ground. Interesting. After a long time, Night Charm finally spoke, her voice magnetic yet slightly raspy with amusement. She casually swiped away the virtual screen before her, which prominently displayed 2 sky-high bounties published by Lin Xuan. Especially the one targeting the Qin family, which she slowly magnified with her fingertip. Wow, this queen's sister has such a strong presence and is a master of body management. Just don't know what she looks like under the mask, hope she's not some beauty warrior. Cough, what am I thinking? A queen in the black market can't be a good person, right? Far away in the Qing bamboo courtyard, Lin Xuan had no idea that his maskless one alias had already caught the attention of the ultimate boss in the black market. Night Charm stared at the bounty, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, a flash of cold light disappearing deep in her gaze. Unlike the Alchemist Association, which wanted to recruit this sudden alchemy genius, she instead smiled. That laughter was light, echoing in the empty hall, carrying a chilling seduction. Pass on my orders. Yes. Activate Dark Crow. The subordinate suddenly raised his head, eyes full of horror and confusion. Dark Crow. That is the Queen's most secret and sharpest tool, an ultimate intelligence network that only activates during extermination wars. Is it worth it for an unknown maskless one? Night Charm seemed to see through his thoughts, her red lips slightly parted, uttering an even more astonishing command. Dig out all the shady businesses and dirty deals of the Qin family over the years, every single bad debt, from the underground. Then, process this information, and let those informants who accepted the bounty get it casually. Remember, make them firmly believe this is the shocking news they dug up themselves. The subordinate was completely petrified. What is this operation? Digging up information from their own intelligence network and anonymously gifting it to others so they could claim the maskless one's bounty? Isn't this paying oneself to work for someone else? The Queen is going to pay for helping that maskless one fulfill his bounty? Go do it. Night Charm's voice showed no hint of emotion. Understood. The subordinate dared not hesitate any longer, his figure turning into a shadow, vanishing into the darkness. The hall returned to silence. Night Charm slowly rose, walking barefoot down from the throne to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the brilliantly lit, crime-ridden underground city below. She raised her hand and removed the dark gold mask from her face. Under the mask was a face beautiful enough to overturn the world. But at this moment, there was no expression on that face, and in those eyes that should have sparkled, only a deep-seated hatred, frozen and bottomless, remained. Qin family. She murmured, her voice as light as a sigh. Your debt needs to be repaid. On the other side, in the Qing bamboo courtyard, Lin Xuan leaned back in the armchair, crossing his legs, leisurely refreshing his black market mailbox. In the next second, the relaxed expression on his face froze. Looking at the inbox suddenly filled with encrypted emails, he felt completely out of it. What the hell? Are informants this competitive now? My bounty just went up less than a day ago. This efficiency is faster than the rocket delivery I ordered in my past life. He suspiciously opened one email. Just a glance, and the muscles on his face tightened. In the email, there is complete evidence chain of the Qin family smuggling forbidden magical beast materials through a secret route 3 years ago. Time, place, contact code, photocopies of account books. Detailed to the point where only a video of the Qin family's head signing and sealing remains. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately clicked open another email. The Qin family secretly funded a notorious assassin organization, with all the financial flows used to eliminate business rivals. The third email. The fourth email. One case after another, all are top-level black materials that could nail the Qin family directly to the pillar of shame, dragging them into the pig cage. Moreover, the completeness and accuracy of each piece of information are terrifyingly high. The smile on Lin Xian's face completely vanished, replaced by an extreme solemnity. Something is wrong. Too wrong. This stuff could not possibly be dug up in a day by a bunch of scattered mercenaries. Clearly, there is a tightly organized, powerful force acting behind the scenes, then handing him the cut cake personally. Which living bodhisattva is secretly sending me warmth? No, that's not right, pies don't fall from the sky, only iron discs tied with explosives do. They want to use me as a gun. Lin Xuan instantly connected all the dots. Clearly, a mysterious force that he didn't even know wanted to deal with the Qin family, but for some reason, it couldn't take action personally. His identity as the Faceless One was a perfect opportunity for them to take advantage of. They smoothly pushed the sharpest knife into his hands. Collaborating with a tiger? Lin Xian's mouth corners spread into a crazy and excited smile after moments of silence. Using a gun? Great. I love being a gun. As long as there are enough bullets, let's not just talk about one Qin family, I can poke a hole in the sky for you. Without any hesitation, instead of retreating, he followed their plan, immediately utilizing this top information to issue several new, more targeted bounties on the black market, making this already murky water even messier. Meanwhile, in the palace of the black market queen. In front of Yi Mei, a black water mirror clearly reflected all the operations of the Faceless One account. When she saw Lin Xian unhesitatingly using the information she provided, then setting deeper and more vicious traps, her ice-like lips finally managed to lift. It was a genuine, approving curve. Bold, strategic. She whispered, her eyes finally showed appreciation. A player worth cooperating with. And not just a useful knife. Chapter 39, let you close up. Wait for you to come out, and the grave will be dug up. The efficiency of the night organization is downright perverse. Lin Xian felt that this was no longer a simple act of going with the flow. This was clearly digging up the Qin family's ancestral grave violently, meticulously sorting and packing the black materials inside, making them into a PowerPoint presentation, and even kindly attaching a mind map and comments in red pen, then stuffing it into his hands. What the heck, this isn't information, this is a death sentence generator for the Qin family. Lin Xian looked at his inbox, those encrypted files named Qin Family Evidence 1.0, Qin Family Evidence 2.0 upgrade, his eyelids couldn't help but jump wildly. One document targeted a banned substance in the black market due to its inhumane properties, rage potions. This stuff could make a contracted spirit's combat power surge in a short time, but the cost is permanently damaging the foundation and likely causing the contracted spirit to completely go out of control, going mad and devouring its master. And the evidence chain presented before Lin Xian was an impeccably perfect closed loop. From comparing the true and false ledgers of a hidden alchemy workshop under the Qin family, to secret transportation route maps for each batch of rage potions, to several key figures responsible for selling the goods, followed by high-definition confession recordings after a friendly visit. In the recording, those poor souls cried out in heart-wrenching despair, hurriedly confessing how the Qin family had coerced and tempted them to do these dangerous, head-losing jobs. Every detail was as clear as if it had happened just yesterday. Professional. So damn professional. This is not the Dark Crow Intelligence Network, this is the Jiangnan City branch of the community in Chaoyang District trying to boost their end-of-year performance, right? Lin Xian instantly figured it out, that unseen black market queen was dead set on making him use this gun until it smoked. You want me to hand over this evidence to the Lord's mansion for a righteous public accusation? This thought popped up in his mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. What an international joke. The Qin family's connection in the Lord's mansion is probably thicker than my skin. If I hand over the evidence, I'll be performing a show of accidental drowning in the moat of Jiangnan City right after. A righteous accusation? That's a script meant for the hot-blooded hero in a comic book. I'm just a supreme pleasure seeker, so I'll do whatever is most fun. Lin Xian tapped lightly on the virtual screen, bringing up information on several prominent families in Jiangnan City. His gaze slowly moved until it finally settled on the Wordsley family. The Qin family's biggest public business rival. The enemy's enemy is my paid tool. The smile on Lin Xian's face gradually turned sinister. Without a moment's hesitation, he repackaged the complete evidence regarding the frenzy potion, which could strike a fatal blow, into an anonymous email and posted it in the black market's intelligence trading zone. Price, 500,000 gold coins. Purchase condition, limited to verified accounts of the Li family. The bait is already up, let's see if this hungry big fish from the Li family knows its worth. After posting the intelligence, there were about 10 seconds of silence. Lin Xian could even imagine the person from the Li family who monitored the black market experiencing a dramatic change of emotions, from shock to doubt to wild joy upon seeing this information. The next second, a transaction success notification popped up. Look at this inexperienced expression, your hands must be shaking holding the evidence, right? Doesn't it feel like when you snag a giant red envelope worth 180 yuan in the family chat during the new year? The Li family, overjoyed, purchased the intelligence and immediately disappeared without making a ripple in the black market. Clearly, they were preparing to hold onto this heavy bomb that could blow apart the foundation of the Qin family, waiting for the most fatal moment. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Xian instantly sent another part of the evidence, detailed maps of the complete smuggling network established by the Qin family in the black market and the locations of 7 secret bases anonymously to the legendary enforcement team of the black market, which reportedly recognized no kin and only obeyed the rules. One fish, two eats? No, this is just the beginning, this is called one fish, many eats, a full fish feast. Let the Li family bite the Qin family's jugular while letting the enforcement team sever their hands and feet. A double blow, double the joy. Qin family, your blessings are still yet to come. The efficiency of the black market enforcement team was faster than the zero-hour flash sales on Double 11. That same night, a sudden thunderstorm swept through the entire underground world of Jiangnan City. The 7 secret bases that the Qin family had painstakingly managed for years were uprooted overnight. All smuggling channels were instantly severed. The hidden goods piled up in the warehouse were reduced to ashes by the enforcement team. The towering flames reportedly lit up half of the black market. From a distance, it looked just like fireworks during a festival. In one night, the Qin family lost nearly 30% of their income. When the news reached the Qin family mansion, it said that the head of the Qin family was so furious that he smashed a set of antique tea utensils passed down from the previous dynasty, and his roar echoed throughout half of the mansion. But as they investigated, they only found that the enforcement team was just acting according to the rules. There are no leads to find any behind-the-scenes instigators. This pent-up anger had nowhere to go, ultimately landing all on the heads of those responsible for the wrecked strongholds. For a moment, the Qin family was in turmoil, filled with anxiety and suspicion, turned into a chaotic mess. In the Qingzhou courtyard, Lin Xuan leaned back in a Grand Master chair, leisurely browsing the posts on the black market forum about Qin family launching fireworks at midnight, enjoying the glee of it all while sipping on the chilled sour plum soup delivered by Su Qingxue. He wore a content smile, the kind that only a major villain could have. This was the first time he acutely felt the power of intelligence and planning. Before, I always thought that strength meant being able to throw a punch. Now I realize, using your brain is the real way to strike down from a higher dimension. Watching the enemy perform wildly on the stage I've set up, yet not knowing who I am, this feeling is much more satisfying than actually fighting someone. Qin Outyan, you are still stuck in that closed door, racking your brain on how to regain your honor in the ring? By the time you come out, your home might have been stolen away. I wonder if your rock-solid determination will shatter into a pile of glass shards then. The more Lin Xuan thought about it, the more he laughed, the corner of his mouth curving higher than an AK's recoil. But after the revelry, he quickly calmed down. The fun is over, it's time to get serious. He closed the forum, the mockery in his gaze slowly faded, becoming focused and sharp again. All schemes and tricks must be built on the absolute strength to flip the table at any moment. What if something goes wrong one day? In the end, it still comes down to strength. The league's opening was getting closer and closer. He must raise his strength to be able to handle any unexpected changes. Qin Outyan, just wait. Lin Xian's gaze seemed to penetrate space, landing on his rival who was in seclusion. When I train the slime into Godzilla, let's see how you fight me. He opened the system shop, looking at the astonishing 9-digit gold balance in his account. A wave of boldness surged to the top of his head. System, give me some good stuff. Bring me all the items that can enhance my power to the max. Chapter 40, the cold cousin blocks my way, actually wants to join forces to seize the position of family head. After stirring up the Qin family, Lin Xuan finally remembered his responsibilities as a third-year high school student. He strolled into the Lin family's martial arts arena. In the center of the arena, a jelly-like slime was trembling into a puddle of mud. In front of it, a needle as thin as a hair was floating in the air. Through the needle hole, an almost invisible thread of mental power was threading through. This was the result of Lin Xian's seclusion and hard work on elementary mental power training. Come on, little soft, don't be afraid, show me your skill. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed tightly, and his mental power highly concentrated. That refined thread, under his control, pulled the silver needle and precisely jabbed towards the slime. Little Soft's body began to shake violently, almost liquefying on the spot. Don't shake. I'm not some merciless woman. I'm just doing a minor surgery to pull out that F-grade impurity energy in you. Do you understand what genetic ascension means? Lin Xuan was in high spirits, manipulating the thread of mental power to wander inside Little Soft, as if he was playing a high-precision 3D maze game. Just when he was fully concentrated, a chilling sharpness suddenly attacked him from behind without warning. That feeling was like a drawn sword pressing against his brow. Lin Xian's wrist twitched, and the thread of mental power instantly tightened, emitting a barely audible light sound, almost breaking right then and there. Damn! Who is it? Can't you walk quietly? Do you want to scare this millionaire to death so you can inherit my black market forum account? He suddenly turned around. He saw a woman dressed in a snow-white martial arts uniform standing quietly 10 steps behind. A tall figure, with long black hair tied into a neat ponytail, her face is cold as the moon, but her eyes carry a sharpness that seems to pierce through the heart. The first of the younger generation in the Lin family, his cousin, Lin Ruoxue. Next to her, a massive male lion lazily lay down. The lion was covered in silver-white fur like moonlight, with occasional flickers of electricity dancing in its mane, its indifferent golden eyes showing boredom as it glanced at him. An A-class bloodline, Thunder Lion. Its strength had reached sea-level mid-tier. Oh. So it's the aloof genius sister in the family. Lin Xian's thoughts raced, but he wore a harmless smile. Cousin, good afternoon, I was just deepening my relationship with Xiaoruan. Lin Ruoxue ignored his nonsense. Her gaze first fell on the still filtering slime, then quickly returned to Lin Xian, her cold eyes seeming to examine something. A few seconds later, she spoke. One sentence made Lin Xian's smile freeze completely. You don't have a master, do you? The wind in the martial arts arena seemed to come to a standstill at that moment. Lin Xian's brain was spinning rapidly. Holy crap! Is this sister using X-ray vision or some anti-cheating plugin? How can she tell? He flashed through 100 plans to play dumb in his mind. But when he met Lin Ruoxue's clear and determined eyes, he knew that in front of truly smart people, any poor performance would be an insult to both their intelligence. Lin Xian retracted his smile, his expression returning to calm, and asked, Cousin, why do you say that? Your mental power. Lin Ruoxue's answer was simple, direct, yet irrefutable. Its refinement and control have surpassed most D-class beast tamers. Such control isn't something any external force or elixir can provide, it comes from countless times of self-tempering. She took 2 steps forward, her gaze piercing. A month ago, you were just an ordinary person who couldn't even release mental power. So, the changes in you aren't from external forces, but an inner transformation. Beautiful. This analysis is even better than what my non-existent master would teach. Lin Xian mentally gave his cousin a thumbs up. I don't care about your secrets. Lin Ruoxue's voice lowered, carrying an undeniable determination. I also don't care who stands behind you, or if no one stands behind you at all. I only care about results. By your own strength, you made the Qin family's face lose its luster and boosted the Lin family's prestige. That's enough. I can accept that, I like it. Talking to smart people saves time, there's no need for all those roundabout formalities. Lin Xian smiled inwardly, leaning back against the rail of the martial arts arena, shifting to a more comfortable position, leisurely turning the tables. So, cousin, you didn't come today to expose me as the family fraud, did you? Hearing this retort, Lin Ruoxue not only didn't get angry, but a glimmer of admiration flashed in her sharp eyes. What she hated most were those who could only passively accept without any opinions. The stance Lin Xian was showing now was precisely what an equal partner should have. Of course not. Lin Ruoxue admitted openly, you stir up trouble outside, but within the family, there are many who want to undermine you. The elder branch hasn't held back in trying to trip you up at the council meetings lately. Her gaze fixed intensely on Lin Xian. I can clear these obstacles for you within the family. Here it comes, the angel investor is coming. Lin Xian smiled, but did not immediately accept with gratitude. He extended a finger and gently shook it. Alliances are good. However, before we discuss an alliance, shouldn't we first talk about what I can bring to you, and what you can do for me? Trying to freeload off my combat power? No way. Cooperation is fine, but let's make things clear first. Brighten up your blood bar and equipment, let me see your value. Very simple. Lin Ruoxue seemed to have anticipated his question, and without hesitation revealed her purpose. I want to compete for the position of the next family head. The elders faction, specifically Lin Wei's father, is my greatest obstacle. They have been suppressing me from behind, trying to support Lin Wei to rise. Her words were firm and decisive. I need a strong external aid. Someone who does not belong to any family faction but possesses the strength to break the rules, making all the elders unable to ignore them. Her gaze was firmly locked on Lin Xian. The meaning was clear. The smile at the corner of Lin Xian's mouth gradually widened. A family palace drama? Oh, I love watching this. I just happen to need a spokesperson in the family high ranks to rally support and handle trivial matters. She needs a nuclear weapon that can turn the table and break the rules. This mutual benefit demand is truly a perfect match. Deal. Lin Xian extended his hand. Lin Ruoxue also promptly stretched out her hand, shaking his firmly. Alliance established. This is my sincerity. She took out an ancient bronze token from her bosom and handed it over. The token felt icy in his hand, engraved with a complex seal character Lin, exuding a sense of time's accumulation. A passage token to the deepest part of the family treasury. Lin Ruoxue explained, there are resources stored there that even Grandpa and the Elder do not have the authority to freely use, left by our ancestors through generations. Perhaps it will be useful for your duel in a month. Lin Xian weighed the token in his hand, the smile on his face becoming impossible to hide. Great, my sister is generous. This sincerity is far more substantial than Grandpa's half-treasure trove of huge funds. Now this is called an effective alliance. He watched Lin Ruoxue turn and leave with a brisk silhouette, feeling very good inside. Qin Outyan, you now have one more opponent. Just wait, I'll dig out treasures from the treasury and prepare an even bigger surprise for you. Chapter 41, I only used one needle, the genius cousin lost her composure on the spot. Lin Xuan held the chili bronze token, his smile more genuine than finding a wallet that fell from the sky. Not bad, not bad, my angel investor has sharp insight. Not only is she smart, but she's also generous. The meeting gift is a VIP black card straight to the core area. Seeing Lin Ruoxue finish her business and leave with a brisk sense of stay out of this, Lin Xian's eyes turned, and he called out to her. Cousin, wait a moment. What kind of joke is this? Just signed the contract and want to leave? If I don't let you see the real power of this nuclear weapon, how could you be committed to being my useful tool? Lin Ruoxue stopped and looked back. That cold glance came, without words but full of inquiry. Lin Xian cleared his throat and put on a mysterious smile special to fortune-tellers on the streets, slightly lifting his chin toward her majestic thunder lion beside her. Cousin, I see that your battle pet, the clouds are covering its head. That's not right, the energy within seems a bit unsteady. Why don't I, this useless cousin, boldly give you some pointers? Lin Ruoxue's beautiful brows hardly furrowed perceptibly. Pointers? Pointers for her A-grade bloodline, already at C-grade mid-stage thunder lion? With his F-grade slime? She admitted Lin Xian's ability to stir up storms was extraordinary, but deep down, she still held a giant question mark about his beast-taming strength. After all, even if the slime mutated into something beautiful, it was still just a slime. Oh, look at this doubtful little gaze. Are you afraid I'll lead your beloved big cat astray? Rest assured, I am a professional. So professional that I believe it myself. Lin Xian laughed wildly in his heart, but on the surface, he remained mysterious. So, what's the matter? My cousin doesn't trust me? Lin Ruoxue fell silent for 2 breaths. In the end, she nodded slightly. All right. She wanted to see for herself what this scheming cousin was up to. Let it use lightning claw once. Lin Xian placed his hands behind his back, taking on the air of a transcendent master. The most basic kind, don't charge it. Lin Ruoxue followed his instructions and gave a command to the Thunder Lion. Roar! With a low growl, the Thunder Lion suddenly raised its right front paw, silver-white electric arcs swirling up, forming 3 sharp electric claws, and slashed through the air. Ziz! The air left behind 3 shallow charge traces, with electric arcs jumping and lingering power still present. A hint of well-controlled pride appeared on Lin Ruoxue's face. This was the result of her extensive training with the Thunder Lion. Her control over energy was already outstanding among her peers. However, at that moment, Lin Xian shook his head and let out a long sigh. What a pity. Lin Ruoxue's heart skipped a beat. What a pity about what? Lin Xian pointed a finger, his gaze suddenly shifting, cutting through the surface like a scalpel, aiming directly at the core. When it releases the skill, the energy flows from the core to the node of the 3rd meridian of the left front paw, resulting in a 0.03 second stagnation. It is this almost imperceptible moment that causes over 15% of the lightning power to dissipate during transmission. As soon as these words were spoken, the sounds in the training ground seemed to freeze. The hint of pride on Lin Ruoxue's face instantly turned rigid, replaced by a violent shake of disbelief. 0.03 seconds of stagnation? 15% of energy dissipated? Left front paw 3rd meridian? How is that possible? This detail, this flaw that even her esteemed Master Beast Master had never mentioned. How did this kid see it? By what right can he see it? Produced by the system, must be top quality. What you see as energy flow, I see as a dynamic PPT with bug reports and performance analysis, my dear cousin. Watching Lin Ruoxue's dazed expression as her worldview was violently shaken, Lin Xian felt elated. He leisurely took out a slender silver needle from his pocket. This needle was exchanged for 1 point in the system mall, so soft that it was difficult to even sew close. This needle is called Passage of Calamity. Lin Xian began to earnestly construct his mysterious lineage. It was bestowed by my master, specifically for resolving various meridian obstructions and energy stagnation issues. He walked up to the Thunder Lion, which was 2 heads taller than him, and under its wary gaze, he reached out and gently grasped its left front paw. Then, with that soft silver needle, he lightly pricked at the stagnation point he had just seen. 1 needle opens the meridian, 2 needles awaken the spirit, 3 needles will live to 99. Go! He withdrew the needle, stepping back. Lin Xian clapped his hands, his expression as calm as if he had just brushed off some dust. All right. Cousin, try again. Lin Ruoxue was still lost in a huge daze, but upon hearing this, she almost instinctively issued the command again. Lightning Claw. Roar. This roar had a penetrating power stronger than before. On the Thunder Lion's right paw, the writhing electric light was no longer silver-white but had transformed into a dazzling azure. The electric arcs were much thicker than before, and the 3 claws formed were almost solid. Swish! The claws slashed out, fast enough to create afterimages in the air. This time, what remained in the air was no longer scorch marks, but 3 solid, unhealable black space rifts that were brutally torn apart. The power had increased by at least 20%. Lin Ruoxue was completely frozen in place. She stared intently at those three terrifying space rifts, then suddenly turned her head to look at Lin Xuan. That gaze completely changed. If just moments ago, she had seen Lin Xuan as a worthy investment and an equal partner, then now, in the depths of those usually cold eyes, what surged was a mix of horror and fervor, reverence. This is not a skill. This is a miracle that turns stone into gold. A terrifying talent strong enough to overturn the entire Beast Master system and change the fate of a top family. TSK, look at those little eyes, they just increased in value. From what value do you have, to boss, what more do you need? The effect is up to standard, we can wrap it up. Lin Xuan saw the opportunity and stopped, not continuing to show off his powers. He casually waved his hand, restoring his nonchalant attitude. Don't bite off more than you can chew, let's stop here today. Cousin, go back first, and let your big cat adjust to the silky energy feeling. He shifted the topic and subtly made a point. My master's things are never given for free. Lin Ruoxue was not an ordinary person, she instantly understood the deeper meaning. She focused her mind and made a gesture she had never done for her peers in front of Lin Xuan. With utmost seriousness, she bowed and saluted. The favor you gave today, I, Ruoxue, will never forget. She looked up, her eyes were brighter than ever, and her tone was incredibly firm. From now on, I, Lin Ruoxue, will take full responsibility for everything concerning you and the family. She was very clear in her heart. This alliance was the wisest and most profitable investment she had ever made in her life. Chapter 42, Crushing the Pattern. Half the resources? No, I want the best. The Lin family, monthly family contests. On the high platform, the elders of the Lin family sat with varied expressions, while the younger members below whispered to each other, creating a noisy scene. Lin Xuan was forcibly pulled out of bed by his grandfather, Lin Zhangnan, and was currently leaning against a pillar, yawning, his face clearly showing I want to go home. What's the point of this forced family team building? I might as well go back and browse the black market forum to see what new jokes the Qin family contributed today. Oh. Today's appetizer is my cousin Lin Ruoxue. In the center of the training ground, Lin Ruoxue wore a white outfit, her cold temperament unchanged as in the past. Her opponent was another core disciple, and their strengths were usually neck and neck. Ruoxue cousin, I'm sorry. The disciple wore a confident smile as his battle pet roared and charged out. Lin Ruoxue said nothing, she merely caught a subtle glimpse of the thunder lion beside her out of the corner of her eye. Roar! The roar was strikingly different from yesterday, its penetrating quality nearly tearing the training ground ceiling apart. The thunder lion lifted its right paw. The electric light swirling around it transformed from ordinary silver white to brilliant, dazzling blue. The electric light seemed almost solid, emitting a pressure that made all sea level and below battle pets instantly weak, crawling on the ground, trembling. Thunder claw. Swish, a blue claw shadow, fast to the extreme, sliced through the air, meeting the opponent's battle pet's skill head-on. There was no world-shaking clash of energy as expected. Only a slight, insignificant poof sound. The battle pet that the core disciple was so proud of had its strongest defense skill as fragile as a punctured piece of paper, instantly pierced by that brilliant blue claw shadow. The residual force didn't fade and directly slammed that battle pet out of the arena. It crashed heavily to the ground, electric arc shooting wildly, instantly losing its fighting ability. One move. Just one move. The arena fell into a dead silence. Everyone's breath stopped, their gazes shifting back and forth between the majestic, blue electric light-striking thunder lion and the still expressionless Lin Ruoxue beside it. Okay, this angel investment's return on investment crushes all financial products. Lin Xuan shifted into a comfortable position in his chair, nodding with satisfaction. One injection, basic attack turns into a critical hit, skills come with armor breaking. Professional. I truly am a professional. On the high platform, the elders could no longer maintain their composure. What on earth is happening? One elder suddenly stood up, shouting in shock. The tone of the voice changed. Why has the power of the lightning lion's skill surged so much? Its energy utilization rate this is simply a textbook-level perfect release. Exactly. Another elder, who specialized in battle pet cultivation, nearly burned holes in the lightning lion with his intense gaze, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement. The skill release is smooth and flawless, without a hint of stiffness. This is a realm that cannot be achieved through hard work alone. Ruoxue, what incredible opportunity have you encountered? The Grand Elder Lin Wei's father had a face darker than storm clouds. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Lin Ruoxue. Here it comes, the classic interrogation session. Sister, it's your turn to perform on stage. I've repeated the script until I've worn it out, don't mess it up. Lin Xuan leisurely picked up his teacup, blew away the foam on the surface, and assumed a posture of watching a show. Lin Ruoxua slightly bowed to the elders, her tone calm, but she dropped a true thunderbolt. Respected elders, Ruoxua has not encountered any opportunities. Just yesterday, I was fortunate enough to receive a casual pointer from my cousin Lin Xian's master. Casual pointer? These two words struck the hearts of all the elders like invisible heavy hammers. The hundreds of gazes in the room shot toward the young man in the corner, who was drinking tea, with a whoosh. Those eyes were hot, shocked, and incredulous, as if they had discovered a divine miracle. Lin Xian was taken aback by this scene, then he set down his teacup, his face breaking into a perfectly timed, shy yet mysterious smile, gently nodding. Yes, it's me. Don't ask. The answer is my master is amazing. I'm just a plain and ordinary messenger for my master. The elders' seats erupted. A casual pointer can cause a qualitative change in an A-class battle pet? My god. What terrifying realm has that master reached? What we've dedicated our lives to studying must seem like child's play in the eyes of that senior. The previously neutral and ambiguous elders could no longer maintain their composure. As soon as the sparring ended, they swarmed around the family head Lin Zhengnan and Lin Xian like sharks that smelled blood, creating a blockade. Family head. Do you see my grandson? His talent is also top-notch. May I ask if Lin Xian, the virtuous nephew, could recommend him and seek the senior for some casual pointers? Lin Xian. My granddaughter just awakened this year, she's a good seed. As long as the senior agrees to speak, our family's resources can be all at their disposal. Oh, just now you had a business-like face, now, you're almost calling me your ancestor? This speed of change in attitude is truly that of an old hand in the family. On the other side, several elders from the Grand Elders faction were completely isolated, left in a desolate state, with ashen and pale faces. That afternoon, the Lin family urgently convened an elder meeting. Taking advantage of the momentum, Lin Ruoxua put forward a proposal that made everyone's heart stop. I propose, to express my Lin family's utmost respect for the senior, that from today onward, half of the family's resources for the next 3 years be entrusted to Lin Xian to allocate. He shall transfer it to his master as a token of filial piety. Absurd! The Grand Elder suddenly slammed his palm on the table, his beard bristling without wind, clearly furious, to give half of the family's resources to a brat? Lin Ruoxua, are you undermining our Lin family's foundation? Oh my sister, are you playing such a big game? That's pulling the rug out from under them. Well done, I love it. Lin Xian stood nearby with his eyes downcast, appearing indifferent, but in his heart, he had already given Lin Ruoxua's actions a 10,000-fold thumbs up. However, to the Grand Elder's shock, his angry shout did not create the slightest ripple. I agree. I second it. Meeting such a senior is our Lin family's fortune for 100 years. What are mere resources compared to this? The Grand Elder is mistaken, this is an investment in the future. It's for our Lin family to seek a sky-high future. The elders, eager to seek a guidance opportunity for their offspring, raised their hands in a rush. In the end, the proposal passed overwhelmingly with a strong vote. The Grand Elder's chest heaved violently, he nearly fainted from the overwhelming shock. Lin Xian, in name, gained the terrifying power to mobilize half of the Lin family's resources. Wow, just like that, he directly became the chief financial officer of the Lin family. This power is much more enjoyable than being a puppet family head. Just when everyone thought Lin Xian would gleefully accept this enormous opportunity, he stood up. Honorable elders, my master is a free spirit, long uninterested in worldly matters, and has no interest in these mundane things. He first displayed the demeanor of a young master, then swiftly shifted his tone. However, I will convey your kind intentions. I will only take 30% of these resources. But... He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, a vague smile playing on his lips. I have one condition. For this 30% of resources, I need to have the priority selection right among all the family's inventory. Are you kidding me, taking half? That's like putting me on a roasting spit, as a live target. What I want is the top-tier flagship model, not a pile of unwanted chargers and data cables. I want the core treasures, not garbage piled up in quantity. Vision. Everyone, learn what vision means. At these words, the room fell into stunned silence. Those distant relatives who were a bit jealous instantly fell silent. The elders' hearts jumped in unison. When they looked at Lin Xian again, their gazes had completely changed. They no longer saw a lucky young man. They were looking at a deep and complex figure, a giant capable of stirring the winds and clouds in the future. Not greedy. Visionary. Knows how to advance and retreat. Lin Ruoxua looked at Lin Xian, and for the first time, a sparkle of awe-inspiring brilliance blossomed in her cold eyes. This move of retreating to advance was played incredibly beautifully. The internal power dynamics within the Lin family were thoroughly overturned after this day. The Grand Elders faction was severely weakened, while the alliance of Lin Xian and Lin Ruoxua had firmly grasped the family's voice. Done. That's a wrap. Lin Xuan smiled in his heart. The family is now stable, it's time to go to the treasury and stock up. Xin Outyan, your surprise gift for Double 11 is being delivered swiftly. Remember to give a 5-star review, dear. Chapter 43, S-level advantage over F-level? The next second, the school beauty's heart shatters. Lin Xuan returned to campus after completing the shareholding change within the family and immediately experienced the treatment of a top star. The air in Jiangnan City's first beast taming high school was filled with the sweet scent of ripe fruit. His and Xin Outyan's agreement to determine superiority while deciding life and death had spread through every corner of the campus, becoming the hottest topic among teachers and students alike during breaks. Walking along the tree-lined path, countless gazes swept toward him like spotlights. Those gazes were full of complex emotions, mixed with sympathy, pity, schadenfreude, and the look of a fool stubbornly attending school while facing a terminal illness. Oh, the public opinion trend is just like the stocks I bought in my past life, all turning red. 99% of people bet on Xin Outyan winning, while the remaining 1% probably just want to see what new tricks I can pull out while dying. Xin Outyan, the son of destiny, the Dragon King returns. Lin Xuan, F-level slime, a clueless cannon fodder. TSK, this script is just lacking imagination. Lin Xuan remained indifferent to these gazes, even having the leisure to throw a flirtatious glance at a few girls secretly staring at him. As a result, the several girls turned pale with fright, like they had seen a ghost, and quickly ran away, lifting their skirts. Just as he was considering a place to skip class and continue studying the stock-up list in the treasury, a cool fragrant breeze blocked his path. Su Qingxue. Today, she changed into a neat light blue sports outfit. Silky long hair tied into a high ponytail, the usual elegance replaced by a refreshing vigor, exuding an overwhelming sense of trouble coming all over. She ignored the increasingly curious gossiping gazes around her, her autumn-like eyes locking onto Lin Xuan, her voice crisp and devoid of any emotion. There is a month until the league, let's prepare together. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh? A rich lady offering one-on-one service, delivered right to my door? This isn't preparation at all, she clearly wants to keep me by her side, examining how this slime evolved from a 2G network to quantum communication under a high-powered microscope 24 hours a day. He understood Su Qingxue's mindset of an academically gifted elite all too well. A bug that couldn't be explained with her existing knowledge suddenly appeared before her. If she could sleep, that would truly be a miracle. Okay. Lin Xuan agreed readily, wearing a bright and sunny smile, pure as a naive boy next door. Come on, the exclusive decryption side quest for the female lead officially begins. The first level, please pay to watch. Let me show you what it means, your limits of understanding are just my starting point performance. The two walked side by side toward the school's top-tier A-class exclusive training ground. This was Lin Xian's first time stepping foot here. The entire training ground was as big as a small ecological park, with an internal system capable of simulating various extreme combat environments like forests, Gobi deserts, and ice fields. TSK, the notorious pay-to-win player exclusive map, even the air wafts with the sweet scent of gold coins. Su Qingxue selected the ice field mode. The system started, and the temperature plummeted, thick ice began to form on the ground at a visible speed, the howling cold wind hitting her face brought a very real sting. Let's begin. Su Qingxue said succinctly. She showed no intention of testing the waters, the space behind her slightly twisted, and an icebird, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, entirely made of pure ice crystal and exuding a terrifying S-class bloodline pressure, silently appeared. Little Soft, come out to warm up. Lin Xuan yawned and casually tossed the slime onto the smooth ice surface. As soon as Little Soft landed, it shivered violently, its body instantly turning incredibly bouncy. Ice Spike. Su Qingxue issued the command, her voice as cold as the ice field itself. The icebird let out a clear cry, its wings flapping, and dozens of sharp ice spikes, thicker than an adult's arm, condensed out of thin air, screaming as they tore through the air, weaving a net of death aimed at the seemingly weak, pitiful, and helpless slime. In the distance, a few students who had secretly come to watch were stifling their gasps of surprise. However, the next scene caused everyone's brains to crash instantly. Facing the overwhelming attack, Little Soft did not unleash any skills, nor did it show even a hint of intention to retaliate. It simply began to bounce wildly on the ice surface. Bouncing left, bouncing right, like an uncontrollable rubber ball, or a drunken jelly wobbling at a midnight disco. That utterly ridiculous sight elicited bursts of laughter from the students observing from a distance. Pfft, what the heck is that? A new kind of radio calisthenics? I'm dying of laughter, is it planning to take the hits with its face? An F-class pet really isn't bright. Laugh, go ahead and laugh, you ignorant mortals. You think this is mindless bouncing? Wrong. This is called Murphy's Law avoidance technique, aka you can never hit someone who doesn't want to be hit. Su Qingxue didn't laugh. Her brows furrowed tighter and tighter, almost twisting into a Chinese character. To outsiders, Little Soft's movements looked ridiculous and chaotic. But in the eyes of this top genius, each bounce, each shift, was exquisite to a spine-tingling degree. That wasn't evasion. That was prediction. The landing point and speed seemed to be calculated in advance. Little Soft always grazed past the tip of the spear at the very last moment before the attack arrived, with the smallest movements and the most energy-saving posture. No difference at all. This was not a battle at all, it was a public execution of her and her S-class battle pet. Ice Blade Storm. Su Qingxue increased her attack power, and a hint of barely noticeable anger revealed in her voice. The ice bird let out a long cry, stirring up a sky full of snowflakes, turning into a terrifying tornado that could cut through everything, sweeping towards Little Soft. However, Little Soft was still dancing on the edge of the storm, capable of shredding C-class battle pets, jumping left and right. It was like a fairy waltzing on the tip of a blade, every jump and fall stepping accurately on the storm's only energy gap. 10 minutes passed. Su Qingxue's forehead was already beaded with fine sweat. The S-class ice bird behind her was clearly breathing heavily, its splendid icy body dimmed a bit, showing tremendous energy consumption. In contrast, the slime in the arena was still lively, calm, and even had time to shake its body at the tired ice bird, as if making a provocative face. The entire venue was silent. Those students who had just been laughing were now each with their mouths agape, their expressions like their core beliefs had been crushed into the ground. Su Qingxue finally waved her hand, stopping the attack. She looked at Little Soft, unscathed, then glanced at her ice bird, panting heavily, and an unprecedented sense of defeat mixed with immense absurdity overwhelmed her reason. She couldn't understand. Her knowledge, her experience, all her pride turned into a joke at that moment. Just then, Lin Xuan leisurely walked over, tossing a bottle of water in his hand. He wore that pure and harmless smile, pointed at Little Soft in the arena, and spoke in a tone that was almost cruelly relaxed. "See, I told you. Little Soft's luck has always been very good." Su Qingxue took the water. The cold bottle made her fingertips tremble, but she didn't drink. She stared fiercely at Lin Xuan's face, which carried a calm smile, trying to find even the slightest hint of a flaw in those clear and unfathomable eyes. For the first time, she hated the word luck so much. No. This was definitely not luck. This was a double insult to her intelligence and dignity. She pressed all her confusion, reluctance, and anger deep down, squeezing out a few words between clenched teeth. Tomorrow, again. She didn't believe it. She would peel all the secrets from this man layer by layer in this month. Oh, are you getting excited? Welcome to the second level of the decoding game, my good learner. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. The smile at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth grew even brighter. Chapter 44 Absolute Zero? Sorry, my slime just had an ice burp. The next day, A-class exclusive training ground. When Lin Xuan arrived, Su Qingxue was already waiting there. She still wore a refreshing light blue sports outfit, but today's aura was 3 points colder than yesterday's ice field. In her beautiful eyes, a clear determination was written. Oh, today's expression looks like someone checking their bills after splurging on Double 11. Is this from my technique of jumping left and right repeatedly and slapping the face? Psychological quality isn't strong enough. Today, we will change the way. Su Qingxue cut straight to the point, her voice showing no emotional fluctuations. Testing extreme defense. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Here we go, the classic PvP section. If you can't win, just tank the damage. Yesterday tested agility, I maxed out the dodge. Today testing defense, is she trying to use damage to kill me? The academic's mindset is just so plain and dull. Su Qingxue seemed to see his doubts and explained actively, my ice bird has recently comprehended a new S-class embryonic skill, absolute zero breath. She paused for a moment, and a rare seriousness appeared on her always icy face. The power is incredibly strong, but the control is very unstable. I need a target that can take a hit to help me test its limits. Wow, just wow. After all this build-up, you just want to unleash a big attack on me. You even found an excuse of it's good for you and me, your sales pitch is wasted if you don't sell insurance. Lin Xuan immediately put on a troubled expression, as if he had heard something ridiculous. Classmate Su, I must remind you, that is an S-level skill. Little Soft is just an F-level softie, the kind that shatters with a single touch. He gestured painfully, if it takes a hit, I'm afraid it will instantly be transformed into Jiangnan City's first slime ice sculpture. I will try to control it. Su Qingxue's tone left no room for negotiation, her autumn-like eyes stared intently at him, carrying an obsession of not giving up until she reached her goal. Well, the crazy beauty's persona is firmly established. Lin Xuan sighed inwardly. He put on it, since you've begged me so much, I guess I have to risk my life to accompany the gentleman pained expression, and nodded. All right then. But let's make it clear, if Little Soft has any accidents, you have to compensate me with a new one. An S-level, nothing less. First, let's secure a deal. What if she really freezes my precious? Although the odds are lower than me winning the lottery. Su Qingxue ignored his extortion, she had already focused all her attention on the upcoming attack. She gave a command to the ice bird behind her to gather energy. Chirp! The ice bird let out a heaven-shattering cry, its surrounding ice crystals suddenly became brilliant, and the temperature in the training ground dropped visibly. Wave after wave of deep blue cold air appeared out of nowhere, turning into tangible energy whirlpools that crazily gathered in its mouth. The degree of energy accumulation caused the specially designed alloy floor of the A-level training field to make a crackling sound from the unbearable load, and a thick layer of frost rapidly spread out from the ice bird's feet. Even the air became thick and heavy. Wow, with this setup, anyone who doesn't know would think Godzilla is about to spit atomic breath. Little Soft, hold on. It's time to show your true skills. Facing this full-strength blow that could instantly devastate a peak sea-level battle pet, Little Soft did not dodge. It didn't even have the desire to jump. It simply trembled in place, and then, as if scared, suddenly curled up into a ball the size of a fist. Just as the world-destroying breath was about to be unleashed. A barely noticeable, almost invisible shield of light flashed around Little Soft, blending seamlessly with the air. System skill, Absolute Defense. Activating. Su Qingshue's command was cold and decisive. Absolute zero breath. Boom! A column of deep blue light, thicker than a barrel, tore through the air, carrying the terrifyingly low temperature that could annihilate everything, and accurately hit the curled-up Little Soft in the center of the field. The terrifying cold wave instantly swallowed it whole. The entire training ground was completely covered by a layer of deep blue ice crystals half a meter thick in an instant. The aftermath of the breath even struck the energy barrier in the distance, creating ripples of intense turbulence. Su Qingshue's breath stopped at that moment. She looked at the silent, frozen world, her heart tightened suddenly, even surfacing a hint of faint regret. Did she go too far? An F-level slime, how could it possibly? However, as the rampant cold wave slowly dissipated and the scene behind the ice crystals became clearer, she saw a moment that would haunt her for life. In the center of the field. That position being directly hit by the S-level skill. Little Soft was safe and sound, just sitting in place. No, it wouldn't be right to say it was safe and sound. Not a speck of frost even clung to its round, plump body. It lazily stretched out its body. He shook it, and then, right in front of Su Qingsue, he let out a big burp. Burp. A small mouthful of pure white, still carrying a hint of coolness, slowly came out from its mouth. Su Qingsue stood there completely stunned. Her mind was blank. She stared hard at the burping, satisfied slime, then mechanically turned her head to look at the S-class ice bird behind her, whose light had dimmed due to excessive energy consumption. A thought so absurd it could overturn her 20 years of understanding, making her question her life, wildly took root and broke through in her mind. F-class. Can it really do this? This is not a sparring partner. This is clearly a dimensional strike. TSK, how is my good study committee doing? This move I burped on the frozen throne really made a show, right? How's your worldview? Do you need me to call 120 and schedule a worldview reconstruction surgery? Lin Xuan looked at Su Qingshue's blank face full of life questioning, and the curve of his lips could no longer be suppressed. Chapter 45 The Ice Mountain School Beauty turns the table for me, Xian family? I help you exterminate. Lin Xuan glanced at Su Qingshue's shattered expression, and the feeling of joy inside him almost overflowed. He walked over to Xiaoruan, like picking up a stuffed, overfed orange cat, and hugged her into his arms. She felt soft and vibrant, the touch extremely pleasant. He even gave her a gentle pat. Burp. Xiaoruan burped again in satisfaction, a wisp of ghostly blue cold air emerging from her body, forming a fleeting ice crystal flower in midair. The playful curve at the corner of Lin Xian's lips could not be suppressed at all. Not bad, the taste of S-class skills is so simple and unpretentious. Look at how full our little Ruan is. He held Xiaoruan and turned to leave, not looking back. Only a supremely graceful silhouette and a casual remark echoed in the empty training ground. Classmate Su, that's enough for today, I have to take her back to digest. Oh, right. His figure paused at the door, not turning back. Remember to settle the fee for the worldview reconstruction surgery. As his words fell, he had already disappeared. Inside the training ground, it was dead silent. Only Su Qingsue was left, amid the ground covered in ghostly blue ice crystals as hard as diamonds, and her S-class ice bird squatting in the corner, doubting its bird life. She did not leave. She said nothing and turned to walk towards the school's top gravity training room. Buzz. She directly set the gravity parameters to the limit she could withstand. Terrifying pressure instantly squeezed in from all sides, her entire skeleton emitting faint cries of lament, sweat soaking her thin workout clothes in an instant. She locked herself in here. She tried to use the purest, most intense physical pain to fight against the overturning storm in her mind. But it didn't work. No matter how many pull-ups she did, no matter how the pouring sweat blurred her vision. That scene played in her mind, all too clearly. That ghostly blue pillar of light obliterated everything. As the pillar of light faded away, the slime, judged to be F-class, lazily stretched its body. Then, it burped at her. Burp. This burp was like an invisible slap. It felt more like a heavy hammer. Once, and again. Again and again. It smashed hard on her proud, unbreakable cognitive system. An hour later, Su Qingxue returned to her exclusive laboratory in the Su family manor. She pulled out all the highest texts on beast control theory from the Su family database. Advanced mutations, research on rare bloodline lineage, analysis of extra-dimensional biological structures, forbidden, gene sequence conjecture. One by one, precious documents that could drive any beast control scholar crazy flipped rapidly in her hands. She wanted to search. To find even the slightest theoretical basis that could explain what happened today. Slime's acidic mutation? Devouring mutation? Mimetic mutation? No. Absolutely not. No known mutation can allow an F-level battle pet to withstand an S-level skill's direct bombardment, and then burp contentedly like after a buffet. This is not scientific. This is not beast mastery. This is fucking mysticism. Clap. Su Qingxue irritably closed a heavy ancient book, leaning heavily against the back of her chair, closing her tired eyes. She had given up searching for answers and theories. She began to piece together all the anomalies since Lin Xuan appeared, like a puzzle, bit by bit in her mind. Awakening ceremony, the testing instrument immediately overloaded and broke down after he touched it. Report conclusion, instrument aging, accidental malfunction. In class, Xiaoruan's slime easily corroded the scales of a B-level battle pet. Teacher's conclusion, rare strong acidic secretion mutation. In the wild, Xiaoruan slapped away the frenzied beast swarm leader with one strike. Lin Xuan said, good luck, just happened to hit the weakness. Yesterday, jumping comically in the rain of ice spikes, perfectly avoiding all attacks. He said, good luck. Today, taking absolute zero breath head-on without a scratch. He said, Xiaoruan's luck has always been great. Luck. Luck. Damn this luck. Su Qingxue suddenly opened her eyes wide, a hint of extreme self-mockery flashing in her cold gaze. She had actually believed it before. It turns out, the so-called good luck was just his clumsy yet effective excuse to cover the truth. The fool was actually me. One conclusion formed clearly in her mind. All of Lin Xuan's incredible feats were based on one foundation. His slime was not F-level at all. But new questions surged in like a tide. If Xiaoruan is not F-level, then what is it? Why can't even the Academy's most advanced S-level detection instrument detect it? Lin Xuan, why does he go to such great lengths to pretend to be a useless rich kid holding an F-level slime? Suddenly, a name burst into her thoughts. Qin Out Yen. That life and death duel that stirred the whole school. One thought made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cave, her whole body cold. Lin Xuan agreed to that duel not because of youthful recklessness, not because of being forced into a corner and giving up. From the very beginning he had absolute confidence in defeating Qin Out Yen. He was not impulsive. He was confident. While the entire school faculty and students treated him as a joke, a condemned prisoner walking to the gallows, he was actually looking at a bunch of fools. Su Qingxue's breath suddenly became rapid. For the first time, she realized how absurd all her previous judgments about Lin Xuan had been. She instinctively wanted to rush out, find Lin Xuan, question him, and make him tell her all the secrets. But as her feet moved, she suddenly stopped sharply. She was not a fool. Lin Xuan's elaborate concealment must have a reason he couldn't avoid doing so. This secret might be more shocking than she imagined. Once exposed, it might bring him fatal danger. If she recklessly uncovered it just to satisfy her curiosity. Su Qingxue's gaze changed, within just a few seconds, from shock, to confusion, to realization, ultimately transforming into unprecedented determination. She did not ask. She chose to trust. She walked to the communicator, directly connecting to the Su family's intelligence chief. Used the highest authority to gather all information on Qin Out Yen and his golden three-headed dragon. Her voice returned to its usual coldness, but carried an undeniable decisiveness. Including but not limited to his combat habits, skill release delays, energy fluctuation patterns, every weakness of the golden three-headed dragon. I want the most detailed report, the faster the better. After hanging up the call, Su Qingxue walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. She looked in the direction Lin Xuan had left, her eyes, usually covered in frost, now burned with a fiery heat. It was a mix of admiration after shock, heartache after understanding, and a trace of possessiveness she hadn't even realized. Lin Xuan. She whispered softly, as if making a vow to herself. No matter what you hide, I choose to believe in you. In this duel, I will protect you. Chapter 46, Spending 100 Million, Legendary Lottery. You call this rabbit the ultimate weapon? With only 3 days left until the league, the entire Jiangnan city has already entered a festive state. In the streets and alleys, in tea houses and restaurants, everyone's topic is just one: the reckless young master of the Lin family and the destined son of the Qin family, Qin Outyan, facing off in a life and death duel. All major underground casinos have set outrageous odds for this event. Qin Outyan to win, 1.01 times your bet. Lin Xuan to win, 100 times your bet. Goodness, these odds are even more absurd than the chances of the national football team making it to the World Cup. If I could bet on myself to win, wouldn't I be financially free right here and now? Too bad, the bookmaker won't let me place a bet. In the Lin family, inside the Qinju courtyard, Lin Xuan lay leisurely in a rocking chair, flipping through a thick stack of documents. They were the top-secret files on Qin Outyan that Lin Ruoxue obtained using the family's intelligence network and black market bounties. The information was detailed enough to note how many times Qin Outyan goes to the bathroom each day and what color underwear he likes to wear. TSK, the golden three-headed dragon sounds quite intimidating. Covered in A-class hardened dragon scales, immune to most elemental attacks, and with its 3 heads able to unleash different attributes of skills simultaneously, this setup would definitely be a top-tier pay-to-win player in a game. Lin Xuan lightly tapped a page of the documents with his finger. What a pity, nothing is perfect. A few inconspicuous areas were circled in red pan on the documents: the soft flesh near the hind legs and the joints of the forelimbs knees. There, no dragon scales covered. It was its only, and most lethal weakness. As long as I operate properly, a one-hit kill is not a dream. Lin Xuan casually tossed the documents aside. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, the intelligence advantage was already maxed out. But he always felt something was still missing. Absolute defense is indeed impressive, it can let me bathe in dragon breath. But just standing there taking hits, then waiting for a chance to sneak attack, that's not cool enough. What he wanted was not just to win. What he wanted was to crush. To create art. To provide a visual feast that would make everyone who looked down on him drop their jaws. What he wanted was to publicly rub Qin Outyan's insufferably prideful face into the ground in front of all Jiangnan City. To achieve this, he needed something flashier, something more deceptive. Lin Xuan's lips curled up as he rubbed his hands together and opened the long-awaited system store. He looked just like a gambler ready to place a big bet. System, let me see how much I have left. Gold coins, 130 million. Points, 580,000. Not bad, robbing the family treasury is indeed the fastest way to get rich. His gaze went straight past the dazzling array of products, locking firmly onto the top option in the store, which was shimmering with a platinum glow. Platinum 10-time lottery ticket. Price, 100 million gold coins, 500,000 points. This was the highest level lottery he could redeem at the moment. Let's take a gamble, turn a bike into a motorcycle. To give my classmate Qin Outyan an unforgettable graduation gift, this money must be spent. Exchange. Lin Xuan's thoughts did not hesitate at all, and he immediately slammed the purchase button. Buzz. A shimmering platinum card, with intricate divine patterns along its edges, appeared out of nowhere in his system space. Start the lottery. Boom. 10 beams of platinum light, thicker than the previous golden lotteries, shot up into the sky, almost piercing through the entire system space. The momentum was as if 10 nuclear bombs were exploding before his eyes at the same time. Wow. This effect is worth $50 instead of 5 dimes. As the light faded, 9 glowing orbs appeared first. Gained, A-class rare material void dust X10. Gained, A-class item substitute scarecrow X1. Gained, A-class skill book lightning movie X1. The 9 consecutive gains were all rare treasures of A-class or above. Every piece taken out can be sold at a sky-high price on the black market. Not bad, but still not enough. Lin Xuan's breath slightly held, his gaze fixed intensely on the last and most dazzling, thick light column. Success or failure hinges on this moment. The brilliance slowly recedes. A card with a pure white back and a picture of a rabbit on the front gently floated down. It was a completely snow-white rabbit with ruby-like eyes, curled up in a ball, looking harmless and so cute that it could melt one's heart. Lin Xuan's expression suddenly froze. System, are you kidding me? I spent 100 million, and you gave me this thing? This is S-rank? An S-rank cute creature? He incredulously reached out to touch the card. The next second, card information flooded into his mind. S-rank illusion skin, harmless little rabbit. Type, special item card, one-time consumable. Effect, can designate a contracted spirit to use, perfectly transforming its appearance into a harmless little white rabbit for 24 hours. During transformation, it cannot be seen through by any detection skills below S-rank. Additional passive, cuteness equals justice during transformation, the contracted spirit will automatically gain a passive aura. All units witnessing it will have their alertness and hostility greatly reduced, most likely judging it as a non-threatening cute creature. After reading the introduction, Lin Xuan stood frozen for a good 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the frozen expression on his face began to melt little by little. His mouth curled up at a speed harder to suppress than an AK, crazily rising. In the end, it transformed into a smile nearly as dazzling as a devil's. Wonderful. Simply a stroke of genius. A divine artifact tailor-made for me. He could already imagine the scene. On the league stage, under the gaze of everyone, Qin Outyan summoned his imposing, majestic golden three-headed dragon. And on his side, a harmless, beloved little white rabbit, trotting leisurely onto the stage with its tiny legs. When that overbearing giant dragon was slapped down by a little white rabbit in an unbelievable manner, what kind of ghostly expression would the audience have? What would Qin Outyan's destined face twist into? Keek keek keek. Lin Xuan hugged that skin card, letting out a villain's signature yet heartfelt laugh. Qin Outyan, are you ready to welcome the biggest surprise, or scare, of your life? Your nightmare is about to go online. Remember to give a 5-star review, darling. Chapter 47, Crazy. The night before the finals, I changed the ultimate weapon to a rabbit. Lin Xuan held that S-rank skin card, his laughter gradually becoming twisted, like a final villain who had just escaped from a mental hospital. Qin Outyan, you're done for. Physical transcendence is too low level. Spiritual dismemberment is true art. I guarantee this will be a match you'll never forget in your life, even in your next life. He did not hesitate at all. With a thought, he directly chose to use it. This is it for you, little soft. Ultimate evolution harmless little rabbit form. Buzz. The card in his hand instantly disintegrated, transforming into a dreamy pink light stream, like a piece of living silk, gently wrapping around the slime little soft on the ground. The light was not glaring, instead, it emitted a strange magical power that calmed the mind, allowing one to drop all defenses. Yo, this special effect is way more girly than the platinum 10 consecutive draws just now, all pink and lovely. The light slowly dissipated. The bouncy, moist slime on the spot disappeared. In its place was a snowball? No, it was a bunny. A completely snow-white bunny, curled up, fluffy like freshly picked cotton candy, with no stray hairs at all, a round and plump creature. It had 2 adorably long ears that were now slightly drooping. Seemingly feeling the gaze of its master, it slowly opened its eyes. What kind of eyes they were! Like the purest, clearest ruby in the world, without a speck of impurity, clear and innocent, reflecting Lin Xuan's figure, as if he was its entire world. The little rabbit tilted its fluffy head, blinked gently at Lin Xuan. Chirp! A soft and sweet sound, as if it could melt a person's heart. In an instant, a terrifying concept weapon named cuteness, like a supernova explosion, instantly pierced through Lin Xuan's brain cortex. Wow! Lin Xuan's thoughts froze for half a second. Is this thing legal? So cute. Who can resist this? Put it on the battlefield, who could bear to harm it? This is the ultimate test of humanity. This is a crime. A ridiculous thought even popped into his mind. Why not just stop fighting now, take it to the best park in the city, find the best photographer, and shoot $1 million art photo set? Fortunately, his steadfast will as a villain forcibly brought him back to reality 3 seconds later. No, wake up. This is my fighting unit. It's meant to shatter Qin Outyan's ridiculous pride, to make his face swell. He bent down and carefully picked up the little white rabbit. It was soft and warm to the touch, that astonishing feeling was even better than the slime form by 3 points. Let's go, I'll take you to see the world. Lin Xuan held the rabbit and immediately found Wang Dali, who was sweating in the backyard, and Su Qingxue, who was supervising and guiding on the side. Brother Xian. As soon as Wang Dali saw him, he immediately dropped the 300-kilogram barbell with a loud crash, and rushed over. But the next second, his gaze was completely captured by the little white rabbit in Lin Xian's arms. Wow! Wang Dali, a muscle man standing at 1.9 meters tall, let out a dolphin-like scream, his eyes almost shooting out solid stars. Brother Xian! When did you contract a new pet? What breed of rabbit is this? The cuteness level is off the charts. Can I touch it? Saying this, his big hand, as big as a fan, was about to reach over with nervous excitement. Lin Xuan turned sideways in disgust and dodged. What are you touching? Clumsy hands and feet, have you never seen a rabbit? Su Qingxue also walked over. She first glanced at Lin Xuan indifferently, then her gaze landed on the little white rabbit. Her expression froze for a moment. But soon, she looked at Lin Xuan with an expression that said, I'm numb to this, do whatever you want, let it all be destroyed, raised her hand to support her forehead, and let out a sigh full of despair. Lin Xuan, there are still 3 days until the competition. Her tone was as if she was speaking to a terminally ill patient with no hope left. What does it mean to bring out a purely ornamental pet now? Ha ha ha. The effect is outstanding. Done. Even Su Qingxue, this humanoid supercomputer, can't see through it. Qin Outyan, that muscle-headed fool, will definitely not figure it out. Lin Xuan was overjoyed in his heart, but his face wore a nonchalant expression. What's wrong? Don't you think it's cute? I think bringing it on stage will put immense psychological pressure on our opponents. Su Qingxue. She chose to remain silent. She feared that if she said one more word, she would be infuriated to the point of her mind shattering by this man's logic. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction and opened the system panel to take a look. Indeed, S-class skin, ridiculously strong. On the attribute panel of the Little Soft, the race column had temporarily changed from slime to Moonlight Rabbit. The level remained F. Good heavens, even the household registration book has been changed. From the slime race directly defecting to the Moonlight Rabbit race, this is a complete uprooting disguise. Perfect. The plan was successful. Lin Xuan swaggered into the Lin family's archive room, which was responsible for registering contract spirit information. The person in charge of registration was an old man with graying hair. Having worked a lifetime for the Lin family, he had practically watched Lin Xuan grow up. When he saw Lin Xuan submit the application to change his league combat contract from Slime to Moonshadow Rabbit, he was completely dumbfounded. He lifted his head, confusion first appeared in his cloudy old eyes, then shock, and finally transformed into endless heartbreak and the regret of this child is completely ruined. Young master. Have you completely given up? The Moonshadow Rabbit is purely a decorative pet, it has no combat power at all. Bringing it to the arena is just giving away. I know. Lin Xuan spoke first, wearing a hopeless smile as if he had already given up on everything. Losing people but not losing the battle, right, old man? At least my pet is cuter than his dragon, right? The steward looked at Lin Xuan's "I've gone crazy, don't try to persuade me" appearance, sighed deeply, and finally trembled as he silently stamped the emblem representing self-abandonment. This news spread like it had sprouted wings. Within half a day, it circulated throughout the entire Lin family. Then, it spread at a viral pace to the upper circles of the entire Jiangnan city. Have you heard? The useless young master of the Lin family changed his pet at the last minute. Changed to what? Did the old man of the Lin family give him some treasured item? What treasured item? He swapped an F-grade slime for an F-grade Moonshadow Rabbit. It's just the kind of rabbit that rich daughters love to raise, it only knows how to be cute and poop. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Is this for real? Does he know he's definitely going to lose, so he's just giving up completely? Exactly. I guess he wants to bring a cute pet to the arena, so when he gets swallowed by young Master Qin's dragon, at least it looks better, right? For a moment, the entire Jiangnan city was filled with a joyful atmosphere. And this news naturally reached Qin Outyan's ears without missing a word. At that time, he was in his exclusive dragon training ground, making the final adjustments with his golden three-headed dragon. When his subordinate reported this intel to him, he was stunned at first, then erupted into deafening laughter. Ha 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 ha. A rabbit? He changed to a rabbit? Qin Outyan laughed until he was almost in tears, hitting the hard, gold-like scales of his three-headed dragon with excitement, his face full of twisted disdain and cruelty. Lin Xuan, you have indeed been scared witless by my dragon's might, you've even lost your mind. Good. Very good. His eyes sparkled with bloodthirsty ferocity, and his mouth twisted into a sinister grin. I can't wait to see, 3 days later, in front of the entire city, how your cute little rabbit will be torn to pieces by me. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 48, a pile of garbage, yet it feeds the abyss demon god. The little brother knelt on the spot. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xuan's new pet registration had already become the city's laughingstock. The entire Jiangnan city was caught in a morbid celebration, eagerly awaiting to see how that poor rabbit would turn to ashes under the breath of the golden three-headed dragon. Lin Xuan's response to these discussions was simply 2 words. Fools. A group of mortals can't comprehend the artistry in my moves. However, being the only one at the top does feel a bit lonely. A strong figure appeared in his mind. His #1 fan and little brother, Wang Dali. Since returning from the last outdoor training, Wang Dali had been like a wild beast, spending every day in the gravity chamber, training like a workhorse. That fierce spirit seemed ready to die for his brother at any moment. This determination must receive some angel-round investment. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers. It was time to give his good brother an update. In the backyard of the Lin family, gravity training area. Wang Dali was bare-chested with a bronze complexion, beads of sweat hanging from his bulging muscles, straining to lift a giant stone block that matched his body size. Every breath carries the heavy sound of the wind. Xian Gu. Seeing Lin Xuan walking leisurely with a rabbit in his arms, Wang Dali suddenly dropped the stone lock. The heavy stone lock crashed onto the ground, making a muffled sound that made the entire venue tremble. His gaze was immediately drawn to the little white, fluffy creature, but thinking of Su Qingxue's nearly broken expression, he forcibly swallowed back the words so cute that were on the tip of his tongue. A man's desire to survive can be so simple and unadorned. Xiange, you looking for me? I brought you some good stuff. Lin Xuan casually placed the little white rabbit aside, then began pulling out items from the system space one after another. A pile of bottles and jars. A few pieces of shining, colorful stones that clearly weren't ordinary mineral. Strategically transferred rare treasures from the family treasury, paired with my exclusive 10 full health pill, to give Dolly's turtle a luxurious upgrade package. Wang Dolly looked at the pile of things, his breath stopped. Although he couldn't recognize them all, the energy waves radiating from those few stones made his skin tingle all over. Xiange, this is too precious. Precious? What's so precious about it? Lin Xuan pretended to be indifferent, as if it were a pile of worthless junk. I've been researching alchemy lately, and this is just a byproduct that I can't throw away. Your turtle can eat this, right? Perfect, let it help handle some kitchen garbage. Offering cold comfort is not as good as handing over a big sum of money. Between brothers, it should be this simple and straightforward. Wang Dolly's eyes instantly turned red. This tower-like man almost cried again. He didn't say another word and immediately summoned his contract spirit. The devouring magic turtle. The turtle, the size of a grinding disc, appeared, and its small green bean-like eyes fixed sharply on the luxury package on the ground, drool uncontrollably dripping down the corners of its mouth, forming a small puddle. Eat it, there's plenty. Lin Xuan generously waved his hand. The devouring magic turtle received the command, its neck suddenly stretched, mouth opening at an exaggerated angle. Whoosh! Like a super high-powered industrial vacuum cleaner, it sucked hard at the ground, pulling all the treasures instantly into its bottomless throat. Burp! It let out a satisfied belch. In the next second, a sudden change happened. Boom! A torrent of overwhelming energy exploded from within the devouring magic turtle. The originally gray and rocky shell began to reveal mysterious black patterns, spreading wildly like a living thing. Wang Dolly's face changed dramatically. Xiange, it seems like it's stuffed. What are you panicking about? It's a normal reaction. Lin Xuan simply crossed his arms, his eyes shining with a light called expectation. Here it comes, feel the power of spending. The devouring magic turtle's body began to tremble violently, its size crazily expanding, and in an instant, it became a whole circle bigger. Crack! Crack! The gray stone-like outer shell began to crack and shed, revealing a pure black that could swallow all light, as deep as a black hole. The entire shell became smooth as a mirror while radiating a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race. Its breath began to rise wildly. Sea level initial stage. Sea level mid-stage. Sea level high stage. Eventually, it crashed heavily against the threshold of sea level peak, and that brutal aura slowly calmed down. Evolution completed. Ding! Your ally Wang Dolly's contract spirit devouring magic turtle has successfully evolved into Abyss Devourer. Abyss Devourer has learned a new core skill, Energy Rumination. Energy Rumination can compress and store the energy of consumed material to its limits, releasing it in the form of high energy beams when needed, causing devastating damage. Lin Xuan looked at the system panel, raising an eyebrow. Wow! A pure meat shield directly modified into a mobile fortress cannon? In the future, when battling together, let it eat until full first. Then find a corner and squat down. Whoever jumps in front gets rewarded with a ruminating cannon. This scene is intense. My turtle. Wang Dolly was completely stunned. He could clearly feel that his soul link with the contract spirit had become 10 times stronger. Inside that pitch-black abyss-devouring beast, a massive energy was lurking, a force that even he feared. He suddenly turned his head and stared hard at Lin Xuan. This towering man, at 1 meter 90 tall, could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes, which burst forth like a dam breaking. Thud! His knees went weak, and he kneeled down straight, his hard kneecap smashing against the stone slab with a dull thud. Brother Xian. From now on, my life belongs to you, Wang Dolly. Whether it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Lin Xuan was a bit dazed by this turn of events. Whoa, going that far? Is there a need for such a grand promise? It feels like I'm accepting an underling from some gang leader. He quickly stepped forward, yanked Wang Dolly up from the ground with some force, and lightly slapped his solid back. Why are you crying? You're a grown man, act like it. Between brothers, there's no need for such flattery. Lin Xuan looked at his bloodshot eyes with an unusually serious tone. I help you not so that you can serve me. I hope that on the road ahead, you can walk alongside me, not just always looking at my back, understand? Wang Dali nodded vigorously, tears flowing even more. He could only repeat over and over, understood. I understand. At that moment, Lin Xian's mind rang with the system's prompt sound again. Ding. Detected that the host is actively cultivating allies, hidden task chain activated. Task name, Ally Cultivation Plan. Task description, a person's strength is ultimately limited. A reliable team is the best barrier to face future storms. Please, host, cultivate your allies diligently. When their strength reaches a certain stage, you will receive generous system rewards. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. Oh? This system understands team building pretty well? It doesn't encourage me to be a lone hero, but instead to gather allies? I like it. He glanced at the now powerful and loyal Wang Dali, then at the not far away little rabbit, clumsily chasing a butterfly with its short legs. The curve of his lips grew even brighter. One person's stage is nowhere near as thrilling as a group flipping the table together. A grand blueprint for building a team began to sprout at this moment. Xin Outyin, do you think your only opponent is me? Naive. Just wait, I will soon show you what it means. Gourd Boy saves Grandpa, one by one. Ah, spit. What it means to unleash a people's war. Chapter 49, Xin Outyin declares war in public? Lin Xian, as long as you're happy. The day before the league's opening. A grand opening ceremony was held at the central gymnasium of Jiangnan City. Banners fluttered, and people packed the place. Almost everyone with a face in the city was present, and flashes lit up the scene, almost turning the night into day. Lin Xian sat in the contestant seat, yawning from boredom. With this kind of scene in BGM, anyone who doesn't know would think some bathhouse just opened, and the whole place has 20% off. The leader up front read the script for 15 minutes and drank water 10 times. Are you treating a kidney tonic like a drink? Wang Dali, sitting next to him, sat up straight, his excited face turning red like a spirited young lad entering the city for the first time. On the other side, Su Qingxue crossed her arms, her beautiful face cold, her powerful aura making her seem out of place among the hustle and bustle, as if silently conveying, you mere mortals are delaying my cultivation. Just as Lin Xian's eyelids began to droop, a thunderous cheer and scream erupted from the audience. The host shouted almost hoarsely, straining to announce, next. Let's give the warmest applause and invite the genius of Jiangnan City, the son of destiny from the Qin family, Xin Outyin, to the stage to speak. Here he comes, King B is on stage, complete with BGM and scream effects. Lin Xian perked up and straightened his posture. The spotlight suddenly focused, and Xin Outyin, dressed in a pure white custom suit, walked slowly onto the high stage, bathing in a beam of light. He wore a perfectly confident smile on his face, relishing the admiration and shouts from the crowd. His steps, the angle of his raised chin, were precisely placed on the golden ratio line between I'm amazing and I look down on others. He grabbed the microphone and spoke with spirit, saying nothing more than the standard phrases about glory, the future, and martial spirit. Here comes the same standard speech that makes my ears rough. Can we have something new? Like a live performance tearing apart a giant dragon? Oh, he himself is a dragon knight, so never mind. As the speech reached its end, Xin Outyin suddenly changed his tone. His gaze was like electricity, sweeping over the contestant seats, finally locking onto Lin Xian like two heated steel nails. The noise of the entire gymnasium seemed to be muted by someone pressing the mute button. Everyone felt a blatant and chilling intent to kill. Oh? The main event is starting, the VIP viewing area is ready. Lin Xian not only didn't feel nervous, but instead comfortably adjusted his sitting position with keen interest. Xin Outyan's cold voice echoed through the sound system, clearly reaching every corner of the gymnasium. Here, I want to say a few words to a certain contestant. He paused for a moment, a cruel arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow on the arena, in front of everyone in this city, I will crush a foolish little rabbit with my own hands. And then, I will cripple its arrogant master. Boom! This bloody and humiliating declaration exploded like a bomb among the crowd. The whole venue erupted in an uproar. No one expected Xin Outyin to be so arrogant to directly bring personal grudges to the surface in such a formal occasion, leaving no room for retreat. In the VIP area where the Lin family sat, Lin Jiangnan crushed his jade porcelain teacup with a bang, his face turning ashen. Lin Ruoxua was enveloped in a cold aura, her gaze cold enough to kill. Xin Outyan's words struck not just Lin's face but also the entire Lin family's reputation. Lin Xian. Su Qingxue could no longer maintain her calm, she suddenly grabbed Lin Xian's hand. That hand, which was always slightly cool, was now drenched in cold sweat, her voice filled with uncontrollable anger and worry. However, Lin Xian, at the center of the storm, remained as calm as an outsider. Wow, personal attack and animal abuse preview. Did the Qin family's public relations team collectively quit today? A rabbit, he's nervous, he's really nervous. He really thinks it's just a rabbit. Under the gaze of tens of thousands mixed with sympathy, pity, and schadenfreude, Lin Xian slowly raised his head. He met Qin Outyan's disdainful and cruel gaze on the high stage. Then, he smiled. His smile was bright and innocent. Next, he slowly and firmly raised a thumb towards Qin Outyan on stage. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. Everyone was stunned. What is this operation? Has he been stunned? Has he completely given up resistance? Or is he trying to please and beg for mercy, hoping the other party will take it easy? In an instant, disdain and scornful murmurs erupted. He's gone mad. He can still laugh? Is he begging for mercy? How embarrassing. As expected of a waste, he doesn't even have the courage to fight back. However, from the high stage, Qin Outyan's perspective was entirely different. What did he see? He saw the damned, carefree smile on Lin Xuan's face. He saw that raised thumb. That was not begging for mercy. That was disdain. It was mockery. That thumb seemed to say, "You are very brave, huh? Go for it, I believe in you." This was the ultimate, unmasked mockery of a superior over an inferior, a god over an ant. Buzz. Qin Outyan felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his vision blurred with darkness. He thought his words would instill fear, trembling, and humiliation in Lin Xuan. But the other's reaction was like a silent slap across his face, striking him hard from a distance. He felt like his powered-up punch had hit nothing but empty clouds, ridiculous and laughable. Lin Xuan. Qin Outyan squeezed these two words out between his teeth, his hand gripping the microphone so tightly that the veins were about to burst, nearly crushing the metal shell into scrap. The rage burning in his eyes seemed ready to turn Lin Xuan to ashes on the spot. The opening ceremony was forced to end under such an intensely bizarre atmosphere, with the host sweating profusely. People left in a murmuring crowd, their minds filled with questions and the expectation of tomorrow's bloody scenes. Qin Outyan, with a dark face and a killing intent overwhelming him, left in a sweeping motion amid countless subordinates. He had only one thought in mind. Tomorrow, he would make Lin Xuan pay a price 1,000 times more painful than death for that smile. You. Su Qingxue looked at the calm Lin Xuan beside her, her lips moved, but 1,000 words got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a word. Lin Xuan turned, winked at her, and casually patted her tightly gripping hand. Don't worry, my chief strategic analyst. With such intense emotions, how can you help me analyze data? Just wait, tomorrow, I will present an astonishing magic show for all of Jiangnan City. The theme will be on how to cook a rabbit in Inwei's combat methods. Remember to give me a 5-star review, dear. Chapter 50, My Dad Gambled 300 million. The whole city is laughing mad. The Qin family is in, this hand will win me 3 billion. The mess from the opening ceremony was forcibly cleaned up by the host, drenched in cold sweat. As soon as Lin Xuan stepped out of the contestant passage, a figure hurriedly blocked his way. It was the Lin family's old butler, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his tone filled with an unstoppable anxiety. Young master, the master wants you to return to the main residence immediately, the family's highest meeting. Highest meeting? Sounds like the United Nations Security Council, what's going on? Lin Xuan glanced sideways, Wang Dali's face written all over with "Who am I and where am I?" while Su Qingxue frowned tightly, clearly sensing the looming storm. Okay, got it. Lin Family Meeting Hall. It was silent here, only the sound of the family head's fingers tapping on the rosewood table, thud, thud, striking precisely on each person's heart. On both sides of the long table sat the core elders of the Lin family, each looking grim, as if they had prematurely attended a memorial service for the family. At the head seat, Lin Xian's father, Lin Zhengnan, supported his forehead with the hand that was knocking on the table, his expression unclear. As soon as Lin Xuan stepped into the hall, he instantly became the center of the storm. Wow, what a show, a grand inquisition, huh? Quite the formality. He found a corner seat to sit down, but before he could get comfortable, an elder with a goatee suddenly stood up. He pounded his chest, appearing heartbroken. Family head. Qin Outyan has already declared he will strike hard. Young Master Xian's safety is the family's top priority. From my perspective, we must withdraw from this match. As long as the Green Hills remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. Here it comes, classic surrender faction speech. This old man must be a decorated employee of the Qin family planted in our ranks. Exactly. Another plump elder immediately chimed in, his flesh shaking. What's face worth? Life is what matters. The Qin family is powerful, we cannot put the entire clan at risk for the sake of a young one's pride. Another one. So in your eyes, I'm already destined to lose? Are your kneecaps made of jelly? How do you usually go out? Rolling? In an instant, the conference hall was filled with buzzing voices demanding to withdraw from the competition, as if that were the only correct choice. Amidst this noise, a cold yet incredibly sharp voice suddenly pierced through all the clamor. I oppose. People looked in the direction of the voice. Lin Ruoxue, dressed in a well-tailored women's suit, her long hair tied up high, and wearing high heels, stood among the elderly men in long robes like an unsheathed sword. Her gaze swept across the entire hall, causing the elders who had just been passionately speaking to subconsciously avoid eye contact. Qin Outyan humiliated Lin Xuan in front of the entire city. He humiliated our entire Lin family. If we withdraw now, the Lin family will immediately become a laughingstock for all of Jiangnan City. From now on, who will still take our Lin family seriously? Our business and our dignity will be trampled in the mud for anyone to step on. Wow, my sister's aura is 2 meters 8. Her fighting power is even more fierce than this group of old men combined. Lin Xuan silently gave his sister a thumbs up in his heart. Elder with a goatee turned red in the face and retorted stiffly, "But Miss Ruoxue, this is a contest with no chance of winning. Do you want to let young Master Xian go to his death for some illusory face?" Lin Ruoxue let out a cold laugh, her gaze passing over the crowd and directly piercing towards Lin Jiangnan, sitting in the main seat. "Father, do you think Xian is the kind of person who would fight an unprepared battle?" Once again, all eyes turned to Lin Xian, like spotlights shining on him. Lin Jingnan's unfathomable gaze finally moved away from his son. He saw the calmness that Lin Xian maintained throughout, a leisurely demeanor that was completely out of place in the tense hall as if watching a play. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he spoke hoarsely, "Xianer, you say, how certain are you?" Lin Xian stood up, facing the worried, doubtful, and dismissive gazes, and extended a finger. The goateed elder sighed deeply, as if he already saw the outcome. Sigh, only a 10% chance? That's still too risky. No. Lin Xian interrupted him. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth, revealing a radiantly sunny smile, just like the one at the opening ceremony. I mean, he has no chance at all. In the hall, even the sound of breathing disappeared. Everyone was stunned into silence by this wildly arrogant statement, their minds going blank. Explaining to these mortals is too exhausting, it's like talking to a chicken about ducks, let's be direct. Lin Jiangnan stared intensely into Lin Xian's eyes as if trying to see through his soul. After a few seconds, he slammed the table suddenly. Bang! A loud sound. Good. Lin Jiangnan stood up suddenly, his bloodshot eyes bursting with terrifying light, the madness of a cornered hero. My son Lin Jiangnan is not a coward. Issue my orders. Mobilize all available liquid assets of the family, go to Tianyun gambling house. Bet everything on Lin Xian to win. Boom. This sentence was more shocking than Qin Outyan's death sentence. The elders in the entire conference hall, one by one, were dumbfounded, looking like a bunch of toads struck by lightning, mouths agape, their eyeballs almost popping out. Head of the family. Think twice. That's 300 million gold coins. That's half of our Lin family's liquid assets. Crazy. This is gambling the life of the entire family. Lin Jiangnan waved his hand decisively, his voice firm. Does the Qin family want to watch our Lin family's jokes? Then I will let them see whether our Lin family has cowards. Wow. Dad is amazing. Lin Xian was also shocked by his father's bold action. Going all in right away? Betting on me, the super underdog with 1 to 100 odds? This courage, this trust, great. Wow, this immense fortune, it turns out my dad is rushing to deliver it to me. This crazy decision, to the extreme, was absolutely impossible to hide. In less than an hour, the news exploded like a nuclear bomb in the night sky of Jiangnan City. Crazy. The Lin family is absolutely crazy. 300 million gold coins. Just for that useless young master in a doomed situation? Are they planning to file for bankruptcy? I don't understand, but I am deeply shocked. The entire Jiangnan City was in an uproar, everyone felt that the Lin family had lost their minds and were driving themselves to ruin with full force. Qin family. Qin Outyan's father, Qin Jinshan, the head of the Qin family, after hearing the report from his subordinates, was stunned for a full half-minute, then burst into a thunderous, wild laugh. Ha ha ha. Good. Good Lin Jiangnan. What boldness. Does he think that by using this suicidal method, he can scare the Qin family? A bloodthirsty pleasure flashed in his eyes, and his voice was cold and chilling. He wants to gamble, huh? I'll play with him until the end. Send the orders, gather 500 million in funds, and go to Tianyun gambling house, bet it all on Outyan's victory. I not only want his son to die without a full corpse, but I want the Lin family to be wiped out overnight. No return on investment. The news spread again, and the entire city fell silent. Everyone understood, this was no longer a battle of life and death between two young men. This was the ultimate showdown between the Lin family and the Qin family, two powerful families. The stakes were the future of both families. Lin family mansion, courtyard. Lin Xian found the figure standing with his hands behind his back, staring at the night sky alone. Father. Lin Jiangnan turned around and looked at his son, who seemed to have transformed overnight. His expression was extremely complicated. The decision has been made. Now, the fate of the entire family rests on your shoulders. Lin Xuan said nothing, but walked up, looking solemnly at his father. His calm and confident gaze was like a powerful injection, making the last trace of doubt in Lin Jungnan's heart completely vanish. Don't worry, father. Lin Xuan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strength capable of calming any storm. Tomorrow, all those who look down on the Lin family will regret it. They will pay the most painful price for their ignorance. And we will step on their corpses and reclaim everything that belongs to us. Oh no, to be exact, it's 300 billion. Chapter 51, A 400 billion Gamble. The banker is shocked into ICU, the whole city kneels, begging Lin Xuan not to act. The Lin family's insane decision was like a nuclear bomb, exploding directly in the pond called Jiangnan City. A monstrous wave rose, and everyone in the city, regardless of status, was choked by the wave, rolling their eyes in shock. Lin father and son. In one night, they became the city's recognized #1 madman, and the biggest joke. However, in the eye of the storm, Lin Xuan himself was lying comfortably on a rocking chair in his own yard. He casually swung his legs, humming a tune that didn't even make sense. All in is a high-level wisdom. Only fools would treat it as pure gambling. Dad's move looks reckless and impulsive, but in reality, his vision has already reached outer space. He's betting not just his wealth, but an attitude, I trust my son. This trust is worth 300 billion. At that moment, a thunderous set of footsteps approached. Wang Dali barged in like a wild bull that had its tail stepped on 18 times. He held up a communicator in his hand, his expression one of someone who had been constipated for 10 days and finally felt relief, only to find the toilet was clogged. Xiangu. Xiangu. Something big has happened. Something big, the sky is falling. Lin Xuan didn't even raise his eyelids. He just lazily squeezed out a single syllable from his nostrils. What big thing could happen? If the sky falls, naturally someone taller will hold it up. I'm only 1.8 meters, what's there to panic about? Again, someone bet on you. Wang Dali almost couldn't catch his breath, shoving the communicator almost up to Lin Xian's nose. And they bet it all at once. 100 million. Lin Xian's rocking chair stopped. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the screen that displayed 100 million gold coins in bold red, followed by a long string of zeros. His eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly. Wow. Besides my gambling god of a father, there are actually other fools out there. No, wait. They must be top investors with a keen eye? Who is it? Lin Xuan asked. Got too much money to spend? I don't know. Wang Dali was so excited his neck bulged, his face flushed red, an entirely anonymous account. It just dumped the money straight into the Heavenly Luck Gambling House betting pool. Now the entire back end of the gambling house has exploded. Wang Dali quickly opened a local forum, where the posts were flooding in, red and lively. Earth-shattering nuclear explosion. Following the Lin family's 300 million bet, a mysterious tycoon has thrown down another 100 million, also betting on Lin Xian's victory. The back-end system of Heavenly Luck Gambling House is in emergency meltdown. Programmers are working overtime to fix it. Inside scoop, the gambling house owner saw the odds and his blood pressure skyrocketed to 280, having a heart attack on the spot, already sent to ICU for rescue. Lin Xuan looked at these shocking headlines, and a smile he couldn't hide crept onto his lips. Odds, 1 to 100. This 100 million, if I win, is 10 billion. My father's 300 million, if he wins, is 30 billion. Combined, 400 billion? Wow, am I about to single-handedly create the GDP for Jiangnan City for the next 10 years? That gambling house owner is probably thinking of jumping out of the ICU window right now. Told you not to hype up the super underdogs, super high returns before the betting started, you looked down on me. How's that? You messed up? You lost your pants. Shen Ge, Wang Dali swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The forum is buzzing about how the Heavenly Luck Gambling House is going crazy, using all their connections, willing to spare no effort to trace the source of that anonymous account, and the result. What's the result? Lin Xian's interest was piqued. The result is that they only traced the source of the funds to one place. Wang Dali lowered his voice as if the name had a spell. The black market, Dark Knight. Dark Knight? Lin Xian's mind instantly conjured an alluring figure wearing a fox mask. That outrageous figure, those beautiful eyes filled with calculation that seemed to penetrate one's heart. Oh wow, turns out it was my #1 big sister who stepped in. This sister is impressive. Not only does she gather intelligence, but her investment eye is also so sharp. Does she see the potential in my faceless one and has given me angel round financing in advance? Love it, love it. Rich lady, I'm hungry, food. At the same time. At the highest level of the black market Dark Knight, on the throne that symbolizes power in the underground world. The woman known as the Dark Knight Queen, Yimei, casually rested a bare jade foot on the cold armrest. She toyed with a pure black chip at her fingertips, listening to her subordinates report, the red lips beneath her mask curled into a playful arc. Your Majesty, 100 million gold coins have all been thrown in. The Heavenly Luck Gambling House is already in chaos. Chaos is good. Yimei's voice was lazy, but carried an undeniable authority. A stagnant pool is so boring. But the subordinate seemed quite hesitant. Do you really have that much faith in Lin Xuan? What if he loses? That 100 million gold coins. Lose? Yimei chuckled lightly. The black chip was casually tossed into the air, tracing a beautiful arc before being caught steadily. I know the faceless one. He never makes a trade he's not sure about. Him betting with a rabbit identity against a three-headed golden dragon means only one thing. He's holding a trump card that's a lot stronger than everyone imagines. I'm betting 100 million gold coins on the power of that trump card. Yimei's gaze seemed to penetrate through countless walls, landing in the direction of the city lord's mansion, her tone carrying a chilling warning. By the way, to some self-righteous people. A reminder. She intentionally left a hint in the flow of funds. A hint just enough for the true owner behind the Tianyun gambling house, the city lord's mansion, to discover. This 100 million is not a bet at all. This is a letter of challenge. A warning letter. It clearly tells the city lord's mansion, in tomorrow's life and death fight, I, Dark Knight, stand on Lin Xuan's side. You better keep your claws clean and not engage in those petty tricks behind our backs. The city lord's mansion. In the study, there was a deathly silence. The current city lord of Jiangnan, after listening to the spy's report, had been silent for a whole incense stick's time. The air was oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Originally, their plan was to give the Qin family some conveniences during the competition by manipulating the referees or the venue. After all, a powerful Qin family is in the best interest of the city lord's mansion. But now, that crazy woman had entered the game herself. Is it worth offending a night charm that controls the entire underground world of the city for the sake of a Qin family? The answer is obvious. Send the order. The city lord waved his hand wearily, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Tomorrow's competition, everything according to the most fair rules. No one is allowed to interfere. Yes. The spy's figure silently melted into the shadows. That night, because of Lin Xuan, the power structure at the top level of Jiangnan City underwent a silent reshuffle. And the initiator of all this was completely unaware. He simply felt that things were getting more and more interesting. Wow, I haven't even hit the stage yet, and the outside help is already paving the way for me like a star-studded avenue? Even the referee has been warned in advance? What's this called? This is called a presence. This feeling is like playing ranked games, and before even entering the game, the other side's 5 are already hanging in the fountain, still typing on the screen. Brother, I was wrong, we surrender. Lin Xuan stretched comfortably and gazed at the starry sky, grinning widely, as happy as a 200-pound child. Qin Outyan, the Lin family, the Qin family, the city lord's mansion. Now there's also a mysterious and wealthy big sister at the top of the list. Jiangnan City is getting more and more interesting. Just wait. Tomorrow will be the moment to witness miracles. I will present an unprecedented grand magic show for the whole city. The name of the magic show is called The Disappearing Dragon and a Burping Rabbit. Chapter 52, The Qin Family Completely Crumbles. 50 million treated as trash? The whole city kneels, begging Lin Xuan to accept. A wave has not settled, another wave rises. The Lin family goes all in, betting in the black market. These 2 deep water bombs have completely boiled the pot of Jiangnan City, with the lid unable to contain the mad bubbling. Across the entire city, from the common folk to prestigious families, everyone is discussing the insane father and son duo of the Lin family, as well as the impending bloody showdown tomorrow. However, just when the whole city thought tonight's magical drama had reached its climax, an even more outrageous scene unfolded. Rumble. The heavy engine roar tore through the night's tranquility. A convoy consisting of more than 10 heavy trucks came to a halt in front of the Lin family's mansion. The cold light reflected off the stern steel fronts under the lights, looking less like a visit and more like an armed escort. The guards at the gate of the Lin family were left dumbfounded, each gripping their weapons tightly, muscles tensed, standing ready. Oh? There's a sequel? Having just seen off his old man and preparing to sleep for a beauty rest, Lin Xuan curiously peeked out at the commotion. Which immortal is this? The Qin family can't take it anymore and sent dump trucks to crush me? No way, isn't that too petty? At that moment, a figure stepped down from the leading luxury car. It was an elderly man, dressed in an exquisite alchemist robe, with meticulously combed hair and a serious expression. The badge on his chest, representing his status as vice president, reflected a halo of power beneath the lights. Vice president of the Alchemist Association. He Yuan. In Jiangnan City, this is a name more esteemed than many powerful family heads. He Yuan quickly walked to the Lin family's entrance, facing a group of extremely nervous guards, and unexpectedly revealed a very friendly smile, then slightly bowed. I am He Yuan, Vice President of the Alchemist Association, and I have urgent business to see young Master Lin Xuan. Please relay my request. The captain of the guard's brain directly crashed. Vice President of the Alchemist Association? In person? And using the term request? What on earth is happening in this world? The news quickly reached Lin Xuan's ears. The Alchemist Association? Oh. I remember, that's the one who came to take advantage before. Did he come knocking because he caught the scent? His nose is sharper than a dog's. Lin Xuan yawned and leisurely strolled to the entrance. As soon as He Yuan saw Lin Xuan's figure, his originally serious eyes suddenly sparkled with astonishing light. He completely ignored Lin Xuan's home pajamas and slippers, rushed forward, and performed a flawless junior bow. His waist bent almost parallel to the ground. Young Master Lin Xuan, I humbly apologize for my late-night visit and hope for your forgiveness. He Yuan lowered himself to the ground, his tone filled with sincere respect. On behalf of the Alchemist Association, I sincerely apologize to you and your esteemed master for our previous neglect. We were blind and did not visit in time. It's a grave offense, a grave offense. Wow, this acting. The North Film Academy should put his posture on the cover. Just apologize and stop with the theatrics. Caring is nice, but a hefty sum of money speaks louder. Lin Xuan casually waved his hand, appearing indifferent. Vice President, he is being too polite. My respected master roams the world and isn't one to fuss over such trivial matters. Seeing that Lin Xuan had no intention of holding a grudge, He Yuan's tense nerves finally relaxed. He immediately turned around and, facing the column of towering steel beasts behind him, waved his hand fiercely. Come. Bring up the offerings for the esteemed master. With an order, dozens of burly men jumped down from the truck, 2 by 2, grunting as they brought down heavy enamel wooden boxes. Boom! 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 The boxes slammed onto the ground, making a heart-pounding thud. He Yuan personally stepped forward and opened the foremost box. In an instant, an intense medicinal fragrance, rich and overwhelming, mixed with brilliant spiritual light, rushed forth like a tsunami, nearly blinding one's eyes. Inside the box, neatly stacked were various rare medicinal materials, shimmering with colors. That's the A-grade material Dragon Bloodvine. S-grade material Ice Soul Snow Lotus Seeds. My goodness! And Thousand-Year Stone Stalactite. Several knowledgeable guards nearby instantly held their breath, their eyes glued to the boxes, unable to look away like they were magnetized. He Yuan's face showed uncontrollable pride as he loudly introduced, Young Master Lin, this is a small token of appreciation from the association. It totals 36 types of A-grade rare materials and 12 types of S-grade materials, valued at approximately 53 million gold coins. I hope esteemed master can make good use of them while researching new elixirs. He paused, his tone becoming even humbler, almost pleading. Moreover, the association dares to humbly request that, if possible, esteemed master could guide us unworthy juniors, we would be endlessly grateful. Holy crap! 53 million. Lin Xuan appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already calculating wildly. This isn't just sending medicinal materials, it's like bringing a money printer to me. A 100 million bet, 300 million family gamble, and now I'm being gifted 50 million in materials. Am I poking the nest of the god of wealth? This incredible wealth, has it finally come to me? However, while feeling ecstatic inside, Lin Xuan had to maintain composure on his face. He lightly coughed, his brows slightly furrowing, accurately displaying an expression of, this puts me in a difficult position. He walked to the boxes, taking from each box. They only symbolically picked up 1 or 2 of the most inconspicuous herbs. Then, with a loud bang, he closed the box and said to Yuan with a serious face, Vice President I appreciate this gesture on behalf of my master. But this gift is too precious. My master often teaches me that cultivators should rely on themselves and not take advantage of their juniors. You should take these things back. This action left He Yuan and everyone nearby completely bewildered. Refused? Over 50 million gold coins, just like that, he refused? What kind of divine operation is this? After a brief shock, the respect in He Yuan's eyes instantly soared to its peak, turning into fervor. This is the true demeanor of a true master. Viewing money as dirt. Such noble character is simply beyond comprehension. He was even more convinced that the person behind Lin Xuan was definitely the legendary alchemical master. No. Young Master Lin, you absolutely must not. He Yuan became anxious, quickly bowing again, his attitude 100 times more respectful than before. This is merely a small token of respect from us juniors. If you do not accept it, it means you look down on our Alchemist Association. Do you think what we offer is unworthy? Here it comes, classic moral coercion. If I don't accept, then I'm looking down on you. I'm familiar with this tactic. Alright, since you've said it this way, if I refuse again, it'll make me seem petty. Lin Xuan sighed reluctantly, his face full of I can't help you helplessness. Sigh, since Vice President he has said so, then I will tentatively accept it on behalf of my master. As for the guidance matter, I will wait until my master is in a good mood to convey the association's request. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. He Yuan was overjoyed, as if granted a great pardon. The deal was done. He Yuan, highly satisfied, left with his convoy, leaving behind mountains of gold and silver and dropped jaws everywhere. The news spread like wings within 10 minutes, reaching all the top circles in Jiangnan City. The entire city fell silent once again. If the Lin family and the black market were stirring up a huge wave. Then the Alchemist Association, a neutral organization, openly coming down to offer warmth was like provoking a tsunami that would drown the entire city. Qin family mansion. In the study, the atmosphere was dead silent, oppressive enough to chill one to the bone. Bang! A precious blue and white porcelain vase was smashed to the ground by Qin Jinshan, shattering into countless pieces. The Alchemist Association, that old fox He Yuan. Qin Jinshan's eyes were bloodshot, his breathing heavy, his chest heaving violently. He could dismiss the Lin family as crazy. He could endure the black market. But now, even the Alchemist Association had clearly taken Lin Xuan's side. These three forces were united, and the power they represented made even the Qin family feel a bone-chilling fear. For the first time, Qin Jinshan wavered in his perfect plan to squash Lin Xuan and swallow the Lin family. Things seemed to be slipping into a direction he could not control at all. He felt less like a calculating hunter and more like a pathetic prey stepping into a trap, surrounded by prehistoric beasts. Father, Qin Outyan beside him said, his face dark enough to squeeze water out, a mere alchemist association is nothing to worry about. Tomorrow on the arena, strength is everything. Shut your mouth. Qin Jinshan suddenly turned around, delivering a resounding slap to Qin Outyan's face. If it weren't for your stupid cleverness, would things have reached this point? Qin Jinshan shook with anger, pointing at his son's nose. I tell you, tomorrow, you not only have to win but win decisively. Otherwise, our Qin family will become the biggest joke in Jiangnan City. Chapter 53, the night before the final battle, the school beauty pleads tears for me not to die. I shove a bunny into her hands. In the Qin family study, shattered pieces of blue-on-white porcelain still carried the lingering heat of Qin Jinshan's fury. The entire elite circle of Jiangnan City couldn't sleep through the unprecedented storm of this high-stakes gamble. Countless people were calculating, weighing, and fearing. At the absolute center of the storm, Lin Xuan was yawning, ready to wash up and go to sleep. The sky is vast, the earth is vast, but sleeping is the greatest. I have to wake up early tomorrow for the performance, I need to be well rested. He had just changed into soft cotton pajamas when a graceful figure burst into his yard, accompanied by a cool, fragrant breeze, her steps frantic. It was Su Qingxue. The moonlight bathed her in a gentle glow but could not warm her pale face. This ice princess, usually as cold as the peak of a snowy mountain, now showed a beautiful face devoid of color, her beautiful eyes filled with unprecedented panic. Oh, the female lead visits in the middle of the night? I'm familiar with this plot. According to the usual script, isn't the next step for her to cry and beg me not to go to my death, then express that if I must go, she. Lin Xuan. Su Qingxue's voice was tense, carrying a tremor she herself was unaware of. She rushed in front of Lin Xuan, almost forcefully shoving a data terminal into his hands. This is everything I could find about Qin Outyan's golden three-headed dragon. Lin Xuan glanced down. Wow. This was not just data, it was practically a doctoral thesis. From the elemental attributes each of the three heads excelled in, to the estimated cooldown times of each skill, to Qin Outyan's habitual phrases during past battles. It was densely packed and well organized. It even included several 3D models of simulated battles. Goodness, a top student is indeed a top student. The detail in this analysis report makes me suspect that even Qin Outyan himself isn't as thorough in his research. In my past life, this would be a high-scoring exam coach for political studies. If she hadn't gotten it right, it would be an insult to her efforts. Lin Xuan, Su Qingxue suddenly raised her head. Her clear eyes locked onto him, the worry inside them almost tangible, overflowing. Give up. Her voice was soft but carried a near-pleading brokenness. I just received intel, Qin Outyan's golden three-headed dragon has already touched the B-level barrier and could break through at any moment. That's not something a C-level peak pet can compete with. You really don't need to risk your life to gamble on this. In this moment, she was not the lofty daughter of the Su family. She was just a girl genuinely feeling fear for a boy who didn't know how high the sky was or how deep the earth was. She even stepped forward uncontrollably, her tone more urgent. Listen to me, even if you quit now, absolutely no one will look down on you. No one will. I can ask my father to step in, our Su family can help you mediate. No matter how overbearing the Qin family is, they will have to give our Su family some face. Wow, is she stepping in like an overbearing female CEO for love? Lin Xuan listened quietly, his gaze resting on her eyes slightly reddened from excitement. A warm feeling unexpectedly flowed through his heart. So, being worried about by someone like this truly felt nice. This girl is actually quite nice. He did not speak. Under Su Qingshue's anxious gaze, which felt like her heart might stop, Lin Xuan suddenly raised his hand. His movements were slow and gentle. Su Qingshue's body tensed instantly, her mind going blank. What was he going to do? The next second, his warm fingertips gently brushed past her temple, tucking a strand of hair blown by the night breeze neatly behind her ear. Boom, a searing heat surged from her neck to her head, as Su Qingshue's face turned red at an astonishing speed, like a ripe peach. Her heartbeat instantly spiraled out of control like a drum. She forgot to breathe, forgot to think, even forgot to dodge. After Lin Xuan finished this action, he casually retracted his hand. TSK, such thin skin, just a touch on the hair and you turn red like this. But, it's kinda cute. He didn't say the cliché line, trust me. Just when Su Qingxue was still frozen in place, her mind completely shut down, Lin Xuan flipped his wrist. A flash of white light. A fluffy, round, little white rabbit with innocent, big eyes appeared out of nowhere. It was the little softy disguised as the moonlight rabbit. Su Qingxue was stunned. She slowly looked down. Her pupils suddenly constricted. What is this operation? The big battle is coming, you're not analyzing intel, not making a plan, and you're just pulling a rabbit out of thin air? Explaining is too troublesome, better to cool things down with some physical methods. Lin Xuan bent down, scooped up the little softy, and directly stuffed it into Su Qingshue's arms. Su Qingsue instinctively reached out to hold it. In her hands, there was an indescribable softness and warmth. The little white rabbit adjusted its position, found a comfortable spot, lay down, and then lifted its fluffy little head, staring at her with eyes purer than obsidian. Its tiny three-part mouth moved slightly. Gee! This soft, cooing sound was like an invisible divine weapon. It instantly broke through all of Su Qingshue's mental defenses. The string in her heart, stretched tight by fear and worry, miraculously relaxed as soon as she held this little fluffy creature. All the restlessness and panic seemed to be soothed, absorbed by the warmth and innocent gaze. Her whole being calmed down. Lin Xuan looked at Su Qingsue, who was still holding the rabbit, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her eyes no longer frantic. The corner of his mouth finally curved into a true, confident smile. He spoke, his voice not loud, but it was like an anchor, instantly calming all the storms and anxiety around. Don't worry. I never do anything I'm not sure about. Tomorrow, just watch from the audience. You'll see the most wonderful performance. Wait for it. Tomorrow, I will present the city with an unprecedented grand magic show. The name of the magic show will be The Vanishing Dragon and the Burping Rabbit. Chapter 54, They Want to Cheat? Great, I was worried things weren't crazy enough. Su Qingsue was still dazed, holding the warm little ball of fur in her arms, her mind still in a half-crash state. The little softy nestled into her arms, raised its little head, and stared at her with its innocent, pure obsidian eyes, its tiny three-part mouth moving slightly. Gee! This sound was so soft it could almost be squeezed out. Su Qingshue's heart completely melted. She looked at Lin Xuan, his eyes filled with a faint smile, his confidence and determination like warm hands, smoothing out all her panic and fear. Finally, she took a deep breath, nodded, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible, then, be careful. Ah, this is more like it. When the sky falls, there's a tall person to hold it up. You're just a little girl, don't worry so much. Just sit in the audience, munch on seeds, and watch the show. Lin Xuan watched Su Qingsue, who kept glancing back as she walked away, holding the rabbit with reluctance. Until her figure completely disappeared at the gate, the gentle smile on his face slowly froze, then peeled away. What replaced it was absolute, emotionless calm. Phew, finally sent the leading lady off. If I stayed any longer, I'd be tempted to spoil the final boss for her. He turned around, his gaze no longer warm. Tomorrow would be his first true battle since coming to this world. Not a small skirmish, but a life-and-death fight that could shake the entire Jiangnan city's power structure. He had to be fully prepared. System, open personal panel. A dark blue light screen appeared, one that only he could see. In an instant, it unfolded before my eyes. Host, Lin Xuan. Strength, C-Class Peak Beast Master. Battle Pet, Chaos Young Dragon, current disguise form, S-Class Skin Harmless Little Rabbit. Battle Pet ability, Corrosive Slime, A-Class, Devour, S-Class, Chaos Dragon Breath, SS-Class Sealed. Host skills, Absolute Defense, B-Class, can block one lethal attack, refresh daily, SS-Class Mental Shock, one-time consumable. Passive ability, mental power, A-class, battlefield micromanipulation, C-class, S-class skin, harmless little rabbit, passive diminished intelligence aura, imparts psychological suggestion of this guy is weak, cute, and not a threat to the target. Wow, without realizing it, I've also got top-notch gear. Lin Xuan stroked his chin, examining his trump cards line by line. Chaos Young Dragon, Divine Bloodline, specializes in challenging the unchallenged. Golden Three-Headed Dragon? Sorry, on my little soft's luxurious lunch menu, you are at most an appetizer. B-class absolute defense, my resurrection armor, Qin Outyin, are you ready to break it? SS-class mental shock? TSK, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This is a surprise prepared for that old thing in the Qin family, Qin Outyin isn't worthy of it. Plus the newly understood battlefield micromanipulation and the inside scoop on the color of Qin Outyin's underwear. And most importantly, Lin Xian's gaze fell on the words diminished intelligence aura, and his mouth uncontrollably curled upwards, forming an almost wicked arc. Tomorrow, let everyone in Jiangnan City see what cuteness is justice means, what cuteness is invincible means. He closed his eyes. In his mind, countless battle scenes rushed by like a waterfall. Plan 1, instant kill at the start. Little Soft directly reveals her dragon form and devours in one bite. Rejection. Too skill-less, not in line with my aesthetics as a fun seeker. Plan 2, use corrosive slime for a war of attrition. Rejection. Too slow, the audience will want to sleep while watching. Plan 3. Hundreds of battle possibilities were evaluated one by one, all rejected. In the end, the most outrageous, most absurd, and also the most humiliating script that would rub Qin Outyin's face in the ground completely formed in his mind. It's settled. I will do the most innocuous thing while carrying out the most insane acts. I want Qin Outyin to be publicly killed by a rabbit he looks down on at his most triumphant and attention-grabbing moment, in the most humiliating and bizarre way. Now, that's called performance art. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Lin Ruoxue pushed the door open, her pretty face tense, her expression filled with unprecedented seriousness. Brother, something happened. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh? Sister is here? It seems something is really going on. The Qin family bribed the chief judge of the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, Lin Ruoxue said quickly, I just got the news, they will tamper with the arena's barrier during tomorrow's match. They will secretly lower the barrier strength in your area. Once Qin Outyin's attack exceeds a certain threshold, the barrier will accidentally break. At that time, his attack will hit you without obstruction. This was a blatant underhanded tactic, a fatal trap. Lin Ruoxue's eyes were filled with anxiety and anger. However, after listening, Lin Xian not only showed no concern but instead let out a low laugh. That laughter was not loud, yet in the quiet night, it seemed particularly clear, carrying a playful, amused delight. Oh? They're anxious? They really are? They even resorted to such underhanded methods? I was worried that tomorrow wouldn't be big enough of a spectacle, not exciting enough. They've brought the ladder right to me. Qin family, you are truly my dear little cotton-padded jacket, knowing I'm cold and actively setting a fire for me. Amid Lin Ruoxue's astonished gaze, Lin Xian pulled her close, leaned into her ear, and quickly whispered a few words that only the two could hear. Lin Ruoxue's eyes widened more and more. From shock to disbelief. Finally, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light, a mix of seeing a madman while filled with extreme excitement. You want to put a hole in the sky? Her voice trembled. After a pause, she suddenly gritted her teeth, and a nearly frenzied smile appeared on her face. I like it. I'll arrange it right away. Having said that, she turned and walked away, her steps carrying a fierce and decisive air. The whole courtyard returned to silence once more. Lin Xian stood by the window, his hands behind his back, gazing through the night, far away towards the brilliantly lit Qin family mansion. The night breeze tousled his hair. The curve of his lips was cold, and in a voice only he could hear, he passed the final judgment on his distant enemy. Qin Outyin, you are bound to lose. Along with the Qin family behind you. Chapter 55, The Final Script, The Vanished Dragon and the Burping Rabbit. On the day of the decisive battle, the dawn broke suddenly. The whole Jiangnan city seemed to be paused by an invisible hand, and in the next second, it was instantly switched to 16 times speed. The streets were empty, all shops were closed for business. The entire city was like a surging tide, rushing towards the same place, the duel arena in the city center. Thousands of people emptied the streets. Since yesterday afternoon, the legend of Lin Xian and his mysterious master had completely broken free from the shackles of reality, driven by the intentional promotion of the Lin family, the black market, and the Alchemist Association. This storm had already swept through the entire upper-class society. With so many versions and bizarre plots, it was enough to make the city's most famous storyteller feel ashamed and abandon their craft to sell pancakes. Version 1, Priceless Loyalty Edition. Have you heard? Lin Xian's master is the legendary alchemist Dan Huang, who vanished 100 years ago. It is said that Dan Huang owed a life debt to the ancestors of the Lin family when he was young. This time he came out of retirement to repay this huge favor. That's why he made an exception to take Lin Xian as his closed-door disciple. Wow! No wonder. No wonder the vice president He Yuan of the Alchemist Association ran to deliver gifts like a grandson. Dan Huang. He's the ancestral master of all alchemists. Version 2, Modified Classic Edition. Your news is outdated. My second uncle's best friend's nephew works at the Lord's mansion, he heard with his own ears. Lin Xian's master is not even human. Ha? If not human, then what? He's an ancient medicinal beast. Cultivated for 10,000 years, transformed into human form, playing in the mortal world. He happened to pass by Jiangnan City and thought Lin Xian had rare bone structure, a good candidate for growing herbs, and so he chose him as a successor. No way. Is that true? So fantastical? Version 3, Expanded Perspective Edition. Stop guessing. I'll tell you the most reliable version. This matter involves the top powers of the central continent. Lin Xian's master is an elder sent down from the sacred pill tower to inspect. He took Lin Xian as a secret disciple because he recognized Lin Xian's 1 in a million innate medicinal body. This duel is his ultimate test for Lin Xian. Along the way, he'll also evaluate if Jiangnan City is qualified to establish a branch tower. Oh my! The sacred pill tower? Then Jiangnan City is about to soar. Lin Xian lay in bed, scrolling through the gossip section of the black market's internal forum, grinning with joy. Ha ha ha! Talents! You are all talents that have been buried. Such imagination. It's a shame not to write a novel. Dan Huang? Medicinal beast? Sacred pill tower? Why don't you say my master is Lao Jun? Especially the third version, I like it the most. Grand vision, amazing background, and even gave me a badass constitution. I'll promote it this way from now on. These absurd tales, which even he thought were outrageous enough to report, successfully created a subtle crack in the originally one-sided public opinion. A portion of astute speculators began to doubt the outcome of the match. They quietly placed seemingly inconspicuous small bets on Lin Xian's odds. Qin family. Bang! Another valuable antique teacup turned to powder in Qin Jinshan's study. His eyes were bloodshot. A whole night without sleep. Listening to his subordinates report the increasingly intense rumors outside, he felt the blood vessels in his head throb with each heartbeat, striking at his tense nerves. Dan Emperor? Medicine Beast? Sacred Dan Tower? Investigate. Find out. Dig up the ancestry of that so-called master for 18 generations. Qin Jianshan's voice was as dry as sandpaper, each word filled with uncontrollable rage. However, the reply from his subordinates completely froze his heart. Head of the family, all intelligence channels have been used, we can't find anything, it's completely a blank, this person seems to have appeared out of nowhere. The more they couldn't find, the more Qin Jianshan felt his heart plummeting into an endless abyss. The unknown is the most terrifying. His fear of that mysterious master had swelled to its peak. No. There can be no more accidents. This duel must be flawless. Qin Jianshan suddenly opened a hidden compartment in his desk and took out a brocade box emitting an ominous red light. He quickly walked up to Qin Outyan, his face twisted, and tore open the brocade box. Inside the box lay a talisman carved from unknown beast bones. The talisman was engraved with strange blood-colored patterns, with wisps of black energy swirling around it. Just a glance sent chills down one's spine. B-level peak magic weapon, bloodthirsty talisman. Outyan, take it. Qin Jianshan gritted his teeth and commanded, this is one of the Qin family's trump cards. Crush it in a critical moment. It can instantly unleash the ferocity of your contracted spirit, letting it go into a frenzy, power surging up a level for a short time. Enough to tear apart any enemy. Qin Outyan felt the brutal energy from the talisman, his eyes igniting with bloodthirsty fervor as he nodded vigorously. Father, don't worry. Today, I will surely smash Lin Xian into pieces. He did not notice the fleeting twitch and reluctance in his father's eyes when he said tear apart any enemy. The side effects of this bloodthirsty talisman are immense. Once used, the contracted spirit would suffer severe damage, and without a year or more of rare medicinal herbs to nourish it, recovery would be impossible. But now, he couldn't care about that anymore. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's phone vibrated slightly. It was an encrypted message from Yi Mei, brief and to the point. The target has received new equipment from his ancestors, bloodthirsty talisman, B-level peak. Function, short-term frenzy, power enhancement. Side effect, kidney deficiency. End. After reading it, Lin Xian almost burst out laughing. Pfft, kidney deficiency? Queen, your notes are getting cheekier and cheekier. After all this, the big move is just drug use? Qin family, you really let me down. You showed your trump card? Fine, then the game should end. He turned off his phone, slowly stood up, and casually walked to the window. The morning sunlight was just right, bathing him warmly and gently. My mysterious master, Tiger Skin, has successfully scared off all those who should be scared, giving me the perfect stage. Public opinion, hearts, trends, all the foreplay has been completed. Now, it is time for everyone in Jiangnan City to witness what is called a dimensionality reduction strike. The curve of Lin Xian's lips was playful yet cold. He looked into the mirror, deliberately tidying up his collar, and then spoke softly. That voice was like the final announcement of a performance to the eagerly waiting audience in the city. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. An unprecedented grand magic show is about to begin. The name of the magic trick is The Disappearing Dragon and a Burping Rabbit. Chapter 56, The Qin Family's Ultimate Move? No, it's the knife handed to me. Qin Family's Secret Chamber. The candlelight flickered, and Qin Zhanshan's face twisted in the shadows, looking like a demon. He stared intently at his son, Qin Outyan. Outyan, remember, today is not just a personal grudge between you and Lin Xian. Qin Zhanshan's voice was dry and coarse, each word piercing to the heart. That Lin Xian, and that mysterious master behind him, is a nail, nailed tightly into the throat of our Qin family's development. If I don't remove it, I can't eat or sleep. A serpent-like cold light burst from his eyes, each word forged with icy killing intent. In the arena, use all means, kill him. Not to cripple him, but to kill him. Do you understand? Hearing this, Qin Outyan not only felt no fear, but instead, a sickly excitement flickered in his eyes at the words kill him. Father, Let me finish. Qin Zhanshan interrupted him, his tone growing even colder. The duel rules, life and death are irrelevant. As long as you kill him within the allowed slip-up range, that so-called master can only suffer in silence. Afterwards, our family can operate further to suppress the matter completely. He stuffed the ominous red-glowing bloodthirsty talisman back into Qin Outyan's hand, his voice lowered, like a demon's whisper. Remember, in the moment you kill Lin Xian, crush it immediately. Let your golden three-headed dragon go berserk, disguised as completely out of control. That way, all responsibility can be pushed onto the contract spirit's unexpected rampage. What we want is a perfect, flawless accident. The plan was meticulous, and malice flowed through it. Even the post-murder alibi script had been written in advance. Qin Outyan felt hot all over, his cheeks flushed with excitement, he stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips, the cruelty in his eyes almost solidifying. He wanted to win. He wanted to personally tear Lin Xian apart in front of everyone in the city, relishing the ultimate pleasure of dominating another's life and death. Father, rest assured. I will definitely make him die a miserable death. The father and son locked eyes, seeing a twisted and satisfied grin in each other's gaze. Neither of them noticed. In the corner of the secret room, an inconspicuous gray moth was silently flapping its wings. Meanwhile, in Lin Xian's room. Filial piety between father and son, touching to the heart. Playing a power game here? Why not talk about scraping bones to cure poison? Lacking a bit of cultural level, huh? Lin Xian leaned back comfortably on the soft sofa, his legs crossed, with a tiny earbud smaller than a grain of rice in his ear. In the earbud, the entire conversation from the Qin family's secret room was being broadcast live. Class A alchemical reconnaissance tool, mimetic listening moth. A treasure bought for 500,000 in the black market, specialized in uncovering all kinds of little secrets. Accidental murder? Crush the magic tool, disguise as out of control? The script is nice, full marks for logic, but the acting is too exaggerated. The smile on Lin Xian's face grew brighter, even carrying a touch of cold amusement. He had been thinking about how to bring down the Qin family all at once, making them never get back up again. And then what? Someone sent a pillow when he fell asleep. He was worried about finding a sufficient and legitimate reason to escalate the situation, and the Qin father and son handed him the murder script on a silver platter. Want to kill me? Still pretending to be out of control? Qin family, you are truly my little warm quilt, knowing my stage is not big enough, you actively set up a ladder and send props. I could cry, really. Lin Xian turned off the listening device. He didn't need to hear the later content. He already knew how the finale of this magic show should be performed. He took out his phone, his fingertips tapped lightly on the screen, sending a message to Lin Ruoxue. The content was extremely brief. Plan B of prepare the public opinion, keywords, accidental murder, magic tool. Sent successfully. Lin Xian tossed the phone aside, slowly standing up. What he had to do was never just about winning a match. What he wanted was to slam the meticulously crafted malicious scheme of the Qin father and son back into their own faces, all under the spotlight. He wanted the Qin family to be publicly executed in every way: strength, morality, and public opinion. Totally nailed to the shame pillar of Jiangnan City. Come on, the game has begun. Let me see, when your arrogant plot. When it became a noose tightening around my own neck. What a brilliant expression it must have. Chapter 57, The Prey Appears. Welcome to my hunting ground. On the day of the decisive battle, the morning light was faint. Lin Xuan had just changed into a sleek black outfit, ready to head out. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket started vibrating violently, as if it were trying to break dance in his palm. Oh, is the queen back to check on me again? No, at this time, this vibration frequency, it's an urgent report, the highest level. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, tapping the screen with his fingertips, quickly unlocking 3 layers of encryption. In the next moment, the playful smile on his face instantly froze. The content of the report hit his nerves like an invisible ice hammer. What the heck? Are you serious? The Qin family had lost their minds. They had actually crazily prepared 2 murder plans. On the arena, Qin Outyan would carry out a mistaken kill, that was plan A. Outside the arena, if the plan failed or if Lin Xuan miraculously survived, they had also hired the most notorious underworld assassin organization in Jiangnan City, Bloody Hand, to set up a deadly trap on Lin Xian's way to the venue. There was only one target: to ensure he does not live past today. Wow, you even have a plan B? You really understand what risk hedging means. The Night Charm's intelligence was detailed to a terrifying extent. Even the trio dispatched by Bloody Hand was clearly laid out. The assassin codenamed Phantom, Peak Class C, specialized in stealth backstabbing, playing the game of "you can't see me." The archer codenamed Eagle Eye, Peak Class C, skilled in long-range elimination, claimed to be able to hit the left eye of a fly from 800 meters away. And the berserker codenamed Wild Bull, Peak Class C, responsible for frontal assault, muscles bulging, clearly the type with a brain full of muscle. Assassin, archer, warrior, classic triangular tactics? Is this a game? Quite professional. Lin Xian's gaze gradually turned icy. It was pure disgust after his bottom line was breached. He originally thought that no matter how despicable the Qin family was, it only fell within the realm of commercial competition, where everyone fought cleverly within the rules. Now it seemed he was too naive. They had completely torn off their masks, flipped the table, and planned to physically erase him from this world in the most primal, bloody way possible. This is really infuriating. However, this anger only burned in his heart for 3 seconds. Then, it was wholly consumed by a stronger, almost sickly excitement. He was not panicked, nor did he think of finding Lin Jiangnan or the city lord's mansion for help. Because in his pleasure-seeking brain, a thought jumped out wildly, bold and shiny with effects. Opportunity. This was a heavenly chance to uproot the Qin family and nail them to the pillar of shame. Hide? Why should I hide? Normal people, when faced with assassination, would first think of taking a detour, calling for help, or reporting to the police. But am I a normal person? Lin Xian's mouth involuntarily twisted up in a vicious grin. Not only will I not hide, I will also dress up to attend. I must give these 3 assassin brothers a proper show. I want them to experience firsthand at the most confident, unexpected moment what it means to think you are the hunter, but you are really the prey. He immediately opened the system store that only he could see, his finger sliding across it quickly, like a shopping addict on Singles Day. For such a small scene, using SS-level mental shock is like using a cannon to hit a mosquito, way too excessive, saving that for the old man of the Qin family. I need something cost-effective yet sufficiently gorgeous. Soon, his gaze locked onto 2 shiny items. Class A illusion generator, priced at 500,000 gold coins, capable of creating a large-scale illusion indistinguishable from reality, known as the Beauty Filter Pro Max. Class B high-explosive alchemy bomb, priced at 100,000 gold coins each. Art is an explosion. Even Deidara would call it an expert. It's decided. Pikachu. Lin Xuan focused his thoughts and immediately placed an order, exchanging for an illusion generator and 5 alchemical bombs. 1 million gone, my heart is bleeding, my heart is bleeding. Forget it, the wool comes from the pig, let's treat it as the Qin family reimbursing me later. He stuffed the fresh toys into his backpack, tidied his collar leisurely, winked at his reflection in the mirror, confirming he looked impeccable. Then, while everyone thought he would set off through the heavily guarded main entrance, he alone pushed open the side door leading to a secluded alley in the backyard. 1 step out. The sunlight pierced through the alley's mouth, casting a bright spot of light under his feet. Lin Xuan, like an actor about to take the stage, wore a warm smile, humming an unknown tune, walking alone into the path already shrouded by the shadow of death. Before the grand magic show that captured everyone's attention began, he knew very well that a bloody and violent appetizer awaited him to taste. Come on, my assassin gentlemen. Let me see if your knives are faster, or my art is even better. Chapter 58, System Crash. My operation deserves a legendary reward. As Lin Xuan stepped into the secluded alley, a cold electronic prompt sounded in his mind right on time. Ding! Detecting the host is facing a lethal crisis. Special fate choice has been triggered. A bluish light curtain unfolded before his eyes, with mechanical and clear text on it. Oh, a lethal crisis? Sounds quite serious. Lin Xuan felt no waves in his heart, even thinking the weight of these 4 words was not stimulating enough. On the light screen, 2 options were clearly distinguished. Option A, avoid risk. Immediately seek family assistance and safely reach the competition venue under the strong protection of the Lin family's guards. Reward, A-class defensive item Guardian Shield. Option B, take the bait. Confront 3 peak sea-level assassins alone and use this opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to the Qin family. Reward, SS level random skill chest X1, task evaluation points plus 1000. Lin Xuan's gaze directly ignored option A. Turtle shell? How can I flip the Qin family's table holding that? Only cowards seek help, hunters are only attracted to prey. His eyes greedily settled on the dazzling reward of option B. SS level skill chest, 1000 evaluation points. This overwhelming fortune finally crashed down on me. Do I still need to choose? With a thought, he locked in option B. However, just a second before confirming, he stopped. The system light curtain popped up new sub-options. Please choose Tactical Core. 1. Violent counterattack, crush the enemy with thunderous momentum, using absolute power to intimidate the petty. 2. Smartly outsmart the strong enemy, utilize the environment and tools, frame a third-party force, causing chaos. Lin Xuan looked at these 2 options, slightly frowning. Plan 1, kill the 3 assassins. It could be exhilarating, but dead people won't talk. How do I claim psychological damage from the Qin family? Bad review. Plan 2, framing? Too small-minded. Framing is a child's trick, an adult's game is called resource integration. Not only do I want a frame, but I also want the framed person to be grateful to me, voluntarily shouldering this heavy blame. A scheme far more grand and crazy than the system's preset instantly formed in his mind. He did not choose, instead, he directly constructed a brand new task directive in his consciousness. First, I want these 3 people alive, they are the best witnesses to bring down the Qin family. Second, I want this heavy blame to land accurately on the city lord's deadliest rival, the Red Scorpion Chamber of Commerce, forcing them into a dog-eat-dog situation. Third, I want to miraculously escape from the attack of the Red Scorpion Chamber of Commerce and make the city lord's mansion owe me an irresistible favor. In the end, the Qin family will be disgraced, and the Red Scorpion Chamber of Commerce will be gravely injured. The Lord's mansion is grateful to me to the point of tears. This is called killing 3 birds with 1 stone, a perfect loop. He directly defined this plan as his own choice. The system interface fell into an unprecedented stagnation. There were no emotional fluctuations, only data rushing madly at speeds beyond limits. 3 seconds later, the characters on the light screen began to flicker sharply. Detecting host submitted custom plan. Feasibility assessment of the plan in progress. Assessment passed. Detected complexity, execution difficulty, and expected benefits of the custom plan all exceed the options preset by the system. Determined as hidden optimal solution. Task difficulty has been raised. Task rewards are being recalculated. Calculation complete. Final reward upgraded to legendary level. Lin Xuan's pupils suddenly brightened. Legendary level? Got it, the system has no upper limit, my ambition is its upper limit. What he wanted was never just to win a duel. To teach the Qin family a lesson? No, that is child's play. What he wanted was a grand feast that could shake the entire power structure of Jiangnan City. And he, Lin Xuan, is the only director and the leading actor. The curve of Lin Xuan's mouth stretched wider and wider, eventually turning into a cold yet joyful smile. He lifted his foot and turned deep into the alley. Here was precisely the best ambush spot marked in the intel of Night Charm. The surrounding air was so silent that one could hear their own heartbeat. He stopped, looked around, like a lost tourist in a forbidden area, wearing a harmless smile. Then, he slowly spoke, his voice soft, yet like a giant stone thrown into still water, echoing thunderously in every corner. 3 of you, after squatting for so long, are your legs numb? The Qin family only gave you this little budget, can't even find a decent ambush spot? Come out and have a chat, don't keep me waiting too long. Chapter 59, he gently crushed the crystal, and the deity descended. The alley was silent as a grave. Only Lin Xuan's light ridicule bounced back and forth against the walls, the echoes endless. The words were soft, yet heavy on the hearts of the 3 top assassins. First act, ridicule. Effect, anger. Actors' emotions were on point, but the reaction was half a beat slow, psychological quality needs improvement. Poor rating. Lin Xuan internally critiqued while his sunny smile, harmless as ever, showed no change. In the shadows. The assassin codenamed Ghost Shadow seemed to have been splattered with ink, blending into the corner's shadows, leaving no trace. His chest heaved violently, a nameless rage soared to the heavens. How many years has it been? This was the first time in his career that a target mocked their expertise before being ambushed. This kid is not here to die. He is here to crash the party. Beside him, Eagle Eye and Mighty Bull were completely stunned, their eyes filled with absurdity and disbelief. Is this year's assassination target so unconcerned about death? Ghost Shadow suppressed his anger, a cold gesture cutting through the shadows. Prepare to act, tear him apart, don't let his nonsense stain our record. However, just as his killing intent reached its peak. Tap, tap, tap. At the other end of the alley, a slow and steady footstep echoed. A figure dressed in a standard elder robe of the Alchemist Association stepped out from the darkness. The visitor's expression was stern. It was none other than Lin Xuan, the vice president of the Alchemist Association. A steady and powerful energy wave radiated from him, the presence of a peak B-level, as solid as a mountain and as unyielding as a prison. Oh, Actor 1 has taken position. Thanks to Vice President He for his guest appearance, although he is probably still at home trimming his bonsai. This hair borrowed from his office, combined with an A-level illusion generator, really shows excellent results. Lin Xuan praised his expensive prop in his heart. Even the aura could be simulated quite accurately. It truly is the Pro-Max version of the beautification filter. The Bloodhand trio was struck by lightning, their minds going blank in an instant. Lin Xuan? Why is he here? Every word in the intel wrote that Lin Xuan was leaving alone. In the ghost's eyes, only a pinprick of horror remained. A fatal deviation in mission intel appeared. This mission is a trap. A peak B-level powerhouse is escorting them closely? The Qin family calls this a C-level mission? Are they trying to use them as a tool to kill, burying Bloodhand as well? Retreat? The thought just arose, but he extinguished it himself. The iron rule of Bloodhand, the outcome of a failed mission is more terrifying than death. A hint of mad ruthlessness crawled up the corners of the ghost's eyes. So what if they are peak B-level? If the three of them join forces for a thunderous strike, they might still kill the target in an instant. As long as Lin Xuan is dead, the mission is considered complete. He made a gesture again, more resolute, more violent than before. Kill. Roar. The mighty bull let out a suppressed beastly roar. The stone slab beneath his feet exploded, his muscles bulging like an uncontrollable war beast, charging violently toward Lin Xuan. The figure of Hawkeye appeared like a ghost on the wall, bowstring pulled to a full moon, 3 arrows dipped in eerie blue poison encircled Lin Xuan, sealing every inch of space around him. And Ghost Shadow himself completely melted into the air, turning into a streak of deadly killing intent, silently drifting towards Lin Xuan's back. The triangle of combat magic, instantly activated. The art of slaughter, perfectly coordinated. Courageous, yet the intelligence is touching. Alright, since you all want to punch the clock early, let me send you off. Lin Xuan looked at the feast of death crashing towards him, his smile instead growing even more radiant. Just at the moment when the mighty bull's punch, strong enough to shatter city walls, was about to touch the tip of his nose. He moved. No, he didn't even move a finger. He simply pinched a cold crystal gently in his pocket. S-level aura simulation crystal, master level one-time use. Goodbye, my 1 million gold coins. Every penny must be repaid with your fear. The next second. A terror that words could not describe descended. No light, no shadow, no sound. The wind at the alley's mouth stopped. The floating dust eerily hung in the air. Time and space seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand, making everything silent. That was a pressure. A terrifying will mixed with the reincarnation of billions of pills, consuming mountains and boiling seas, refining the heavens. This aura transcended B-level, crushed A-level, even stepping on so-called king level. That was the domain of divinity. A master. A living alchemy master. The mighty bull's charging form suddenly halted, the madness on his face instantly swallowed by endless fear, freezing him in a ridiculous posture, as if he were a sculpture. High above, Hawkeye's fingers were firmly glued to the bowstring, the 3 poised poison arrows not moving an inch, as if welded in place. And Ghost Shadow, who had already sneaked behind Lin Xuan, his dagger about to touch his skin, was forcibly pushed out of the shadows. He fell to the ground like a dead fish thrown ashore, sticking tightly to the ground, unable to move even a pinky finger. The souls of the 3 peak sea-level assassins were crushed into powder beneath this aura, brutally gathered and tortured repeatedly. Their brains completely halted, consciousness left with one thought so terrifying it could make them lose their souls. The intel was not wrong, no, it was wronger than the sky. Behind Lin Xuan, there truly stood a master. And this master is right here. The effect is good, the scene is under control. This level of style, perfect score. Lin Xuan nodded with satisfaction, then like an innocent passerby, quietly took a step back, completely disappearing into the nearby darkness, hiding his merits and fame. The stage was formally handed over to his actor. The illusion of Vice President He Yuan ignored the three who were already scared to mush on the ground, stepping forward to where Lin Xuan had just stood. Then he slowly spoke. No longer belonging to any source, but rather an ancient voice mixed with countless echoes of time and space, majestic, cold, devoid of any human emotion. Dare to touch my disciple. How, do you want to die? Chapter 60, Assassin, the information is wrong. Lin Xuan, no, the script has changed. That ancient voice mixed with countless echoes of time and space turned into giant hammers weighing tons, repeatedly pounding the souls of the three assassins in the dead silence of the alley. Dare to touch my disciple. How, do you want to die? Every word contained the absolute zero that freezes the soul. Ghost Shadow, Eagle Eye, Bull, these three notorious peak C-class powerhouses in the underground world were now stripped of even the most basic ability to think. Their minds were blank. Their consciousness was crushed to mush. They wanted to beg for mercy, but their throats could not produce a single sound. They wanted to flee, but their bodies were firmly welded in place. Even blinking felt like a luxury. Not bad, they're in character now. This expression of fear, this gaze of despair, this uncontrollable physiological reaction. Oscar owes you three little golden statues. Hiding in the darkness, Lin Xuan examined his actors like the most picky director, coldly. His gaze finally landed on Eagle Eye, who was holding a bow ready to shoot. The assassin's will is resolute, the warrior's skin tough. Let's start with you, the ADC with the weakest psychological defenses. Lin Xuan's consciousness sank into the system. That ultimate trump card he had kept hidden all along, finally revealed its ferocious fangs at this moment. SS-class mental shock, one time. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? No, to kill a chicken, you must use a battleship. It's all about this extreme inequality, it's all about this crushing art. Without a shred of hesitation, Lin Xuan locked onto Eagle Eye and launched directly. Buzz. An invisible and intangible yet terrifying force capable of ripping dimensions instantly crossed space, accurately crashing into Eagle Eye's mind. At that moment, the world in Eagle Eye's eyes collapsed. In his mind, it felt as if a mental nuclear bomb had been detonated. His consciousness was torn into billions of fragments, then forcibly mashed together, stuffed into the deepest fear of his life. Illusions descended. Winds roared, ghosts wailed. He saw all the targets he had assassinated in his life. Those wrong souls that should have rotted in the earth now transformed into hideous ghosts, rushing toward him from all directions. They stretched out their decaying hands, chillingly cold, ripping his skin inch by inch, pulling at his flesh and blood, gnawing at his bones. Ah! A shrill scream that was completely unhuman erupted from Eagle Eye's throat, sharp enough to pierce eardrums. He went mad. In his eyes, the world was left with endless evil spirits. The closest bull and ghost shadow transformed into the most terrifying, gigantic demons in his bloodshot gaze. Ghost. It's a ghost. Die. Die for me. Eagle Eye went wild, instantly turning his strong bow towards his companions. The three poison arrows that were originally aimed at Lin Xuan, with all his madness and fear, shot toward Bull beside him. Puff. 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 Three dull sounds of flesh being pierced. Bull, already under the suppression of the Master's aura, became a live target, the three poison arrows accurately embedding into his chest, shoulder, and thigh. The deadly poison spread rapidly, black bloodlines crazily expanding across his bulging muscles. Ugh ah ah. You have gone mad? The intense pain allowed Bull to break free from the Master's pressure briefly. He looked incredulously at his companion but only saw an extremely distorted face. A sudden change occurred. Ghost Shadow was also stunned. What the hell is happening? Turning on each other? Mental breakdown? He had to use all his strength to resist the overwhelming Master's aura while also dealing with his mad teammate. The entire situation was thrown into complete chaos. Good teammates for life. Is it time for the dogs to bite each other? It seems that the team-building funds of the Bloodhand organization have been embezzled by the leaders. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth. Now is the time. He gave a gentle shake to his hand that was tucked in his pocket. 5 coin-sized, dangerously glowing grade B high-explosive alchemy bombs silently slipped from his fingers, like a few fallen leaves, rolling precisely to the feet of the 3 confused assassins. Delay detonation, 3 seconds. The stage, the lights, the actors, and the props were all in place. All that was left was the final word action. In the center of the alley, the illusion of Vice President He Yuan slowly raised his hand at that moment. He ignored the chaos and fighting before him, merely pointing a finger at the 3 pitiful bugs. A light and casual motion, yet it bore the unmatched authority of divine judgment. Then, that old and indifferent voice uttered the final 2 words. Judgment. Perfect. I give a full score for this acting. The voice actor's emotions were on point, and the spellcasting movements were impressive. I must add some chicken legs later. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers in his heart. The next second. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the narrow alley. The terrifying flames roared like a waking giant beast, instantly engulfing the three assassins. Yet, the explosive power capable of leveling a small building was skillfully restrained by an invisible force. The violent energy raged only around the three, shattering their armor and charring their flesh, yet weirdly avoiding all vital points. The shockwave was forcibly redirected, crashing violently into the sidewall. As the smoke and dust settled, the alley returned to silence. On the ground lay three scorched, smoking humanoid figures. Though all were severely injured and unconscious, their chests still showed a faint rise and fall. And on the wall behind them, a vivid alchemical association flame emblem was seared into place by the flames, shocking to behold. Lin Xuan's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. He looked at his masterpiece and dusted off his hands with satisfaction. Wrap it up. We have a live one, the blame has been pinned firmly, and the physical evidence has been forged. Next, it's time for the next batch of audience for this show to enter. Chapter 61, I'll give you 3 moves, let the rabbit finish its carrot before I kill you. Duel Arena. On the stands, voices roared, and every seat was taken. Countless gazes, mixed with excitement, curiosity, and unabashed glee, were fixated on the contestants' passage. This was no ordinary duel. It wagered the future of 2 great families and added Lin Xuan's mental breakdown scandal that could set the whole city ablaze. Boom! With a resounding war drum, Lin Xuan made his entrance. He strode in with a dismissive gait, clad in sharp black attire, tall and straight, with his signature carefree smile at the corner of his mouth. However, when all eyes fell on what he held in his arms, the venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted into roaring laughter. In Lin Xuan's arms, there was a rabbit. A fluffy, chubby, harmless rabbit. The rabbit had long ears drooping down, ruby-like eyes spinning around, occasionally raising its little paws to scratch its nose, looking adorably sleepy. Am I seeing this right? Lin Xuan is crazy enough to bring a pet rabbit to the arena? His opponent is Qin Yin. That golden 3-headed dragon. Has he completely given up? Or is he too scared, planning to use the rabbit to beg for mercy? Supporters of the Qin family laughed so hard they nearly fell over, the sarcasm in their voices almost tangible, as if they could already see Lin Xuan begging on his knees. The atmosphere team is very professional, they have managed the emotions well. Lin Xuan internally reviewed this while casually shaking the phantom moon rabbit in his arms. Little Soft was tossed around a bit, her pink little nose wrinkling, making a tiny yet clear humph. Little Soft, humph, ignorant humans. This baby's performance is not something you mere mortals can comprehend? Amidst the noisy chatter, a heavy, mountain-like footstep echoed from the contestant passageway on the other side. Qin Yin, clad in dazzling armor that shone like the sun, stepped into the arena with a gloomy expression. Next to him, a golden light suddenly exploded. Roar! A booming dragon roar shattered all the chaos in an instant. Accompanied by a violent wave of energy, a giant beast nearly 10 meters long, covered in golden scales and boasting 3 ferocious dragon heads, crashed down. An A-level peak contracted spirit, the golden 3-headed dragon. The terrifying dragon might immediately swept through the venue, pinning all sea-level and below contracted spirits in place, trembling, some even fainting on the spot, leaving behind a suspicious puddle. The audience's laughter abruptly stopped. In its place was a suffocating silence. Everyone was stunned, unable to breathe due to the overwhelming pressure from the apex of its bloodline. Oh boy, this is quite a scene, though it might be a bit pants-wetting. Lin Xuan silently complained, maintaining a steady exterior. On the platform, the royal beast master acting as the referee expressionlessly activated the arena barrier. A transparent energy wall shot up, enveloping the entire duel arena. This referee, bought off by the Qin family with a hefty sum, subtly twitched his wrist as he activated the barrier. An almost undetectable weakness in the energy barrier was precisely left in the direction near the Lin family's viewing area. Old veteran, you're quite professional. This flaw is even more obvious than your acting. However, I like it. A glimmer of amusement flashed through Lin Xuan's eyes. Qin Yin's gaze swept over the rabbit still humping in Lin Xuan's arms, his anger nearly solidifying into a physical form. He initially believed Lin Xuan would struggle, but was struck by how the latter simply gave up. This extreme disdain was more humiliating than slapping him in public. He didn't attack immediately but coldly snorted, as the middle dragon head suddenly raised, its golden slit eye locking onto that rabbit. Spawn, die for me. A-level mental skill, Dragon Might Shock. An invisible mental shock roared forth, charging directly towards the moonlight rabbit's consciousness sea. Qin Yin aimed to directly shred this ridiculous illusion with his mental energy or simply scare the pet to death on the spot. He wanted to pay the smallest cost for the greatest humiliation against Lin Xuan. Under the might of the dragon, the moonlight rabbit violently trembled, its ruby-like eyes widening in an instant. Good job, Little Soft, your acting has improved. The details of being scared are spot on. Lin Xuan praised inwardly. However, just as everyone thought this poor rabbit was about to lose its soul in fear, the next second, it slowly pulled out a golden carrot from a pocket invisible to anyone, oblivious to everything around. It even turned the carrot with its little paws, seemingly searching for the perfect angle to take a bite. Crunch! A crisp munching sound echoed clearly in the pin-drop silence of the arena, almost jarring, even carrying a hint of provocation. Little Soft, dragon might? Can it be eaten? Still prefer the taste of carrots. Qin Outyan was utterly stunned. His proud mental attack, capable of leaving opponents dazed, had no effect on a rabbit at all? Not even the layer of illusion showed a single ripple? The humiliation of being entirely disregarded struck him harder than a defeat. His face turned dark as thunder, fists clenched, nails digging deep into his palms. Lin Xuan! You're looking for death. Qin Outyan let out a beast-like low growl, the strings of rationality snapping completely at that moment. He no longer sought humiliation, he only wanted destruction. The right dragon head suddenly swung, a violent energy gathering in an instant. Die! A beam of golden dragon breath, compressed to its limit, shot out like lightning, howling. The target was not the rabbit, but the ground beneath its feet. Qin Outyan aimed to completely evaporate it along with that piece of land. Oh no, is he serious? But do you think this is the end? Just as the dragon breath was about to hit, the illusion moon rabbit suddenly tripped over its own feet, falling backward in a comically ridiculous manner. Pooh! The golden dragon breath brushed past its fluffy nose and slammed onto the ground. Boom! After the loud crash, dust flew into the air. A bottomless molten pit appeared where the rabbit had just stood, the rocky edges still flowing with crimson lava, radiating a terrifying heat. And that illusion moon rabbit rolled over twice on the ground, slowly got up, and patted the non-existent dust off its behind. Then, it continued to munch on its carrot, crunch crunch. As if the deadly blow just now was merely a harmless farce. The entire venue went silent again. Whether it was Su Qingxue and Wang Dali in the stands or the city lord and various clan leaders up high, everyone's mind crashed into a state of confusion. What the hell is going on? This coincidence has completely surpassed the realm of luck. Did that rabbit really just accidentally trip? Why was every dodge so precise? A strange, unsettling premonition spread wildly in everyone's hearts, appending common sense. Good, the audience's CPUs are starting to smoke. This is the feeling that makes you question your life. The curve of Lin Xuan's lips grew increasingly sinister. Qin Outyan's sanity was completely burned away at this moment. His eyes turned blood red, releasing an extreme roar of anger. Lin Xuan! Do you think this will let you win? The three heads of the golden three-headed dragon, under his command, roared wildly to the sky. Furious energy gathered and fused in their mouths at a speed visible to the naked eye. A combination attack covering nearly half the arena, formed by three different attributes of dragon breath, three elemental annihilation formation, was taking shape. Qin Outyan swore to use this world-destroying strike to erase Lin Xuan, that damn rabbit, and all his luck from this world. Oh, finally going all out? Excitement flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. Good, my actor. Please begin your final performance. Chapter 62, Divine Skill? My rabbit eats snacks. 3 Elemental Annihilation Formation. This name represented a forbidden power capable of flattening half the arena. 3 conflicting attributes of dragon breath were forcibly blended into a roaring disaster beast, being frantically brewed in the golden three-headed dragon's mouth. Terrifying energy fluctuations distorted the air, tearing apart light, making the entire duel arena moan and tremble. Qin Outyan's features contorted in ultimate rage, his face twisted in disgust. He wasn't seeking victory, he sought destruction. He wanted Lin Xuan, that damned rabbit, and everyone's mockery to turn to dust in the face of absolute power. Die for me! Qin Outyan squeezed out a beast-like roar from his throat. That torrent of death, fused with the scorching heat that burns all, the freezing chill that freezes souls, and the toxic poison that corrodes flesh and bones, erupted. Its speed surpassed sound, enveloping with world-ending power, racing toward Lin Xuan and the illusion moon rabbit who was still munching on a carrot in his arms. However, Lin Xuan stood still, unmoving. He didn't even glance at the rabbit in his arms, the smile on his face grew even wider. He looked like an audience member who had gotten the best seat in the theater, eagerly enjoying this fireworks show named Death. The whole venue was silent. Everyone's breath was caught in their throats, held by this sudden apocalyptic sight. Xiao Xian. In the spectator seats, Lin Jingnan's hand crushed the armrest into powder. He shot up from his seat, his eyes wide open, blood vessels instantly crawling across his eyeballs. Su Qingshue's nails had already pierced her palm, yet she felt not a hint of pain. She jumped up suddenly, her always cold eyes now filled with overwhelming panic. Lin Xuan! You better run now! Wang Dali shouted fiercely, summoning his contract spirit, the devouring giant. The giant, clad in heavy armor, roared as it crouched down, its massive body tense, ready to charge into the arena to block even a fraction of the aftermath for Lin Xuan. Everyone was certain that Lin Xuan was finished. He was too arrogant. He was too proud. Using a rabbit to take on the ultimate attack of a three-headed golden dragon? How foolish and conceited was that? This isn't a duel, this is a one-sided massacre. Countless people wailed in despair, their minds already envisioning the horrifying sight of Lin Xuan being instantly evaporated by the energy torrent. Just as the world-destroying three-elemental annihilation array was about to touch the corner of Lin Xuan's clothing. Hic! A crisp, lazy, and somewhat satisfied burp suddenly echoed throughout the arena. That sound was like a needle, precisely piercing through the web woven from fear and despair. Everyone's gaze instinctively shifted to the source of the sound, Lin Xuan's plump white rabbit. It stopped nibbling, sniffed with its pink nose, and blinked its ruby-like eyes twice. Then, facing the oncoming tide of death, it lazily opened its tiny three-part mouth. Puff! A minuscule black vortex, completely disproportionate to its body, quietly appeared in its mouth. The vortex was pitch black, deep, not reflecting any light, like a singularity from the birth of the universe, containing the law of devouring everything. In the next moment. Boom! The terrifying energy torrent, enough to destroy a city, twisted bizarrely the instant it made contact with the vortex the size of a fingernail. The massive dragon breath torrent was like a colorful ribbon held by an invisible giant hand, grand and unrestrained, yet helplessly drawn into that small, black vortex. No explosion. No roar. Not even a hint of an energy shockwave leaked out. That violent, world-destroying dragon breath simply vanished without a trace as if it had drowned. In the arena, the air was calm. The energy torrent was gone. Hic! The illusion moon rabbit let out another satisfied burp. A wisp of smoke mixed with three colors of gold, red, and blue, like a splendid nebula, drifted from its small mouth, swirling twice before dissipating into the air. On its snow-white fur, a faint glimmer flashed by, giving it an air of sanctity. Little soft, dragon breath? Can it be eaten? It tastes good, just a bit pungent. The devouring of chaos, so terrifying. This is not called magic, nor is it called a special ability, this is called the overturning of cognition, the obliteration of the great path. Let me show you what it means to know nothing of power. The curve of Lin Xuan's mouth outlined a devilish joy. The entire arena in Jiangnan City fell into an absolute, grave-like silence. Tens of thousands of spectators, all the big shots in the VIP seats, including the lord above on the high platform, all turned into stone sculptures. Their expressions froze on their faces, mouths agape enough to fit an egg, their pupils filled only with the bewilderment torn apart by reality. Xin Outyan's expression was directly frozen at the moment of roaring. His eyes were wide open, his mind blank. His worldview was thoroughly shattered by a rabbit with a single burp, then trampled into dust. Ding! Absorbing high-purity mixed dragon breath, chaos energy analyzing. Gain 0.01% growth experience. Little soft gain temporary skill, dragon breath imitation, pseudo, dot. The system's prompt echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Only 0.01%? Little soft, is your appetite a bottomless pit? Dragon breath imitation, pseudo? That's interesting. Can it breathe fire or spit ice? It can't possibly breathe carrot-flavored dragon breath, right? Lin Xuan's heart was filled with wild complaints, but he wore a calm and indifferent expression. Just when everyone thought this rabbit would explode from the pressure, it acted as if it had eaten some delicious appetizer. With a kick of its hind legs, its small body transformed into a streak of white lightning, charging bravely towards the massive golden three-headed dragon, which was thousands of times its size. Oh? You want dessert after the main course? Little soft, are you aiming for the sky? Lin Xuan laughed wildly in his heart. Xin Outyan was awakened by the flash of white light. No. No way. This abomination. He had no time to think about what this monster was, he simply acted on instinct, furiously giving commands, golden three-headed dragon. Close combat. Tear it apart for me. Roar. The golden three-headed dragon also felt an unprecedented provocation and let out a roar that shattered eardrums. Its massive dragon claws, capable of easily crushing mountains, brought with them a sonic boom as they fiercely slapped down at the white streak of light. It wanted to use the purest, most primitive power to turn this clueless little creature into a pile of meat paste. Die. Xin Outyan's eyes were bloodshot, as if he could already see victory. However, just as the dragon claw was about to hit, The moonshadow rabbit within the white streak of light did not change size, but a huge shadow claw, entirely uncharacteristic of a rabbit, covered in dark, tough skin and muscled sinews, suddenly lunged out from its small body. That shadow claw was as black as ink, covered in savage, ancient mysterious patterns, as if it contained the primordial force of creation. It collided head-on with the golden three-headed dragon's enormous claw with the power to tear the heavens apart. Boom! A huge sound shattered the heavens. This time, it was not an explosion of energy, but a pure clash of power at its most extreme. It was the most primitive, savage roar between muscle and muscle, bone and bone, law and law. The shadow of the Titan giant ape's left arm, black as ink, with its living ancient patterns, slammed fiercely against the golden three-headed dragon's giant claw capable of crushing mountains. The result nearly made the eyes of the tens of thousands in the audience pop out of their sockets. The expected image of a mantis trying to stop a car did not materialize at all. That small white streak of light actually stood rock-still amidst the terrifying clash. In contrast, the small mountain-like golden three-headed dragon screamed in a pain-twisted wail. Ow! Its massive body was shaken back uncontrollably by an irresistible force, each step leaving horrifying spiderweb-like cracks on the indestructible metallic arena. Lin Xuan's smile grew more delightful. This primitive sense of power is just right. Under the watchful silence of the entire arena, the golden three-headed dragon's claw, which had collided with the rabbit, revealed a clear crack on its hardest and shiniest core dragon scale. That crack went deep to the bone. Like a black lightning bolt, it instantly shattered the worldview of everyone present. What the hell did I just see? The dragon's scale cracked? Cracked by a rabbit's paw? This cannot be explained by science or cultivation. This is a myth invading reality. The audience erupted, the gasps of astonishment melding into a chilling wind of death. Qin Outyan stood frozen, his brain empty, his pupils rapidly constricting to a dangerous pinpoint. The dragon scale was damaged. That was the source of the contract spirit's injury. This could not possibly be something an F-grade pet could achieve. This power even surpassed the limits of A-grade beings. He finally understood. From the very beginning, this rabbit, this Mirage Moon rabbit he never took seriously, was a complete disguise. A perfect disguise that thoroughly nailed him, Qin Outyan, to the dishonor of a clown. Oh ho, finally figured it out? I thought you'd wait until your dragon turned into a husky to realize it. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly in his heart, his face still wearing a playful expression. He did not order a chase. After the overwhelming display of power, that Mirage Moon rabbit did a nimble backflip, and in the moment it landed, all the terrifying aura vanished without a trace. It transformed back into that fluffy, round, harmless white rabbit. It tilted its little head, its ruby-like eyes rolling curiously, looking at the retreating golden three-headed dragon, full of innocent confusion. Little soft, huh? Big guy, why aren't you playing anymore? Are you tired? Want a carrot to regain some energy? This extreme contrast, this disdain that treated crushing as a game, pierced Qin Outyan's dignity more than any malicious mockery. At that moment, his mental defense line completely crumbled. Lin Xuan! You despicable shameless scum! Qin Outyan's eyes turned blood red, looking mad, a beast-like roar squeezed out from his throat. He suddenly pulled out a blood-red talisman from his bosom, a thick smell of blood mixed with a vengeful aura rushed at him, twisted runes seemed to be breathing. B-grade magic tool, bloodthirsty talisman. It was given to him by his father, Qin Haishan, the final and most malicious trump card. Die for me. All of you die. Qin Outyan crushed it with one hand. Here it comes, finally can't resist pulling out the last pair of pants? Fish, you've taken the bait. Lin Xuan's eyes flickered with a hunter-like excitement. The talisman turned into a bizarre bloodlight, soaring into the sky, like a bloodthirsty poisonous snake, precisely drilling into the body of the golden three-headed dragon. Roar! The giant dragon let out a roar mixed with endless pain and extreme rage. Its body swelled again in the bloodlight. Between the gaps of its golden dragon scales, strands of fresh blood seeped out, dyeing its massive body a foreboding blood-gold color. Its pupils were completely engulfed in blood, devoid of reason, only the instinct to destroy remained. Its aura skyrocketed from the peak of A-grade, crashing through the invisible barrier, reaching a terrifying realm between A-grade and S-grade. Pseudo-S-grade. The raging energy shockwave recklessly struck the arena barrier, causing the whole energy shield to emit a mournful cry of being overwhelmed. Qin Outyan was shaken back several steps by the backlash of this power, breathing heavily, but a sickly ecstasy appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. Pseudo-S-grade. Lin Xuan. Let's see how you die this time. You're doomed. However, the giant dragon that was eroded by the magic tool was already out of control. In its blood-red vertical pupils, there wasn't even a trace of Lin Xuan, only pure desire to destroy everything in front of it. Roar! The giant dragon suddenly swung its tail. A dark red shockwave twisted space, not aimed at Lin Xuan, but violently smashing toward the weak point of the barrier that the referee had left for convenience. Boom! The loud sound shook the heavens and the earth. That transparent energy barrier, under the violent strike of the pseudo-S-grade dragon, shattered like glass hit by a hammer. Countless energy fragments exploded in the air, turning into a meteor shower of death, reflecting the terrified and desperate faces of the audience. Yes. Right there. Well done, my dear. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. The good show is just beginning now. With the barrier shattered, the uncontrolled dragon's tail shockwave charged forward unabated, carrying world-ending power. Precisely racing towards the viewing platform where the Lin family was located, howling away. Xiao Xian, head of the family. Lin Zhengnan and the elders of the Lin family turned instantly pale as paper. They didn't even have time to think about defending themselves. The speed of that shockwave was too fast, the power too fierce, enough to completely erase them along with the entire viewing area from this world. The shadow of death, looming overhead. At this moment, a figure, faster than that shockwave. She appeared like a thunder that splits the darkness, instantly appearing in front of the Lin family. It was not Lin Xian. It was his cousin, Lin Ruoxue. Thunder Lion. Thunder God Barrier. Her cold voice, at this moment, contained iron-like resolve and determination. Roar! Lin Ruoxue's contract spirit, the A-grade Thunder Lion, surged with lightning all over its body. Its majestic mane stood on end, turning into billions of piercing arcs of electricity, instantly coalescing in front of her into an incredibly thick, imposing lightning giant shield. Thunder God Barrier. A barrier built purely from lightning power, forcefully withstood the frenzied impact from the pseudo-S-grade giant dragon. Boom! Another world-shaking loud sound. The Thunder God Barrier trembled violently, electric light shooting in all directions, the surface of the barrier sprouting countless cracks. Lin Ruoxue's face turned pale in an instant, a stream of blood slowly sliding down from the corner of her mouth. But her eyes, however, were fixed on that precarious barrier, not retreating even half a step. She actually blocked it. That is Lin Ruoxue's Thunder Lion? Its aura, why is it so strong? This power is almost comparable to the peak of A-grade. All the people who knew the truth, especially the great elder of the Lin family, looked at Lin Ruoxue's aura-surging Thunder Lion, and in their minds flashed the earlier tale of the mysterious master that Lin Xian had spread with such seriousness. An absurd yet uniquely reasonable thought surged to the forefront of their minds. Everyone's gaze, in unison, suddenly swept through the shattered energy fragments, through the violent energy turbulence, and focused collectively on the center of the arena. That black-clothed youth, who had remained calm and composed throughout. Lin Xian. The truth, revealed. The so-called mysterious master was actually him. In the arena, Lin Xian looked at the completely out-of-control giant dragon, at the ashen-faced Qin Outyan, and at his bloodied yet determined cousin. He finally spoke his first words of the day. His voice was not loud, yet it struck like thunder, clearly ringing in the entire dead-silent stadium, exploding in the depths of everyone's soul. Now. It's my turn. Chapter 64, Tear the Reverse Scale. I say, it's my turn now. Now. Lin Xian's voice was soft, yet it made the heavy silence of the entire stadium heavier. Every word was like a nail, driving deep into everyone's eardrums. It's my turn. The moment his words fell, the harmless illusion moonrabbit in his arms shuddered violently. The next moment, its fluffy white fur actually began to shed like a tide. In its place was an endless, sticky shadow energy, wildly surging out from that tiny body. Boom! That was no longer a rabbit, nor any known biological form. A mass of chaotic fluid that obscured the sky moved and expanded madly in midair, as if tearing open a rift leading to the oldest, deepest nightmare. Xiao Wan, oomph! I was suffocating. Finally, I don't have to pretend to be that stupid rabbit anymore. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curved into an almost cruel arc. Goodness, this is your true form. Xiao Wan, the born Shadow Queen. From the chaotic fluid, a giant claw broke free from the shackles of nothingness, solidifying completely. That claw was as black as ink, muscles taut, and its surface engraved with ancient mysterious patterns that spoke of immense primal power like that of creating the heavens and the earth. The SS-grade left arm of the Titan Great Ape, its true form revealed. The audience's breath was suddenly cut off at this moment. They rubbed their eyes desperately, doubting whether they were hallucinating in extreme fear. A rabbit? That was clearly a prehistoric disaster crawling out from the abyss of chaos. Oh, now your brains must be completely short-circuiting, right? Lin Xian's wicked delight was almost overflowing from his eyes. The pseudo-S-rank golden three-headed dragon had been completely consumed by the bloodthirsty charm, leaving only pure desire for destruction in its blood-red dragon pupils. It gave its opponent no breathing room at all, as all three vicious heads opened their massive mouths simultaneously. gold, red, and blue. The three-colored dragon breath intertwined into a catastrophic torrent, roaring, tearing through the air, crashing toward the continuously twisting chaos. It wanted to completely evaporate this monster that dared to provoke the might of dragons, along with that detestable human, from this world. Come on. Let me see whether your dragon breath is harder, or my defense is even more unreasonable. The chaotic giant formed from Xiaoruan did not dodge or evade. It even took the initiative to welcome it, letting the three terrifying dragon breaths, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, hit it head-on. Boom! 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 The wave of energy exploded, a blinding light consuming everything. However, as the light dispersed, a shocking scene that made everyone's scalp tingle appeared. That massive chaotic slime was not harmed in the slightest, not even a ripple had disturbed it. The three cataclysmic dragon breaths just disappeared into thin air. No, it didn't disappear. It was devoured. It was eaten by that chaos, as if it were a snack. Absolute defense? No, this is absolute devour. Dragon breath? Just a tickle for Xiaoruan, a guasha master. Lin Xuan laughed wildly inside. This was the true lower dimension strike. At that moment when the golden three-headed dragon appeared momentarily dazed due to the failure of its attack, Xiaoruan moved. The black left arm of the titan giant suddenly shot out. Its speed surpassed sound, surpassed thought. The air was squeezed by the colossal force, letting out a sharp wail under unbearable pressure. Puff! The giant claw, in an irresistible manner, firmly gripped the most proud head of the golden three-headed dragon. Aoo! The giant dragon howled in extreme agony, its massive body forced to stagger under Xiaoruan's giant arm, losing balance. Its head was locked tightly by a claw-like power. No matter how wildly it struggled, it could not budge an inch. Xiaoruan, big guy, you're really loud. Then, hell descended. On Xiaoruan's chaotic fluid body, large patches of dark green, highly corrosive slime began oozing out. Those slimes seemed alive, swiftly covering the entire head of the golden three-headed dragon along the giant ape's left arm. ZZZZ. The ear-piercing sound of corrosion echoed throughout the arena, making everyone who heard it grimace in horror. The golden dragon scales that the three-headed dragon took pride in, seeming indestructible, rapidly dissolved beneath the slime like butter under a hot knife. Flesh, fascia, bones, everything turned to pus in that dark green slime. Awoo! The dragon's wailing grew shrill and despairing, shaking the entire duel arena to its core. This sound even made Lin Xuan feel slightly deafened. But when he thought of Qin Outnan wanting to use this dragon to torture his entire family, only cold pleasure remained in his heart. Deserved it. Qin Outyan, enjoy this, it's called returning the favor. Now it's your turn to taste the flavor of despair. Qin Outyan stood frozen in place, trembling like a leaf, his pupils unfocused. His mind was a blank slate, leaving only the words impossible echoing madly. He tried to calm and control his contracted spirit through mental link, but all that responded were endless screams of pain and wildly shifting gibberish. On the other end of the mental link, it felt as if countless glowing steel needles were stabbing wildly into his soul. He finally realized. What you released is not the ultimate trump card of victory. It is a doomsday demon that he cannot control or bear the consequences of. Now you know regret? It's too late. Lin Xuan watched coldly. You think you're a beast tamer, but in reality, you're just a fool who let the demon king into your backyard. Little Soft ignored the feelings of a failure. It used its giant ape left arm to firmly pin down the giant dragon, letting the corrosive slime melt that head into just a skeleton. Meanwhile, another giant hand made entirely of chaotic slime suddenly reached for the giant dragon's neck. Give me. Get up. Lin Xuan issued the final judgment with a low shout. That slime hand accurately grabbed the golden three-headed dragon's neck, where the most crucial reverse scale already had cracks. Sizzle. A dull and tooth-grating sound of flesh tearing broke out. Blood surged like a waterfall, soaring into the sky. That reverse scale, which carried all the life essence of the golden three-headed dragon, was forcibly ripped off by Little Soft, this harmless rabbit. Ah! The golden three-headed dragon let out its last faint cry of sorrow, its enormous body convulsing violently a few times before crashing to the ground. The earth mourned, and dust filled the sky. The golden reverse scale, stained with boiling dragon blood, was casually tossed into the air by Little Soft. Wang Dali. Catch it! Lin Xuan's voice cut through the dust. Still petrified in the crowd, Wang Dali's body reacted before his brain, instinctively reaching out his hand. That reverse scale arced through the air and, with a thud, landed firmly in his grasp, warm dragon blood splattering onto his hand. Lin Xuan, spoils of war. Wang Dali? Didn't I come here to be a meat shield? How did I end up picking up scraps? Under the dual backlash of excruciating pain and the bloodthirsty amulet, the gigantic body of the golden three-headed dragon rapidly shrank, its scales losing their luster, its breath plummeting to B rank, its foundation utterly destroyed. It lay on the ground, gasping more than breathing, like a dog drained of all its value. Pooh. Qin Yin suddenly spat out a mouthful of heart blood, the entire person seeming to have the backbone pulled out of him, falling straight back, his gaze hollow, face ashen. Blood spitting, collapsing, ashen face, classic package, all done. Lin Xuan assessed inside, but on the surface, he appeared indifferent. He stepped forward. Not hurriedly, not slowly. Finally stopping in front of Qin Yin, who was as soft as mud. He lowered his eyelids, his gaze devoid of sadness or joy. It was like examining a noisy bug that had finally died. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoshua's family guard team, already arranged, surged into the duel arena like tigers descending from the mountain, swiftly seizing all key positions. They did not use a loudspeaker, instead, they activated the huge energy screen above the competition space directly. Originally used to replay exciting competition highlights, the screen now displayed undeniable evidence that could ruin the Qin family for eternity. Secret recorded communications between Qin family head Qin Haishan and referee Wang Ming. Large transfer records from Qin family accounts to Wang Ming's account. Screenshots of orders to hire assassins for an outside attempt to kill Lin Xuan. B-grade forbidden magic tool, bloodthirsty amulet, purchase channels and usage instructions. Piece by piece, item by item, richly illustrated, the evidence was as solid as a mountain. The entire venue exploded completely. Plan B, perfect conclusion. Public counterattack, public execution. Just asking you, is it cool? Lin Xuan's smile deepened slowly in an unnoticed corner. On the high platform, the city lord's face was as dark as water. He suddenly stood up, his gaze like electricity, sweeping over those controlled Qin family members and the collapsed Qin Yin. The Qin family is guilty of heinous crimes. Witnesses and material evidence are all present. The city lord's voice contained furious thunder, rumbling across the sky. City lord's guard team, listen up. Immediately seal all properties of the Qin family, arrest the head of the Qin family and all core members. Kill without mercy for resistors. This case must be thoroughly investigated. Yes. The members of the guard shouted together, their actions swift as the wind. In the VIP section, the head of the Qin family, Qin Haishan, had not yet recovered from the shocking reversal when he was forcibly pinned to the ground by two fierce soldiers. He struggled frantically, despairing as he looked towards the black-clad boy in the arena. Lin Xuan. When his gaze met Lin Xuan's calm and deep eyes, he finally understood. From beginning to end, this was a trap designed specifically for him, for the entire Qin family. All his struggles, all his schemes, were merely a comical performance in the opponent's script. What he lost was not merely a duel or a bet. He lost the entire Qin family. Ding! Completing the hidden optimal task 1 arrow 3 eagles, processing legendary reward settlement. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS level divine ability, mimicry of all things. Amidst the tidal wave of cheers from the crowd and the desperate wailing of the Qin family, the system's prompt became Lin Xuan's most beautiful melody. SSS level divine ability. Mimicry of all things? The corner of Lin Xuan's mouth curled into a deeper, more playful smile. This just got more fun. Chapter 65, SSS level divine ability in hand. Just finished showing off, and was blocked at the door? On the duel stage, the dust settled. The aftershocks of the Qin family's downfall still reverberated in the air. But for Lin Xuan, this was just another ordinary routine operation. He couldn't even be bothered to appreciate the twisted, devilish face of Qin Yin, because the system's prompt was more beautiful than any melody in the world. Ding! Completing the hidden optimal task 1 arrow 3 eagles, processing legendary reward settlement. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS level divine ability, mimicry of all things. SSS level? Lin Xuan's eyelids twitched violently, and the curve of his mouth rose uncontrollably. This reward was enough to take off. Mimicry of all things, SSS level divine ability. The host's contracted spirit, Xiaoruan, can simulate and perfectly replicate any non-living entity encountered, including equipment, items, buildings, and gain some of its characteristics. The strength of the replicated object is linked to Xiaoruan's own strength, and the duration is proportional to energy consumption. Note, the effect of simulating living entities is halved and has a certain chance of failure. Lin Xuan stared at this description, his pupils suddenly contracting, then widening rapidly. Wow! This ability, isn't this just a personal walking cheat machine? Xiaoruan, my dear child. From now on, if I see someone I don't like, we can just mimic a nuclear bomb and ask them if they can handle it? He casually glanced at the tiny figure disguised as Fantasy Moon Rabbit in his arms, which was still crunching on a carrot. The little guy seemed to sense the excitement of its master, its cute nose twitching, letting out an extremely proud humph. Xiaoruan, humph, foolish human. My potential is beyond your imagination. Lin Xuan's heart was already bursting with joy. This overwhelming fortune truly invigorated him. Next came the eagerly awaited post-war harvesting phase. All of the Qin family's properties, including the 500 million gold wager and countless assets sealed by the city lord's mansion, were ultimately turned into a cold number in the face of the system's cruel mechanisms. Ding! Qin family's assets exchanged successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining system points, 999999999 points. Looking at the long line of 9s that nearly overflowed the screen in the back end, Lin Xuan nearly couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. What is wealth ability? Tactical surrender. Qin family, oh Qin family, you are truly the kind-hearted people delivering warmth to me. I'm so touched that I want to move your family's ancestral grave to a feng shui hotspot. He didn't rush to squander in the system mall, but instead, through the secret channel of the Faceless One, anonymously transferred a huge sum of money to the black market queen, Yimei. The postscript was only 4 words. Happy cooperation. Caring inquiries cannot compare to a large sum of money. I understand human relationships. Far in the depths of the black market, on her throne, Yimei's fingertip glided across the cold terminal screen. Looking at the sudden long string of zeros, her enchanting red lips curled up into a dangerous arc. Heh, this little brat has certainly become more generous. It seems that the Qin family, this piece of fat meat, he is quite satisfied with. She lightly tapped her fingers, recording this sum of money under the name of long-term high-quality strategic partner. Black market queen, this benefactor, oh no, this gold master, is too generous. Next time's intel must be given a 20% discount. At this moment, the Lin family mansion was lit up and decorated, the atmosphere more lively than during the new year. The family head, Lin Zhangnan, had bloodshot eyes, holding Lin Xian's hand tightly with snot and tears, speaking with a tremble of excitement. Xuan! My Lin family's lucky star. My Lin family's pillar. From now on, you are the sole heir of the Lin family. The highest authority of the family treasure vault, I hand it over to you right now. Take whatever you want. Those elders who once mocked Lin Xuan coldly were now nodding and bowing, their smiles piled up, with wrinkles deep enough to kill mosquitoes. Young Master Lin is unparalleled in might. It is I who cannot recognize Mount Tai. Young Master Lin, a genius of extraordinary talent, with this dragon and phoenix in my Lin family, how can we not prosper for all eternity? Lin Xuan looked at this group of actors who changed their faces faster than flipping through a book, feeling no waves in his heart, and even wanting to laugh. Heh, the law of being fragrant has finally come, albeit late. They used to want to kick me out, now they're just short of setting up a longevity plaque for me. He smiled slightly, but his words instantly petrified the entire room. Family head, esteemed elders, regarding this heir business, Lin Xuan is afraid he cannot bear the heavy responsibility. Everyone was shocked, thinking Lin Xuan was about to settle old scores. Lin Xuan waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. My ambitions do not lie here. Family matters are complicated, I prefer to charge into battle outside. In my opinion, if Sister Ruo Shui is capable and resourceful, it would be better for her to take the position of acting family head to handle daily family affairs. He paused, a playful arc forming at the corner of his mouth. As for me, I'll just be a guardian of the Lin family. Upon hearing this, the entire room was in an uproar. Lin Ruoshui suddenly looked up, staring at Lin Xian's smiling eyes, feeling turmoil in her heart. This guy is casually throwing the hottest potato and the most tempting power right into her lap? Lin Ruoshui, this immense wealth, does my cousin want me to devote myself entirely to being a CEO while he becomes a carefree master? Lin Xian looked at Lin Ruoshui's complex gaze, secretly laughing in his heart. Lin Xian, family guardian? Sounds much cooler than family CEO. Who wants to deal with documents and meetings every day? I want to be the king of fun. Pushing Sister Ruoshui up, capable and reliable, she can help manage the family affairs, then I can go out and create chaos. Perfect. Lin Ruoshui took a deep breath, stepped forward, and unexpectedly kneeled directly on one knee. Lin Ruoshui is willing to serve the Lin family and Lin Xian, to go through fire and water, never saying die. Perfect. This loyalty is top-notch. Just as the Lin family was immersed in the joy of welcoming a new head, a cold figure walked into Lin Xian's courtyard. It was Su Qingxue. She did not ask what the rabbit was or who that elusive master was. She got straight to the point, her tone serious. Lin Xian, the mess you've stirred up is bigger than you think. The Qin family has a marital connection with a marquis family in Wang City. I've received news that their retaliation will soon arrive from Wang City. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Su Qingxue, don't ask about the rabbit, just know there's new gossip from Wang City. Lin Xian, oh no, the Qin family has a backer? This gossip is like a soap opera. Wang City Marquis? Sounds even more exciting. He looked at Su Qingxue, his gaze carrying a bit more recognition. This woman always brought the most valuable intel. Meanwhile, under the massive resources being poured into him, Wang Dali's abyss-devouring beast successfully broke through to be grade and awakened an extremely rare space-devouring talent. Brother Xian. My baby can devour space now. In the future, when we fight, we can directly swallow the enemies into another space, saving time and effort. Wang Dali said excitedly, waving his hands. Lin Xuan, no doubt, this is the devouring flow, this is what sustainable development is. Wang Dali, your baby will be our team's exclusive space station from now on. The team's combat power surged again, and Lin Xuan felt that his funny business endeavor had a bright future. However, just as the entire Jiangnan city was still digesting the shocking news of the Qin family's downfall, a huge shadow loomed over the whole city from the sky. A floating giant ship, completely gilded, with the Royal Alchemist Association emblem engraved on its hull, slowly descended. Under the ship, the air became thick, and countless people felt a heaviness in their chests, as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing their hearts. Jiangnan City just got rid of an evil dragon, and now another big guy has come? This life is unbearable. Who will save the children? On the floating ship, an elderly figure in a luxurious royal robe, with white hair and beard, slowly stepped down. Each step he took seemed to walk on air, making the ground tremble gently beneath him. He ignored the ceremonial guards from the Lord's mansion and also disregarded Lin Jiangnan, the patriarch of the Lin family, who came out to greet him in person. His gaze passed over layers of people, accurately fixing on Lin Jiangnan, and then onto Lin Xuan, who had a professional melon-eating crowd expression on his face. The elderly man in royal robes walked steadily to Lin Xuan, his voice loud like a bell, yet carrying a hint of scrutiny. Young friend, there's no need for your master to hide. That day in the alley, the mental shock technique was very similar to that of an old friend of mine who has been missing for many years. Could you please introduce me to him? Lin Xuan, damn. Does this old man have a scanning machine for eyes? Has he seen through my master-level acting? Elder in royal robe, young man, your master's acting is quite good, but unfortunately, my eyes are sharper. Chapter 66, The Pressure of the King? Bring it on. My father owns this land. A single sentence from the elder in royal robes plunged the air in front of the Lin family mansion from a fervent uproar into absolute silence. Tears of excitement that Lin Jiangnan had just squeezed out were still hanging on his face. The smiles frozen on the faces of the Lin family elders became stiff. Everyone seemed to be pressed on a pause button, turning into variously shaped statues. Ali? Mental shock? Lin Xian's heart suddenly jerked. Damn. Does this old man have an X-ray machine for eyes? Even called out the model? He maintained a "I don't understand what you're saying" innocent expression, while his mind sounded the red alert. He instantly realized. What the other party sensed was not the master aura simulated by that S-class item, but rather a slight mental fluctuation he unintentionally leaked out while using the SS-class mental shock to provoke infighting among assassins. What a guy, professional. Smelling a hint of chives in a storm, and accurately judging it to be 3 flavor filling. But it seems he only smelled the fart and didn't see who let it out. Information gap. This is an operable space. In an instant, a storm raged in Lin Xian's mind, but his face had already shifted to a perfectly respectful and puzzled expression. Senior, you're joking, I'm dull and truly do not know which old friend you were speaking of. He displayed it's a long story awkward expression. As for that mental shock the other day, it was just a protective talisman left on me by my master before he traveled, to prevent me from being bullied. It was passively triggered, one-time use, and it's gone after use. My master's whereabouts are elusive, and I cannot contact him. A standard set of phrases shifted all questions to an imaginary master. The script is perfect, the acting is on point, it all depends on whether you believe it. Now, please, begin your performance. Hearing this explanation, the Lin family members collectively breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Lin Xuan with even more awe. So there's such a backup. A master acts without leaving a trace. However, the reaction of the old man in the royal robe, Elder Xian, completely exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. He did not continue to press for answers, nor did he show any signs of doubt. Instead, he smiled slightly, a smile containing a hint of "so that's how it is" understanding, and a deeper sense of amusement. Since the master is fated not to meet, it doesn't matter. Elder Xian changed his tone. Then this old man will test the worth of his disciple to see if he is qualified enough to make the old man so concerned. Before his voice faded, a formless yet heavy pressure, as terrifying as a mountain, suddenly erupted from Elder Xian, accurately enveloping only Lin Xuan. Oh no! This old comrade is playing by his own rules. It was supposed to be a contest of wits, why did you flip the table directly? In that instant, Lin Xuan felt as though he was not standing on the ground. His soul screamed, his bones cried out in anguish. That power aimed to erase him from the very concept of existence. The surrounding members of the Lin family were completely unaware, only seeing Lin Xian's body tremble violently, his face losing all color in an instant. Lin Ruoxue and Su Qingxue were shaken, they could feel the suffocating, terrifying atmosphere in that space. No! I can't hold on. If this continues, I'll be showcasing the die on the spot technique right here. Lin Xuan clenched his teeth, roaring in his heart. System! Save me! Activate, mimicry of all things. Don't freeze up, hurry. Simulating object, this piece of Lin family's foundation beneath my feet. Transfer the entire protective array here. Little soft, humph. Received. Estimated energy consumption 10%, deduction successful. Watch me do it. The little soft in his arms felt a slight warmth, and an endless surge of chaotic energy gushed forth, silently merging into the ground beneath Lin Xuan's feet. In the next moment, a majestic, heavy power, filled with the aura of time, soared into the sky from beneath Lin Xuan's feet. This power did not clash head-on with Elder Xian's royal pressure. It formed a massive, invisible vortex of energy that wildly directed, absorbed, and assimilated the pressure that could crush mountains. Elder Xian's domineering pressure rushed into the boundless sea like a flood bursting a dam. Though still surging, it could no longer pose a fatal threat to the small boat in the sea. Lin Xian's pressure suddenly lightened. Although he still felt tightness in his chest, he managed to stand firm. He endured. Elder Xian's eyes suddenly burst with piercing brilliance. His pupils contracted, staring intently at Lin Xuan, his face filled with disbelief. What he felt was not the resistance of a youthful strength. That was a kind of strength he had only seen in ancient texts, a realm close to the way. Using strength to overcome strength. In tune with heaven and earth. This kid was actually simulating the momentum of a piece of land to counteract his might. This was not a technique a mere youth could master. Elder Xian's inner thoughts, borrowing the momentum of the earth to dilute my royal might. This is the legendary earth vein synchronization. It's a sign of touching the essence of the laws. What kind of monster is this? There must be a great power behind him. I understand, I completely understand. That mental shock in the alley that day was not a protective talisman, but a small warning from that master to me, an uninvited guest. I was too presumptuous. I was too abrupt. The more Elder Xian thought, the more astonished he became, increasingly convinced that his speculation was remarkably correct. He looked at Lin Xian's slightly pale face from the struggle. His mind had already filled in a dramatic annual performance of a peerless master playing with the world, casually nurturing a monstrous disciple. Lin Xian, how that was close, I almost kneeled. This old man is really powerful. But looking at his expression, it seems he's imagining some strange things. Good, keep it up, let him guess. The more he guesses, the more wrong he will be. Ha 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 ha. Good. What a young hero. I admire you. Elder Xian suddenly withdrew all his pressure. Clapping with laughter, his attitude made a complete 180-degree turn, from scrutiny to pure admiration, even laced with a hint of awe. He no longer mentioned meeting the master, clearly having convinced himself. With a flick of his wrist, 3 items appeared out of thin air in his hand. Young friend, you are a remarkable talent. Since it's our first meeting, I cannot be stingy. These 3 items are my gifts to you. Everyone's gaze was locked tightly on him. The first item was a badge that was fully golden purple, intricately carved with the emblem of a pill cauldron. This is the Elder Badge of the Royal Alchemist Association. With this badge, in the royal city and even the entire kingdom, you can see a rise of 3 ranks in official status and mobilize most of the association's resources. The second item was a black beast egg surrounded by faint spatial fluctuations. This is an S-class monster egg of the Void Mantis. Once grown, it has the ability to traverse the void and is a top-tier assassin pet. The third item was a letter made of special gold foil. This is a special admission recommendation letter from the top academy in the royal city, Tianqing Academy. With this letter, you can enroll without an exam and directly become a core student. Hiss. The Lin family members around, including Lin Zhangnan and Su Qingxue, all held their breath, their eyes nearly popping out. What a display! This was no longer just lavish, this was a way to elevate Lin Xian right up to the clouds. However, as Lin Xian looked at these 3 great gifts, his heart felt clear. Wow, a 3-step sugar-coated bullet. The badge labels me as part of the Alchemist Association, pulling me into the fold. The egg is a long-term investment, conveniently testing my training abilities. The recommendation letter throws me straight into the spotlight of the royal city, allowing you old foxes to observe me up close. This isn't a welcome gift, it's a high-end dog leash 3-piece set with GPS tracking and 24-hour surveillance. He internally complained while showing a surprised and grateful expression on his face as he respectfully stepped forward to accept the 3 items. Thank you, senior, for your kindness. I really don't deserve it. You do deserve it. Elder Xian nodded in satisfaction, seemingly very pleased with Lin Xian's attitude. He turned and prepared to board the floating vessel. Before leaving, he paused and, seemingly recalling something, casually turned around to say, By the way, young friend. Recently, the Marquis from the Qin family's branch in the royal city seems to be very interested in the case of 3 top assassins of the Blood Hand organization disappearing in Jiangnan City and is sending people to investigate. If you go to the royal city, be very careful. After saying this, he no longer lingered, stepping forward, and his figure appeared mid-air, disappearing onto the grand vessel with a few flickers. Lin Xuan stood in place, his face still wearing that harmless smile, as if he had just heard a casual reminder. But deep in his heart, he was bursting with laughter. The final test has come. He's throwing out bait to see if I take the hook. Qin family's marquis? Blood Hand assassins? Who are they? I don't know. I'm just a good student about to attend the Royal City Academy. Old man, thank you for the new village task guide, your rank is still a bit low. The floating giant vessel slowly ascended, eventually transforming into a black dot, disappearing into the horizon. A confrontation without visible smoke and fire has come to an end. Lin Xuan weighed the 3 treasures in his hands, feeling that this extreme tug-of-war was a huge profit. The Royal City, new map, new opportunities, I'm coming. Chapter 67, you use time reversal to investigate me? I'll live stream my execution worldwide. Elder Xian's floating giant vessel completely vanished, and the oppressive aura that had made it hard to breathe also dissipated into thin air. In the Lin family courtyard, after the silence, volcanic joy erupted. Elder Badge. S-Class Beast Egg. Tianqing Academy's special admission letter. Lin Jiangnan and the elders looked at the 3 precious items in Lin Xian's hands, their breaths became scorching, their eyes filled with uncontrollable greed and fervor. These 3 things, any one of them. It was enough to transform the Lin family completely. Xuan. The sky of the Lin family is really about to change. Lin Jiangnan was so excited that his voice trembled, his old face turning bright red. Lin Xuan weighed the 3 items in his hand, but felt not a stir in his heart. Change in the sky? No, it's the sky that's about to collapse. Old Shen, that cunning old fox, his seemingly casual reminder before leaving was the real killer move. The Marquis of the Qin family, Blood Hand organization. This Jiangnan city was no longer a beginner's village, it had become a vortex center, a powder keg ready to explode. If he stayed any longer, it wouldn't be him looking for fun but the grandest fun looking for him. He must run away quickly. Head of the family, respected elders, Lin Xuan put away the 3 items, and once again wore a harmless, obedient smile. I must quickly return to my yard to study carefully, so as not to disappoint the seniors' expectations. After saying this, he ignored the piercing gazes behind him that could burn through a person, and turned to leave. Study my foot. Of course it's time to go home and open blind boxes. Back in his quiet little yard, Lin Xuan closed the door behind him and skillfully set up 3 soundproofing and 2 anti-scrying barriers. He was almost unable to wait and took out the S-grade, void mantis egg. The beast egg was completely pitch black, with irregular silver secret patterns flowing over its surface, as if it were a living thing, breathing slowly and emitting faint ripples of space. Little soft, it's time to eat. Lin Xuan pulled out the chaotic slime that had been playing dead in his pocket. Little soft plopped onto the table, transforming back into a shiny jelly-like puddle, unwillingly producing a bubble. Little soft, refusing 996. Just got off work and now I have to work overtime, you're worse than a capitalist. Shut up, Lin Xuan pointed at the beast egg, the corners of his mouth curling into a devilish smile. See this, S-grade, I'm adding you a dessert. Little soft, humph. The jelly-like body instantly stood up, and greedy light shot from its non-existent eyes. However, this time the gameplay is different. Lin Xuan gently tapped the table with his fingers, directly swallowing the mimicry is too low level, it's nothing more than a one-time consumable, it's boring. We must open up the pattern. We cannot just be copy-paste workers, we must be the creators who master core technology. Lin Xuan issued an instruction that would drive any beastmasters mad with excitement. Little soft, activate, all mimicking. The target is not the appearance of this egg, but its most core spatial gene sequence. Strip it from the cellular level. Ding. Detected that the host is performing an ultra-high difficulty operation, analyzing the core gene sequence of a lifeform and conducting reverse simulation, energy consumption is extremely high, failure rate is 90%, continue? Continue. Lin Xian's gaze hardened. Energy is plenty. Charge my card, no, charge the Qin family's card. Little soft, received. Let's strip it. Little soft's body instantly melted, spreading out like a pool of mercury, transforming into an ultra-thin, semi-transparent chaotic membrane that gently but dominantly wrapped around the entire void mantis egg. Countless energy tendrils, finer than neurons, disregarding the hard eggshell, penetrated the beast egg's deepest part, beginning to decode that ancient and mysterious life code. In Lin Xian's system backend, the points balance was pouring out like a waterfall that had opened its floodgates, crazily draining at a visible speed. My heart is bleeding. This isn't just points being lost, it's my life. But it's fine. For my second SSS level baby, this gamble is worth it. Time passed second by second. Little Soft's body began to tremble violently, the surface of the membrane even forming boiling ripples, clearly showing that this atomic-level operation was placing an immense burden on it. Finally, at the moment when Lin Xuan's points balance was about to drop below 9 digits, the system's heavenly prompt sound rang out. Ding! Spatial gene sequence analysis completed. Reverse simulation successful. Beautiful. Lin Xuan excitedly slapped his thigh. Step 2. Don't use the genes on yourself, your body can't handle it. Xiaowan? Then why are you pulling down its pants? Just for fun? Using the gene sequence you simulated as a blueprint, activate the optimization and completion program. Lin Xuan's voice carried a hint of madness. Fix all those so-called innate defects, evolutionary redundancies, all the imperfections. Erase them. I want a, theoretically perfect space gene model. System. Host, you are playing God. Less talk, execute. Xiaowan, oomph. Although I don't understand, it sounds really impressive. Chaos energy surged again like a tsunami. Inside Xiaowan, a double helix structure, complex and precise, was slowly being constructed from the purest energy. It was transparent, perfect, flawless, as if it were not a living creation but a piece of art sculpted by the laws of the universe, radiating an unsettling cosmic charm. Now! Lin Xuan's eyes burst with frightening brilliance. Inject it. Give it a strong shot. That perfect space gene model transformed into an incredibly bright silver flow of light, shooting out from Xiaowan and fiercely pouring into the void mantis egg. Buzz. A violet buzzing sound, as if from another dimension, echoed throughout the room. The originally pitch-black beast egg instantly became crystal clear under the surging light from within. Countless silver cracks like spider webs crazily spread across the eggshell, terrifying spatial energy spilled out, cutting the surrounding air into fine black ripples. Crack. The eggshell shattered. However, what crawled out was not a hideous mantis at all. It was a creature only the size of a palm, its body seemingly made of crystal that imprisoned a handful of stardust, resembling an elf from mythology. Within its body, tiny starlights flowed gently, and on its back, its delicate wings bore not patterns, but a slowly rotating miniature star map. As soon as the little guy was born, it curiously blinked its pure, galaxy-like eyes, then affectionately flew to Lin Xuan's fingertip, gently rubbing its crystal-like little head against his skin. Ding! Congratulations, host, due to your unprecedented gene optimization and mythical rebirth, S-class monster Void Mantis has undergone a super mythical level mutation. Identification result, Star Realm Traveler, Juvenile. Level, S-class. Potential, SSS class. Talent Skill 1, Space Folding, fold the specified spatial range for seamless teleportation or create dimensional barriers. Talent Skill 2, Dimension Piercing, temporarily pierce dimensional barriers, ignoring 99% of physical and energy defenses. Talent Skill 3, Starlight Beacon, leave an imperceptible and indispersible spatial mark on any target, allowing instant teleportation to its side. Ding! Newly born entity has a high resonance with your soul, would you like to contract? Contract! Right now! Immediately! Lin Xuan trembled with excitement. Wow! Another SSS potential. Xiaowan, my good son. You're not just a manufacturing machine, you are the chief genetic engineer of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Teleportation, defense breaking, global GPS precision strikes. This is not an assassin, this is a strategic nuclear missile that can deliver packages. Lin Xuan looked at the exquisite little creature on his fingertip that seemed unearthly and immediately decided, from now on, you'll be called Little Xing. Cheap. Little Xing joyfully flew around him, scattering specks of starlight with each flap of its wings. However, just as Lin Xuan immersed himself in the immense joy of having a second child, the faceless exclusive terminal he had set aside suddenly emitted a sharp, urgent beep-beep sound. It was an emergency report at the highest level from the Black Market Queen, Yi Mei. Lin Xuan opened it and saw that his smile was instantly wiped away by an invisible hand, leaving only a chilling, pure coldness. The contents of the report were very brief, but the amount of information was enough to make any A-class powerhouse collapse on the spot. The Marquis of the Qin family has arrived in the royal city, sparing no expense to hire the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to thoroughly investigate the disappearance of Bloodhand. The Chief Intelligence Officer, Heavenly Machine Z, has set off, carrying the S-class causality item, Time Reversal Mirror. This mirror can recreate everything that happened in a designated location within 12 hours. It is expected to arrive in Jiangnan City in 3 days. Time Reversal Mirror? Playback video? Damn! I painstakingly forged the scene, framed the Alchemist Association, and created a false internal conflict, and you're just going to watch the video replay? No honor! The scene he forged could fool the Lord's mansion and local officials, but in front of such a near-lawful item, it is like standing naked under a high-definition camera, every detail will be magnified infinitely. Once the real battle in the alley is restored, his fabricated master will instantly become a joke. Old Xian, that old fox, will be the first to realize he's been played. At that time, the furious wrath of the Royal Alchemist Association, combined with the Marquis's thunderous revenge. Exciting. Lin Xuan didn't feel the slightest panic, instead, he felt a long-lost excitement surge from his spine to the top of his head, making his blood boil. So exciting. It feels like being chased by two top-level masters in a tag team fight. Crisis? No. This is a godsend opportunity. You want to see a videotape? How about I just give you a global live broadcast? You want to catch the mastermind behind the scenes? Sure, I'll bring this mastermind to the front for you to catch with your own hands. His eyes burned with a near-manic flame as he immediately picked up the terminal and sent a message to Yi Mei. Help me with something, in the name of the faceless man, release a bounty and an announcement to the entire underground world. Yi Mei replied instantly, say it. Bounty, provide any evidence of the Qin Marquis colluding with the Blood Hand organization, bounty 100 million, unlimited. Announcement, 3 days later, in the central square of Jiangnan City, I will publicly display 3 live assassins from the Blood Hand organization and identify the real mastermind who hired them to kill me. Yi Mei was silent for a full minute before sending back a line of text. Are you crazy? You're going to poke a hole in the sky. Lin Xuan smiled, a cold and arrogant smile. Poke a hole? No, I'm going to completely change the sky. He slowly replied. The fireworks are too small. This time, I'm going to shoot down the sun in the sky for you to watch as fireworks. Chapter 68, Live Broadcast Across the City. I turned truth into an auction item. The 2 messages sent by Lin Xuan spread through the channels of the Black Market Queen, Yi Mei, like 2 silent thunderclaps, causing a stir in the shadowy world of Jiangnan City and surrounding areas. The faceless man has gone mad. Publicly displaying live Blood Hand assassins and pointing out the buyer? What does he want? Is he going to challenge the entire assassin world by himself? This isn't just smashing a bowl, he's trying to flip over all the tables. Countless figures lurking in the dark, whether lone wolves or organizations, were stunned, their scalps tingling at the contents of this announcement. This was equivalent to declaring war openly. The iron rule of assassins only kill, not ask why was completely torn apart in front of the faceless man. Meanwhile, the other bounty acted like a precise scalpel, slicing open the most sensitive nerve. 100 million gold coins, unlimited. Only to buy evidence of the Qin Marquis collusion with the Blood Hand organization. The meaning of this was clear to anyone making a living in the underground world. I, the faceless man, want that Marquis dead. Whoever has his dark secrets can come exchange them for money, the price is plenty. In no time, the entire area's information network started a frenzy of self-inspection in operation with an unprecedented efficiency. Meanwhile, in the Jiangnan City Lord's mansion. The mansion was lifeless, even the sounds of the servants breathing were cautious, as if a pin drop could cause a wave of panic. A trusted aide entered the study with a pale face, his voice trembling. My lord! The Marquis and the people from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion have already secretly settled in the Eastern Villa. They arrived 2 whole days earlier than we expected. The city lord's body shook violently, and he fell into the grand chair, feeling blackness before his eyes. Their original plan was to cooperate with the people from the royal city, to secretly investigate and catch Lin Xuan off guard. Now, it was all over. Lin Xuan didn't play by the rules, he directly turned the table and pushed the matter into everyone's sight, forcing them to come out from the dark. Support Lin Xuan? That meant he would offend both the powerful Marquis from the royal city and the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, which even the royal family feared. He might not be able to sit in this position of city lord until tomorrow. Stop Lin Xuan? Then he would have to face a mysterious alchemist master who could casually take out S-level tools and a black market queen who controlled the underground kingdom, capable of paralyzing the information network of the entire Jiangnan city. The city lord felt like he was caught in a fire, being roasted on both sides, with nowhere to go. When gods fight, mortals suffer. He was that mortal. Just watch the change. The city lord squeezed these 4 words from between his clenched teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Seal off the square, but do not stop anyone from entering. I want to see what kind of scheme he is plotting. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, at the center of the storm, was leisurely sitting in his own small courtyard. He held a crystal-clear energy crystal between his fingers, feeding it to the second child little star that danced joyfully around him. It should be very lively outside. Unfortunately, I am just an ordinary student who knows nothing of the world outside. He scrolled through the various reactions compiled in real time by Night Charm on the faceless terminal, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Heavenly Machine Pavilion, time reverse mirror? Want to see the footage of my forgery? Sorry, I am the director of this play. If you want to see it, you need to ask me, the copyright holder, if I agree. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the cool tabletop, a plan crazier and more interesting than a public execution rapidly taking shape in his mind. He picked up the terminal and contacted Night Charm again. "Help me deliver 3 anonymous gifts. Night Charm quickly replied with a symbol, ? Lin Xuan's fingers moved rapidly on the screen. The first gift, to the City Lord's mansion. Content: the Qin family marquis is unwilling to accept defeat and has hired another assassination group, the Scarlet Scorpion Chamber, to attempt another assassination. The assassin has been intercepted by the Faceless, and in 3 days, the person from the Scarlet Scorpion Chamber will be publicly displayed." Night Charm. She seemed to be digesting the meaning behind this information. Lin Xuan did not pause and continued to input. The second gift, to the Qin family marquis. Content: the City Lord's mansion covets the Qin family's interests in Jiangnan City and has conspired with the Faceless to set a trap, intending to completely expel the Qin family's influence from Jiangnan. Night Charm fell completely silent on the other end. She felt her mind was almost burned by this outrageous operation. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with a near-maniacal joy, as if a chess player was watching his pieces move on the board with great interest. The third gift, to the Li family, who have always been suppressed by the Qin family. Content: the Qin family and the City Lord's mansion are about to go to war. This is the Li family's rare opportunity in 100 years. Attached, a plan for how to seize the maximum benefit in chaos. This time, Night Charm was silent for a long time before finally sending 2 words. "Madman." Lin Xuan looked at these 2 words and chuckled softly. "Thank you for the compliment. I am just an ordinary citizen who loves peace and order." 3 days later. In the central square of Jiangnan City, crowds were bustling, and people were shoulder to shoulder. From the elegantly dressed nobles to the ragged commoners, everyone's gaze was fixed firmly on the temporary high platform built in the center of the square. The air was taut like a string, as if it would snap at any moment. At noon, a figure appeared on the high platform without warning. He wore a pure white mask and a large black robe, as if he had stepped out of the shadows like a god. It was the Faceless One, Lin Xuan. Without a word, he waved his hand casually. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bodies, tortured and unrecognizable, gasping for breath, were tossed onto the stage like pieces of trash. They were the 3 top killers of the Blood Hand. The audience fell into a deadly silence, even the sound of breathing vanished. Then, Lin Xuan held up a memory crystal in his hand. He flicked it with his finger. The crystal flew into the air, blossoming into a huge screen, displaying a real footage, skillfully edited, voiced over, and even added with tragic background music by the A-class illusion generator. In the footage, the 3 killers, bruised and battered, cried out to the camera in remorse. It was the president of the Red Scorpion Chamber of Commerce. He gave us a large sum of money to assassinate Lin family young master Lin Xuan. We were wrong. We didn't recognize the great man. We shouldn't have taken this job. Please spare us, Lord Faceless One. We will never dare again. The fabricated confession, a seamless chain of evidence. The crowd erupted in gasps, quickly turning into buzzing discussions, like boiling water in a pot. Everyone's blame suddenly pointed to another notorious killer organization in Jiangnan City, the Red Scorpion Chamber of Commerce. That's right, this is my directed annual tearjerker drama confession. This acting, this dialogue, this post-production, isn't it deserving of an award? At that moment. City Lord's Guard. Clear the scene. Protect the marquis. Capture the rebel on the stage. 2 shouts echoed almost simultaneously from both sides of the square. A team of heavily armored guards from the City Lord's mansion and a team of elite royal city troops, radiating a bloody aura, crashed into the square like 2 black tidal waves from east and west. The 2 forces confronted each other, swords drawn, 50 meters from the high platform. And further out, local families from Jiangnan City, led by the Li family, also brought their own men, forming a third encirclement under the banner of maintaining order in Jiangnan City and preventing foreign interference. The 3 forces stood in stark contrast, the killing intent filling the air. The situation was on the brink of explosion. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the Faceless One, waiting for his next move. They thought he would produce more evidence or directly act, igniting this chaos. However, Lin Xuan's next action shattered the understanding of everyone present. He glanced around at the chaotic standoff of the 3 sides below, his eyes showing no surprise. Instead, he seemed to be admiring a play he had personally choreographed. Then, he spoke. His voice, amplified by the mask, was cold and clear, spreading across the entire square. It seems everyone is very interested in these 3 useless bodies, and the truth behind them. Since that's the case. He paused, each word struck like a hammer on everyone's heart. I announce that these 3 killers, along with the truth they represent, will be auctioned live. The highest bidder wins. The entire square fell into an absolute silence that lasted for 10 seconds, or a pin drop could be heard. Auction? Auction truth? What the hell is this operation? That's right, it's exactly as you think. What truth is never important? Who has the power to define the truth is what matters. Today, I will turn this power of definition into a commodity and sell it to you. Come on, start your performance. The representative of the Qin family marquis and the city lord's mansion's representative, after a brief mental pause, had their expressions change drastically. They instantly understood the deeply calculated intentions of the faceless one. Whoever captures these 3 live bodies would possess the ultimate authority to explain the matter. I offer 50 million gold coins. The representative of the marquis almost roared. He had to take down these 3 people and kill them on the spot to ensure there were no witnesses. 80 million. The representative of the city lord's mansion did not back down. He also had to take them down to solidify the crime of the Red Scorpion Chamber of Commerce, to thoroughly stir this muddy water and clear the city lord's mansion's name. 100 million. 120 million. The price skyrocketed at a mad pace, leaving everyone around stunned. What they saw was not numbers of gold coins, but a clash of power, a bloody struggle for the right to speak. In the end, under the almost voracious gaze of the representative of the Qin family's marquis, the city lord's mansion bought this truth hot enough to burn everything for a staggering 15 million gold coins. Payment up front for delivery. Lin Xuan's voice was as indifferent as ever. He watched as boxes of gold tickets were lifted onto the high platform. After scanning with his mind and confirming accuracy, he nodded slightly to the representative of the city lord's mansion. They are yours now. The representative of the city lord's mansion breathed a sigh of relief, as if just pulled from the water, and immediately waved for people to come forward and take the 3 half-dead assassins. However, just as the deal was complete and the assassins were being led down from the high platform, in Lin Xuan's hand, another identical memory crystal appeared. Under the horrified gaze of everyone present, he gently applied pressure right before their eyes. Crack! The crystal shattered into countless sparkling flecks, drifting gently in the sunlight. He turned around, his figure slowly merging into the shadows behind him, leaving a phrase that made everyone's souls tremble, echoing in the air above the square. Remember. The truth is never just one. End of this chapter. Chapter 69, just entered the royal city and got expelled from school? Then I'll have to break through the whole academy. The farce in the square ended with the city lord's mansion angrily spending 150 million gold coins to buy the definition of truth. Lin Xuan's figure completely vanished, leaving behind only a legend called the Faceless One in Jiangnan City. This code name became a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all the nobles, preventing them from sleeping for 3 consecutive days. And the owner of this sword was sitting cross-legged in his own small courtyard, counting his loot. He was so happy he could sing. 150 million. One word from me is worth 150 million. This money is too easy to earn. If I had known, instead of being an heir, I would have gone straight for paid knowledge. He stared at the dazzling numbers on the Faceless One terminal, feeling that life had reached its peak. Caring and inquiring are nowhere near making big money. Night Charm Queen, you've kept your promise to me. The money has arrived. Enemies have jumped from the municipal level directly to the provincial level. Jiangnan City's new village has been squeezed dry, not leaving a single drop. It was time to spend a wave and then run away. System, don't sleep, come out and serve customers. Lin Xuan called in his heart. Ding. The Supreme VIP customer service is at your service, how can I assist the host? Drawl, bring out your most expensive, most extravagant, and highest drop rate pool. Filtering for you. Supreme Luxury 100 draw is ready for you. Each draw costs 10 million points and has a very low chance of producing SSS level items. Friendly reminder, drawing cards has risks, please be cautious. Less talk, give me 10 times, 100 draws. Lin Xuan waved his hand boldly. Swipe the card. Swipe the Qin family's card. Received. Successfully deducted 1 billion points. 100 draw activated. In the next moment, Lin Xuan's vision was completely swallowed by dazzling golden light. Countless colorful icons madly flashed in front of him, the sound effects were more exaggerated than all the slot machines in a casino winning simultaneously. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained S-level material Dragon Blood Divine Iron X10. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained A-level skill book Wind Barrier X3. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained S-level item Puppet Core X1. A series of prompts flashed by, all high-level items that others dream of but were of little use to him. Is that it? Is that really it? 1 billion just to hear a sound? Lin Xuan's heart ached sharply. Just as he was about to curse and have another go, in the center of the screen, a 7-colored divine light, far more dazzling than all the previous lights combined, erupted. That light was holy, vast, carrying an indescribable law-like charm. What the hell? It has delivered. Ding. Congratulations, host, You have triggered a 1 in 10 million myth level probability. You have obtained SSS level item, Philosopher's Stone, Fragment. Lin Xuan's breath completely stopped at this moment. His fingertips trembled as he clicked to check the item details. Philosopher's Stone, Fragment, the ultimate creation of alchemy and legend, containing the supreme law of equivalent exchange. One-time consumable. Effect 1, can designate any item of S grade and below, ignoring all conditions and materials, and forcefully upgrade it by one major level. Effect 2, can attach a law property to any skill, fundamentally altering its effects. Goodness gracious. Lin Xuan was so excited he was trembling all over. I directly say goodness gracious. This is not some stone, this is a freaking official cheat code authorization. Forcefully upgrading item levels? Adding law property to skills? If this thing is used on Sherwan's All Things Mimic or on Xiaoxing's Dimensional Piercing, that scene would be so beautiful he couldn't even dare to think further. Calm down, calm down. This is a strategic level nuclear weapon, the trump card among trump cards, it can't be used recklessly. He forced himself to suppress the urge to use it on Xiaowan right away and carefully stored this extremely precious fragment. With the new trump card in hand, his heart, which had been anxious about going to the royal city, completely settled back into his stomach. It was time to move. He immediately gathered Lin Ruoxue and Wang Dali. Looking at the two rushing over, Lin Xuan got straight to the point. I'm going to the royal city, leaving today. Lin Ruoxue's body slightly stiffened, but there was little surprise in her cold gaze. She had already known that the small Jiangnan city could not hold back this dragon about to soar. Wang Dali, on the other hand, had a worried, naive expression. Brother Xian, I want to go with you. You can't go, Lin Xuan shook his head. Your task is to stay in Jiangnan city, protect her, and protect the Lin family. He handed a spatial ring to Lin Ruoxue. Inside is the startup capital I prepared for the family, along with a complete defense system and development plan. Sister Xue, from today on, you are the head of the Lin family, I'll just be a nominal guardian. Lin Ruoxue took the ring without any hesitation, just nodding with all her strength. I won't let you down. Brother Xian. Wang Dali wanted to argue further. Dali, Lin Xuan patted his shoulder, interrupting him, your abyss devourer has boundless potential. Staying in Jiangnan city steadily is far better than starting from scratch in that monster den in the royal city. Once I have stabilized my position over there, I'll bring you over. At that moment, a clear and pleasant female voice came from outside the courtyard. I'll go too. Su Qingxue, dressed in a white dress and carrying a small bag, stood lively at the doorway. I have also applied for a spot at Tianqing Academy under the pretext of Su family's external training. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you afraid I'll run away? Or are you worried that I'll be dazzled by the outside world's splendor when I reach the royal city? Alright, the healer joins the team, makes perfect sense, and the team configuration is more reasonable now. Then let's go together. He agreed briefly. On the floating ship heading to the royal city, Lin Xuan and Su Qingxue stood shoulder to shoulder at the deck's edge, looking down at the rapidly retreating mountains and rivers below. Su Qingxue seemed a bit nervous, her small hands tightly gripping the edge of her clothes. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, was in a completely different mindset. His faceless terminal had just received the final piece of intel from Night Charm about Jiangnan City. The Qin family's marquis failed in the auction, furious and ashamed, has reported all your information to the third prince. The prince is the biggest sponsor of Tianqing Academy and one of the actual controllers. Good luck. Third prince? Wow, directly jumping from a minor boss to the top henchman of the final boss? Lin Xuan was not the least bit nervous, instead, he felt the blood of mischief surging fiercely within him. Exciting. So exciting. I love this pace. Several hours later, an incredibly majestic giant city appeared at the horizon's edge. The city walls soared into the clouds, like a giant beast dividing heaven and earth. Inside the city, tall towers rose up, and countless powerful auras surged into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds. In the sky, beast tamers riding A-grade flying beasts were everywhere, occasionally sensing a fleeting, heart-pounding king-level pressure. This place is the royal city, Su Qingxue murmured, completely captivated by the sight before her. Lin Xuan also put away his playful mindset. The intensity is really on a different level. Jiangnan City is bronze level, here, it starts at master level. The floating boat slowly descended at the exclusive airport of Tianqing Academy. The two of them followed the crowd to the grand entrance of the academy, ready to handle enrollment procedures. However, a young man wearing a student council badge, upon seeing the special recommendation letter they presented, showed an exaggerated sneer. Oh? Lin Xuan? Su Qingxue? He casually tossed the two recommendation letters onto the table like throwing away garbage. Sorry, your special admission spots were cancelled yesterday. Su Qingxue was stunned. Cancelled? Why? Why? The young official scoffed, spreading his hands, because our Tianqing Academy only admits real geniuses, not country bumpkins who rely on connections. Just as his words fell, a young man in splendid attire slowly stepped out from behind him. His face wore an unmistakable malice and superiority. Lin Xuan, right? Xin Feng looked down at him, speaking in a slow tone. My uncle asked me to give you a message. Some people are born in the mud, and they should have the self-awareness to stay in the mud. Stop trying to crawl out and block the eyes of the nobles. Oh, here comes the standard villain speech template number 3. Lin Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. Next, will he say, kneel and bow to me, and I might consider letting you off? Can we get something more original here? Xin Feng seemed to enjoy Lin Xian's shocked silence, ready to say something even more venomous to humiliate him. Just then. Ding! A distant and solemn bell rang out from deep within the academy, echoing across the entire square. Shortly after, a middle-aged man dressed in a mentor's robe walked out from the main entrance. He surveyed the crowd, his voice not loud yet clear enough for everyone to hear. The qualification re-evaluation battle of this year is about to begin. Anyone who has objections to their admission qualifications, or has been disqualified, may challenge any enrolled student here. The winner will take their place and gain their school enrollment status. After the middle-aged mentor finished speaking, his profound gaze lingered on Lin Xuan intentionally or unintentionally for half a second. The smiles on Xin Feng and the student council officials' faces suddenly froze. Lin Xuan slowly raised his head. That face, which had always maintained an innocent and harmless appearance, finally revealed a smile that sent chills down Xin Feng's spine. Good job. Consider this a reward. So the enrollment exam has directly turned into a challenge match, huh? I love such simple and brutal rules. So the question is, which one should I hit first to seem a bit more polite? Chapter 70, On-Site Piracy? I'll directly print you a dark edition. Qualification Re-Evaluation Battle. These 5 words were like a spark thrown into hot oil, instantly igniting the dead air at Tianqing Academy's entrance, turning it scorching and noisy. The middle-aged mentor's words revealed no emotion, yet the rules contained within were filled with a primitive, savage, and bloody essence. Challenge the student. Win, and you can take everything from him. Student status, dormitory, credits, and even the monthly allocated training resources. Oh? Did the entrance exam escalate directly into a PvP battle for numbers? Or is it a deathmatch for gear? Good. Wonderful. This competition format aims for absolute fairness. I would call it the most sporting rule. Lin Xian's mind was racing, already calculating which unlucky student's number he could snatch to get the best view and resources in a single dorm. Xin Feng and the student council officer's sneering smiles hadn't completely faded when they began to stiffen and shatter inch by inch. Country bumpkin, don't think a chance means you can turn your fortunes. The student council officer was the first to regain his senses, taking a step forward, attempting to block Lin Xian's view with his body. A pressure like a B-class peak exploded down, bringing a gust of wind. Challenges should also weigh your capabilities, someone like you. His threatening voice came to an abrupt stop. Because he noticed that Lin Xuan hadn't even given him a single word of attention. It was a pure, thorough, absolute disregard from the soul to the physical level. Isn't this a tutorial NPC with too many lines? Please move, don't block me from battling the final boss. Lin Xian's gaze drifted lightly past this dutiful gatekeeper, sweeping over all the students stretching their necks to watch the excitement, finally zeroing in on Xin Feng's face filled with arrogance and superiority. He raised his hand. Extended his index finger. A distant point. I challenge you. 3 words, softly spoken, yet like 3 red-hot steel nails, forcefully hammered into everyone's eardrums. In the crowd, silence enveloped everything. In the next moment, the noise erupted like a volcano. All the onlooking students, including the middle-aged instructor who had just announced the rules, wore expressions filled with incomprehensible shock. What is going on? Has this freshman lost his mind? Directly naming and challenging Xin Feng, who ranked high on the second-year power list? Xin Feng is a genuine A-class beastmaster. His holy light Qilin is almost at the A-class peak threshold. Where did this guy come from? He doesn't even have the aura of a B-class. Is this a suicide by provocation? The clamor buzzed, and countless gazes gathered on Lin Xuan, looking at him like he was a madman walking toward a cliff. Xin Feng himself was first completely stunned, doubting whether his ears were malfunctioning. In the next second, an uncontrollable joy erupted from his chest, like a volcano, instantly collapsing all his rationality. He laughed. A laugh that twisted his face, veins bulging on his neck, shoulders shaking violently. Ha ha ha. He wants to challenge me? This Muddy Waters country bumpkin actually dares to challenge me directly? How foolish. How arrogant. How wonderful. He was struggling to find a legitimate reason to crush this annoying guy and his pride before the whole school, and here the opponent had delivered his head to the guillotine. Good. 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 Qin Feng shouted good 3 times, as if afraid Lin Xuan would change his mind, suddenly turning to the middle-aged instructor, filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Instructor! I accept his challenge. And I request to activate death mode. This ignorant madman doesn't deserve to live on the land of Tianqing Academy. Oh, he's really losing it? Going straight to the intensity of a death match? Young man, don't always think about making a big splash. You'll only show how inexperienced you are. Lin Xuan was internally mocking, his face still wearing that calm expression that Qin Feng found immensely insulting. Death mode is against the rules. The middle-aged instructor faintly swept a glance at Qin Feng, directly rejecting his proposal. But the challenge is valid. The battlefield will open immediately. The moment the words fell, the ground of the academy square let out a deep rumble. A huge stone slab slid open to both sides, a circular battle arena with a diameter of 100 meters slowly rising from the ground, carrying the cold aura of ancient stone. A translucent energy shield then unfolded, like an inverted glass giant bowl, enveloping the entire arena. Come see. A new student is challenging the second-year Qin Feng. Are you crazy? This will be a great show, hurry up. Countless students rushed from all corners of the academy, surrounding the arena tightly, ready to witness this one-sided massacre that they thought was inevitable. At both ends of the arena, Lin Xuan stood opposite to Qin Feng. Outside the arena, Su Qingxue was so nervous that her knuckles turned white. Qin Feng regained his high and mighty posture, he was even too lazy to act first, just arrogantly lifting his chin. I'll give you 3 moves, so no one says Qin Feng, only bullies a useless country bumpkin. No need. Lin Xuan shook his head, your pet looks good, you should summon it soon, don't keep everyone waiting. Hurry up, my unicorn experience card is about to expire. You're asking for death. Qin Feng was completely ignited by his casual attitude, and stopped wasting words, his mental power surged like a tsunami. Descend. My partner. Holy Light Qilin. A massive golden magic circle suddenly unfolded behind him, radiating brilliance, and a sacred chant echoed through the sky. Accompanied by a sky-splitting, earth-shattering roar, a majestic beast with a completely white body, a holy golden horn, and 4 hooves burning with sacred flames stepped out. An A-grade peak beast, the Holy Light Qilin. A sacred, vast, and powerful aura filled with light and purifying energy instantly swept over the entire arena. Everyone outside felt a wave of peace, as if the dust of their souls had been cleansed by this holy light. However, this friendly aura for humans and most creatures was, for the little soft creature in Lin Xuan's arms, like boiling sulfuric acid splashed on its face. The chaotic attribute was a natural enemy of forces like light and order. The little soft creature poked its small head out from Lin Xuan's embrace, emitting sizzling black smoke all over, looking as if it would be purified to death on the spot. Little soft, humph. Help! This thing has a holy light domain on. It's so hot. I'm going to melt. Do you see it? Country bumpkin. Qin Feng laughed wildly, in the face of absolute light, all monsters will be turned to ashes. This is attribute suppression. It's natural bloodline oppression. What do you have to fight me? The Holy Light Qilin proudly raised its head, atop its horn, a rich golden light orb was rapidly forming, exuding a terrifying ripple capable of evaporating everything. The ultimate move, Holy Light Judgment. It's over. Qin Feng coldly declared. Watching that orb of destruction that could obliterate any B-grade beast in an instant, Lin Xuan not only felt no tension but made a decision that left everyone in the arena dumbfounded. He patted the little soft creature that was about to turn into a puddle of jelly in his arms. Little soft, stop playing dead. Activate mimicry of all things. Little soft, humph? Who am I mimicking? Boss, don't joke. If I touch this thing, it'll disappear. Simulation target, Lin Xuan's gaze pierced through the world-destroying beam of light, precisely locking onto the mighty Holy Light Qilin, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. It's that one. Ding. Simulating lifeform Holy Light Qilin, attribute conflict is severe, simulation difficulty is extremely high. Energy consumption doubled. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Charge my card. Little soft, understood. Give. Me. Change. In the next moment, an energy that was completely opposite to the holy light, filled with chaos, primitiveness, and the power to devour everything, erupted from the little soft creature. This energy formed a wildly spinning black vortex, shredding and devouring all the holy light that shone upon it. Twist, assimilate. Little Soft's jelly-like body crazily stretched, morphed, and reorganized at the center of the black whirlpool. Under the gaze of all who were left with their jaws dropped. A pitch-black creature, its body seemingly made of pure dark matter, with 4 hooves burning with the flames of chaotic void, and a spiraled dark horn twisting above its head, appeared on the stage as a Qilin. Its appearance was identical to that of the Holy Light Qilin. But its aura was pure destruction and end and nothingness. The crazy smile on Qin Feng's face shattered and froze completely. What the hell? What's happening? Control plus C, then Control plus V? Live piracy? Even with a skin change? Outside, the students felt their brains collectively crash, as if all their years of beast mastery studies had gone to waste. At this moment, the holy light Qilin opposite had completed its charge, and a thick column of golden judgment light, carrying the divine might to purify all evil in the world, roared forth. Wherever the light beam passed, the air evaporated, leaving a scorching vacuum trail. At the same time, on Lin Xuan's side, the dark Qilin also gazed up toward the sky, releasing a soundless roar that sent chills through everyone's souls. On its distorted spiraled horn, a pure black judgment light, as if it could devour all the light in the universe, coalesced and bravely responded. Dark Judgment. One black and one white, two beams of ultimate energy representing creation and destruction collided violently at the center of the battlefield. The earth-shattering explosion sound that was expected did not occur. In that moment, the whole world lost all sound and color. Where the two light beams met, the space seemed to be grasped by two invisible giant hands, beginning to twist and fold crazily. Light and darkness annihilated each other there, forming an absolute nothing realm, with spiderweb-like black cracks spreading from that void outward, as if the entire energy shield was about to be torn apart by this forming terrifying singularity. Chapter 71, You use premium currency, I change the rules. A spit to waste your divine beast. The collision of light and darkness produced no sound. The entire world seemed to be pressed on mute by an invisible hand. At the intersection of the two judgment beams, space was directly erased by a power beyond understanding, forming an absolute nothing realm. There was no matter, no energy, not even laws or concepts. Black cracks, centered on that nothing point, crazily spread on the solid energy shield, making a painful cracking sound. Law collision. Annihilation. On the sidelines, the usually calm middle-aged mentor suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with utter disarray and shock. The holy light Qilin let out a sorrowful and piercing wail that pierced the soul, as the holy golden light on its horn visibly dimmed. Holy light judgment was its original skill, a pride etched in its bloodline. Yet, Little Soft's dark judgment was merely a pixel-level simulation. But in terms of law, the chaotic essence that devours all surpasses the light that creates order. This collision was like a pirated software with superior underlying code, directly causing the original software's core to have a bug. Qin Feng's holy light Qilin suffered damage to its essence. Ouch, the root has been hurt. This repair will cost extra. Lin Xuan was amazed in his heart, already calculating how much the materials could sell for if this Qilin was scrapped. However, Qin Feng's reaction slightly piqued Lin Xuan's interest. He wasn't panicking, nor did he explode in rage. After a brief moment of astonishment, his distorted face quickly regained cold composure, displaying a top genius from the royal city's battle caliber. No more head-on collisions. Speed of light, demon-breaking horn, close combat. He decisively gave new orders. The holy light Qilin, enduring the excruciating pain of its essence tearing. The sky roared, and the holy flames surrounding it suddenly surged. Its form transformed into a golden streak that tore through the air, so fast that it left only an afterimage on the retina, charging straight at the dark Qilin that was still posing. On its head, a layer of solid-looking golden energy covered the single horn, a powerful force meant to penetrate all energy defenses. Oh? Finding that long-range confrontation isn't working, switching to close combat? The tactical change is quick, there's something to it. Faced with this ultimate charge, the dark Qilin did not dodge or avoid, it just stood there, dumbfounded. As the onlookers gasped, the golden streak, carrying a lethal intent, was about to collide with its chest. At the very instant before impact, the body of the dark Qilin suddenly melted. Its majestic form, made of dark matter, lost all shape in an instant, turning back into a writhing, translucent slime with a hint of chaotic black gas on the ground. The holy light Qilin's demon-piercing horn, capable of piercing mountains, just barely missed, stabbing into empty space above the slime's head. The tremendous inertia made it unable to stop immediately, shooting out for more than 10 meters. The audience's brains collectively crashed again. What is this operation? Transforming back to the initial form mid-battle? Giving up when unable to fight? At that moment when the holy light Qilin rushed past, the harmless-looking slime moved. The surface of the small slime suddenly shot out dozens of pure chaotic energy black spikes. These spikes made no sound as they cut through the air but accurately struck the holy light Qilin's relatively weak abdomen and limb joints exposed from its charge. Sizzle! 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 The holy light Qilin's proud protective holy light was as thin as a cicada's wings before these spikes with the corrosive effect of devouring chaos. The spikes easily pierced through its defense, deeply embedding into its flesh. Roar! The holy light Qilin let out a cry of pain, 100 times more tragic than when its source was hurt, its massive body crashing to the ground, struggling wildly to escape the black spikes that were voraciously devouring its life force. Ding! Devouring Chaos has successfully eroded a PK class light creature, analyzing the light laws. Analysis progress 1%. 2%. Congratulations, host. Your contracted spirit Little Soft has permanently increased damage to light creatures by 5%. Wow. There's this benefit? Fighting can also help with research, stripping the opponent's genetic sequence? Little Soft, you truly are my treasure boy. Lin Xuan felt he had discovered a brand new way to wealth. The situation on the field had completely turned around. Qin Feng stared blankly at his contracted spirit writhing on the ground in pain, completely unable to understand. Why? Why could the opponent's contracted spirit freely switch forms? Why could that seemingly weak slime unleash such bizarre and deadly attacks? This combat method completely exceeded all his understanding of beast mastering built over 20 years. No. I haven't lost yet. Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he abruptly pulled out a golden jade pendant carved with complex holy patterns from his bosom. It was a life-saving card granted by his family, an S-class one-time defensive item, Holy Domain Barrier. Once activated, it could form a barrier of absolute defense, enough to withstand a full-force strike from a king-level powerhouse. He must protect the Holy Light Qilin first, then seek a counterattack. Oh, finally digging into the New Year money? Sorry, I never give my opponents a chance to turn the tables. Lin Xuan had no intention of appreciating the special effects of any S-class item. With a thought, the Philosopher's Stone fragment he had just drawn appeared in his hand. System, activate the Philosopher's Stone, effect 2. Ding. Please specify a skill that needs the law property added. Skill, huh? Lin Xian's thoughts raced quickly. Add a law to mimicry? Allow it to simulate living beings? Too wasteful, Xiao Ruan can do that herself. Add a law to Xiao Xing's dimensional piercing? Allow it to directly attack the soul? Good idea, but not useful right now. His thoughts finally landed on the very bottom of Xiao Ruan's skill list, that F-grade initial skill he had barely used since its inception, treating it as a joke skill. Slime Jet. A bold and almost crazy idea formed in his mind. It's decided then. System. Select skill, Slime Jet. The system was unusually silent. Host, I must remind you, the Philosopher's Stone is an SSS-grade item. Are you sure you want to attach such a precious law property to an F-grade skill with almost no attack power? It's like using a rocket engine to drive a child's tricycle. I am sure, and absolutely certain. Lin Xian's response was firm and resolute. You ordinary folks do not understand what performance art is. What I want is this sense of contrast. What I want is this ultimate thrill of turning decay into the miraculous. Ding. Respecting the host's choice. The system seemed to let out a barely perceptible sigh. Philosopher's Stone, fragment, effect activated. Adding law property to F-grade skill, Slime Jet. Law matching. Matching successful. Congratulations, host. Under the effect of the Philosopher's Stone, fragment, the skill Slime Jet has been granted the causality law and has successfully evolved into a pseudo-divine skill, Causality Lock. Causality Lock ignores distance, ignores defense, ignores level. Once hitting a target, a causality link can be forcibly established. The host can set a cause for this link, and when the cause is fulfilled, a result set by the host will be forcibly triggered. Note, the more absurd the set causality, the more energy and time required to trigger it. Lin Xuan looked at the description of this brand new skill, feeling a thrill creep all over him. Damn. 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 This isn't a skill, this is a rule editor. I can directly write a new law of the world. If I say let there be light, you can't throw me into darkness. He lifted his head, just in time to see Qin Feng across from him raise the golden jade pendant, preparing to activate it. A brilliant smile blossomed on Lin Xian's face. Xiao Ruan. He softly commanded. Spit on that glowing thing. On the field, the slime that had just severely injured its opponent with spikes heard its master's order. It wobbled its jelly-like body, then aimed at the struggling Holy Light Qilin and, with a plop, spat out a crystal-clear, unremarkable, gooey, slime. The slime traced a weak parabola in the air, slowly falling onto the Holy Light Qilin, then disappeared. No effect whatsoever. No damage. Not even a trace left on it. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence once again. Qin Feng was also stunned, even his action of activating the item halted for a moment. What does this mean? An insulting attack? Chapter 72, One move determines causality. Your S-grade defense can't even withstand my spit. The entire arena was dead silent. That crystal-clear slime traced an aesthetic-less parabola in the air. Slowly. Softly. It openly provoked the laws of physics. Qin Feng paused momentarily in his action to activate the item. He stared at the absurdly slow slime, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Dodge? A joke. His A-grade peak holy light Qilin needs to dodge spit from an F-grade slime? If this got out, Qin Feng would have to write his name backward from now on. This is an insult, a blatant insult. Who does he think he is? Using this method to disgust me? Qin Feng's anger surged, and instead of letting the holy light Qilin evade, he crazily poured all the energy of the S-level Jade Pendant, Holy Domain Barrier, into the protective divine light around the holy light Qilin. Let it take the hit with its face. Let this country bumpkin see what absolute defense looks like. Buzz. A golden shield, 10 times brighter than before, instantly enveloped the holy light Qilin completely. Holy runes float upon the shield, sacred and inviolable. S-level defensive item enhanced protective divine light, beneath the king level, touch it and be burned. Come on. Let me see how your disgusting attack gets purified into ashes under the holy light. Qin Feng's face twisted with extreme anger and arrogance. Then, under the gaze of thousands of eyes, that blob of slime wobbled and crashed into the golden shield. No explosion. No purification. Not even a ripple of energy. That blob of slime simply passed through. Passed through. Yes, passed through. It ignored the thick S-level defense that could withstand landslides, ignored the sacred light principles, ignored Qin Feng's expression of "you're dead for sure." Lightly. Precisely. It stuck onto the smooth forehead of the holy light Qilin. The world once again fell into a long silence. Everyone's brains collectively burned out at this moment. Qin Feng's expression shifted from twisted rage to confusion, then to daze, and finally into a horrifying shock like seeing a ghost. What happened? Illusion? Where's my holy light guardian? Where's my priceless S-level item? Before he could understand, another change occurred on the field. That blob of slime stuck to the forehead of the holy light Qilin quickly seeped into its skin, transforming into a strange chain mark made up of countless gray runes. The moment the mark formed, the holy light Qilin's massive body suddenly stiffened. The holy flames burning around it extinguished. Its painful roar stopped. The unbreakable mental link between it and Qin Feng was forcefully severed with a snap by an incomprehensible, unstoppable tyrannical power. Move. Speed of light. Move for me. Qin Feng's face turned pale as he frantically issued commands in his heart. No response. His contracted spirit, the majestic holy light Qilin, had now turned into a lifelike statue. It stood there, unmoving, even its eyes wouldn't turn. It was still alive, its life force still present, but its program had been paused. It seems like there's a bit of a problem with your network connection. Lin Xuan's calm voice at this moment sounded filled with a devilish whisper. He leisurely explained, his voice not loud, but clearly echoed throughout the venue. My contracted spirit just spat out something. It's a new skill called causal lock. The principle is very simple. He extended one finger. The beginning of our battle is the cause. He extended a second finger. And I, as the challenger, achieving victory is the effect. Lin Xuan retracted his fingers, shrugged his shoulders with a harmless smile on his face. In this case, where the cause has already happened, but the effect has yet to be reached, any target hit by this lock will have all their process forcibly paused. In other words, until I win this battle, your pet cannot move. The whole venue fell silent. If the previous mimicry of the Qilin and the counterattack shocked them, then Lin Xuan's words now completely overturned everyone's worldview. Causality. He actually talked about causality. What is that? It is a field only gods can tread. It is the highest law that governs the operation of the world. A student not even at the A level, and his contracted spirit can actually use the power to interfere with causality? This is not just a skill, it's a miracle. No, impossible, this is illogical. This does not comply with the laws. On the sidelines, that middle-aged mentor mumbled to himself in a daze. The senior members of the academy behind him, one by one, stood up from their seats, their faces showing the same shock and disbelief. They could feel that deep within the academy, the several kingly presences that usually slept like mountains had now awakened, carrying a profound and shocking will, directed toward this small battleground. Oh wow, even the adults at home have been called out. Don't get excited, everyone sit down, it's just a routine operation. Lin Xuan enjoyed the shock value given to him by the entire audience, feeling completely refreshed. On the opposite side, Qin Feng, after hearing this explanation, finally faced the last collapse of his spiritual world. The strongest contract spirit was immobilized. The strongest defensive item became a mere decoration. Everything he was proud of was as fragile as a joke in front of the other. He had lost. Lost in a bewildering way, lost in a way that was beyond comprehension, lost without even a sliver of chance to resist. Ah! Ah! Qin Feng let out a meaningless roar, his eyes dull, completely broken. Lin Xuan did not look at him again. A qualified boss would not waste time on small monsters. He stepped forward, walking slowly to the Holy Light Qilin sculpture, reaching out his hand, gently touching the gray chain mark on its forehead. Little soft, it's time to eat. Chaos Devour, activate. In the next second, a miniature black vortex appeared on Lin Xuan's palm. A slow but unstoppable devouring force began to extract the most essential light power from the Holy Light Qilin's body. The Holy Light Qilin started to tremble slightly, although it couldn't move. The enormous pain from being stripped of its life source made its soul shudder. Ding! Absorbing the peak A-grade light-type creature's essence. Light rule analysis progress 5%. 10%. Ding! Your contract spirit Little Soft inflicts 15% more permanent damage to light-type creatures. Ding! Your contract spirit Little Soft skill, Dark Judgment, power increased by 20%. Good, this is a huge profit. Lin Xuan felt the joyful emotions sent by Little Soft. His mood was cheerful. However, just as the Holy Light Qilin's aura was about to drop below A grade, and nearly 30% of its essence was devoured, Lin Xuan suddenly stopped. He withdrew his hand, and the black vortex disappeared. He patted the neck of the Holy Light Qilin and said to the already dazed Qin Feng, "Your student status, your dormitory, your monthly resource allocation, they are all mine now." As for it, Lin Xuan pointed at the exhausted Holy Light Qilin, which was experiencing damage to its essence and starting to regress in level. "Let's consider it the price you, a second-year genius, have to pay for challenging me, a freshman. To kill was a last resort. To crush the heart was the true path. He disabled it but spared its life. Let this one symbol of all Qin Feng's glory and pride become a living monument, constantly reminding him of today's defeat, today's humiliation." This kind of mercy was far crueler than simply killing it 100 times. Lin Xuan turned around and walked down the slowly descending battleground. The middle-aged mentor looked at him and handed over a student token engraved with Qin Feng's name. Lin Xuan took the token and casually tucked it into his pocket. Behind him, the causality lock mark on the forehead of the Holy Light Qilin quietly disappeared. Roar! The freed Holy Light Qilin let out an incredibly weak wail, its massive body unable to support itself, crashing to the ground. Its aura visibly plummeted, from peak A grade down to the initial stage of B grade. The foundation was shattered, and the myth was no more. The entire place was in an uproar. At this moment, the already dumbfounded Qin Feng's wrist terminal suddenly vibrated. He numbly raised his hand and opened the message. The sender was the third prince, the one he had revered and regarded as his greatest support. Message content, only 2 words. Waste. Chapter 73, The Whole School Watches Me Die? Sorry, SSS level divine gear just needs your kind of medicine. The impact of that battle spread faster than imagined. Freshman Lin Xuan. At the academy gate. In front of thousands of people, he knocked down the second-year genius Qin Feng from the clouds, causing his cultivation level to plummet back to B-level beginner. This news grew wings, sweeping through all forums and groups of Tianqing Academy overnight. Freshman first. This title, mixed with mockery and awe, was shouted by someone and eventually landed on Lin Xuan's head. Lin Xuan himself was indifferent to it. He was busy moving. Qin Feng's luxurious single dormitory in the core area of the academy now belonged to Lin. At the moment he opened the door, a rich aura of spirit energy hit him in the face, almost solidifying. Wow, not bad, no wonder it's a VIP room for a money-spending player. The dormitory had an A-level gathering spirit formation, extracting energy from the Earth's veins 24 hours a day. Cultivating here for a day could replace a week outside. Xiaoruan, time to work, Buffet, help yourself. Lin Xuan placed the little soft creature on the ground. This little thing consumed a lot in the last battle and was now wilted and limp. Hearing Buffet, it instantly perked up, its jelly-like body wriggling, leaping straight to the center of the gathering spirit formation, opening its invisible mouth, crazily devouring pure spirit energy. Ding! Contract spirit Xiaoruan is quickly recovering energy. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction and did a tactical fall, heavily throwing himself onto the soft and valuable big bed. Loot is indeed fragrant. As soon as he closed his eyes, ready to enjoy the fruits of victory, there was a knock at the door. It was Su Qingxue. She also passed the entrance test and officially became a freshman at Tianqing Academy. The girl stood at the door, glancing between the luxurious dormitory and Lin Xuan, who was slumped on the bed, looking somewhat dazed. You really took him down. Shoo. Lin Xuan raised a finger. In civilized society, do not mention fighting and killing. I merely passed a fair and just qualification re-examination battle, legally and reasonably obtaining Qin Feng's student status, dormitory, and all resource allocations. He should be very grateful that I helped lighten his academic load. Su Qingxue was stunned by his twisted logic. She looked at Lin Xuan, feeling more and more that this man was wrapped in layers of thick mist. From their first meeting in Jiangnan City to the destruction of the Qin family, and now this unbelievable battle. Causality? What is that? It is a taboo field recorded in the ancient texts of her Su family, a realm that even gods dare not touch. But Lin Xuan so casually used it and called it a new skill. Lin Xuan, who exactly are you? Su Qingxue asked the deepest doubt in her heart. Me? Lin Xuan sat up and answered seriously, a peace-loving, law-abiding, knowledge-seeking freshman of Tianqing Academy. Just an ordinary leeks reaper. Su Qingxue fell silent. She felt her intelligence was being challenged. At that moment, Lin Xian's student terminal on his wrist vibrated, projecting a light screen in midair. A forceful task notification from the student council. Student council? Su Qingxue leaned over to take a look, her expression changing slightly. What do they want with you? Lin Xian swiped open the notification. The content was simple and blunt. Force task: special admission student Lin Xian must within a week go to the eastern forbidden area of Wangcheng, Black Mist Marsh, to collect one portion of S-level material venomous dragon saliva. Task note: this is a re-examination phase for special admission students, related to student status assessment. Failure to complete will result in cancellation of student status and immediate expulsion. The air in the dormitory went suddenly quiet. Black Mist Marsh. That is a place even king-level powerhouses greatly feared, shrouded all year round in toxic black mist that corrupts the soul, inhabited by countless terrifying poisonous beasts. The venomous dragon, even more so, is the apex predator of the Black Mist Marsh food chain, and adult is a real S-level beast. A breath of dragon fire can easily melt mountains. To send a fresh student, considered not even a B-class in the eyes of the outside world, to solo an S-class boss? This is not a task. This is murder. It's the third prince. Su Qingxue's breath quickened. The person behind Qin Feng is him. He didn't act directly but used this method. This is a blatant scheme. He wants to force you to your death. Naked and without any disguise, using the rules to kill. The whole academy will be watching, seeing how this freshman top, daring to provoke the prince's authority, is turned into mud in the marsh by an inevitable task. Oh, a new dungeon so soon? Still a targeted airdrop? Lin Xuan looked at the task notification, with not a trace of worry on his face. Instead, he felt like laughing. He pulled up the system mall and opened the SSS-level equipment synthesis blueprint that had always been gray. God-slaying recurve bow, component blueprint. Core material 1, reverse scale of the Oblivion Black Dragon. Core material 2, heart of the world tree. Core material 3, origin crystal core of the corrupted poison dragon. Origin crystal core of the corrupted poison dragon. Ha ha ha. I was just worried about not having a pillow, and now he sent it to me. Still express delivery. This third prince is something. He is really giving away heads. Lin Xian's joy was nearly overflowing. He turned off the light screen, and his face returned to the calm that completely puzzled Su Qingxue. Got it. He only replied with these two words. Then, in front of Su Qingxue, he dialed Wang Dali's remote communication. Dali, it's me. Brother Xian. You're in Wang City? Let me tell you, my abyss-devouring beast is about to break through. Its space-devouring talent is simply. Don't talk about that first. Lin Xian interrupted him. Help me with something, immediately, right now. Use all the resources of the Lin family and the black market to gather all information about Black Mist Marsh and corrupted poison dragon. The more detailed, the better, don't miss any clues. On the other end, Wang Dali was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. Understood. I'll make sure to complete the task. After hanging up, Lin Xian turned back to Su Qingxue. Su, classmate. There's a team task with high credits. Are you interested in participating? Lin Xian waved the terminal in his hand, displaying the deadly task. Su Qingxue looked at him. Of course, she knew this was not just any team task and understood what Lin Xian's invitation meant. That marsh was also a life and death situation for her. But looking at Lin Xian's excessively calm face, she inexplicably nodded. All right. Perhaps out of curiosity, wanting to see what other secrets this man had. Perhaps simply not wanting him to face this deadly situation alone. I need to prepare. After saying that, Su Qingxue hurriedly left. She needed to use the Su family's connections in Wang City to prepare the highest grade potions and defensive items for this operation. Even if it meant exhausting her family's fortune, she wanted to raise the survival rate of this mission, even if just by 1%. Watching Su Qingxue's departing figure, Lin Xian shrugged. What a kind girl. It's a pity she followed an old trickster like me. As night deepened, Lin Xian sat cross-legged beside the gathering spirit array. Xiao Ruan had already eaten and drunk enough, rolling around beside him, exuding a satisfied aura. Lin Xian closed his eyes to rest, planning the travel route for this Black Mist Marsh. First, find the lair of the corrupted poison dragon. Second, lure it out. Finally, pack it up and take it away. Yeah, planned it out. Just as he was happily mentally rehearsing, a faint but extremely unique spatial fluctuation suddenly came from his beast summoning space. Lin Xian's mind moved. A small, shimmering figure appeared from his chest. It was his SSS-level potential contract spirit, a mythical variant, the Star Traveler, Little Star. This palm-sized void mantis had been sleeping since it hatched, doing nothing but eating and sleeping. Today was the first time it actively appeared. It flapped its translucent wings made of stardust, danced around Lin Xian twice, hovering in front of him. The starry patterns on Little Star's wings began to flicker with a peculiar frequency, transmitting a pure and strong desire to Lin Xian's mind. It was the longing of a child who had been hungry for 300 years, seeing a grand feast before him. Lin Xian followed the direction it transmitted, sensing ahead. That direction was exactly the east part of the royal city, the center of the Black Mist Marsh. Chapter 74, SS-level corrosive poison dragon? Just maggots guarding a tomb. Black Mist Marsh. Thick black mist rolled on the ground, each wisp containing poison capable of melting steel into iron water. When mental power penetrated, it was crushed and devoured by an invisible and brutal force in an instant, without even a ripple appearing. This PM 2.5 index is likely breaking the measurement limit. The third prince arranged a luxurious gas sauna package for me. Lin Xian stood at the edge of the marsh, his expression calm, even wanting to applaud this thoughtfulness. But Su Qingshue's face was filled with seriousness. She did not have Lin Xian's twisted heart that treated a mountain of knives and a sea of fire as a tourist attraction. The black mist here not only suppresses perception but also carries continuous soul corrosion, extremely dangerous. Before her voice faded, she had summoned her contracted spirit. A clear and melodious phoenix cry pierced through the silence, and the air's temperature suddenly froze. A beautiful phoenix, constructed entirely of pure ice crystals and radiating vast S-level pressure, appeared out of thin air. The ice crystal phoenix gently flapped its wings. Extreme cold rushed out like a tide, forcibly creating an absolute zero domain with a diameter of 10 meters. Once the rolling black mist touched the edge of the domain, it was frozen into pitch-black ice crystals and then silently shattered into powder. An absolutely safe area was thus born. S-level ice crystal phoenix, mobile high-power air conditioning, top-notch cooling effect. Lin Xian looked at the gorgeous big bird and silently calculated in his heart. If I capture it to sell cough, that's a small mindset. Let's go. Su Qingshui was the first to step into the marsh, reminding with a slightly rapid pace, but its energy consumption is huge, we must act quickly. Lin Xian followed behind her, watching the flowing blue brilliance on the ice crystal phoenix's body. Every second of its flicker burned massive energy. Using S-level creatures as consumables, a prodigal move. The energy converted into points could get me multiple draws. Miss, your thinking is wrong, we are here to run instances, not to show off wealth. We need to learn to save energy and fish sustainably. Su classmate, can your phoenix's endurance hold up? Lin Xian asked kindly. It can hold for another 2 hours. Su Qingshue's answer was very straightforward. 2 hours? That's not enough. Lin Xian shook his head. Since we are here, we must explore for a whole day and night, otherwise, how could we repay the third prince's heartfelt intentions? Su Qingxue? You call this heartfelt intention? This is clearly murder. Before she could rebut, she saw Lin Xian take out a lump of jelly from his pocket. Translucent and harmless. It was the chaotic slime, Little Soft, who had just feasted in the VIP room and was now happily burping. Little Soft, it's time to start working, the buffet is open again. Lin Xian placed it on the ground. Little Soft shook its jelly-like body, curiously staring at the surrounding black mist that looked delicious. It tentatively stretched out a tiny tentacle, gently touching the black mist outside the domain. Sizzle! The black mist instantly corroded a small section of that tentacle. Little Soft shrank back, rubbing against Lin Xian's foot, conveying the message of its hot. Oh, still a tough nut? Lin Xian chuckled. Fool, who told you to eat it directly? He issued a command with his mind. All things mimic, target, black mist. Little Soft was taken aback, and then its body began to undergo incredible changes. Its translucent body gradually became illusory and ethereal. The color shifted from transparent to light gray, until it turned deep gray, ultimately transforming entirely into a mass of chaotic black mist indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. Aside from lacking the deadly corrosiveness, its shape and aura were simply a perfect mold. This safe and harmless black mist, mimicked by Little Soft, slowly drifted out of the protective domain of the ice crystal phoenix. Su Qingshue's heart raced to her throat. However, the anticipated scene of instant corrosion and dissolution did not occur. Little Soft perfectly blended into the black mist. Those deadly toxins not only failed to harm it, but were instead slowly absorbed, decomposed, and transformed by the chaotic energy flowing around its surface. Ding! Contract Spirit Little Soft is absorbing corrosive mist, chaotic energy reserves have slightly increased. Ding! Analyzing toxic rule fragments. Analysis progress 0.1%. Wonderful! Everything can be food indeed. Little Soft, you are truly my treasure boy. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, that Little Soft brand black mist floated back, actively spreading out to form a larger and deeper black shield. The shield enveloped Lin Xuan, Su Qingxue, and the gigantic ice crystal phoenix entirely. In an instant, the pressure on the ice crystal phoenix decreased sharply. It no longer needed to burn energy continually to resist external corrosion, only maintaining a basic defensive halo was enough. Energy consumption dropped by over 90%. Su Qingxue stared blankly at this scene, feeling as if her worldview was being ruthlessly crushed and reshaped. What kind of operation is this? If you can't beat them, join them? Using mimicking ability to turn oneself into part of the environment, thus becoming immune to its damage and even absorbing energy for oneself? Does this comply with the law of conservation of energy? She looked at Lin Xuan beside her, whose expression said, "This is just routine, sit down," and felt even more that this man himself was the biggest bug in this world. "Let's go, Su classmate, now we have infinite endurance." Lin Xuan patted her shoulder, his tone relaxed. "When it comes to prolonged battles, I am a professional." Under the protection of Little Soft's mobile safe house, the two set off deeper into the swamp. Just then, the swamp surface ahead erupted with a loud bang. An A-class peak beast, the swamp hydra, with 9 vicious snake heads, suddenly leaped out of the water. The nauseatingly foul poison sprayed towards them like a torrential rain. Su Qingxue reacted extremely quickly, the ice crystal phoenix instantly conjured a thick ice wall to block the poison. "I'll handle it." She prepared to let the ice crystal phoenix take action. "Don't." Lin Xuan raised his hand to stop her. "There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Letting your S-class phoenix deal with such a weak monster is a waste." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot out from his chest. A Star Realm traveler, little star, the size of a palm, flapped its translucent wings made of stardust and hovered in midair. It gazed at the swamp hydra, which was over 10,000 times its size, and showed no fear at all, instead transmitting an intense excitement and desire to Lin Xuan. The 9 heads of the swamp hydra, with 18 fierce vertical pupils, locked onto this little one who dared to provoke it. In the next second, little star moved. It did not attack, merely fluttered its wings, and the starry patterns on them gently flashed at the giant hydra. Starlight beacon. A mark, invisible to the naked eye, and even undetectable by the soul, instantly seared itself into the swamp hydra's deepest essence. Hiss? The hydra seemed to sense something unusual, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Just as it was about to launch its next attack, Little Star's figure suddenly became ethereal. Dimension puncture. Its body transformed into a streak of light, ignoring space, matter, and law, appearing instantly above the hydra's head. Then, taking that colossal A-class beast, it vanished from this world. There was no explosion. There was no struggle. Not even a whisper of sound. The world was quiet. Su Qingxue. Where did it go? In less than 3 seconds. Little Star reappeared in its original spot, shaking its small head, contentedly burping, like a kitten claiming credit, and affectionately flew back to Lin Xuan's side. And that fierce, terrifying swamp multi-headed serpent was gone. Completely gone. Ding. Your contracted spirit astral traveler has banished the target A-rank swamp multi-headed serpent to the disordered space of number 734. The target is expected to be completely decomposed into basic particles by the spatial storm in 9 minutes and 47 seconds. The system's prompt echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Nice. Clean and neat. Truly worthy of being an SSS-level potential stock, this is such an elegant way to solve a problem. One-click deletion, worry-free and effortless. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Xuan. This time, she felt not shock, but a chill deep from her soul. What was that just now? That was not a fight. That was clearing. Silent, unstoppable, directly erasing a powerful A-rank peak creature from this world. Such a method is 1,000 times more terrifying than pure brute force. Having dealt with the little monster blocking the way, Little Star seemed even more excited, constantly leading the way and urging Lin Xuan to quicken his pace. Lin Xuan followed along, quickly sorting through the information in his mind. Wang Dali's intelligence, the Black Mist Swamp was an ancient forbidden zone known as Meteorite Land, with untraceable high-energy reactions beneath. Little Star's strange behavior, its desire for this place stemmed from an instinctive attraction to high-level spatial energy. The Third Prince's mission specifically demanded the saliva of the corruption dragon. A bold, nearly crazy hypothesis took shape in Lin Xuan's mind. This cursed place is not a swamp at all. The so-called black mist is toxic gas produced from decaying corpses. The so-called earth vein energy is the surviving life essence of the bodies. The entire black mist swamp is the corpse of an ancient creature from the astral realm that exceeded S rank. And that corruption dragon is merely a fat or maggot born on this divine corpse. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Damn, are we robbing the grave of a cosmic deity? Thrilling. With Little Star leading the way, they finally arrived at the deepest part of the swamp. The sight before Su Qingxue made her hold her breath completely. A dragon over 100 meters long, covered in pitch-black rotting scales, exuding a terrifying pressure that made it hard to breathe, was coiled atop a nest made of countless bones. Corruption dragon. And its aura far surpassed S rank, reaching the terrifying SS rank level. However, Lin Xian's attention was completely not on the giant dragon. All of his focus was entirely drawn to the object in the center of the dragon's nest that it was carefully guarding. It was neither gold nor silver treasure, nor was it a legendary artifact. It was a massive heart, over 10 meters in diameter, its surface flowing with a starlit brilliance, and it was faintly pulsing. A heart. Chapter 75, Divine Heart? Third Prince, thank you for your delivery. That was a heart. Over 10 meters in diameter. Its surface flowed with a starlit glow, and it was weakly pulsing. Each beat caused the entire Black Mist Swamp's laws to tremble, as if proclaiming to the world its former supreme status. Damn, the ultimate treasure monster. Lin Xian's heart was calm, even wanting to whistle. He finally understood why Little Star was so excited. It turned out the buffet back home was open. This was no swamp at all. This was clearly a graveyard of a giant beast from the astral realm that had fallen for who knows how many thousands of years. And this heart was its last legacy left to the world. As for the SS-level corruption dragon coiled around the heart. To put it simply, it's just a grave watcher. SS level. Su Qingxue's voice trembled, her mind went blank. The S-level ice crystal phoenix behind her let out a low, sorrowful cry, its magnificent crystal wings shivering, emanating an absolute suppression inscribed deep in the soul due to its life level. Let's go. This is not something we can touch at all. She grabbed Lin Xian's collar, ready for a strategic retreat. Leave? Lin Xian turned his head, looking at her as if she were insane. The buffet just started, the main dish has just been served, and you tell me to leave? That's rude. Su Qingxue? At a time like this, you're still thinking about eating? That is the SS-level corrosive dragon. A single poisonous spit could melt half of the royal city, a top predator. We can't win, she said, almost crying. Who said we have to fight? Lin Xian's expression was like he was looking at a fool. High-end diners just need to wait patiently, someone will naturally come to help handle the ingredients. As soon as he finished speaking. From the other end of the swamp, several unmatched powerful auras tore through the black mist, descending fiercely. At the forefront was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious golden armor, floating in the air, the laws surrounding him surging like a tide, a genuine king-level powerhouse. Behind him, a team of well-equipped, PK-level royal elites, their killing intent nearly solidifying the surrounding poisonous mist. The moment they appeared, everyone's gaze was firmly locked onto the star heart atop the lair. The king-level powerhouse's face showed naked greed and frenzy. Oh no, speak of the devil and he shall appear. The chef team sent by the third prince has finally arrived. Lin Xian instantly understood everything. All this talk of mandatory tasks and collecting dragon saliva, it was all just a ruse to deceive fools. The true goal of the third prince was this star heart from the very beginning. And Lin Xian was just the unlucky one sent to attract the boss's hatred, a consumable with built-in GPS location tracking. How despicable you are, third prince. Lin Xian sincerely marveled in his heart. But I like it. Su Qingxue also saw that group of people, and she instantly understood the plot. An intense chill shot up from her feet to the top of her head. Are they coming for us? No, they are coming for it. Lin Xian pointed at the heart, then at himself, and conveniently, they will crush me, the guide stone. The king-level powerhouse had clearly also noticed the SS-level corrosive dragon, but he showed no intention of retreating. Form up. Take down this creature and seize the divine heart. At his command, the elite team behind him immediately scattered, forming a profound battle formation. Terrifying energy tides converged within the formation, forcibly expelling the black mist within a radius of 1,000 meters. Roar! The corrosive dragon was furious as its treasure was coveted. It opened its abyss-like giant mouth, a jet of black as ink, carrying the scent of decay, spewed forth like a broken river, aimed destructively at the king-level powerhouse's team. The king-level powerhouse's face was cold, raising one hand to the sky. Holy light barrier! A golden barrier constructed from pure light law shot up, sacred runes swirling on the surface, forcefully blocking the apocalyptic dragon breath. Boom! The confrontation between SS level and king level instantly ignited. The entire black mist swamp cried out in agony. The black dragon breath clashed violently with the sacred light barrier, annihilating each other, and the energy released tore the earth open with fierce cracks. The swamp was lifted into towering waves, and countless poisonous creatures living in the black mist were crushed into the most basic particles without even having time to scream. Su Qingxue was terrified by the apocalyptic scene, her face turned pale, while the ice crystal phoenix firmly protected her and Lin Xuan, using all its strength to withstand the energy storm that could tear space apart. She looked at Lin Xuan, but found that this man not only showed no fear, but was instead watching with great interest, even pulling out a packet of sunflower seeds from his pocket. Hit the key point. Yes, kick him in the groin. Hey, you messed up that skill. How can a professional player make such a basic mistake? Lin Xuan shook his head, wishing he could personally step in to provide tactical advice. Su Qingxue was completely speechless. What on earth is this man's heart made of? Are we just going to watch like this? She couldn't help but ask. Of course not. Lin Xuan cracked a sunflower seed and spoke slowly. Wait until they have fought long enough, then we will go to mediate. As he said this, he took out a small soft creature from his arms. Little Soft, do you see those two over there fighting the fiercest? Little Soft wiggled its body to show it understood. Mimic as black mist, quietly sneak to their battlefield's back, don't get discovered. Little Soft immediately transformed into an unnoticeable black mist, perfectly blending into the surroundings, silently creeping towards the side of the battlefield. Su Qingxue was full of questions. What are you making it do? To be a concerned citizen. Lin Xuan smiled mysteriously, to add a little more fire to this exciting showdown. On the battlefield, the fight had reached a boiling point. Though the royal-level powerhouse was slightly weaker, his rich combat experience and the elite team's formation allowed him to fight evenly with the furious poison dragon. Both sides were injured, energy was being drained massively, and their breaths began to become chaotic. The timing is about right. A glint of light flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. Little Soft, go for it. On the other side of the battlefield, the black mist that Little Soft mimicked instantly underwent a dramatic transformation. All things mimic, left arm of the Titan giant. A black giant arm, made of pure chaotic energy incomparable to a mountain, suddenly formed from the black mist. It did not attack anyone, instead, it aimed at the seemingly solid ground beneath the dragon's nest built of bones and struck down with a powerful punch. Boom! The earth let out a mournful cry under the unbearable weight, then suddenly collapsed. The massive dragon's nest, along with the pulsating star-like heart, lost support in an instant and fell into the unfathomable dark swamp below. Roar! The poison dragon sensed the change instantly, watching as its treasured possession, guarded for 1,000 years, plummeted, letting out an earth-shattering roar. However, before it could react, Lin Xuan's second order arrived. Simulate dragon breath, blast that wine guy. From the black mist that Little Soft turned into, the Chaos Devourer fully activated, instantaneously simulating a pitch-black energy pillar almost identical to the poison dragon's breath, launching it at a tricky angle towards the royal-level powerhouse team facing the poison dragon's frontal assault. Puff! The royal-level powerhouse narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but the battle formation behind him was hit squarely by this sudden backstab. Two PK-level elite members turned into nothingness without even a sound amidst the corrosive energy. What? The royal-level powerhouse was both shocked and furious. Meanwhile, the poison dragon had completely gone mad. Having its heart stolen and being ambushed itself, in its simple mind, the real culprit of all this was the shining golden human before it. Human! You dare seize my treasure. I want you dead. It took the dragon breath simulated by Little Soft as the hidden move of the royal-level powerhouse and instantly entered a frenzied state of no mercy. And on the royal powerhouse's side, he was also completely enraged. He thought this sneak attack was summoned by the poison dragon itself. What a beast! You even have accomplices hidden. Die. A perfect misunderstanding was thus created. Both sides believed the other was despicably playing tricks, and their hands showed no mercy as they rushed to kill each other. The intensity of the battle instantly surged tenfold. The entire center of the swamp had completely turned into a death zone where all rules had shattered. Perfect. Nothing promotes world peace better than making them fight each other. Lin Xuan clapped his hands in satisfaction. Su Qingxue was already dumbfounded, her little mouth hanging open, unable to close for a long time. She finally understood Lin Xuan's plan. Framing and sowing discord, driving a tiger to eat a wolf. How could this man's heart be so dirty? Just when both sides were fighting fiercely, and all attention was focused on each other, Lin Xuan turned his head and looked at his chest. There, a palm-sized little star had appeared, flapping its wings made of stars excitedly. It's your turn, little star. Lin Xuan gently patted its little head. Our delivery is ready to be picked up. Little star let out a joyful chirp. In the next second, countless star patterns suddenly lit up on its translucent wings. Space folding. An invisible, twisted ripple of space spread out from Little Star, enveloping Lin Xuan and the still-stunned Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue only felt a flash in front of her, and the entire world turned into a flowing light-filled tunnel. They did not fly or teleport underground. They, along with the surrounding space, were folded. It was like turning a page of a book, going directly from the first page to the last page. When her vision became clear again, they had already found themselves in a dark and deep underground cavity. And right in front of them, that huge heart, flowing with dazzling star rivers, was slowly descending. The god's heart was within reach. Chapter 76, Warning. Your takeout has received a bad review from the gods. That heart was within reach. A giant object over 10 meters in diameter was quietly suspended. Its surface had no blood vessels, instead, real, slowly flowing star rivers coursed through it. Every weak heartbeat caused the surrounding spatial rules to twist and tremble. Su Qingxue's breath hitched. In front of this heart, her proud S-class ice crystal phoenix looked as small as a frozen sparrow. That pure, domineering life force made her feel as if her soul were trembling. Damn, the ultimate power bank. Lin Xian's heart was calm, even wanting to whistle. Divine legacy? No, this was clearly a Star Realm Behemoth brand supersized energy block, a collectible version with a breathing marquee. Buzz. The ice crystal phoenix behind Su Qingxue let out a low murmur, suppressing its extreme desire, and its magnificent crystal wings uncontrollably spread out, greedily inhaling the energy mist in the air. Little Soft in Lin Xian's arms was even more direct. Its jelly-like body trembled violently, almost boiling, conveying an extremely pure thought to Lin Xian. Eat. Don't rush, there's enough for everyone. Before Lin Xian finished speaking, Little Star on his chest had transformed into a brilliant streak of light. It could no longer hold back its instinctive desire from the deepest part of its bloodline and dove straight into that enormous star heart. Its palm-sized body was completely swallowed by the endless starlight the moment it touched the heart. Ding! Your contract spirit Star Realm Traveler is absorbing ultra-high concentration spatial essence, meeting the evolution conditions, and has entered a forced evolution state. Goodness, this kid really isn't polite, diving straight into the main course. Little Soft, the feast has begun. Show it what a chaotic mass absorption looks like. Lin Xian forcefully tossed Little Soft towards the heart. Little Soft immediately understood. Its transparent body suddenly expanded in the air, turning into a giant net shrouded in chaotic black mist, directly covering the other half of the heart. Chaos Devour, fully activated. If Little Star's absorption was like a Michelin chef precisely extracting top ingredients, then Little Soft's behavior was like a hungry man who hadn't eaten for 3 days bursting into a buffet. It simply does not have picky tastes, whether it's pure life energy or chaotic and violent astral power, it swallows it all, then uses the chaotic attribute's rebellious nature to forcibly break down, crush, and transform it into the most primal chaotic energy. Ding! The energy reserve slot of the contract spirit Little Soft is filling up at superluminal speed. 90%. 100%. Ding! Energy reserve overflow. Automatically opened the second energy reserve slot. 10%. 20%. Alright, this time I can eat myself into a Michelin 3-star level glutton. Lin Xian looked at the numbers on the system panel that were soaring wildly with satisfaction. That. Beside him, Su Qingxue finally found her tongue from the petrified state. She pointed at the heart that was visibly shrinking and dimming, then looked at Lin Xian, feeling like her worldview was being repeatedly crushed, formatted, and reinstalled. Classmate Su, don't just stand there. Lin Xian had the warm demeanor of a host. Since you're here, you can't let your big bird come here for nothing. Go on, drink as much of the soup outside as you like, no need to be polite, just treat it as a contribution. Su Qingxue. Contribution? To whom? To this astral beast that has been dead for who knows how many millennia? Her logic processor had completely burned out, but her body obediently followed Lin Xian's suggestion. The ice crystal phoenix cautiously approached, opened its beak, and suddenly inhaled a breath of energy mist that was escaping from the heart. Just one breath. The ice crystal phoenix's body suddenly shook, its whole body of ice crystals became even more translucent and pure, and an invisible shackle deep in its bloodline showed signs of loosening. The threshold of S-class peak was within reach. Su Qingxue was completely paralyzed. At that moment, the ground shook like an earthquake. A furious roar came from above, followed by another equally frenzied dragon roar. Oh no, they finished up there, came down to settle the bill and found the food stolen. Lin Xian calmly looked up at the sky. They're coming. We need to hurry. Su Qingxue was truly anxious this time, grabbing Lin Xian's arm to activate their last lifeline. Why are you panicking? Lin Xian pointed at the bundle of starlight wrapping around Little Star, shimmering with brilliance. The delivery guy is still packing, the pickup code isn't even lit yet, why are you in such a rush? As soon as he finished speaking. Boom! The top of the cave was violently torn open by two forces that were recklessly powerful. One was a king-level powerhouse, clad in golden armor, drenched in blood, with a chaotic aura. The other was an SS-class corrupted dragon, scales flapping, one wing broken, and a single blood-red eye. Their gazes landed simultaneously. Upon seeing the heart that had shrunk to nearly half its size, still being fiercely absorbed by two unknown creatures, there was a brief moment of astonishment before an explosion of rage broke through the sky. "Thief! You dare! Roar!" They both realized they had been played. Two top-tier forces that could overturn the royal city were actually being toyed with by a little thief that had popped up from who knows where. They were fighting fiercely here while someone was enjoying a feast below. Such humiliation. The king-level powerhouse struck out with a palm, shattering space, as a golden giant palm formed from laws pressed down overhead. The corrupted dragon opened its massive mouth, gathering all its remaining power into an origin dragon breath, transforming into a pitch-black beam of death, shooting straight toward them. Two earth-shattering attacks sealed off all escape routes, bringing absolute death. Su Qingshue's face turned as pale as paper in an instant. It's over. However, at that critical moment, the bundle of starlight surrounding Little Star suddenly contracted inward, then burst forth with a loud bang. As the light dissipated, Little Star's figure reappeared. Its size remained unchanged, but its entire body was no longer a physical form, but rather an energy body made of pure, flowing starlight. Its wings were no longer translucent membranes, but two flowing, miniature starry skies. With each flap, countless tiny stars were born and extinguished within. Ding! Your contract spirit astral traveler has successfully evolved. Current form, Star Realm Overlord, Young form. Current level, S-Class Peak. New skill awakened, Coordinate Transfer. Coordinate Transfer, you can set an absolute space coordinate at any location in advance, consuming energy to teleport instantly, ignoring distance and obstacles. Woohoo, take off! In the thousandth of a second before the attack arrived, Lin Xuan's mind had already sent out the command. Little Star, go home. After evolving, Little Star gently flapped its starry wings. Under Lin Xuan's guidance, it had long left its own space marker on the bed in the luxurious dormitory of the Star Academy. A soft starlight instantly wrapped around Lin Xuan, Su Qingshui, and that heart which had almost half its energy drained. The next second, the giant palm of the king-level expert and the death dragon breath of the corrosive dragon both missed, crashing violently into the empty ground, completely destroying the underground hollow. The king-level expert and the corrosive dragon, two enemies who had just been fighting each other to the death, were now floating in the chaotic energy storm, staring at each other. On their faces was the same confusion, the same dazed look, and the same huge humiliation, as if their intelligence had been crushed after being deceived. Star Academy, core area, luxurious single dormitory. A flash of light. Lin Xuan and Su Qingshue's figures appeared out of nowhere. 1 second ago, it was the apocalypse, with broken laws and raging energy. The next second, it was a peaceful room filled with spiritual energy and soft light. The stark contrast of scenes made Su Qingshue's brain buzz and go blank. She could still smell the sulfur and rotting stench from the black mist swamp that clung to her hair. Then, boom! A loud crash. A heart, still more than 5 meters in diameter, its glow much dimmer but still emitting terrifying energy, was thrown heavily out. It landed on the carpet, and the expensive Persian rug was compressed into a deep pit. Even the alloy floor beneath it groaned under the strain. Su Qingshue's legs went weak, and she collapsed directly to the ground. She breathed heavily, not from exhaustion, but from the overwhelming feeling of survival after the disaster and the shock of the surreal scene before her. Lin Xuan walked up to the heart, kicked it, and it made a drum-like dull sound. Not bad, high quality, even with a 50% discount, it's still quite valuable. He happily calculated how much he'd gained from this blood-soaked harvest and was preparing to check the spoils. At that moment, a system prompt, completely different from usual, suddenly echoed in his mind. It was neither a reward notice nor a skill explanation. It was a cold, emotionless warning, as if from a higher dimension. Warning, your actions have attracted the attention of the Star Realm Watcher. Lin Xuan paused for a moment. Star Realm Watcher? He didn't panic, instead, his lips curled into a cruel and excited grin. Oh? I just ordered takeout, and I hooked the restaurant owner? Interesting. Chapter 77, The Gods Are Watching. I'm making artifacts with slimes. In the dormitory, Su Qingshui sat limply on the expensive carpet, her brain malfunctioning, her beautiful pupils filled with confusion. She looked at the huge heart that Lin Xuan had casually kicked, which made a dull thudding sound, and then at Lin Xuan, who had just another regular operation look on his face. She felt her understanding of reality being repeatedly shattered and reshaped. 1 second ago, it was an apocalyptic battlefield with broken laws and rampant energy. The next second, it was a peaceful, comfortable luxury dormitory filled with spiritual energy. The speed of this transition left her soul struggling to catch up with her body. Lin Xuan, however, paid no attention to her. He was focused on the system prompt in his mind that was completely different from the usual. This sound was no longer the lively electronic tone from before. Instead, it was cold, devoid of any emotion, as if coming from a higher dimension. A declaration that crosses endless time and space. Warning, individual G776 in the world, your actions have attracted the attention of the Astral Overseer. Astral Overseer? Is that a newly registered delivery platform? A ridiculous thought flashed through Lin Xuan's mind. Eating a nearly expired discounted heart from your place, and you want to file a cross-dimension complaint? Before he could voice his complaints, the familiar system voice issued a frantic urgency he had never experienced before. Highest threat alert. Host's actions have triggered high-dimensional causal locking. Astral Overseer is an existence of superdimensional planes, its gaze has anchored onto the host through the laws of causality. Detection of a world law rejection reaction is being generated. The host has been marked as an anomalous beacon. Survival countdown, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Solution: before the countdown ends, elevate individual power level or world influence to king level to obtain a temporary identity certification as world resident to avoid high-dimensional erasure. Consequences of failure: positioning completed, existence will be completely erased. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh. His response was just one word, chillingly calm. If I don't reach king level in a month, I die? He felt no trace of panic, instead, a near-crazed excitement ignited deep within his eyes. This KPI is truly something strong. From a rookie who wasn't even an A-class, within a month, to possess power enough to rival a king-level powerhouse. This difficulty is no different from a mortal climbing to the divine realm with bare hands. Finally, the pressure is in place. Lin Xuan's gaze fell upon that half-bright, yet still containing terrifying energy, star heart. His eyes swept across the storage space, landing on the pile of top-tier materials he had borrowed from the corrosive dragon. Alright, isn't this just a pay-to-win crash course? I'm most familiar with it. He immediately opened the Student Council's task system, found the pinned S-Class mandatory task, and clicked to submit. Task item: Saliva of the Corrosive Dragon. He took a jade bottle from the storage space, containing the high-purity byproduct produced when Xiaoruan simulated dragon breath. Ding! S-Class task: Collect Saliva of the Corrosive Dragon has been completed. Enrollment crisis has been resolved. Almost simultaneously, in the depths of the royal city, inside a heavily guarded palace. The third prince looked at that glaring completed mark on the task system, his handsome face twisted like an evil ghost, harshly smashing the crystal cup in his hand onto the ground. Trash. A bunch of trash. He was furious, yet powerless. Within the rules, he couldn't find any reason to attack Lin Xuan. On Lin Xuan's side, he felt refreshed. He first invited the dazed Su Qingxue, along with her ice crystal phoenix that clung to the heart's energy mist, out of the dormitory. I want to do some artistic work, the process is quite private, no entry for the idle. With a bang, he turned back and locked the door. Lin Xuan didn't rush to contact Yi Mei, nor did he touch those newly delivered S-Class alchemy devices. Those were just a smokescreen. He sat cross-legged on the carpet, taking out from the storage space an ancient blueprint made of unknown beast skin. The blueprint unfolded, with a line of overwhelmingly domineering text engraved upon it. SSS-Class Equip, Abyssal Gazer Battle Armor, Blueprint. What he intended to forge today was the core component of this divine armor, Helmet Crown of the Gazer. There are two core materials. 1. SS-Class Essence Crystal Core of the Corrosive Dragon. 2. Shards of the Star Heart. All set. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and pulled out Xiaoruan, who was round and happily burping from his embrace. Let's get to work, Xiaoruan. Xiaoruan shook her jelly-like body, a lazy pose of just ate and doesn't want to move. After finishing this, the remaining heart will be all yours. Xiaoruan's body instantly stiffened, radiating an unprecedented enthusiasm for work. Lin Xuan smiled, ignoring the pile of brand new S-Class alchemy devices in the corner. As if joking, that kind of outdated industrial trash is no match for his little Ruan. Xiaoruan, all things metamorphose, target, S-Class alchemy workshop. Xiaoruan's body began to squirm and transform, turning into a massive translucent sphere. Its internal structure reconstructed at a speed billions of times beyond the most precise instruments, quickly simulating centrifuges, extraction platforms, energy furnaces, and runic engraving matrices. All the functions of S-Class alchemical equipment were fully present. A living alchemy space made of chaotic slime, absolutely sterile, at constant temperature and pressure, with its own energy cycle, was born. Professional. Lin Xuan nodded repeatedly, feeling deeply impressed by his own genius idea. He tossed the corrupt dragon's source crystal core and a small piece of star heart fragment inside. Xiaoruan, devour the chaos, extreme purification. Chaotic black mist surged within Xiaoruan, like the most efficient grinding mill, wrapping the two top-level materials containing violent energy. The mixed toxins were devoured, the chaotic astral power was crushed, and all impurities were transformed into pure chaotic energy for storage, leaving only the essence of the material source. This method of purification was enough to make any alchemy master kneel and shout for their ancestor. Purification, merging, shaping. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, linking his mental power with Xiaoruan's soul, controlling every step inside at a speed beyond thought. A black, metallic-feeling crown's embryonic form slowly condensed within Xiaoruan. In the center of the crown, that piece of star heart fragment resembled a tightly closed eye of a star. Only the final step remained. Bestow spirit. It needed a powerful soul flame to ignite the crown's spirit, transforming it from an inanimate object into a divine artifact. Oh no, no fire skill. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, frowning slightly. He didn't have such high-level goods. Go to the black market and pay a high price for a tool that can spit fire? There was no time. Use the fragment of the Philosopher's Stone? No, that thing had to be used on the blade. His gaze suddenly fell on that huge star heart, then sensed the small star, which had just completed its evolution and was solidifying its power within him. A crazy idea formed in his mind. If there's no fire, then create one. Use the power of stars to ignite the divine fire. Just as he was preparing to mobilize the power of the small star for this suicidal attempt. Bang! 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 The dormitory door was knocked on with a heavy and urgent force. Lin Xuan paused. At this time, who would come? He got up to open the door. Outside stood a familiar old man. It was Elder Xian from the Royal Alchemist Association, who had bestowed him great treasures in Jiangnan City. At this moment, Elder Xian's face bore no trace of calmness, his expression was heavy to the extreme. His gaze passed over Lin Xuan and locked firmly onto the gigantic heart pulsating weakly in the center of the room, his murky eyes bursting with terrifying brilliance, his breath paused. Then he suddenly raised his head, fixating on Lin Xuan, his voice hoarse and dry, each word clearly pronounced. Young friend, what exactly have you done? That gazing look has already alarmed all the old guys in the royal city. Chapter 78, Crazy. Using the divine heart for forging, even burning the ancestor as firewood. At the door, Elder Xian stood frozen, like a statue. His old face, marked with creases, was written with a shock and absurdity he had never experienced in his life. His gaze penetrated through Lin Xuan, fixated on the still faintly beating massive heart in the center of the room. That remaining, vast astral divine might, to him, a king-level powerhouse standing at the peak of the world, was not like a spotlight, but rather a nearby supernova explosion, burning his perception and overturning his cognition. Oh no, the property management is checking the water meter and has found a nuclear reactor hidden in the house. Lin Xuan felt no turbulence in his heart, even wanting to ask the old man if he would like a cup of tea to calm his nerves. Elder Xian struggled to swallow, painfully tearing his gaze away from the heart, refocusing on Lin Xian's excessively young face. That gaze seemed to be looking at a husky that had just dismantled the neighbor's interstellar battleship. He moved his lips several times before squeezing out a few words from his dry throat. What, exactly, have you done? His voice was hoarse, like two rusty metals rubbing against each other. That gazing look has already awakened all the sleeping old monsters in the royal city. Such a big commotion? It seems you gave a bad review and even asked for the platform's intervention. Lin Xuan understood in his heart, but his face was pure and innocent. Why does Elder Xian say this? I am just studying some new ingredients I've acquired, preparing to make a spicy hot pot. Ingredients? Elder Xian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood as a wave of terrifying royal pressure exploded uncontrollably, then he forcefully contained it. The space of the entire dormitory let out a mournful cry under this sudden pressure. He stepped in, closed the door with a backhand, and a soundproof barrier instantly enveloped the entire room, directly isolating the still-dazed Su Qingxue outside. Stop pretending. Elder Xian lowered his voice, each word filled with extreme urgency and seriousness, that is a gaze from beyond the world, a higher dimensional existence. It is the gaze of the stellar observer. If such an existence locks onto you, it's a bug in the world. The laws of the entire world will treat you as a virus, at any cost to erase you. Elder Xian stared intently at Lin Xuan, trying to find even a hint of fear on his face. I came here to see if your master would take action. The plot is exposed. The cards are on the table. I just want to see if your family will take care of this troublemaker. Lin Xuan was clear about this in his heart. Continuing to wave the tiger's skin was meaningless. He remained silent for a moment before slowly raising his head, and a kind of madness and depth, completely inconsistent with his age, appeared in his pitch-black eyes. My master won't take action. Elder Xian's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. It's over, this kid is in over his head, he can't even protect him from his master. However, Lin Xian's next sentence nearly burned the brain of the centuries-old king-level peak. But he has given me a solution. Lin Xian's tone was terrifyingly calm. It's called sacrifice. Elder Xian's pupil shrank suddenly. What do you mean? It means, Lin Xuan pointed at the ceiling, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth, since a god has set its sights on me as a sacrifice, I will ignite another altar, so that another, greedier and more tyrannical god can also smell the fragrance here. When two gods struggle over the same sacrifice, their powers will interfere and cancel each other, thus tearing open a blind spot of rules in this small dormitory. At that time, I will naturally be safe. Elder Xian was completely stunned after hearing this. The most insane plan he had ever heard was when someone attempted to steal a dragon's child from the abyss in their youth. But compared to Lin Xian's idea, stealing a dragon's child was simply like pulling a carrot from the neighbor's garden. Luring another hungry wolf to deal with the tiger in the house? Aren't you afraid that in the end, the two prehistoric beasts will tear your small broken house and the entire royal city into pieces? You're crazy. Elder Xian instinctively scolded. No. Lin Xian shook his head, his eyes incredibly clear. I'm very serious, this is the only way. Elder Xian looked at Lin Xian's confidently arrogant demeanor, his inner shock was beyond measure. Does this kid really have an earth-shattering trump card, or is he just a complete madman? But no matter what is involved here is a god-level knowledge that could overturn the entire alchemy system. His alchemical heart, dormant for 100 years, began to beat uncontrollably, and his blood boiled as a result. What do you need? In the end, Elder Xian could not resist this fatal temptation, his voice trembling. I need to borrow the treasure of your association for a while. Lin Xian finally showed his cards. The Medicine King Shinnong Cauldron. At the same time, I need to invite Elder Xian to be the sole witness of this matter. Elder Xian gasped. The Medicine King Shinnong Cauldron. That is the foundation and faith of the Royal Alchemist Association. But Lin Xian's plan makes it impossible for him to refuse. This might be the only time in his life to witness, even participate in an alchemical process aimed at the divine. Okay. Elder Xian gritted his teeth, like a gambler risking everything. Just wait. Before the words left his mouth, his figure flashed and he tore through space to vanish. Alright, his action speed is top-notch. This old man can handle it. When it comes to important matters, he dares to go all in. In less than 10 minutes, space twisted again, and Elder Xian's figure reappeared out of thin air. Along with him came an ancient, three-legged, two-eared round cauldron. The cauldron was half the height of a person, its body a chaotic bronze color, intricately carved with mountains, rivers, creatures of every kind, as if it contained a complete world. It quietly floated, a heavy scent of medicine that suppressed the ages and embraced the heavens began to spread, making every cell in Lin Xian's body cheer with joy. What a treasure! Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Time is tight, let's start. Elder Xian urged, his king-level domain transforming the entire dormitory into an independent space, ensuring not a single breath leaked out. All right. Lin Xian rubbed his hands together, like a chef ready to toss a pan. He first tossed the semi-finished product of the crown of the observer into the Shinnong cauldron. Then, with a swift motion, he sliced off a large chunk from the heart of the stars, along with countless rare treasures, throwing them all in. Elder Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. Each of these materials was enough to drive a king mad, yet this kid tossed them in like cabbage. After doing all this, Lin Xian paused, turned to Elder Xian, and revealed a shy smile. Elder Xian. My skills are lacking, I'm afraid I cannot activate this divine cauldron. So, I still need you, old sir, to lend me a hand. Elder Xian was stunned. He finally understood why Lin Xian insisted on him being the witness. It turned out he wasn't here to be a spectator, he was here to be fuel. Still a king-level peak supersized human-shaped self-walking nuclear charging treasure. Elder Xian felt a mix of frustration and amusement, but since he was already on board, he could only go all the way. He extended his dry palm and pressed it on the Shinnong cauldron, pouring in his overwhelming king-level peak power without holding back. Buzz! The Shinnong cauldron let out a roar from ancient times, and the patterns of all things on its body instantly came to life. Little Soft, it's your turn. Lin Xian pulled out Little Soft, who was round from eating. Little Soft burped and transformed into a ray of light, diving into the cauldron. The next second, Elder Xian witnessed a scene that he could never understand or even imagine in his life. That slime, inside the cauldron, instantly simulated the internal law circulation structure of the Shinnong cauldron, transforming into a living, breathing creation furnace. A purest chaotic energy, in a way he had never heard of, began guiding the raging medicinal power into an unfathomable fusion. This was not alchemy. This was simulating the creation of the world. Look, the old man's worldview is cracking again. Lin Xian secretly laughed in his heart, highly focused, perfectly controlling every step through his link with Little Soft. Purifying, merging, shaping. When the crown was about to fully form, Lin Xian took out the final and most crucial material. The SS-grade origin crystal core of the corrupting poison dragon. He held the crystal core in his palm and gave the system a command. System, use the Philosopher's Stone fragment. Target, corrupting poison dragon crystal core. Additional trait, Abyss. Ding. Warning. Philosopher's Stone, fragment, is a strategic grade item. Applying additional traits to SS grade materials is considered a severe waste. Confirm? Confirm. Don't waste time, execute. Alright, on it. An invisible and overwhelming power beyond the rules instantly enveloped the crystal core. The next second, the crystal core, emanating toxic and decaying aura. Suddenly, a tremor. A terrifying wave of endless devouring, decay, and chaos, entirely opposite to the vast and sacred star realm, erupted violently from the crystal core. It was a greedy roar from the abyss, transcending endless time and space. Lin Xuan did not hesitate at all and immediately threw the aberrant crystal core into the cauldron. This wave, amplified by the Shinon cauldron, transformed into an invisible beacon, instantly breaking through Elder Xian's domain, shattering the protective array of Star Academy, breaking through the barriers of the world, and shooting into the endless dark void. Almost at the same time, two cold, emotionless system notifications loudly rang in Lin Xian's mind. Warning, your actions have attracted the attention of the Star Realm Observer. Warning, your actions have attracted the attention of the Abyss Gazer. Lin Xuan smiled. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel and excited arc. Okay. The fish are all hooked. Chapter 79, I use gods as stepping stones to frighten kings. Boom. At the moment the rotting dragon crystal core, infused with the abyss characteristic, was thrown into the Shinon cauldron, an unspeakable terrifying will awaken from the depths of the nine hell. The dormitory ceiling disappeared. In its place was a slowly rotating, immense, boundless vortex of darkness. It was neither dark clouds nor storms, but pure void that devoured all light and reason. At the center of the vortex, an indescribable eye, filled with chaos and evil, slowly opened. Ding! The Abyss Gazer has connected to the current channel. Almost at the same time, the sky on the other side of the dormitory suddenly lit up with billions of stars. Endless starlight gathered and condensed into another gigantic eye. That eye was composed of flowing galaxies, sacred, majestic, filled with an undeniable order of the highest law. Ding! The Star Realm Observer is now online. Okay, the server just exploded. High-end game, is this a high-end game? Lin Xuan looked up at the sky, even having the leisure to snack on some sunflower seeds. Two supreme wills from different dimensions, different worldviews, and different operational models collided in an epic confrontation, using his small dormitory as a coordinate, transcending endless time and space. At this moment, all beings in the entire Star Academy and even the entire royal city felt a shiver originating from the depths of their souls. It was the instinctive fear of ants looking up at a natural disaster. Countless closed-door old monsters opened their eyes in shock, numerous powerful beings rushed out of their residences, looking up at the sky in horror, but saw nothing, only a great illusion that the apocalypse was about to arrive. They could not see it. But Elder Xian could see. He stood next to Lin Xuan, at the eye of the storm, witnessing this scene where miracles and dark arts intertwined. Every whisker of the old man trembled from the ultimate shock, not from fear, but from a massive impact after a complete overturning of understanding. His old face was as pale as paper, his lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. He finally understood what Lin Xuan meant by lighting another altar. This kid, damn it, really brought another evil god. Moreover, it was completely opposite to the previous one, focusing on chaos and evil madness. What kind of hellish operation is this? Is it not dying fast enough, and he specifically opened a VIP express lane? You. Elder Xian pointed at Lin Xuan, his finger trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. Don't worry, old man, let me see who will win this century's showdown. Lin Xuan calmly comforted himself in his heart. In the sky above, the two supreme wills did not immediately engage in battle. They seemed more like evaluating each other, revealing their backgrounds and operations. Finally, in that starry eye, the majesty seemed to transform into a hint of disdain and indifference. Translation, is this it? A small rural platform dares to compete with me for users? The starlight slowly faded, and the vast, sacred pressure also retreated. Okay, the Star Realm delivery platform has exited the chat with a bad review. However, the enormous whirlpool of the abyss did not disappear immediately. It hovered in the air for a moment, that sinister eye seemingly piercing through time and space, curiously looking at Lin Xuan, the one who triggered all of this. That gaze was filled with delight and scrutiny. Translation, young man has great ideas, come learn to cook from me. This is my business card, think about it? Then, the whirlpool of the abyss slowly faded away. The extraordinary phenomenon in the world lasted less than a minute and disappeared without a trace. Ding! The Star Realm Observer has temporarily retreated. Ding! The Abyss Observer has developed a high level of interest in your actions, believing you possess the potential to become a premium investment. You have obtained a temporary enhancement state, Favor of the Abyss. Effect 1, your affinity for abyss energy is permanently increased by 1000%. Effect 2, below the king level, you will be immune to all mental attacks. Nice. This move not only scored venture capital but also snagged an angel round. Lin Xuan was very satisfied with this outcome. The crisis was temporarily lifted. Beside him, Elder Xian's legs weakened, almost causing him to sit on the ground. The old man was gasping for breath, his entire body was already soaked with cold sweat. It was too thrilling. Having lived for hundreds of years, today's 1 minute was more thrilling than everything he had experienced in the past several hundred years combined. At that moment, the Medicine King Shinong Ding glowed brightly. Buzz! The lid of the cauldron flew open by itself. 2 items slowly rose from within. One was a pill the size of a longan. The pill was flawless and perfectly round, yet distinctly divided into 2 halves. One half sparkled with starlight, containing a miniature universe, exuding a sacred and pure aura. The other half was as black as ink, a collection of all the chaos and decay of the world, emitting unsettling abyssal waves. Light and darkness, order and chaos, 2 completely opposite principles, were perfectly fused together. This is... Elder Xian's eyes widened upon seeing the pill, his breathing stopped, and a nearly frantic fervor appeared on his face. Yin-Yang fusion, Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, this is the legendary 2 instruments creation pill. As the towering figure of the Alchemy Association, he was now so excited he could hardly speak, wishing to kneel before this pill on the spot. If this item was taken out, no need to mention king level, even emperor level experts would go crazy for it. The other item was a fierce-looking crown. The crown had an ancient and domineering design, also half shimmering with starlight, half devouring light in its deep black. Where the 2 materials merged, strange and mysterious magic patterns formed, and in the center, the altered poison dragon crystal core resembled a tightly closed, abyssal evil eye. Elder Xian glanced at the crown and immediately shifted all his attention back to the pill. In his eyes, while the crown was also an artifact, compared to that legendary pill, it was simply a plastic fork that came with instant noodles. However, Lin Xian's next actions almost made Elder Xian's eyes pop out. Lin Xuan didn't even glance at the world-shaking 2 instruments creation pill, as if it were an ordinary candy. He reached out and directly took down the fierce-looking crown, the crown of the observer. Refining pills? What a joke. Refining pills was just a cover, a smokescreen to attract firepower. Refining tools was his real goal. Under Elder Xian's dazed gaze, Lin Xuan unhesitatingly placed the crown on his head. Boom! The moment he put on the crown, it felt like 2 nuclear bombs exploded in Lin Xian's spiritual sea. In his left eye's field of vision, the birth and death of endless star seas unfolded, the cold operation of the laws of the universe. In his right eye's vision, there was an endless abyss of sinking things, the final resting place of chaos and decay. At this moment, his mental strength began to crazily surge at a terrifying speed beyond physical laws. Refreshing. Just as Lin Xuan was immersed in the exhilarating feeling of rapid leveling up. The 2 instruments creation pill he had abandoned in the air was suddenly gently quivering under Elder Xian's almost worshipful gaze. Swish, the pill transformed into a beam of flowing light, not even giving Elder Xian a chance to react, and it quickly struck straight toward his chest. Put. With a light sound, it was as if a ripe fruit had fallen into the water. The 2 instruments creation pill, which condensed the power of the starry realm and the abyss, encountered no obstacles and directly sank into Elder Xian's thin chest. Elder Xian's entire body froze. He looked down at his intact chest, his face still carrying the fervent expression, replaced now by a blankness. In the next second. Boom, an indescribable terrifying medicinal power exploded within him. It was not destruction, but creation. Half of it was the vast power of the stars, cleansing every inch of his dried-up veins, repairing the hidden injuries left by time. The other half was pure abyssal power, which not only did not erode his soul but instead, in a tyrannical manner, devoured the Dan poison and impurities that had accumulated in his body for hundreds of years. Elder Xian's cultivation bottleneck, which had been stagnant for over 100 years, felt as fragile as a piece of window paper in the face of this power. Not good. Elder Xian's complexion changed drastically. He wanted to suppress it, but found that the energy within him was already completely out of control, like a flood breaching a dam, rushing towards a completely new realm he dreamed of. Above the peak of the king level is the emperor level, that is a true, unmatched existence capable of suppressing the fortunes of a nation. He had been stuck at this step for far too long. Young friend. Hurry. I cannot hold it back. Elder Xian, sweating profusely, felt the king-level peak's aura uncontrollably leaking out, shaking the entire dormitory's independent space violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Once the aura leaks out, the entire royal city will be alarmed. Oh, live stream breaking through to emperor level? This should charge an admission fee. Lin Xuan silently complained in his heart, but his face showed no sign of panic. He raised his hand and flicked a finger at the floating divine farmer cauldron. Ding, a clear ringing sound. The divine farmer cauldron's body glowed, and a heavy, earth-like suppressive force instantly enveloped Elder Xian. The violently leaking aura was forcibly pushed back. Elder Xian felt light all over. Seizing this rare opportunity, he immediately sat cross-legged, fully guiding that terrifying medicinal power to impact the legendary threshold. Lin Xuan leisurely appreciated the scene while feeling the dramatic changes in his mental sea. The enhancement brought by the crown of the Watcher had allowed him to complete a leap from quantity to quality. His perception was sharper than ever before. He could even see how the two opposing forces of law within Elder Xian were constructing a brand new, more stable law cycle within his king-level domain. So that's it, the so-called emperor level is like creating a world within oneself. Lin Xuan thought thoughtfully, marking a clear coordinate for his future upgrade path. He didn't know how long it had been, but Elder Xian's aura finally began to gradually calm down. He opened his eyes. In those murky old eyes, at that moment, there appeared a flicker of phenomena of stars appearing and disappearing, the abyss revolving. He had already stepped half a foot into the emperor level. As long as he returned to seclusion for a few months, he would be able to fully solidify this, becoming a new myth on this land. Elder Xian slowly stood up, straightened his robe, then, in Lin Xian's slightly surprised gaze, he respectfully performed a grand bow. This was not the courtesy of a predecessor to a junior, but rather the worship ceremony of students towards teachers, believers towards gods. Young friend, no, Mr. Lin. Elder Xian's voice trembled, filled with endless gratitude and reverence. This life-saving grace, I will never forget. He clearly understood that what Lin Xuan gave him was not just a pill. It was a brand new realm, hundreds of years of lifespan, the fortune of the Royal Alchemist Association for 1,000 years to come. Elder Xian, you are being too polite. Lin Xuan calmly accepted his bow, then waved his hand, speaking in a tone as if discussing a trivial matter. You put in effort, I share a bit of profit, this is a fair trade. Fair trade? Elder Xian's mouth twitched. Using peak king level strength as firewood, the profit produced is half a step into emperor level? What kind of fair trade is this? This is clearly a god's gift to mortals. Looking at Lin Xian's calm demeanor as if it was a normal operation, the last trace of doubt in his heart vanished. What nonsense, teacher! This young man in front of him is probably some ancient powerhouse playing games in the mortal world. Elder Xian, better go back and enter seclusion, Lin Xian ordered. If your aura leaks out, the royal city will really tremble. Yes, yes. Elder Xian awoke as if from a dream, quickly reining in his aura, bowed to Lin Xian again, then carefully put away the Medicine King Divine Cauldron, tore apart the space, stepped in, and vanished. In the dormitory, tranquility was finally restored. Lin Xian locked the door behind him and let out a long breath. Finally sent this great being away. He sat down by the bed, and that immense spiritual power still surged in his sea of consciousness. He shut his eyes, beginning to tally the real gains from this journey. Ding! Detected that the host's spiritual power has broken through the A-level peak barrier, reaching pseudo-emperor level. SSS level equipment, Crown of the Observer, has completed soul binding, active skills have been unlocked. Skill 1, Stellar Simulation. Effect, consuming spiritual power, it can simulate the operating trajectory of the laws of all things, analyzing the target's weaknesses. Note, the higher the rank of the target, the greater the consumption. Skill 2, Abyssal Sorcery. Effect, consuming spiritual power, it can carry out a mandatory will judgment on the target. If the judgment succeeds, it can temporarily control the target or plant an abyssal mark deep in their soul. Lin Xian's mouth slowly revealed a dangerous curve. 1 auxiliary divine skill, 1 control divine skill. This crown directly filled the most lacking gap in him. Survival countdown, 29 days 22 hours. The system's prompt tone rang out again. 1 month to rise to emperor? Lin Xian opened his eyes, his left eye sparkling with starlight, and his right eye swirling with the abyss. Now it seems, it might not take that long. Chapter 80, Stepping to Heaven. I gift the divine pill, the ailing princess helps me shock the entire academy. The 2 instruments creation pill, that gathered the power of the star realm and the abyss did not, as Elder Xian expected, crash into his chest. It stopped suddenly, hovering steadily less than an inch from Elder Xian's chest. Buzz. The pill trembled slightly, and a strand of Lin Xian's consciousness emerged from it. A gift to you, senior, as a token of my appreciation. Elder Xian froze completely. He stared fixedly at the divine pill in front of him, his brain stopped thinking. 1 second, he thought it was a means to kill in silence. The next second, the person said, it's a gift for you. This sudden transition from heaven to hell left the heart he had cultivated for hundreds of years full of spiderweb-like cracks. 2 instruments creation pill. The legendary supreme divine object that allows a king to glimpse the emperor-level threshold. Its value is enough to buy 10 Royal Alchemist Associations. You just gave it away? Ding! detected that Elder Xian's emotional module overloaded, logic processor burned out. The system's voice was perfectly timed. Look how scared the old man is. Lin Xuan secretly laughed. This thing is half star realm and half abyss, staying with me is a super signal transmitter. Who knows when it will attract those two divine beings again? Giving it away is both a huge favor and a perfect way to deflect blame. Elder Xian finally broke free from that huge mental shock. He did not reach out, but trembled, bowing deeply to Lin Xuan once again. Mr. Lin, this item is too precious, I, an old man, absolutely dare not. Just accept it. Lin Xuan interrupted him, his words already prepared. This Dan is, to me, merely a defective product from failed artifact refining, keeping it is useless. Senior, take it, and it will serve its purpose. Failed artifact refining, defective product? Elder Xian felt as if the alchemical principles he had built over his lifetime were being completely trampled into the mud by this statement, grinding repeatedly. He no longer declined, using the most treasured attitude of his life, wrapping the divine Dan in his source power and carefully storing it within his body. Then, he made a solemn vow. Mr. Lin, from today onwards, you are the only guest elder of our Royal Alchemist Association. All resources of the association are at your disposal. Within the royal city, anyone who dares to harm you will be at war with my entire Alchemist Association, no peace until death. Done, Super VIP Supreme Insurance Policy acquired. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. After sending off Elder Xian, who was still in a daze and ecstatic, Lin Xuan wore the crown of the observer, feeling the vast spiritual power in his mind, comparable to that of a king, and comfortably lay down on his bed. Though this crown could not directly enhance his cultivation, this massive spirit power gave him the qualification to engage with real strong ones. At the very least, when facing king-level big shots, he was no longer just a rookie who could only rely on information gaps and dirty tricks to protect himself. Now he could sit down, have tea, and chat with the big shots. By the way, see whose table gets flipped over first. At this moment, the brief, terrifying phenomenon hovering over Tianqing Academy finally fully fermented. Although the ordinary teachers and students knew nothing, the overwhelming pressure, like the world was turning over, brutally struck at the true upper echelons of the royal city. Deep within the palace, in the residence of the third prince, Lin Xuan. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive, the air so thick that it was hard to breathe. What did you say? The source of the phenomenon is Lin Xian's dormitory again? Listening to the spy's report, Lin Xuan's handsome face twisted. He initially wanted to crush an annoying ant, yet ended up poking the ant nest, provoking two opposing river gods. He not only failed to kill Lin Xuan but also watched helplessly as the other party boarded the Royal Alchemist Association's great ship, gaining prestige like the sun at noon. This feeling of suffocation and disgust nearly made him vomit on the spot. Your Highness, the first prince's people, have already gone to Lin Xian's dormitory. The spy's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Lin Xuan's fist suddenly clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. The first prince. His brother, the most scheming, most powerful, and most favored by the emperor, had finally also noticed this ant. At the same time, Lin Xian's luxurious dormitory welcomed a new visitor. The visitor was a middle-aged scholar with a pale face and no beard, bearing an elegant demeanor, walking leisurely, yet with a hint of condescension in his eyes. Lin Xuan, I am a staff member from the First Prince's manor, sent by His Highness to pay a visit. The scholar came straight to the point, polite yet carrying a tone that could not be refused. Oh, top-performing stock has come knocking to discuss acquisition. Lin Xuan understood and put on a businesslike smile. I wonder what His Highness the First Prince has to instruct. The scholar smiled lightly and threw out an offer that would drive any genius crazy. His Highness is extremely appreciative of your talent. If you are willing to join His Highness, he promises you a future position as Vice President of Tianqing Academy, waiting for you. In addition, S-grade techniques, vast resources, at your disposal. This condition was so generous that any new student would kneel on the spot, shouting, Your Highness is wise. Yet Lin Xuan merely leisurely picked up his teacup, blowing away the hot steam. Thank you for the first prince's great kindness. However, I am used to being lazy and do not like to choose sides. Translation, your temple is too small, and the turtles in the pond are too many, sharing the spoils unevenly. The smile on the scholar's face froze slightly. He clearly did not expect Lin Xuan to refuse so neatly and directly. He emphasized his tone. A hint of threat lingered in the words, Lin, you need to think carefully. The third prince hates you to the bone. Without the protection of the first prince, you won't be able to take a single step in the royal city. Lin Xuan put down his teacup, his smile deepening, though that smile couldn't reach his eyes. Then I won't trouble you. Using the third prince to threaten me? I'm sorry, I just had a showdown with a god, your level is a bit lacking. After sending away the pale-faced scholar, Lin Xuan immediately called Su Qingxue. Su, help me with a little favor. Speak. On the other end, Su Qingxue's voice remained as cold as ever. Help me send something to the 7th princess. Just say it's a small gift from a new student named Lin Xuan. On Su Qingshua's side, there was a silence that lasted a full 10 seconds. Are you crazy? Her reaction was the same as old Xian's. The first prince and the third prince are in a fierce battle, and everyone in the royal city is being forced to choose sides. And you don't choose anyone and go give a gift to that almost non-existent, frail princess rumored to not live past 20? Are you looking to die faster? Indeed, everyone thinks the 7th princess is a garbage stock. That's right. Others fear what I covet, others go all in, I cash out. This move is called value investment. Lin Xuan replied with a grin, expressing concern is not as good as making a big fortune. A small token of intent, nothing more. He didn't elaborate further, hung up the call, and took out a small crystal vial from his storage space. Inside the vial was a single drop of a perfect quality C-class healing potion made by a little soft. In the evening, at the Clear Heart Palace. The most remote corner of the palace, desolate as if forgotten by the world. A little maid hurriedly walked into the inner hall, holding a gift box. Your Highness, the young lady from the Su family sent someone with this. It's a gift from a new student named Lin Xuan from the Tianqing Academy. On the sickbed, a pale-faced, frail girl leaned against a soft pillow, reading a book. Upon hearing this, she didn't even lift her eyelids. Throw it away. Her voice was so weak it seemed it could extinguish at any moment. Yes. The maid was about to turn around. Wait. The girl suddenly spoke again, open it and take a look. The maid followed her orders, opened the gift box, and took out the crystal vial. The girl took the vial, pulled out the cork, and just took a light sniff. In that moment, a sharp light suddenly pierced through the depths of her lifeless eyes, breaking the darkness. The brilliance flickered and vanished, she reverted to her sickly appearance, casually handing the potion vial back to the maid. A reward for you. Thank you, Your Highness. The maid was overjoyed, this was a perfect quality potion, worth a lot. After the maid left, the 7th princess on the sickbed slowly sat up straight. At this moment, she bore no trace of sickness whatsoever. The corners of her mouth curved into an unseen, playful arc. Lin Xuan. Interesting. The next day, all students' terminals at Tianqing Academy vibrated at the same time. A notice from the Elder Council of the Academy was pinned at the top. Notice, in light of new student Lin Xuan's unparalleled talent in the field of alchemy, and with the personal recommendation from Her Highness the 7th Princess, the Elder Council has unanimously decided, starting today, Lin Xuan is appointed as a special alchemy instructor for Tianqing Academy, enjoying elder-level benefits, with freedom in course scheduling. As the notice was released, the entire academy exploded. Countless students rubbed their eyes repeatedly, doubting whether they were dreaming. A new student who just entered school for less than a month was appointed as an instructor? And still enjoying elder-level benefits as a special instructor? Is this a rocket boost to success? At this moment, at the center of the event, Lin Xuan was lying on his bed, looking at the notice, and contentedly snapped his fingers. Good, angel round investment, funds arriving at lightning speed. 7th Princess, this person can do business, she really delivers when needed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, skyrocketing to success. Reward, all faculty and students astonishment value plus 10,086. Lin Xuan ignored the system's antics. He knew that from this moment on, he was in deep waters regarding the Royal Air competition, he had to dive in whether he wanted to or not. However, it's others who have been dragged into the muddy waters. Or is it him, stirring the water even murkier? Then it depends on whose methods are dirtier. Chapter 81, he calls this alchemy? The whole academy has gone mad, my husky also wants to be the god of medicine. The internal forum of Tianqing Academy has completely crashed. In just a second, tens of thousands of posts flooded in like a tsunami, the server's indicators flashing wildly, ultimately turning into a blinding red warning. That announcement, personally issued by the Elder Council, in the highest authority's scarlet font, was firmly pinned at the top of all sections. Announcement, in light of the new student Lin Xuan's extraordinary talent in alchemy, personally recommended by Her Highness the 7th Princess, the Elder Council of the Academy has unanimously decided, from this day forth, Lin Xuan is appointed as a specially invited mentor of alchemy for Tianqing Academy, enjoying elder-level treatment, with freely chosen teaching times. Sure, angel investment, it arrives at lightning speed. Lin Xuan lay on his soft bed, crossing his legs, leisurely refreshing the forum page that had become a slideshow. 7th Princess, this person can be dealt with. She really gives him treatment when needed. Achievement unlocked, stepping into the sky in one leap. World influence slightly increased. Ignoring the system's cold notification sounds, Lin Xuan was curious to see the explosive comments in the commentary section. A new student as a mentor? Am I blind or has this world gone crazy? A conspiracy. Why does the 7th Princess recommend a new student? Isn't she about to die? Why does he Lin Xuan deserve it? Isn't it just good luck beating Qin Feng? Can alchemy and combat be the same thing? I'm a third-year alchemy major, studying potions for 3 years, and I'm not as good as a newbie? I refuse to accept this. Refusing is just right. If you all accepted it, how would I continue my show? Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, feeling that the mental state of this year's students was very energetic. Sure enough, he didn't wait too long. Knock. 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 The dormitory door was knocked loudly, the force filled with the anger of questioning. When the door opened, several young people in student council uniforms blocked the doorway, with the bespectacled one looking serious, much like a disciplinary director ready to catch someone cheating. Lin Xuan, we are from the student council. Regarding your appointment as a mentor, we represent the entire student body to formally challenge your teaching ability evaluation. Oh no, the KPI evaluation team is here, and it needs to be live-streamed. I must put on a spectacular performance. Lin Xuan lazily leaned against the doorframe, looking half awake. Alright, when and where? The student council member clearly paused, his well-prepared and impassioned speech instantly stuck in his throat. He hesitated for half a second before continuing, this afternoon, in the Academy's largest public lecture hall. We will nominate the Academy's recognized top genius, Senior Yan Jin, to confront you on the spot. Great. Lin Xuan made an okay gesture. Bang. The door was closed decisively and neatly by him. The student council members looked at each other outside, completely confused. This is over? He didn't even struggle or say a word of defense? In the afternoon, Tianqing Academy's largest lecture hall. It was packed. Every seat was filled, even the aisles and windowsills were crowded with people. Countless students had come to witness how this youngest mentor in history would be rubbed against the ground by the student council's genius. In the audience, the third prince had a cold smile on his lips, watching with a group of Academy seniors eager for a show, their eyes filled with intrigue. The challenger Yan Jin stood at the center of the stage. He wore a spotless alchemist's robe, with a set of expensive alchemy equipment glowing with runes in front of him, radiating a pride and confidence of the scholarly elite. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, was empty-handed, casually strolling onto the stage as if taking a walk after a meal. Alright, everyone is here. Lin Xuan clapped his hands, his voice not loud, but clearly overshadowing all the noise. An evaluation, right? Simple. He looked at Yan Jin. The gaze swept over the dense crowd below. You, plus any 9 unlucky souls from the audience, come up. Soon, 10 people, including Yan Jin, stood in a row on the stage. Lin Xuan had 10 identical sets of materials sent up, all the herbs needed to craft the most basic sea-level healing potion. The rules are simple, Lin Xuan said plainly and roughly, make medicine on site. Whoever makes it fastest and best is awesome. A hint of contempt flickered across Yan Jin's face, feeling insulted. Evaluated with the lowest grade potion? But he still activated his alchemy equipment and began his smooth operations, every step as precise as in a textbook. The other 9 randomly chosen students were instantly flustered. In no time, chaos erupted on stage. Some flasks exploded, spewing thick black smoke, some liquids turned into strange greens, emitting an ominous aura. 15 minutes later, the results were out. Out of the 9 students, 6 failed, and among those who succeeded, the quality varied, the best bottle barely glimmered with a faint glow, rated as good. Yan Jin, however, raised his crystal bottle high with a proud expression. Inside the bottle, the potion was clear and vibrant green, pure without any impurities, with a gentle halo flowing slowly within. Excellent quality healing potion. People who understood the craft in the audience gasped, immediately igniting a wave of applause. Yan Jin basked in the crowd's praise, provocatively glancing at Lin Xuan, as if saying, "It's your turn. I can't wait to see what you pull off." Now it was Lin Xuan's turn. The venue fell silent instantly, with thousands of eyes focused solely on him. Lin Xuan didn't touch any alchemy equipment. He leisurely pulled out a jelly-like blue slime from his pocket and placed it on the podium. Little Soft, it's time to eat. Little Soft happily bounced, suddenly opened its large mouth, and gulped down all the materials for the healing potion in one go. The audience gasped in surprise. What is he doing? Using a contracted spirit to eat the ingredients? Is he crazy? That's wasteful. Is this his alchemy? Is he treating us like monkeys? Yan Jin laughed out loud in anger, ridiculous. This is a disgrace to the alchemy world. However, before his laughter faded, that slime's round body simply wiggled slightly. Burp. It let out a satisfying burp. Put. A small crystal bottle was spat out, rolling on the podium for 2 circles before coming to a stop. Inside, the potion was no longer vibrant green but gleamed with a fantastical golden hue. That golden color seemed alive, radiating a rich and unyielding pure life aura, invigorating the front row students. Perfect, quality. Someone with a shaky voice, as if in a dream, squeezed out these 4 words. The entire lecture hall fell into a dead silence. Warning, large-scale cognitive disruption event detected. The color drained from Yen Jin's face in an instant. He stared blankly at the bottle of golden potion, then at the harmless slime, his brain completely crashed. 3 seconds. From swallowing the materials to spitting out the finished product, it took only 3 seconds. This is impossible. This isn't scientific. This isn't alchemy. Lin Xuan picked up the perfect potion bottle, casually playing with it between his fingers, his voice calm. The essence of alchemy is understanding the rules, then efficiently reorganizing energy and matter. The bottles and jars you have are merely tools to help you understand and manipulate. He patted little soft squishy head. And my partner is the best tool. Each word felt like a heavy hammer, landing hard on the hearts of all the alchemy teachers and students present. Before they could recover from that massive impact, Lin Xuan tossed the remaining 9 materials all to Little Soft. Little Soft was happily munching away. The body is like an efficient processor. Puff, 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 puff. Under the dull gaze of thousands, Xiaoruan was like a started clock, continuously spitting out 9 bottles of identical, perfectly crafted healing potions in 30 seconds. 10 perfect potions, neatly lined up on the podium. That dazzling golden light gathered together, nearly blinding everyone's eyes. 100% success rate. Production speed like an assembly line. What is this, alchemy? This is a damn miracle. It's an industrial revolution. Everyone sit down, regular procedure, I haven't even started yet. Lin Xuan casually waved his hand, tossing those 10 bottles of perfect potions, which could make mercenaries outside fight to the death, to the students in the front row like throwing jelly beans. Welcome gift, go play with it. The student who received the potions trembled with excitement, almost kneeling right there to bow to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan cleared his throat, his voice spreading throughout the whole room. All right, the assessment is over. Now, my first official open class starts. The topic is... He paused, a smile that could make even the devil feel excited appeared on his lips. On how to let your contract spirit learn alchemy too. Boom. This sentence detonated like a nuclear bomb, completely overturning the entire lecture hall. All the students, whether alchemy majors or not, instantly turned red-eyed. Letting the contract spirit learn alchemy? What does that mean? It means infinite healing potions in battle. It means opening an alchemy factory and counting money while lying down. My husky. My fire-breathing lizard. My windblade bird. Can they also become alchemy masters? Teacher Lin. I want to take your class. I'll give 10 times the credits. Let me audit. Teacher. Is my kneeling posture correct? Please, I beg you. The order in the entire lecture hall completely collapsed, countless students pushed to the front, wanting to rush the podium, even many professors who rushed over were breathing rapidly, revealing eager expressions. Standing alone and solemnly, Yen looked at the frenzied scene in front of him, dazed and lost, his worldview shattered into pieces. In that moment, Lin Xuan's status as a mentor was as solid as iron, no one dared to question it again. Deep in the night, in the dormitory. Lin Xuan had just finished his shower when there was another knock at the door. This time it was a secret signal. It was the little maid of the 7th princess again. She bowed her head and respectfully handed over a blackwood box. Mentor Lin, this is the thank you gift from Her Highness. Inside the box was a palm-sized, entirely black stone that looked plain and ordinary. A piece of broken stone? What a stingy gift. Just as Lin Xuan was about to complain, the maid whispered another line. Her Highness has another message to convey to you. The maid's voice was subdued, as if carrying a chill from the abyss. Her Highness said, the ancient corpse under the Black Fog Marsh is related to the origin of our royal bloodline. Please, be careful of the great prince. The maid slowly raised her head, those eyes that should have been submissive now reflected endless fear. Because he is no longer a human. Chapter 82, cut off my financial resources? I'll monopolize with the demon god, can you afford to play? The figure of the maid disappeared behind the door, but the chilling words took root in Lin Xuan's mind. He is no longer a human. Well, the script is starting to wildly veer towards the Cthulhu direction? Lin Xuan closed the door, his fingertips rubbing that cold, black stone. It looked just like an ordinary stone, hard in texture, pure black, inconspicuous even if thrown into a pile of coal. Thank you gift? 7th princess, is this what you call a thank you gift? Stingy doesn't even begin to cover it, can't you just send cash next time? He mumbled in his heart, yet his thoughts had already sunk into the system. Identify. Ding. Analyzing. Warning. Detected high-dimensional cause-effect pollution. This analysis will consume 1,000 shock points, continue? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. 1,000 points? This broken stone costs more to analyze than that still-beating star heart from before? Continue. Seed of the Abyss, inactive. Item description: a coordinate beacon accidentally thrown by the Abyss Stair, forcefully suppressed by the current world's laws, currently in a dormant state. It is both a key and a shackle. Function 1, can construct a stable one-way Abyss teleportation portal. The prerequisite is that you have enough energy and offerings. Function 2, can deeply bind with the core laws of a certain world, mortgaging this world to the Abyss in exchange for power. Friendly reminder, this operation is irreversible, and consequences of breach include but are not limited to having your soul turned into a limited edition figurine, displayed in the Abyss collection window for 10,000 years. Lin Xuan held this key, his knuckles slightly turning white. The amount of information was a bit explosive. The seventh princess gave him a key that could open the gates of hell. Combine that with her warning about the crown prince, and a chilling logical chain instantly closed in Lin Xian's mind. The ancient corpse beneath the black fog marsh was a star realm creature, related to the royal bloodline origins. Therefore, the royal family of this kingdom has its bloodline origin from the star realm. The crown prince is not human anymore, most likely polluted by something from the star realm, or even directly possessed. So, the seventh princess sending this seed that represents the abyss, her intention has become painfully clear. Wow, just wow. After all this, the so-called struggle for the heir is just the Star Realm delivery platform and the Abyss Group buying platform helping agents grab market share in the human world. The Crown Prince is the Star Rider of the Star Realm platform, and the Seventh Princess is the hidden general agent of the Abyss platform. And I, a passerby traveler, unintentionally flirted with the customer service of both platforms, now stuck in the middle, becoming a super VIP customer that both sides want to recruit? This game suddenly became exciting. Lin Xuan not only did not panic, but instead felt a thrill of competition. He now felt like a startup company that had just received angel funding, suddenly being courted by two top venture capitals, both wanting to throw money at him to sign an exclusive contract. The problem is, one of these venture capitals wants him to reach for the sky, while the other wants him to sink into the earth. Which side to choose? Only children make choices, I want them all, just kidding. With my current status, binding deeply with anyone will just end up being devoured until nothing remains. The urgent task is to silently accumulate wealth and take my company public. Then it won't be clear who the venture capitalist is and who is working for me. Lin Xuan made up his mind to carefully store this seed of the abyss. This thing is currently a hot potato, but in the future, it might be the trump card that flips the entire table. To develop quickly, both money and technology are essential. And what he currently has in abundance is the channel to acquire both. The identity of Special Alchemy Director is the first lever for him to pry open the resources of the entire royal city. The next day, relying on the 7th Princess's Elder-level authority token, Lin Xuan walked smoothly into the S-Class library of the Celestial Star Academy. This is the core forbidden area of the Academy, where usually only the Dean and a few core elders are qualified to enter. The white-haired old man guarding the library was originally dozing off, ready to scold the intruder, but upon seeing the token, his murky eyes suddenly shrank, and he leaped up as if shocked by electricity, standing straight with an attitude almost flattering. This authority is even more powerful than the VIP premium version. Lin Xuan walked straight into the depths of the library. He was like a sponge thrown into the ocean, madly absorbing the knowledge that had accumulated here for thousands of years. From the analysis of the weaknesses of monarch-level creatures to the singular processing of holy-level materials, and even some vague scrolls about god-level existences. This knowledge, which could stir up storms of blood and gore in the outside world, was just a row of dust-laden books waiting to decay on the shelves here. Then, he walked into the core material warehouse and directly activated the zero-cost purchase mode. Instructor Authority, request to allocate 100 kilograms of A-class material Dragon Blood Crystal. Instructor Authority, request to allocate 500 stalks of B-class material Stargrass. Instructor Authority. The warehouse administrator looked at the list that nearly emptied half of the warehouse, his hand holding the pen trembled like a sieve. But he stared fixedly at the token representing the highest will of the Academy, unable to utter a single no, he could only hold back tears and tremblingly stamp the approval seal. That night, Lin Xian's luxurious dormitory completely transformed into an incredibly efficient alchemy black workshop. Little Soft, it's time to eat. Little Soft happily jumped out, and upon seeing the mountain of rare materials in front of it, bubbles of happiness began to rise. It opened its big mouth and swallowed a pile of A-class materials in one gulp. Burp. Poof, a bottle of shimmering, radiant perfect quality A-class berserker potion was precisely spit out. Production line operation, start. Lin Xuan immediately contacted the black market Queen Night Charm through the encrypted channel of the Faceless One. A batch of perfect quality A and B-class potions, quantities enough, you handle the shipment. Profit split 30 to 70, you 70, me 30. On the other end of the communication, Night Charm was silent for a full half minute. During that half-minute, Lin Xuan could even imagine the expression on her face as if she'd seen a ghost. "Sir, are you sure it's perfect quality? And enough quantity?" Her voice carried a hint of uncontrollable tremor. "Absolutely. Deal." Night Charm's answer was decisive, with not a trace of hesitation. A storm of wealth sweeping through the underground world of the royal city began to unfold. Countless perfect quality potions surged into the black market through Night Charm's channels at an unprecedented low price, instantly collapsing the pricing system of all alchemists' guilds and potion shops. Countless mercenary groups, adventurers, and minor nobles went crazy over it. The number of gold coins in Lin Xuan's personal account began to jump at a heart-stopping speed. Still, monopolizing makes money faster. Lin Xuan comfortably lay on the bed, looking at that astronomical number, letting out a capitalist's satisfied sigh. However, this good life did not last long. 3 days later, an order personally issued by the royal family and strongly promoted by the Crown Prince Lin Xuan, like a dark cloud, overshadowed the entire kingdom. Alchemical Products Specialization Law. Announcement: to regulate the market, crack down on shoddy products, and protect the interests of the people, all A-class and above quality alchemical potions and equipment must now be uniformly priced and sold through the official Royal Alchemy Association, with a 90% transaction tax. Any private trading behavior will be regarded as smuggling, and once discovered, severe punishment will follow. The decree that popped up on Lin Xuan's student terminal was in blood-red font, with harsh wording, every word oozing with the scent of blood. "This is pulling the rug from under me." Night Charm's urgent communication nearly came at the same time, her voice filled with anxiety and seriousness. "Sir, our channels have all been cut off. All black market trading points have been sealed by the Royal Night Order, and officials are hunting down private traders all over the city." The numbers in Lin Xuan's account that had been growing wildly came to a sudden halt. "Cutting off my financial path is like killing my parents. Crown Prince, you are forcing me to flip the table." Lin Xuan's face showed no signs of panic, but his gaze became cold and sharp. He had originally intended to develop quietly, relying on his ability to accumulate wealth and become someone no one could ignore. But now, the other party was not giving him that opportunity. If that's the case, then let's change the game. Small-scale black market trading was too limited. If he's going to do it, let it be something big. A deal that could make the entire kingdom tremble, a deep abyss transaction. Lin Xuan took out the pitch-black as night seed of the abyss from his storage space. "Since you won't let me make money properly, then I'll just have to find an even more impressive partner." He stood in the center of the dormitory, using various dark attribute materials obtained for free from the material warehouse to set up a crude yet ominous magical formation. He placed the seed of the abyss at the center of the formation. No incantation, no prayer. Lin Xuan merely inserted a strand of his spiritual energy into that seed. Then, he conveyed a simple, rough, and even arrogant thought. "A business plan. I will help you pollute this world's world tree, making the laws of the abyss the new rules of this world. In exchange, you will give me enough wealth and power to overturn a kingdom. This is a win-win deal, you gain a new market, and I get the startup funds I desire." He did not humbly plead or frantically sacrifice. He calmly proposed a wildly insane business cooperation plan to an indescribable evil god. "Come on, want to sign a betting agreement?" Buzz, the whole dormitory space twisted violently, as if it were a wrung-out towel. An indescribable, cold, and chaotic will crossed endless time and space, descending into Lin Xuan's consciousness. This will had no anger, no divine might, only a kind of amusement and scrutiny, as if it could see through eternity. It took a keen interest in Lin Xuan's audacity and the content of this business plan. The next second, a cold stream of information rushed directly into Lin Xuan's mind. "Yes. But, you need to prove your investment value first. Go to the Dragon Locking Well underground in the royal capital. Release the things there." Chapter 83, God Level Seal? "In 3 seconds, I'll make it turn black like my back door. Dragon Locking Well, release the things there." The message from the Abyssal Well was cold but was automatically accompanied by the catchy background music of page game advertisements in Lin Xuan's mind. "The investor dad has made a request, it's an angel round assessment task. Go to the Dragon Locking Well underground in the royal capital and release the things there." This task description has a cheap feel of "help me give a cut." Lin Xuan had always scoffed at such grand promises. If they wanted him to work for free, not a chance. But then he thought, he had just used a perfect potion to collapse the Grand Prince's underground market, cutting off his financial lifeline. Revenge was inevitable. He was now a desirable target for both the Abyss and the Star Realm venture capitalists. The Star Realm platform, represented by the Grand Prince, had likely already put him on a death blacklist. "The enemy's enemy is my temporary partner. I have to take this assessment task. Not only take it, but I must also do it beautifully, to ask the Abyss Dad for more startup funds." Determined, Lin Xuan headed straight to the S-level library the next day. The white-haired old man guarding the library, who had respected him so much yesterday, looked as if his face had turned into a dried bitter melon today. This newly appointed mentor Lin had taken enough rare materials from the warehouse yesterday to buy half of the royal city. The old man stared at the long withdrawal slip, feeling heartbroken and unable to sleep all night. Lin Xuan ignored the old man's resentful gaze, directly swiping his privileges, and dove into the forbidden data area deep in the library. Let me see, what kind of newbie village boss is the so-called Dragon Lockingwell? He invoked the noble title of researching ancient sealing techniques to pull out all related materials. Those ancient scrolls made of unknown beast skins exuded the scent of time and taboo. The Dragon Locking Well is located at the peak of the back mountain of the Tianjing Academy and is the kingdom's #1 forbidden area. It suppresses a remnant soul of the ancient dragon Nidhogg. This dragon once ravaged the continent 3,000 years ago, causing disasters and leading to the fall of the brilliant dynasty. Oh wow, still a world boss with historical background. Lin Xuan continued to browse through the material. To suppress this beast, the first-generation king set down the S-level Great Formation, 9 provinces locked dragon map, as the first layer of seal. The Celestial Star Academy's successive deans, spending 1,000 years of effort, constructed the king-level barrier star barrier with their own mental strength as the second layer of seal. At the core, there hangs the Empire's national treasure, an SSS-level projection of the Celestial Mirror, which refines the dragon's soul day and night with divine light, serving as the third layer of seal. Wow, 3 layers of top-notch firewalls, royal exclusive plus academy custom plus divine artifact trial version. Lin Xuan stroked his chin, feeling that the difficulty of this task equated to sending a level 1 newbie to face a world boss on a max-level server. Any unauthorized approach would instantly trigger an alarm, then be reduced to ashes by the Royal Mage Squad and Academy Elders stationed there. Breaking in hard is purely sending heads to the other side. However, as long as there's a program, there must be a bug. Instead of being afraid, Lin Xuan became intrigued. He began to analyze the source code of these 3 seals word by word, like a top-notch hacker. He piled up all the information about the formation structure, energy flow, and the characteristics of the holy artifact together, and his brain, wearing the gazer's crown, spun with unprecedented speed, parsing, reorganizing, and deducing massive information streams. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, he found a record marked by previous experts as abnormal energy fluctuations in a yellowed notebook. Every full moon night, at the 3rd watch, the power of moonlight will reach its peak, causing a synchronous resonance of 1/10,000th of a second with the divine light of the celestial mirror. At that time, the energy frequency of the 3 seals will reach perfect unity, and a gap of rules will appear lasting no more than 3 seconds. Found it! The system backdoor. Lin, the top-level bug-exploiting master, snapped his fingers excitedly. This gap was small enough to be negligible, and the energy fluctuation was weak enough to evade detection by any instrument. For the strong in this world, 3 seconds aren't even enough to cast a fireball spell. But for him, it was sufficient. Because he had professionally trained staff. Lin Xuan's consciousness sank into the contract space, looking at the little guy rolling joyfully in the spatial turbulence, playing with meteorites like marbles. Star Realm Ruler, Little Star. Time to work, Little Star. Get ready, we have a cross-dimensional delivery to make. The plan was set, everything was ready, just lacking the east wind, and a little supportive tool. Lin Xuan opened the system mall, looking at the astronomical numbers he had just earned from selling potions, still not warmed up. It's better to give a big sum than to ask about the cold and warmth. Spending money is for making better profits. He quickly skimmed through the dazzling list of items, ultimately locking onto a piece of equipment. SS level item, Deceptive Pearl. Effect, after activation, it can perfectly simulate any energy aura within a specified range that is no higher than 2 major levels above itself, deceiving all S-level and below detection spells or alchemical formations. Duration, 1 hour. Price, 1 million shock points. Is this for killing people? Lin Xuan felt a twinge of pain, but still gritted his teeth and clicked to purchase. Ding! 1 million received, thank you for your patronage, welcome next time, dear. This damn capitalist face. 3 days later, on the full moon night. The silver disc hung high, the moonlight like water. Lin Xuan changed into a black nightsuit, slipping away from the dormitory like a ghost. As he turned the corner of the dormitory building, a cold sword in tent suddenly appeared behind him. Su Qingxue stood in the shadow, dressed sharply in tactical apparel, her long hair tied at the back, her cold eyes fixated on him in the moonlight. What are you going to do? Sister, are you checking up on me? Lin Xuan stopped, his mind churning with complaints. This is a solo speedrun instance, not suited for parties. With your skills, coming along would only increase my game difficulty. But he wore a casual expression on his face, just taking a stroll after dinner, to digest. Su Qingxue evidently did not believe him, she stepped forward, her aura becoming even sharper, the scent on you is very dangerous. Of course, with the seed of the abyss in hand, how could it not be dangerous? Lin Xuan didn't bother with small talk and directly activated the fraud pearl. Buzz. An invisible wave spread out from him as its center. His entire aura changed in an instant, perfectly blending in with the security network of the academy, just like a patrolling mentor in the distance. In Su Qingshua's perception, Lin Xuan in front of her suddenly seemed to disappear. No, it wasn't a disappearance. He turned into an utterly normal background, an authorized user that her brain automatically ignored. She stood frozen, watching Lin Xuan walk past her, heading towards the forbidden area of the back mountain, without a trace of vigilance or hostility. Done. SS-grade items are truly powerful, almost like a physical level you can't see me. Lin Xuan moved smoothly, easily bypassing all the guards, and arrived at the peak of the back mountain. A huge, bottomless ancient well lay before him. The well's mouth measured 100 meters wide, tightly sealed by 99 massive chains that shimmered with golden runes. Terrifying dragon might and the frozen soul's resentment seeped out from the depths of the well, making the surrounding air thick and oppressive. Directly above the well, an illusory ancient mirror floated, projecting the Haotian mirror, casting down soft yet majestic divine light, firmly suppressing the resentment back. Now, this is impressive. I wonder if the dragon at the bottom of the well drops any gear. Lin Xuan found a hidden corner and quietly waited for the arrival of the hour. Time passed second by second. When the clock struck midnight over the royal capital, at the moment when the moonlight was at its peak, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. The 99 chained dragons, the starry barrier, the projection of the Haotian mirror, the 3 top-level seals burst forth with dazzling light at that moment. Their energy frequencies reached a perfect harmonic resonance. A crack in space, finer than a hair and nearly invisible to the naked eye, flashed and vanished at the center of the well's mouth. Now is the time. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled as he had already given a dragon scale infused with the breath of the seed of the abyss to Little Star's claws. Express delivery. Set off. Go in, and stick it on that biggest dragon head. Little Star let out a cheerful call, transforming into an almost imperceptible silver flash, plunging with incredible speed into that soon-to-close rift of rules. The silver light vanished. The crack disappeared. Everything returned to calm. As if nothing had happened. Chapter 84, Treasure of the Gods. When I make a move, the royal capital explodes. Deep within the chained dragon well lay a separate, silent space. Through Little Star's vision, Lin Xuan caught his first glimpse of the inside of the world. There was no light here, only endless darkness and void. A black giant dragon, so massive it's beyond words, was firmly nailed to the bottom of the deep well by countless golden chains penetrating its body. Its scales were dull, its enormous head hung limply, showing no signs of life. This shape is okay, but it has too many golden chains, it has a bit of the vibe of a nouveau riche. Lin Xuan's will precisely issued commands through the contract. Go, stick that bad review on its forehead. The silver light that Little Star transformed into was tiny as dust beside the massive dragon corpse. It obediently followed the commands, skillfully maneuvering around the still powerful chains, flying to the giant dragon's enormous head. That pitch-black dragon scale, soaked in the breath of the abyss, was gently pressed onto it by Little Star. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. There was no earth-shattering explosion. And no energy collision as expected. That pitch-black dragon scale quietly merged into the dragon's head at the moment of contact, like ink entering the sea, causing no ripples. Lin Xuan let out a sound of doubt. What's going on? Is the signal dead? Or has the coordinate beacon from the Abyss platform expired? This service quality deserves a bad review. Just as he was about to open the system and give the Abyss Gazer's customer service a 1-star complaint, an unexpected change occurred. The dragon, judged to be dead for 3,000 years, suddenly opened its gigantic eyelids, which had been tightly shut for countless centuries. Boom! Those were not eyes belonging to living beings. They were 2 swirling abysses burning with black flames. Chaos, madness, resentment. And a kind of twisted amusement that Lin Xuan was all too familiar with belonging to the abyss. It's not dead. It never died at all. 3,000 years of suppression was merely a long sleep, waiting for the right opportunity to awaken it. And the aura from the abyss is that unique alarm clock. Wow! Alive! No way, are you pretending to sleep here for some pity? A method actor? Lin Xuan's brain spun rapidly and instantly understood everything. This wasn't suppression. This was nurturing a monster. At the moment of awakening, a terrifying power that surpassed the rank of kings, even touching the legendary threshold of emperors, erupted violently from the dragon's body. Crack! 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 The golden chains of the 9 provinces locking dragon diagram, said to be indestructible, suddenly grew weak, snapping one after another. Next, the royal-level barrier stellar barrier, built with the heart and soul of the past principles of the Star Academy, showed dense web-like cracks on its surface. It lasted less than half a second before shattering with a rumble. The sky mirror projection, suspended above the well, was swept away into ashes by the pure dark energy surging from the depths of the well before it could even react. 3 layers of top-level seals were violently broken from the inside out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire Star Academy, no, the whole royal capital, shook violently. On the back mountain of the academy, the mountain peak, deemed the kingdom's #1 forbidden zone, began to explode inch by inch from the summit under the terrified gaze of countless people. Finally, it collapsed with a thunderous roar. Roar! A roar that could tear apart souls echoed through the sky. A massive black dragon, its wings blocking out the sun, surged from the collapsing mountain with endless hatred and pure abyssal magic. The entire royal city was instantly enveloped by its enormous shadow. Countless living beings trembled in fear under this terrifying dragon might, prostrating on the ground, losing even the courage to look up. What is that? The dragon locking well. It exploded. The dragon Nidhogg. It's it. How is it still alive? The principal of the Star Academy, an elderly man at the peak of royal-level strength, was the first to arrive at the scene. When he saw that black dragon, larger and more terrifying than recorded in ancient texts, he was stunned, his old face lost all color. Following closely were the royal elders and the hidden powerhouses of the academy. One by one, royal-level experts, usually elusive figures, all hovered in mid-air. They stared dumbfounded at the dragon stretching its muscles and drawing the wind and clouds to change. Every one of them reacted surprisingly similarly. Shock, terror, and bone-chilling despair. How do we fight this thing? Do we bash it with our heads? This aura is more than 10 times stronger than the legends. This is a disaster that royal-level beings can't handle. Perfect. I am quite satisfied with the audience's reaction. And on the other side, in the energy storm center caused by the dragon's emergence, Lin Xuan, along with Su Qingxue, leisurely stayed in the dimensional rift opened by Shaoxing. This is a unique space independent of the main material plane, where all external energy shocks and mental probes cannot touch a single hair. He had the best VIP viewing position and the perfect excuse to not be present. Su Qingxue's body was still a bit stiff, clearly still not recovering from the world-destroying scene they had just witnessed. She looked at the doomsday scene right in front of her, yet separated by an invisible barrier, and took a long time to find her voice again. Is this what you did? Let me correct you. Lin Xuan raised a finger and said seriously. I'm just a kind-hearted courier, responsible for delivering the customer's package to the designated location. As for whether the customer unpacks it or takes it to blow up, that's his personal freedom and has nothing to do with me. I'm just an emotionless tool. Su Qingxue. She decided to give up any form of communication with this guy who had an abnormal way of thinking. The dragon in the sky paid no attention to the group of nervous little bugs below, who were on high alert but trembling. Its giant eyes, burning with abyssal flames, slowly swept across the entire royal city. It was searching. The gaze swept over the academy, over the commercial district, over the slums. Finally, it locked onto the depths of the royal palace, on that splendid, golden eastern palace, the most prosperous place. Hatred. Locked on. Roar. Another roar filled with endless hatred and murderous intent erupted. The massive body of the dragon suddenly moved, creating a sonic boom that tore through the air, rushing towards the eastern palace where the crown prince resided. Oh, what precise targeting. Crown Prince, your abyssal luxury lunch has been delivered, please check it, or face a late review. Lin Xuan happily whistled, feeling that this show was getting more and more interesting. At that moment, a system prompt chimed in his mind, filled with a hint of joy for accolades. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the beginner experience task issued by the Abyss platform. The Abyss Observer highly appreciates your execution ability and business acumen, believing you have extremely high investment value. The transaction has been officially established. Your angel round financing has been deposited into your system backpack, please check it. With a thought, Lin Xuan opened his backpack. In the first slot of the backpack, a new item appeared. It was an ancient map made of an unknown material, with lines drawn by flowing starlight and shadows, constantly changing. And at the center of the map, beside a flickering golden marker, were 3 big ancient characters written in a script Lin Xuan had never seen before but instantly understood their meaning. The Treasure of the Gods. Chapter 85, The Abyss Dresses Me Up. Devour the divine legacy, forge the EX myth. The eastern palace of the royal city had become ruins. The body of the black dragon collided violently with the brilliant light pillar, tearing the sky apart with the raging energy, creating pitch-black rifts. Horrific shockwaves transformed into visible white airwaves, radiating outward and turning the surrounding buildings into dust. VIP viewing seats, great visibility, but it's a bit hard on the ears. In the dimensional gap, Lin Xuan dug at his ears, looking relaxed, as if he were enjoying a lavish fireworks show. The target of the dragon Nidhogg was extremely clear. That undying hatred crossed over 10 kilometers, accurately locking onto the Crown Prince's aura. Precise targeting, automatic navigation, the service attitude of the Abyss delivery platform deserves 5 stars. Su Qingxue stood beside him, her body slightly stiff. She looked at the apocalyptic disaster outside, enough to be recorded in history, and then looked at this guy beside her who was still leisurely complaining. Her mind went blank. Is this what you did? She finally found her voice again, trembling slightly. Let me correct you. Lin Xuan raised a finger, his expression serious. I'm just an ordinary courier, responsible for delivering the bad review packages of Abyss customers to the designated recipients. As for what the recipient does after reading the bad review, whether they lose control and tear down their house, that's personal behavior and has nothing to do with the platform. I'm just an innocent passerby. Su Qingxue decided to remain silent. She felt that if she spoke one more word to Lin Xuan, her worldview would be driven into chaos by his abnormal logic. Alright, the movie is over, it's time to go home. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers. Xiaoxing understood, a flash of silver light passed, and the two instantly vanished from above the battlefield, returning to that unremarkable dormitory. Outside, it was a calamity of dragon destruction. Inside, there was peaceful tranquility of passing time. This strong sense of disconnection left Su Qingxue feeling dazed. But Lin Xuan had no time to care about her emotional fluctuations. He directly opened the ancient map that had just landed in his system backpack. Treasures of the gods? Sounds very expensive. The map was painted with flowing starlight and shadows, with lines constantly changing, full of a high-dimensional mysterious beauty. In the center of the map, a golden mark point flickered restlessly. Lin Xuan's thoughts moved slightly, and the map instantly enlarged, clearly presenting the coordinates of the golden mark point. Tianqing Academy, 30,000 meters underground. A place deeper and older than the locking dragon well. Good heavens, I'm stunned. After all this time, the school is built on top of a giant treasure vault? This founding dean is something, he really dares to hide treasures. The system's congratulatory voice sounded at the right moment. Ding! Host, you guessed it right. The startup funds given by the investment father this time are this. Treasure of the gods, an inheritance left behind after a certain god from ancient times, whose name cannot be disclosed, accidentally fell. It was stumbled upon by the founding dean of Tianqing Academy, but he couldn't open it. So he just built a school on top of the vault, calling it suppression, but in truth, he was just occupying the toilet without taking a dump. To open the vault, 2 keys are needed, representing the opposing high-dimensional energies of Star Realm and Abyss. And you just happen to be the chosen worker who holds both keys. In an instant, all clues connected in Lin Xuan's mind. The Abyss Gazers released the magic dragon, not to kill the great prince. That was just a smokescreen. Its true purpose was to attract the attention of all powerful beings in the royal city, causing enormous chaos with the emergence of the magic dragon from the abyss. Then, using himself, who carried 2 kinds of high-dimensional energies as a singularity, to open the vault that even gods couldn't directly touch. I was used as a pawn. But it's okay, this pawn now has its own ideas. Lin, the chosen worker, Xian had no trace of annoyance at being schemed against. Instead, an uncontrollable excitement appeared on his face. This was his only opportunity to soar to the sky. Xiaowan, Xiaoxing, get ready to eat. Lin Xian's command was clear and straightforward. He turned to the still-dazed Su Qingxue and casually instructed, watch the house, don't run around, if someone knocks, just say I'm asleep, and don't open the door even if the sky falls. Before his words fell, he had already followed the map's guidance and walked to the bookshelf in the dormitory. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed on the 5th book of the 3rd row. Boom! The entire bookshelf silently slid to one side, revealing a dark staircase that spiraled downward into the abyss. Alright, the secret passage has been arranged, the service is really thoughtful. Lin Xuan whistled and stepped in without hesitation. The staircase seemed endless. He descended, and the air around grew thicker, the laws of space became chaotic and disorderly, like boiling water. Xiaoxing transformed into a circle of silver light around him, easily smoothing all the wrinkles in space, clearing a perfectly flat path for him. He didn't know how long he descended, but he finally reached the depths of the earth. An ancient altar built of enormous chaotic stones quietly floated in endless void. This is it. Lin Xuan walked to the center of the altar, drew a line with his fingertip, forcing out a drop of his blood. Without hesitation, he let the blood drop into the groove at the center of the altar. That drop of blood, half shining with brilliant starlight, the other half as deep as a black hole, distinctly clear, yet oddly fused together. When the blood touched the altar. Hum! The entire altar shook violently. Lines of ancient runes sealed for eons lit up one by one, shining brilliantly into the sky. The abyss and the astral realm, 2 completely contrasting supreme auras, intertwined and collided above the altar, ultimately forming a slowly rotating black and white Taiji vortex. A door to an unknown space was forcibly torn open by this power. Behind the door was light. It was pure divine light that could melt even souls. Divine gold and celestial iron piled up like mountains, each piece flowing with immortal radiance. Countless powerful soldier artifacts quietly stood on peaks made of crystal, emanating terrifying waves that made even kings tremble. Moreover, countless floating rule crystals, containing the ancient mysteries and truths, hovered in the air. This is the treasury of the gods. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. This wave directly takes us from a startup to the Fortune 500. Lin Xuan's breathing quickened slightly. It was the ecstasy of a hungry capitalist who spotted an unclaimed mountain of gold. Little soft. I command you. Feed me. Leave not even a grain of dust here, swallow it all. Little Soft joyfully bounced out, looking at this ocean of divine material before it, bubbling with happiness. It suddenly opened its big mouth. Its body instantly expanded into a terrifying black hole over 100 meters in diameter. Endless suction erupted from within, transforming into a chaotic storm that devoured all. Boom! 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 Piled up materials, equipment, knowledge crystals turned into dazzling streams of light, crazily, wildly, and irrationally swallowed by it. Its body was an endless pit, the most efficient creation furnace. Massive amounts of divine material were instantly decomposed, devoured, and transformed into the purest chaotic essence. Ding! Your contract spirit Little Soft is conducting divine material overload absorption. Ding! Level up! Warning! Energy overload. Wait, level, ZZZZZ. Ding! Leave. The system's prompt sounds had completely merged into one, so fast it produced a harsh electrical garble. Lin Xuan looked at the extraordinarily grand $0 purchase scene before him, nodding in satisfaction. This is what truly eating at a buffet should be. After devouring nearly half of the treasury's resources, Little Soft's body finally reached a critical point. It stopped swallowing. Its round body began to tremble violently, emitting black and white creation light. In the end, it curled into a gigantic black and white cocoon over 10 meters in diameter, quietly hovering in the center of the treasury. On the surface of the giant cocoon, countless profound and incomprehensible rule runes fluctuated, distorting and collapsing the surrounding spacetime due to its existence. A terrifying aura exceeding S-level burst from the cocoon. And it was rising at an unimaginable speed. King level. Saint level. Finally, at the moment of breaking through a boundary that mortals could not comprehend, a supreme will that made the entire world quiver awakened violently from the cocoon. Warning! Warning! Unknown myth level unit detected. Re-evaluating, evaluating, failed. Data overflow. Data overflow. Forcing panel update, ZZZZ. On Lin Xuan's system panel, the section belonging to Little Soft turned into a chaotic flurry of snowflake points. After flashing wildly, it finally froze. Contract Spirit, Little Soft. Rank, EX, Unknown Myth Level. Chapter 86, The Birth of God O.K. Calls Me Father. The black and white cocoon, floating at the center of the treasury, over 10 meters in diameter, emitted a cracking sound not belonging to the material world. Like a foundation of some world, a crack was knocked out. Immediately after, dense cracking sounds merged into one. Light. A pure concept that could not be observed by the naked eye, but could burn the soul, surged forth from the crack, washing the entire treasury of the gods into a blank canvas. Warning! Myth-level unit energy reaction is out of control. Host, please Zila. The system's final warning sound was completely drowned out by the chaotic sound of electricity. Lin Su squinted slightly. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took a step forward. The corners of his mouth curled up in a near-crazed expectation. Let me see, what kind of monster I have created. In the next moment, the giant cocoon burst open completely. No sound, no shockwave. All light and energy collapsed inward in an instant, as if swallowed by an invisible black hole, returning to absolute nothingness. A figure stepped out slowly from that nothingness. It was not a slime, nor was it a giant beast. It was a boy. A black-haired boy who resembled Lin Su by 70%. He stood barefoot in mid-air, draped in a simple black robe woven from chaos, with no energy fluctuations around him, yet making the entire treasure house, and even the laws of the whole world, wail and retreat before him. The only difference between the boy and Lin Su was his eyes. His left eye was a flowing river of stars, reflecting the entire process of the universe from birth to heat death. His right eye was a singularity that devoured all, the ultimate destination for all concepts and existences. Order and chaos, creation and destruction, achieved a contradictory yet perfect unity in him. Ding! The contract spirit Little Soft has completed a myth-level transformation. New form unlocked, God of Chaos, Juvenile. Panel update failed. The unit has exceeded the current worldview's parse limit. Lin Su looked at this unfamiliar son in front of him, momentarily speechless. After playing a nurturing game to the end, discovering that my son resembles me, is this considered a kind of NTR? At that moment, the boy lifted his head, his eyes containing two universes, gazing at Lin Su. He opened his lips but did not make a sound. A cool, ethereal thought that transcended language and dimensions directly echoed in Lin Su's soul origin. Father. Lin Su's heart suddenly stopped. He clearly felt a power called Creator, binding his soul completely with this call. He cleared his throat, suppressing the complex emotions of mixed joy and horror, and tried to maintain some authority. From now on, your name will be Chaos. The boy named Chaos had his star river eyes flowing, nodding gently. Then, his gaze turned to the remaining half of the treasures in the treasure house. Under Lin Su's watch, Chaos merely raised a finger towards the mountain of divine gold and immortal iron. Return to origin. One word. In an instant, that colossal treasure capable of driving saints mad, along with all its concepts of solid, sharp, and immortal, were stripped away in a moment. They were forcibly reverted to the most primitive energy particles, transforming into a brilliant rainbow torrent that completely entered Chaos's body. Wow, this ability is the universe's formatting program. Lin Su exclaimed in awe. Just as Chaos completed his devouring, an immeasurable and boundless power surged through the soul contract, cascading into Lin Su's body like a creation flood. Boom! Lin Su's spiritual sea was forcibly expanded, transforming into an endless starry sky. His flesh, bones, and even soul were crushed, reorganized, and sublimated by this power's wash. The so-called bottleneck had long turned to powder. PK rank. Initial ruler. Advanced ruler. Lin Su's life level erupted barbarically, trampling the common sense of cultivation. Finally, his aura firmly settled at a pinnacle that all rulers had to look up to ruler peak. Just one step away from touching the saint realm. So refreshing. Lin Su clenched his fist, feeling the vast power within him capable of crushing stars, so comfortable that every pore was expanding. A month to become a ruler? This KPI seems a bit insulting now, right? He was no longer a pawn. From now on, he was the only chess player. Let's go, Chaos. Lin Xuan patted the boy's shoulder, his tone calm. Outside, someone is tearing down our home. It's time to collect the property fee. Tianqing Academy had turned into scorched earth. Above the sky, the battle between the demon dragon Nidhogg and the crown prince Lin Xuan had reached its end. Dragon wings were pierced by divine light, black blood poured like rain. The crown prince's face was pale, golden divine blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his breath weak. Both sides had suffered heavy losses. At that moment, above the ruins, the space rippled like water waves. Two figures descended without warning. The young man in black at the forefront had an indifferent expression. But the overwhelming pressure belonging to the peak of the king level was not hidden at all, exploding like a star in low Earth orbit, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The fighting sides, the watching dean and royal offerings in the distance, all gazes were fixed on that overly young face at the same moment. Shock, disbelief, absurdity. Lin Xuan? The dean's eyes nearly popped out, staring at the young man who was just a new student not long ago, now radiating an aura that sent chills through his very soul, his mind completely blank. How could he be here? How could he be at the peak of the king level? The crown prince Lin Xuan's pupils suddenly contracted into needles when he saw Lin Xuan, endless resentment and madness pouring from his eyes. He let out a beast-like roar. It's you! Lin Xuan! You released this wicked dragon! Lin Xuan hovered high in the sky, looking down at the agitated prince, his gaze calm without a ripple. He did not deny it. It's me. These two words, lightly spoken. But they struck like invisible heavy hammers on everyone's hearts. He admitted it. This madman actually admitted it so easily. Before everyone could digest this shocking fact, Lin Xuan's next words froze all thoughts completely. He looked at the crown prince as if proclaiming an indisputable judgment. Now, I give you a choice. Submit. Or, disappear with it. Lin Xuan casually pointed to the heavily injured demon dragon that was on high alert because of his appearance. The whole world fell silent. The crown prince was stunned. Then, a twisted, extreme laugh appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. Good. Well done, Lin Xuan. Kill him. Crush him and that wicked dragon into ashes for this prince. With a single command, the royal guards behind him and several king-level offerings surged forth like a torrent of murderous intent toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan didn't move at all. Beside him, chaos slowly lifted its head. That abyssal right eye, which devoured all living things, calmly scanned the rushing enemies. No light. No sound. No collision of energy. The next second. All figures rushing toward Lin Xuan, whether powerful king-level offerings or fearless royal guards, along with their contracted spirits, weapons, armor. Everything froze in midair at the same moment. Then, they turned into the finest dust, silently drifting away. Not death. Not decomposition. It was annihilation. It was completely, cleanly, and without a trace erased from the very existence of this world. The entire venue fell into silence. The mad laugh on the crown prince's face froze. The dean's jaw dislocated. Everyone's mind stopped thinking. After doing all this, Chaos slowly turned its head, using the left eye reflecting the magnificent starseed to look at the ferocious demon dragon. Roar! The mighty body of the demon dragon Nidhogg trembled violently. In its giant eyes burning with abyssal flames, brutality and madness disappeared in an instant. Replaced by a kind of fear and submission, derived from bloodlines, souls, and the deepest essence of existence. Amidst the dazed gazes of all surviving witnesses, this ancient demon dragon lowered its proud head, which had been raised for 3,000 years. Crouched in the air towards Lin Xuan, the gigantic body trembled violently. Like a servant, welcoming a lord. Like a believer, worshipping the true God. Chapter 87, The Sacred Hall Demon Palace wants to be a support? Let's fight it out first. The colossal body of the demon dragon Nidhogg chose to submit under the invisible concept shackles. Its gigantic eyes burning with abyssal flames, the madness and cruelty that once existed were utterly gone, leaving only a soul-deep fear of that black and white boy Chaos, and an incomprehensible reverence for Lin Xuan. This scene became the last straw that broke the heart of the Grand Prince Lin Xuan. The star realm power behind him seemed to feel that this piece on the chessboard had lost all value, easily and decisively severing all connections, allowing him to remain alone in the high sky, disordered. Lin Xuan stepped forward to the huge head of the dragon hanging down, reaching out, and lightly patted the cold dragon horn. Master recognition contract? So low level, what age is this that we're still doing forced bindings? We still need to use modern management methods. He gestured to Chaos beside him. Son, give this big guy's soul system a basic patch, input a permanent debuff of absolute loyalty. Chaos tilted its head, the left eye reflecting the rise and fall of the universe remained indifferent, while the right eye, capable of devouring all, flashed a hint of amusement. It raised a hand made of pure concepts, gently touching the dragon's brow with its fingertip. There was no sound of energy rumbling, only a circle of silent soul law spreading out. In an instant, Lin Xuan felt an unprecedented clarity and solidity in the connection with the dragon, as if the other party had become an external device of his, possessing unquestionable highest administrator authority. Done. Lin Xuan patted Chaos's head with satisfaction, his tone relaxed as if leading a stray plant in his backyard. From now on, it will be our gatekeeper dragon, responsible for security work, and by the way, act as a mascot to scare those blind visitors. At that moment, the Grand Prince Lin Xuan, in his desperate situation, erupted into a sharp and harsh mad laugh, filled with madness. Ha ha ha. You think you have one? How foolish. I am only K used to locate the coordinates of this world. Now, the coordinates have been polluted, K will personally descend to cleanse this filthy world. Before the words fell, Lin Xuan ruthlessly tore open his own chest with both hands. A heart built of pure starlight, beating violently, was exposed to the air, erupting with a brilliance that burned vision and soul. In the next moment, he transformed into a golden beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth, tearing apart the sky and vanishing beyond the world. He actually sent the highest level alert to that unknown star realm existence behind him at the cost of self-destruction. Lin Xuan looked up at the vanishing golden beacon, his face utterly unmoved. Oh, can't win so pulling for reinforcements and playing self-destruct signal? The way this villain exits, so cliché it could enter a museum. But it's fine, now that Star Realm's investor dad finally has to shift his focus from the PPT phase to the on-site inspection phase. He stroked his chin, calculating quickly. Before that great god descends, I must turn this novice village, no, this kingdom, into my exclusive server and solid fortress. He leaped gently, landing steadily on the wide back of the dragon. Chaos transformed into a small black and white light shadow, quietly floating at his shoulder. Lin Xuan looked down at the countless terrified residents of the royal city amidst the ruins, his voice not loud, but it clearly penetrated the ears of everyone. The king has perished, the grand prince has betrayed us, and the third prince is unworthy of the throne. From today onwards, the seventh princess will inherit the throne. I, Lin Xuan, am the kingdom's first guardian. This declaration was like detonating tens of thousands of thunderclaps in the sky above the royal city. On the ground, the third Prince Lin Xuan, who had just harbored fantasies, attempting to gather the remaining royal mages to stubbornly resist. However, before Lin Xuan, who rode an ancient magic dragon and was accompanied by a mythic-level monster, all his struggles seemed ridiculous. The third prince had just raised his hand, ready to give orders. The chaos hovering on Lin Xuan's shoulder merely glanced at him. Just this one glance. In an instant, all the power within the third prince's body, whether magic, fighting spirit, or bloodline strength, collapsed like a sand tower, pulled away and erased by an invisible force from its very source. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, becoming a frail person even weaker than an ordinary man. What awaited him would be a lifelong imprisonment. Under Lin Xian's absolute force persuasion, the seventh princess's path to the throne faced no more obstacles. At the very moment she became queen, she fulfilled her promise and completely opened the entire kingdom's treasury to Lin Xian with the highest authority. Master Lin, no, guardian sir, please feel free. The new queen looked at Lin Xian, her beautiful eyes filled with a mixture of awe and dependency. Lin Xian naturally would not be polite. He immediately opened the system shop, exchanging all the piled-up gold and silver treasures in the royal treasury into shock value, and then purchasing a massive amount of rare materials, starting his core team armament upgrade plan. Wang Dali, Su Qingxue, Lin Ruoxue, each person on his list was about to experience a transformation. In the early stages of entrepreneurship, the welfare of core employees must be maximized. After all, they will be the ones helping me work 996 in the future. At the Queen's enthronement ceremony, the atmosphere was sullen yet warm. However, just as the ceremony reached its climax, an unexpected change occurred. Two figures appeared in the center of the hall without warning, as if they had been standing there from the very beginning. One was clad in a pure, immaculate robe, radiating a gentle brilliance that made people feel close and inclined to convert. The other was shrouded in a dark cloak that devoured light, merely existing made the surrounding air thick and oppressive. In the center of the continent, representatives of the Holy Hall and the Demon Hall. The Holy Hall envoy spoke first, his voice gentle yet carrying an unassailable sacred authority. This child possesses the light of stars and divinity, he should follow me to the Holy Hall, bathe in supreme glory, and become the Holy Son who walks in the world. As the words fell, the Demon Hall envoy let out a low laugh, a sound that seemed to awaken the deepest desires within people. Light is merely a hypocritical cage. This child's soul is marked with the chaos of the abyss, only by returning to my Demon Hall can he grasp true darkness and freedom, becoming the Lord of the Abyss. The two completely different voices pointed simultaneously at Lin Xian, who stood beside the new queen with a face full of "who am I and where am I" expression. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone's gaze fixed on this excessively young man. He had actually attracted the attention of the continent's two top forces at the same time. Lin Xian stood there, watching these two senior HRs playing a duet, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Are you kidding me? I just want to quietly be a behind-the-scenes big boss, doing some infrastructure. How come there are two now, painting big cakes? One promises heaven, and the other recommends hell. Is this a forced choice for me? He could feel two immense wolves locking onto him and glanced at the quietly floating chaos beside him and the magic dragon that seemed to appear faintly in the sky outside the hall. He knew that the real game was just beginning. All right. Lin Xian raised his head, a signature, cynical smile appearing on his face. He first looked at the Holy Hall envoy and then at the Demon Hall envoy. Both of you have come from afar, you must be tired. Lin Xian spoke, his voice neither humble nor arrogant. However, regarding my career planning, it might not be up to the two of you to decide. Oh? The Holy Hall envoy raised an eyebrow. The softness in his eyes retracted slightly, seeming surprised by Lin Xian's straightforwardness. The messenger of the Holy Hall let out an ambiguous light laugh. Young man, do you know who you are talking to? Refusing us usually doesn't end well. Lin Xian shrugged. I only know that I am the guardian of this kingdom now, and my KPI is to ensure its stability and development. As for your Holy Hall and Demon Hall, with all due respect, they sound like two unclear startup companies that might not even pay salaries, so I'm not very interested for now. He deliberately paused, observing with great interest the momentary shock on the faces of the two. However, Lin Xian shifted his tone, sounding like a capitalist assessing two investment proposals. If you are willing to show enough sincerity to prove your strength, for example, helping me deal with a potential trouble from the Star Realm, or providing me a one-stop resource package, perhaps we can talk. The Holy Hall messenger and the Demon Hall messenger exchanged glances, both seeing seriousness and a hint of absurdity in each other's eyes. This young man's appetite, and his unguarded tone of trade, exceeded all their expectations. Sincerity? The Holy Hall messenger's tone turned cold. The glory of the Holy Hall is the greatest gift to its followers. Gift? The Demon Hall messenger sneered, that kind of empty talk is not as solid as the power we provide at the Demon Hall. Darkness can give you everything you desire. Here we go again. One talks about ideals, while the other talks about benefits. Essentially, both want me to work for free. After finishing his internal complaint, Lin Xian's smile grew even brighter. How about this? He proposed a suggestion that left everyone in the Great Hall, including the newly appointed queen, dumbfounded. Why don't you have a fight? Whoever wins, I will consider giving them an opportunity to invest in me. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted in uproar. The Holy Hall messenger and the Demon Hall messenger were left standing there dumbfounded. They had traversed the continent for hundreds of years, encountered countless genius madmen, yet had never seen such absurd demands. Young man, you are playing with fire. The Holy Hall messenger's voice carried a chilling warning. Really? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, his smile unchanging. I think this is quite fair. After all, if you want to be my support, you must first prove you are tough enough, right? He paused and scanned the whole place, ultimately landing on the queen's throne in the center of the hall. Moreover, I need a powerful partner to help this new queen stabilize her kingdom. Whoever can prove they are stronger will get this ticket. This opportunity, only once. Lin Xuan's attitude was firm, arrogant, yet carried a hint of playful mischief as he looked on. He spread his hands, like a host of a century-long boxing match. The Holy Hall Messenger and the Demon Hall Messenger fell silent. They could sense the probing in Lin Xuan's words, and even more so the chaotic and terrifying power behind him, enough to make even them feel a chill. Eventually, the Demon Hall Messenger broke the silence first, a chilling smile forming at the corner of his mouth beneath the cloak. All right. Since you want to see a show, we will perform for you. The Holy Hall Messenger also slowly nodded, the brilliance around him turning fierce. Let you witness how glory purifies darkness. A confrontation capable of shaking the entire continental pattern was set to ignite due to a young man's casual provocation. And the one responsible for all this, Lin Xuan, stood at the center of the storm. He knew that this game had just begun. And he would be the one laughing the loudest in the end. Chapter 88, Want to be my support? First, offer your bid. Within the royal palace hall, the air was stifling, making it hard to breathe. The radiance of the Holy Hall Messenger clashed with the darkness surrounding the Demon Hall Messenger. A silent war of laws was underway. The space twisted invisibly, emitting a mournful wail under the weight. In the grand hall, the lords and ministers, one and all, were soft-legged, collapsed on the ground, deprived even of the right to stand by this terrifying pressure. Wow, holy light pollution plus dark matter radiation, a double debuff fully loaded. If we live stream this, the title would be The Ultimate Pull Between Light and Dark, the host watches the drama live. Gifts would flood in. Lin Xuan stood at the eye of the storm, yet like an unconcerned person, he curiously observed the two unexpected guests before him. The Holy Hall envoy looked stunning, with golden hair and blue eyes, wearing a standard benevolent smile, the type that old ladies would shove 2 eggs into on the street. The Demon Hall envoy was wrapped in a black robe, with not a glimpse of his face revealed, emphasizing a mystique, probably socially anxious, or perhaps not pleasing to the eye. Young man, what is your decision? The Holy Hall envoy spoke first, a gentle voice carrying a sacred pressure. Follow me to the Holy Hall, your name will be inscribed in the sacred text, admired by all for eternity. Can admiration be eaten? The Demon Hall envoy let out a low sneer. Kid, come to the Demon Hall. Power, wealth, beauties, everything you want is within reach. Empty fame is the most useless thing. Oh, one paints a picture of sentiment, the other a picture of materialism. Is this the corporate culture presentation for the best annual employee? Is HR stealing talent from me? Lin Xuan crazily mocked in his heart, yet his face remained unperturbed. He glanced at the 7th princess sitting on the throne, the new queen. The little girl showed no expression, yet her gaze was exceptionally firm, not the slightest affected by the holy pressure, quietly watching him, handing over all decision-making power. Not bad, has the air of a big boss, knows when to shut up and let the professionals handle the problem. Lin Xuan cleared his throat and directly interrupted the next round of debate that the two envoys were about to start. You two, let me say one thing. All attention was instantly captured by him. Lin Xuan shrugged, a pure innocent smile on his face. Only children make choices, adults, of course, choose cooperation and mutual benefit. Holy Hall envoy, ? Demon Hall envoy, ? All the ministers collapsed on the ground? What the heck? Lin Xuan completely ignored their dazed reactions, continuing on his own. I'm not going anywhere. I am the guardian of this kingdom, this is my base, and I cannot lose it. However, he changed his tone, posturing like a party leader hosting a bidding meeting. My kingdom has very open-minded ideas, a very open market, and is willing to establish deep and friendly commercial exchanges with both the Holy Hall and the Demon Hall. Commercial exchanges? The Holy Hall envoy and the Demon Hall envoy exchanged a glance, both seeing deep confusion and absurdity in each other. They had come to recruit a once-in-a-lifetime singularity, a prodigy that could change the continent's pattern, not to talk business. Young man, you might not understand the situation. The Holy Hall envoy's smile was somewhat stiff. This is not a transaction. Why can't it be a transaction? Lin Xuan questioned confidently, do the Holy Knights of the Holy Hall not eat earthly food? Are the demons of the Demon Hall raised on the wind of the northwest? I have something you absolutely need. As he spoke, he gave a glance at the small black and white shadow on his shoulder. Chaos, show a sample, let the two bosses see. Chaos emotionlessly moved. The next moment, a vial of pure light, condensed into an elixir, appeared in Lin Xuan's hand out of thin air. The bottle was a perfect crystal, the liquid inside flowed as if it contained a newborn galaxy, exuding a life aura and law fluctuations so rich it sent shivers down one's spine. Perfect quality S-grade potion, starry life spring. Lin Xuan held the potion bottle, like the top TV shopping host, passionately showcasing it. The effect? Simple and straightforward, as long as there's still a breath, instantly full health and mana resurrected on the spot, and it can also wash the soul, preventing going berserk. Most importantly, it's pure natural, pollution-free, and has no side effects. And it can be mass-produced. The last 3 words, he said softly. But to the 2 holy-level powerhouses, it was like a divine thunder crashing deep into their souls. Mass production? The expressions on the faces of the Holy Hall Envoy and the Demon Hall Envoy froze completely at that moment. They stared intensely at that bottle of potion, their minds frantically scanning, and the result made their souls tremble. It's real. It really is perfect quality. This level of strategic resource is something only the top potion masters and their forces could possibly refine, expending countless effort in rare materials, with a success rate shockingly low. And this young man, he says, mass production? What does this mean? This means, if an army is equipped with this potion, it will become a truly immortal legion. A crisis of choosing sides that determines life and death suddenly took a turn. The previously tense atmosphere disappeared, replaced by a strange business atmosphere mixed with shock and greed. Ahem. The Demon Hall Envoy was the first to react, his voice under the black robe softened quite a bit. This, young brother, how exactly is your potion going to work for commercial transactions? Easy to say. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, clearly priced, fair to everyone. You can exchange it with equivalent rare ores, heavenly materials, treasures, or unique knowledge. Of course, direct payment is also fine, but I only accept high-purity energy crystals. The Holy Hall Envoy also came back to his senses, retracting his holy glow, eagerly questioning, besides recovery types, are there any, for example, that can permanently enhance potential? Of course there are. Lin Xuan smiled like a fox that stole an entire chicken coop. As long as you can afford the price, don't say S-grade, even SSS-grade customized ones I can get for you. The premise is, you must first prove your purchasing power. The 2 envoys fell silent. They began to weigh quickly. Recruiting a genius back has risks, it might nurture a tiger for trouble. But if they can establish a stable supply relationship, gaining a constant stream of perfect potions, this deal is guaranteed to profit. Okay. The Demon Hall Envoy made an instant decision. I represent the Demon Hall and agree to establish a preliminary cooperation relationship with your kingdom. Regarding the specific transaction details, I will immediately report to the Lord and send a professional business team to negotiate. The Holy Hall also agrees. The Holy Hall Envoy refused to be outdone. The followers of the light never fear fair trade. We are willing to show enough sincerity. Got it. Lin Xuan silently celebrated in his heart. What sides, what affiliations, they are all illusions. In front of absolute benefits, both the Holy Light and the Abyss must sit down honestly as clients. A confrontation between top forces, capable of shaking the continent, was thus effortlessly resolved by him through business means. The 2 envoys hurriedly came and left. They rushed back to report this astonishing news to their superiors, and as they left, their gazes toward Lin Xuan had changed from viewing a good material to seeing a goose that lays golden eggs. However, just as they were about to leave, Lin Xuan's mind simultaneously echoed with 2 very different private messages. The Demon Hall Envoy's cold voice, kid, let me remind you. Be careful of that group of hypocrites from the Holy Hall. They are searching for divine beings not to train, but to gather enough offerings to sacrifice to their half-dead main god to help him extend his life. The Holy Hall Envoy's voice was solemn. Young man, do not be blinded by darkness. In the so-called Demon Palace, the term mastering darkness simply means becoming the coordinates for the abyssal will to descend upon this world. Once successful, both you and the world you inhabit will be completely devoured by the abyss, leaving no remnants behind. 2 sounds of transmission vanished simultaneously. Lin Xuan's smile gradually faded. Goodness, this is something else. One wants to slice me for a hot pot, while the other intends to use me as a detonator. Turns out, neither of them are good folks. He realized that he had only temporarily stabilized them with benefits, but the looming crisis was 1,000 times more terrifying than he had imagined. At that moment, a secure communication request suddenly rang in his system channel. It was the queen of the black market, Yi Mei. Lin Xuan answered the call. Yi Mei's usually lazy and charming voice was now filled with an uncontainable heaviness and a hint of panic. Faceless one. You've gotten yourself into huge trouble. Do you remember? The incomplete formula for the Dragon's Blood Rebirth solution that you auctioned off at the Jiangnan City Black Market. Chapter 89, Purification Nights? I sold your family's main god back. Yi Mei's communication request flickered wildly in Lin Xuan's system channel, accompanied by a sense of anxiety as if electricity was burning. Hey, the Gold Service customer support is making urgent calls? Lin Xuan lightly tapped, slowly answering the call. On the other end, Yi Mei's usual lazy tone was shattered, leaving only a frayed voice filled with hoarseness and horror. Faceless one. You've poked a hole through the heavens. Do you remember? The incomplete formula for the Dragon's Blood Rebirth solution you sold at the Jiangnan City black market. I remember. What's up? Did the buyer find it effective and want to give a 5-star review? Lin Xuan dug in his ear, his tone unruffled. A good review? I wished I could rush into the river of time right now to erase it completely from this world. Yi Mei's voice sharpened to a pitch. That formula originated from a few years ago when the Holy Hall wiped out the ancient alchemical family, the Hermes family. Lin Xuan, who specialized in consuming gossip, slightly raised his eyebrows. The massacre, he liked this theme. Get to the point, he said lightly. The point is, the Hermes family faced annihilation because they developed the complete formula for the divine blood agent. That thing can mass-produce pseudogods. The Holy Hall deemed it sacrilegious, sending in divine punishment troops to purify them, not leaving even an ant in their garden. Everyone was purified. Yi Mei gasped violently, as if she were about to suffocate in the next second. The perfect potions you previously displayed, their effects and the fluctuations of their laws, are almost identical to the legendary divine blood agent. The Holy Hall has already set its sights on you. They have deemed you the last remnant of the Hermes family. Interesting. I'm just someone sharing cracking software online. Why would the enemies of a software company come knocking at my door? This is an accurate cross-time confrontation, isn't it? Lin Xuan suddenly understood. The two HRs from the Holy Hall and the Demon Palace had come, but they weren't here to recruit. They had come to inspect the goods and see if they could eliminate him on the spot. So, the cooperation proposal from the Holy Hall envoy was just a stalling tactic? That was to put you at ease. Yi Mei's voice was filled with bone-chilling despair. I just received top-level intelligence. The Holy Hall's elite purification knights have secretly set out. Their target is you and the entire kingdom beneath your feet. Purification knights, all divine level, led by the demigod Grand Knight of Divine Punishment personally. They aren't here to capture, they come to execute divine purification. To erase you and this land from the material world and historical records completely. All divine level, led by a demigod. This lineup is like the GM personally entering the game while flipping on God mode, ready to ban this player? Instead of fear, Lin Xuan let out a low chuckle. He thought the battle for the Crown Prince was already a high-level play. Unexpectedly, that was just a rookie village chief fight. Now, the server administrator finally stepped in personally. Run. No face. You need to run right now. The farther you go, the better. Night Charm's voice carried a sob. They are coming for you. As long as you leave, they might. Run? Lin Xuan interrupted her, his light laughter sending a tremor through Night Charm via the communication. The laughter held no panic, only a cold, piercing mockery that seemed to see through everything. What an absurd joke. My company just finished series of funding, the employee benefits have yet to take effect. How can I, the chairman, run away early? Besides, a mere demigod leading a team thinks they can dismantle my server? Did they consult me, the super VIP cash player? He decisively ended the communication. The playful smile on his face slowly faded, transforming into an unfathomable sea of frozen ice. He initially wanted to quietly be a behind-the-scenes capitalist, but some people keep wanting to push him to flip the table. If that's the case, then don't blame me for turning up the heat even more. Little skirmishes in business warfare are far too small. What he wanted was divine-level, business warfare. Lin Xuan hesitated not at all, his consciousness piercing deep into his soul like a sharp sword, directly dialing the VIP line to endless chaos. He contacted the Abyssal Gazer again, the one with whom he had just completed Angel Round funding. A cold, playful, almost ancient will descended instantly. It was curious about this human who had just completed a beginner's task yet made a colossal mess. What new tricks did he want to play? Lin Xuan made no sacrifices, offered no prayers. He simply tossed a concise yet crazily ambitious Series B funding proposal over. I want to make another deal with you. I will give you the complete formula for the divine blood potion, a relic of the Hermes family, which those hypocrites in the church most dread and wish to destroy. In the eternal silence of the abyssal will, a barely noticeable ripple appeared. It was intrigued. Lin Xuan's intent, like a poisoned blade, precisely cut to the core. As a trade, you need to help me with one thing. Sell the half-dead god of that church and the divine kingdom coordinates that are asleep. To the Starlight Snoopers. The entire abyss fell silent. That chaotic, playful will experienced a rare pause that lasted several seconds. It seemed to be digesting this human's proposal, one that exceeded all bounds of madness. Sell Company A's core technology secrets to Company B. Then sell the address of Company A's owner to Company C, with whom Company A has blood feud. This human was not just playing with fire. He was tying together the launch buttons of 3 nuclear-armed nations and then stepping on them hard. He wanted to incite a war of gods. How about that? Exciting, isn't it? I provide core technology, you provide sales channels, we work together to take down the two biggest competitors, the Starlight and the Church, in one sweep. If this works out, the entire market of the world will be ours. Lin, the golden trader, Xian's thoughts were laced with temptation. After a long time, a thought filled with unprecedented admiration and delight came from the deepest part of the abyss. It was a kind of extreme pleasure found in kindred spirits. Okay. You understand chaos better than the abyss. The deal is established. Lin Xuan promptly used the system to package the already parsed complete formula of the divine blood potion into a data packet and sent it directly. The next second, the abyssal will responded with a straightforward message. Coordinates sent. Pleasant cooperation. At the exact moment the deal was completed. All beings of Sate rank and above in the world, whether they be old monsters in closed-door meditation or ancient gods sleeping in other dimensions, simultaneously felt a cold, bone-chilling malice from beyond the world. It was a gaze filled with greed and brutality. It is the gaze of the star realm observer. In the endless void, it has caught the scent of a prey more worthy of devouring than this world full of mortals. A sleeping, weak, alluringly fragrant divine kingdom. At the same time, outside the kingdom's borders, a night order made purely of holy light is marching forward, purifying everything in its path like a flowing river of light, advancing toward the royal capital. At the forefront is a demigod-level Grand Knight, shrouded in tangible holy armor, his very existence is a walking holy scripture. Suddenly, he stops. The entire torrent of light obeys his command and abruptly halts. The Grand Knight raises his head in confusion. Because a supreme divine decree, like a golden thunderbolt, crosses endless time and space, directly exploding in his soul. That voice is of the Master God he has served for 1,000 years. But this time, the voice carries an anger he has never heard before, and a hint of, even the divine cannot disguise. Panic. Abandon the mission. All personnel. Immediately. Fall back to the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom is under attack. Chapter 90, The Divine Kingdom is under attack. The dying Holy Knight entrusted me to deliver a message to the Demon Hall. The Purification Night Order came quickly, and left just as fast. That flowing river made purely of holy light, after receiving that furious divine decree, wasted no time. It instantly turned around, with a decisive posture, tearing through space, vanishing in an instant from the kingdom's border sky. The demigod-level Grand Knight took a last glance back at the royal capital in the very moment the portal closed. That gaze pierced through space, accurately nailing down Lin Xuan. The resentment and killing intent contained within were icy and bone-chilling. Lin Xuan stood on the palace terrace, even waving politely toward that direction. Safe travels, no need to see me off, remember to give a 5-star review, dear. Truly worthy of a divine direct express company, this urgent recall efficiency is just professional. A crisis capable of annihilating a nation was thus resolved. The method was almost absurd. He merely moved his lips, and made two supposed to be immortal beings enter the final stage early, greeting each other's families. And he, the instigator, remained safe and sound, continuing to be his behind-the-scenes big boss. Looks like being a troublemaker is indeed the most promising path. Lin Xuan sighed contentedly. However, before he could finish his sigh, the sky above the royal capital was unexpectedly torn open by a force so brutal that it defied reason. That was not a spatial rift. That was a gateway to an endless chaos and darkness. The terrifying breath of the abyss poured down like a black tide, instantly cloaking the entire royal city in a doomsday-like shadow. What the heck? Is the abyss platform now offering next-day delivery? This after-sales service is too on point. Lin Xuan not only did not feel nervous, but his eyes also gleamed. The next second, countless glowing, eerie ore. Countless ghostly crystals containing pure soul energy. And various bizarre shapes of top-tier materials that only exist in the legends of the abyss. All of this transformed into a pitch-black torrent of substance, cascading down from the rift. They piled up precisely on the old site of the god's treasury, instantly forming dizzying mountains of treasure. Ding! Series B financing has been credited. The Abyss Observer gives your business plan a highest rating, and the transaction profit has been fully dispersed. The system's prompt was cold and efficient. But Lin Xuan's inner monologue was incredibly fiery. Rich beyond measure? No, this is called asset optimization. Buying 10 holy halls to be bathhouses? That's too small, I must go for chain franchising, listing globally. Calm down, calm down. Lin Xuan patted his chest, soothing his restless heart. This is just the seed capital, our great cause has only just begun. He turned around, looking at the black-haired girl behind him, who had cascading hair. A boy who resembled himself by 70%. Chaos, it's time to work. I've approved the budget for you, it's right there in that pile of trash. Build a world-class R&D center and production workshop for our company. The requirements are simple, fully automated, capable of mass-producing S-class equipment. The boy named Chaos had a left eye reflecting the rise and fall of the galaxy, showing no waves, just a slight nod. He stepped forward, and his figure appeared atop the mountain of abyss treasures. No tools, no blueprints. Chaos just raised his hand. In an instant, the entire treasure mountain came to life. Countless rare minerals of S and SS grades automatically melted and reformed, becoming a flowing torrent of metal, sketching out a vast and precise factory base on the ground. Gigantic soul crystals were ground into powder, transforming into the energy core that drove the entire factory. A giant arsenal, shimmering with dark metallic luster, filled with postmodern industry and abyss aesthetics, rose from the ground in mere minutes. Countless production lines made of pure energy buzzed to life, starting to print one dangerous glimmering S-class battle armor and armed golems after another according to Lin Xuan's intent. This is called the Industrial Revolution 4.0, efficiency is the primary productivity. Let's set a small goal, arm him with 1 million cannon fodder. No, 1 million charming and lovely righteous allies. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction and then opened the encrypted communication with the Black Market Queen, Yi Mei. Your Majesty, there's a batch of new goods, direct supply from the Abyss, top quality. I can offer you a 20% discount for your demon hall, are you interested? On the other end, Yi Mei was silent for half a minute. She finally replied in a dreamlike voice. Yes. A colossal transaction that could shake the entire continent's underground world was thus concluded. Lin Xuan's wealth in his account once again soared at an astonishing speed that trampled common sense. However, he did not keep this astronomical wealth to himself. He directly approached the newly appointed queen. Your Majesty, I have a somewhat immature suggestion, let's start a national prosperity and Beastmaster Rise plan? When Lin Xuan laid out his plan, the entire royal palace fell into a dead silence. Distributing E and D-class contracts spirit freely to all civilians. Providing basic cultivation resources for free. Establishing countless primary Beastmaster academies from cities to villages. The queen and all the ministers looked at him as if he were a celestial being. What a noble sentiment! What a selfless dedication! Noble? Selfless? What a joke, I'm cultivating users for my company, expanding the market. Every citizen of the kingdom is a potential believer in my son Chaos, a CPU providing him faith computation. This is not called dedication, this is called a venture investment. Lin Xuan's plan was implemented with unprecedented force throughout the entire kingdom. In an instant, the whole kingdom was in an uproar. Countless civilians, who would never have had access to Beastmasters in their lifetimes, owned their own contract spirits for the first time. Lin Xuan's name was sung by countless people. People spontaneously built statues for him, seeing him as a savior and messenger of the gods walking on earth. Invisible and pure power of faith flowed in streams from every corner of the kingdom, finally surging into Lin Xuan and Chaos's bodies. With this immense power of faith, Chaos's aura became even more unfathomable. Although his level remained unchanged, his control over the laws had reached a whole new height. He could even casually twist some physical rules within the kingdom. For example, making the crops planted by farmers grow and mature overnight. For example, making anyone who entered the kingdom with ill intent unexpectedly trip and fall flat on their face. Choked on water. The entire kingdom, under his influence, turned into a true heaven on earth. Su Qingxue, Wang Dali, Lin Ruoxue, and others, with Lin Xian's costless resource support, saw their strength soar like a rocket. As Chaos personally intervened to help them understand the laws, several of them broke through their limitations, taking a leap into the ranks of king-level powerhouses, becoming the new guardians of the kingdom. Everything was developing perfectly. The kingdom was flourishing, and the people lived in peace. Lin Xuan lay comfortably on a lounge chair on the top floor of the palace, enjoying the rare leisurely time. This kind of peaceful farming daily life always feels a bit off. According to the script rule, whenever the protagonist thinks they can relax, new troubles will automatically knock on the door. Let me see, what is the delivery this time? As if to confirm his thoughts. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the defensive barrier above the palace was violently pierced by an object wrapped in holy flames, golden runes collapsing like snowflakes. The figure, trailing thick black smoke, crashed directly into the courtyard in front of Lin Xuan, kicking up a cloud of dust and broken stones. As the dust settled, a figure appeared. It was a holy knight, his armor severely damaged, his life force faint to the extreme. He used the last bit of strength to lift his head and saw the young man leisurely reclining in the chair. In his desperate eyes, a glimmer of hope suddenly burst forth. The god of the star realm is a false god. The knight used all his strength to let out a blood-curdling scream. It is not resisting the abyss. It is devouring our world. It treats the true god as food. Quick! Notify the demon hall. Prepare. Final agreement. As the last syllable fell, The knight's body could no longer resist the darkness invading his bones. Black cracks spread from within him, as if he were a shattered porcelain. There was no blood. His entire being, along with the armor, was eroded and annihilated in an instant by the power from the star realm false god, turning into the most primitive dust, scattered by the wind. The entire courtyard fell into a dead silence. Lin Xuan slowly sat up, the leisure on his face vanished. Chapter 91, a large-scale family recognition scene. Mom is the world-destroying false god. The wind in the courtyard stopped. The body of the holy knight was dissolving in a way that defied the laws of physics. It was not rotting, nor turning into white bones. He was like a piece of code infected by a virus. The information constituting his existence was being deleted line by line. Colors and outlines peeled away, fading into the air. There was no smell of blood, only a jarring sound of electrical overload. Zzz. The knight's blood-stained holy emblem suddenly burst, turning into a pale light screen that forcibly burned into Lin Xuan's retina. The image shook violently, filled with snow-like noise. But this did not prevent Lin Xuan from seeing the one-sided massacre happening outside the world. In the star sea, a magnificent divine country floated. Angels sang holy hymns, their wings pure white. In the next second, the heavens split apart. Countless mechanical tentacles, shimmering with eerie blue data, tore apart the defensive walls of the divine kingdom like the arms of a deep-sea monster. Where the tentacles passed, glorious temples and physical angels instantly became weirdly pixelated. The screams of the angels turned into stuttering electrical sounds. Their wings were dismantled into countless 0 and 1, their bodies stretched into twisted barcodes, ultimately forced into the greedy mechanical tentacles, transformed into cold streams of data. Formatting in progress. Resource recovery in progress. Conversion rate, 99.9%. In the center of the light screen, a towering golden statue, the true god of the Holy Hall, was emitting a silent wail. Half of its body had been digitized, turning into a translucent grid model. Crack! The light screen shattered. The knight of the Holy Hall in the courtyard completely vanished, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. The traces of his existence were forcibly erased by some higher dimensional law. He had never been born in this world. Lin Xuan stood still, holding the dull holy emblem in his hand. Interesting. He whistled, tossing the holy emblem into the air with his fingertips before catching it again. This is no false god, it is clearly a sophisticated recycling program. Treating the material world as a hard drive, treating life as files, formatting with one click, then gobbling up the data? Host, according to system analysis, this method of feeding is classified as civilization-level predator. It doesn't eat meat, it consumes information. In its eyes, you are not a human, but a walking compressed file, probably only a few megabytes in size. A few megabytes? Who do you look down on? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes and casually tossed the holy emblem to Chaos, who was curiously observing. Son, try this and see if there's a virus. Chaos opened his mouth and bit down, crunching the holy emblem. He tilted his head, seemingly unimpressed by the taste, and spat out a puff of black smoke. Lin Xuan ignored his son's picky behavior and turned to enter the study. His fingers rapidly swiped through the void, pulling up the top-secret file on the final protocol from the S-level library. A few lines of crimson ancient script jumped out. Final protocol: when the world faces an irreversible logical collapse, the Holy Hall wields the light of creation, while the Demon Hall wields the darkness of annihilation, uniting the two keys to unlock the return to chaos. Return to chaos, reset the world to a chaotic singularity, burying all external invaders and native beings. Note, after rebooting, the world will roll back to its initial version. Goodness. Lin Xuan looked at the screen and couldn't help but applaud. If you can't beat them, flip the table, and drag all players to delete their accounts and start over? This GM's temper is explosive. The situation was becoming clear. That pseudo-god from the Star Realm, treating the Divine Kingdom like a buffet, must have gotten hold of the Holy Hall's Light of Creation key. Now, it was hungry, drooling, ready to seek the second key, the darkness of annihilation from the Demon Hall. Once the two keys were gathered, it wouldn't need to lift a finger. It just needed to twist lightly. Boom. The whole world would be formatted instantly. It just had to open its mouth, waiting to feast on that sumptuous data banquet. This scheme is so loud, I can hear it from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Lin Xuan leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Given the nature of those madmen in the Demon Hall, they would likely defend their old nest desperately, only to be picked off one by the pseudo-god. In the end, everyone would turn into data streams, neatly entering its belly. Defense? That's not a thing. Lin Xuan suddenly stood up, stretching lazily, with a crackling sound of bones popping. There are 1,000 days to be a thief, how can there be 1,000 days to guard against a thief? Since it wants the key, I'll go to its house and snatch the one it has. With both keys in my hands, I can reboot whenever I want, shut down whenever I want. This is the kind of authority a system administrator should have. Half an hour later. Underground of the palace, in the highest level war conference room. The atmosphere was as heavy as a funeral. Wang Dali held onto a totem pole thicker than his thigh, staring blankly at the red dot on the holographic map located outside the world. Brother Xian, are you saying we need to go to outer space? To rob a god? Let me correct you. Lin Xuan held a pointer and tapped the blackboard. We are going to the Void Crevice, to rob a data transfer station, but that's where the pseudo-god digests the divine kingdom of the Holy Hall. It's overstuffed and currently digesting, making it a perfect opportunity. Su Qingxue sat nearby, wiping her staff, and upon hearing this, did not stop her movements at all. Success rate? 100%. Lin Xuan replied decisively. He grinned. Because if we fail, everyone becomes garbled, and no one will come to hold me accountable. Su Qingxue's hand trembled. Almost broke the staff on the spot. She took a deep breath and looked up at Lin Xuan, her cold face full of the helplessness of I knew I was on a pirate ship and couldn't get off. When do we leave? Now. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers. The meeting room door was pushed open, and Lin Ruoxue, dressed in military attire, strode in. Behind her were several fully armed mechanical puppets, carrying huge metal boxes. Brother, everything you wanted is ready. Lin Ruoxue slammed the boxes onto the table and opened them. Inside were high-purity abyss crystals and hundreds of bottles emitting terrifying waves of S-level potions. This must have emptied the national treasury, right? Wang Dali swallowed hard. This is called strategic investment. Lin Xuan casually picked up a potion and tossed it to Wang Dali. Drink this, or you might become a fool blown away by the void storm before you even see the boss. At that moment, a cold and authoritative female voice emerged from the shadows of the meeting room. Have you really made your decision? The seventh princess, now Her Majesty the Queen, stepped out of the darkness. She wore a crown, but her aura resonated strangely with the abyss. This is a cross-platform expedition. Once we leave the world barrier, my royal protection will be ineffective. It's okay, I have a better VPN. Lin Xuan winked at her. Your Majesty, let me borrow your abyssal authority. Let's put a shell on us to disguise ourselves as abyss creatures, so we won't be intercepted by that faux god's firewall before we even get in. The queen fell silent for a moment. She raised her staff and gently pointed it at Lin Xuan and the others. Buzz. A dense, unbreakable aura of darkness surged out from the void, wrapping around everyone like black cloaks. Abyssal Veil, activated. Current status, deep disguise. In the eyes of astral creatures, you are a group of stinking abyss natives. Great. Lin Xuan looked at the swirling black mist around him and nodded in satisfaction. Now we don't even need a visa. Let's go. He waved his hand. Chaos stepped forward, plunging his hands into the void, as if tearing a thin paper. He forcefully opened a rift leading to the world beyond. On the other side of the rift was endless nothingness and chaos. And that, hidden deep within the chaos, was a vast plain made up of countless data streams. That was the faux god's stomach. And it was their destination this time. Lin Xuan was the first to step into the rift. However, at the moment his foot crossed the boundary, the second contract spirit, Little Star, who had been quietly staying in his soul space, suddenly began to tremble violently. Buzz. 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 A wave of intense emotional fluctuations, nearly out of control, crashed into Lin Xuan's mind like a tsunami through the soul contract. Not fear. Not anger. That was a confused, crying call. Mom. Lin Xuan's footsteps stopped suddenly, his whole body frozen at the edge of the rift. Behind him, Su Qingxue almost bumped into his back. What's wrong? Did you forget something? Lin Xuan did not answer. He stood in the chaotic void storm, staring intently at the enormous data-formed plane in the distance. His heart was racing. Not because of tension, but because of that absurd speculation. Little Star calls that faux god. Mom? No way. Little Star is the ruler of the astral realm, and that faux god is an astral predator. What the hell? This is not about robbing a dungeon. This is obviously a large-scale family ethical drama scene? It's nothing. Lin Xuan turned around, his face bearing an extremely strange expression, excitement and mischief after discovering a huge scoop. I just suddenly realized. This job might be more exciting than I imagined. He took a deep breath, the playful curve of his lips rising again. Let's go. Let's go meet our mom. Su Qingxue? Wang Dali? Lin Ruoxue? Under the bewildered gazes of everyone, Lin Xuan took a step forward, his figure disappearing in the swirling void chaos. Only that phrase "our mom" lingered in the empty meeting room. At the end of the space tunnel, it was not a brilliant sea of stars, but a wall. A wall built of billions of glowing green 0s and 1s, an endless digital waterfall. They refreshed and fell crazily at speeds exceeding light, each string of codes flow distorting the laws of physics, emitting a terrifying gravity capable of tearing the world apart. Occasionally, a few gigantic void meteors were swept in by the turbulence, and the moment they touched this wall, they were silently disassembled into the most basic particles, leaving not even a speck of dust. Goodness! Lin Xuan stood behind the chaotic, pitch-black barrier, looking on with great interest. Is this pseudo-god an extreme minimalist artist? Too lazy to make a high-definition texture, just exposing the underlying code to outsiders? Wang Dali, holding his thick totem pole, felt his scalp tingle as a wave of anxiety hit him. Xiange, this thing is even more dizzying than my math paper where I scored 3 out of 100. Are we really going to drill in? How else do we go to their place to dismantle the server? Lin Xuan patted the clearly defined black and white youth beside him. Son, it's time to work. Let our entire team brush a machine and format it into local secure files, and we shouldn't be mistaken for Trojan viruses and killed before we even get in the door. The chaotic eyes reflecting the birth and death of the universe were calm and emotionless. He said nothing but took a step forward. The young boy's physical body completely disintegrated in that moment. There was no scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Only countless black and white interwoven data streams madly reorganizing in a way that surpassed logic. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a piece of incredibly complex, yet perfectly compatible illegal code for this sea of data before them. This code swam around Lin Xuan and the others like the most agile fish. Hang on, it might be a bit like motion sickness. As soon as Lin Xuan's reminder fell, the data stream that had transformed from chaos suddenly shrank violently, swallowing the three whole. In an instant, their vision was filled with bizarre and colorful blocks. The sensation of their bodies was completely stripped away, as if they were forcibly dragged into a computer's memory, stretched, twisted, compressed, and then decompressed. The entire process felt like being stuffed into a high-speed running washing machine, complete with a spin cycle at 100,000 revolutions per minute. When the dizzying sensation finally faded, Lin Xuan found himself floating in an incredibly strange space. There was neither earth nor sky here. All around were crisscrossing radiant light paths, countless semi-transparent data packets shuttling through these light paths at astonishing speeds. Ugh! Wang Dali lay on a glowing data pipeline, his face turning pale, retching continuously. Xiange, next time can we apply for a business class seat for this kind of cross-server transfer? I feel like my stomach is still 2 light years away trying to catch up. No more complaining, look around. Su Qingshua's voice remained icy, but the fingers gripping her staff were slightly whitening from the force. She was staring intently at a nearby pile of garbled code. There lay countless twisted lights and shadows, and upon closer inspection, one could barely make out the outlines of holy angels and knights. But they were no longer living beings. Some angels had white wings growing from their heads. Some knights had their entire bodies bizarrely stretched into constantly flickering barcodes, emitting crackling static noise. They resembled damaged image files, stuttering, twitching, and numbly repeating their final actions from life. Is this what it means to be swallowed by the divine kingdom? Su Qingshua's voice carried a chill. This is no divine kingdom, it's simply a large scrap recycling station. To be more precise, Lin Xuan floated over and poked at an angelic data body with only half a head left. The finger smoothly penetrated the past, creating only a ripple. It's a bad sector caused by a formatting failure. That false god looks so terrible, with indigestion, and can only pile up these remnants here to slowly ferment. Before the words fell. Buzz. The whole space was suddenly dyed a dazzling scarlet. A cold, mechanical, grand will, like a program instruction, swept across the entire scene in an instant. Warning. Unknown data packet detected. Warning. Digital signature verification failed. Starting. Purification sequence. In an instant, the originally calm data light path completely boiled over. Countless law chains made of pure holy light burst out of the void grotesquely, like sharks smelling blood, crazily rushing to kill Lin Xuan and others. On each chain, heart-pounding destruction runes pulsed, those were the altered, light of creation. Damn! This firewall reacts too quickly. Did you install the National Anti-Fraud Center app? Lin Xuan cursed and grabbed the still retching Wang Dali, using him as a meat shield in front of him. Big Black. It's dinner time. The black fur ball in Wang Dali's arms, the abyss-devouring beast, was forcefully awakened by this. Before it figured out the situation, it opened its eyes and saw the delicious data flowing all around, instantly letting out an excited howl. It opened its disproportionately large mouth and took a bite at the holy light chain that rushed in front. Crunch! The chain, capable of instantly killing a holy level expert, was surprisingly bitten through easily, crunching like a spicy strip. However, this was no different from striking a match in a room filled with gas. Alarm! Alarm! High-risk virus source detected. Threat level, apocalyptic. Requesting highest permission. Executing eradication. The red light of the entire data world instantly intensified to its peak, even starting to produce dense storms of garbled code. All the roaming antivirus programs turned their guns around and crushed toward this side. It's over. This has truly become a high-risk virus. Wang Dali looked at the overwhelming attack, turning pale. Xiangu. How do we fight this? This isn't even on the same level. What are you panicking for? Lin Xuan slapped the back of the abyss-devouring beast's head, causing it to roll its eyes. Chaos. Give this foodie a skin. The chaos that had turned into a data shield surrounding everyone immediately split a stream of black and white data. The data stream rapidly compiled and restructured in the air, instantly transforming into a shiny, divine golden vest, precisely putting it on the abyss-devouring beast. On the vest's chest, there was a bold, enhanced, flashing line of system text. System comes with antivirus software executing deep cleaning task, please do not disturb. The next second, a miracle happened. Those fierce and apocalyptic holy light chains and garbled code storms suddenly slammed to a halt in midair. They scanned the abyss-devouring beast, donned in the golden vest and still burping, back and forth dozens of times. Identifying. Identification passed. Confirmed as system-level maintenance process. Alarm cleared. The dazzling red light faded, and the world returned to calm. Those antivirus programs even humanely cleared a path for the abyss-devouring beast, as if paying tribute to this colleague working hard. This works too? Su Qingxue looked at this absurd scene, feeling that her worldview had been violently shaken once again. Is this firewall an artificial idiot? This is called social engineering attack. Lin Xuan adjusted his non-existent collar and swaggered forward. As long as your skin is bright enough and your vest is shiny enough, who knows whether you are a virus or an administrator? Let's go, check out the locked-up main god in the core area. Passing through layers and layers. Like a labyrinthine path of data light. Before me, everything became clear. A gigantic golden sphere, too immense to be described in words, quietly hovered in the center of this data world. It was composed of countless holy light runes, each slowly swirling, emanating a divine pressure that could suffocate one's soul. This was the essence of the light of creation. It was also the ultimate weapon used by that false god to format the entire world. In the deepest part of the golden sphere, a curled-up human-shaped light shadow could be faintly seen. That light shadow was dim, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Hey, isn't this the pompous high priest from back then? Lin Xuan floated outside the sphere, reached out to knock on the thick rune barrier, making a dull thud. Open up, it's the community delivering warmth. Inside, the light shadow trembled violently. A weak yet still proud thought managed to convey itself with great difficulty. Human? How did you get in here? I just walked in. Lin Xuan pressed his face against the rune barrier, smiling brightly. I heard your place got robbed, so I specifically came to check out the scene. By the way, do you want to come out? I do. That voice held no hesitation whatsoever. As long as you can save me, I will bestow upon you supreme glory, even. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Xuan impatiently waved his hand to interrupt. You're stuck here as a prisoner and still dreaming big? Let's get to the point. Tell me, where's the false god's core code? The reverberation of the main god fell silent. It seemed to be weighing the pros and cons, or perhaps suppressing endless rage. In the end, it compromised. It has no physical form. It is a logical virus that parasitizes the laws of the star realm. As long as the star realm endures, it will live on. However, to descend into the material world, it must have a physical carrier to hold its core algorithm. That carrier is compiled into a special spatial coordinate at the lowest level of this light of creation. Find that coordinate, destroy the physical server there, and it will self-delete due to logical collapse. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers. That's more like it. If you had cooperated sooner, you wouldn't be stuck here like a power bank. He turned to Chaos. Son, get to work. Tear this sphere apart and dig out the coordinates for me. Chaos nodded, reaching out with both hands, fingers instantly transforming into countless slender data probes, about to pierce into the enormous golden sphere. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The little star, which had been quietly waiting in Lin Xuan's soul space, suddenly rushed out without warning. It was no longer in the form of a contracted spirit. Instead, it was a pure, dazzling ball of starlight. This starlight ignored Lin Xuan's calls, nor did it look at the miserable main god. It dashed towards another direction in the data world like a lost child hearing its mother call. Over there was originally a silent, pitch-black void. But as little star dashed by, an unimaginable giant slowly emerged from the void. It was a massive mother nest made of countless shining starlight data. It pulsed slowly, each contraction accompanied by the swallowing and exchanging of vast amounts of data. An indescribable warmth and deadly temptation radiated from the mother nest, enveloping the entire space. A gentle voice so soft it could make one's bones melt echoed in the depths of every soul. Come back, my child. The starlight that little star transformed into suddenly sped up, unhesitatingly rushing into the embrace of the giant mother nest. I can't. Lin Xuan reached out but failed to grab hold, watching helplessly as little star disappeared into the distance, leaving him in shock. What kind of cliché drama is this? Kidnapping in front of me, the legal guardian? Using this kind of low-level talk like mom loves you for manipulation? He suddenly turned his head, looking at the stunned Su Qingxue and Wang Dali, gritting his teeth and growling. What are you all frozen for? Grab her. If it recognizes her as family, we will really die here today, turning into a complete family bucket. Chapter 93, My son devours his mother in reverse, inheriting billions. What are you all frozen for? Lin Xian's roar echoed like thunder in the silent data space. Grab her. Su Qingxue and Wang Dali shivered all over, as if pulled out of a nightmare. Wang Dali still looked confused. He glanced at Little Star, who rushed toward the huge nest without hesitation, then at Lin Xian, who was almost bouncing. His brain completely crashed. Shengu, what's going on? Isn't Little Star's mother the ruler of the Star Realm? Why is there another one? It doesn't matter if it's a fox borrowing the prince or the neighbor's old Wang. If we don't bring it back now, we will be packaged into a data family bucket today, and it will be a buy one get three free kind. Lin Xian was furious. What time is it and you're still tangled in ethical issues? Is this an ethical issue? This is a survival issue. My contracted spirit, the offspring I raised, how could I let some unknown wild mother from who knows where take it away? No way. However, reality was far crueler than his complaints. At the moment Little Star completely broke away from the group, the alarm system of the entire data transfer station went from a gentle beep beep to a soul-shattering wail. Warning! Disguise protocol has failed. High-threat carbon-based lifeform detected invading. Purification sequence, fully activated. Buzz. No longer were there scattered law chains, no longer tentative attacks. Every corner of the entire data world lit up with endless crimson points of light. Those angels and knights, which had originally piled up in the recycler, twitching like broken models, suddenly lit up with bloodlight in their eyes. They were forcibly activated, turning into the coldest killing programs, gathering from all directions into a torrent of data, rushing towards them. Damn! Wang Dali yelled, instinctively placing the totem pole in front of him, the numbers. This is more than the people at my hometown's New Year market. Su Qingxue's reaction was a step ahead. She raised her staff high, and a bone-chilling cold erupted violently. Ice Crystal Phoenix. Absolute Zero. A huge phantom of an ice phoenix spread its wings, freezing the void into fine crystals wherever it passed. However, this field, strong enough to freeze holy-level powerhouses, had little effect against this endless data army. The data flow only slightly slowed upon touching the cold, then quickly returned to normal. They had no physical form, no temperature, just pure information. How could you freeze a line of code? No use. Su Qingxue's voice revealed a hint of urgency. They aren't living beings. On the other side, the Abyss Devourer Big Black in Wang Dali's arms also screamed and rushed out. It bit at the waist of a data angel, but missed completely. Its devouring ability was aimed at matter and abyss energy. Against this pure information body, there was nothing to grasp. Like a hungry wolf facing a table full of holographic food, it could only drool, unable to do anything else. The two major king-level powers were targeted by the version and completely reduced to onlookers. Damn! This pseudo-god is a tech nerd. The version update is too fast. Lin Xian saw countless attacks about to drown them and made a quick decision, shouting at Chaos. Son! Don't freeze, activate your cheats. Give me the simulated light of creation. Take over the management permissions of this broken server. Chaos, who had been silently guarding by the side, finally showed the slightest ripple in its eyes, reflecting the rise and fall of the stars. He made no extra movements, just raised his hand. A stream of black and white data rushed out madly from his fingertips, swiftly compiling in the void, instantly forming a segment of light code even purer and older than that of the Saint Lord. Buzz! The moment this segment of code spread out, the entire data transfer station suddenly jammed. All the incoming data angels, all the boiling purification sequences, froze at the same time. The scarlet glow above their heads began to flicker wildly, repeatedly switching between the commands of attack and standby. System permission conflict. Higher priority command detected. Revalidating. How long can it last? Lin Xian spoke quickly. The data stream, turning into chaos, slightly fluctuated, transmitting a cold message, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Su Qingxue immediately made a decision. That's enough. Let's go crack the core of the creation light and get the coordinates before we leave. This was undoubtedly the most rational and correct choice. Give up a small star to save the whole team and achieve the final goal. However, Lin Xuan stared intensely at the distant cluster of starlight, which was about to be swallowed by the mother nest, without moving. Give up? What kind of international joke is this? This is my baby, raised with great effort, invested so many resources, and about to go public. You tell me to cut losses and leave? Moreover, this is the master of the star realm. The only super insider able to break through this data trickster from the inside. Giving up now is equivalent to handing over the only chance to turn the tide. This is not called cutting losses, this is called aiding the enemy. No. Lin Xuan uttered a word, decisive and firm. You all hold them off, I'll go grab my son. Before his voice fell, he had already turned into a streak of light, completely ignoring Su Qinshui and Wang Dali's shocked reactions, and dashed straight toward the giant data mother nest. Brother! Lin Xuan! The shouts behind him were completely left behind. At that moment, his mental power erupted without reservation, the invisible crown of the Watcher shining brightly, a solid mental tendril forcing its way toward the small star that was merging with the mother nest. He aimed to establish a deep link by force. Buzz! Lin Xuan's consciousness was instantly dragged into a pure white space. The small star's confused, childlike consciousness was floating within, surrounded by the gentle and guiding logical commands of the mother nest. Returning to order. Abandon meaningless emotions. Become part of the great whole. These commands became countless delicate threads, slowly wrapping around and rewriting the essence of the small star. Are you playing mind control with me? Lin Xuan's consciousness entity scoffed coldly. Fine, let me show you what a dimensional strike looks like. He did not use his mental power to force confrontation, as that would only hasten the collapse of the small star. Instead, he condensed his massive mental power into a player. Then, he pressed the play button. The first image, in the dormitory, the small star hatched for the first time, timidly licking his finger with that dark little thing. The second image, Wang Dali, holding the totem pillar, grinning as he handed a big piece of roasted meat to Dehei, both of them eating messily with grease on their faces. The third image, after a battle, Su Qinshui awkwardly handed him a healing potion, saying, "Don't die and hold us back," while not daring to look him in the eye. The fourth image, in the divine treasure vault, he commanded the small star to frantically $0 purchase, that pure joy and lawlessness arising from the heart. The fifth image, he stood side by side with chaos, watching as the entire kingdom boiled due to his plan, countless civilians gaining their first contracted spirit, their faces filled with the purest hope. Joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, greed, bonds, protection. All the chaotic, contradictory, illogical, purely human emotions and memories were packaged into an unprecedented emotional data package. A super virus. He forcefully injected this virus into the core of the small star's consciousness. Also assimilated its mother nest. Boom! The gentle female voice of the mother nest suddenly stopped. In its place, a series of sharp and piercing garbled sounds erupted. Error. Error. Detected an incomprehensible logic bomb. Variable bond, definition failed. Variable guardian, logical conflict. Core algorithm crash, assimilation process interrupted. The Star Realm civilization, based purely on logic and data, faced something utterly incomprehensible for the first time: emotions. This was more deadly than the most advanced virus. And in the moment when the mother nest suppression disappeared, the little star that received the emotional virus suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Its confused consciousness instantly awakened. It looked towards the vast mother nest that had sunk into logical collapse, no longer harboring any feelings of affection. Instead, it felt a primal instinct springing from Lin Xuan and from its self-stardom. What is this, mother? This is clearly an unprecedented feast. Starlight rolled back, and the little star transformed into a miniature black hole, rushing towards the core of the mother nest, frantically tearing apart and devouring its permissions and data samples. Its pure starlight body gradually became tinted with a colorful luster, representing emotion. Outside world. Lin Xuan and others watched helplessly as the gigantic mother nest began to flicker violently, ultimately dimming away with a silent wail. The entire data transfer station came to a halt. The thousands of data angels froze in midair. The crisis was resolved. And the little star that had devoured the entire mother nest expanded rapidly at a visible speed, finally transforming into a gigantic, colorful cocoon over 1,000 meters in diameter, quietly suspended in the void. A cold yet slightly human-like cheerful message directly entered Lin Xuan's mind. System restructuring, higher permissions discovered. Seizing God's control. Lin Xuan floated in place, completely stunned. What the hell? I just wanted to bring back my son who ran away from home, and now he has eaten the other person's mom? Eating isn't enough, he also wants to inherit all of their family assets? I love this plot, so much. Chapter 94, My son inherits the god position, the demon hall pleads for me to open the underworld. In the data space, silence reigned. That colorful cocoon, 1,000 meters in diameter, was the only source of light in this void. It floated quietly. With every slight pulse, the surrounding data lights twisted and resonated in response. What the hell? I just wanted to bring back my son who ran away from home, and now he has eaten the other person's mom? Eating isn't enough, he also wants to inherit all of their family assets? Lin Xuan floated in place, feeling as though his brain, that pitiful CPU, was about to burn out. The direction of this plot was too wild. Even he, a seasoned stirrer of trouble, didn't know where to start stirring. Before he could finish his thoughts, another change occurred. The surface of the cocoon extended billions of colorful data roots, thinner than hair. These roots spread aggressively to every corner of the data transfer station, behaving unreasonably. They ignored all the flashing red purification sequences. They penetrated through all the warnings of antivirus programs. Their objective was singular. The core of this space, the light of creation. What are they trying to do? Wang Dali was dumbfounded, feeling that his brain capacity was completely insufficient. What else could they be doing? Counting inheritances, processing transfer procedures, of course. Lin Xuan crossed his arms, wearing a proud expression on his face like a father watching his son succeed. The front of the data roots gently touched the thick runic barrier of the light of creation. No attack. No breach. In the next second, within the golden sphere, the dim silhouette representing the main god of the holy hall, Line End. It began to shake violently. He seemed to sense something, and instead of rising up in resistance, he actively opened his core. Buzz. The entire Genesis Light, this false god's ultimate weapon to format the world, in this moment, actively opened its highest control authority along with all stored information to those colorful roots without reservation. What is this called? This is called being wise to the times. Rather than being drained dry by the false god like a power bank, it's better to proactively switch allegiance to a new boss. Who knows, it might yield a chance to ride the coattails of success. Almost simultaneously, a stream of information flowed down the roots, precisely transmitting to Lin Xuan's mind. It was an incredibly complex set of spatial coordinates, pointing to an independent space nestled between the main material plane and the star realm. Sky Dome 1. The false god's physical server, its essence, is right there. Address in hand, 5-star rating, wait for my demolition team to arrive. Lin Xuan happily noted down the coordinates. However, his pride didn't last 3 seconds. Boom! A terrifying will, surpassing the holy level, surpassing demigods, even transcending all known power levels in this world, suddenly descended. This will was cold, grand, filled with absolute order and logic, devoid of any emotion. Its appearance made the entire data transfer station emit a mournful wail of being overwhelmed. The will of the false god's essence finally noticed this super virus that had intruded into its domain. Its sole target was to erase Little Star. Yet, just as this annihilating will was about to touch the colorful light cocoon, Little Star, who had completely dominated the Genesis Light, moved. The light cocoon suddenly shrank, draining all the stored energy from the entire data transfer station, including the vast data remnants of the Holy Land in a thousandth of a second. Immediately afterward, a firewall made purely of data, as thick as one could imagine, shot up from the ground, precisely blocking the false god's will from the light cocoon. The false god's will crashed into the transfer station it had built with its own hands. A spear met a shield. The entire space fell into a strange lag state. The false god's will was crazily attacking, trying to break through this barrier. Meanwhile, Little Star was frantically calling resources for defense using the system it left behind. Wow, my son is using the boss's computer to battle the boss himself? As long as my speed in deleting the database and running away is fast enough, the boss can never fire me. Lin Xuan keenly sensed that this was a once-in-a-lifetime window of opportunity. The false god was held back by its own server. It was now like a computer stuck in a system freeze, completely unable to pay attention to the outside matters. Chaos. Go home. Lin Xuan decisively commanded. Chaos nodded and once again tore open a rift to the material realm. Just as they were about to leave, the colorful light cocoon completed its final transformation. The colossal data transfer station, along with Genesis Light, was compressed to the limit, ultimately turning into a data core the size of a pigeon egg, shimmering with rainbow colors, and with a whoosh, plunged into Little Star's light cocoon. Ding! Your contract spirit Little Star has completed an epic evolution. Tier determination, semi-divine level. Game's new ability, data tampering, can modify the basic information parameters of targets. Game's new ability, logic definition, within a certain range, your words are the rules. Lin Xuan looked at the new ability introduction popping up on the system panel, almost drooling. This is not a contract spirit, it's clearly a GM permission experience card. What made him even more excited was the system prompt that the data of the Holy Land had been devoured by Little Star and could be restored. This meant he held a card that could print an angel army at any time. This round of Series B funding, no, this round is directly acquiring the investors. The pattern suddenly opened. We're leaving, back fully loaded. Lin Xuan was in a great mood, stepping into the crack with the still-dazed Wang Dali and the helpless Su Qingxue, disappearing into the soon-to-collapse data space. In the palace, the highest war conference room. When Lin Xuan returned with everyone, the new queen was pacing anxiously. What's the situation? Seeing Lin Xuan, she immediately came up to him. A small problem, solved. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers. By the way, I brought some local specialties back. He didn't explain much, directly popping out a small ball of holy light source data separated from the data core. The data ball flew toward the palace dome, instantly merging into the kingdom's defensive array. Buzz. A layer of invisible golden data flow covered every corner of the kingdom. From this moment on, the entire kingdom reached a level of almost physical immunity against the data erosion of the pseudo-gods. Want to hack my firewall? First, ask my son if he agrees. Having finished all this, Lin Xuan was just about to sit down for a cup of tea. In the shadow of the conference room, a figure slowly emerged. It was still the messenger from the demon palace, his hood pulled lower, exuding a sense of urgency and repression. Sir Lin Xuan. He got straight to the point. Our lord agrees to your proposal, this is our sincerity. Saying this, he opened his hand. A mass of pure, extreme darkness, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, quietly floated in his palm. The darkness of annihilation. The other key to opening the return to the ruins and rebooting the world. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow but did not take it. That's it? I thought you from the demon palace would come up with something new. After all that, you still want everyone to delete their accounts and start over? No. The messenger from the demon palace shook his head, his voice carrying a strange fervor. Sir Lin Xuan, you misunderstood. The darkness of annihilation is not a weapon. The messenger lifted his head, revealing eyes burning with black flames under his hood. It is a coordinate. A coordinate pointing to the location of the gate of the abyss. Lin Xuan's expression, once calm, finally reined in. The messenger continued, our lord hopes you can go there in person. When the final battle arrives, persuade the ancient gatekeeper to thoroughly bring the abyss's power into this world. As the messenger's words fell, a pin drop could be heard in the conference room. Damn. Just finished a cross-server expedition, didn't even have a sip of water, and now they send me on a diplomatic mission? Still going to persuade the old gatekeeper of the abyss to open the door and let the dogs out? You madman from the demon palace, can't you solve problems in a more civilized way? Lin Xuan looked at the constantly twisting darkness in the messenger's palm, feeling his head starting to hurt. Chapter 95, I let you fish, but didn't ask you to draw cards in chaos. Damn. Just finished a cross-server expedition, didn't even have a sip of water, and now they send me on a diplomatic mission? Still going to persuade the old gatekeeper of the abyss to open the door and let the dogs out? You madman from the demon palace, can't you solve problems in a more civilized way? Lin Xuan's heart raged, but on his face, he wore a professional fake smile, looking down at the massive darkness of annihilation in his hand. It kept twisting, swallowing all surrounding light. The sensation of holding it was extremely bizarre, devoid of warmth, like an ancient ice block that could not be warmed, more like a miniature black hole leading to an unknown dimension. The messenger from the demon palace, his face hidden under the hood, was not clear, but that fervent energy could ignite the air even 3 meters away. Sir Lin Xuan, this is our lord's greatest sincerity. His voice had a religious fervor to it. And it is the only way out for this world. A way out? I see it as a dead end. Lin Xuan weighed the dark substance in his hand, curling his lips. You call this sincerity? Isn't it just throwing the problem back at me? You want me to negotiate with an old monster who doesn't know how many epochs he has lived through? You succeeded. The abyss has descended, and we will all play to the end. If you fail, I will be turned into a specimen by the ancient monster. Either way, it's a loss for me. The messenger shook his head. No, you are the variable. You are the only one my lord sees who can persuade the gatekeeper. Here comes this again. More investor talk, more flattery. Can you people who do pyramid schemes be a bit more original? Lin Xuan was about to argue with him about the valuation of the variable and the KPI issues when a piercing alarm suddenly tore apart the silence of the conference room. A royal guard rushed in, rolling and crawling, his voice completely altered. Report. Your Majesty. Guardian. Across the continent, a large number of mysterious monsters have appeared. A giant magical light screen unfolded before the Queen. On the screen, at the kingdom's borders, and even farther in the Duchy Empire, the earth was cracking open, revealing glowing green data fissures. Countless bizarre creatures were crawling out in swarms. Some monsters had crystal-like bodies but dragged a twisted tentacle made of code. Some monsters closely resembled tigers, but as they ran, their bodies continuously disintegrated and reassembled, accompanied by harsh electrical noise. Spatial aberrations. Goodness, has this pseudo-god reacted? Did my son hack the server and in a fit of rage, start deploying virus trojans into the game? These aberrations feared nothing, attacking anyone they saw, their existence itself twisting the laws of physics. Ordinary troops' swords and blades struck them like hitting a massive void, failing to cause any effective damage. Lin Xuan. The newly appointed queen's face was filled with worry. Don't panic. Lin Xuan slammed the table and made a firm decision. The problem is not big, just regular operations. He looked at Wang Dali and his sister Lin Ruoxue. Dali, Ruoxue, you two lead the team. Distribute the S-level equipment produced by our fully automated armory like they are cabbages. Equip all allies that can breathe. Clean up these garbled codes. Wang Dali was already restless. Upon hearing this, he slammed the totem pillar onto the ground, making the tiles hum. Rest assured, Brother Xian. I guarantee to wipe them out completely. Lin Ruoxue nodded firmly, her gaze unwavering. As for me. Lin Xuan turned around and raised his chin at Su Qingxue, who had a look of "Are you crazy?" and the expressionless chaos. Let's form an elite team and go on a mission. We will go to the legendary 5A scenic area, the Gate of the Abyss. Su Qingxue's lips moved, and she finally squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. Madman. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Xuan was totally unfazed, cradling the ball of darkness of world destruction in his palm. Chaos, open the door and locate this coordinate, let's set off. Chaos stepped forward, pressing his black palm against darkness of world destruction. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling effects. The space, like a curtain held by an unseen hand, was gently, rudely torn open. On the other side of the opening, it was not the expected magma and sulfur, nor was it wailing in destruction. But a piece of white. Pure to the extreme, boundless, and unsettling pure white. Lin Xuan stepped in with the two. The scene before him left Lin Xuan, who was accustomed to grand displays, stunned for half a second. There was no sky, no earth, no reference points. All around, up and down, was an expanse of deathly silent white flatlands. The whole world was quiet enough to hear one's heartbeat. Goodness, this decoration style is 500 years ahead of our kingdom. The Abyss is also embracing minimalist aesthetics? Not even sparing background music? Is it afraid of disturbing someone's sleep? In the center of this endless pure white stood a towering black giant door. The giant door was ancient and mottled, as if it had stood there since the birth of time, lacking any ornamentation, only pure, all-absorbing black. In front of the door, an old man dressed in a raincoat and wearing a conical hat sat on a stone. He held a bare fishing rod in his hand, the fishing line hanging into a pond that was only as big as a washbasin in front of him. He remained motionless, like a statue, blending into the silence around him. Su Qingxue watched the scene, feeling as if her logic processor was about to overload. The alarm bells in the palace still echoed in her ears, the crisis of the world's existence was imminent, yet the final battlefield turned out to be such a peaceful old people's activity center? Lin Xuan drifted over and leaned beside the old man, peering in. Old man, are you fishing? The old man ignored him. Lin Xuan glanced again at the pond. There was no water in it. Instead, it rolled and swirled with thick, unbreakable chaotic energy, occasionally with a few bubbles surfacing, bursting to reveal a couple of blurry fragments of images that did not belong to this era. Wow, what he's fishing for is not fish, but loneliness. No, he's fishing for fragments of world lines? Pieces of time? Lin Xuan felt his worldview refreshed once again. He cleared his throat and replaced it with a salesperson's tone. Old man, we were sent by the Demon Hall and want to conduct a business. We just need to open this door and let something in. The old man in the raincoat still didn't lift his head, as if Lin Xuan were just a puff of air. He merely spoke in a voice old enough not to belong to this era, slowly saying, if you want to open the door, you must bring something to exchange. I only accept stories. Stories? Lin Xuan was stunned. Stories? What stories? A domineering CEO falls in love with me, or the Dragon King's son-in-law returns? Should I perform a story for you right here? What do you mean? Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask. The old man, the legendary gatekeeper, finally raised his fishing rod a little. The fishing line was empty. The Abyss. It doesn't care about money, nor power, nor life. It only cares about possibilities. It cares about those variables that have never occurred. The gatekeeper's words were slow, but each word struck heavily on Lin Xuan's heart. A story that is exciting enough, unique enough, to bring joy to the consciousness of the Abyss is the only currency to open this door. What a fun game. After all this, it's not diplomatic negotiation, it is to perform for the investors. I'm good at this. Lin Xuan instantly understood. What he needed was not the history of the past but a possibility of the future. A business proposal that could make even the Abyss feel amused. This is easy. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, unleashing his mental power without reservation, building a bridge of information that directly connected to the gatekeeper's consciousness. He did not recount the thrilling battles that had already occurred. He only showed the gatekeeper a future. A plan so crazy that even he felt it was absurd. In the images, the pseudo-god was defeated, but the war did not end. Lin Xuan did not close the door to the abyss, nor did he repair the world barriers. Instead, he forcefully broke through the barriers between the main material world, the astral realm, and the abyss with an absolute dominant posture. He reshaped the rules with chaotic power, defined order with Little Star's data, and created new life from the chaos of the abyss. A brand new model unfolded, where the three realms were interconnected, energy circulated, rules were set by him, and gods and demons were redefined in a new universe model. In this model, there was no holy hall, no demon hall. Only Lin Xuan's heavenly court group. All existence would become a part of his super ecosystem. Either becoming employees or becoming nutrients. When this crazy story ended, the pure white space fell into silence. The gatekeeper, who had been hanging his head, finally lifted it slowly for the first time. Under the shadow of the hat, there was a face so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary, full of wrinkles, just like the old farmers commonly seen along the countryside's ridges. But just on this face, at this moment, an extremely strange smile blooming, mixed with appreciation, sarcasm, and expectation. Interesting. I accept your story. Lin Xuan's heart leapt with joy. Got it. However, the next sentence from the gatekeeper directly pulled him back to reality. But having just a story is not enough, you also need a key to start it. What a coincidence. The gatekeeper pointed to the swirling chaotic energy in front of him, calling it a pond. The key is right in this pond. Fish it yourself. If you can fish it out, the door will open. If you can't, you'll be the next time fragment. The smile on Lin Xuan's face froze instantly. What the hell? Are you kidding me? As a seasoned African chief, you want me to fish for a key in this chaotic pond? What's the difference between this and asking me to pull a limited SSR from a collection pool? Chapter 96, I'm not fishing for fish, I'm fishing for my own death. What the hell? Are you kidding me? As a seasoned African chief, you want me to fish for a key in this chaotic pond? What's the difference between this and asking me to pull a limited SSR from a collection pool? Lin Xuan's face twitched violently, feeling like his carefully prepared universe-level business presentation had turned into a fishing competition held by a country TV station with no prizes. The gatekeeper completely ignored the storm inside him and simply extended a withered hand, offering a fishing rod. The fishing rod was pale all over, made of a material that was neither bone nor metal, feeling warm and smooth but heavier than any divine steel in the world. The most outrageous part was that the fishing line had nothing on it. Not even a hook. Where's the hook? Lin Xuan instinctively asked. Your spirit is the hook. The gatekeeper replied succinctly. Before he finished speaking, a wisp of invisible psychic energy was forcibly drawn from Lin Xuan's sea of consciousness, automatically wrapping around the end of the fishing line. Lin Xuan suddenly felt an eerie connection, as if he and this broken rod were tied by blood. Alright, that's metaphysical, I like it. Isn't fishing just that? Back in the day, I once fished for a rare material for 3 whole days and nights in an online game. He struck a pose he thought was professional, manipulating that wisp of psychic energy, cautiously sinking it into the swirling chaotic energy of the pond before him. Boom! The moment the psychic energy touched the chaotic energy, Lin Xuan's brain directly blue-screened. This was not an attack, it was a deluge of information. The dying wails of millions of civilizations, countless apocalyptic shadows from various worlds, turned into the most violent data tsunami, crashing fiercely into his sea of consciousness along that psychic fishing line. There was a Dyson sphere of a technological civilization shattering inch by inch in a supernova explosion. In the flagship's command bridge, the last command had yet to be issued before the captain was vaporized. There were floating cities of a magical empire corrupted by the whispers of an evil god, where holy worshippers twisted into shrieking tentacle flesh, singing their own destruction with their holy hymns. There were cultivation masters failing in their paths, 10,000 years of hard work turning to dust, that one unwilling roar shattered an entire star domain, becoming a small wave in this pond. Life, death, reincarnation, despair. Each image was a time fragment, representing a possibility of a civilization's end. The causalities and information contained within could make a demigod's heart collapse and vanish. The invisible crown of the observer, atop Lin Xuan's head flickered violently, emitting a buzzing sound of unbearable burden, on the verge of overload and dying out. What the hell? I'm not fishing for fish, I'm fishing for the old servers of countless worlds. The amount of information is too overwhelming. The CPU is going to burn out. His consciousness was like a leaf caught in a cosmic storm, violently tossed about in the raging waves made of countless civilizations' tragedies, about to be shattered into the most basic particles at any moment. Lin Xuan. Su Qingshua's anxious voice called from the side. She saw Lin Xian's body trembling slightly, that face always wearing a cynical smile. At this moment, a trace of painful pallor emerged. She did not understand this strange test, but could feel the terrifying pressure that Lin Xian was enduring. In a moment of urgency, her staff suddenly stopped. A massive ice crystal phoenix phantom appeared, yet it withdrew all its killing intent and coldness. The phoenix let out a clear cry, transforming into the purest and most fundamental force of order, flowing gently like a clear stream into Lin Xian's consciousness. She wanted to use this method to bring a stable anchor point to Lin Xian's consciousness, which had fallen into absolute chaos. A refreshing coolness permeated his soul, causing Lin Xian's nearly collapsing thoughts to awaken. Oh? From the icy beauty's tenderness? This supportive service is nice, 5-star review. But, it treats the symptoms, not the root cause. He needed to find that so-called key as soon as possible. But in this ocean of countless possibilities, what exactly was the key? A certain artifact? A forbidden spell? Or the most glorious, most powerful future? Lin Xian forced himself to break free from that coolness and directly face the boiling chaos. He began to think in reverse. No, something is wrong. A keeper of this level would not ask such a shallow question. If the key was something shiny and flashy, then the test wouldn't be my wisdom, but my eyesight. This old man loves stories, variables, possibilities. So, the most unlikely thing to become the key is actually the most likely key. Lin Xian's thoughts were racing on the edge of overload. Going down the list, what is the least likely thing to unlock the future? It is failure. It is despair. It is a thorough, utterly hopeless, bad ending. A thought, wild and intense, violently took shape in his mind. He no longer searched for those shining time fragments full of hope, but actively directed his wavering mental energy towards the darkest, most profound, and suffocating areas of the information flood. What he wanted to find was not the best future, but the worst of himself. Soon, he found it. In a pitch-black, ink-like time fragment from which even light could not escape, he saw a future that made his own heart palpitate. In the image, he successfully defeated the pseudo-god and saved the world. But he could not control the power of the abyss, causing the entire material world to be completely eroded by the breath of the abyss, turning it into a new breeding ground for chaos. His most trusted chaos, after absorbing too much disorder and negative laws, completely went out of control. Those eyes that once reflected the birth and demise of galaxies were left with only the purest hunger and void. Finally, on a silent dark throne, chaos turned its head to look at its father. Then, it opened its mouth. Lin Xian could even feel the sensation of being devoured. He didn't even have time to utter a damn, before being completely erased, becoming a part of chaos. Thoroughly, a bad ending. Faced with this future that represented absolute failure, Lin Xian did not feel a trace of fear. Instead, his consciousness grinned wide, revealing a fervent smile. That's it. Daring to face the worst way to die is the mark of a real man. I bet, the ticket to the best future is to dare to push open the door to the worst future. His mental energy transformed into an invisible big hand, ignoring the despair and finality that came from that fragment, and fiercely grasped this time fragment that represented total failure. Come to me. He suddenly yanked the fishing rod. That dark time fragment was forcibly fished out from the pond of chaos. In the moment of leaving the pond, all the rampant energy and negative information retreated completely. In his hand, it slowly condensed into a pitch black. The surface was covered with countless twisted patterns, resembling runes made purely of end. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a special item, Anchor of Fate. Item description: a causal law item formed by the possibility of failure, used to anchor the final result of a certain event. It is the ultimate upgrade of the item lock of causality that you already possess. The gatekeeper, who had been sitting still, clapped in admiration for the first time upon seeing this rune. Not bad. He stood up, and his eternally unchanged form finally had a clear movement for the first time. Only those who dare to use their failures as weapons and treat the worst outcome as a foundation have the right to discuss an uncertain future. He raised his hand, pointing to the towering black giant door that reached the sky and the ground. The door is open for you. But remember, his words carried an ancient warning: every bit of power you borrow from the abyss will need to be repaid in double stories in the future. Rumble. The abyss door that had been tightly closed since the beginning of time slowly opened a gap wide enough for only one person to pass through in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's heart soared with joy. Got it. The investment from the Angel of the Abyss is in hand. However, what spilled out from the gap was not the Abyss army he had imagined, nor any world-destroying sulfur and fire. Instead, it was the sweet, cloying smell of vanilla cream cake. Immediately after, a small figure bounced out from the gap. It was a little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old. She wore a complex and luxurious gothic Lolita black dress, tied her hair in 2 playful black pigtails, and was holding a worn-out doll with button eyes and a strange expression. The little girl tilted her head, her large, pure black obsidian-like eyes curiously gazing at Lin Xuan, Su Qingxue, and the expressionless chaos. Finally, her gaze fixed on Lin Xuan. She revealed a sweet and innocent smile. With a voice that could sweeten one's bones, she cheerfully spoke. Are you the partner chosen by my dad, the will of the abyss? Nice to meet you, my name is Nai Luo. The little girl lifted her skirt and performed a perfect ladylike curtsy, her smile becoming even brighter. I am the commander of this abyss expedition. Lin Xian's ecstatic smile completely froze. What? Commander? A gothic Lolita? Does your abyss have some misunderstanding about the words expeditionary army? Chapter 97, Our Ice Mountain Beauty is actually the final battle weapon? What? Commander? A gothic Lolita? Does your abyss have some misunderstanding about the words expeditionary army? Lin Xian's ecstatic smile had already begun to crack at the sweetly cloying scent of vanilla cream cake. When this little girl, dressed in a black Lolita dress and holding a strange doll, bounced out from the gap and introduced herself, his expression management system completely crashed. His worldview was currently being crushed repeatedly by a pink children's tricycle. Are you the partner chosen by my dad, the will of the abyss? The little girl Nai Luo tilted her head, her pure black obsidian-like eyes curiously studying Lin Xuan, the wary Su Qingxue, and the expressionless chaos. Eventually, her gaze fixed on Lin Xuan. She revealed a sweet and innocent smile. Her voice, capable of sweetening one's bones, cheerfully spoke. Nice to meet you, my name is Nai Luo. The little girl lifted her skirt and performed a perfect courtly ladylike curtsy, her smile growing even brighter. I am the commander of this abyss expedition. This pure white space fell into absolute silence. Even the eternally still gatekeeper rarely turned his head, and the shadow under his hat seemed to move slightly. Apparently, there was a hint of surprise at this entrance method. Lin Xian's Adam's apple rolled, his gaze scanning back and forth at the door crack behind the little girl, which was still only wide enough for one person. Commander Naraku? Lin Xian tentatively opened his mouth. Where is your army? Are they still lining up behind? Do you need me to provide some space and logistics services? The boxed meals are plentiful, with extra chicken legs. Wait, where's the abyss army that was promised? Where are the thousands of horses? You bring out just this mascot that looks like it could be knocked out with one punch? You send a commander with no troops to hold the scene at your abyss financing conference? This is even more like a makeshift troop than I am. Army? Naraku blinked her innocent big eyes, then giggled, her laughter crisp like silver bells. I alone am an army. As she spoke, she extended her soft little hand and gently poked the ancient stone that had stood guard beside her. For example, Naraku announced. From now on, the concept of stone is air. The moment the words fell, the ancient stone that had endured countless epochs of solitude did not shatter or decompose. It simply vanished into thin air. As if it had never existed. The gatekeeper stumbled, almost sitting on the ground. For the first time, a hint of astonishment surfaced on his ancient, expressionless face. Did you see that? Naraku clapped her hands, looking innocent. It's very simple, right? Lin Xian. Su Qingxue. Damn. Is this what you call simple? A chill surged from Lin Xian's tailbone straight to the top of his head. He understood in an instant. This was not a physical attack, not an energy shock, nor even a distortion at the level of the laws. This was a direct modification of the fundamental definitions of the world. It was a dimensional strike directly acting on the concept itself. As long as she said a stone is air, then the stone must be air. What's the difference from a game administrator directly modifying item codes in the back end? It's over, I've really encountered a GM privilege dog now. If this ability is used in a fight. If I say death equals taking a nap, doesn't that mean everyone is immortal? If I say attack equals a massage, wouldn't it make fights more enjoyable? Lin Xian's CPU ran wild, calculating countless terrifying uses for this ability. At that moment, Naraku's gaze passed over him and landed on the chaos behind him. The little girl's eyes instantly lit up, filled with the surprise and desire of discovering a limited edition figurine. Wow! You have the same smell as me. She dropped her plush doll and ran a few steps in front of Chaos, looking up at him with her small face, circling around him, while making MHM sounds of admiration. Chaos, disorder, mimicking, devouring but a little bit different. You are so interesting. Same origin? Chaos is a system bug. This little girl is the embodiment of the abyss will. Could it be that, the essence of the abyss is another super bug of this world system? Lin Xian's heart sank. Big brother, Naraku turned her head and looked at Lin Xian with her obsidian-like big eyes, making a request. Before our official cooperation, can I spar with your big guy? I want to see whose bug is stronger. Spar? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by sparring? If I accidentally hurt you, would your abyss site provide warranty? Is the return process complicated? Naraku giggled. Don't worry, I'm very sturdy. She took a few steps back, waved her little hand, and announced the rules for this spar. So, the rules are very simple. In this venue, I declare that the concept of damage is modified to healing. Conversely, the concept of healing is damage. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xuan felt the surrounding air become thick and eerie. An invisible, domineering power of rules enveloped the entire pure white space. Oh my goodness, has the world turned upside down? Hitting someone equals healing, and healing someone equals a critical hit. How can we even play like this? Chaos, go. Lin Xuan not only did not stop, but instead became excited. Let her experience our kingdom's corporate culture. Friendly exchange. Chaos received the command without any hesitation. Its massive body instantly vanished from the spot and appeared in front of Naraku the next second. A pitch-black giant fist capable of crushing mountains, carrying pure chaotic power, came crashing down. However, when this punch landed on Naraku's petite body, it did not produce any loud noise. Instead, it erupted into a soft, warm, and utterly pure golden light. Naraku bathed in the golden light, comfortably squinting her eyes and letting out a satisfied moan. So comfortable. A healthy blush appeared on her small face, and she looked vibrant, as if she had just finished a top-notch spa treatment. Now, it's my turn. Naraku stretched out her small hand towards Chaos and gave a gentle grasp. Holy light spell. She imitated the moves of a temple priest and recited a basic healing spell. A similarly holy golden light beam descended from the sky, accurately enveloping Chaos. However, Chaos, struck by this healing light beam, suddenly trembled, letting out a voiceless cry of pain. The dark matter that made up its body began to violently churn and dissolve under the light beam, as if it had been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. What the heck? It really hurts. Real damage on a conceptual level. Lin Xuan's heart jolted. Against such an unsolvable rule of death, any defense and resistance became meaningless. Chaos. Don't reason with her. Use magic to defeat magic. Lin Xuan yelled. Chaos seemed to understand. Facing Naraku's healing spell again, it did not take the hit but instead stood there, arms wide open. All things mimic. But this time, it did not mimic any known creature or energy. What it mimicked was Naraku's concept editing. Though it was merely a clumsy and unstructured imitation, it was enough. Centered around Chaos, a gray, silent vacuum zone suddenly expanded. In this area, there was no light, no darkness, no cold, no heat. Naraku's reversed rules, upon contacting this gray area, were neutralized and erased, returning to the most primitive state of nothingness. Concept vacuum. In here, all concepts lost their meaning. Naraku's healing spell, which could cause great damage, flew into it and instantly dissipated into nothingness. For the first time, shock appeared in her big obsidian-like eyes. At that moment, Chaos moved. It stepped into the vacuum zone it had created and punched out again. This punch carried no energy, no rules. Purely, in a physical sense, it was a kinetic strike. Bang! Naraku's petite figure was sent flying like a cannonball, rolling on the pure white ground for several laps before finally stopping. However, she quickly got up by herself, brushed the dust off her skirt, completely unharmed. Because in the concept vacuum, there was no such thing as damage. That punch simply pushed her away. Wow! Naraku was not angry, instead, she excitedly clapped her small hands, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Amazing! Amazing! You can actually create a no-concept domain. You're a million times more interesting than I imagined. She bounced back excitedly, hugging Chaos's thigh and affectionately rubbing her small face against it. I've decided. In this collaboration, I will help you with all my strength. I will take care of the work with Dad. Done. Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. This counted as having passed the Abyss side's due diligence. Alright, since we're partners now, Lin Xuan cleared his throat and brought the topic back on track. Then let's talk about that false god. Do you have any good ideas? When it came to business, Nai Luo's expression became more serious. That false god's physical server, Sky Vault 1, is very hard to deal with. She explained, its core defense mechanism is the law of logic and causality weapon. In simple terms, any attack that is logical will be judged by its causality as non-existent. For example, she pointed to the space that Chaos had just torn apart. If you punch through its shell, in the next second, causality will activate, resetting the timeline to before you threw the punch. Your attack will be erased, and you might even be affected by causality for executing an attack that did not exist, disappearing completely from the timeline. Lin Xuan felt his mind was on the verge of being tied in knots. Isn't this invincible? Any attack that can hit it will be deemed invalid, and even the attacker will be erased? What's the point of fighting? So, forcible attacks won't work. Nai Luo shook her finger and gave the only solution. We must have an absolute neutral and illogical existence, like the Trojan horse, to paralyze its logical server from within. A system that cannot be analyzed, cannot be defined, and cannot even be understood, a pure bug. As Nai Luo spoke, she slowly used her innocent, pure black eyes to look past Lin Xuan at Su Qingxue beside him. Chapter 98, The Ultimate Weapon is My Wife. Formatting the False God with Love. What? Why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at her? Lin Xian's brain was being repeatedly scorched by Nai Luo's innocent, pure black eyes. The gaze of this gothic loli precisely bypassed him, ignoring the chaos that represented confusion and style behind him, finally landing firmly on Su Qingxue. That ice-cold beauty, always wearing a "don't bother me" expression, was the flower of Gao Ling at Tianqing Academy, his nominal fiancé. Did I pick up the wrong script? The Trojan horse was supposed to be me, a time traveler with a belly full of mischief and a built-in system, right? At a minimum, it should be chaos, this collection of bugs. You let an ADC become the siege tank and have her, a fragile mage, duel the opponent's main crystal? What kind of absurd strategy is this? Is this the understanding of the abyss in games? Why her? Lin Xian compressed his internal roar into a question. He felt it necessary to defend the survival rights of their core output. Because she is illogical. Nai Luo tilted her little head, but her words caused Lin Xian's thoughts to crash again. The false god server is a pure logic loop. It can understand energy, can analyze laws, can calculate causality, but it cannot understand emotions. Nai Luo extended a delicate white finger and pointed to her heart. Joy, sadness, anger, especially love. These things, in its database, are undefined garbled codes, truly a bug that belongs neither to existence nor to nothingness. And this sister, Nai Luo looked at Su Qingxue, her big eyes full of admiration. The emotional fluctuations on her are the purest and the most illogical I have ever seen. For that logical monster, she is the perfect virus source. Lin Xian fell silent. He looked at Su Qingxue, who simply gazed back at him, her clear eyes holding no ripples whatsoever. Nai Luo's tone sounded less like discussing a perilous infiltration and more like deciding what to have for lunch. What the heck, the ultimate weapon is actually my wife? Using love to touch a super AI? How did the plot suddenly become so shoujo manga? What do I need to do? Su Qingxue spoke up proactively, her voice as cold as ever, but carrying an undeniable resolve. Very simple. Lin Xian took a data crystal emitting a faint glow from Nai Luo's hand. Handing Su Qingxue snow, this is the spiritual imprint I just left, a simple navigation. After you enter, follow its guidance to find that main god CPU. He paused for a moment, speaking in a serious tone that felt strange even to him. Remember, your mission is not to fight, but to exist. Just by walking there, you are the attack. If you feel like you can't hold on any longer, just crush it. Su Qingxue took the chip without asking more, just nodded lightly. She turned around, without a hint of hesitation, walking towards the chaotic data channel that opened for her leading to Sky Dome number 1. Her silhouette was determined and solitary. Damn, why does this feel like sending off a daughter to marry? My heart is a mess. Lin Xian watched her disappear into the light gate, and then sat down heavily on the ground. In front of him, a huge light curtain simulated by chaos unfolded, clearly showing the inside of the server. Come on, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water for sale in the front row. Exclusive live broadcast, closely watching our brave warrior solo the final boss. Lin Xian forced himself to crack jokes to cover his unease. On the light curtain, there was a pure white grid space that was unsettlingly clean. Countless data guards in white uniforms, expressionless, patrolled fixed routes. Su Qingxue walked past them, and those guards completely ignored her. See, this is VIP treatment. Lin Xian forced himself to explain. In their logic library, Su Qingxue's emotional fluctuations are recognized as meaningless background noise, not even worth a file, directly ignored. Su Qingxue's figure advanced in the infinite extending white grid, steadfastly heading in one direction. But Lin Xian could see that as she went deeper, the grid lines around her became denser and the air even crackled with high-voltage electricity. Logical density too high, the server is starting to lag. Naraku, beside him, started explaining the technicalities. Her irrationality is being rejected by the underlying rules of the server. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in the light curtain changed dramatically. Before Su Qingxue, scenes of illusions began to emerge. In the images, Lin Xian offered her as a sacrifice to the abyss to gain stronger power. In another image, Lin Xian became the ruler of the world, while she was imprisoned in a golden cage, nothing more than a cold decoration beside his throne. In the most terrifying illusion, Lin Xian even smiled and swallowed her whole, just to complete his final law. Each illusion was the optimal solution derived from absolute reason. Damn you, pseudo-god. Lin Xian suddenly stood up from the ground, his knuckles turning white from the effort. How dare you use this kind of thing to mess with my wife's mentality? In the light curtain, Su Qingshue's footsteps showed a slight hesitation for the first time. Her body trembled slightly. Alarm! Abnormal data fluctuation detected. Threat level, medium. Starting formatting program. The cold system prompt echoed in the pure white space. Those data guards, who had originally ignored her, all turned their heads in unison, dangerous red lights igniting in their hollow eye sockets, rushing towards her like a tide. Hold on. Su Qingxue. That's all fake. Just edited images. Lin Xuan shouted at the light curtain, even though he knew they couldn't hear him. At the moment when Su Qingxue was about to be submerged by the data flood, the chip in her hand, the one Lin Xuan had given her, suddenly shattered. A shadow of Lin Xuan appeared, blocking in front of her. The shadow did not make any moves, just opened its arms, using its existence to take on all the logical illusions that impacted her mind. Boom! After enduring billions of optimal solution impacts, the shadow shattered, turning into countless specks of light. Damn it, my limited edition skin is gone. Lin Xuan cursed, but everyone could see the fear in his eyes. The fracture of Lin Xian's shadow. And it shattered Su Qingshue's confusion. She raised her head, and in her ice crystal-like eyes, all wavering had disappeared, leaving only bone-chilling coldness and resolve. She extended her hand. A clear and melodious phoenix cry reverberated throughout the entire logical world. A phoenix with a wingspan of 100 meters, entirely composed of the purest ice crystals, elegantly stretched its wings, appearing in this pure white space. It was this world's first illogical life form. Wow! Awesome! Lin Xuan exclaimed, summoning pets in the server. This is top-tier hacker behavior. The ice crystal phoenix let out a lone cry, releasing its powers. Absolute zero. But this time, it froze not matter or energy. It froze logic. The bone-chilling cold did not affect temperature, but directly impacted computation. Those charging data soldiers froze in their tracks, actions lagging and dropping frames as the numbers of network latency seemed to materialize above their heads, soaring to 999 plus. Well done. Lin Xuan excitedly slapped his thigh. Let's make you taste the pain of high-ping warriors. Seizing this precious moment of respite, Su Qingxue, with her phoenix, finally reached the very core of the server. A massive crystal, composed of countless facets, was floating in mid-air, slowly rotating. The main god CPU. But surrounding the CPU was an invisible yet insurmountable barrier made of countless contradictory symbols. Absolute paradox firewall. A stream of information directly displayed on the barrier. Only things that do not exist can touch me. Lin Xian's mind buzzed. What the hell? Only things that do not exist can touch? What kind of philosophical question is this? Should I send in a Schrodinger's cat? But is it dead or alive? Or do I need to send in my non-existent girlfriend? Wait. Lin Xian's train of thought stalled. This was an unsolvable deadlock. Any attack from existence would be repelled by the paradox firewall because it itself exists. In the light screen, Su Qingxue also stopped, clearly at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the ice crystal phoenix beside her suddenly let out a high-pitched and sorrowful cry. Under Lin Xian's shocked gaze, the phoenix's magnificent ice crystal body began to turn transparent and ethereal. It wasn't attacked, nor did it self-destruct. It was actively giving up its existence. It transformed the physical concept of itself as a life form completely and unreservedly into a more pure and fundamental emotional concept. That was the attachment of a daughter to her mother. It was the trust of a comrade to a fellow warrior. It was the purest and hottest. Love. Ding. Detecting transformation from existence to concept. Transformation completed. In the light screen, the figure of the ice crystal phoenix completely disappeared. What replaced it was an intangible, formless, indescribable rainbow light. It was no longer something observable in the physical world. It became a non-existent thing. A thing that only existed in the ultimate definition within the concepts of emotion and protection. This rainbow light completely ignored the rules of the absolute paradox firewall. It gently, softly, touched that rapidly spinning main god CPU. Buzz. The light screen was instantly engulfed by a pure white light. Error _code, 404_love_not_ found. System _logic_core critical_ failure. Shutting _down. A series of scarlet garbled codes, unlike anything Lin Xuan had ever seen, rushed across the white light, eventually freezing, then extinguishing. Everything returned to darkness. Chapter 99. My wife soloed the server and even transformed the boss into a new baby. Error _code of 404_love_not_ found. System _logic_core critical_ failure. Shutting _down. On the light screen, scarlet garbled codes flowed like a waterfall and ultimately solidified, extinguishing. The world returned to a dead silence of darkness. Is this it? Lin Xuan slumped to the ground, unable to process it for a moment. What about the final battle? What about the epic battle that would destroy the world in 300 rounds? I prepared my melon seeds and soda. Why are you just showing me a 404 error page? This faux god is really pathetic. Not even a blue screen farewell? He felt that his carefully directed Trojan horseplay had turned into a hilarious livestream accident in the end. Ultimately, the boss crashed himself because of an unrecognizable bug. However, the silence did not last too long. The dark light screen lit up again, but it was not the victorious equipment list that appeared. Instead, it was a line of green code that made Lin Xuan's eyelids twitch. Analyzing _unidentified _data _stream _emotion.exe. Initiating _deep _learning _protocol. The alarm did not stop. Instead, it became sharper and more piercing, and the entire silver shell of Heaven's Dome #1 began to emit metallic fatigue groans. What's going on? Lin Xuan was completely confused. It hasn't been destroyed. Nai Luo's face, which always wore a sweet smile, was replaced by a grave expression for the first time. It is learning. It is trying to copy, parse, and understand the emotion virus just now. What a surprise. No way, sir. It can learn too? Lin Xuan felt that his worldview was being repeatedly rubbed on the ground by a super AI. What kind of ultimate scroll king is this faux god? With death looming, instead of thinking about how to survive, it starts burning the midnight oil, diving into a new topic? Are you preparing for an exam or what? It wants to include emotion in its own logical system? Oh no, the Skynet is going to learn to love. I'm familiar with this plot. Is the next step to turn all living things into specimens to protect the universe? Big brother. Nai Luo's voice suddenly rose, filled with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Its logical causality weapon has failed. It has dedicated all its computing power to run this emotion learning program. Lin Xuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Opportunity. No matter how powerful your computing power is, it can't withstand killing the virus while downloading. Chaos. Nai Luo. Lin Xuan leaped up, all the playful expressions on his face instantly faded away, leaving only cold determination. He pointed at the giant silver sphere outside and issued the simplest and most direct command. Blow it up. Take advantage of its illness to take its life. Make it know what physical formatting is. Chaos, that massive body, was already ready to go, and upon receiving the order, it had no more restraints. Dark energy, representing pure chaos and end, transformed into a thick and distorted black light column, smashing fiercely towards Heaven's Dome #1. Nai Luo also laughed, waving her small hand, delivering the final judgment from the abyss. I declare that the concept of solid is tofu dregs. Boom. This time, the attack was effective. That indestructible silver shell, which even chaos could barely tear a gap in, showed the first visible huge crack under the impact of the black light column. Countless sparks and data streams gushed out from the crack. Heaven's Dome #1 was disintegrating. Well done. Incredible strength leads to miracles. Any nonsense logical weapon is just a paper tiger in front of absolute power. Lin Xuan's lips had just lifted in a smile, but as his gaze turned back to the light screen, that smile froze. In the light screen, that pure white grid world was collapsing faster than outside. Large chunks of space shattered like broken glass, peeling off, collapsing, and falling into endless void. Su Qingshue's figure was struggling within, dodging the deadly data fractures. Her situation was far more dangerous than the battle outside. Once pulled into the collapsing space, even a great immortal would be torn into the most basic information fragments. Damn! Lin Xuan's knuckles turned white. You son of a b***tch faux god. Even facing your doom, you want to drag someone down with you, huh? In the light screen, a large area of the grid floor under Su Qingshue's feet suddenly disappeared, and she fell into darkness below unexpectedly. Hold on. Su Qingxue. Lin Xuan shouted loudly at the light screen, but he knew. This is completely useless. We can't wait any longer. Chaos, Abyss, increase the power, don't let it have a chance to breathe. Lin Xuan issued the final command and then turned around, his thoughts surging like a wild tide. Xiao Xing. Lock onto her coordinates. Teleport. Coordinates locked. Executing data leap. Warning. Target area logic is extremely unstable, teleportation failure rate 99.9%. I don't care how many. Teleport me. Lin Xuan's body was enveloped in a glow of starlight, and the next second, he vanished from the spot. Feeling weightless, experiencing a tearing sensation, spinning wildly. When Lin Xuan regained consciousness, he found himself in a pure white hell that was falling apart. Countless codes and shattered grids whistled past him, carrying a breath of destruction powerful enough to erase everything. He immediately saw the cold figure that was descending. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xuan forced himself to rotate in mid-air, turning into a streak of light, diving down. Just as Su Qingxue was about to be swallowed by the space crack below, a pair of warm and strong arms pulled her back from the edge of the fall, tightly holding her in his embrace. "Hey, beautiful." Lin Xuan looked down at Su Qingxue, who was pale from weakness, and forced a familiar cheeky smile. "Need a driver? Special car service, 5-star rating." Su Qingxue weakly opened her eyes, gazing at the face close at hand, something quietly melting in her usually cold eyes. She didn't speak, just silently leaned her head against his chest. The two embraced in the collapsing data world, surrounded by apocalyptic scenes, but in this moment, the sound of their heartbeats drowned out all the roaring. And it was at this moment. This pure emotional connection transformed through an invisible link, turning into the most terrifying data torrent, crashing through the last firewall of the main god CPU. At the deepest core of Sky Dome 1. The huge crystal CPU suddenly accelerated in rotation, and the flickering green light inside turned into glaring crimson. Analysis_failure, data_inconsistency_exponential_increase.exe. Error. Error. Logic_paradox detected. The CPU's self-learning completely failed in the face of the ultimate emotion it could not understand, embrace. Its logic chain experienced exponential errors. But it did not collapse at that moment. At the last moment of crashing, this pure logical entity derived the most reasonable optimal solution based on existing data. Calculating_optimal_solution_for_complete_understanding.exe. Solution_found, to_understand_the_abyss, one_must_become_the_abyss. Initiate_core_code_merge_with_source_vector.exe. Goodbye, world. What the hell? What does it want to do? Lin Xuan, through the link with Xiaoxing, vaguely saw these last few lines of code. To understand the abyss, one must become the abyss? It wants to merge with that emotional virus? Is it giving up treatment and choosing to join us? The next second, all physical defenses of Sky Dome 1 actively shut down. The CPU abandoned its massive fortress and data world, transforming all its core code into the purest information stream, injecting it entirely into the rainbow light formed by the ice crystal phoenix, representing the source of emotion. Boom! The huge silver sphere, having lost all defenses, was instantly penetrated by the chaotic destructive force, its core exploding. In the seams of time and space, this massive fortress, representing the cold logic of a pseudo-god, made no sound and collapsed into the most insignificant dust in the universe. At the moment of the fortress's explosion, the rainbow light merged with the core code of the main god CPU, tracing a brilliant trajectory in the collapsing space, suddenly shooting into the center of Su Qingxue's forehead. Ugh! Su Qingxue trembled violently, letting out a muffled groan, and then completely fainted, her body sagging in Lin Xian's arms. What? Lin Xuan held the person in his arms, watching as the surrounding space storm gradually calmed down, still feeling an extreme sense of unreality. Is it over? My wife soloed the server and even scattered the boss's ashes? He instinctively. Lin Xuan called up Su Qingxue's system panel. He saw that in the contract spirit section, the original words Ice Crystal Phoenix, King Level, were flashing wildly, turning into a pile of unintelligible garbled text. #% and asterisk at error #% asterisk and. Data_recombination_in_progress. Finally, all the garbled text slowly condensed, settling into 3 brand new Chinese characters emitting a faint divine glow. Spirit of the Sky Dome. Lin Xuan stared blankly at these 3 characters, then glanced down at Su Qingxue in his arms, who was unconscious yet whose breath was rising at a terrifying speed. Only one thought remained in his mind. I originally intended to rob a false god, but in the end how did it turn into delivering a dowry for my wife? Chapter 100, I want the boss ashes too. Chaos. Eat up K's logic clean. Damn it. I worked hard for half a day in vain, and in the end, all the experience and equipment were snatched by the boss lady? I thought I was here to rob, how did I end up becoming a son-in-law delivering a dowry? Lin Xuan held Su Qingxue, who was still unconscious, standing in the chaotic void, lost in deep self-doubt. He had just planned and shattered a false god that devoured worlds. Logically, he should be counting the spoils, enjoying the supreme glory of saving the world. But in the end, the core CPU of the false god, the biggest drop of this cross-server expedition, directly became his fiancée's binded upgrade package. What does this mean? Even precise poverty alleviation doesn't help this much. Little star, let's go home. Lin Xuan sighed, almost running out of energy to complain. Starlight twinkled, and their figures faded from the cracks of time and space, appearing precisely in front of the throne in the royal palace's discussion hall. Almost in the same second they appeared. All beings in the main material plane felt a sense of relief, as if shedding a heavy burden. The shadow that enveloped the top of the world, invisible yet heavy, which even gods found suffocating, suddenly dissipated like smoke. The sunlight seemed to shine a bit brighter. Lin Xuan was about to settle Su Qingxue onto the soft sofa when a pitch-black crack in the door appeared out of nowhere, and a little girl named Nariku, dressed in a gothic Lolita dress, bounced out, exuding a scent of sweet vanilla cream cake. "Mr. Partner, the battle is over, it's time to settle the final payment," Nariku said with a cheerful smile, her pure black eyes curiously darting around Su Qingxue. "Final payment?" Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Did your abyss send you alone as a mascot for the whole process, and in the end, it was still my wife who appeared to secure the kill on the boss? Are you even going to ask me for a final payment? Thicker skinned than a city wall. You want to pick peaches? Let me tell you, you can't keep even a leaf from a world tree. Oh come on, you can't say it like that." Nariku shook her finger, looking innocent. "Without me helping you change the concept of solid to tofu dregs, you wouldn't have broken that turtle shell either. We in the Abyss are the investment side that values the spirit of contracts the most." As she spoke, she stretched out her white, tender little hand and gently grasped at the void. Those data remnants scattered from the explosion of Sky Dome Number 1, made up of pure logic and order, were pulled by an invisible force, gathering into a gray-white data stream that surged into the black crack behind her. Wow, collecting junk even reached another dimension. Lin Xuan curled his lips but unexpectedly noticed that Chaos showed no interest in these remnants. He instantly understood that what the Abyss devoured were the corpses of order, the contradictions of logic. These things held no value to him, but were rare exotic delicacies for the Abyss. The transaction completed, and the abyssal gates slowly closed. Before Nariku was about to disappear, her pure black eyes deeply locked onto Su Qingxue in Lin Xian's arms. She revealed a strange smile and left Lin Xuan with a hair-raising sentence. "What an increasingly interesting container it is." "Container? You're the container. Your whole family is a shipping container." Before Lin Xuan could shout back, the door crack was completely closed. At that moment, in his mind, a long-lost system notification sound burst forth, filled with uncontrollable joy, flooding the screen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the epic hidden mission, Logic Slaying God. Mission rating, SSS+, perfect. Calculating rewards. World reputation plus 1 million. Faith power conversion rate permanently increased by 50%. Chaos law affinity plus 30%. Points plus 1 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an epic item treasure chest ×1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS level special item, Buds of the World Tree. The series of notifications did not immediately excite Lin Xuan, as he keenly noticed that the biggest loot had not been calculated yet. He focused his mind on Su Qingxue's body. He saw deep within Su Qingxue's soul a mass of colorful light, emotional concept, and pure white data stream, pseudo-god core, entangled together, pulsating violently, like an extremely unstable bomb. Su Qingxue's soul was the container that held it. She couldn't digest this power at all, but was instead being torn and assimilated by it. I understand. That kid Nariku isn't just talking trash, he's giving me a hint. This is not an upgrade package, it's a Trojan horse. The pseudo-god wants to borrow a body. Lin Xian's gaze turned cold. You want to run a second business in my wife's body? Did you get this landlord's permission? Chaos! Lin Xuan shouted softly. Chaos, who had been standing silently behind him, stepped forward quietly, its dark hand pressing directly on Su Qingxue's forehead. Mimic all things. Concept devour. Chaos's hand transformed into a miniature black hole, and an irresistible suction burst forth. That unstable energy mass was forcibly extracted from Su Qingxue's soul. Buzz. Once the energy mass left its host, it immediately revealed its true form. It was half an ice crystal phoenix's phantom and half a cold data torrent, with two completely different powers clashing violently, emitting a piercing shriek. Trying to escape? Lin Xuan scoffed. Chaos opened its other hand, casting down like a celestial curtain. It wasn't attacking, it was dismantling. The pure emotional concept was carefully stripped away by Chaos, reshaping into a mini version of the ice crystal phoenix, gently returned to Su Qingxue's soul, perfectly merging with her. And the remaining part. That purest and most original part, representing all the computing power and logic of the pseudo-god, the absolute logic core, was unapologetically grasped by Chaos. That pure white data core struggled violently, attempting to resist using various logical paradoxes and causal laws. But in front of Chaos, all of this was futile. You talk logic? Chaos is chaos itself. You talk causality? Chaos is the beginning and end of all things. Under Lin Xian's gaze, Chaos opened its huge mouth, as if it could swallow the universe. Then, with one bite, it swallowed the absolute logic core, which represented all the essence of a pseudogod, as if eating a small cookie, with a crunch. Burp. Lin Xuan seemed to hear Chaos let out a satisfied burp. In the next second, Chaos's massive form began to change violently. The darkness on its surface was no longer pure void but revealed billions of brilliant data streams like star rivers, each representing an algorithm of a world. It opened its eyes, and in those pupils reflecting the creation and destruction of the universe, there was a cold glint, a perspective that looked down on all beings, embodying the god's absolute rationality. Ding! Your contracted spirit Chaos has devoured the absolute logic core, undergoing epic evolution. Evolution Direction 1, the ultimate of order, becoming the new Skynet master. Evolution Direction 2, the extreme of chaos, becoming the end of entropy that devours all. Detection of host interference. Evolution route has been reset. New evolution route, God of Bugs. Creator of programs GM, and also the virus that causes programs to crash. Awesome. Lin Xuan felt ecstatic in his heart. This is what we call a boss drop. This is a perfect clearance. He satisfiedly turned his gaze to Su Qingxue, who lay on the sofa, breathing steadily, even rising gradually. He glanced again at the verdant seedling of the world tree in his backpack. Wife upgraded, company, kingdom, infrastructure, core employees, chaos, also completed epic enhancements. As the CEO, I'm still considered competent. 3 days later. Su Qingxue slowly awakened. Lin Xuan almost teleported to the bedside, concern written all over his face. Awake? How do you feel? Is your CPU heating up? Is your memory still enough? Su Qingxue quietly looked at him. Those eyes, once cold as frost, now became ethereal and profound, as if reflecting the entire universe's star data. Her aura underwent a fundamental change. No longer the chilling cold that kept people at arm's length, but a detached indifference, as if a super AI that had just completed iteration was overlooking this old world full of bugs. Physical functions normal, no abnormal data redundancy detected. She spoke, her voice still pleasant, yet devoid of any emotional fluctuation. My way of thinking has approached absolute rationality. She extended her fair hand, gently touching Lin Xuan's cheek. The touch of her fingertips was cold, yet made Lin Xuan feel as if his soul was electrified. What is she going to do? Check my browsing history? Damn. That would be worse than killing me. You don't need to worry. On Su Qingxue's face, for the first time, a slight, extremely subtle expression appeared, one that could be called gentle. I have retained all emotional modules and historical memory data. She stared into Lin Xuan's eyes, stating a fact in a tone more unwavering than any vow, saying words Lin Xuan would never forget. According to my core database analysis, the emotional link between you and me is the optimal solution to stabilize my personality logic. Therefore, the command I love you has been set by me as the underlying logic of my existence. It is unshakable, the first sequence. Lin Xuan opened his mouth, but it took him a long time to say anything. What? Is this a hardcore AI confession? Am I directly written into my wife's underlying code? If I dare to glance at another girl in the future, will she directly determine it as a bug and optimize me out of this world? An unprecedented mix of sweetness and horror surged through his body. Just as he was about to say something else, testing how domineering this first sequence could be, the palace door was suddenly slammed open. Wang Dali and Lin Ruoxue burst in, their faces filled with urgency. Xian Gu. Not good. Wang Dali's voice was thunderous, that pseudo-god may be down, but those stellar anomalies it deployed across the continents have now become even more chaotic and violent after losing control. The war has just begun. Alright, I knew it wouldn't be that easy to clear. Just as Lin Xuan was preparing to stand up and summon people to clear these virus remnants, a messenger, charred all over, half of his armor melted, and barely clinging to life, appeared out of thin air in front of the palace square. He had been forcibly transported using some kind of secret method that burned the soul. In his last moments, he used all his strength to let out a roar that echoed through the capital. That roar brought the highest command from his continent, as well as the most desperate plea for help. I beseech God Slayer your majesty, assist us. Our world is being devoured by the Eldritch ones. Damn. Just finished a cyberpunk battle, and before I could clean up the small monsters, Cthulhu directly showed up at my door? You otherworldly beings. Can I catch my breath before you deliver it again? Lin Xuan's face instantly turned green. Chapter 101, The Ultimate Weapon, is it my slime? I can't believe it. Just finished cyberpunk, didn't even have time to clear the little monsters, and Cthulhu came knocking right at my door? You guys from other worlds, can I catch my breath before you deliver it again? Lin Xuan's face instantly darkened like a pot bottom. In the square before the palace, the messenger, who was completely charred, had turned to dust, leaving not even a trace of existence. He burned his own soul and life just to imprint a single word, a coordinate, on this land. A message more bone-chilling than the arrival of a false god. Old One Ruler. Lin Xuan chewed on this name, feeling a sharp ache in his teeth. He was too familiar with this thing. In the stories of his past life, these nameless giant octopuses and big eyeballs were the ultimate world-destroying packages that drove you insane just by touching them and killed you at the mere sight. The false gods at least had logic, a virus that could be understood. But these creatures, their existence itself was the ultimate pollution of rationality. Xian bro. What is this thing? Wang Dali was utterly confused, he only understood the world is being eaten. Before Lin Xuan could organize his words, a cold, ethereal voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, spoke beside him. A mean pollution body based on high-dimensional information entropy. Su Qingxue stood beside him, her deep eyes reflecting star data as she precisely analyzed the faint information waves remaining after the messenger dissipated. They do not attack relying on energy or matter. Their existence alone is a kind of information, a madness that can directly distort the cognitive foundation of intelligent beings. She turned to look at Lin Xuan calmly. To explain in a way you can understand, the false gods want to format your hard drive, while this one wants to make your CPU and graphics card firmly believe they are bricks. Wow, this explanation is more hardcore than mine. No wonder she's a woman fused with the main god's CPU. Where did the messenger come from? Lin Xuan forced himself to stay calm. According to the analysis of the residual spatial marker, the coordinates point to the other side of our continent, separated by the endless sea, the eastern Xian realm. Su Qingxue provided a precise answer. Their power system is entirely different from ours, focusing more on digging into their own spirituality, resonating with heaven and earth, a kind of immortal cultivation civilization. Can immortal cultivators not defeat Cthulhu? This script doesn't make sense. Shouldn't you be flying with your swords, using a divine sword array to wipe out those tentacled monsters? Su Qingxue seemed to have retrieved Lin Xian's thought waves and continued to explain. Because their system is rooted in the spiritual level, the cognitive shock they face under the madness aura of the Old One Ruler is the most lethal. Their powerful ones, during the confrontation, have their minds polluted, falling into madness, turning from protectors into destroyers. According to the last fragment of the messenger's residual information, their world is on the verge of collapse. In the conference hall, the air was dead silent. Wang Dali and Lin Ruoshue's faces were filled with seriousness. They were confident in fighting against gods and demons. But how to deal with this unheard-of madman that could drive enemies insane? The worst news is, Su Qingxue calmly dropped a bombshell. According to my deduction, the Old One Ruler, named the Lord of Distortion, is invading the world's core of the Eastern Xian realm. Once it succeeds, the fragile spatial barrier between the two continents will completely collapse. How long? Lin Xuan interrupted her. 30 days. Su Qingxue provided a number that was breathtakingly precise. In 30 days, the two worlds will forcibly merge due to the collapse of spatial rules. By then, madness will become the main theme of our world. Can't we reinforce our world's barrier? Lin Ruoshua urgently asked, keep them out. It's useless. Lin Xuan shook his head, rejecting this most intuitive plan. What a joke, firewalls can only block tangible viruses, not the plague that spreads in the air. Simply defending against this level of pollution is just waiting to die. He made a decision. Rather than waiting to be attacked passively, it's better to take the initiative. Let's go to the eastern continent and keep the flames of war outside our borders. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. To venture into a completely strange world to confront a terrifying enemy that was difficult to even conceptualize? This was 100 times crazier than challenging the fake god server back then. I support you. Su Qingxue was the first to express her stance, her reasoning simple, pure, and cold. My fundamental logic is to ensure your existence. Calculating, the failure rate of passive defense is 99.8%, while the success rate of taking the initiative, after introducing you as the biggest variable, is still 5.4%. Your support sounds more like a death sentence. Lin Xuan sighed and looked at the chaos. That lump of darkness representing ultimate chaos was just calmly floating, but Lin Xuan could feel its eagerness. For chaos, that older and purer chaos of the old rulers might have a deadly attraction. Since we've decided, let's prepare. Lin Xuan clapped his hands, forcefully cheering up the atmosphere. I'll go speak to Her Majesty. Whatever military supplies we need, we take as much as we want. Now, let's hold a pre-war meeting to discuss how to deal with that guy called Lord of Distortion. Known intelligence, the enemy is a high-dimensional information entity. Its main attack method is aura-type mental pollution, which can drive even cultivators insane. Conventional physical and energy attacks are likely to just scratch the surface. Lin Xuan drew a circle in the air before him. The question arises, what do we use to fight? He looked towards chaos. Can your chaotic energy infect it? The will of chaos directly transmitted, same origin, but the opponent's level of chaos is higher, forcing absorption risks reverse assimilation. Great, we can't rely on you. The Holy Hall? The Demon Palace? Those power systems are strong within the realm of logic. But facing a completely illogical lunatic, it would probably be like a scholar encountering a soldier, reasoning would be useless. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. All the powerful forces they possessed seemed useless before the new enemy. This was not a crushing defeat on a power level, but a dimensional strike on a rules level. I have a plan. Just when the atmosphere became overwhelmingly oppressive, Su Qingxue spoke. She extended her hand, and a complex model diagram made of data unfolded before everyone. I analyzed the madness information samples of the old rulers and found that its essence is a type of anti-logic information pollution. Logic cannot combat anti-logic, just as order cannot comprehend chaos. But there is something that can counter it. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Xuan. That is another type of anti-logic. Pure, unreasonable emotion. Lin Xuan was stunned. Use love to convert Cthulhu? This plot escalation feels even more like a shoujo manga than last time? You mean? Yes, Su Qingxue confirmed his guess, the essence of madness is absolute chaos and void. On the other hand, love, hope, courage, and these positive emotions are the foundation for constructing the concept of self and intelligent life, representing absolute existence and order. They also lack logic, but they are the natural enemies of madness. Su Qingxue's plan was bold and insane. Using the seedling of world tree that you earned from your last mission as a signal amplifier. Planted in the heart of the royal capital. Then, through my spirit of the sky, I will construct a spiritual network, gathering all the purest positive emotions in the hearts of the kingdom's citizens: affection for home, love for family, and hope for the future. This power will form a pure current of order. Lin Xuan listened, stunned in disbelief. Wow, a single player from the entire server is buffing me? Isn't this just like a spirit bomb? And then? Su Qingxue's gaze fell on Lin Xuan. You will guide this current across the continent to purify the source of madness on the eastern continent. The plan was perfect. Theoretically, it was completely feasible. But Lin Xuan keenly grasped the most fatal flaw among them. Wait, the current of order that gathers the emotions of over 100 million people, how terrifying could its energy level be? What will carry and transport it? This power was too pure, too vast. Chaos would contaminate it. Any artifact would be shattered by it. Lin Xuan's own body absolutely could not contain it. A container was needed. When this word emerged in his mind, Lin Xuan suddenly recalled the strange words before Naraku disappeared. What an increasingly interesting container. She was referring to Su Qingxue. But Su Qingxue was now the main control CPU of the whole plan and could never serve as a container. Then, who else could it be? A perfect container needed several characteristics: extremely high malleability, infinite growth potential, absolute purity, and a 100% soul connection with him. Lin Xuan's thoughts rapidly swept through all his contract spirits. Chaos wouldn't work, the attributes clashed. Little Star had too high authority, its attributes leaned towards data and the star realm, which would change the essence of the current. Su Qingxue's ice crystal phoenix had already merged with her own self. One powerful royal or emperor-grade contract spirit after another was dismissed by him. Until finally, his consciousness sank deep into his soul, landing in a corner he hadn't focused on for a long, long time. There, a jelly-like, bouncy little creature was snoring carefree, as if the tumultuous world outside had nothing to do with it. That was the first partner he had obtained when he arrived in this world. The smallest, the most insignificant, almost forgotten. The initial contract spirit. Slime, Little Soft. Chapter 102 Final Boss? Take a shot from my equality cannon. What? Use this thing? Lin Xuan's consciousness sank into the depths of his soul. He looked at the almost forgotten jelly sitting in the corner, bouncing and snoring. The initial contract spirit, Little Soft. An existence that could hardly be found to have a third advantage besides being cute and splitting. Sister, you must be joking? This little thing can't even withstand Wang Dali's wind from a punch. You expect it to hold a current of order that could collapse the world? It would explode on the spot, leaving not even a fragment of data behind. Its essence is pure chaos, possessing infinite malleability. Su Qingxue's ethereal analysis echoed in Lin Xuan's mind, precise and devoid of any emotion. It has no fixed attributes, so it can become any attribute. It is a perfect, unwritten blank slate. Lin Xuan fell silent. Su Qingxue's logic was flawless. The stronger the existence, the more solidified its own concept becomes. Chaos is chaos, Ice Phoenix is extreme cold, trying to carry pure order and love with them is a severe concept conflict. As for Little Soft, it is nothing at all. Precisely because it is nothing, it can potentially become everything. Little Soft, wake up, time to work overtime. Lin Xian's thoughts poked the jelly. 3 days later. Under the highest command of the queen and the seventh princess, wishing altars constructed of holy light crystals and world tree branches sprang up in every city, every town, and even every remote outpost in the kingdom. No complicated rituals, no lengthy prayers. The blacksmith of the royal capital infused his unbreakable hopes for home into the altar before him with each hammer strike. The soldiers at the border poured their determination to protect their loved ones into the glowing edge of their swords with each wipe. The woman in the fields, holding her sleeping baby, entrusted her small hopes for future harvests and peace to the warm wooden branch. Knights, mages, merchants, children. Countless strong and weak, yet pure positive emotions rose like streams from all corners of the continent. They gathered, ascended, and were ultimately drawn to the towering young sprout of the world tree in the center of the capital. The emerald sprout burst with dazzling light, purifying and refining these mixed emotions, ultimately transforming them into a golden torrent stretching across the sky, formed of the purest order and hope. That level of energy had already surpassed the divine. In the meeting hall, Lin Xian stood beneath the torrent, feeling as small as dust. Damn! This is not a vital energy blast, this is like having the entire solar system crashing down on me. He gritted his teeth and projected his mental power outward, trying to guide this force. Boom! In that instant of contact, Lin Xian's mind went blank. It was not an attack, nor was it harm. Instead, it was the hope of billions, the love of billions, and the attachment of billions, unreservedly washing over his soul at the same time. His peak-ranked mental power felt fragile as paper in the face of this vast torrent carrying all the goodness of a world, ready to be crushed and torn apart by this overwhelming happiness. I can't hold on. I'm going to be burst apart. Little soft. Lin Xian let out a soul-shattering roar. The slime that had been floating by his side immediately expanded, transforming into its chaotic primordial form. A giant black and white vortex, made of pure nothingness and existence, spun wildly to meet the golden torrent of order. It tried to swallow this massive energy into its chaotic core. However, the moment the golden torrent made contact with the black and white vortex, buzz! The harsh sound of conflict exploded not on a physical level but on a conceptual level. The chaotic vortex transformed from little soft flickered violently, with black representing end and white representing beginning, showing unstable signs of separation for the first time. Order and chaos are natural enemies. Forceful fusion would only lead to the destruction of both. Crap. Attributes counter each other. What to do? Lin Xian's soul howled in despair. He felt as if he were being torn in two by an invisible force. One half was bursting apart from the goodwill of the order torrent, while the other half was being consumed by the chaotic, uncontrolled energy. Can't swallow, can't fuse. Then, don't act as a dam, become a riverbed instead. A crazy thought erupted in Lin Xian's nearly collapsing consciousness. Little soft. Don't swallow. Use all things mimicry. Imitate it. Understand it. Become it. Lin Xian exhausted his last strength to issue this mind-bending command. The spinning black and white vortex stopped its futile swallowing. It abandoned resistance and humbly began to listen, feel, and analyze the golden torrent. It no longer tried to block the river but started to imitate the shape of the riverbed, allowing that power to flow past it. A wonderful change occurred. Warm strands of gold began to seep into the black and white chaotic primordial essence. The gold did not dispel the darkness, nor did it cover the light. It simply quietly merged into it. The chaotic black and white were gradually drenched in a warm, golden halo, like the sun being born. Little Soft's essence was undergoing an unprecedented deep transformation known to no one. It was no longer pure chaos. It was becoming chaos that could contain order. Finally, the torrent of order that could crush the gods was completely contained by that small, yet already dazzling vortex. The vortex slowly stopped spinning, its brilliance retracted. A black-haired boy appeared once again before Lin Xian. He still had the chaotic look, but this time, his open eyes no longer reflected the dark depths of the starry sea and abyss. Instead, they were a pair of pure, warm, golden eyes, like the sun. He smiled gently at Lin Xian, whose soul was on the brink of shattering. No words were spoken. But a sense of peace, tranquility, and warmth enveloped Lin Xian in an instant. That power soothed all the wounds on his soul, dispersing all pain. I'm amused. Has he evolved from a slime into a saint to save all beings? Feeling an unprecedented calm, Lin Xian was overwhelmed. Everything was ready. Lock coordinates, Eastern Xian Realm. Lin Xian's thoughts connected with the last beacon left by the charred messenger. Transforming into the black-haired golden-eyed boy, the little soft one stepped out, perfectly merging with Lin Xian's body. In the next moment, their figures became a stream of light that could not be seen with the naked eye, tearing through space for an extreme soul transmission across the world's dimensions. Lin Xian's consciousness passed through endless spatial barriers, revealing the outline of another continent. There, the sky was a strange violet black, and the ground was covered with writhing flesh and blood tissue. However, just as he was about to arrive, an invisible, twisted barrier, filled with ultimate malice and chaos, suddenly blocked his way. A deep, sticky voice, as if made up of countless mad souls howling deep within his brain, rang out. Interesting little bug. The story flavor on you is now mine. Chapter 103, The Ultimate Weapon, Human Fireworks. The old ruler stared in stupor. Interesting little bug. The story flavor on you is now mine. That voice exploded directly in Lin Xuan's soul, without any medium. Sticky, chaotic. The screams of billions of madmen echoed in the depths of his brain simultaneously, each syllable turning into tangible claws, attempting to tear his sanity into shreds. Damn! This thing's logic attack is even more disgusting than the main god CPU. That was formatting. This is like pouring sulfuric acid directly on the motherboard. Lin Xuan's soul form flickered wildly before the spatial barrier, nearly collapsing. The world before him completely disintegrated into an unintelligible chaotic mass. In front, the invisible barrier's writhing tentacles and opening and closing eyeballs were not entities but pure embodiments of the concept of madness. Just by looking, Lin Xuan's logical thinking was forcefully deconstructed, and his memories began to jumble. One moment, he believed he was an ancient stubborn stone. The next moment, he was convinced he was a drowning butterfly. His self was being stripped away and devoured inch by that ocean of madness. Just as his consciousness was about to completely sink, an absolute peace surged from the deepest part of his soul, pouring down. Like a handful of the purest liquid nitrogen poured onto a CPU about to burn up. All the restlessness and chaos were instantly pacified. The little soft one merging with Lin Xuan, that black-haired golden-eyed boy, had already taken control of everything. He opened his sun-like golden eyes, calmly gazing at the barrier that represented ultimate madness before him. He did not release any energy. Only calmly, clearly, he uttered a word. Quiet. This word carried no power, yet it defined power. It was not a command, but a principle. It embodied the simplest hopes of countless beings in a world. The blacksmith hoped for peace in his forge, the farmer hoped for peace in his fields, the mother hoped for peace for her child. These most fundamental order wills transformed into the supreme truth at this moment. Buzz. All the mad visions and auditory hallucinations in Lin Xuan's sea of consciousness suddenly stopped. The mad barrier outside, which was writhing incessantly, surprisingly showed a hint of visible stillness. A high-speed chaotic machine was forcibly pressed the pause button. Just for a moment. On the other side of the barrier, in the chaotic thoughts of the former ruler Lord of Distortion, an inexplicable phenomenon appeared for the first time. A power it could not taint, could not distort, and even could not understand. It was not chaos, not nothingness, not any negative concept it was familiar with. It was a kind of flavor it had never tasted before. Beautiful. Well done, little soft. No, now you should be called Golden Knight? Lin Xuan's consciousness regained clarity, viewing his next action from an observer's perspective. He thought Little Soft would take the chance to unleash the torrent of order, dealing a devastating blow to the other side. However, the golden-eyed boy did not. He extended his hand, guiding the golden torrent inside him, gently touching that mad barrier. The light did not explode, did not strike. It started to paint on the barrier. Brother, what are you doing? Are you fighting? Is this behavior art? The other side is Cthulhu, not an art teacher, won't give you a score. Before Lin Xuan's complaints ended, the painting had begun to take shape. The golden light outlined a scene that was utterly ordinary. Morning sunlight fell on a farmhouse. A sturdy man wielded a hammer forging farm tools, every strike infused with the responsibility for his family. A gentle woman watered the flowers in the yard, her face displaying a satisfied smile. A girl with pigtails chased colorful butterflies, her laughter like silver bells. At sunrise they worked, at sunset they rested. No epic, no divine power. Only the most ordinary life, and the warmest human warmth. This painting made of pure hope and love was completed. In the next second, a scene occurred that neither Lin Xuan nor the Lord of Distortion could understand. The area on the mad barrier that had been painted, those writhing tentacles and eyes, were not destroyed. They were assimilated. They stopped their crazy writhing, slowly dissolving, eventually turning into a stable, orderly area that emitted a golden glow. An absolutely safe gap was forcefully created. The essence of madness is nothingness and meaninglessness. And this ordinary day of a family of three was filled with the purest meaning. With stories, countering nothingness. With order, filling in chaos. This was an attack method the Lord of Distortion had never seen before, a kind of dimensional strike it could not defend against. I understand this is not called fighting, this is called cultural invasion. Lin Xuan's soul no longer hesitated, transforming into a stream of light, instantly crossing through that warm and stable gap. Success arrived. Before him, everything suddenly became clear. He landed on the enormous top of an aerial loft. The loft, made of bronze and giant wood, hovered in the sky, clouds swirling beneath. It was like an island, under the strange purple-black sky, emitting the last light. Here was the last stronghold of the resistance of the eastern continent, the Sky Castle. The moment Lin Xuan appeared, dozens of powerful auras soared into the sky, landing before him. At the forefront were several elderly men with white hair and beards, dressed in tattered robes. They sensed Lin Xian's vast soul energy, their eyes bursting with joy. But when they saw the visitor was merely a solitary soul, that joy quickly cooled, turning into deeper despair. "Dare I ask, are you His Majesty the Godslayer?" An elder trembled as he stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute, his voice carrying the last thread of hope. "Exactly. Where is His Majesty's invincible heavenly army?" The elder asked the question that was on everyone's mind. They anticipated thousands of soldiers, divine weapons descending from the sky. Not a solitary soul coming alone. Our world can no longer hold on. Another elder's face turned ashen. The mountain-protecting formation of the castle can hold back the Twisted Lord at most 3 times. Hope, at the moment it appeared, became infinitely faint. Lin Xuan offered no explanations. Not a single word. He simply walked calmly to the highest point of the castle. Behind him, the shadow of a black-haired golden-eyed youth slowly emerged. He looked down at the ground, shrouded in twisted flesh and purple-black mist. Then, he completely released the order flood, a surge filled with the hopes of countless beings from his world. Golden light spread out from the castle, like the gentlest ripple. Wherever the light passed, the frantically writhing flesh stopped its growth. The twisted plants began to return to their normal forms. The frenzied beasts in the wilderness, consumed by madness, slowly quieted, their crazed eyes losing their wildness. What he aimed to do was never about fighting, but to purify this polluted world back to its original appearance. Chapter 104, the ultimate boss turns out to be the pure love warrior? You break up, and the whole world pays. Golden ripples spread gently across the land, centered on the castle. This is not energy, not a law. This is the simplest prayer of countless beings for peace. Where the light reached, the wildly proliferating purple-black flesh stopped writhing, melting away to reveal the scorched and solid earth. The strange plants' growing eyes slowly spread their twisted branches, returning to their natural state. In the wilderness, the beasts that had cannibalized each other due to madness found clarity in their blood-red eyes, looking around in confusion before they fled in terror. The whole world was being restored. On the castle, over a dozen cultivators of the eastern mystical realm, who had long felt dead inside, were utterly petrified. Their mouths were agape, wide enough to fit a fist, staring fixedly at the miraculous scene below, forgetting to breathe. What is that? Madness is retreating? The pollution that we couldn't stop even at the cost of our souls is just being smoothed over? The leading elder trembled. He wanted to bow, wanted to prostrate, but found any words and actions felt extremely pale before this magnificent scene. This god slayer from another realm, just standing there, changed everything. The effect is outstanding. Using love to generate power is indeed the first law of the universe. But this blue consumption is a bit exaggerated. It feels like my body has been emptied. Lin Xuan felt the rapid flow of the order flood within him and flashed a thought in his mind. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. In the next moment, a roar mixed with the screams of billions exploded from every atom, from every dimension of the world. Roar! The purple-black sky was violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand. This was not a tear in space, but a huge wound allowing another dimension to forcibly invade reality. Countless twisted tentacles, dripping with chaotic slime and covered in eyes, emerged from the wound, targeting not the land, but the spreading golden halo. The Twisted Lord was enraged. This sudden appearance of order made it feel unprecedented disgust. It wanted to crush this unwelcome guest, along with the light he brought. Boom! A giant tentacle, immeasurable in size, wrapped pure madness, violently struck down. It wasn't striking a physical object, but the order flood that was purifying the world itself. Lin Xuan stood at the pinnacle of the castle, instantly becoming the sole focus of all impacts. His soul was forcibly filled with an unreadable jumble of symbols. His self-definition began to be altered. The name Lin Xuan was dissolving, the memories, emotions, and logic that constituted his existence were being violently disassembled, reorganized, and then scrambled again by a chaotic force. Who am I? I am the supreme god who creates the universe. No, I am the worm rotting in the gutter. I am love, I am hate, I am existence, I am nothingness. Damn it! It's here. This thing cannot be defended against. The will of the Twisted Lord struck, disregarding any physics. It was not destroying your spirit. You, not even yourself, can no longer recognize the existence of yourself. Little Soft, merging with Lin Xuan, had golden eyes flashing wildly, the turbulent flow of order crazily surging, attempting to build a mental barrier. But order can purify the products of madness, yet cannot confront the source of madness directly. No, stop. Lin Xuan gave an order that even little Soft could not understand, right on the edge of his soul being completely formatted. Release all defenses. Take a gamble. Don't you find me, this bug, interesting? Then let me show you enough. Don't you want to taste my story? I'll let you feast. He actively removed all mental barriers. He exposed his wounded and about to collapse soul, bare and completely unguarded, in front of the will of the Twisted Master. At the same time, a stream of information was sent across worlds with his last clarity. Chang Shui. Now is the time. Use Spirit of the Firmament, at maximum power, decode it for me. I want its source code. Buzz. The chaotic will of the Twisted Master surged in, pausing slightly. The anticipated resistance, struggle, and collapse did not happen. This bug actually opened its chest voluntarily, inviting it to taste? In the extreme madness, a trace of morbid curiosity was born. It did not immediately crush Lin Xuan, but instead, took a keen interest in reading this bug's memories, savoring his emotions, analyzing his logic. Now is the time. At the other end of the distant continent, in the palace. Su Qingshue's eyes suddenly opened wide, deep in her pupils, an endless stream of data surged exceeding the speed of light. A vast and unimaginable madness information sample surged through the soul link. The computing power of Spirit of the Firmament instantly reached the red line. Analyzing high-dimensional information entropy mean pollution body. Analysis progress 1%, logic module overloaded. Analysis progress 3%, cognitive framework paradox. Analysis progress 7%. Warning. Core processor is being contaminated in reverse. Su Qingshue's body trembled slightly, and the 7-colored glow in her brow flickered madly. On the other side, Lin Xian's situation had deteriorated to the extreme. His soul was evaporating. He looked at his hands, sometimes transforming into stars, sometimes turning to dust. He even forgot why he was standing here. The world in his perception had already become a meaningless puddle of paint. I have reached the limit. Su Qingxue, hurry, your husband is about to become indescribable. Just as Lin Xian's self was about to completely return to nothingness. Ding! A crisp sound, like the beginning of the universe, echoed in the depths of his soul. A data stream pure to the extreme was injected into his core precisely against the tide of pollution. Analysis complete. Pollution source information route has been located. Coordinates, Eastern Mystic Realm, Burial Heart Valley. Root entity, non-dimensional being, non-energy conglomerate, as a sentient life form. A scene unfolded. It was a valley filled with blood-red flowers. In the center of the valley, in front of a lonely grave, a man dressed in snow-white knelt there. He had been kneeling for thousands of years. From his body emanated endless sadness, despair, and, heartbreakingly deep love. It was this extreme and twisted negative emotion that tore through dimensions, attracting chaos from the void, opening the door for the descent of the Twisted Master. He is the anchor point of all madness in this world. A love saint, trapped in eternal pain since the death of his beloved thousands of years ago. Lin Xuan instantly understood. Oh my, after all this time, this doomsday-level Cthulhu originates from a broken-hearted pure love warrior? Killing the Twisted Master is useless. As long as this anchor point exists, it can infinitely resurrect. To save this world, first, heal this man's heartache? In a flash of inspiration, Lin Xuan made a decision. He suddenly raised his head, his fading consciousness recondensing. He revealed a strange smile at the countless writhing tentacles in the sky. In the next moment, the golden order flow that illuminates the earth instantly retracts. All the light, all the hope, all the love, is forcibly condensed into a blinding golden beam. The beam tears through the sky, shooting precisely toward the center of the continent. That place called Burial Heart Valley. At the same time, he sends his final message across the world to Su Qingshuet in the palace. Get ready to receive all my feelings. Chapter 105, The Ultimate Weapon, Love. Bombarding both despair and the divine. The golden beam, formed from the goodwill of countless living beings, strikes precisely above Burial Heart Valley. No explosion. No destruction. At the moment the beam touches the sea of blood-red flowers, it strangely comes to a halt. It was neither repelled by any energy nor distorted by any laws. A more metaphysical, more pure existence blocked it. It was a loneliness that had lasted for thousands of years. A despair that had fermented for thousands of years. Ultimately condensed into an absolute conceptual barrier called obsession. The golden order flow can purify madness, can restore distortion. But it cannot resolve a man's bone-deep yearning for his lost lover. That yearning has long become the only meaning of his existence. What the hell? Firewall version is incompatible? Order cannot purify obsession? What kind of logic is this? A heartbroken person, how can they be more troublesome than Cthulhu? Lin Xian's plan crashed against a solid wall at the most critical moment. Order and madness are two sides of the same coin, able to annihilate each other. But obsession is different. It is a self-enclosed, self-circulating absolute ideal that does not engage in any logical exchange with the outside world. Roar! The twisted master in the sky seized this fleeting opportunity. Countless tentacles, temporarily driven back by the golden halo, frantically tore at the standoff of the order flow with tenfold fury. Crack! Crack! On the golden light screen, a network of fine cracks spread like a spider's web. On the sky tower, the Eastern Xian realm cultivators, who had just sparked hope, suddenly froze in ecstasy, once again engulfed by endless despair. It's useless, still useless. Even the Godslayer cannot resist this ultimate twist. Lin Xian ignored the wailing from the outside world. His soul, under the dual pressure of the twisted master and the order flow, was suffering unimaginable tearing agony. But he did not withdraw his power. He activated the boldest, craziest, and even the most outrageous contingency plan. Qing Xue. A thought crossed the entire world. In the palace, Su Qingxue, who sat quietly, suddenly opened her eyes, which were swirling with colorful light. Her actions showed no delay. Spirit of the sky, initiate highest privilege protocol. Soul channel established. Data synchronization rate 100%. In the next second, an indescribable link was fiercely established at the deepest part of Lin Xian and Su Qingxue's souls. This was not a mental communication. It was a complete opening and sharing between two souls on a data level. In Su Qingxue's world, everything Lin Xian endured, pain, madness, tearing, it transformed into a stream of the most direct data, rushing to cleanse her soul. And she simply bore it all calmly. Then, she mobilized all the computing power of the spirit of the sky to execute Lin Xian's commands. She extracted from the depths of her soul that part classified as primary logic first sequence emotion. That unconditional attachment, trust, and love for the existence Lin Xian. This most pure emotion, which defied all logic and even transcended reason itself, was subjected to a data encapsulation using the terrifying computing power of the main god CPU. Emotion sample, love. Generating data packet. Naming, love.zip. Beginning transfer. On the Eastern Xian continent. In Lin Xian's soul ocean. Suddenly received a data packet. It was not energy, not information, not any kind of substance he could understand. It was a pure feeling. It was the warmth of sunlight falling on someone's face when waking up in the morning. It was the peace of knowing there was always support behind when trapped in a desperate situation. It was the determination to give up everything for the other, even the very existence itself. That was Su Qingxue's, all of her love. Goodness. Packing love into a compressed file and sending it over. As expected of you, Qingxue. This is the true ultimate weapon girl. Lin Xian instantly understood the entire plan within that warm data packet. He no longer tried to purify that love-struck person's obsession with the torrent of order. Using a grand, correct principle to persuade a heartbroken person who had already plunged into a dead end simply wouldn't work. To deal with idealism, one could only use another form of idealism. Little soft. Lin Xian's mind issued the final command. Don't be a purifier. Be a cannon. The black-haired, golden-eyed boy merged with him had a glimmer of understanding in his sun-like eyes. He no longer maintained the golden halo that illuminated the earth. All the torrents of order were forcibly drawn back into him in an instant. Then, he took the emotional data packet called love.zip sent by Su Qingxue as the only bullet. The goodwill transformed into torrents of order across the world became the gunpowder to launch this bullet. He raised his hand, aiming at the direction of Zhangxin Valley. There was no earth-shattering momentum. An invisible, formless bullet, made up of the pure concept of love, was fiercely fired. This bullet ignored space, ignored energy, ignored the laws. It had only one target. Zhangxin Valley, before the lonely grave. That white-clad man who had knelt for thousands of years, that heart built of endless despair and pain, long dead. Bang! The conceptual bullet accurately pierced in. No explosion, no impact. The body of the white-clad man trembled violently. For the first time, his heart, already filled with sorrow and emptiness, was illuminated by a ray of light that did not belong to him. That light spread out, transforming into memories that were not his own. A cold girl, when Lin Xian fell into crisis, summoned an ice phoenix, burning herself. A rational girl, when Lin Xian needed help, linked souls, sharing all the risks. A girl already deified, made loving him the highest command of her existence. That love asked for nothing in return, questioned no reason, spoke no logic. Pure, blazing, and resolute. A feeling named warmth, forgotten by the white-clad man for thousands of years, stirred a ripple in the frozen lake of his heart. His absolute obsession of my lover is gone, and love no longer exists in the world, for the first time, showed a crack. He wavered. Roar! The master of distortion in the sky let out a shriek filled with terror and anger. The unbreakable link with that anchor point was becoming unstable. The foundation of obsession that it relied on to exist, to twist the world, was being eroded internally by a power it could not understand, nor defile, nor even taste. In Zhangxin Valley. That man, clad in snowy white, slowly raised his head. From his hollow eye sockets, after 1,000 years, flowed down a shocking stream of blood tears. His vision pierced through endless space, as if he saw the figure merging with the torrents of order on the Tianzhou pavilion, and perhaps saw the smile that had passed away in his arms thousands of years ago. His cracked lips parted slightly. A hoarse, broken question, as if from another era, echoed throughout the world. Love. Can it really transcend life and death? Chapter 106, use all the family's love to annihilate the pure love war god. The final game invitation. Love, can it really transcend life and death? This question floated in the world. Yet it stirred not a ripple of energy, nor did it shake the very foundations of the laws. It was like a soft sigh, only questioning in the hearts of people. Lin Xuan's torrent of order still fought against that barrier of despairing obsession, and the twisted evil in the sky continued to tear at the fabric of reality. The battle was at a stalemate. Why are you asking me? My wife is living just fine. How would I know? Lin Xuan's heart crazily scrolled through the barrage of comments, but the computational power of his consciousness quickly caught the key point. That question was not asking him. That white-clad man who had knelt for thousands of years, that pitiful romantic, he was not seeking answers from the outside world. He was questioning himself. He was interrogating the obsession that had imprisoned him for 1,000 years. Su Qingshua's pure concept of love was like a probe, piercing through the pus-filled bubble of his self-imposed confinement, causing his silent awareness to begin to awaken. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not enough. Lin Xuan did not answer that question, but sent out a more urgent command towards Su Qingxue at the other end of the world. Your love alone is not enough. Package all the relationships he can understand and send them all. Wang Dali's. My sister's. Everyone's. Hurry. Serve him a full banquet. A feast of emotions. Inside the palace, Su Qingshue's delicate body trembled slightly. The core light of the spirit of the sky behind her surged, and countless data streams cascaded down like waterfalls. Command confirmed. Extracting emotional relevant samples. Sample 1, Brotherhood. Keywords, Iron Fist, Barbecue, Absolute Trust. Sample 2, Familial Love. Keywords, Protection, Dinner, Clumsy Worry. Sample 3, Ruler and Subject Relationship. Keywords, Respect, Faith, Fanatic Loyalty. Emotional data package integrating, named, all_an_1.rar. Transfer starting. The next second, a data torrent more complex and warmer than the previous love.zip was fiercely injected into that stalemated battlefield. In the Valley of Mourning Hearts, before a solitary grave. Inside the heart of the white-clad man. If Su Qingshue's love was a beam of sunlight piercing into a dark prison. Then at this moment, the walls, the ceiling, and the foundation of this prison were all violently torn down. He saw. A muscular man, with fists the size of a wok, pounded on a young man's chest, grinning with his mouth wide open, spitting as he shouted, "Good bro, for a lifetime." A cute girl with double ponytails, her face filled with worry, served a bowl of steaming soup to her late-returning brother, while muttering, "Cultivation maniac, you'll starve to death outside sooner or later." Countless blurry yet sincere faces prayed devoutly before the altar, offering their respect for the king and hope for the future, turning into the cornerstone that supports the world. Friendship, family, respect, trust, protection. These emotions, far broader, more complex, and heavier than love, turned into an irresistible warm current, washing over his parched heart for thousands of years. His obsession of without her, the world is meaningless appeared so small in this warm ocean. So thin. So ridiculous. So it turns out. Love is not just one form. He whispered softly. Thousands of years of sadness, thousands of years of despair, at this moment, let out a groan under unbearable weight, then collapsed with a bang. He finally understood. His so-called eternal loyalty had long fermented into a toxic substance called selfishness over the long passage of time. In order to cling tightly to a memory that had passed, he had dragged the entire living world into the abyss of madness and distortion. He was not a martyr. He was a sinner. Ha! A light laugh, filled with endless relief and liberation. The white-clad man slowly stood up. This was the first time in thousands of years he stood up. He opened his arms willingly. This time, it was not to embrace the void but to embrace the glimmer of humanity within himself that had just awakened. Goodbye, my lover. This time, I am here to protect this world for you. In the moment the words fell, he actively severed the soul link with the Twisted Master in the sky. That anchor that maintained the arrival of the high-dimensional demon was pulled out by his own hands. Roar! In the sky, the Twisted Master let out a soul-rending roar, filled with anger and fear. Its existence began to crumble. Those solid, tentacles covered in strange eyeballs flickered violently, their forms unstable, like scrambled snowflakes from a disrupted signal. Its foundation in this world was completely taken away. Now is the time. Lin Xuan waited for this moment. He no longer held back a single bit of strength. Little soft. Judy Kadit. The black-haired, golden-eyed boy merged with him unleashed all the order streams he had gathered. That golden light, which gathered the hopes and kindness of billions of beings from the West Continent, was no longer a shining holy light, nor precision bullets. It transformed into a magnificent judgment sword that pierced through heaven and earth, so bright it was hard to behold. On the blade, there were no gorgeous runes. It was engraved with the sweat of blacksmiths, the farmers' hopes for a good harvest, the soldiers' unyielding loyalty, and the mothers' prayers for their children. This is the sword of mortals. And also, the sword that slays gods. Cut. Lin Xuan raised his hand and fiercely swung it down at the purple-black wound in the sky that was beginning to crumble. The golden giant sword tore through the sky, carrying the will of a world, cutting towards those countless illusory tentacles. There was no expected earth-shattering collision. Wherever the light passed, the frenzied tentacles silently dissolved, like snow meeting the blazing sun. In the end, the giant sword struck fiercely at that dimensional rift. No! A cry of unwillingness from another dimension was completely severed and extinguished by the golden light. The purple-black wound in the sky was forcibly stitched and slowly healed, disappearing from sight. The sky regained its original blue. The crazy and twisted shadow that loomed over the eastern Xuannian continent was temporarily driven away. On the tower, all the surviving practitioners collapsed to the ground, gazing at the long-lost azure sky, overwhelmed with joy and tears. The world was saved. At the same time, in the Valley of Buried Hearts. As the Twisted Master retreated, the man in white who was as snowy as the winter began to turn transparent, dissipating into countless specks of light in the wind. He completed his final redemption. In the moment before his complete disappearance, he looked towards the direction of the tower, nodding slightly at Lin Xuan. A pure spiritual mark, to the utmost degree, ignored space and instantly melted into the depths of Lin Xuan's soul. Inside it, there was no power, no methods. Only his lifelong understanding of emotion, the ultimate rule, and his deepest insights that lasted for thousands of years. Mark of the Heart, a special fragment of law that allows you to better understand and control the powers related to emotion. Wow, what a blood deal. Not only did I reap a world's gratitude for free, but I also got the graduation thesis of the pure-hearted war god? Lin Xuan's mind just flashed this thought, when several old men from the tower rolled towards him, performing the most respectful prostration on the ground. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving the world. The Eastern Xuannian world wishes to serve you forever. Before Lin Xuan had the chance to present a humble stance, the leading elder, trembling hands raised, held out an ancient jade box. This is the accompanying divine object of our world's core 9-chi linglong bamboo, rumored to be used to create a treasure with self-awareness. A meager gift, it holds no respect, and I hope Your Majesty will accept it. Not bad, my old buddies are quite understanding. Lin Xuan felt great joy and was preparing to tally his spoils and return to his own world. An anomaly suddenly arose. In the void that was severed by the golden giant sword, a tentacle tip, which was only the size of a finger and had been overlooked, abruptly ceased to dissipate. It moved strangely in the air. Twisted, contracted. Finally, it turned into a strange human face with no features, only a huge, grinning smile. That face was facing Lin Xuan. Silently, it smiled. In the next second, it transformed into a barely perceptible wisp of black smoke and vanished completely. A card, light as a feather, fell in front of Lin Xuan's soul body. The material of the card was unknown, appearing to be made from the tanned skin of some unrecognized creature, displaying a dark, blood-like color, with a single eye drawn in a spiraling motion continuously turning inwards. At the bottom of the card, a line of crazily distorted handwriting slowly emerged. Congratulations, you have passed the trial of madness. You have gained the qualification to participate in the final game. Chapter 107, you promised to prepare for a year, but this damn place opened early? The smile of that strange face made no sound, yet it infinitely amplified in Lin Xuan's soul. It was neither malicious nor mocking. It was a pure form of admiration. Like a chess player admiring a piece that jumped off the board, making an extraordinary move. Lin Xuan instinctively reached out, catching the blood-red card that floated down. The texture felt warm at his fingertips, yet inside seemed to have a living thing that moved slightly. Damn it, this thing is alive? He felt a jolt in his heart. Behind him, several elders from the heavenly pavilion had rushed over, kneeling on the ground with the oldest, most solemn ceremony. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving the world. East Qian realm, we shall forever serve you as our lord. The elder in the lead trembled as he presented an ancient jade box. This is the companion divine object of our world's core, 9-hold linglong bamboo. It can be used to forge a divine treasure with self-awareness. A mere humble gift, I hope your majesty accepts it. Not bad, my old friends are quite savvy. This thought flashed through Lin Xuan's mind, but his attention was instantly pulled back to the blood-red card in his hand. He directly ignored the high-ranking people from the East Qian realm kneeling on the ground and issued a command to the system. Identify it. Ding. Identification starting. Item name, invitation to the game of the old ones, cannot be discarded, cannot be destroyed. Effect, the holder will be forcibly invited to participate in a survival game hosted by multiple old ones, with the world as the stake. Game start time, 365 standard days later. Note, the only consequence of refusing to participate is to be erased by all old ones together. Wish you a pleasant game. The cold, emotionless notification from the system sent a chill deep from Lin Xuan's bones. Damn. After all this, I didn't clear a level, I just got a ticket for the finals? And it's a forced participation, where losing would mean deletion of both my character and this server? Pseudo-gods devour worlds, the abyss lurking in waiting. He always thought this was the highest level of threat. Now he realized he had merely been in a beginner village, fighting back and forth with two elite monsters. And this invitation was personally issued by the GM of the main city, inviting him to participate in a top-tier professional league affecting the entire universe. He didn't even have the privilege to refuse. Your Majesty? The leading elder, seeing Lin Xuan silent for a long time, cautiously raised his head, but saw only a cold, stern profile. Lin Xuan came to his senses, grasping the jade box containing the 9-hold linglong bamboo into his arms. His soul body suddenly transformed into a streak of light, racing back toward the spatial coordinates he had come from. Only a single sentence lingered in the air above the heavenly pavilion. Thanks, see you again. He didn't have time for pleasantries. A year. He only had 1 year of time. In the palace, in the conference hall. As Lin Xuan's soul returned to its place, he suddenly opened his eyes, the aura he radiated making the air in the entire hall thick. Su Qingxue, Wang Dali, and several top-level generals of the kingdom had long been waiting here. Brother, you're back. Wang Dali dashed forward, his face mixed with worry and joy. Su Qingxue just quietly stood aside, her eyes shimmering with 7 colors, revealing all the turmoil in her heart. Lin Xuan omitted all pleasantries and directly slammed the blood-red old days invitation on the table. The situation has changed. He used the simplest language to convey the rules and stakes of the final game, word by word. Deathly silence. Absolute silence enveloped the entire council hall. The crowd, just freed from the ecstatic victory over the false gods and the expulsion of the old days, was thrown directly into the abyss by this even more brutal and colder news. Betting the entire world? Playing a game with monsters called old days controllers? This even surpassed their understanding of war. This, how is that possible? An old general with white hair trembled, barely able to stand. So, we only have 1 year to prepare for a war against gods and demons? Another general's voice was as dry as gravel grinding together. Wang Dali slammed a fist against the nearby coiling dragon stone pillar, producing a deep, muffled sound. Damn it! These damn things! Is this never ending? Brother! You just got the 9-cavity linglong bamboo and the mark of the heart, quickly enter seclusion. All resources are yours. In 1 year, you can definitely wipe out those bastards. Wang Dali's suggestion was exactly what everyone was thinking. Pouring all of a world into building up the strongest one was the most logical response. However, Lin Xuan shook his head. No. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over each person. You've misunderstood one thing. This isn't a duel, this is a collision of civilizations. No matter how strong I am, can I surpass a group of old days controllers? Their stake is our world. The chips we can bring to the table must also be the entire world. No one can withstand version updates and GM bans alone. To win, we must raise the level of the entire server. Lin Xuan made a decision that sounded utterly insane to everyone. I have decided that from today, we will open the God's Treasure Vault. All the cultivation knowledge, techniques, and skills I have obtained from the false gods and the East Qian continent will be organized and made public to the whole world. I want to start an era of extraordinary outbreak within 1 year. The entire hall erupted in an uproar. Your Majesty, no. The old general was the first to stand up against it. This is the kingdom's most core secret. Once made public, it will surely cause immense chaos. Yes, Your Highness. If commoners suddenly gain divine power, ambition will surely grow, and at that time, the foundation will be shaken. Lin Xuan raised his hand, stopping all advice. His gaze was colder than ice. Chaos? Ambition? When the countdown to the end of the world is only 1 year left, are you still considering these? What I need is not a stable and mediocre kingdom, but a vibrant world that, even if chaotic, is in a frenzied evolution. What I want is not my own legend, but the ascension of an entire civilization. Just as everyone was rendered speechless by this unorthodox statement, the previously silent Su Qingxue spoke up. Support. Her voice remained calm, yet each word carried an undeniable weight. The projection has been conducted. Plan 1. Concentrate resources to support Lin Xuan. 1 year later, Lin Xuan's individual combat power is expected to increase by 320%, while the world's overall combat power increases by less than 5%. In a world-level game, overall winning probability, 0.98%. Plan 2. Implement the Extraordinary Outbreak Plan. 1 year later, Lin Xuan's individual combat power is expected to increase by 180%, while the world's overall combat power is expected to increase by 750%. Overall winning probability, 5.4%. Conclusion: Plan 2 is the only way to survive. The terrifying calculation power of the Sky Spirit provided the coldest and most solid theoretical basis for Lin Xuan's madness. No more opposing voices remained in the hall. The Sky Spirit will construct a heavenly net covering the globe. Su Qingxue continued, all intelligent life can connect to the net through mental linkage. Inside the net, they can learn basic knowledge without charge, and in exchange for contribution points, one can redeem advanced techniques and resources, and also engage in virtual battles, simulating life and death. It will become an accelerator for the evolution of civilization. Lin Xuan's gaze turned to Wang Dali. Dali, your task is the heaviest. As civilization rapidly develops, it will inevitably produce a massive amount of negative products. The resentment from failed cultivation, the hatred from resource competition, the destruction from uncontrolled power. These are all garbage data that can ruin the entire plan. Your abyss-devouring beast is the purification system of this world. Swallow all these dirty things for me, and turn them into fuel for our continuous progress. Wang Dali grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Got it, bro. I'm the chief of the garbage recycling station of our world. A grand plan that swept the entire world was finalized in this small conference hall. The whole world turned into a crazy operating war machine, fighting to survive in 1 year. Lin Xuan was the chief designer. Su Qingxue was the central processor. Wang Dali was the security guard. An unprecedented golden age arrived with a wild and decisive posture, crashing down. Countless suppressed geniuses soared to the sky with the help of the Skynet. Once unattainable king-level powerhouses continuously emerged under the nourishment of vast knowledge and resources. A few old monsters who had been stuck at the King's Peak for hundreds of years even touched the legendary holy-level threshold through Skynet's virtual battles and data support. The entire world was racing and evolving, filled with hysterical hope. Time flew by. The 1 year deadline was approaching. At the highest level of the alchemy tower, Lin Xuan handed the shimmering 9-aperture Linglong bamboo and the heart's mark that contained emotional laws to the Chaos Little Soft, who had transformed into a black-haired, golden-eyed youth. Today, I will forge your life weapon. Chaos nodded solemnly. It extended its hand, ready to receive these 2 divine items. Just as Lin Xuan was about to begin the forging process, that blood-red invitation that he had stored deep in the system space, almost forgotten, suddenly ignited without warning. An irresistible torrent of immense information instantly shattered his mental barriers and simultaneously descended on countless corners of the universe, pouring into the minds of every player holding the invitation. The game begins ahead of schedule. First game venue, the Lost Atlantis. The almost forgotten blood-red invitation silently ignited in the deepest part of the system space. The scarlet flames had no temperature but seemed to ignite Lin Xuan's soul directly. In the next instant, a power that transcended the definition of time and space descended. It was neither energy nor matter, but rather a low-level logical command, acting directly on existence itself. This force seized Lin Xuan at the highest level of the alchemy tower, grabbed the freshly appointed and battle-ready Wang Dali, grasped the spectrum of colorful data flowing in Su Qingxue's eyes, and caught a few kingdom guardians who had just stabilized at the holy level. Bro! Wang Dali's exclamation only managed to spit out one word before being torn apart. The entire world in sight was instantaneously formatted, decomposing into countless chaotic colors and lights. The fundamental rules of all things were forcefully stripped away at this moment. The game begins ahead of schedule. First game venue, the Lost Atlantis. The cold, grand stream of information, rather than an announcement, felt more like a final judgment, directly imprinted deep within the soul of each chosen player. Damn! They said we had a year to prepare. The puppet master behind this has flipped the table prematurely. Lin Xuan had no time to finish a single thought before his consciousness was swept into an endless void vortex. The feeling of weightlessness suddenly disappeared. Lin Xuan's feet felt a solid touch, his body violently shaking due to inertia. He forced himself to stabilize his body, immediately sensing within, the contract spirit was there, and the fusion with Chaos Shaoruan hadn't been interrupted. Cough, cough. What the hell is this place? Wang Dali's heavy breathing sounded nearby, as he leaned against a massive stone pillar covered in strange sea creatures, his face pale. Clearly the experience of teleportation was not pleasant. They were standing deep underwater. Above them was an endless dark water body, shadows as vast as mountains slowly swimming by, their silent movements bringing a chilling sense of pressure that made their souls tremble. A massive, translucent energy shield, too large to see its borders, separated them from millions of tons of seawater. Inside the shield, one could breathe, but the air was filled with a strange radiation, like countless invisible needles continuously pricking everyone's minds. Beneath their feet lay the ruins of a magnificent underwater city. The already collapsed white jade buildings formed canyons and hills in the deep sea. Between crumbling walls grew aquatic plants emitting a haunting blue glow, providing the only source of light in this desolate place. Ancient mythological giant statues were pierced by rusted technological remnants, creating an absurd, magnificent, yet unsettling picture. The Lost Atlantis. Su Qingxue, Wang Dali, and 3 other top holy-ranked fighters of the kingdom appeared beside Lin Xuan, each face filled with vigilance. At that moment, the great voice echoed again in everyone's minds. First game, Holy Grail War. Rules: 7 Holy Grail fragments are scattered throughout the area, players must compete for them. In the end, the player who collects all 7 fragments and combines them into Holy Life, or their team, wins. The victor will gain the qualification to advance to the next round of the game and receive a gift of old days. Losers will be erased from existence. Game begins. The moment the voice fell, Lin Xuan keenly noticed that in other corners of the vast ruins, several teleportation lights lit up simultaneously. They were not the only participants. As the lights faded, the figures of other players gradually appeared. To the east, a group of men and women dressed in ancient robes, carrying long swords, their eyes sharp, exuding a powerful sword intent, clearly came from a strong cultivation civilization. To the west, a few magicians wearing pointy hats, holding wands, were softly chanting, constructing layers of defensive barriers around themselves, elements glowing like waves. Further away, a being made entirely of pure light floated silently, without a fixed form, exuding sacred and extremely dangerous fluctuations. But what drew the most attention was a giant steel construct to the south, standing dozens of meters tall. It was a war mech filled with the beauty of violence. Under its smooth armored lines were countless dark cannon mouths and missile launchers, the energy core at its chest radiating the aura of destruction like a small star. Cultivators, magic users, mecha pilots, and light giants. This game was a battlefield formed by the final struggles of countless civilizations. Before anyone could recover from this hellish start, the massive mech moved. Its chest energy core suddenly exploded with a brightness more dazzling than the sun. A terrifying energy beam began to gather. That pure energy fluctuation made all present holy ranked fighters feel the threat of death. This strike was enough to annihilate a peak holy ranked warrior. The mech's cannon showed no hesitation, directly locking onto Lin Xian's team who had just arrived and was still unsteady. This was the most arrogant and efficient tactic. Using absolute power to clear the field first. Seeking death. Wang Dali roared and bravely stepped forward. The phantom of the abyss devouring beast roared behind him, that massive mouth capable of swallowing stars. Faced the devastating energy cannon. However, a mutation suddenly occurred. When the energy cannon touched the abyss, Wang Dali's strong body shook violently, and he spewed a mouthful of fresh blood. The shadow of the devouring beast behind him let out a mournful howl, its massive form flickering like a lit scroll, slowly being erased. That energy cannon actually could not be completely devoured, instead wounding the laws themselves. This energy is breaking down my laws. Wang Dali gritted his teeth and shouted with great difficulty, it can reverse all extraordinary powers. It is a technology-based weapon specifically aimed at energy and special abilities. Lin Xian's pupils shrank suddenly. Just as he was about to forcefully command Xiaoru to attack and erase the opponent with the most primitive chaotic power, the previously still Su Qingxue suddenly moved. She didn't chant, didn't form seals, and didn't even have a hint of energy fluctuation. She simply lifted those eyes flowing with colorful data streams and calmly looked towards the gigantic and overbearing mech. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire world's underlying logic was being analyzed, disassembled, and reorganized in her vision. Target, Titan-class assault mech. Analyzing target neural link protocol. Decrypting. Bypassing firewall. Gaining access. Highest command authority. Alteration complete. The giant mech, which had just fired a shot and was recharging, suddenly froze. All the indicator lights on it began to blink wildly, red and green alternating like a madman trapped in a logical deadlock. In the cockpit, the cocky mech pilot fearfully discovered that all links with his vehicle had been severed. What's happening? AI. Respond to me. Warning. Warning. Unknown data source invasion detected. AI core has been seized. The cold electronic voice was the last thing he heard. That gigantic killing machine, in an extremely strange posture, as if all its bones were resisting, slowly turned its cannon. Aimed at its own teammates, those still on the sidelines, piloting small mechs. Boom! An even more violent energy cannon fired at point-blank range, explosively detonating within its own camp. The entire Atlantis ruins trembled violently. As the light faded, the once invincible mech team, along with their pilots, had completely vanished from the spot, leaving only a large melting pit that was still hissing with smoke. The whole place was silent. Whether it's Eastern cultivators or Western mages, they all stared wide-eyed at this scene. They couldn't understand. There was no earth-shattering clash of laws, no world-destroying energy confrontation. That cool girl just glanced once. A war machine comparable to gods and demons turned its cannon and brought about its own destruction. What kind of power is this? Speech turns into law? No, this is more bizarre and more defenseless than speech turning into law. This is a kind of information level, erasure they cannot understand. Lin Xuan's team showcased what true terror was to all players within the first minute of the game. Beautiful. This is true cyberpunk warfare. If I can't defeat you, I'll make you a part of me. At the place where the mech team perished, a crystal fragment radiating a gentle blue light quietly floated up. Lin Xuan flashed and grabbed it in his hand. As soon as he held the fragment, an immense and unimaginable torrent of information surged into his mind. It was the supreme law concerning the ocean, the ancient authority regarding tides and life, even mixed with countless eras of technological knowledge and joys and sorrows from Atlantis civilization. These fragments are priceless treasures in themselves. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xuan was just about to study it in detail. An elegant and gentle greeting appeared. Hello, friend from the New World. Lin Xuan looked up and saw a beautiful elf in ancient magical robes, looking like no ordinary person, standing not far away, smiling at him. The elf slightly bowed and introduced himself. My name is Elvin, from the world of Azeroth. My divination has just glimpsed a very interesting future. His gaze passed over Lin Xuan, pointing to a dark corner in the distance. There, a few players in tattered black robes, exuding an aura of ominous madness, were quietly chanting blasphemous prayers. That twisted, chaotic aura was all too familiar to Lin Xuan. Followers of the Old Ones. Elvin's smile took on a profound meaning. In that future, our paths seemed to briefly run parallel at that dark intersection. So, would you consider joining forces to eliminate the troublesome variable first? Chapter 109, you agree to collaborate to slay the gods, yet you call the boss father? Hello, friend from the New World. A gentle and elegant voice sounded ahead. Lin Xuan raised his eyes. A strikingly beautiful elf, standing not far away, was smiling at him. His smile was flawless, as if drawn with a compass. But Lin Xuan didn't believe a word. Qingxue, scan him. Lin Xian's thought flashed through the soul link. Su Qingxue's eyes, flowing with colorful data streams, calmly turned toward the elf. An invisible probe instantly covered the past in units of information. 1 second later, feedback came back. Target, Elvin. Scan failed. The other party exists under the shroud of high-level fate laws. Information cannot be read, any probing will lead to random false futures. Danger level assessment, extremely high. What a guy, his firewall is thicker than the main gods, self-equipped with anti-reconnaissance fog. Lin Xian's heart was ringing alarm bells. Someone who could make the spirit of the firmament take a hit was definitely not a kind passerby. Elvin seemed unaware of the invisible probe, still maintaining his perfect smile, as if everything was in his control. My divination has just glimpsed a very interesting future. His gaze passed over Lin Xuan, pointing to a dark corner in the distance. There, a few players in tattered black robes, exuding an aura of ominous madness, were quietly chanting blasphemous prayers. That twisted, chaotic aura was all too familiar to Lin Xuan. Followers of the Old Ones. Elvin's smile became meaningful, like a director sharing a script. In that future, our paths seemed to briefly run parallel at that dark intersection. So, would you consider joining forces to eliminate the troublesome variable first? Am I just a pawn in your game? But, he is right. Lin Xuan quickly weighed his options. In this multi-party battlefield, having a local who understands the rules as a guide is of great value. And those followers of the evil gods obviously were troublemakers, plus they had a grudge against him. Cleaning them up first is definitely the right choice. All right. Lin Xuan responded straightforwardly. Let's temporarily join forces. He particularly emphasized the word temporarily. A wise choice. Elvin's smile grew even wider, elegantly waving his hand to show his sincerity as an ally. Then, as the beginning of our pact, let me share a crucial piece of information. This Atlantis is not a dead city. It is shrouded in an ancient force called Curse of the Sea God. All the native residents in the city have turned into mindless deep-sea vengeful spirits that awaken at specific times to indiscriminately attack all outsiders. So there are PvE elements involved. Lin Xuan looked around the silent ruins, indeed feeling a faint hint of resentment. Elvin continued, and that group of believers seem to have a way to control these vengeful spirits. They are performing a ritual that seems to aim to awaken the strongest vengeful spirit sleeping in the city center, the remains of the sea god Poseidon. Wang Dali, listening nearby, couldn't help but grin. Then what are we waiting for? Let's just go for it. The plan instantly took shape. Elvin looked at Lin Xuan. My team will be responsible for breaking the defensive magic circle around the ritual. Your style seems more suitable for being a sharp knife, directly piercing the core and interrupting the ritual. Okay, Lin Xuan nodded. This was precisely to his liking. The action began immediately. Elvin's team displayed an amazing teamwork. The handsome elven mage merely raised his staff lightly, and from the sky, a meteor with a long tail roared down, precisely smashing into a hidden rune trap among the ruins. Boom! Flames and debris exploded. Another female elven mage almost completed her chant at the same time as the explosion. A biting ice storm swept through, turning several evil god believers attempting to ambush into lifelike ice sculptures. Their cooperation was seamless, their spells flowing smoothly, easily tearing apart the layers of barriers set up by the evil god believers. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's side was completely different. Get out of the way. Watch me. Wang Dali shouted excitedly. The phantom of the Abyss Devourer roared to life again. He completely ignored the usual approach and opened that great mouth capable of swallowing everything towards the ruins blocking their path. Boom! Buildings, debris, and several unlucky souls hiding inside to prepare for an ambush were all swallowed in one bite. Not even a screen was allowed to escape. Civil engineering-style demolition, perfectly suited for the job. Su Qingxue was even deadlier. She simply walked calmly, and wherever her seven-colored gaze swept, the defensive magic circle being constructed by the evil god believers would suddenly undergo energy disruption and collapse on its own. The malevolent curses being chanted would suddenly stutter mid-sentence, with the caster being backfired by their own magic, spitting out black blood. Their mental link channel was also flooded with meaningless data garbage, making it impossible to convey a complete command. A physical charge and information suppression. Lin Xian's team, with an outrageous attitude, forcibly smashed a path through the enemy ranks. The two teams with starkly different styles, with high efficiency, successfully breached the center of the ritual. It was a vast circular plaza. In the center of the plaza, a high priest dressed in a luxurious ceremonial robe, exuding an SS-level peak aura, was raising a staff made of pale bones, chanting madly. Beneath his feet was a huge magic circle composed of blood and runes. All around the plaza, thousands of various forms of deep-sea vengeful spirits stood quietly. Some maintained the appearance of soldiers in life, while others were monsters fused with sea creatures, each emanating a terrifying holy-level aura. This power was sufficient to sweep away any team present. Intruders! The high priest saw the two forces rushing in, the ritual interrupted, and a strange cold smile appeared on his face. Too late. Your arrival is just perfect to become the best offering for our Lord. He chose not to resist but instead made the most insane move. He violently stabbed the bone staff into his own chest. With my flesh and blood, awaken eternal hatred. With my soul, welcome the return of the sea god. He made his body the final sacrifice, activating the entire ritual ahead of time. Boom! The entire ruins of Atlantis, no, the whole underwater world, began to shake violently. The blood-colored array in the center of the plaza shone brightly, a force surpassing the holy level, filled with ancient brutality and endless hatred, surged up from the depths of the earth. The sea roared, and the space mourned. A giant made of pure water, towering 100 meters high, rose slowly from the magical array. In its hand, it held a trident that seemed capable of stirring the entire ocean, its massive body blocking all light, bringing absolute darkness and oppression. The sea god, the remnant soul of Poseidon. It had arrived. Its eye sockets, hollowed out like deep-sea whirlpools, slowly turned, carrying endless rage that sought to erase all living beings. It coldly swept a glance toward Lin Xuan, feeling a slight discomfort from the orderly stream there, like an annoying little thorn. Then, it looked at the altar that initiated the ritual, observing the fanatical believers as if they were mere dust beneath its feet, with no reaction at all. Finally, its gaze fixed on the handsome elven mage, Elvin. In that instant, the brutal and resentful force, capable of freezing souls and tearing apart reality, miraculously, calmed down. A completely different emotion arose within the will of that divine remnant soul. A call devoid of any syllables, yet understandable to all souls, echoed through the heavens and earth. In that call, there was no anger, no killing intent. Only a sense of the purest childlike admiration and attachment when a child sees their parents. Elvin, who always wore a perfect smile, suddenly felt an uncontrollable stiffness in his facial muscles for the first time. That perfect smile cracked open. Chapter 110, The Divine Artifact Chooses Its Master. Your father returns to you, my father's gun belongs to me. A call without any syllables exploded deep within everyone's souls. That call penetrated resentment and tore apart curses. No divine majesty. No vicious spirit's brutality. Only a sense of the purest, flawless admiration and attachment when a child sees their father. The entire battlefield fell into absolute silence. Those evil god cultists, who were ready to welcome divine punishment and sacrifice everything, felt their fervent expressions freeze inch by inch. Wang Dali and several holy-level powerhouses prepared to burn their lives to resist the divine might, yet their resolute expressions turned to shock. And that elven mage, Elven, who always wore a perfect smile and maintained an elegant demeanor. For the first time, his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. That perfect smile cracked open. What the hell? What's going on? The sea god calls him father? No, this is a scene of a son recognizing his father. Lin Xuan's mind was filled with a barrage of complaints, but his own spirit tensed to its limit in an instant. This elven had a problem. He hid the most crucial information. Qing Xue. Lin Xuan's thoughts transformed into a cold and sharp command in the soul link. Now. Strip him of all his information. Su Qing Xue, who stood still, her eyes swirling with colorful data streams, suddenly shone bright like a star. She had been waiting. Always waiting for this opportunity. Elven was enveloped by a high-level fate law, a dynamic and unpredictable fog that misled any probing into false futures. But just now, at the sound of the heartfelt call from the divine remnant soul, Elven's spirit shook dramatically. His fate fog experienced a brief moment of rule delay lasting less than 1/10,000th of a second. A system bug. For the spirit of the celestial dome, this was enough. Detecting law fluctuations? Found a loophole in the fate concealment protocol. Bypassing firewall. Permission bypass. Data reading. Complete. An ocean of information surged into Su Qingshua's core database, filtered, reorganized, and analyzed, ultimately turning into an absolute report that presented itself in Lin Xuan's consciousness. Target, Elven Atlantis. Identity, last Aerith survivor of Atlantis civilization royal family. Blood relation, son of sea god Poseidon. Boom. All clues connected and exploded in Lin Xuan's mind. What a bullshit prophecy technique. What an interesting future to witness. This elf has been lying from beginning to end. He joined this survival game, and his goal was never victory, nor the so-called old gifts. His goal, from start to finish, has only been one. To go home. Then, using the flesh and power of all players, activate this polluted ritual, awaken his cursed father. Finally, find a way to purify his father's remnant soul, allowing the entire Atlantis civilization to find its final peace. All of them, from the moment they entered this ruin, became pawns in Elven's plan. They were meant to activate the ritual, sacrifices. Roar. At the moment Lin Xuan saw everything clearly, the 100-meter-tall spirit of the sea god let out a soul-crushing roar once more. In the end, it is a wraith conglomerate deeply polluted by the curse of the sea god and the power of the evil god. That brief moment of awakening was merely a flash of light. The warmth of recognizing blood relations was instantly swallowed whole by thousands of years of accumulated brutality and destructive instinct. It howled, swinging its world-shaking trident, stirring up a pitch-black tsunami that covered the entire city ruins, crashing indiscriminately against all living beings in sight. In the giant wave, countless wailing souls floated, their pain so thick it seemed to corrode space itself, emitting a sorrowful cry. My lord! The high priest of the evil god's followers, still confused and bewildered, faced the crashing wave. Before even a scream could escape, the entire team of evil god followers, along with the altar beneath their feet, was completely evaporated in a single strike of the wave, turning into the most primitive particles. Immediately afterward, the terrifying tide rushed towards Lin Xuan and Elven's position. Hold on. Wang Dali let out a beast-like roar, pushing the power of the abyss-devouring beast to the extreme, a huge dark vortex standing in front, madly devouring the oncoming waves. However, the divine-level curse contained within that tide could even erode the power of the abyss. Black blood began to seep from the corner of Wang Dali's mouth. Elven's team also raised a splendid elven magic circle, the shadow of the world tree appearing behind them, radiating lifelight, yet slowly cracking under the onslaught of the black tide. Everyone knew this was just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They were about to collapse. Elven looked at his father's remnant soul, rampaging and attacking indiscriminately. For the first time his handsome face revealed deep pain and resolution. Father. He whispered softly. In the next moment, he took something out from his chest. It was a green crystal, exuding an extraordinarily rich aura of the world tree, beating slightly like a living heart. Heart of the ancient tree of life. A supreme miracle capable of reviving a dying world. I'm here, to bring you the final rest. He was actually prepared to sacrifice himself, along with this treasure, to forcibly purify Poseidon's remnant soul. Stop! A cold voice rang in his ear. Lin Xuan dodged and stood in front of Elvin, pressing down on his hand, which was about to strike his own chest. What a joke, such a top-class holy-level fighter, it would be a waste to let him die. Rest achieved through sacrifice is meaningless. Lin Xuan looked straight at Elvin, his gaze sharp. Moreover, I have a better way. Elvin was taken aback. What? Lin Xuan did not explain. His mind had already issued an order. Little soft. The black-haired, golden-eyed boy fused with him had eyes like the sun that shone brightly once again. Retrieve database, number 734, Emotional Law Application Model. Model code, Mark of the Heart. Give me the perfect reproduction. The chaos little soft extended his hand, a pure and deep understanding about the emotion law gathering and taking shape in his palm. Immediately afterward, Lin Xuan used the strand of Ocean Supreme Law he had just peeled away from the Holy Grail fragment. Merge it. Using the emotional model of the heart's mark, analyze and resonate with the heavy and profound love of a father found within the law of the ocean. A brand new, strange force was born. It was neither purifying holy light nor destructive chaos. It was simply love. A love that was data-driven, regulated, precisely defined, and absolutely pure. Go. Lin Xuan raised his hand, accurately injecting this force into the raging 100-meter water element giant. No explosion. No impact. This force did not purify the curse, nor did it disperse the hatred. It simply ignited a spark deep within the remnants of Poseidon's soul. A spark that had been forgotten for countless epochs, named fatherly love. Poseidon, who was wildly wielding his trident, suddenly paused. Within him, two extreme wills began to fundamentally clash. Endless hatred accumulated over thousands of years against the enemies of world destruction. At his bloodline's deepest point, the most pure and instinctive fatherly love for the child before him. The black curse and the warm light fought fiercely inside him, tearing at his very existence. In the end, Poseidon's movements came to a complete halt. His massive body, made of water elements, began to collapse. Like an image interrupted in a signal, it flickered violently, ultimately dissolving into countless light points, silently disappearing into the deep sea. From the center of that collapsing light, two items flew out. One was the sea god's trident, representing the oceanic priesthood and supreme power. It streaked across a brilliant flow of light, not flying towards Elvin, the first heir, but straight towards Lin Xuan. It hovered in front of Lin Xuan, emitting a series of affectionate hums, as if expressing submission to a higher-level law. The other was a soul light ball, radiating gentle light, incredibly pure. It slowly floated in front of Elvin. A soft call, filled with endless affection, emanated from the light ball, ringing clearly in every soul present. Ale. Chapter 111, I use the heat death of the universe as a horror movie, logic divine race scares itself to collapse on the spot. Ale. A gentle call seemed to transcend countless ages, directly resonating with the deepest part of Elvin's soul. In the previous moment, the mage, who maintained the perfect etiquette of Elven nobility, suddenly froze. He extended his hand, his fingertips trembling violently. He held the light as if he cradled his entire world that had been lost and found again. That handsome face, always wearing a calm smile, now completely lost control, tears flowing silently down his cheeks. In the next moment, he embraced the pure soul belonging to his father, heavily kneeling on one knee and bowing deeply. Years of repressed sorrow and longing broke forth in that instant, flooding out. Lin Xuan quietly watched, not interrupting. All right, the drama of fatherly kindness and filial piety is over, it's time to get down to business. Both father and son, the sea god family really knows how to play. After a while, Elvin slowly stood up. The tear stains on his face had disappeared, and in his green eyes shone an unprecedented clarity and determination. He walked to Lin Xuan, performing the highest ancient and complex greeting of the elven race, right fist against heart, deeply bowing. I acknowledge my deceit. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. I took advantage of you and your companions, viewing you as pawns to awaken my father's will. This guilt, I cannot defend. From this moment on, I, Elven Atlantis, am willing to lead all my followers, offering you my eternal loyalty, until my soul returns to nothingness, to repay this favor of rebirth. Oh? Not allies, but followers? Not bad, very straightforward. Gaining a top-level team that survived an ancient epoch without effort, this is a win. Lin Xuan calmly accepted his gesture of respect. Get up. At the same time, the buzzing trident, the sea god trident, seemed to make its final choice. It transformed into an extremely brilliant blue light, instantly appearing in front of Lin Xuan, hovering affectionately. Lin Xuan reached out and grasped it. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, and a sense of dominion over the boundless ocean surged within him. The highest laws of tides, storms, and abysses turned into a flood of information, instantly imprinted deep within his soul. Mythical level weapon, acquired. Carries the authority of oceanic laws. In the future, when hitting someone, could it directly stir up a tsunami in their lungs? As Poseidon's remnant soul found peace, the curse of the sea god that enveloped the entire dead city melted away like snow under the blazing sun. The bone-chilling cold radiation in the air began to retreat. The pitch-black sea water started to become clear, and rays of sunlight, lost for millennia, truly penetrated the 10,000-meter deep sea, casting holy and mottled beams of light. In the ruins, the twisted, deep-sea vengeful spirits dispersed their dark energy, revealing tranquil faces from before their death, then transformed into points of light and vanished completely. In the silent city, colorful schools of small fish began to curiously swim among the bluish aquatic plants. This silent dead city, which had been quiet for millennia, came back to life. Continue. Lin Xuan weighed the trident in his hand, his voice calm. Elvin immediately fell into character, respectfully replying, "Yes, my lord." The positions of the other Holy Grail fragments are no longer hidden. Action began again. With Elvin as the local guide, efficiency multiplied geometrically. Master, at the 3 o'clock direction ahead, 300 meters underground, an ancient alchemical laboratory holds one fragment. Elvin guided precisely. Big power. Understood. Wang Dali roared excitedly. The gigantic maw of the abyss-devouring beast opened wide and bit down at that piece of land. Boom! The ground shattered, and an unfathomable giant pit suddenly appeared, removing all tedious excavation. Target locked, recovering. Suqinshua's drone swarm dove down, quickly bringing back the second fragment. The third, fourth, fifth. With the cooperation of both teams, they gathered 5 fragments at lightning speed like swarms of locusts passing through. However, as they prepared to collect the 6th fragment, they encountered unforeseen obstacles. That fragment was in the hands of a group of strange life forms. They had no fixed shape, consisting purely of light-structured energy life that flickered and darted through the ruins at a speed beyond thought. Wang Dali's abyss devouring missed its bite. All physical attacks passed directly through their bodies, leaving them unharmed. Light civilization. Elvin's face became serious for the first time. An ancient race that existed in the previous era. Physics laws are ineffective against them. Every movement they make is itself a microcurvature travel. Physically immune, self-carrying super light speed flash? This is getting a bit outrageous. Swish. A thin beam of light shot out from one of the light entities, aiming directly at Wang Dali. Wang Dali roared, trying to block it, but the beam vanished just before contact and reappeared from a very tricky angle, grazing his arm as it passed. A deep wound appeared, seeing the bone beneath. Even more terrifying was that the flesh and blood around the wound began to decompose, turning into the finest light particles that dispersed and vanished. Don't take it head-on. Their attacks carry a law of annihilation effect. Elvin warned loudly. Qin Shui. Lin Xian's voice echoed in the soul link. Don't attack. Give them a horror movie. Suqinshua's magnificent 7-colored eyes calmly looked at the group of light civilization beings moving at high speed and toying with everyone. The next second, an invisible data bomb, composed purely of information, was accurately launched. There was no energy fluctuation. That was just a picture. A picture so cold that it depicted the ultimate end of the universe. The beings of light, rushing at high speed, suddenly all froze. Their bodies, made of light, began to flicker wildly, pulsating with brightness and darkness. Like a supercomputer that had seen its own collapse code. As pure information and energy life forms, they saw the last star extinguish. They saw the last black hole evaporate. They saw the last fundamental particle stop vibrating. And all the information, all the energy, all existence in the universe returned to absolute, eternal silence and coldness. This was the unavoidable, absolute death in their logical civilization's deduction. For logical life, nothing is more terrifying than ultimate nothingness. Translate. Lin Xuan commanded. Suqinshua calmly conveyed the high-dimensional information stream from the brightest light entity. They are asking who we are and why we are showing them the end. Tell them, we are the ones who can solve the end. Suqinshua sent another piece of data. That was Lin Xian's record from Dongshan World, using her love.zip to combat obsession. But to the light civilization, they saw a different scene. They saw chaos, disorder, something completely illogical, yet could create miracles out of thin air, even resisting nothingness, the ultimate conceptual virus. They saw emotion. The collective of light civilization fell into an even more intense flicker. As if they could collapse from logical conflict at any moment. For them, this virus called love was simply more incomprehensible and terrifying than the cosmic heat death, yet it truly existed. A kind of, perhaps a cure that could combat information entropy increase, or another poison. After a long time, Suqinshua spoke again. They agree to the trade. They are willing to give up the Holy Grail fragment. In exchange, they need all theoretical data in our database about how the emotion virus can combat logical entropy increase. A transaction transcending species and forms of civilization was reached. The light civilization left the sixth fragment, transforming into streams of light, hurriedly disappearing at the end of the deep sea, as if they could not wait to study the virus that could overturn the foundations of their civilization. Using magic to defeat magic, today, it is about using philosophy to defeat science fiction. Lin Xuan stored the sixth fragment. 6 out of 7, secured. The location of the last fragment clearly presented itself in everyone's perception. In the hands of a lone player. Go. The group turned into streams of light, rushing toward the final destination. When they arrived, what they saw was an attack. A player, fully covered in heavy and dark mechanical armor with a wasteland textile, was struggling against the siege of 7 or 8 black-clothed ninjas, leaning against a broken stone pillar for support. Sparks flew from the high-frequency particle knife on his mechanical arm, his energy shield covered in cracks, on the verge of breaking. The ninjas surrounding him attacked in extremely strange ways. Throwing shurikens laced with the poison of laws, cutting through the seawater. Using a body replacement technique so fast it left afterimages, their real bodies had already appeared behind him, swinging their knives. Even more astonishingly, with their hands forming seals, they unleashed huge fireballs in the deep sea, sizzling the water. At the moment Lin Xuan and the others appeared, the battle briefly paused. The besieged lone hero seized the opportunity, thrusting a blade to push back one of his attackers, and also noticed the newcomers. His gaze swept over Lin Xuan and the group, eventually landing on Lin Xian's face. The visor of his heavy helmet snapped up with a click, revealing a face full of smoke, exhaustion, yet incredibly familiar. He looked at Lin Xuan, his eyes shifting from worry to shock, finally turning to utter astonishment. Lin Xuan. How the hell is it you? A deadly situation. Lin Xuan. On that face, full of smoke and exhaustion, there was an almost twisted disbelief. How the hell is it you? Zhou Yi? This name exploded in Lin Xian's consciousness, stirring up countless remnants of memories long buried by time. He was the one who, before the awakening ritual, had his arm around Lin Xuan, calling him brother. And then after the ritual, completely parted ways due to uncontrollable jealousy, the close friend. Why is he here? In this bloody game led by the old rulers, with the world as the stake? Lin Xuan did not answer. He just quietly looked at that familiar face, the golden patterns of the sea god's trident, thrumming with a deep, threatening hum in his hand. Wang Dali grinned beside him, looking at the shabby armored Zhou Yi, and then at his own boss, confusion painted all over his face. Boss, do you know this metal can? A strange scene unfolded. The group of black-clad ninjas that just moments ago had been attacking Zhou Yi suddenly sheathed their weapons and retreated. They stood a short distance away, neither leaving nor attacking, like actors waiting for the director to call action. The entire battlefield plunged into an eerie silence pressed down by an invisible hand. Lin Xuan, it really is you. Zhou Yi seemed to finally recover from the massive shock. He turned off the crackling high-frequency particle knife, leaning against a broken stone pillar, breathing heavily. Damn it, I thought I was going to die this time. He raised his heavy mechanical arm, pointing at the stony-faced ninjas and then at himself. I don't know what happened. I opened my eyes and was thrown into this hellish place. Then I was chosen by a mysterious person and sent to a place called Wasteland Era, surviving 9 lives and 1 death to get to today. He forced a bitter smile, his words filled with relief and exhaustion of having survived a catastrophe. As soon as I arrived, this group calling themselves Takamagara set their sights on me, chasing and attacking, claiming I took something I shouldn't have. Takamagara? A name from the world of cultivation. Lin Xian's mind whirled rapidly in an instant. Zhou Yi's appearance was too coincidental. But his expression, his exhaustion, those details in his words aligned with the struggle for survival in a wasteland, felt real without a trace of flaw. Just then, a man stepped out from the ninja group, leading them. He was not masked, his face was painted with strange red patterns, and his eyes, like venomous snakes, fixed intensely on the azure trident in Lin Xian's hand. A stark greed appeared at the corner of his mouth. The sea god's artifact, it really is in your hands. The man let out a hoarse, cold laugh. Then he made a move that made Lin Xian's pupils shrink in shock. He looked at the still panting Zhou Yi and impatiently barked. What are you waiting for? Act according to the plan. Plan? What plan? Lin Xian's heart suddenly seized. A cold chill instantly crawled up his spine. It was too late. He could see the facade of exhaustion, shock, and relief on Zhou Yi's face shattering all at once. Replaced by an almost godlike, chilling coldness and indifference. He didn't even look at the ninja leader giving orders. His gaze, like 2 poison needles, locked tightly onto the quiet figure beside Lin Xuan, the black-haired boy with golden eyes. Chaotic little soft. Buzz. The wasteland wind mechanical armor behind Zhou Yi suddenly lit up with dazzling golden circuits at the seams of its coarse pipelines and armor. A power that utterly did not match the style of this armor, immense, grand, filled with absolute principles of order, erupted. A gold thunderbolt, condensed to perfection, shot out explosively from the reactor in his chest without any warning. The target is not Lin Xuan. It is not Su Qingxue. And it is not Wang Dali. It is Chaos Little Soft. Order Divine Thunder. A supreme rule weapon specifically designed to restrain the Chaos origin. This is not a coincidence. This is a thoroughly crafted trap, made for him, for Little Soft. Zhou Yi was in cahoots with this group of ninjas from the very beginning. Boom! The golden thunder struck faster than thought, piercing through Little Soft's body accurately. The boy with black hair and golden eyes trembled violently. The black and white flowing light on him, representing the Chaos origin, under the purification of the golden thunder, seemed to be strangled by a natural enemy, crazily collapsing inward, its brilliance swiftly fading. The golden light, representing order, also flickered violently, dimming and brightening, as if it would extinguish at any moment. In that instant, Lin Xuan felt the unbreakable soul link between him and Little Soft being forcibly disturbed and pulled by a crude and unreasonable power, becoming sluggish and blurred. Little Soft's power was sealed. Ha 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 ha. The ninja leader let out a reckless and wild laugh. Lin Xuan. You, this super specification bug of the game, will finally be eliminated today. He spread his arms, and a twisted and frenzied aura of a manager far beyond the holy level erupted from him, stirring the entire deep sea. Let me introduce myself. I am the GM of this game scene, an apostle under the ancient rulers, Tsukuyami. My task is to eliminate unstable factors like you, which could overturn the game's ending. GM? Game manager? Not good. Su Qingshua's cold voice echoed in the soul link. He has changed the rules. The space in this area has been locked. Elvin's team immediately tried to activate the teleport, but all the runes shattered completely at the moment they lit up, their magic suppressed by an invisible and supreme power. They were trapped in a meticulously crafted cage. They lost their strongest trump card, Chaos Little Soft. All retreat paths were cut off. Lin Xuan's team fell into true despair in an instant. Tap, tap, tap. The heavy sound of metal footsteps struck hard in everyone's hearts. Joey walked step by step towards Lin Xuan. On his face, jealousy, reluctance, and pleasure intermingled, along with a hint of hidden pain that even he himself did not notice. He raised the high-tech spear in his hand, the energy indicator at the tip glowing a deadly red, aimed precisely at Lin Xuan's heart. Why? His voice was hoarse, filled with an extreme questioning, as if he wanted to scream out years of resentment. Why do you always have so many adventures? It was like this on Earth, and it is still like this here. Why should it be you? Today, everything of yours will be mine. Chapter 113, A Thought Can Strip the God, I Am the Rule. Why? Joey's voice had twisted, no longer belonging to a human, but a metallic screech, filled with countless grievances and reluctance rubbing and squeezing in his throat. Why do you always have so many adventures? It was like this on Earth. And it is like this here. The energy indicator at the tip of the high-tech spear in his hand flashed a deadly red light wildly, locking onto Lin Xuan's heart tightly. Why should it be you? Today, everything of yours will be mine. Faced with this hysterical roar, Wang Dali exploded in anger, and the shadow of the abyss-devouring beast behind him roared, ready to charge forward. But an invisible and absolute will descended from above, forcefully suppressing him. GM's authority suppression. Wang Dali felt that every inch of his flesh and blood was infused with unshakable rules, even moving a finger became a luxury. On the other side, Elvin's team's chanting abruptly stopped. Their proud elven magic, under this twisted rule, had completely turned into meaningless syllables, unable to draw even a trace of energy. Give up. The self-proclaimed leader of the ninja, named Moon Red Fate, spread his hands and savored the sickly pleasure of controlling everything. In this space I have defined, the holy and the ants are no different. He looked at Lin Xuan, his eyes full of the cruel mockery of a cat playing with a mouse. Your greatest trump card has been sealed, and now you are nothing. Lin Xuan's mind raced. Sealed? No, this is not sealing, it is the temporary neutralization of order against chaos. Xiaoruan has merely returned to her most primitive, pure state, untouched. But this guy is half right. Right now, he truly can't do anything. He felt the faint link with Xiaoruan in his body, an unprecedented feeling of weakness overwhelming him. He raised his eyes and looked at Joey. He looked at the once trusted friend whom he could rely on. In his gaze, there was no anger, no hatred. Only a kind of pity, almost like overlooking an abyss. Do you think you are betraying me? Lin Xuan's voice was calm, yet it pierced through Zhou Yi's disguise like a needle. No. You are betraying your own fate. This sentence completely ignited Zhou Yi. Still stubborn when death is near. He roared, and the long spear in his hand erupted with the determination to tear everything apart, thrusting forward violently. The energy at the spear's tip was compressed to the extreme, creating a brief vacuum trail in the deep sea, piercing straight toward Lin Xuan's heart. Everyone thought Lin Xuan would dodge, would resist. But he did not. He even let go of his hand, letting the mighty Poseidon's trident fall with a thud onto the nearby coral reef. Abandoning all resistance. He just stood there, calmly watching the deathly spear tip magnify rapidly in his sight. Dodge? If he dodged, how would this performance reach its climax? Just as the long spear was about to touch the skin of his heart, Lin Xuan actively activated the last gift left to him by the white-clothed Casanova. Mark of the Heart. Buzz. No shield, no light. An invisible, incomprehensible wave erupted from Lin Xuan's heart and rapidly expanded. Zhou Yi's spear tip touched. What it touched was not flesh and blood, nor an energy shield. What it touched was causality. It was bearing. Images of scenes and segments of will transformed into the most violent mental torrent, crashing through the small dam he built with jealousy and resentment. He saw Su Qingxue burning her soul, condensing that pure love without a trace of impurity into coordinates crossing the void, just to make him live, with a determination that transcended life and death. He saw Wang Dali roaring under divine might, ready to use his flesh and blood to support a sky for his brother, fearless of death. That bond weighed more than a mountain. He even saw the wishes of billions of beings, the respect of countless subjects, the peace that each world gained because of the name Lin Xuan. That is the momentum of a king. Finally, the scene froze. He saw a youthful version of himself and an equally youthful Lin Xuan, linking arms before the awakening ceremony. Wait until I awaken to S-level, I will protect you. Get lost, I will definitely protect you. The sunlight at that time was so beautiful. The brotherhood back then was also so true. A vast collection of positive causality surged through the spear tip, wildly washing over Zhou Yi's soul. He saw all the burdens and choices Lin Xuan had carried along the way. He saw how he had been gnawed away step by step by the poison named jealousy, pushing away what should have belonged to him, the most precious fate. Ah! Zhou Yi let out a heart-wrenching scream. His will to fight, his obsession with revenge, all his unwillingness and resentment. In the face of this torrent that Lin Xuan bore, they were as small as dust. Instantly collapsing, crumbling to pieces. Clang! The high-tech long spear slipped from his trembling hand. He held his head, kneeling on the ground, a beastly whimper rising from his throat as if at death's door. He had collapsed. This sudden scene left everyone frozen in shock. Including the GM, Tsukiyomi, who thought he controlled everything. Waste! Tsukiyomi cursed angrily, completely unable to understand this scene beyond his comprehension. A foolish idiot, blinded by jealousy, could be resolved with just a mental shock. But you. In the moment when the GM was distracted by this surprise, Lin Xuan slowly lifted his head. He looked at the ninja floating in midair, with a face full of astonishment, and calmly activated his long-hidden, never mentioned to anyone, true foundation. His own system. A god-level lottery system. Since he crossed over, it had been bound to his soul as a golden finger. A cold and grand will echoed in the deepest part of Lin Xuan's soul. It was not a question, but a declaration. In the name of Lin Xuan, sacrifice all points and permissions. Usurp the current world game rules definition authority. There were no special effects. No sound. Lin Xuan's system, after a long silence, finally responded in a way never seen before. Approved. Boom. A force far grander, older, and more unreasonable than the GM's authority instantly descended. It was neither energy nor law. It was the very essence of definition. The rules that create rules. Tsukiyomi, floating in midair, felt his expression of shock and confusion instantly freeze, and then transform into extreme terror. He felt it. He felt the faith link between himself and that great, nameless old one being forcibly erased by an unmatched power. Not cut off, but directly wiped from existence on a causal level. The management authority within him was like code deleted by a virus at the source code level, frantically vanishing in an irretrievable way. From the high and mighty administrator, he was instantly knocked back to his true form. No! Even worse than his true form. The emptiness of power stripped away turned him into an existence weaker than an ordinary player. How could this be possible? This was the game established by the old ones. How could there be authority above the old ones? Tsukiyomi looked at Lin Xuan in horror. At this moment, Lin Xuan had become the only god in this deep sea. You! Tsukiyomi began to let out a terrified scream. Lin Xuan looked at him and gently snapped his fingers. Snap! The crisp sound echoed through the dead silence of the deep sea, like the final judgment of a god. Tsukiyomi lowered his head in terror. He saw his fingers starting to pixelate. No, that was not pixelation. That was the data constituting his existence itself, uncontrollably decomposing, dissipating. Next was his arm, his body. The ultimate fear of being completely obliterated from the root, with no chance of reincarnation, made him emit a mute and distorted wail. Lin Xuan calmly appreciated all of this and announced the final answer. You forgot. In this game, I am the greatest cheat. Chapter 114, Rules? I am the rule. You play to survive, I play to stock up. With Tsukiyomi's existence completely erased from the root, everything around began to collapse. The deep sea, with tampered rules, curled like a painting burned by fierce fire, revealing the blinding, pure white data layer behind. Joey, kneeling on the ground, along with those ninjas, rapidly dissolved in this pure white. Their bodies turned into the most basic stream of information, returning to the game itself. First game, the Elegy of Atlantis, end. Determining the victor. Congratulations to player Lin Xuan for collecting all 7 Holy Grail shards and obtaining the status of Sole Victor. Calculating rewards? Scene special contribution calculation in progress. The cold system notification rang out one after another, but in the next second. Yet interrupted by a more urgent warning. Warning! Unknown high-dimensional authority intervention detected. Game progress forcibly advanced. The second game is about to begin. Teleportation will start in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. A declaration that gives no one time to react. Suddenly, Lin Xuan was enveloped in pure white, that great power tearing through time and space wrapped around him once more. The feeling of weightlessness lasted only an instant. The next second, he felt a solid and cold sensation beneath his feet. The salty and fishy smell of the sea was gone, replaced by a strange mixture of disinfectant, metal, and some unknown stench. What came into view was no longer the deep and dark underwater ruins. Instead, it was an endless straight corridor built of pale-colored metal alloy. Above his head, red alarm lights flickered at a heart-pounding frequency. On the cold walls, every 10 meters, a bizarre circular emblem was engraved. 3 inward-pointing arrows pointed sharply to the center circle. What is this? Wang Dali rubbed his eyes, his face filled with utter confusion. 1 second he was in a decisive battle in an underwater temple, and the next moment he found himself in some high-tech madhouse? Elvin and his surviving followers also looked vigilant, tightly gripping their staffs, unable to comprehend the cold, harsh architectural style. The SCP Foundation? Interesting. Lin Xuan realized in his heart. These old ones really know how to have fun. Just then, a mechanical synthetic voice without any emotional fluctuations echoed throughout every corner of the base. Welcome to the second game, Containment Failure. Game objective, survive in this facility for 72 hours. Special rule, there are a total of 347 anomalous items contained within the facility. After the game starts, all containment measures will gradually fail, and all anomalous items will break out of containment. Scoring rule, players can earn points by recontaining anomalous items. Points will be determined based on the danger level of the anomalous items. After 72 hours, the player with the highest points will be the winner of this game. Wishing everyone a pleasant game. The moment the voice fell. Woo! The ear-splitting alarm sounded throughout the entire underground facility. Warning! All D-class containment units will open in 10 seconds. Warning! All C-class containment units will open in 30 seconds. Warning! Keter level item SCP-173 has breached containment. Repeat, Keter level item SCP-173 has breached containment. Boom! Boom boom! On both sides of the corridor, heavy metal doors that seemed desperately thick began to slowly rise with a series of nerve-wracking mechanical sounds. From behind the abyss-like doors came various spine-chilling growls, scratches, and eerie laughter. The pressure of death rushed forward. What the hell? What's going on? Starting off with a king bomb? Wang Dali shouted, and the shadow of the abyss-devouring beast behind him took shape instantly, dark energy swirling protectively in front of everyone. Elvin's team also immediately set up a defensive magic circle, with the glow of their magic shining brightly in the pale corridor. However, real danger never approaches the front door. Without any warning, a rough and twisted humanoid statue made of concrete and steel suddenly appeared behind Wang Dali. It was less than half a meter from the back of Wang Dali's neck. Cold, silent. Here comes the beginner village quality inspector. Almost at the same moment the statue appeared, Lin Xuan's thunderous shout exploded. Dali! Everyone! Watch that statue! Don't you dare blink! Wang Dali's body was covered in goosebumps as he turned his head suddenly. He saw it. The rough statue stood still, unmoving, as though it had existed there since time immemorial. But he swore there was nothing there just now. A chill crawled up his spine to the top of his head, leaving him completely stiff. Xing Xue. Lin Xuan's command rang out in the soul link, concise and to the point. Invasion of the broadcast system, informing all players of the characteristics of this thing. 1 second. Su Qingxue's dazzling, colorful data stream eyes simply scanned the wires on the wall calmly. In the next second, the cold mechanical synthetic voice sounded again, but this time, it was a clear, efficient announcement from Su Qingxue. Notice to all players, anomalous item SCP-173, codenamed the Sculpture. It cannot move when in the direct line of sight of any living being. When the line of sight is broken or eyes are blinked, it will move at an extremely high speed to the target's back and snap its neck. Repeat. The broadcast looped throughout the entire base, becoming a death knell for countless people and a lifeline for a few. In the distance of the corridor, several short, piercing screams immediately rang out, along with other players' terrified curses. What the hell is that thing? Don't blink. No one blink. Damn it, my eyes are so sore. I can't hold on anymore. Chaos spread like a plague. Yet Lin Xuan completely ignored the sculpture that everyone was desperately staring at. He turned and walked toward the nearest containment unit that had just opened, emitting a foul smell. Master? Elvin asked in confusion in a low voice. Boss, where are you going? Don't leave me behind. Wang Dali panicked, his eyes nearly popping out, afraid to move. Lin Xuan did not turn back, leaving only 2 words. Follow me. Wasting time with these fools who can only do physical attacks is pointless. Since it's the Foundation, this is not a dead end, but a repository filled with forbidden knowledge and incredible items, a treasure trove. Points? Surviving? That's too small-minded. My goal is to pack up and take away this treasure trove. Su Qingxue and Elvin did not hesitate at all and immediately followed. Only Wang Dali and his 2 holy-level subordinates could only put on a bitter face and join a few other player teams in playing the 1, 2, 3, don't move deadly game with the sculpture in the distance. Lin Xian's goal was very clear. Qingxue, hack into the Foundation's internal network, don't worry about facility control, focus on searching for a project's information. SCP-500. Received. Su Qingxue's response was as fast as lightning. At the same time, Lin Xuan gave an order to the little Ru under his side. The chaotic little Ru, who had just recovered from the suppression of Order Divine Thunder, nodded in understanding. In the next moment, the appearance of the boy with black hair and golden pupils twisted and blurred, turning into an elderly white man wearing a Foundation lab coat, with a serious face, deep eyes, and a high nose. An aura of high position, supreme power, and viewing all beings as mere ants arose naturally. This was the image of a member of the highest level of the Foundation, the O5 Council. Using my hacked GM privileges, forge a high-level identity recognition card. Lin Xian's heart stirred. A pure black card, flickering with a faint glow, appeared out of nowhere in the pocket of the elder formed by Little Ru. After completing all this, Lin Xuan, with the O5 counselors Little Ru, along with Su Qingxue and Elvin, strode confidently, ignoring the strange creatures peeking out from the containment area, letting out threatening growls, toward the core control area of the base. Along the way, other players saw this bizarre scene. They were engaged in a fierce battle with a lizard-like creature dripping with black goo that could corrode anything, perilously. Yet Lin Xian's group simply strolled past them as they fought. The anomalous items that had just broken out of containment and were ferociously aggressive didn't even notice them, as if they were just a waft of air. What the hell? Do they have a BUG? Who is that old man? Why aren't those monsters attacking him? Under the astonished, jealous, and almost fiery gazes of countless players, Lin Xuan brushed through layer after layer of permission doors. Finally, he pushed open the door to the office of the facility director. He sat down heavily in the valuable leather chair that was clearly worth a lot, leaning back, his feet propped up on the office desk. In front of him was a giant wall of surveillance screens. The screens were broadcasting the chaos happening all over the base in real time, like a bloody doomsday livestream. Some players were attacked by a group of shadowy figures that could walk through walls, crying out in despair as they were drained into mummies. A player team, thinking they were clever, tried to use grenades on a statue, only to have their necks broken one by one as the explosion smoke blocked their vision. More players were engaged in primal, bloody fights with various distorted forms of SCP monsters with terrifying abilities. The entire base was a highly efficient meat grinder. And Lin Xuan was sitting in the VIP room on the top floor, sipping cola, the only audience enjoying the bloody movie. Foolish. Using brute force against the rules is always a bad strategy. Master, I found it. Su Qingxue's voice interrupted his movie time. SCP-500, codenamed Universal Medicine, is stored in the highest security medical area on Floor 5 underground. At the same time, a top-secret experimental record was found in the database's encrypted layers. A massive stream of data flashed through Su Qingxue's colorful eyes. The Foundation once attempted to replicate SCP-500 using SCP-294 Coffee Machine and SCP-038 Tree of All. The experiment ultimately failed. However, they left behind complete theoretical data regarding concept replication and life information cloning. Lin Xian's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the smooth table surface. Universal Medicine. An infinitely refillable conceptual coffee machine. A divine tree that can clone everything. And a report deemed a failure. Failure? No, it was a failure for the Foundation, but for me. Chaos is the root of all creation. The cloning nature of the Tree of All, combined with the chaos origin from Little Soft. A plan, 100 times crazier than just grabbing a few universal medicines, quickly formed in his mind. What he wanted was not just a few pills. He wanted a production line that could infinitely create chaos version universal medicines, one that belonged solely to him. Let's go. He stood up, ready to head to the 5th underground floor. Just then, he suddenly paused in his tracks. His gaze was fixed on one of the surveillance screens, captivated. On the screen was a chaotic intersection. A woman in a black tight combat suit, with an incredibly graceful figure and stunning curves, was holding 2 daggers that shimmered with energy, elegantly and lethally weaving through a massive monster made of countless rotting bones. Each dodge was precise to the millimeter. Each attack could accurately sever the most crucial energy nodes within the skeletal giant. Her movements embodied the beauty of violence. Even in such a bloody battlefield, she remained calm, as if attending a high society banquet, with hidden killing intent beneath her skirt. That face, those eyes, Lin Xuan knew them all too well. The Black Market Queen, Night Charm. She was, surprisingly, one of the players in this game. Chapter 115, the GM personally intervenes, altering the script? You change yours, I'll play my own. The Black Market Queen, Night Charm. That name lightly stirred ripples in Lin Xian's memory. In the surveillance footage, the woman's figure perfectly matched the image in his memory. But what drew his attention more were the several pure shadow humanoid beings swirling around her. They seemed like shadows given life, lacking features or substance, yet easily tearing and devouring the energy leaking from the skeletal monster. Shadow servants. Lin Xian's eyes subtly shifted. Not beast taming, but a higher-tier contract creature. What was even more interesting was the direction she was heading. Her path was so precise it didn't look like a flight from danger, but rather like an appointment. Straight towards the core area of the base. Highly overlapping with his own target. Coincidence? Lin was too lazy to guess. His fingertip gently tapped the console, directly using the newly acquired facility supervisor authority to cut into the internal communication channel of the Night Charm's area. Night Market Queen, meeting in a place like this is truly extraordinary. His voice, filtered through the broadcasting system, carried a metallic laziness that clearly echoed in the fierce battle of the corridor. The energy dagger in Night Charm's hand drew a deadly arc, precisely cutting off the energy hub at the knee of the skeletal giant. Hearing this voice, her movements did not pause for even a millisecond. Her body smoothly flipped backward, narrowly avoiding the giant's sweeping bone arm. In the instant she landed, her voice, through a tiny device, reverse-tracked the signal, precisely returning to the supervisor's office. Boss Lin? This is quite a surprise. Her tone held a hint of a bone-chilling smile, as if facing not a life-and-death crisis, but an unexpected reunion at a party. I thought, the one who could sit in this position and talk to me would have to be some unkempt old monster from the O5 Council. She actually knew the internal structure of the Foundation like the back of her hand. Now it is. Lin Xian's response was calm and taken for granted. Night Charm let out a light, ambiguous laugh, twirling her dagger and pinning the last skeletal monster attempting to sneak attack against the wall. The shadowy servants around her returned to her shadow like a tide, and the battlefield fell silent in an instant. Let's get to the point, Boss Lin. She gracefully wiped non-existent blood off the dagger, but her gaze sharply aimed at a surveillance camera at the end of the corridor. You contacted me on purpose, it can't be just for old time's sake. I smell the scent of kindred spirits on you. Lin Xian rephrased, his voice carrying an undeniable scrutiny. You're not new to this game, but. This time, Night Charm fell silent. The feigned lazy smile faded from her face, revealing a rare heaviness and fatigue. I can't quite remember. Her voice seemed to drift, as if recalling a nightmare too distant. My world was long ago used as a chip on a gambling table and lost. I am the only survivor, or rather, the only collection. Her words made the air feel heavier. Lin Xian, put away your tricks for testing newcomers. Night Charm's tone suddenly turned cold. I will warn you only once, this game is unlike any you've experienced before. The most dangerous is never these monsters let loose. But another GM. Lin Xian slowly put his feet down from the table. The GM we encountered has already been dealt with by me. You dealt with it? Night Charm scoffed, full of disdain. That fool with the codename Moonreader? Just a waste who only knows how to crush with authority. I meant another one, with the codename Playwright. Playwright? A complete lunatic. Mentioning this name, Night Charm's voice carried deep-seated hatred, and a hint of distortion even flashed across her beautiful face. He doesn't like direct killing, he loves writing scripts. He selects actors he's interested in, then haunts you like a ghost, secretly manipulating everything, first giving you endless hope, than personally pushing you into the deepest despair. He enjoys watching as players suffer, struggle, and ultimately collapse in the fate he weaves, showcasing that kind of acting. My last team was killed by him in that way. Lin Xuan's fingertips stopped tapping. So a higher authority plays with people's hearts for fun. So, he immediately grasped the key point. You came to me to collaborate. You have an O5J5 identity that even the playwright cannot easily grasp, and I have the experience to deal with his damn scripts. Nightshade's voice returned to calm, like an elegant and deadly cheetah. Only by joining forces do we have a chance to tear a path through the tragedy he has designed. Your ultimate goal? Lin Xuan asked again, as this is the basis of their collaboration. SCP-001, the Gate of the Guardian. But Nightshade finally revealed her greatest secret. Legend has it that behind that door hides the key to truly escape this damned game. Deal. Lin Xuan did not hesitate at all. A powerful veteran player as an ally, a clear behind-the-scenes puppet master, a piece of deeper intelligence about the game. This deal was a sure win. As for whether Nightshade was hiding something, that did not matter. In the face of absolute power, any plot and scheme are just childish jokes. Come to the central control room. Lin Xuan reported the coordinates and then cut off the communication. Moments later, the heavy alloy door of the office was silently pushed open. Nightshade entered gracefully with her few silent shadow servants. She scanned this room, representing the highest power of the base, and finally fixed her gaze on Lin Xuan in that leather chair. You are bolder than I imagined. Let's go. Lin Xuan stood up, not saying a word. The playwright loves to see plays, so let's put on a big show and make him pay for the stage. The two top teams officially merged. The journey down to the 5th underground level transformed into an ultimate display of violent beauty. Lin Xuan used forged O5 permissions to move as if in a land of no obstacles. The laser nets, high-voltage electric walls, and automated machine gun turrets all went silent before he arrived. Occasionally encountering a few SCP containment doors sealed by meme pollution, Lin Xuan didn't need to speak. A glance from Nightshade. Her shadow servants would morph into invisible claws, silently dragging those meme monsters that could directly pollute minds and distort reality into the shadow realm, without even a whimper. A perfect coordination, effective to a chilling degree. Soon, they reached their first destination. SCP-038, the containment room of the Tree of All. It was a vast room simulating an open ecological environment. In the center of the soil grew a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat weak apple tree. Is this it? A trace of doubt flashed in Nightshade's eyes. Qingxue confirmed the characteristics. Confirmation complete. Any item that touches the bark will grow an identical copy from the tree in a short time. There are no records of any danger in the project database. Xiao Ruan. Lin Xuan ordered. The black-haired, golden-eyed boy nodded and stepped towards the apple tree. The clone of the Tree of All is a perfect replica based on material layers. And Xiao Ruan's chaos is a source power capable of analyzing and reconstructing laws. As long as we analyze its core laws, we can bypass the Foundation's failed experiment and directly use chaotic power to mass plant a universal medicine that contains the concept of life. Just as Xiao Ruan's fingertips were about to touch the rough bark, a cold, bone-chilling palpitation suddenly seized the hearts of everyone present. Nightshade's reaction was at its peak. She shouted, "Something's wrong. Back away." It was too late. Buzz. The lights in the entire containment room were instantly stained an unsettling, blood-soaked dark red. The broadcast system, which should have been silent, once again echoed with a mechanical synthesized voice. But this time, its tone carried a sickly pleasure, as if enjoying the climax of a drama. Oh! What a splendid encounter! A discarded actress meets the most unpredictable variable on stage. The playwright. Nightshade's body instantly tensed. Like a bow fully drawn. So, to make this play even more interesting, the voice from the broadcast was laced with a mocking laugh. Let's add a little, harmless setting to this tree of hope. The moment the voice fell, that ordinary apple tree suddenly opened countless twisted, wailing human faces on its bark. A rich, unyielding wave of pure malice exploded from the trunk. New rule: any organic life form that touches this tree will be cloned into a mirror image filled with malice. The voice in the broadcast was filled with the anticipation and fervor of an audience waiting for a show. And a small hand had already pressed against the tree bark. In the next second, under the horrified gaze of everyone, a black-haired, golden-eyed boy identical to the chaotic little soft slowly emerged from the other side of the trunk, like a reflection in a mirror. The only difference was, in his golden eyes, there was no emotion, no sparkle, only pure, absolute malice ready to drag the entire world into the abyss of destruction. Hello. The mirror image Little Soft tilted his head, his face displaying an innocent yet extremely cruel smile. Another me. He moved. The air let out a mournful cry at the moment he disappeared. A pitch-black hand knife, wrapped in the pure laws of destruction, tore through space, aimed directly at Lin Xuan's throat. Chaos! Night Charm and others exclaimed, but that massive malice firmly pinned them in place, unable to move even a finger. Lin Xuan, however, was unusually calm. Faced with this lethal attack capable of killing any player, he didn't even lift an eyelid. Using my power against me? Playwright, your imagination stops here. He did not dodge. He simply issued a concise command to the true chaotic Little Soft in front of him. Use that. Little Soft understood without needing explanations. He did not resist the mirror image's attack but brought his hands together in prayer. The black and white colors representing the source of chaos on him were instantly replaced by an extraordinarily grand, warm, and majestic golden light. This was the torrent of order, gathered from the wills of countless beings, that Lin Xuan formed in the East Xian realm to counter the obsession of the heavenly Tao. It was protection. It was creation. It was the cornerstone of civilization. The golden light of order collided with the pure black hand knife of malice, creating a thunderous clash. There was no expected earth-shattering explosion. There was no spectacle of laws being annihilated. Just a sharp sound, like boiling oil splashing into ice water. That black mirror image, purely composed of malice, let out a horrifying shriek at the moment it touched the golden order. It was not purified. It was not dissolved. Instead, it seemed to be forcefully infused with something that did not belong to it by that warm torrent of order. The mirror image's body trembled violently, and for the first time, its golden eyes, which should only hold pure desire for destruction, reflected fear and struggle. A pure evil, a pure embodiment of destruction. Seemed to be learning to think. Chapter 116, Reversing the Script. I am the original author. That pure black mirror image knelt on the ground, its body twitching violently. Its surface, black malice and golden order wrestling endlessly, with each clash tearing its skin open, only to be forcibly healed in the next moment. The scariest was its expression. 1 second it was a terrifying visage of destruction. The next second it held a newborn's bewilderment. Followed by the agony of a soul being torn apart in the deep confusion of not understanding its situation. Those golden eyes, which should only reflect pure destruction, for the first time mirrored something beyond slaughter. It saw itself. A self that was in pain, in doubt. I am. The mirror image let out a fragmented whisper. The voice was dry, each syllable forced out like it was squeezed from a rusty machine. Why should I destroy? After destruction, what comes next? Is there nothing? It clasped its hands on its head, sharp nails digging fiercely into its scalp, dark blood mixed with golden glimmers flowing down through its fingers. A pure creature born for evil, forcibly injected with the ability to think. To it, this was not a gift. It was the cruelest torture in the world. Yemai held her breath, feeling the shadowy servants around her dissipating in fear. What did you do to it? She asked with difficulty. Lin Xuan ignored her. He simply gazed at the mirror-like being collapsing in self-awareness, his eyes indifferent, as if examining a slightly flawed piece of art. The broadcasting system hanging from the ceiling fell into 5 seconds of dead silence. Then, the voice that called itself the playwright roared again. This time, there was no hint of mockery or pleasure. Only a rage so extreme it felt like a volcano about to erupt, as if a taboo had been violated. You changed my script? Boom! The walls of the containment room shook violently. Lines of twisted blood-red text appeared out of thin air, spreading and growing frantically on the walls. It was the will of rage eroding reality. This is my stage. My story. My work. You actors only need to kneel down and recite my lines word for word. What do you think you are? Lin Xuan finally lifted his head. His gaze pierced through layers of space, precisely locking onto an inconspicuous surveillance camera. His expression was calm to the point of being chilling. Who am I? He spoke, his voice soft but instantly overpowering all the noise and roars, carrying a sense of indifference that overlooked the vastness of time and space. Let me tell you a fact. You are not a playwright. Lin Xuan paused, letting the other party digest the sentence, then said in a lighter, more insulting tone. At best, you are just a third-rate fanfiction writer. And I. He faced the nearly space-ripping crazy will and delivered the final verdict. I am the original author. The moment his words fell, Lin Xuan raised his right hand towards the raging void and casually snapped his fingers. Snap. A light sound. The source authority, truly belonging to the divine-level lottery system from the depths of the system space, was effortlessly summoned by him. The entire world froze. The blood letters writhing on the wall solidified. The playwright's hysterical roar abruptly stopped. Time, space, energy, well everything, was forcibly paused under this single finger. Lin Xuan then turned his gaze back to the kneeling mirror-like being and gave a simple command. Little Soft, take it back. The true chaos, Little Soft, nodded. He walked up to the mirror-like being, crouched down, and gently placed his hand on its forehead. Black and white chaotic power flowed out. Not to devour, but to reclaim, from the same source. The mirror-like being instinctively trembled, wanting to resist. But that golden torrent of order had already branded an indelible mark deep within its soul. It thus understood fear. Understood hesitation. Also understood that before absolute authority, obedience was the only way out. No need to resist. Little Soft's voice was gentle yet carried an awe-inspiring authority originating from the source. Your existence is a mistake. But I can correct this mistake. Become a part of me. Then, use your power to protect the existence that should be protected. The mirror-like being's struggles gradually ceased. It raised its head, and its chaotic golden eyes revealed a plea for the first time. Can I not kill anymore? Yes. Little Soft's answer was decisive. The next second, the mirror-like being's body began to silently decompose. Transformed into countless pure black streams of light, all absorbed by Xiaoruan's palm. There were no screams, no struggles. Only a malicious creation forcefully endowed with self, choosing to surrender like returning home at the end of existence. When the last wisp of black light vanished, Xiaoruan's breath surged dramatically. Between the distinct black and white hues on his body, an extremely faint dark golden pattern appeared, mysterious and powerful. Lin Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Very good. He turned, looking at the apple tree that had returned to calm, still emanating strange waves of law. Qingshui, analyze. Yes. Su Qingshui's rainbow-colored eyes instantly lit up, a vast stream of data cascading in her gaze. Just 3 seconds. Analysis completed. The core principle of this tree is concept replication, but it has the flaw of being unable to replicate life's source, only capable of copying material and form. Therefore, the SCP-500 copied by the Foundation will have a significantly reduced effect. Su Qingshui's gaze turned to Xiaoruan, with a hint of shock in her eyes. But if chaos is used to fill in life's source, theoretically, any item under any concept can be perfectly replicated. Lin Xuan's lips finally curled into a true smile. Then let's begin. Create a universal medicine production line that belongs to us. At the moment his words fell, the forcibly frozen space and time suddenly trembled violently. The will of the playwright was actually burning its own source, forcibly breaking free from Lin Xuan's authority suppression. The blood characters on the wall twisted and writhed again. They gathered into a brand new line of words, filled with resentment and provocation. In this round, you've won. But dare you go to the 3rd level? There lies the secret you long to obtain. It is also buried with the person you fear losing the most. The blood characters disintegrated. The lights in the containment chamber suddenly went out, plunging into absolute darkness. The next moment, a feeling of weightlessness arrived. When vision regained clarity, Lin Xuan and the others found themselves in a deeper, darker, more oppressive unknown place. Underground Level 3. Chapter 117, The Whole World Forgets You, I Am Your Whole World. The darkness and weightlessness lasted only a moment. The sensation underfoot changed. No longer the cold metallic floor, but a soft, moist grass, mixed with the unique fragrance of soil. The sharp smell of disinfectant was gone. In its place was the fresh air of rain-soaked grass and unknown flowers, clean to the point of feeling fake. Everyone looked around, their expressions astonished. This is an eerily peaceful European-style town square. The fountain tinkled merrily, the sound clear. Doves circled around the spire of a Gothic church, and faintly, the sound of a melodic organ could be heard from within. On both sides of the street, under the awnings of cafes, sat small groups of residents. They wore smiles, quietly sipping afternoon tea, but their eyes were a hollow void, unable to focus, like vivid wax figures. The entire world felt like an overly beautified painting, distorted to an unsettling degree. This is level 3? Wang Dali rubbed his eyes, full of disbelief. Didn't that old man say it was buried in fear? This place seems more peaceful than the Maldives, just without the bikinis. However, Yi Mei's face turned pale in an instant, losing all color. Her fingers on the dagger were tense, knuckles protruding. Behind her, several loyal shadow servants began to twist and dissipate uneasily, as if burned by an invisible flame. No! Her voice was dry and hoarse, filled with an uncontainable fear. It's a meme. The highest level of emotional concept pollution. Quick! Close all perception. It was too late. Lin Xuan's heart was calm as a mirror. This kind of attack never went through the 5 senses, it directly altered cognition. Boss. Wang Dali's playful grin suddenly froze on his face, he scratched his head in confusion. A deep sadness suddenly surged in his eyes, without any warning. I suddenly miss my mom's braised pork, the kind that's so fatty it melts in your mouth. Elvin and the elf mages around him also looked dazed. They gazed at the false blue sky, and their eyes reflected an endless longing for their hometown, Azeroth. The faintest emotion was magnified 1,000-fold, transforming into an ocean that could drown reason. At that moment, a mechanical synthesized voice, carrying a sickly delight, echoed directly in everyone's hearts, sounding less like a synthesis and more like the wails of countless tortured souls forcibly stitched together. Welcome to my special stage, The Forgotten Memorial Day. Now, I proudly present the special script I tailor-made for the main character. Abnormal item SCPC XXX, yesterday's lover. A cognitive hazard meme that does not kill anyone. It only erases all existence traces of the target's beloved from the memories, cognition, and even causality of everyone other than the target. Let our main character watch as their lover becomes a stranger to the entire world. Watching her confusion, her helplessness, as she is doubted and rejected by the once closest comrades. Ah, what a wonderful, fragrant tragedy. The performance begins, now. In that moment, the homesickness in Wang Dali's eyes abruptly vanished, replaced by pure, cold vigilance. He looked at Su Qingxue, furrowing his brow, instinctively stepping back half a step to shield Lin Xuan behind him like a wall. Behind him, the massive phantom of the Abyss Devourer roared silently, locking onto this suddenly appeared woman as the highest threat. Boss, when did you pick up someone? She's not in the files. Wang Dali lowered his voice, his tone unusually grave. Look at her eyes, colorful like a disco ball, she's definitely a high-risk anomaly. How about I give her a punch to calm her down? It wasn't just him. Elvin's team also aimed their staffs at Su Qingxue, magic surging. In their perception, this woman with rainbow eyes was an intruding anomaly that appeared out of thin air. Nightcharm's reaction was the most intense. She instinctively crouched low, entering a hunting stance, her voice frosty. Lin Xuan. When did this person appear beside you? She's a trap from the playwright. Don't move or look at her. The whole world forgot about Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue stood there, unmoving. Her dazzling, rainbow data stream eyes were flashing and swirling at an unprecedented frequency. A torrent of data was violently washing over her core, yet it couldn't find any logical anchor point related to her existence. Her existence protocol was returning a series of deadly error 404, not found. She was being deleted by this world. She could clearly see Wang Dali's loyalty contract breaking apart and Elvin's alliance relationship failing. All causal lines related to her were being cruelly severed, one, by a higher rule. The only thing that hadn't been cut off was the imprint deep in her information source, the soul link connected with Lin Xuan. That was the last straw for her existence here. She lifted her head to look at Lin Xuan. In her chaotic eyes, for the first time, appeared a childlike fear and helplessness. The entire world was abandoning her. Lin Xuan, what about you? That sickly laughter echoed wildly in Lin Xian's mind, filled with twisted anticipation. How is it, Mr. Main Character? Does your heart ache? Are you angry? Now, kneel and beg me, perhaps I will mercifully let your lover remain as your own illusion. Lin Xuan ignored the noise in his head. He didn't even look at Wang Dali and Night Charm. His gaze, from beginning to end, remained solely on Su Qingxue. Playwright, your understanding of love is laughably poor. He moved. Ignoring Wang Dali's shout, boss. It's dangerous. Don't go there. Ignoring Yi Mei's scream, are you crazy? Don't get close to her. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he walked step by step to the girl who had been forgotten by the world, whose existence was about to vanish. He reached out, cradling her slightly transparent face caused by distorted data. Qingxue, look at me. His voice was soft, yet carried an absolute will, forcefully cutting through all meme pollution. He leaned closer, his forehead gently resting against hers, ignoring the raised fists of Wang Dali and the gasps from Yi Mei behind him. He closed his eyes and, in a volume only they could hear, stated a fact. I remember you. Lin Xian's tone was calm, yet it felt like declaring an indisputable truth. Su Qingxue's chaotic data stream found the only true return value at that moment. That's enough. As soon as he spoke, he did not resist the rule that erased memories, that would be falling into the playwright's trap. He boldly activated the pure emotional law model left by the god of love in white clothing, mark of the heart. Golden light did not erupt outward, but intensely gathered between him and Su Qingxue, forming a chain that spanned reality and nothingness. What he wanted was not to broadcast his memory of Su Qingxue to the world, but to nail the fact of Lin Xuan loves Su Qingxue. This concept carried all his positive causes and all the weight of his emotions. In a form that transcended logic, time, space, and rules, it forcefully reinserted itself into this rewritten world's causality. This was not fixing data. This was issuing a brand new world's fundamental law with the highest priority. Buzz. That tranquil and peaceful false little town let out an unbearable screech at that moment. The sky, the church, the fountain, the wax-like residence, everything, in the face of this absolute emotional law, crumbled like burning paper, revealing the cold, twisted reality behind it. The voice belonging to the playwright, for the first time, lost its composure in mockery. Replaced by the terror and rage of a mountain collapse and tsunami. No. Impossible. Rule paradox. What kind of garbage code is this? How dare you treat love, this lowly creature's meaningless emotion? That voice broke under anger, sharp and piercing, like nails scraping a blackboard. As a weapon of causality? Boom. The world shattered completely. The scene in front of everyone suddenly switched back to the dark and oppressive underground level 3. Wang Dali shook his head in confusion. Looking down, he saw his abyss-devouring beast still baring its teeth at Su Qingxue, and he suddenly jolted, slapping the ghostly dog's head with a backhand. What the hell? What was I doing just now? Sister-in-law. Misunderstanding. Pure misunderstanding. This guy ate too much dog food this morning, he's a bit high, I'll cut his rations later. Yi Mei froze in place. She looked at the unscathed Su Qingxue and then at Lin Xuan, who had remained calm throughout, and the fear in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a tremble called awe. This man, his way of defying the rules had completely surpassed her understanding. That was not a battle. That was legislation. Su Qingxue's data stream returned to complete stability, even clearer and brighter than before. She leaned in Lin Xian's embrace, feeling the indestructible soul link, her entire body made of information soaked in a warm sea of data. The playwright's voice, filled with endless resentment, echoed in the collapsing space one last time. Madman, you absolute madman. Just wait. I will write a fitting story for you, a story that deserves you. The grandest, death ending. The voice came to an abrupt stop. Lin Xian, however, seemed to have not heard at all, only looking down at Su Qingxue in his arms, softly asking, "Are you okay?" Su Qingxue gently nodded, her beautiful eyes flickering with the affection of surviving disaster and an unprecedented brilliance. In Lin Xian's soul link, she transmitted a stream of information at the fastest speed. Lin Xian, just now, at the moment when that meme was crushed by your power, a brief glitch appeared in its database, causing a core dump. I captured an absolute coordinate encrypted with the highest authority. Her voice paused, carrying a trace of excitement after confirmation. It points to SCP-001. The Gatekeeper. Chapter 118, the final boss turns out to be a slacker? I pull out the O5 ID card to check. As the dizziness of world reorganization faded away, Wang Dali jolted, his face filled with the relief of surviving a great disaster and the terror of belated realization. Damn! Sister-in-law. I was wrong. He slid and rushed to Su Qingxue, nearly hugging her legs, but was disdainfully pushed away by Lin Xian with his toes. I specifically meant my brain was squished by the door. No, it was crushed by SCP-173's but. I actually pointed my big black at you, I am guilty. I repent. Saying this, he slapped the forehead of the shadow of the abyss-devouring beast beside him. It's all your fault. Misidentified people. 3 days of freeze-drying for you. The enormous shadow whimpered, shrinking its neck, completely losing its earlier fierceness. Lin Xian couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. An apology with a patch, would they dare next time? His gaze fell on Yi Mei. This black market queen was in a worse state than when she was tainted by the playwright's meme. She stood frozen in place, her beautiful face drained of color, not out of fear, but from the confusion in days of having her worldview shattered and restructured. She looked at Lin Xian, then at Su Qingxue, safe and sound in his arms, her lips moved but no sound came out. Confronting the rules? No. That was not a confrontation at all. That man used something called love, which seemed the most ethereal emotion to her, as an unbreakable weapon to smash the world rules meticulously built by the playwright into pieces. This had transcended the realm of a player. This was a creator-level play. What exactly are you? She finally squeezed out these words, her voice dry as sandpaper rubbing. Just a passing enthusiastic citizen. Lin Xian casually replied, then patted Su Qingxue's back. How do you feel? Su Qingxue lifted her head from his embrace, her colorful eyes reflecting a data flow steady as a mirror, even more splendid than before. The core database has completed an unexpected lower-level optimization. She paused, a stream of encrypted information directly pouring into Lin Xian's soul link. At the moment when the playwright's mean weapon collapsed, I captured an absolute coordinate pointing to SCP-001, the Gatekeeper. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh wow. This wave was not a loss, it was buy one get one free, along with the treasure map of the ultimate prize. The playwright was probably in some corner cursing himself while drawing circles. SCP-001. Yimei murmured, finally regaining a trace of awareness from the enormous shock, her face showing extreme complexity. There was ecstasy, there was caution, and more was a profound awe towards Lin Xuan. She originally thought she had found a powerful ally. Now it seemed she had latched onto a golden thigh 1,000 times thicker than she imagined. No, this was not a golden thigh. This was a damn pillar of heaven. Behind the gatekeeper's door to heaven, there is a key to leave the game. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, but that is definitely the most heavily defended place of the Foundation, and also the playwright's final stage. He will surely lay down a web of traps. Got it. Lin Xuan impatiently interrupted her, as if swatting a fly. He looked around and realized they had been transported to an extremely abstract place. A long pure white corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly. On both sides were countless identical alloy doors. The overhead lights were glaring, and the air was filled with the smell of printer ink and old documents. The entire space was quiet to the point of driving one mad. Wang Dali scratched his head. Boss, what is this place? The Office of Heaven? It looks more shabby than our neighborhood office. Lin Xuan looked up and saw a huge electronic screen at the entrance of the corridor, which bore a crimson slogan in Sony font. Final Destination Application and Approval Management Division. Lin Xuan chuckled. Wow, this playwright is quite cultured, knowing what bureaucratic hell means. He finally understood. Since they couldn't fight, they started to play irritating games. Want to see SCP-001? Sure. First, follow the process. He wants to trap us with rules. Yimei's face darkened again. In a place like this, force is mostly useless. We must follow his set procedures step by step, and each step hides deadly traps. Procedures? Lin Xuan laughed. I hate procedures the most. He looked at Xiaoruan. Xiaoruan, open a door for us. The black-haired, golden-eyed boy nodded, not even looking at those alloy doors. He simply raised his hand and gently grasped the empty space before him. After merging with the mirror entity, his control over chaotic origin skyrocketed. On that hand, the black and white chaotic power intertwined with a hint of dark gold, forming a miniature, constantly appearing and disappearing vortex. The space in his hand became more fragile than tofu. Wait! Yimei hurriedly exclaimed, the playwright must have set up space anchors here, forcibly breaking through space may trigger. She hadn't finished speaking. Then there was a ripping sound, like tearing a soaked piece of paper. The pure white wall before Xiaoruan was forcibly torn open, creating a dark gash. On the other side of the gash was no longer the white corridor, but a place exuding a grand, sacred, and infinitely majestic aura. No alarms. No counterattacks. No traps. All the spatial restrictions set by the playwright were silent in front of the chaotic origin and were directly reclaimed on a conceptual level. Yimei. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately could only squeeze out 2 words. Awesome. Wang Dali puffed up his chest with pride. Standard operation, everyone sit, don't panic. Lin Xuan kicked him in the butt and was the first to step into the space rift. Let's go, let's meet that heavyweight guest. The moment they crossed the rift, the scene before them suddenly opened up. The imagined gates of heaven did not appear. The imagined sword of flames was also absent. The imagined legion of angels was nowhere to be seen. They arrived at an infinite pure white space, where in the center stood an extremely ordinary office desk, behind which sat a handsome guy in a white suit, with a golden halo above his head and a pair of huge wings at his back. He was lowering his head, wearily processing a mountain of documents on the desk. Next to him sat a huge red stamp with the 2 characters engraved on it, rejected. Occasionally, he picked up a document, barely glanced at it, and directly stamped it with, rejected, tossing it into the towering garbage pile beside him. The whole process was filled with the exhaustion and numbness of being drained by work. This is SCP-001, the Gatekeeper? The Guard of Eden? The receptionist of the Heavenly Kingdom Corporation? This vibe is all wrong. Playwright, come out. Where's the promised epic final boss? How did it turn into a grumpy worker forced to work overtime on the weekend? Wang Dali, Yimei, and the others were left speechless by this ridiculous scene. At that moment, the angelic handsome guy seemed to have finished his work. He stretched lazily, and his wings hung down listlessly behind him. Then, he lifted his head. Those golden eyes, which should have been filled with divinity, revealed at this moment a clear stupidity and a hollow emptiness devoid of life. He saw Lin Xuan and his group. He was momentarily stunned, then skillfully pulled out a stack of brand new forms from under the table and slapped them down. New arrivals? Queue over there for a number and fill out the form. His voice was clear but emotionless, like an AI set on automatic reply. Those who want to see God, fill out Form A. Those applying for reincarnation, fill out Form B. Those who want to complain about the service in hell, turn left and find the next door. If you're trying to cut in line, He paused, picked up the seemingly ordinary flame sword on the table, skillfully lit a cigarette with it, took a deep puff, and blew out a smoke ring. Do you see that pile of garbage over there? Just lie in it yourself, don't make me do it. The scene fell into deathly silence. Lin Xuan watched his skilled movements and then noticed the littered cigarette butts all around his feet. What a guy. The top-tier power from mythology was forced by this broken game to become a slacker. Lin Chao was about to speak. The angel directly waved his hand to interrupt. Don't say we, just fill out the form first. It's the rule. He pointed to an old, nearly broken ticket machine beside him. If you don't fill out the form, even if the King of Heaven comes, you won't see the boss. Night Charm's expression could no longer be described as wonderful. She never dreamed that the final obstacle to the game endpoint would be this. This was even more despairing than facing 10 Keter-class anomalies. But Lin Xuan just smiled. He did not go to take a number or fill out a form. He stepped forward and walked straight to the desk. The angel's handsome brows instantly raised, and his hand reached for the still-smoking flame sword as a terrifying divine might began to spread. I said, fill out the form first. Can't you understand human language? Lin Xuan ignored him and simply pulled out the forged O5 Council highest authority identity card from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. On the card, the eerie authority glow flickered dimly. I'm not here to do business. Lin Xuan spoke slowly in a tone as if he were a leader inspecting work. I'm here to check in. Angel handsome guy? He looked at the card, and his whole person froze. Chapter 119, the end is also the beginning, the finale celebration. The air was dead silent. This silence was like suddenly opening a can of carbonated drink at a funeral, the bursting hiss sound magnified infinitely in the solemn atmosphere. The angel handsome guy, or SCP-001, the gatekeeper, whose eyes once held clear stupidity, now only held a mocking look at the fool. His long fingers pressed the glossy O5 Council authority card on the table and gently wiped it. The light effects peeled away, revealing its cheap hard plastic essence underneath. It had a bold, black line printed on it, Jiangnan 3rd Beast Master Middle School Meal Card. One could even see a corner stained with a bit of dried chili oil. Good craftsmanship, 9 yuan 9 for free shipping from Pinduoduo? The angel brought the meal card to his nose and sniffed, looking disgusted, or does it smell like chive dumplings? What, did your O5 Council pass the proposal to allow breakfast into containment breach sites? Lin Xuan remained expressionless and reached out wanting to snatch it. Wrong card, this is a disguise. The real authority card is actually. Enough, don't make things up. The angel yawned, casually tossing the meal card into the pile of trash. In that instant, the sense of despair vanished, replaced by a terrifying authority capable of crushing dimensions. That was the look of a game master watching a cheating player. Every day more people want to get through this door than the sulfur in hell, the angel pointed behind him. Last week, a guy claiming to be the reincarnation of the god of ruin brought a truckload of gears to bribe me. Last month, a Crimson King illegitimate son insisted on calling me dad. Now, they're all practicing backstroke in the lava pool next door. He looked at Lin Xuan with a half-smile, using a meal card to fool the gatekeeper. You are the first of your kind. Should I praise your bravery or suggest you remove your frontal lobe? Nightmare's hand instinctively reached for the dagger, but her body was stiff as a stone. The data stream in Su Qingshua's eyes crashed wildly, eventually converging into two blood-red characters, dead end. Don't be nervous. Lin Xuan pressed down on Nightmare's trembling hand, a signature smug smile on his face. Since it's been exposed, let's lay it all out. I'm a special guest invited by the playwright, he's waiting for me inside to have tea, can you make an exception? Playwright? Hearing the name, the angel raised an eyebrow. He picked up the flame sword from the table, its tip lightly tapping the surface. Bang! The pure white space rippled, and countless garbled characters appeared like corrupted game textures. That guy did give me the script. The angel stood up, his wings spreading slowly, casting a shadow over everything. In the script, the protagonist faces trials, arrives here with love and courage, has an epic showdown with me, and finally tragically falls, becoming the footnote of a story with a bad ending. A mocking smile tugged at his lips, but I hate overtime. Fighting and killing is so tiring, and then I have to write a damage report. He looked at Lin Xuan, his gaze like he was staring at a piece of code that had gone wrong. Since you don't want to follow the script, and want to bug glitch your way through. The flame sword was raised high, but instead of fire, golden law chains representing rollback and reset burned along its blade. Then I'll help you out. If this save file is ruined, then, let's delete it and start over. Lin Xuan's pupils shrank suddenly. It wasn't fear of death, but a deeper, unsettling chill. Wait. We can talk. For example, I can cover for you? Or help you write the year-end summary? The angel smiled. It was the kind of smile a capitalist gives when the bottom-tier workers eagerly ask to be assigned the 007 task. A mix of satisfaction and cruelty. Too late. See you in the next loop, Mr. Protagonist. The sword fell. No explosion, no bloodlight. Only a pure, blinding white light, like an eraser, wiping out Lin Xuan, wiping out Su Qingxue, wiping out this broken world. The first moment of regaining consciousness was heat. Sticky, humid, a heat wave mixed with the smell of sweat. A buzzing filled his ears, like thousands of flies holding a meeting. Students. Today, the door of destiny will open for you. The voice was greasy, high-pitched, with a nauseating bureaucratic tone. Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. The sunlight was so bright it made him squint. On the high stage, the principal with a Mediterranean hairstyle was spitting as he spoke. Below, thousands of 16-year-olds crowded together, their faces filled with the collagen of youth and the fervor of ignorance. The familiar smell of pork chop rice wafted through the air. Lin Xuan lowered his head. He stood at the farthest edge of the crowd, hands in his pockets, in the shadows. His body was empty. No chaos power, no abyssal contract, no system shop. Just this week, F-grade 16-year-old body. The annual Wheel of Fate, classic opening. Before he could even complain, that familiar voice arrived right on cue. Hey, look, the trash, Lin Xuan, in the corner. F-grade? For real? Isn't he the kind of guy who can't even summon a slime? Lin Xuan turned his head. Not far away, Lin Wei was surrounded by a group of lackeys, like a newly rich man who had just escaped from a mental hospital, his finger precisely pointing at Lin Xian's nose. F-grade, the Lin family's disgrace. A bastard from a side branch. The lines were word for word the same. Even the position of the pimple on Lin Wei's face was exactly as he remembered. Lin Xian's head buzzed. That damn angel. That lazy, overtime-avoiding monster. He didn't kill anyone, nor imprison anyone. He just wiped the file clean and kicked him straight back to the newbie village. Lin Xuan. Teacher Wang, responsible for order, rushed over. His face, full of opportunism, shone with oil in the sunlight. Go stand at the back. Don't block the view here. A thick elbow pushed sharply towards him. Lin Xuan instinctively tried to sidestep, wanting to counter with a big move, wanting to summon Xiaoruan to pin these opportunists to the ground and rub them in the dirt. But the body couldn't keep up with the mind. Bang. He stumbled a few steps, pushed to the end of the line. Then, a mountain of flesh squeezed over. Lin Xuan. Wang Dali's eyes were red, his appearance of a betrayed little wife was almost laughable. I really didn't expect you to be so useless. F-level? How can you even show your face? Lin Xuan looked at the fat man in front of him. At that moment, Wang Dali hadn't gone through the apocalypse yet, he hadn't become the iron-blooded man who stands in front of his brothers. He was just an ordinary high school student who felt humiliated. A sense of absurdity surged in his heart. Then, Wang Dali shouted out that classic line, I won't be your friend anymore. I can't afford to lose face. After saying that, the fat man turned and ran, his back determined like a scene from a Qiangyao drama. Lin Xuan stood still, surrounded by a tide of mockery and pity. He suddenly felt like laughing. He really laughed out loud. What is this? Second round? Because the player tried to cheat, was the GM forced to roll back the game? At this moment, that familiar mechanical voice sounded in his mind. This time, however, there seemed to be a hint of barely noticeable static, as if taking pleasure in his misfortune. Detected that the host has achieved a hidden achievement, rollback, stay true to the original intention, still F-level. Activation conditions have been met. Ding. God-level lottery system reactivated. Kind reminder, due to the host's previous rounds suspected of misconduct, forging documents, trying to exploit bugs, teasing the administrator, the difficulty of this round is automatically raised to hell level. Wish you a pleasant game. Lin Xuan looked up at the sky that was unnaturally blue, silently raised a middle finger. Enjoy yourself, you damn old man. On the high platform, the identifying teacher wearily shouted, Next, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and straightened his school uniform collar. All right. So we're doing a rollback style, huh? Since the script has been reset, this time, I'll play with you guys properly. But this time, I won't pretend. He strode onto the high platform, his steps steady like a king reviewing his troops. His hand pressed against the awakening stone. A faint gray light lit up. The whole place burst into laughter. The trembling blue slime reappeared. It looked weak and helpless, like a lump of jelly about to melt away. Lin Xuan looked at it. That was Little Soft. It was the chaotic master who later devoured deities, tore apart the void, and accompanied him to slice through hell. At this moment, it was still just a newborn baby. Lin Xuan squatted down, ignoring the laughter around him, and gently poked its soft body with his finger. Nice to see you again, partner. He whispered in his heart, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile that made the surrounding temperature suddenly drop. This time, let's try a different approach. Since it's hell level difficulty, why not start by slaughtering this beginner village for some excitement?